Because the neighboring industrial planet was plagued by green-skinned orcs, the Department of Military Affairs demanded support from agricultural planet 496b. The planetary governor ordered the imposition of heavy taxes. The taxes on agricultural planet 496b were already oppressive, leaving the people struggling to survive and starving. With the additional tax burden, half the farmers rose up in rebellion. At first, the rebel forces overran numerous farms, converting agricultural machinery into weapons and launching attacks on the planetary defense forces. The rebels broke into several garrison posts, seized large quantities of weapons, rapidly expanded their strength, and then launched an assault on the Hive City. Millions of rebels charged across the agricultural plains outside the Hive City, only to be repelled by the planetary defense forces on the outskirts. The two sides fought fiercely on the plains, locked in a stalemate for years, the ground pockmarked with artillery craters and trenches. Both sides knew they could not defeat the other, and the war entered a prolonged stalemate, which created a niche for war scavengers. 80 kilometers north of the Hive City, a dozen rebel soldiers were resting in a trench when a large caliber shell landed, killing them all. A rebel-modified automatic rifle spun through the air and fell into the farmland, catching the attention of Li Qinwu, who had been crawling in the fields for some time. This autogun looks like it's in good condition. It should be loaded with grade 2 ammunition. I can sell it to the black market contact for at least 1500 credits. He murmured, crawling toward the fallen rifle. Li Qinwu came from the 3K era. At home, while playing Escape from Tarkov, he was killed by an AI that shouted Turbo Suka. 200 meters. Buckshot to the face. In anger, he uninstalled Escape from Tarkov and switched to Arena Breakout, running to the North Hotel, only to be killed by 6 Fulkit HK 416s with 995 ammunition in 10 consecutive rounds. Furious, he uninstalled Arena Breakout and switched to Delta Force, only to encounter the notorious incident of the shared prison being shut down and the evacuation point being limited. In a fit of rage, he turned off the computer and scrolled through his phone, only to see an illustration of the Emperor feminized. The caption read, "Those who see this image shall voluntarily serve the Emperor in Warhammer 4.0. Then Lao Li arrived, thrown onto this empire-owned agricultural planet. It goes without saying how miserable life is for humans in Warhammer 4.0. Fortunately, the Search, Destroy, Retrieve system came along with Li Qinwu. This system digitized Li Qinwu's body, allowing him to gain experience and increase attributes. It also had a hideout, a completely safe space beneath the Hive City. Most importantly, he could respawn infinitely. No matter how he died, he would revive in the hideout in optimal condition, though all his gear would be lost. With no fear of death, Li Qinwu began to live according to the Search, Destroy, Retrieve game mindset. Every day, he went to the battlefield to scavenge, looking for valuable items, then returned to the Underhive to sell them to faction contacts, exchanging goods to upgrade his hideout. Back to the present, Li Qinwu, armed only with a combat knife, had already crawled to the automatic rifle and picked it up for inspection. It was a rectangular automatic rifle cobbled together by the rebels from spare parts. Its ergonomics were poor, and it was heavy, weighing 7 kilograms. Li Qinwu looked at the barrel and saw a rifling inside. His heart leaped with joy. Oh, a rifled barrel. He opened the magazine. 20 rounds of handcrafted rebel ammunition, approximately 965 millimeters caliber, a very large caliber that ordinary people could not handle. It couldn't be helped. The Warhammer 40K universe was teeming with monsters and demons. The 5.56 millimeters and 7.62 millimeters rounds, popular in the 3K era, simply couldn't handle the situation. After confirming the rifle wasn't damaged by the explosion, Li Qinwu opened the Search, Destroy, Retrieve system in his mind to check its attributes. Name: Rebel-made autogun. Estimated value approximately 2000. Fertilizer vouchers. Weight 7.2 kilograms. Vertical recoil control 54. Horizontal recoil control 42. Ergonomics 41. Stability while aiming 42. Accuracy 50. Hip fire stability 61. Effective range 500 meters. Muzzle velocity 950. Fire mode full auto. Rate of fire 550. Caliber 965 millimeters. Damage medium. Li Qinwu was very satisfied. This rifle was worth 2000. As far as he knew, a bottom-tier farmer in the agricultural world consumed 150 fertilizer vouchers per month. This rifle was worth a year's living expenses for one farmer. He slung the rifle on his back, lay prone in the field for 10 minutes to confirm no one else was coming, then carefully jumped into the rebel trench and made his way to where the shell had just landed. The dozen rebels had been completely blown apart by that shell. The ground was covered with mangled remains. Li Qinwu spat, endured the stench of blood, and began looting the corpses. After a flurry of work, he obtained the following items: 120-round magazine for autogun, 60 rounds of 965 millimeters ammo, a dagger, an axe, a wrench, 4 packs of biscuits, a full canteen. Total value 120 fertilizer vouchers. He threw all these items into his synthetic leather backpack, his eyes sweeping across the trench. The trench was dug into farmland currently occupied by rebels. But originally, it had been dug by the Planetary Defense Forces. When the rebels pushed here, the defense forces retreated to other lines. Maybe in a few days the defense forces would launch a counterattack and retake the trench. Li Qinwu just wanted to scrape the area during the lull between the two armies. He advanced along the trench for a while. This wasn't a continuous line of trenches, but a scattered fortification. Only 10 rebels had been stationed here, and they were all killed by the shell. Now the place was empty, perfect for a rich harvest. After a thorough search, nothing valuable remained. The backpack's total value now was around 230, the bulk still from the autogun. Damn, not worth it. Li Qinwu spat. A backpack full of junk, mostly food, not even a small blue or purple item. Boring. He thought about extracting and heading back. Just as he was about to leave, footsteps approached. His heart tightened, and he quickly gripped the autogun. The sound came from the direction of the hive city. He carefully poked his head above the trench, then quickly pulled it back. Holy crap! A planetary defense squad. Coming up was a planetary defense squad of 10 soldiers, all equipped with body armor helmets and standard autoguns. The squad leader carried a las pistol and grenades, the most basic armed force of the Imperium. Li Qinwu immediately turned and ran toward the other side of the trench. He wasn't a rebel, but he was in a rebel trench. The defense forces wouldn't give him a chance to explain, they'd shoot on sight. He planned to sneak out from the other side of the trench and take a long way back to the Underhive hideout. But as soon as he reached the other end and poked his head out, he saw more than 50 rebels advancing. Damn, surrounded. Li Qinwu was frantic. He wasn't afraid of dying. After all, he would just respawn at his hideout, but he dreaded failing to bring the automatic rifles back. The footsteps of both sides drew closer. Li Qinwu paced back and forth like an ant on a hot pan. Suddenly, he spotted the large crater left by the shell explosion along with the flesh and blood inside. A spark of inspiration struck him. He jumped into the pit and lay down, borrowing an arm from the comrade on his left and draping it across his chest and scooping up a handful of intestines from the one on his right to place on his belly. Then he smeared blood and grime over his face, tilted his head, stuck out his tongue, blending perfectly with the corpses. Just as he settled, both sides arrived at the trench edge simultaneously and spotted each other. Without a moment's hesitation, both sides raised their guns and opened fire. In particular, the PDF squad leader wielded a laser rifle, a rare sight in the PDF. One laser bolt blasted a fist-sized hole through the chest of the leading rebel, instantly cauterizing his internal organs and killing him on the spot. But only the squad leader had a laser rifle. The other PDF soldiers used automatic rifles, firing solid rounds which were less effective and were blocked by the rebels' self-made organic armor. The rebels were armed with a motley collection of automatic rifles, bolt-action rifles, and shotguns. Though inferior to PDF weapons, they had the advantage of numbers. A fierce exchange of fire erupted, filled with screams and gunshots. Li Qinwu lay motionless amidst the pile of corpses. 15 minutes later, with the blast of a grenade, the battlefield fell silent. Li Qinwu waited another 5 minutes. Hearing no sound, a glimmer of joy rose in him. Could they have killed? He opened his eyes and carefully surveyed the surroundings. The trench was filled with bodies, gray corpses of rebels, and green-helmeted PDF soldiers scattered everywhere. Whistling a little tune, Li Qinwu let out a soft whoop, shifted the gory debris off himself, and began scavenging. Ignoring the rebels, he lunged toward the PDF soldiers' bodies and grabbed a helmet to put on. Name: PDF bulletproof helmet. Reference value: 500 voucher. Protection level 3. Ricochet probability medium. Durability 3030. Material ceramic steel. Weight 2 kilograms. Then he took off a relatively intact suit of armor and put it on. Name: PDF light armor vest. Reference value 1500 voucher. Protection level 3. Durability 4550. Material ceramic steel. Weight 2 kilograms. Next, he picked up a PDF soldier's automatic rifle. Name: PDF standard automatic rifle. Reference value approximately 3500 fertilizer voucher. Weight 5 kilograms. Vertical recoil control 68. Horizontal recoil control 52. Ergonomics 52. Weapon stability 53. Accuracy 60. Hipfire stability 72. Effective range 600 m. Muzzle velocity 1050. Fire modes: full auto, semi-auto. Rate of fire 750. Caliber 8. 955 millimeters. Power high. The mere price of one standard automatic rifle was worth 3500. Overjoyed, Li Qinwu discarded his other odds and ends and scrambled to collect the standard rifles. 1, 2, 3, 4. Li Qinwu slung 4 rifles around his neck, the weight of about 20 kilograms, making his breathing heavy. But he could still carry more. Crawling to the extraction point was an inevitable part of the search and destroy game. Today is a good day, a good day. Li Qinwu pulled a 5th automatic rifle from a headshot PDF soldier's chest and hung it on his front. Suddenly he thought, didn't the PDF squad leader have a laser gun? Although the laser gun was jokingly called a flashlight, that was only because the Warhammer 40k universe had too many freaks and monsters. On a normal battlefield, this thing was incredibly powerful. A single battery could fire 200 shots. A laser bolt could punch a fist-sized hole in a human body and even penetrate 20 millimeters thick steel, a feat only achievable by heavy machine guns in the 3K era, yet here, it was a personal weapon. Li Qinwu searched around for the PDF squad leader's body. It had been over 3 months since he arrived in the Warhammer world, and he had never gotten his hands on a laser gun. By the way, what level of bullet would the laser count as? Level 4. He searched around, but couldn't find the squad leader's corpse. Baffled, he heard a noise behind him. Turning around, he met a pair of fierce eyes. "Oh, you're not dead." Li Qinwu stared at the blood-soaked PDF squad leader, slumped in a corner of the trench, the laser gun aimed directly at him. Fear spread in his heart. He screamed inwardly, "No, I don't want to drop my gear. Don't shoot. I'm not a rebel." He tried to beg, but before he could finish, the squad leader pulled the trigger. The scorching laser struck Li Qinwu's chest. His heart blazed, and his mind went blank, thinking he was about to return to his warehouse and redeploy. But he didn't lose consciousness, nor did he feel pain. He could even smell a burnt odor. Looking down, he saw that the laser had shattered the 5 rifles hanging on his chest, consuming most of its energy. The remaining energy struck the armor he had stripped from a corpse and was blocked. "Fuck you." Li Qinwu flew into a rage, charged forward, and kicked the PDF squad leader in the chest, knocking him down. Then he stomped on the hand holding the laser gun, eliciting a scream. The squad leader, already wounded in the earlier fight and running on fumes, was overwhelmed by Li Qinwu's close-quarters assault and took a severe beating. Li Qinwu pulled the bayonet from the squad leader's belt, confirmed he was no longer a threat, then grabbed the laser gun and slung it on his back. He held the dagger to the squad leader's throat, ready to kill him. Why didn't he use the laser gun? Because Li Qinwu wasn't sure if the laser rifle had a gene lock. The technological level of each Imperial planet varied, so the laser rifles built were also different. On some planets, laser rifles could be picked up and used. On others, they were equipped with advanced gene locks that only the owner could activate. Just as Li Qinwu was about to slit his throat and head for the extraction point, the search and destroy system in his mind chimed. Ding. Emergency mission: save Sergeant Rudson. Sergeant Rudson was a veteran in the PDF, highly valued by his superiors. His superiors had told him that if he could lead his squad to recapture Trench 2563, he would be promoted to 2nd Lieutenant Company Commander. But it seems Sergeant Rudson had bitten off more than he could chew this time. Mission objective: bring Sergeant Rudson to the PDF front line. Reward: Rudson extraction point. You can retreat to your hideout through Rudson's sector. As his savior, it's only natural that he'd accommodate you. Reward: unlock contact Rudson. You can sell specific items, purchase specific items, and accept specific quests through him. Reward: 10 PDF faction reputation. Li Qinwu's dagger pressed against the PDF squad leader's throat, yet it did not advance an inch. Unlocking an extraction point and a contact. Damn, this was incredible. Li Qinwu now had only one extraction point, a ventilation shaft leading to the underhive, colossal enough for 2 Lehman Russ tanks to drive side by side. Nearby lay a forest through which one could descend to the underhive and reach a hideout in some area of the depths. He also had a contact, a black marketeer from an underhive gang who bought everything mainly trash and sold everything mainly trash. Now with an extraction point and a contact unlocked, Li Qinwu simply could not refuse. He quickly helped the PDF squad leader Rudson up from the ground, intending to check his injuries. But Rudson kept resisting, shouting and yelling. "Traitor! Die!" Annoyed, Li Qinwu slapped him twice. "Damn it! I'm no traitor. I'm just a scavenger from the underhive, picking up trash on the battlefield. By the God Emperor! If I were a traitor, the dagger would already be in your throat." With this outburst, the man stopped struggling, staring at him in astonishment. "Don't move now, let me stop the bleeding, and then we'll get out of here. You don't want to be caught and raped to death by the rebels, do you?" Rudson fell silent. Li Qinwu began examining his wounds, a gunshot to the right hand shattering his palm, and another to his calf still bleeding. Li Qinwu tore a strip of cloth from a corpse, wrapped the hand, then fashioned a cloth into a sanitary pad shape, and shoved it directly into the bullet hole in Rudson's calf. Rudson nearly jumped from the pain, grinding his teeth, but thankfully didn't move. Li Qinwu wrapped several more strips around his calf, violently staunching the bleeding. The man wouldn't die for now, but how to withdraw? Rudson looked to weigh over 70 kilograms. He couldn't just carry him, could he? Moreover, there were all these weapons here, it would be a waste not to take them back. He looked around and suddenly spotted a small metal cart in a corner of the trench, probably used for hauling dirt during its construction. He immediately hoisted the cart onto the trench, grabbed the remaining 4 standard autoguns, ejected the magazines, and chambered rounds into the cart, then helped Rudson into it. "Don't cause me any trouble. They'll take you to the PDF lines and leave." With that, Li Qinwu began pulling the cart. "Wait." Rudson suddenly spoke. Li Qinwu turned to look at him. "Take my comrade's tags." Li Qinwu's recent actions had convinced him he wasn't a rebel, otherwise had been. Maybe he really was just a scavenger from the underhive. Had heard of such things before. Underhive rats sneaking up through broken gaps in the hive city to steal from the surface. Li Qingwu thought for a moment, returned to the trench, tore the dog tags, identification tags, from the chests of the dead PDF soldiers, and tossed them to Rudsun. You owe me one. Then came the long haul. Li Qingwu, pulling a 70-kilogram man and 5 guns, was exhausted to the point of vomiting blood. Still, he had to admit the Agriworld 496b was beautiful. A blue sky, fields of green crops everywhere, and numerous forests. Scenes common in the 3rd millennium were a rare luxury in the 40th millennium, yet the people on this Agriworld witnessed them every day. Li Qingwu ran through the farmland, pulling the cart. When his stamina ran out, he stopped to recover. Once full, during this process, his strength increased by 1 point from 10 to 11 and his endurance by 2 from 10. On the way, Li Qingwu stopped to rest in a small depression while Rudsun had passed out from blood loss. He took water and food from his backpack aid and opened a map in his mind to check the mission distance. In his mind was a map similar to the detailed one you check with them in the Dark Zone, marking the extraction point and mission location. The mission location was now only 2 kilometers away. Beyond that lay the PDF defenses, and further still the hive city towering into the atmosphere. The extraction point, however, was a full 20 kilometers away. He groaned, feeling his legs would give out. After 2 packs of biscuits and half a bottle of water, bringing his satiety and hydration to 100%, Li Qingwu continued. By now it was dark. The sky of Agriworld 496b was dotted with countless stars, and occasionally massive shapes streaked across the horizon. Orbital space stations and warships in low orbit. Li Qingwu arrived over 300 meters from the PDF defenses, a field of mines and barbed wire. In the distance were watchtowers and searchlights with PDF soldiers occasionally patrolling. Li Qingwu pushed Sergeant Rudsun off the cart and slapped him awake. Sleeping Beauty, we're home. Rudsun was still dazed. Li Qingwu poured the remaining half bottle of water from his canteen onto his face, snapping him awake. He immediately spotted the searchlights in the distance, realized he was at the PDF camp, and opened his mouth to shout with joy. Li Qingwu quickly covered his mouth. Chill. Don't shout. I haven't left yet. Shout after I'm gone. He didn't want to be caught by the PDF. Who knew how these planetary governor's lackeys would treat a lowlife who had sneaked out of the hive city? Rudsun swallowed, indicating he wouldn't shout, and Li Qingwu removed his hand. Rudsun looked at Li Qingwu with complex emotions. I owe you my life. What's your name? Li Qingwu pointed at his own face. Yes, you owe me your life, so remember this face, and my name's Scavenger Li Qingwu. Remember it, and find a way to repay me in the future. Now I'm leaving. Count to 100 silently, then call for help after I'm far away. Farewell. With that, Li Qingwu pulled the cart and ran swiftly, disappearing into the distance. Rudsun watched his retreating figure and murmured, Scavenger Li Qingwu, huh? He'll remember you. Wait, damn it. Where's my lost gun? Li Qingwu sprinted relentlessly, stopping only after draining over a dozen stamina bars to catch his breath. He looked at the 4 autoguns and the lost gun in the cart and felt like rolling on the ground with joy. Time to feast. This is soaring. Humming a little tune about feasting, he ran toward the extraction point, his mood so light it seemed his stamina bar grew faster. Before sunrise, he arrived at a forest's underground ventilation shaft. It was a massive pipe made of rusted metal and building-grade ceramite, part of the hive city. Perhaps the hive city was so immense that the designers forgot the ventilation shafts existed. Left unrepaired, the pipe was severely damaged, with a path leading straight down beneath the hive. When Li Qingwu reached the inside of the pipe, a green 10-second countdown appeared in his field of vision. As it reached 0, his figure suddenly vanished, reappearing in a dark room in the underhive. A line of information appeared in Li Qingwu's view: extraction successful. Outstanding operation. Retrieved supplies worth 36300 fertilizer tickets. Mission completed. Contact Rudsun unlocked. The hideout is a haven for PMCs, a cozy retreat for operatives, and a beloved home for agents. In the search, loot, and extraction game, the hideout serves as a resting place for the player's character, where supplies can be stockpiled, equipment upgraded, and advanced items, such as firearms, armor, and ammunition, crafted alongside food, beverages, and medical syringes. The higher the hideout's upgrade level, the more advanced the items that can be created. In the Warhammer 40k setting, the hideout can also produce localized high tier items like power armor, power swords, and bolters. However, these require the hideout to be upgraded to an exceptionally high level. For now, Li Qingwu's hideout is merely a dilapidated room in the underhive. The hideout is quite spacious, likely once a warehouse spanning over 500 square meters. The walls, floor, and ceiling are constructed from black steel and ceramite. The air here is stuffy and carries a scent of rust. Illumination comes only from a few glow globes casting a dim light. There is no electricity or running water, making the living conditions dismal. Yet this is Li Qingwu's home, a secure space deep within the underhive. A large lockable iron door completely isolates the interior from the outside world. Safe in his hideout, Li Qinwu was overwhelmed by exhaustion. He had been out running around all night. He tossed his backpack and the retrieved gun into a corner, then lay down on a floor bed made of synthetic fluff to sleep. He slept like the dead, only waking when his stomach protested. Clutching his aching lower back, he let out a groan. If I keep sleeping on this floor bed, my back is going to break. He got up, walked to a corner of the room, and opened a plastic bucket to relieve himself. Sigh, I need to figure out how to install a toilet. The whole place stinks of urine when I do this. Then he ate some biscuits and drank water, went to where the guns were stored, picked one up, and walked under a glow globe. This glow globe was actually a regional status light for the Hive City. Green meant the area was functioning normally. If it turned red, it signaled a problem requiring maintenance. Li Qinwu had set up a metal workbench under the glow globe covered with various tools he had gathered recently. It was a workbench certified by the search, loot, and extraction system capable of crafting certain items. Li Qinwu sat down by the workbench, placed the autogun on it, secured the body with clamps, and began filing off the serial numbers and the Imperial Aquila markings with a file. Level 1 Workbench Manual Operation. Input 1 PD Fishu Autogun 1 file. Output 1 Unmarked Black Market Autogun. Crafting time 10 minutes. Li Qinwu sat in the chair at the workbench, scraping the file back and forth against the gun. The hideout was filled with the grating sound of metal friction. After 10 minutes, the file snapped. The serial numbers and the Imperial Aquila were gone, replaced by ugly scratch marks. A pristine, unmarked black market gun ready for circulation among underhive gangs was born. If the markings weren't removed, the gun would only fetch half the price from black market dealers. Officials from the upper hive periodically sent people to inspect the underhive, and dealers not wanting trouble had established this rule. For this reason, Li Qinwu had purchased a file from a black market dealer, planning to process the gun himself before, but the materials in the Warhammer world were too tough. Even a few small markings took him a full 10 minutes with a file. It was too laborious. He needed to upgrade his tools for better efficiency. It's about time to upgrade the workbench to level 2. Li Qinwu got up, wrapped the black market gun in cloth, and hoisted it onto his shoulder. He pulled a small caliber pistol from under his pillow, tucked it into his waistband, and pushed open the iron door to leave. This iron door could also be upgraded to increase the hideout's security level. For now, it was just a thick steel door with a rotary mechanical lock, the combination known only to him. Outside the door was a pitch-black steel corridor branching left and right. Going left led to the lower map, where one could reach the surface through ventilation shafts. Going right led deeper into the Hive City, where many underhive dwellers were active. The Hive City was a colossal metropolis, its peak piercing the atmosphere, and its base buried deep underground. The nobles resided in the upper levels, enjoying their atmospheric gardens. The middle levels were the domain of the Hive's respectable citizens, merchants, soldiers, workers, the planet's middle class living comfortably. As for the lower levels, they were a chaotic mix of all sorts of unsavory characters, the dregs of society, fallen souls from above, criminals, mutants, abhumans, outcasts, and possibly even warp-spawned entities like demons. In short, the Underhive was a place teeming with all kinds of people, a true lawless zone. Li Qinwu, holding a flashlight, walked for over 30 minutes deeper into the passage. Gradually, light appeared ahead, revealing a large open space. This was an activity area for Underhive dwellers, featuring a fertilizer factory. Slaves controlled by a gang synthesized fertilizer here. The gang then handed over the fertilizer to officials in exchange for resources, forming a cooperative arrangement. Ignoring the pungent smell of fertilizer in the air, Li Qinwu walked into the vast space. He was immediately stopped by two gang members wielding homemade shotguns. "Halt! What's your business?" Li Qinwu pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered one to each of them. They took the cigarettes, their expressions softening slightly. He lit a cigarette for himself with a flip-top lighter, then lit theirs. The three of them began to smoke. Li Qinwu said, "I'm looking for the black market dealer Nepal to offload some quality goods." He jostled the cloth-wrapped gun on his shoulder. At the mention of Nepal's name, the two gang members immediately, "Go on in. Don't cause any trouble." Li Qinwu tossed the pack of cigarettes to them, waved his hand, and in. It was relatively easy to get cigarettes in an agricultural world. He had heard that on neighboring industrial worlds, ordinary people couldn't get plant-based tobacco and instead smoked a byproduct of steel refining. Li Qinwu entered the gang-controlled area and headed straight for a peculiar shop built into the steel and ceramite structure. Calling it a shop was generous. It looked more like a junk pile. Electronic components, metal, fertilizer, chemical canisters. You could find almost anything here, but the quality was poor. The black market dealer Nepal was a gloomy, gaunt man. Upon seeing Li Qinwu, he flashed a fake smile. Good customer, buying or selling? Li Qinwu unwrapped the cloth bundle and placed the gun on the table. Sell first, then buy. Nepal licked his dry lips at the sight of the gun. His somewhat bony hands grabbed the gun, quickly disassembling it into parts. He examined each component carefully, peered down the barrel to confirm the rifling was intact, and then quoted a price. PD Fishu Autogun 80, condition markings removed. IL offer 2700 fertilizer vouchers. Li Qinwu placed a full 30-round magazine on the table. Include this and I need to buy some things too. How about 3400? Nepal considered briefly before saying 320, but you spend it all in my shop. Li Qinwu nodded. Deal. Nepal had an underling take the gun away and asked, what do you want to buy? Li Qinwu began rattling off a list. 1 Promethium cell, 2 30-meter lengths of wire, 1 electric motor, 1 angle grinder, 10 light bulbs, 50 sets of screws and nuts, 4 1-meter steel pipes, 1 standard tool kit, and 4 electrical switches. These were all materials needed to upgrade the hideout. The black marketeer Nepal sent someone to fetch the items Li Qinwu had requested. While waiting, Li Qinwu engaged in casual conversation. Do you accept laser guns here? Nepal, who was wiping a piece of metal debris with a rag, paused upon hearing laser gun. You got your hands. Li Qinwu remained silent, simply staring at him. After a moment of hesitation, Nepal shook his head. No can do. Laser guns have a genetic lock. Only its owner can use it. Li Qinwu thought to himself, so there really is a genetic lock. That means the laser gun I went through so much trouble to get is just a paperweight. Is there no way to bypass it? There is. Nepal nodded. Find a decoder to brute force it. But high-tech gear like laser guns might have a machine spirit inside. Brute forcing will anger it. You'll need sacred oil and incense to appease the spirit, or the battery will explode after just a few shots. Li Qinwu asked, where do I get these things? I don't know about decoders. You might only find one with the nobles of the upper nest. As for sacred oil and incense, you'll need an ID card for the middle nest. Then donate to a church there. The priests of the state religion will give you what you need. Li Qinwu committed this information to memory. Just then Nepal's underling arrived with his purchased goods. He shouldered the bulging backpack, hoisted a carbitary-sized Promethium cell, nodded to Nepal, and departed. Nepal watched him leave. A thug approached and whispered, Boss, should we? Nepal shot him a disdainful glance. You blind fool. Get lost. He was a black marketeer, and black marketeers often double-crossed each other. But there was an art to choosing a mark. A big spender like Li Qinwu, who could procure military-grade rifles, was a prized customer to be kept happy. His gang, the Fertilizer Gang, was in constant conflict with the neighboring Chemical Gang. The gang leader had ordered him to acquire 30 reliable guns within a month, as a major clash with the Chemical Gang was imminent. A man like Li Qinwu, bold enough to scavenge on the surface battlefield, was the very lifeline of his business. He said to his underling, go tell the guard dogs not to harass my customer. Anyone who disobeys will be turned into fertilizer. Carrying his supplies, Li Qinwu headed back, nodding to the 2 guards as he entered the steel passageway. He wasn't afraid of the bottom nest gangs trying to rob him. Tried, he thought. I can respawn infinitely. It'll haunt you forever, coming back every time to fight you. It'll scavenge guns on the surface and come back to kill you all. Fortunately, he had traded with the Fertilizer Gang several times before without incident. It seemed the black marketeer knew how to handle business. Entering the steel passage, Li Qinwu switched on his flashlight. The corridor echoed with his heavy footsteps. The Promethium cell was heavy, over 30 kilograms, pressing painfully on his shoulder. The metal parts in his backpack added another 20+ kilograms. With a total load of 50 kilograms, a yellow weight icon appeared in the lower left of his vision, indicating a 30 movement speed penalty. Fortunately, it wasn't red, or he wouldn't be able to walk at all. He jogged all the way back to his hideout, opened the heavy iron door, closed it, and shut out the chaos of the outside world. Dropping the materials, he began to fortify his home. First, he placed the Promethium cell in a corner. The hideout's energy level upgraded from LV0 to LV1. Energy supply, Promethium cell, durability, 54. Only half its life left. That was a black marketeer for you, selling only junk. But Promethium cells were incredibly powerful. A product of the Battlefield 40K series, one of these could power a new energy vehicle from the 3K era for over 5,000 kilometers. With power established, he began setting up lighting. He ran wires, connected bulbs, and nailed them into the crevices of the ceramite walls. After finishing, he flipped the switch. With a click, the pitch-black room was instantly flooded with light. Lighting LV0 upgraded to lighting LV1. Li Qinwu was immensely satisfied. Finally, he had light. He then turned his attention to the workbench. He fed all the remaining parts into it. After a series of clangs and bangs, and connecting it to the power source, the workbench LV1 upgraded to workbench LV2. The LV2 workbench mainly featured a new angle grinder, which could efficiently grind off markings from guns, and with a blade change cut metal. With more efficient tools, he immediately got to work. He ground off the markings from the laser gun and the 3 remaining automatic rifles, then ground off the Imperial Aquila markings from the ballistic vest and helmet. The whole job took less than 10 minutes. Work complete, Li Qinwu began doing push-ups, squats, and shuttle runs in place to train his physique. His physical skills were inherited from Tarkov's PMC system, divided into Strength 11, Endurance 12, Vitality 10, Hunger Resistance 10, Thirst Resistance 10, Virus Resistance 10, Radiation Resistance 10, Chemical Toxin Resistance 10, Warp Resistance 10, Psychic Resistance 10, Firearms Proficiency 10, Psychic Proficiency 10, Throwing Proficiency 10, Melee Proficiency 10, Ground Vehicle Proficiency 10. Atmospheric aircraft proficiency, 10. Exoatmospheric aircraft proficiency, 10. Starship proficiency, 10. Power armor proficiency, 10. After a bout of training, he exhausted his energy, panting heavily. The top 3 physical attributes hadn't budged. That was the nature of physical training. It was very difficult and required long-term practice to improve. Li Qinwu ate some biscuits and drank water to recover his stamina, then lay down to sleep. He slept until just before dark, planning to go on a night raid. So what weapons and armor should he prepare? Why bring any weapons or armor? Of course I'm going in with just a knife. Hoarding is an essential part of the search, fight, extract experience. Li Qinwu prepared to go on a raid equipped with only a medium-sized climbing pack, a dagger, a canteen of water, and 4 packs of biscuits. But as he stepped out the door, he subconsciously checked the contacts in his mental search, fight, extract system. Both contacts had an exclamation mark over their heads indicating they had tasks. To accept a task, he had to go to the contact and ask. He didn't know where Rudison was, but the Black Marketeer was located in the Fertilizer Gang's territory. So he turned right and headed for their base, planning to accept the task before his raid. The same 2 gang members were guarding the passage's end. Halt. Oh, it's you. Go on and don't cause trouble. Recognizing Li Qinwu and recalling their orders, they let him pass without issue. Li Qinwu walked towards Nepal's shop. On the way, he saw a large number of armed gang members gathering as if something was about to happen. He found the Black Marketeer in his shop, picking through a pile of junk to assemble a gun. Seeing Li Qinwu, a false smile spread across his gloomy face. Oh, by the Emperor, who has sent my kind customer to me at this crucial moment? Li Qinwu asked, puzzled. Crucial moment. Nepal explained. Alas, my fertilizer gang discovered a chemical reaction furnace in a pile of bottom-nest construction waste. We plan to control that area and use the furnace to make fertilizer. But those chemical dogs next door have their eyes on it too. So let's see who has the bigger fists. My kind customer procured 10 reliable guns for me. He'll pay the standard price, plus a bonus of 5,000 fertilizer coins and my friendship. What do you say? A system prompt sounded in Li Qinwu's mind. Ding. New quest. Sell 10 automatic rifles or military pistols to the Black Marketeer. Rewards 5,000 fertilizer coins. Black Marketeer reputation LV0 upgraded to... Li Qinwu thought to himself, no wonder there are so many armed personnel on the streets. It turns out the underground gang is fighting for territory. Nest City is a massive metropolis home to tens of billions, even hundreds of billions of people. However, oftentimes the planetary governor lacks the ability or will to manage the inhabitants of the lower nests, naturally creating a power vacuum that various major underground gangs will fill. Li Qinwu chose to accept the mission. According to the nature of the game's contact person, the more tasks you complete for him, the higher his favorability towards you, and he will sell you more valuable goods. Moreover, the rewards for completing tasks will also increase, bringing only benefits. Li Qinwu said, 10 guns, right? I will look for them on the surface battlefield. Oh, wait for my news. The black merchant Nepal displayed a standard fake smile. May the divine emperor bless you, my kind guest. Li Qinwu left with the mission, departing from the fertilizer gang's base and heading towards the surface through the steel passage. 5 minutes after he walked towards the surface, a green countdown appeared in his view. Deploying map, Northern Battle Zone, 10, 9, 8, 7. The countdown reached 0, and with a whoosh, Li Qinwu disappeared into the passage, feeling his vision blur and seeing nothing at all. When he regained his sight, he found himself deployed to a piece of farmland 30 kilometers outside Nest City. This is the strength of the search and retrieve system. After selecting the lower map, he would be teleported to a completely safe location without wasting a lot of time getting there. The same goes for returning. That ventilation pipe extraction point is actually over 20 kilometers from his hiding place, winding left and right, leading deep underground to Nest City. If he had to run on foot, it would take several hours to enter Nest City and return to his hiding place, not to mention carrying so many spoils, which would be exhausting. Fortunately, reaching the extraction point allows for direct teleportation back to the hiding place, making it very convenient. With the lower map successful, Li Qinwu began to observe the terrain. This is a certain farm. Most of the houses in the farm were destroyed by shells, leaving only 2 relatively intact 3-story concrete buildings. Li Qinwu crouched low, taking advantage of the night to approach the houses, then pricked up his ears to listen carefully. There was no sound, and the houses were empty. He climbed in through a window and began to scavenge. The agricultural planet 496b has 2 moons, providing decent visibility at night, and he could see very clearly after adapting. Li Qinwu carefully examined the room by moonlight. This was a farmer's dormitory with a building containing 16 such rooms responsible for farming the nearby land. He rummaged through everything, but found nothing of value. This place had been ravaged repeatedly by rebels and PDF, and anything useful had long been looted. However, when he felt around the innermost room on the 3rd floor, he discovered a wooden carved statue of the emperor under the bed, roughly the size of a thermos. What the heck? Found a little gold. Li Qinwu opened the system in his mind and was astonished to find that this simple wooden carving of the emperor was actually a golden item. Name Emperor's wooden carving. Reference value no value. Description: a statue of the emperor carved privately by a farmer. Though the craftsmanship is quite poor, the carver is very devout. The statue possesses a faint power of faith, which can be used to create an imperial shrine. Tip: important upgrade item for the hiding place. Li Qinwu was delighted he had actually found an upgrade item for it. There is an upgrade option for the shrine in the hiding place using this item. By inputting ordinary water and oil at the shrine, one can produce holy water and holy oil. Drinking holy water can cleanse the chaotic pollution from the body, while applying holy oil to the face can resist chaotic invasions, and applying it to cold weapons can enhance damage against chaotic creatures. He happily put the emperor's wooden carving into his backpack and stealthily made his way to the second farmer's dormitory, but this time, he found nothing, not even a scrap of cloth. The ground was licked clean. This is too poor. Li Qinwu shook his head and opened the search and retrieve system to check the map, finding two options for exploration. 3 kilometers to the north there is a trench that may contain military supplies and firearms, but that area is under the control of rebel soldiers, and there may be rebels stationed there now. 4 kilometers to the northwest, there is a grain station where the surrounding lands produce would gather before the war. Now it's also a rebel-controlled area, likely a small gathering point with a greater number of rebels. Where to search? Li Qinwu hesitated. He was armed with only a knife, and a single armed rebel could eat. His favorite places were those that had just finished a battle where both sides started pursuing and had no time to clean up the battlefield, allowing him to grab as much as he could before fleeing. Just as he was thinking this, a sudden eruption of intense gunfire and shelling broke out from the trench direction, shaking the entire night awake. He instinctively dropped to the ground, seeking cover behind a piece of building debris, and pricked up his ears to listen closely to the sounds of gunfire and explosions. The gunfire was primarily from PDF automatic rifles. As for the shelling, it was not heavy artillery, but some kind of large-caliber automatic cannon, likely mounted on an armored vehicle. With PDF infantry and armored vehicles present, this was a night raid against the rebels. Wow, just as I thought. Li Qinwu was thrilled, planning to scavenge on the battlefield, but he didn't move immediately, and instead waited for the right moment. Rushing into gunfire would be disastrous. The sounds of gunfire and explosions continued for over 20 minutes, especially that automatic cannon, which kept firing loudly, likely using 40mm rounds. What kind of vehicle is equipped with such a caliber automatic cannon? According to the Imperial PDF's organization, it should be a Chimera transport vehicle. As he pondered this, the sounds of gunfire began to move, indicating that one side of the enemy was being routed. From the sounds, it seemed that the rebels stationed in the trench were defeated and were running towards the grain station, while the PDF was pursuing them to expand their victory. He dashed out from his concealed position in the debris, rushing towards the trench. He estimated that both sides were too focused on the pursuit to even think about cleaning the battlefield, and he had to finish scavenging before the PDF returned. Sure enough, when he reached the back of the trench, apart from the strong smell of gunpowder and blood, there was no one at all. PDF soldiers and vehicles were busy chasing the fleeing rebel soldiers, and the sound of gunfire was extending towards the grain station. Li Qinwu jumped into the trench, pulled an automatic rifle from a rebel's corpse, slung it around his neck, and lunged for another corpse to pick up a second and third rifle. As he collected weapons, he observed the battlefield. This was a battle involving hundreds of people. The PDF side deployed around 100 personnel, and a Chimera transport vehicle launching a surprise attack at night. The rebels numbered around 200 and suffered heavy casualties under the surprise attack. The trench was littered with corpses killed by kinetic rounds, as well as those blown to pieces by automatic cannon fire. Before long, Li Qinwu was adorned with 7 automatic rifles along with 12 magazines he had conveniently taken from the bodies, carrying a total weight of 53 kilograms, triggering a yellow overload status and reducing his speed by 30. With these 7 automatic rifles plus the 3 in the warehouse, it was enough to complete the Black Merchant Nepal's task. Li Qinwu dared not be greedy and immediately turned to run. He planned to head directly to the extraction point, so he climbed out of the trench and ran toward the hive city, intending to turn in his weapon and call it a mission accomplished. The grain station was still echoing with the roar of gunfire and artillery, the battle raging fiercely. The rebels lacked heavy weaponry and likely couldn't take on the Chimera troop carrier. The rebels at the grain station were in for a world of pain. Li Qinwu melted into the darkness, choosing to travel through low-lying terrain while straining his ears to listen for distant sounds, avoiding any other armed personnel. At some point, the gunfire and artillery at the grain station ceased. Li Qinwu guessed the rebels were wiped out and the PDF was clearing the battlefield. Next time he ventured down, he could scavenge the grain station. There might be valuable items left behind. Just as he was thinking this, a commotion approached from behind. At first, Li Qinwu paid it no mind as the sound was faint. But gradually he sensed something was wrong. Why was the noise growing louder? He quickened his pace, praying the sound wasn't coming for him. Unfortunately, it was indeed heading his way. It was the Chimera troop carrier. Having dealt with the rebels at the grain station, it was now charging straight toward Li Qinwu, its two headlights blazing like searchlights sweeping over him. Holy crap! Li Qinwu cursed, immediately sprinting at full speed. His stamina bar plummeted rapidly, and the 7 rifles strapped to him swung wildly. But burdened as he was, how could he outrun an armored vehicle? The roar of the engine grew closer, and he could almost smell the gunpowder wafting from the Chimera. Li Qinwu's stamina bar drained quickly. He heard a clanking sound from the Chimera behind him, the turret rotating for precision targeting. Panic surged through him. Spotting a ditch nearby, he used his last shred of energy to jump and vanishing, but this was merely delaying death. The surrounding area was nothing but vast flat farmland, leaving him no escape, only the ditch as a refuge. The rumbling treads of the Chimera drew nearer, and Li Qinwu's life entered its final countdown. He gazed at the 7 automatic rifles hanging from him, his eyes full of reluctance. Death meant redeployment, but the rifles would surely be reclaimed by the PDF, a tremendous loss. He was baffled. Why had this Chimera, after reaching the grain station, turned back as if it knew he was here? Damn, the Auspex. How could I forget that? He slapped his forehead, filled with frustration. The Auspex was a reconnaissance device from Warhammer 40k, akin to radar capable of scanning terrain, climate, and enemy numbers within a certain range. A portable Auspex carried by a soldier could scan a battlefield spanning hundreds of meters to a kilometer, while those on spaceships could scan an entire planet. A medium-sized Auspex on a Chimera could easily cover 3 to 10 kilometers. The driver of this Chimera, after clearing the rebels at the grain station, must have spotted a red dot on the Auspex and floored the accelerator. I'll forget it. Next round. Li Qinwu listened as the Chimera stopped a few dozen meters away side and climbed out of the ditch. He had never experienced being struck by a 40mm autocannon and was curious to try it, even feeling a flicker of eagerness. Standing on the ground, the Chimera's headlights blazed, blinding him completely. Refusing to show fear, Li Qinwu planted his hands on his hips and shouted, "Come on, fire a shot here. If I even grunt, I'm no man." He tensed his muscles, eager to savor the impact of a 40mm shell. But for a long while there was no response. No cannon fire, no gunshots, only the headlights illuminating Li Qinwu, leaving him unable to see a thing. Li Qinwu waited, puzzled. What were they doing? Planning to take him prisoner? His expression darkened. Though unafraid of death, he dreaded torture. If they mistook him for a rebel and dragged him back for interrogation, that would be unbearable. His face shifted through various emotions, and he was about to use his automatic rifle to end his own life and redeploy when the Chimera's headlights dimmed, leaving only a few small lights on. Li Qinwu rubbed his eyes as his vision slowly returned. He looked toward the Chimera, a steel behemoth with a gray-green paint job and the PDF insignia on its armor. Its armament included a hull-mounted heavy stubber with a caliber exceeding 20mm and an autocannon turret equipped with a 40mm automatic cannon. Other Chimera variants might mount 120mm howitzers or twin-linked glass cannons, but this agricultural world clearly couldn't afford such advanced components, settling for a 40mm autocannon. Li Qinwu's eyes roamed over the vehicle, clicking his tongue in admiration. Then with a metallic clatter, the turret hatch opened and a PDF soldier emerged halfway, a familiar face. Minutes later, the Chimera headed toward the PDF infantry line near the Hive City. Inside the troop compartment, 2 PDF corpses lay on the floor. 5 people sat in the 6 seats, 3 wounded soldiers groaning softly, and the other 2 being Li Qinwu and Rudelson. Li Qinwu glanced at Rudelson's left hand. Last time he had saved this man whose palm had been blown off, now it was replaced by a mechanical iron hand. His rank had also changed, now a second lieutenant commanding a PDF infantry company. He had led this assault on the rebels, taking a company of 120 PDF infantry and a Chimera to capture 2 rebel strongholds. Li Qinwu sized up Rudelson, and Rudelson did the same to him. They stared at each other in silence. After a moment, Li Qinwu couldn't take it anymore and spoke first. "Oh, promoted, huh? Congratulations. When are you treating me to a meal?" Rudelson's eyelid twitched as he eyed the 7 rebel automatic rifles hanging from Li Qinwu's chest. "Do you know that hoarding weapons is a capital offense?" Li Qinwu burst into laughter. Then every scumbag in the Underhive would have to be dragged out and shot. Silence fell again. Li Qinwu was certain Rudelson wouldn't do anything to him. He was PDF, and Li Qinwu had saved his life. The officer would surely turn a blind eye. The PDF were just the planetary governor's watchdogs stationed on a single planet for life, essentially local militia. But if it had been the Astra Militarum, Li Qinwu would have shot himself immediately. The Astra Militarum were the Emperor's coins, the true foundation of the Imperium. Break the law in front of them, and a Commissar's bolt pistol would be aimed at your head. Seeing that Rudelson hadn't even confiscated his rifles, Li Qinwu knew the man remembered the life debt. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and said as casually as hailing a cab, "Drive 20 kilometers west, you'll get off there." Minutes later, the Chimera stopped a few kilometers from a ventilation duct. Li Qinwu jumped off with his rifles, brushing the smell of gunpowder from his clothes. He turned back to look at Second Lieutenant Rudelson in the compartment and asked, "Let me introduce myself again. I'm Li Qinwu, a scavenger. I hunt for high-value items on battlefields and help people with odd jobs. So do you have any inconvenient tasks for me?" Second Lieutenant Rudelson stared intently into Li Qinwu's eyes, who simply shrugged. Rudelson said in a low voice, "Some of my comrades died in battle against the rebels. Those areas are under rebel control, and we don't always have the chance to bring them home. Damn that planetary governor. That vile wretch, that greedy rat. The compensation he gives is not only meager, but hard to claim. Without their dog tags, my comrades' families can't even get that pittance. If you come across my comrades' bodies while scavenging, please bring back their dog tags. They'll make things easier for you." Ding. An unscheduled task has been accepted. Deliver an unlimited supply of PDF dog tags to Lieutenant Rudelson. Lieutenant Rudelson might not be a man of principle, but he is undoubtedly a person of compassion. Moreover, he seems to have excellent relations with his superiors, having managed to procure a Chimera transport vehicle for his company. Try to build a good rapport with him. It may yield unexpected rewards in the future. As Li Qinwu checked the system task, Lieutenant Rudelson remarked, "I've marked your signal signature on the auspex as friendly. As long as you don't attack the PDF or fall to chaos, just mention my name in the Northern War Zone, and my comrades will make things easier for you." Li Qinwu tightened the 7 rifles strapped across his body and replied, "We'll venture deep into rebel territory to find your comrades' dog tags. Remember, you owe me that convenience." With a wave of his hand, he departed. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the forest near the ventilation shaft where a small farm stood littered with wooden planks. He hoisted the planks until the load turned red, panting heavily from the strain. Step by step, he trudged to the entrance of the ventilation shaft, counted down the seconds, evacuated, executed brilliantly, and extracted goods valued at 1500 fertilizer tickets. Back in his hideout, Li Qinwu gasped for air, exhausted from the run. He collapsed onto the bed and drifted off to sleep in an instant. Upon waking, he rubbed his empty, growling stomach and began searching for food. The biscuits are gone, and the water's finished too. He smacked his lips, thinking, "All right, I'll head to the market to buy some later." He started working, picking up the planks, using a saw and nails to craft a shrine, then placed the Emperor's icon inside for worship. Ding. The Emperor's shrine, level 1, is now complete. Your sanctuary is blessed by the Emperor's protection. Chaos shall not corrupt your hideout, and the taint of chaos will slowly dissipate here. Li Qinwu immediately checked the shrine's output. There was only one slot producing one item at a time. It required 1 candle and a bottle of water, or 1 candle and a bottle of oil to yield holy water or holy oil. Light the candle, and the Emperor's power will infuse the water or oil. Holy water takes 6 hours to produce, holy oil 12. I don't have any candles. They'll need to go out and get some. Li Qinwu decided it was time to visit the market. He grabbed his backpack, stuffed 10 rifles inside, and trudged with difficulty toward the fertilizer gang's territory. Half an hour later, Li Qinwu, panting heavily, reached the fertilizer gang's compound. The 2 guards at the passage entrance spotted him from afar and hurried over. Li Qinwu dropped the pack of rifles to the ground, gasping for breath. "Damn, this is too heavy. Over 50 kilos. Carrying it all the way here even increased my strength a bit to 12. The 2 guards looked bewildered. Li Qinwu said, "Shit, I'm exhausted. Help me move this, brothers. These are the guns your boss Nepal wanted." A few minutes later, inside the junk shop, the black marketeer Nepal whistled as he inspected 7 rebel automatic rifles and 3 PDF standard automatic rifles. "By the Emperor, my gracious client has brought me good fortune, and I shall repay with friendship and coin." He pulled out a thick stack of large denomination fertilizer tickets and handed them to Li Qinwu. Ding. Task complete. Rewards: 3300 fertilizer tickets. Black marketeer reputation upgraded to level 1. Unlocking purchasable items: water pipe pistols, water pipe rifles, large bore water pipe, shotguns, ammunition. Canvas breast armor, level 2. Canvas breast helmet, level 2. Industrial grade gas masks, handmade smoke grenades, and self-made small detonators. Various tools and materials. Task complete. The contact's reputation has increased. You can now purchase cheap, low-quality weapons from him. The key word being cheap, which is crucial. Li Qinwu pocketed the money and asked with a smile, "Got any more work for me?" The black marketeer Nepal had his gang members take the guns away, and with a feigned smile said, "My gracious client, your weapons have greatly bolstered the fertilizer gang's strength, giving us more confidence against the chemical gang. But it's not enough. My boss wants to weaken the chemical gang as much as possible before the war begins. If you want to make some quick cash, you can hunt down chemical gang scum near the reactor. They'll pay you 300 fertilizer tickets per kill along with my friendship." Li Qinwu considered briefly and asked, "How do I prove I've killed someone?" The chemical gang scum tattoo the periodic table on their shoulders. Cut off the tattoo as proof. Li Qinwu nodded. "All right, I'll drop by when I have time." With that, he left the fertilizer gang's compound and headed toward the public area. Although the Underhive was a lawless wasteland rife with gangs and criminal syndicates, many ordinary people lived there. They either worked in the factories run by the gangs or scavenged for scraps. In any case, these numerous commoners formed the safe zones of the underhive. The safe zone was located near the great elevator, the only upward passage from the underhive to the midhive. The refuse generated by the upper-class lords was dumped directly into the underhive via the sewage outlets near the great elevator, and this garbage was the lifeline for the underhive dwellers. The great elevator also exiled criminals from the midhive and upperhive down here. This was a colossal city where billions of people lived crammed together, producing a flood of criminals every day. Almost daily people were exiled, which explained why the underhive, despite its abysmal living conditions, remained so densely populated. Of course, to keep the garbage content in the dump, the upperhive lords occasionally bestowed favors. Near the great elevator, there were official institutions selling various daily necessities. For instance, the Water Purifier Guild sold water, the Relief Office sold food starch, and there were shops for purification tablets, low-end medicine, clothing, and tools. This kept the underhive at a level where life was unbearably harsh, but not fatal, ensuring the underhive dwellers. Li Qinwu walked to the end of a long queue and stood quietly, head down. Hundreds of people were ahead of him, all waiting to buy water from the Water Purifier Guild. After queuing for a good half hour, Li Qinwu's legs were already shaking with impatience when his turn finally came. The staff member at the Clean Water Guild wore a grim expression, extending a hand without a word, showing no intention to communicate. Had Li Qinwu not paid within 3 seconds, a security guard's electric baton would have been his welcome. Without any delay, he pulled out a fertilizer coupon worth 1 jiao and handed it over. Fertilizer coupons served as the special currency of this planet. The Empire's territory was vast, spanning millions of planets, with no unified currency in place. Trade between planets relied on barter, but for ease of local governance, each planet circulated its own currency. These currencies varied wildly, ranging from metal coins to paper money and work points. Planet 496b was an agricultural world where everything revolved around farming. Fertilizer held paramount importance in agricultural production, so fertilizer coupons redeemable for the substance became the planet's currency. The staff member took the payment and pointed to a black portable canister made of low-grade ceramite containing 3 liters of water. Li Qinwu picked up the water and left, pondering how to build a water purifier. Otherwise, he'd have to queue for water every time it ran out. Far too slow. Next, he joined the queue at the food distribution point. Hundreds of people were still ahead of him, and his agitation. From a distance, he spotted the relief station's food storage area. Dull, cheap ceramite barrels filled with. It was a paste made from potatoes, wheat, corn flour, mixed vegetables, salt, and chemically synthesized protein. For just 1 jiao, the minimum coupon value, one could get enough paste to sustain an adult for 3 days. Li Qinwu had eaten this stuff many times. In a word, it was awful. Low-cost feed provided by the upper-class masters to keep the dregs of the underhive fed and docile. If not for fear of people wasting water and food, even the Onigyo coupon wouldn't have been charged. Despite the paste's terrible taste, Li Qinwu knew that in the chaotic world of Battlefield 40K, the scum of Planet 496b's agricultural underhive could still eat plant-based food, something that made them luckier than 99 of the Empire's citizens. After all, that 99 subsisted on corpse starch, a truly miserable fate. Over 20 minutes passed, and only 30-odd people remained ahead of Li Qinwu. His turn was almost here. But just then a heedless wretch shoved his way in front of Li Qinwu, a line cutter. Li Qinwu froze for a moment, then fury surged. He tapped the man's shoulder, about to speak, when the man spun around, viciously pressing a dagger to his throat. "You little bastard, shut your mouth if you want to live, or he'll cut off your dick and shove it down your throat." The people queuing nearby stepped back at the commotion, but kept their places. The relief station staff glanced over, without a word, clearly unfazed by such scenes. As long as the conflict didn't involve them, they wouldn't bat an eye if thousands of people died on the spot. After all, they were just garbage from the underhive. Li Qinwu felt the dagger at his neck and blinked. The line cutter, thinking he had intimidated him, glared fiercely and withdrew the blade. But the moment the dagger left his neck, Li Qinwu erupted, slamming his fist into the line cutter's stomach. With a strength of 12 points, 2 more than an average person, the punch was powerful, making the line cutter grunt and stumble out of the queue, falling to his knees. Startled that Li Qinwu had fought back, rage flooded his mind. He drew his dagger again, ready to finish him off, but in the next instant a pistol pressed against his head, freezing him in place. It was a rebel-made pistol, 15mm caliber, with a 5-round front-loading magazine. Heavy with poor ergonomics and accuracy, the 15mm short rounds packed immense power, capable of dropping a bear at close range. It was a trophy head scavenged from the surface. Without a word, Li Qinwu pulled the trigger. A bang rang out, and the line cutter's head exploded into a spray of brain matter before he could beg for mercy. His corpse twitched on the ground. The crowd panicked for only a moment before settling into an eerily calm state. Even the queue barely stirred, though glances were cast toward the fallen body. Holstering his gun, Li Qinwu crouched to loot the body, finding a crude dagger, a bit over 2 fertilizer coupons, and 3 water purification tablets. Pocketing his finds, he resumed queuing as if nothing had happened. After a while, a few underhive dwellers came to strip the corpse. Later, even its shoes, socks, and underwear were taken. By the time Li Qinwu collected his food and headed back, the body was gone, likely turned into skewers. A few people were licking the blood off the ground, desperate for precious salt and trace minerals. Such was the ecosystem of the Warhammer 40k underhive. Later, Li Qinwu arrived at a shop that was practically deserted with no queue at all. This was a boutique for premium goods far too expensive for the underhive's dregs. Li Qinwu said to the lazy clerk, "Give me a pack of incense and candles, 3 cans of cooking oil, and a bottle of chili oil." The clerk looked him up and down and drawled 55 fertilizer coupons. Li Qinwu slapped 60 coupons on the counter. The clerk finally broke into a smile, fetched the items, and handed them over in a plant fiber bag. Carrying his bundles, he headed home, feeling the dark, predatory gazes fixed on him from the shadows. On planet 496b, a farmer earned about 150 to 200 fertilizer coupons a year, while an underhive dweller made around 20. The boutique was for gang bosses in the underhive, or for rats like them to even look at it was a sin. Yet here was someone walking out with purchases from that very store. A few men trailed behind Li Qinwu like wolves stalking a fat sheep. He moved from the crowded public area into an empty pipe tunnel, lighting a cigarette with a lighter as he strolled deeper into the darkness. The stalkers watched the cigarette glow flicker in the pitch-black pipe. Exchanging glances, they picked up stones and steel pipes, rushing toward the light. Heavy footsteps echoed in the dark tunnel, their eyes locked on the glowing tip. They closed in fast, raised their weapons high, and swung down fiercely. Clang, clatter. The tunnel rang with the sound of metal striking metal. Several stalkers, swinging with too much force, felt their hand bones nearly shatter and cried out in pain. One stalker, grimacing, dropped his pipe and reached out cautiously, touching a metal wall. He felt for the cigarette. It was wedged in a crack. Realization dawned, and his expression twisted. In the next moment, a blinding light flared from the side, dazzling everyone. Li Qinwu stood with a flashlight in one hand and his pistol in the other, the barrel aimed directly at the terrified stalkers. Bang, bang, bang. Returning to his hideout, Li Qinwu lit incense sticks and placed them beside the shrine, then set a bottle of cooking oil, roughly 150 milliliters, inside the shrine. The system then indicated that holy oil was being crafted, ready for retrieval in 12 hours. Although he hadn't witnessed any chaotic corruption on agricultural planet 496b, in the world of Warhammer 40k, chaos was as common as air. It was only a matter of time. Stockpiling some holy oil first, he figured it would come in handy against chaos in the future. After setting the production, Li Qinwu began his workout, push-ups, squats, and weighted shuttle runs, continuing for over 2 hours until he was panting with exhaustion. He checked his personal attributes in his mind. His endurance rose by 1 point to 13, and his energy increased by 1 point to 11. He wiped his body clean with a cloth, then opened the ceramite steel barrel containing food, took a few mouthfuls of paste to replenish his energy, and promptly fell asleep. Upon waking, he first inspected the shrine. The incense sticks had burned out, and the oil had transformed into holy oil. He removed the holy oil to store in his warehouse, lit a second incense stick, poured in a second bottle of oil, and waited for it to produce holy oil. Having arranged the production, Li Qinwu pushed open the door and set out to undertake the Black Marketeer's mission, intending to investigate the situation at the reactor. Arriving at the Black Marketeer's shop, Li Qinwu said to Nepal, "Give me a pipe shotgun, 50 rounds of ammunition, a set of head armor, 5 detonators, and 2 smoke grenades." The Black Marketeer, Nepal, gestured to his underling, who went deep into the shop and soon returned with the requested item. "My kind customer, that will be 500 fertilizer coupons in total." Li Qinwu paid the sum and picked up the weapons for inspection. The pipe shotgun was truly made from water pipes. Very thick, smoothbore, double-barreled, firing the Black Marketeer's homemade 35mm shells. Li Qinwu checked the firearm's condition and began putting on the head armor, a DIY vest made of pressed fibers with only a level 2 protection rating and 35 durability, making it about as effective as paper on the battlefield. However, it was more than sufficient for gang skirmishes dealing with scum armed only with cold weapons and homemade smoothbore firearms. After gearing up, Li Qinwu asked, "Where is the reactor located?" The Black Marketeer, Nepal, seeing that Li Qinwu intended to cause trouble for the chemical gang, put on a fake smile. "Oh, my kind customer, are you off to exterminate pests? That's truly wonderful." He handed a piece of paper to Li Qinwu. "This is a simple map to the reactor. It will guide you to the location." A system prompt flashed through Li Qinwu's mind. Ding. New map discovered, underground reactor. This was a lost chemical factory deep in the underhive, filled with scrap metal pipe structures and ceramite steel. Narrow, confined, dark, and deep, lit only by a few luminescent strips. Li Qinwu pocketed the map and turned to leave. The Black Marketeer, Nepal, cautioned, "My kind customer, be careful. The chemical gang's dregs control many chemical hounds through their chemicals, and they are vast in number. But the good news is the chemical hounds have had their brains fried by the chemicals. Most are dull and simple-minded, many only capable of using melee weapons. Pulling a trigger is as difficult for them as reciting the imperial truth from memory. Li Qinwu paused for a moment, nodded, and committed the information to memory. Exiting the fertilizer gang's territory, Li Qinwu followed the map in his mind toward the designated location. After traversing a series of complex and winding underground pipes, a green countdown appeared in his field of view. Deploying map reactor. 10, 9, 8, 7. The countdown ended, and the next moment Li Qinwu felt a dizzying spin. When he landed, he found himself in a special space. This was the map reactor. The entire map was a cube composed of 5 layers of metal and ceramite steel. At the very center was a massive metal tank extending from the 5th layer down to the lowest, the reactor that the fertilizer gang and chemical gang were fighting over. After landing, Li Qinwu immediately pressed against the wall, straining his ears to listen to the surroundings. It was noisy, many footsteps, voices, and laughter, all coming from the 1st layer. Li Qinwu was currently on the 5th layer. After a brief consideration, he gripped his pipe gun and crept downward. He moved with extreme caution, stepping lightly as he descended. When he reached the 2nd floor, he heard someone speaking. As long as we take the reactor, we can produce more chemicals and control more people to join the gang. Then we'll lead the brothers to charge into fertilizer gang territory. This area will be our. Li Qinwu crept to the stairwell on the 2nd floor and looked down. Over a dozen gang members were squatting around a fire barrel on which hung a string of suspicious-looking roasted meat. Judging by the scattered syringes on the ground and the periodic table tattoos on several of their shoulders, they were the chemical gang's lackeys. The few men didn't notice Li Qinwu at the 2nd floor stairwell. He carefully counted 11 men, all armed with crude machetes ground from metal blocks. Poor equipment. Moreover, these degenerates seemed to be high, swaying and stumbling. At least half were lying on the ground, and those still standing were giggling foolishly, clearly disoriented. Seeing them clustered together, Li Qinwu pulled 2 detonators from his pocket, lit the fuses with a lighter, and hurled them directly at the densest concentration of chemical hounds. A characteristic of Warhammer 40k weapons was their heavy explosive charge. The detonators sold by black marketeer Nepal each contained 500 grams of explosive. 2 together made a kilogram, resulting in an incredibly powerful blast. The drugged-out chemical hounds didn't even notice the detonators landing at their feet. They were still chatting as the fuses burned down. Boom, boom. 2 thunderous explosions rang out. The reactor and surrounding structures emitted a screech of twisting metal, and clouds of dust were kicked into the air. The 11 chemical hounds clustered tightly bore the full brunt of the blast. 7 were killed instantly, and 4 were wounded. The wounded coughed up blood. The shockwave had completely shattered their internal organs. They writhed on the ground for a few turns before dying. Only one, whose leg had been blown off, clutched his severed limb, letting out a heart-wrenching scream. Seeing no further threat, Li Qinwu descended to the 1st floor. The chemical hound with the severed leg, recognizing his attire as that of the fertilizer gang, shouted, "The family won't let you get away with this. Mama will turn you into chemical pigs." Li Qinwu couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense. He raised his pipe shotgun and blew his head off with a single shot, then began looting the bodies. While searching the corpse, Li Qinwu felt a thrill of joy as he discovered a special syringe. Name: poison needle. Reference value: 25 fertilizer coupons. Effect: intense pain and hallucination, highly addictive, greatly damaging the liver and kidney metabolism and immune system. Long-term use leads to cognitive decline. Note: although this is an evil potion, by diluting its internal components and adding other chemicals, various normal medicines can be manufactured. Li Qinwu was overjoyed. This was a fundamental material for creating medicines. There was a medical station component in the hiding place that could be upgraded, and upon finding the special items, he could construct the medical station. The medical station can produce blood packs, surgical kits, painkillers, and hemostatic agents. It can also create various functional syringes, such as weight-bearing needles that increase strength. Stamina needles double your endurance, allowing you to run great distances. Rebirth needles, void blood pump, activate. As long as your limbs are not damaged, one injection will replenish your health. Li Qinwu didn't expect these chemical dogs to possess such precious syringes. He immediately began searching. 11 poison needles erupted from the bodies of the chemical dogs, and one of them, resembling a small team leader, even had a handmade poison gas bomb. The effect of this item is to create a toxic area within a 20-meter radius, causing persistent coughing for a duration of 80 seconds. Li Qinwu felt relieved. Fortunately, he had launched a surprise attack. Otherwise, letting this chemical dog lieutenant throw the gas bomb would have been disastrous. He pocketed the syringes and the gas bomb, thinking the chemical dogs were indeed generous material providers. Even without the black market's mission, he could still look for trouble with the chemical gang. With that thought, Li Qinwu drew his knife, intending to cut off the skin with the tattooed periodic table of elements from the shoulders of these chemical dogs, but at that moment, a heavy sound of footsteps approached. Boom, 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 crash. After a flurry of bricks flying and metal twisting, sounds of 2 5-meter-tall, incredibly obese creature appeared. This is a super fat man whose height and shoulder width are nearly identical, with several layers of iron plates nailed directly into his flesh. The creature wore a helmet made of metal debris adorned with a pair of pig ears and connected to an iron mask below, which featured an abstract pig snout. Chemical Pig, a disposable humanoid weapon modified by the Chemical Gang, typically consists of captured base dwellers gang members who made mistakes and enemies of rival gangs. These individuals are injected with large amounts of veterinary growth agents and regeneration agents along with various chemical potions, causing their bodies to undergo secondary development, gaining unimaginable strength. The downside is that their brains become controlled by chemical agents acting only on instinct to kill all living beings around them and can only be activated once. From the moment of modification, the Chemical Pig remains dormant. Once activated with the potion, it will go on a rampage of destruction for about an hour before dying from heart failure, as its tiny heart cannot support its massive body. This chemical dog squad was sent by the Chemical Gang's mother to scout ahead for the reactor. They brought along a sleeping chemical pig placed right at the entrance. The moment the squad leader of the chemical dogs was knocked down by the detonator, he realized they were under attack, using a small radio button to activate the sleeping chemical pig. On the chemical pig's spine is something called the anger spine connected to the pig-headed mask. This device not only activates the sleeping chemical pig, but also injects anger agents into its brain and spinal nerves, ensuring the chemical pig remains perpetually furious, unleashing extraordinary combat power. Once activated, the chemical pig roared angrily at Li Qinwu and charged toward him. Imagine a creature standing 5 meters tall and roughly the same width, wearing a pig head mask and covered in steel plates, charging at you. Li Qinwu felt goosebumps all over his body. Not daring to hesitate for even a second, he turned and ran up the stairs. The chemical pig closely pursued him. Despite its bulk, it surprisingly moved quickly, keeping pace with Li Qinwu. Li Qinwu was alarmed. This creature was surprisingly fast, and once his stamina ran out, he would be in serious. By the way, he could currently run 3 kilometers at a speed akin to that of a long-distance runner, with a pace of about 3 minutes per kilometer. At this level, this mountain of flesh behind him could keep up closely, letting out grunts that echoed and causing the ground to tremble, sending Li Qinwu's heart racing. In danger, people instinctively run towards what they perceive as safety. The safest route is the one they came from, and he darted up to the 5th floor with the chemical pig following closely. The reactor is a small square map, each floor covering about 500 square meters, filled with various small rooms. Each corner of the floor has a staircase leading down, while the center features a cylindrical structure connecting the upper and lower floors, which is the reactor. Li Qinwu and the chemical pig circled around the 5th floor looking for a small place to hide, but there was none. All the passages and rooms were accessible to the chemical pig, leaving him nowhere to hide. It's understandable. This is a place for manufacturing chemicals requiring the transport of large quantities of raw materials, which necessitates wider pathways. This made things difficult for Li Qinwu. His stamina bar was already half depleted, and he had no idea how long the pig could keep running. If he died, it wouldn't matter, but he couldn't afford to lose the hard-earned potion. He was drenched in sweat, glancing back to see the chemical pig grunting and chasing behind, with its mouth leaking foul drool, revealing rotten teeth as dark as a black hole. By the emperor above. Li Qinwu did not want to end up being bitten to death by the chemical pig. He brainstormed to find a solution. Suddenly, he noticed a gap between the cylindrical reactor and the metal floor, just wide enough for a person to. Li Qinwu was overjoyed. He jumped across, hugging the reactor with both arms and legs, sliding down from the 5th floor to the 1st. Li Qinwu landed and looked up to see the chemical pig on the 5th floor, trying to squeeze its body through. But how? Li Qinwu smiled, watching his stamina bar slowly recover. He had devised a plan to kill the chemical pig by exhausting all its stamina. It was known that Li Qinwu could run to the 5th floor and then slide down, while the chemical pig could only run up and down, consuming twice as much stamina as Li Qinwu. Moreover, Li Qinwu could rest while the pig descended, allowing his stamina to recover. If that were the case, running a few more times would surely tire out the chemical pig, right? He felt he had come up with a brilliant plan, waiting for the chemical pig to come down while allowing his stamina to restore. However, even after his stamina fully replenished, the chemical pig had yet to come down, and the 5th floor still echoed with pig-like screams. Li Qinwu was puzzled. What was the pig doing? Peeking through the gap from the 1st floor, Li Qinwu saw that the chemical pig was stuck. The pig was thick-headed. Upon seeing Li Qinwu trying to squeeze through the gap, it too attempted to follow suit, stubbornly trying to squeeze, but ended up getting itself stuck. Li Qinwu waited on the 1st floor for a full 3 minutes, confirming the creature was truly stuck, then hefted his water pipe shotgun and crept upstairs. He moved with extreme caution, step by step, until he reached the 5th floor, where he carefully observed from the stairwell. The chemical pig's head and upper torso were wedged into the crevice. He could neither advance nor retreat, utterly miserable in his predicament. Li Qinwu checked his water-pipe shotgun, charged forward, pressed the muzzle against the unprotected left back knee of the chemical pig, and fired. With a thunderous blast, the chemical pig's hind leg erupted in a spray of flesh and blood. He let out a heart-rending squeal, thrashing wildly in agony. Li Qinwu quickly fired a second shell into the same spot, shattering the knee joint completely, leaving the chemical pig struggled even more violently, frantically pulling his head outward. The metal crevice that trapped him groaned and screeched in protest. Li Qinwu opened the gun's chamber, reloaded, and fired the third and fourth rounds into the left back knee. The 35mm shotgun shells were devastatingly powerful, especially at point-blank range. After these 4 shots, the chemical pig's left thigh was completely severed at the knee. A horrific scream tore from the chemical pig as agony consumed him. With a mighty heave and a cacophony of grinding metal, he wrenched his head free from the crevice. Li Qinwu quickly retreated, reloading his water-pipe shotgun. Though missing a leg, the chemical pig crawled after him at a pace comparable to a brisk adult walk. Li Qinwu backed away, firing his shotgun repeatedly, but the creature's armor was too thick. The non-armor-piercing shells posed no real threat. After expending over a dozen shells with no effect, Li Qinwu ceased fire, holstered the shotgun, and resolved to simply drag out the encounter, hoping the chemical pig would bleed out from its severed leg. He led the chemical pig in circles, but after 2 laps, Li Qinwu noticed the creature's stump had stopped bleeding, or at least the blood loss was minimal. He suspected some coagulant agent within the chemical pig's body prevented fatal hemorrhage. Scratching his head, Li Qinwu pulled 3 detonators from his pocket, bound them with the shotgun shell pouch, estimated the fuse length against the chemical pig's crawling speed, lit them, dropped the bundle, and sprinted away. The chemical pig squealed, mistaking the retreat for flight, and writhed his bloated body forward with renewed vigor, completely ignoring the triple detonator bundle on the ground, crawling directly over it. At that moment, the detonators exploded with a thunderous roar. The chemical pig's 2 supporting arms were blown off his abdomen and chest, obliterated, spilling bloody entrails and organs across the floor. Li Qinwu coughed uncontrollably from the dust clouds stirred by the blast. When he recovered, he saw the chemical pig was utterly dead. He shouted "Clear!" and began cleaning up the battlefield, humming a cheerful tune. First, the chemical pig. The creature wore no clothes, leaving no pockets to search, but Li Qinwu wanted a trophy to trade with the black market merchant. This was a chemical pig after all, a massive specimen. He couldn't just dismiss it as an ordinary Kim gang member worth 200 fertilizer coupons. Killing one of these should fetch at least 2,000 fertilizer coupons, right? He examined the chemical pig, then used a knife to cut along the spine, severing a metal strip connecting the helmet to the spinal column. The whole assembly was a single unit. The helmet and metal strip were studded with numerous needles that injected rage-inducing agents directly into the brain and spinal cord, a truly sinister device. Li Qinwu studied the dark Warhammer 40K apparatus for a while and noticed 7 small protrusions. He pried open the protrusions, revealing 7 thumb-sized cylindrical glass vials. 2 were empty while 5 contained an unknown red liquid. Li Qinwu picked up the 5 red vials and examined their description in his mind. He exclaimed in delight. Name: Rage Agent. Value: 800 fertilizer coupons. Description: a substance that renders the user immune to pain while inducing extreme rage, also incorporating a clotting agent. Note: Rage Agent can be used at the Hidden Refuge's medical station to create advanced medicines or injectables. The Rage Agent was an upgrade from the poison needles, capable of crafting more potent drugs. The specifics would have to wait until the medical station was built. Li Qinwu packed up the Rage spine and the vials, then returned to the first floor to cut off all the tattoos. With these items secured, Li Qinwu began a thorough scavenge. This place was once a chemical production facility abandoned for unknown reasons and might still hold valuable treasures. After rummaging through the first floor, he found a set of test tubes and beakers worth 200 fertilizer coupons. Crucially, these were upgrade materials for the medical station. He packed them away. On the second floor, he discovered a small treasure, a chemical purification device about the size of a carry-on suitcase, valued at 2500 fertilizer coins, the most valuable single item he had found so far. Moreover, it was an upgrade for the medical station, capable of purifying certain chemicals for medicine preparation. Ecstatic, Li Qinwu performed an impromptu standing backflip, followed by a prayer to the emperor, before carefully stowing the device in his backpack. The third floor yielded nothing but junk. On the fourth floor, he retrieved 3 unused biofilters from a crate. These could purify water, killing microbes and viruses, and were used to upgrade the shelter's water purifier. On the fifth floor, he found a rotary hammer drill. It was large and heavy, but when connected to power, could drill through most of the hive city's construction ceramite and metal. Valued at 320 fertilizer coupons, roughly the price of a PDF autogun. With his loot secured, Li Qinwu planned to extract. He checked his map and found the extraction point was on the 5th floor near an exhaust vent. Curious about where the wall the chemical pig had smashed through led, he didn't extract immediately. He dropped his backpack and the drill on the 5th floor ran down to the 1st floor, and found the breach. As he approached the breach, a green countdown appeared above his head. Proceeding to map Chemgang compound. 10-9-8. Li Qinwu mentally noted that this passage led to the Chemgang compound. He quickly backed away and the countdown vanished. Remembering this point, Li Qinwu returned to the 5th floor, gathered his gear, and stood near the exhaust vent. The countdown ended. Operation successful. Extraction value 32500. Returning to his hideout, Li Qinwu collapsed into sleep. Upon waking, he wrinkled his nose at the smell of gunpowder and blood clinging to him. Damn, not being able to shower freely is unbearable. I'm starting to stink. He quickly got up to tidy himself using a damp towel to wipe down his body. Cleaning his skin was simple, consuming at most 500 milliliters of water, but washing his clothes was impossible, and the odor was truly intolerable. Gazing at the 3 water filter cores he had just retrieved, he muttered under his breath, I can't stand this any longer. I must achieve water freedom. Grabbing his self-defense pistol and the tattoos, Li Qinwu stepped out of his hideout and headed toward the Black Marketeer Nepal. Upon arriving at the fertilizer gang's base, he saw even more armed men, nearly 1,000. They were crafting makeshift armor from steel plates and grinding iron scraps into machetes and axes, preparing for a beggar's war against the chemical gang. Li Qinwu approached the Black Marketeer's shop just as his underlings were pushing out 2 carts of machetes. "Ah, my benevolent customer, come quickly. You always bring me good news." Nepal the Black Marketeer spotted Li Qinwu loitering outside and hurriedly waved him over. Li Qinwu tossed 11 pieces of skin, each bearing a periodic table tattoo, onto the table. Nepal let out a whistle. "Oh, my kind customer, you single-handedly took out 11 chemical dogs. You're formidable. Hey, race our agreed price, 300 fertilizer coupons per dog, totaling 3300. Li Qinwu took the money, pocketed it without counting, and pointed at the bustling fertilizer gang base behind him. "War brewing." The Black Marketeer nodded. "Our boss and the chemical gang's mother are now negotiating at the Marshal Department in the Midnest. If talks succeed, no war. If not, we fight. Whoever wins gets the reactor. But from past experience, it's unlikely to work. It's less of a negotiation and more of asking the Marshal Department how far we're allowed to go." Li Qinwu pulled out a cigarette and offered one to the Black Marketeer, who lit it with a lighter. They began to smoke. Li Qinwu asked, "Can you take the chemical gang?" A shadow of gravity crossed the Black Marketeer's face. "Hard to say. Those chemical gang bastards outnumber us, and their chemical dogs feel no pain after injections. Plus there are monsters like chemical pigs. You haven't seen one, have you? Let me tell you." Li Qinwu pulled the spine of rage from his bag and placed it on the table. "I've seen a chemical pig. Killed one too." Nepal the Black Marketeer froze, staring at the spine of rage on the table, utterly stunned. "By the Emperor above, my benevolent customer actually took down a chemical pig." Li Qinwu gestured for him to calm down. "Just routine. Don't make a fuss. So how many fertilizer coupons for one of these?" The Black Marketeer hesitated briefly. 3,000. He'll give you 3,000 per pig. Li Qinwu found it acceptable. Though killing one was hardly worth it compared to finding an automatic rifle, it was a convenient side task. Since he planned to manufacture medical supplies in the future, he would need rage potions, which required hunting chemical pigs for their byproducts. Earning a little extra on the side wouldn't hurt. The Black Marketeer pondered for a moment. "My kind customer, if you're looking to make quick cash, how about joining the fight when we clash with the chemical gang?" Li Qinwu asked, "How much will you pay?" 5,000 participation fee. Just show up and you get 5,000. After a brief consideration, Li Qinwu replied, "All right, but I want take orders. Any loot from enemies I kill is mine." The Black Marketeer nodded. "That's only fair. Once the battle starts, you can choose your own position. You'll also have first rights to scavenge from your kills." He handed Li Qinwu an armband, black with a red bag of fertilizer printed on it. "This is an identification armband. Wear it, and the fertilizer gang will provide you with some support." Li Qinwu took the armband and suddenly spotted a refrigerator in the back of the shop. "Hey, is that a fridge?" The Black Marketeer glanced back and nodded. "Yeah, a rat found it in the garbage by the big elevator's sewage outlet. It's still functional. Probably some upper nest big shot replaced it with a bigger one and tossed this out." Li Qinwu's breath quickened. This was one of the 3 key components for building a medical station: chemical purification equipment, a temperature controller, and a mixing precipitator. The temperature controller could be salvaged from the fridge. If he got it, he'd have 2 major parts. "Sell it to me. How much?" The Black Marketeer paused. "Whom you want this, customer? How about this? Kill 3 chemical pigs and bring back their spines of rage as proof, and he'll give you the fridge for free." Li Qinwu hesitated briefly before nodding. He had just over 4,000 fertilizer coupons in cash. A decent sum for the bottom nest, but far from enough for his ambitions. Besides, he had no idea where to find the 3rd medical station component, so he had plenty of time for tasks. Fine. 3 chemical pigs. He'll find a way. Thus, Li Qinwu took on 2 tasks: killing chemical pigs for the equipment and serving as a mercenary when the fertilizer gang warred with the chemical gang. After accepting the tasks, he bought some supplies to upgrade his hideout from the black marketeer. Since he bought so much, he also purchased a small cart to haul everything back. Back at the hideout, he began assembling his purchases. First, he took several large plastic barrels and a few ceramic steel pipes. Using tools, he drilled holes in the barrels and connected them with pipes to build a water purifier. The purifier had two parts. The first barrel was a sedimentation tank, input 100 liters of dirty water, and one purification tablet, wait 1 day, and output 99 liters of clean water. The tablet would settle large particles at the bottom. Then an electronic timer would open a valve, allowing the clean water to flow through pipes into the next container. The pipes contained biochemical filter cores which would remove residual chemical contaminants, turning the water safe. One filter core could process about 1,000 liters of water. Thus, with one purification tablet, 10 filter core durability, and 100 liters of dirty water after 24 hours, he would get 99 liters of safe water. Old Li was nearly water-free. Li Qinwu grabbed a bucket and headed to a corridor outside the hideout, where he found a leaking pipe. He filled the bucket and poured the water into the purifier. The wastewater from the pipe looked clear, but was undrinkable, with severely excessive chemical content. It was industrial runoff from some hive factory, likely used to cool machinery. Sometimes it even came out boiling. After filling the bucket several times and emptying it into the purifier, he dropped in a purification tablet. Now he just had to wait until the next day for clean water. After building the water purifier, Li Qinwu picked up the impact drill, connected it to the power source, and went to a corner of his hideout. He aimed at the ceramic steel floor and began drilling a hole, intending to create a sewage outlet. Earlier, he had taken the time to go down to the lower level. Beneath was a pit hundreds of meters deep, flanked by ceramic steel load-bearing pillars. What lay at the bottom was unknown, a pitch-black, fathomless abyss. Li Qinwu worked swiftly, using the impact drill to bore 2 fist-sized holes in the floor. Then, with a tin toilet purchased from a black marketeer, some pipes, and ceramic steel powder, he fashioned a flush toilet. Now even the lavatory problem was solved, though he had to pour water manually. He then built a small partition with wooden planks, sealed the edges with ceramic steel powder, drilled a hole in a water bucket, and hung it high to create a crude showerhead. The bathroom was upgraded from LV0 to LV1. Li Qinwu poured water into the showerhead and enjoyed a refreshing cold bath, with all the wastewater draining away through the floor drain. After cleaning himself up, he washed his sour-smelling clothes and bedsheets, hung them to dry in the shade, and then slept a deep, dreamless sleep. Waking at an unknown hour, he climbed out of bed, smacked his lips, ate, drank, and checked his outputs. The candle on the imperial shrine had burned out, and the second bottle of holy oil was ready. He collected the holy oil, lit a new candle, and poured in a second bottle of cooking oil. Then he went to the water purifier. The first settling tank held only murky water at the bottom, while the second bucket contained 99 liters of safe water. Li Qinwu fetched several buckets of dirty water, refilled the purifier, dropped in a purification tablet to keep it running, and prepared to descend again. This time he aimed to find a PDF dog tag on the surface, and then asked Lieutenant Ruderson if he could procure some armor-piercing weapons. The black marketeer had given him a mission to kill 3 chemical pigs. These creatures were no easy prey. The last one was pure luck, not replicable. He needed some armor-piercing firepower. Li Qinwu shouldered the leftover water pipe shotgun, donned his level 2 gear, grabbed 2 smoke grenades and 1 poison gas grenade, and headed for the ventilation shaft. Soon he triggered a successful descent. Once again the world spun, and he found himself in the northern war zone. His landing spot was close to last time, and the grain station was visible on the map. The grain station had been occupied by rebels before, but Lieutenant Ruderson had swept through it with a Chimera armored vehicle, leaving the rebels dead. After so many days, he wondered who controlled the grain station now and decided to sneak over for a look. Raising his water pipe gun, Li Qinwu sprinted toward the grain station 2 kilometers away. It was broad daylight, but he didn't care. He just ran hard. If a sniper took him out, so be it. He was only wearing junk gear. Expending 2/3 of his stamina, he reached the grain station. He didn't rush in, but lay on the ground for a while, gathering information and waiting for his stamina bar to recover. The grain station had a wall made of ceramic steel, enclosing a grain warehouse and an office. A massive gap in the wall suggested it was breached by the Chimera. Leaning against the wall, Li Qinwu peered inside. The station was in chaos. Holes from 40mm autocannon fire dotted the walls and ground, and bodies lay everywhere. Ruderson had only intended to raid and kill the rebels, not occupy the place, so after he left, the rebels were now rebels milled about, collecting corpses and loading them onto wheelbarrows for disposal. There were around 100 people, many carrying automatic rifles and strange homemade guns. Should he back off? As he hesitated, he saw a rebel dragging a cart laden with bodies, struggling northward, perhaps to bury them. An idea struck Li Qinwu. Burying bodies. Maybe he could follow and find a PDF corpse there, allowing him to pick up its dog tag. But with so many rebels here and more to the north, how could he follow that body hauler unnoticed? After a moment's thought, Li Qinwu devised a clever trick. He smeared mud and dust on his face, hands, and clothes, then casually walked into the grain station. Yes, he just strolled in as naturally as taking a sip of water. None of the rebels paid him any mind. Their own clothes and weapons were mismatched, so Lee Kinwis' outfit blended in perfectly. He was a bit nervous, but didn't look around. His eyes stayed locked on the body cart. The hauler was a not-so-strong young man struggling with the weight of several corpses. Lee Chinwoo stepped up and pushed the cart from behind. The young man felt the load lighten and turned to look. Lee Chinwoo kept his head down and said, "Hurry up, don't dawdle. There's still a lot of work to do." "Okay, thanks." The young man thanked him and resumed pulling. Lee Chinwoo pushed from behind, and together they moved the cart out of the grain station, heading deeper into rebel-controlled territory to the north. The further north they went, the more rebels they encountered. Lee Chinwoo saw farmland still being cultivated with civilians working under the rebels' control, genuine smiles on their faces. It seemed the rebels offered better agricultural policies than the planetary governor, hence the farmers' smiles. But Lee Chinwoo knew it was all an illusion. If the governor failed to pay the imperial tithe on time, the Inquisitor's tax fleet would arrive, spelling doom for both the governor and the rebels. Of course, Lee Chinwoo didn't care. He was just an outlaw from the Undercity seeking a decent life. The rest wasn't his concern. After pushing the cart for a while, the young man couldn't take it anymore and stopped to rest by the roadside. "I'm exhausted. Let's take a break." The young man sat on a mound, panting heavily. He looked at Lee Chinwoo about to say something when he sensed something was off. "Hey, which squad are you from?" Lee Chinwoo paused while lighting a cigarette, then continued. "Squad 4. The young man's pupils contracted. "We don't have a squad 4. Lee Chinwoo lowered his head, lit the cigarette, glanced around. No one in sight, and fixed his gaze on the young man. 30 seconds later, Lee Chinwoo wiped the blood off his knife, then lifted the young man, whose neck was severed and still twitching, onto the cart, grumbling, "See, why ask so many questions? You've lost your life over it. Next life, don't be so nosy." He scooped up some dirt to cover the bloodstains on the ground and continued pulling the cart alone, now with an extra box. After a short walk, he passed an old farmer tilling the fields. Lee Chinwoo asked, "Brother, I'm a new recruit and don't know the way. The boss told me to take these bodies for disposal. Where's the disposal site?" The old farmer replied, "Go north another 2 kilometers, then turn left. You'll see a big pit. That's the burial pit." "Thanks, brother." Following the directions, Lee Chinwoo hauled the cart 2 kilometers north and indeed found the rebels' corpse disposal. The corpse pit was vast, divided into 2 sections. One part was where the rebels buried their own, the bodies wrapped in cloth and marked with a simple wooden cross. That was their burial. Beside it lay a mass grave where corpses were simply tossed in, awaiting the earth to cover them. Lee Chinwoo pulled a cart of bodies before a few rebels tasked with collecting the dead and said, "These are our own brothers. They deserve a proper burial." A rebel approached with a burial shroud and said, "May their souls return to the golden throne." Lee Chinwoo was surprised that these rebels still believed in the emperor. But on second thought, it made sense. They were rebelling against the planetary governor's heavy taxes, not the emperor. If they succeeded in seizing the planet's government, it might actually work. The Imperium didn't care who served as planetary governor, only that the taxes were paid on time. But when these people who rose up against the governor's oppressive taxes turned around and exploited the populace to meet the Imperium's demands, what would they think then? Lee Chinwoo shook his head, casting aside these chaotic thoughts. He approached the mass grave and immediately spotted several heavily decomposed PDF soldier corpses. Their uniforms had been stripped clean, leaving only the inner training garments. This was fortunate, really. On an agricultural world with abundant resources, it was a mercy. On other planets, they wouldn't even leave you the underclothes, the bodies themselves would be recycled. Lee Chinwoo tore a piece of cloth to make a mask and jumped into the pit. But the overwhelming stench of decay nearly made him pass out. He dared not delay and quickly began searching for dog tags. Dog tags were military identification tags. Soldiers usually wore 2 around their necks, bearing their personal information. Lee Chinwoo fumbled around a PDF soldier's corpse and found a dog tag. It resembled the ones used by American soldiers in the 3rd millennium. Dog tags came in pairs, primary and secondary. Lee Chinwoo took the secondary tag, leaving the primary behind. If the PDF ever retook the area, they could still identify the body. Lee Chinwoo rummaged through the corpses, and soon he had over 20 PDF dog tags in his hand. Just then a puzzled voice came from above the pit. "What are you doing?" It was 2 rebels' rifles slung over their backs, staring at him with confusion. Lee Chinwoo pinched his nose, held up a dog tag, and then patted the shotgun slung over his shoulder. "Looking for ammo for my gun. This tag is iron. Meld it down into little balls, and I can fire them." The 2 rebels understood. After their uprising, the territory they controlled had little industry. Their homemade guns were a motley collection. The more advanced ones were autoguns, but most were crude firearms without even rifling. Smoothbore guns had their advantages. They could fire almost anything you could cram down the barrel. The rebels assumed Lee Chinwoo was using dog tags as ammunition, told him he could take the cart away, and left. Li Qinwu quickly gathered all the dog tags from the pit, stuffed them into his backpack, climbed out, and gasped for fresh air. The stench. It was unbearable. The smell from the pit was like sniffing the very essence of Nurgle's career. After catching his breath, Li Qinwu dragged the empty cart back. When he was about a kilometer from the grain station, he simply tossed the cart into an irrigation ditch and jumped in himself, waiting quietly. Soon night fell. He ate some biscuits and drank water to regain his strength, then stealthily crept out of the ditch. Under the cover of darkness, he made his way toward the hive city. The rebels' discipline was lax. Li Qinwu slipped all the way to the edge of their controlled territory without encountering a single sentry. He could have easily escaped under the cover of night. But his backpack held only 38 PDF dog tags. They were light and took up little space, but he felt unsatisfied, like an angler who had come home empty-handed. Li Qinwu looked around and spotted some plants in a field. Are these potatoes? He ran over, pulled out his knife to use as a shovel, and dug up several fist-sized tubers from beneath the plants. Hey, they really are potatoes. Li Qinwu grinned. He threw himself into the dirt, digging frantically until his pack was full of potatoes. Who would have thought that the future rogue trader who would roam the stars started his rise by stealing potatoes? With a backpack stuffed to the brim, triggering a yellow encumbrance warning, Li Qinwu began his long trek. He checked his map. On the outskirts of the hive city lay the PDF defense zone. One area was marked as Lieutenant Rudson's sector, about 20 kilometers away. He headed straight for it. Hours later, under a bright moon and clear sky, Li Qinwu slowly approached the perimeter of Lieutenant Rudson. The PDF's defensive line was distinctive: watchtowers, searchlights, heavy machine gun bunkers, trenches, barbed wire, and possibly mines on the outer perimeter. Li Qinwu stopped 2 kilometers from the PDF lines. He found a soft patch of ground to sit on and rest, confident that Lieutenant Rudson would come to him. His life signal was already recorded in the auspex, a little green dot on the map. Sure enough, before long, the roar of an engine came from the PDF lines. A Chimera armored transport pulled up in front of Li Qinwu, its headlights blazing. The turret hatch opened, and Lieutenant Rudson poked his head out. Li Qinwu grinned. How about a tour of your lines? Rudson crossed his arms. Civilians are forbidden from entering military zones. Violators will be shot. Li Qinwu spread his hands. Come on, I've been walking all night. Just give me a bunk to sleep in, and he'll be gone by morning. Lieutenant Rudson just stared at him in silence. Li Qinwu clicked his tongue, reached into his backpack, and pulled out a handful of dog tags, jangling them. Rudson's eyes narrowed. I went all the way into rebel territory for your business, Li Qinwu said. I nearly got myself killed. Rudson was silent for a moment, then said to the driver, open the hatch. With a grinding screech, the Chimera's hatch opened, and Li Qinwu climbed inside. The vehicle drove back into the PDF lines. The vehicle stopped in a camp surrounded by trenches. The hatch opened, and Lieutenant Rudson led Li Qinwu toward a tent. Li Qinwu looked around. There was a watchtower, 2 machine gun bunkers, each equipped with a heavy caliber lumber gun, essentially a heavy machine gun. The camp was filled with tents. Many PDF soldiers were drinking and playing cards. Some were so drunk they were shouting, and from one tent came the strange, high-pitched cries of a woman. Li Qinwu snorted with laughter. Civilians are forbidden from entering military zones. Violators will be shot. He mocked. Rudson's face darkened as he led Li Qinwu into his own tent and pointed to a cot on the floor. You can sleep here until morning. Then you'll take the big elevator down to the underhive. He held out his hand. Li Qinwu spotted a small electric stove by the cot. He tossed a few potatoes onto it to roast, then pulled out a handful of PDF dog tags and handed them over. Ding. You have provided 38 PDF dog tags to Lieutenant Rudison. Favorability upgraded from LV0 to LV1. Unlocked items: PDF semi-automatic pistol, 800 fertilizer coupons, PDF automatic rifle, 3,200 fertilizer coupons, PDF body armor, level 3 1,500 fertilizer coupons, PDF helmet, level 3 1,000 fertilizer coupons. Special item: mid-hive identity registration, 1,000 fertilizer coupons. Note the hive has strict registration protocols with gene scanners at every gate. Without a matching identity, you cannot access this area. Lieutenant Rudison seems to have connections that can register your identity into the hive gene system and upgrade you to a mid-hive citizen, but it requires a substantial sum. Li Qinwu's breathing grew heavier. A mid-hive identity. Since arriving in this world, he had only operated in the underhive and on the surface, never setting foot in the mid-hive. What was the mid-hive like? As far as he knew, those living there were the planet's high-quality population, all with citizenship, earning over 2,000 fertilizer coupons monthly. Li Qinwu yearned to visit the mid-hive, perhaps to purchase upgrades for his hideout. But the price? Far too steep, 100,000. His current savings were only 4,000, less than half. He had to find a way to earn more money. Lieutenant Rudison took the dog tags, turned on the desk lamp, sat at the camp table, and opened his notebook to record the names on the tags. He would report them so the planetary governor could issue compensation. Li Qinwu meanwhile used his dagger to turn the potatoes on the electric stove, ensuring even heating. Say, old son, I've run into some trouble and need some decent gear. Can you do me a favor? Rudison paused, then continued recording names. Tell me about it. Li Qinwu picked up a potato and scraped the charred skin with his dagger. The chemical gang and the fertilizer gang in the underhive are about to clash. Nepal from the fertilizer gang paid me 500 to be a hired muscle. I've decided to take the job. But the chemical gang has these augmented humans with iron plates bolted onto them. Regular bullets can't penetrate. Do you have any spare armor-piercing weapons for me? Rudison turned back, staring intently at Li Qinwu, as if confirming the truth of his words. Li Qinwu used his dagger to spear a roasted potato and handed it to him. They locked eyes for a few seconds. Lieutenant Rudison took the potato, bit into it, then pulled a weapons case from a corner of the tent and opened it, revealing a rifle with a long barrel. Lieutenant Rudison examined the rifle as he spoke. PDF semi-automatic battle rifle chambered in 9x55mm standard rounds. This rifle uses a heavy long barrel for high chamber pressure armor-piercing rounds. It can penetrate 15mm of armor at 300 meters. Li Qinwu whistled and reached for the rifle, but Lieutenant Rudison pulled it back. Your debt is paid. Paid. Only then did Lieutenant Rudison hand over the rifle. Li Qinwu took it, caressing it with deep. The rifle had a black polymer stock and handguard, a long barrel, and resembled the M14 rifle from the 3-carat U.S. military, though with a more angular appearance. He quickly used the system to check the weapon's attributes. Name: PDF semi-automatic battle rifle. Reference value 4500 fertilizer coupons. Weight 5 kilograms. Vertical recoil control 71. Horizontal recoil control 61. Ergonomics 51. Aiming stability 51. Accuracy 89. Hip fire stability 42. Effective range 800 meters. Muzzle velocity 1550. Fire mode semi-automatic. Rate of fire 450. Caliber 9x55mm. Impact power high. Li Qinwu asked, what about ammunition? Rudison handed over 3 15-round magazines and 2 boxes of bullets, 50 rounds, each totaling 100 rounds. These are high chamber pressure heavy armor-piercing rounds, or AP rounds. They can only be used with a semi-automatic battle rifle. An automatic rifle would jam. But the semi-automatic battle rifle can fire standard ammunition without issue. Li Qinwu took the ammunition and checked it with the system. Name: 9x55mm high chamber pressure armor-piercing heavy round. AP round. Reference value approximately 200. Armor penetration level 5. Note: in the PDF sequence, AP rounds are relatively precious high-penetration ammunition capable of piercing most light armor. However, due to the high chamber pressure, this ammunition cannot be fired from automatic rifles and requires specialized heavy-barreled semi-automatic rifles, making it unpopular among PDF infantry. Li Qinwu packed away the rifle and ammunition with a grin. This settled it. The chemical pigs were only clad in iron sheets no more than 10mm thick. The AP rounds would punch through easily. Afterward, the two squatted by the electric stove, eating roasted potatoes and chatting. Li Qinwu asked, how much compensation does the planetary governor give? Lieutenant Rudison's gaze dimmed. 1500 fertilizer coupons. Li Qinwu gasped, startled. That was it. A farmer on agricultural planet 496b earned 200 fertilizer coupons monthly, and a mid-hive citizen earned 200. Yet for a life lost, the family received less than a citizen's monthly income. They say the PDF are the planetary governor's lapdogs, but they never expected the governor to treat them so callously. No wonder the PDF discipline was so poor. No wonder the rebels could occupy all land outside the hive. They finished the roasted potatoes. Lieutenant Rudison pulled a folding cot from a corner, opened it, and laid. Tomorrow morning, I'll have my men take you into the mid-hive. Don't wander off. Go straight to the big elevator and descend to the underhive. Don't cause me any trouble. Li Qinwu also lay down, propping his chin on his hand. Got any other work for me? Rudison thought for a moment. My colonel gave me a task. In a while, to sweep the water supply lake to the west. There's a rebel camp there. Before the war, the lake was a crucial water source for the surrounding lands with many pumping stations. The rebels now control it, reportedly with nearly 1,000 stationed there. I heard 2 PDF infantry companies died there. Given the rebels' fighting capabilities, that's nearly impossible. Something seems to be lurking there. I need you to investigate the water supply lake within half a month and find out what's there. Li Qinwu pondered for a while. Any other information? Rudison continued, yes. The soldiers who escaped said they heard distorted screams, and the ground was... Li Qinwu's pupils contracted. Distorted screams. Was it chaos, corruption? Frozen ground. Was it a psyker? He recalled that weaker psykers couldn't fully control their powers, and the leaked energy could cause freezing. Given that 2 PDF infantry companies had perished there, it suggested a chaos sorcerer might be near the water. Early the next morning, Lieutenant Rudison announced he would go on patrol and instructed Li Qinwu to seek out a sentry named Little Joel at the camp entrance who would escort him to the great elevator. Li Qinwu grunted in acknowledgement, roasting 4 potatoes on the electric stove for breakfast. The PDF's discipline was truly lacking. Lieutenant Rudison had allowed him to remain in the command tent merely because they had crossed paths. If he were a spy, wouldn't that spell disaster? After finishing the potatoes, Li Qinwu casually stuffed the electric stove into his backpack, bulging it full as if it had always been his. Stepping out of the tent, he spotted a young PDF infantryman standing guard in the camp. "Little Joel?" Li Qinwu inquired. The young soldier shouted, "Yes, sir." Li Qinwu quickly waved his hand. "I'm not an officer." Little Joel, clearly a raw recruit, scratched his head in confusion, unable to fathom why someone emerging from the company commander's tent wouldn't be an officer. Li Qinwu offered no further explanation. "Rudison has briefed you, hasn't he?" Little Joel nodded. "Sir, please follow me. I will take you into the Hive City." He led the way, and Li Qinwu, too weary to correct him, followed him aboard a railcar. The railcar carried numerous wounded soldiers into the Hive City. Li Qinwu gazed at the towering structure that pierced the atmosphere. No matter how many times he saw it, it was always awe-inspiring. The humans of Warhammer 40K could effortlessly construct buildings dozens of kilometers high. Such was the might of their technology. Yet despite this, the Imperium of Man was beleaguered by aliens, demons, and all manner of monstrous entities barely clinging to life. How absurd. After about 10 minutes, the railcar came to a halt near the great elevator of the mid-hive. Passing through a gate triggered a genetic scan. Others passed without incident, but the moment Li Qinwu stepped through, red lights flashed, and a piercing alarm sounded, bringing enforcers armed with shock batons. Each time, Little Joel had to step forward, produce his PDF credentials, and explain before they could proceed through. Li Qinwu looked around the mid-hive with curiosity, but to be honest, he was somewhat disappointed. He had imagined it resembling the 3K era with neon lights and greenery lining the streets. But no, everything was a dull gray dominated by ceramite structures. The streets were filled with factory workers, all appearing listless and weary. Thinking about it, this was the world of Warhammer 40K. Apart from the elite of the upper hive, how could anyone live a life of comfort? Little Joel led Li Qinwu toward the great elevator. As they walked, Li Qinwu asked, "Joel, does your family live in the mid-hive?" Little Joel nodded. "Yes, in the military district of the mid-hive. As a PDF soldier, my family is allocated housing. Praise be to the planetary governor." Li Qinwu pressed further. "Joel, is your family's income sufficient to live on?" Little Joel's expression immediately clouded with worry. "My monthly military pay is 100 fertilizer coupons. My father works in a chemical plant earning 200 coupons, and my mother does handwoven crafts at home bringing in 120 coupons each month. Our family consists of 4, my father, mother, younger brother, and me. Our monthly expenses are around 2500 coupons, and we pay 500 coupons in taxes. We can save about 200. But my younger brother is about to come of age, and we need to pay for his tuition. The savings are just enough for his schooling, allowing him to obtain a primary education before he can start working at the chemical plant." Li Qinwu clicked his tongue. Indeed, this was the true Warhammer world. To the farmers tilling the land outside, the mid-hive dwellers earning over 20 coupons a month, 5 times their income, seemed to live in paradise. But the living conditions within the hive city were meticulously engineered. Those earning 20 had a lifestyle to match, spending on food, drink, and taxes, barely scraping together savings, only to see it vanish on children's education, medical expenses, and job hunting. Mid-hive families were fragile. A single serious illness could shatter their stability. The chain of funds would break, taxes would go unpaid, and they would be stripped of their mid-hive status and cast down into the underhive. Why else were there so many underhive dwellers? This was the hallmark of Warhammer 40K. The agricultural planet 496b was truly a merciful world. After a 20-minute walk, they reached the great elevator. It had an ascending route leading to paradise and a descending one leading to hell. This one was clearly going down. Nearly 1,000 people were waiting near the elevator. Some were workers from the safe zones of the underhive, commuting daily via the great elevator, their expression stoic. But the majority were pitiful souls stripped of their citizenship. These people wore ceramite shackles, often families of 3 or 4. They wept loudly, begging and pleading, but all they faced were the enforcers' shock batons. These wretches were those crushed by the high-pressure society, unable to pay their taxes. Once 1,000 accumulated, they would be sent down by the great elevator to the underhive. Li Qinwu averted his gaze and noticed a peculiar emblem on a shop in the street. 2 intertwined red serpents with a red cross at their center. Li Qinwu grabbed Little Joel and asked, "What is that shop?" Little Joel glanced at it. "Oh, that's the Twin Serpent School, a medical establishment. There's a twin serpent doctor there who can cure almost any ailment. You can buy anything related to health there." His face then fell. "But they're so expensive, far too expensive." Li Qinwu stroked his chin, his eyes fixed on the sign of the Twin Serpent School. Could it hold the components needed to upgrade the medical station? Upgrading the medical station required 3 crucial parts: a chemical purification device, a temperature controller, and a mixing and sedimentation machine. He already had leads on the first two, but the third remained elusive. Could he find it in the Twin Serpent School shop? Sir, the great elevator is here. Little Joel's voice broke through Lee Kinwis' reverie. All right, you can head back. He placed 2 potatoes in Little Joel's hands, waved, and strode into the elevator. Creak, creak, creak. The gears as large as buildings rotated, lowering a pure metal platform the size of several football fields beneath the surface. This massive elevator could transport over 2,000 people, dozens of tanks, and thousands of tons of supplies at once. A crude yet frenzied mechanical marvel. At that moment, the elevator was divided into 2 groups. One group, a few hundred people heading to work in the bottom nest safe zone, huddled quietly in a corner, and Lee Chinwu was among them. On the other side were 1,000 individuals surrounded by hundreds of judicial police. Exiles stripped of their middle nest identities, their hands bound in ceramic steel shackles, wailing as if their lives were about to end. Lee Chinwu shook his head, pulled out a cigarette, and lit it. A man beside him let out a snicker, speaking as if to himself, or perhaps to Lee Chinwu. These poor bastards, I bet half of them won't survive. Lee Chinwu shot him a glance. Underestimating them. If even 10% make it, that means the bottom nesters are hospitable, kind, and beautiful. The man, surprised that Lee Chinwu replied, asked, "Oh, how so?" Lee Chinwu gestured with his cigarette toward the 1,000 people. Every single one of them will be robbed as soon as they hit the ground. At least 10% will die in the scuffles. In the next 5 days, they'll be looted, harassed, and toyed with by the bottom nesters. Another 30% dead. In the following 10 days, hunger, cold, disease, and filthy water will claim another 30%. The survivors will be snatched up by gangs as thugs, test subjects, or disposable pawns. Another 30% gone. The man was stunned. Wait, that adds up to 100%. Lee Chinwu grinned. He fooled you. Not a single one will survive. The man paused, then laughed as well. Interesting. Let me introduce myself. Reno, head of the Bottom Nest Water Purification Guild. Lee Chinwu pulled out his cigarette pack and offered one. Lee Chinwu, scavenger. If you need something found, something done, or someone killed, as long as the price is right. Reno took the cigarette, his gaze fixed on Lee Chinwu in surprise, clearly not expecting a random conversation partner to be such a formidable figure. He noticed 2 long objects wrapped in tattered cloth strapped to Lee Kinwis' back. Those were guns. Click-clack, click-clack. The great elevator is about to reach the surface. The machine spirit is stable. All personnel prepare to disembark. Praise the Emperor. The loudspeaker on the elevator blared the announcement, and the wailing grew louder. Reno observed Lee Kinwis' casual demeanor, a rare sight in this brutal world. He hesitated for a moment, then said, "A few of my workers were robbed by a madam and her thugs while having fun in the lower nest safe zone. If you can use our water purification guild's pipes to break the madam and her thugs' legs, I'm willing to pay a price." Contact Reno unlocked. Lee Kinwis' brow twitched. Unlocking a new contact just like that. This was just some random passerby. Tell me the details. Reno said, "The madam runs a red light district on the edge of the safe zone. My workers often go there for fun. For some reason, the madam and her thugs rob my workers. This is a blow to my reputation. I need to retaliate to restore my standing." Lee Chinwu asked, "Why use your water purification guild steel pipes to beat them?" Reno explained, "I need those rats to know the retaliation comes from me to deter them from causing me trouble in the future. The pipes have a stamp. If you hit hard enough, you'll leave a lasting mark on their bodies." Lee Chinwu understood and cut to the chase. "What can you offer?" Reno said, "How about 100 water purification tablets?" Lee Chinwu let out a whistle. 100 water purification tablets. For Reno, a minor manager in the guild, it was just a matter of cooking the books. But in the bottom nest, these tablets were as hard a currency as food. No matter how filthy the water, one tablet would settle and disinfect it into drinkable water, making it usable. Lee Chinwu considered for a moment and asked, "Do you have standard chemical filter cartridges?" Reno nodded. "Yes, he'll throw in 10 chemical filter cartridges." With that, Lee Chinwu clicked to accept the mission. Ding. Mission accepted. Reno of the Water Purification Guild needs you to restore his honor. Mission objective: break the madam's legs using the Water Purification Guild's Pipe 01. Break the legs of the madam's thugs using the Water Purification Guild's Pipe 05. Mission reward: water purification tablets 100, chemical filter cartridges 10, a Renos favorability level up from 0 to 1. Lee Chinwu grinned and clicked to accept the mission. "Great, I'll check it out when I have time." Reno nodded. "If you do a clean job, I can give you more work in the future." With that, the great elevator shuddered violently as it reached the bottom. The massive iron doors creaked open, gradually revealing the greedy eyes of thousands of bottom nesters staring at the people with ceramic steel shackles on their hands as if they were meat. Lee Chinwu followed the staff away, deliberately exposing his pipe shotgun to deter any troublemakers looking for it. As for the 1,000 prisoners, the judicial police unlocked their shackles and drove them out of the elevator with a few baton strikes. Some refused to leave, huddling in corners, clutching anything they could, sobbing, many with children in their arms. They begged the police to take them back to the middle nest, promising to work hard and pay off their debts. But all they faced were crackling electric batons that could bring down a bear with a single jab to the waist. Li Qinwu, about to slip into a pipe far from the safe zone, glanced back at the great elevator. The police had abandoned the 1,000 prisoners and ascended once more. The long-waiting bottom nest rats cheered, charging in with various weapons to begin their plunder. They snatched bags, tore off clothes, and even grabbed children. The 1,000 prisoners were torn apart and trampled by thousands of bottom nest rats, half of them dead or wounded in an instant. They cried out to the emperor, screamed in terror, and fought back, but all they met were the greedy gazes of the bottom nest rats. Li Qinwu shook his head and disappeared into the pipe. The safe zone didn't provide safety for everyone. It only forbade attacks on middle nest workers and prevented bottom nest gangs from approaching the great elevator so as not to upset the machine spirit. Within the safe zone, you could kill with restraint. Restraint meaning not killing more than 100,000 at once. This was Warhammer 40k. Back at his hideout, Li Qinwu plugged in the electric stove given by Lieutenant Rudison and roasted a few potatoes. Ding! Hideout kitchen upgraded from level 0 to level 1. Indeed, the electric stove was a hideout upgrade item. Thanks to Lieutenant Rudison for the crucial upgrade. Then Li Qinwu sat at his workbench, clamped down the PDF semi-automatic battle rifle, and began disassembling it for maintenance. He was about to hunt chemical boars with it, and needed to know the gun's condition. Minutes later, the workbench was covered in gun parts with a particularly long and thick barrel standing out. The gun was in excellent condition, barely over 100 rounds fired since leaving the factory just past the break-in period. The oil was well applied with no rust. Li Qinwu wiped off the old oil with a rag, fetched some holy oil, and began lubricating the internal parts. After coating every component, he reassembled the rifle, raised it, and kissed the receiver. Good wife will be counting on you later. Having appeased the machine spirit, if it existed in this gun, Li Qinwu started loading rounds. Rudison had given Li Qinwu 100 AP rounds, and he already had over 600 standard rounds level 3 ammo from scavenging on previous trips. Li Qinwu loaded one 15-round magazine with AP rounds and 2 others with standard rounds, then stuffed 30 AP spare rounds and 200 standard spare rounds into his pockets. He put on the PDF body armor and helmet head acquired last time, geared up with a full kit, and prepared to head out for the black market mission. Donning the finest equipment from the warehouse, Li Qinwu leisurely strolled to the fertilizer gang's stronghold. Upon arrival, he saw the fertilizer gang members gathered together, over 1,000 of them cramming the limited space left by the chemical reaction equipment. A hulking man stood on a high platform with only one eye, the other was a red mechanical prosthetic, likely the leader of the fertilizer gang. He shouted loudly at the gang underlings below, roughly declaring they would march out to slaughter the bastards of the chemical gang, promising rewards of titles, wealth, and women for those who fought valiantly. The underlings howled with excitement, brandishing various cold weapons, eager to charge forth and kill the chemical gang scum. Behind the one-eyed mechanical man stood several senior underlings, among them the black market merchant Nepal. Nepal scanned the crowd below with sharp eyes, immediately spotting Li Qinwu at the back, primarily because of his PDF gray-green helmet, which stood out among the motley crew's patchwork metal armor. Nepal pulled a younger henchman aside, muttered something, and pressed an object into his hand. The henchman nodded, vanished from the platform, and slipped over to Li Qinwu. Scavenger Sir Boss Nepal sends his regards. He handed a stack of fertilizer coupons to Li Qinwu. Scavenger Sir, this is your appearance fee. We're about to set out. Please follow us to attack the chemical gang. Li Qinwu took the fertilizer coupons and counted them. 5,000, not a single note missing. Satisfied, he pocketed the money. Scavenger Sir, he'll be by your side as your assistant and coordinate with you in battle, said the henchman. This was the spy sent by Nepal. 5,000 credits weren't easy money. He couldn't just fire a few shots on the battlefield and flee. Someone had to keep an eye on him. Li Qinwu pulled out a cigarette and offered one to the other. What should I call you? The henchman took the cigarette. Just call me Xiao Dao. Li Qinwu nodded. Xiao Dao, stay behind me and keep count of the kills. Your boss pays me 300 for every chemical dog I kill and 3,000 for every chemical pig. Don't miss a single one. Xiao Dao nodded. That's exactly why Boss Nepal sent me. I've got sharp eyes, not a single one of your kills will go uncounted. As the two conferred, the one-eyed mechanical man on the platform let out a great shout, echoed by the fertilizer gang underlings below. They surged in a certain direction, a chaotic, disorderly tide. Li Qinwu and Xiao Dao followed at the rear. Li Qinwu asked, "How many men have you mobilized? And how many does the chemical gang have?" Xiao Dao replied, "We have over 1,000 core members and more than 500 hired thugs. The chemical gang will have even more. They control many venomous creatures with injections. But our equipment is better. We have more gunners, and Boss Electric Eye has a secret weapon. That'll give those chemical bastards a real headache." Li Qinwu grunted indifferently. Afterward, the mob of over 1500 thugs marched through the ceramidous steel structures of the Underhive for over 30 minutes. This seemingly fragile army bellowed and clamored with occasional neurotic shouts and the clanging of weapons against pipes. Military discipline was entirely absent. Then they arrived at a vast space, perhaps once an underhive warehouse the size of dozens of football fields. The area was filled with colossal ceramidal steel pillars like towering giants littered with metal scrap, collapsed steel frames, and ruins dimly lit by a series of atmospheric state lights. This was Strategic Warehouse S-65, abandoned 120 years ago. Later, with approval from the Marshal's Department, it became a place for underhive gangs to settle disputes. The underhive gangs called it the arena. After the 1500 fertilizer gang thugs entered the arena, they waited quietly. Within a certain time, the chemical gang would also arrive, and a battle would decide who owned the newly discovered reactor. While the others chatted, and Li Qinwu did not wait. He began scouting for firing positions. The area was spacious, but not empty. Piles of reinforced concrete debris, empty, colossal metal containers, and metal structures filled the space, turning the arena into a labyrinth. Li Qinwu spotted a damaged crane about 10 meters high with an operator's cabin at the top. He patted Xiao Dao on the shoulder. "Follow me." Xiao Dao, though uncertain, followed Li Qinwu. They climbed the crane and entered the operator's. The cabin, aside from its glass, was an armored compartment offering decent cover. Most importantly, it provided a wide field of view. Li Qinwu smashed the glass with his rifle, but set up his PDF semi-automatic combat rifle and aimed. Its long barrel allowed it to be used as a sniper rifle. He pulled out a magazine loaded with level 3 ammunition and handed it to Xiao Dao along with loose rounds. "Know how to load?" Xiao Dao nodded. "Good. When I fire, you load the magazines and keep count." "Understand." Xiao Dao nodded again. "Understood, scavenger, sir." Then came a long wait. Li Qinwu's satiety dropped to 0 once. He ate 2 potatoes, drank some water from his canteen, and simply laid down in the cabin with his rifle, telling Xiao Dao to wake him if anything happened. After a while, Xiao Dao woke him. "Scavenger, sir, the chemical gang bastards are here." Li Qinwu rose, knelt in the cabin, propped the rifle on the window, pulled the bolt to chamber around, and released the safety, ready to fire. A cacophony arose from the pitch-black space ahead. The footsteps of thousands, the clang of steel pipes on the ground, and the shouts of madmen. The chemical gang had arrived. Over 5,000 of them. Most were emaciated, drug-addled wretches draped in rags, wielding steel pipes and long knives, cannon fodder. The chemical gang's core strength consisted of burly men in iron armor armed with long, cold weapons and homemade firearms. Their unnatural bulk suggested the power of 9 dragons, though it remained to be seen if those steroid-pumped muscles were any use on the battlefield. The two gangs began to confront each other. The fertilizer gang's leader, Electric Eye, and the chemical gang's leader, a woman called Mama, exchanged shouts across the distance. Mama looked like a vampire with unnaturally pale skin, clad in a black leather jacket and a shaved head with a top knot. A special device on the back of her head held various colored syringes ready for injection. The two gang leaders shouted at each other for a few minutes, ultimately concluding with mutual insults about each other's mothers and fathers. Negotiations broke down and the battle began. The leaders of both sides retreated and their underlings began to brawl. Someone shouted for the emperor, and the two groups clashed. What followed was a chaotic melee reminiscent of Warhammer 40k, where cold steel and firearms clashed simultaneously and the morale on both sides was absurdly high. A bunch of Underhive gang members, as if boosted by a morale buff, frenziedly hacked at each other without any retreat. In the center of the battlefield, in the blink of an eye, the corpses piled up into a mountain. Then someone planted a fertilizer gang flag atop the corpse pile, and a group of fertilizer gang gunners rushed to the summit, fighting from the top to the base, wildly blasting the enemy with a motley collection of firearms. Brother Mountain, though it was a watered-down version of mortal gang members from the Underhive, was still an indispensable part of the Warhammer 40k experience. The chemical gang outnumbered the fertilizer gang, but they were just a bunch of junkies. After getting a fix, they were merely junkies who felt no pain. A blow to the head with an iron pipe would still kill them. So the two sides were locked in a stalemate, wearing each other down. Inside the crane operator's cabin, Li Qinwu steadily operated a semi-automatic combat rifle, firing with precision at a rate of 1 shot every 4 or 5 seconds. Before each shot, he would warn Xiao Dao beside him. "See that chemical dog on the blue container about 250 meters ahead?" Xiao Dao nodded. "Got it." Li Qinwu fired. The man's head exploded, and he died. "Left over 300 meters out, see that punk with the torch and the pompadour?" "Got it." Bang. The punk's neck was hit. He clutched his spurting neck and fell, the torch extinguishing. "See that chemical dog on Brother Mountain 200 meters away?" "Got it." Bang. Looks like I missed. Hit the unlucky guy next to him. "Count it." In this bizarre atmosphere of shooting and tallying, Li Qinwu emptied a 15-round magazine, securing 6 kills, earning him 1,800 credits. He tossed the empty magazine to Xiao Dao, who handed him a new one, and began reloading the spent rounds. Li Qinwu continued firing. After emptying 3 magazines, the barrel grew hot, so he packed up to relocate. "Hey, no more shooting?" Xiao Dao asked, puzzled. Li Qinwu replied, "We're moving. We might have been spotted after shooting this long." "How many kills?" 17. Xiao Dao followed Li Qinwu down from the crane, and they ran over a kilometer to the west side of the battlefield, leaving Xiao Dao panting heavily. There was a cluster of empty containers quiet, and on the flank of the battlefield with no one around. Seeing no way to climb up, Li Qinwu said to Xiao Dao, "Crouch by the container and boost me up." Xiao Dao complied and crouched. Li Qinwu stepped onto his shoulder, gripped the edge of the container, and pulled himself up with a single chin-up. "Give me your hand." Li Qinwu pulled Xiao Dao up. The view wasn't as good as from the crane tower, but they could still see the battlefield. No sooner had Xiao Dao steadied himself than a series of intense muffled gunshots rang out. The crane cabin they had just occupied was riddled with bullets, pockmarked and ruined. Xiao Dao broke out in a cold sweat. If they had stayed up there, he would have been turned into minced meat. "Hey, snap out of it. Keep count," Li Qinwu shouted, lying prone on the container top. He took off his backpack, placed it in front, and rested the rifle on it. Xiao Dao quickly lay down 2 clutching magazines and bullets, now completely deferring to Li Qinwu. Li Qinwu waited for over 30 seconds, letting his heartbeat calm before slowly opening fire. The relocation also served to cool down the barrel. After 3 magazines, the gun was hot, and the run had cooled it off. The sound of the semi-automatic combat rifle echoed across the battlefield once more. With every 1 to 3 shots, a chemical gang member was felled. This drew the attention of Mama, the chemical gang leader. Li Qinwu's gunfire was too distinctive and deadly. Everyone else was slashing with blades, and those with guns had only crude homemade pieces that couldn't shoot far, only useful for close-range spraying. Who else would engage in long-range precision shooting like him? Mama, gazing at the muzzle flash flickering in the darkness on the battlefield's flank, said to a muscular man as strong as a bear, "Baby, go bring Mama that shooter's head." The burly man knelt, kissed Mama's leather boot, and looked up at her with longing. Mama raised her hand, and a needle popped out from her metal arm guard, plunging into the man's neck, injecting a vial of serum. The man instantly reddened with rage. A dose of anger serum turned him into a mini-superhuman, and he sprinted toward Li Qinwu's position on the flank at Olympic athlete speed. Li Qinwu was still firing precisely from atop the container when he heard heavy footsteps racing toward him, drawing his attention. He saw a 2-meter-tall giant who had been working out for 2.5 years and had a pointy head from injections, charging at him with incredible speed. Holy shit! Li Qinwu was startled, swung his rifle around, and aimed at the guy. Bang, 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 bang. 5 shots in a row, all missed. The guy was too fast, a difficult moving target. "Oh, kill him quick. He's a juiced-up freak. He'll tear us apart." Xiao Dao screamed, clearly traumatized by such things. Li Qinwu ignored him, sat up, took a deep breath, held it, and aligned the front and rear sights on the rapidly moving juiced-up freak. Bang! A shot rang out, and with a wet thud the giant took a hit to the thigh. The large-caliber bullet tore away a chunk of flesh, causing him to trip mid-sprint and tumbled dozens of meters across the ground, scraping off all exposed skin. "You hit him," Xiao Dao yelled excitedly, but Li Qinwu didn't celebrate. The shot wasn't fatal. He reamed at the giant, who was slowly getting up, ready to finish him off. He sighted the target through the mechanical sights and pulled the trigger. Click! The bolt locked back. "Empty. Damn it. Magazine!" Li Qinwu shouted. Xiao Dao snapped back to reality and quickly handed him a full magazine. Li Qinwu reloaded quickly, but by then the fallen giant had risen. Blood gushed from his thigh where a large chunk of muscle had been torn away, though the bone was intact. His pupils contracted to pinpricks, foam bubbled at the corners of his mouth, and his body trembled uncontrollably. He felt no pain from the wound and shouted maniacally, "Mama wants me to bring back your heads." His muscles tensed, and he sprinted at the peak of human speed, blood spurting from his thigh wound. In under 10 seconds, he covered over 100 meters, reached the container, and leaped. Just then, Li Qinwu finished reloading viciously, pulled the bolt, raised the rifle, and aimed at the giant hurtling toward him. Amid Xiao Dao's terrified screams, he pulled the trigger rapidly. Bang, 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 bang. On the front line, the situation was shifting. The thugs of the fertilizer gang, clad in trash armor and wielding cold steel shields, coordinated surprisingly well, holding back the onslaught of venomous insects. The matriarch of the chemical gang, seeing that most of the venomous insects were dead, ordered her men, "Good children, release mother's obedient dogs to bite the enemy to death." The chemical gang's main force, the chemical dogs, were deployed. Compared to the venomous insects, they were far more elite, all wearing trash armor and bearing cold weapons and iron shields. The matriarch's trusted confidants even wielded homemade firearms. The matriarch's strategy was to first exhaust the fertilizer gang's members with the venomous insects, then send in the chemical dog elites to fight. Approximately 1600 chemical dogs received the order, injected themselves into a frenzied state, and charged forward with wild screams, ready to clash with the fertilizer gang. On the fertilizer gang's side, their leader, Electric Eye, sneered coldly and gave an order to a group of special operatives beside him. "Begin." Each of these special operatives carried a suicide backpack composed of detonators and metal shrapnel. Every explosion would unleash a terrifying storm of metal. These men were criminals from the mid-nest captured by the fertilizer gang before they could adapt to life in the bottom. The fertilizer gang only captured those with children, forcing the men to become suicide bombers in exchange for a promise that their families would be allowed to survive. Now it was time for these men to fulfill their purpose. A suicide bomber's eyes flickered with fear and pain before finally hardening into a single question. Will you take care of my family? Electric Eye remained silent, but a senior underling stepped forward. 15 years ago, my father died in a suicide blast. I was only 10 then. Now I am Electric Eye's trusted right hand. My mother works in the fertilizer pool and is expected to live until she's 40 before dying of disease. These words, which would make anyone's hair stand on end, were here presented as a privileged condition worth dying for. Swear it in the name of the Emperor. The man tightened the bomb backpack on his body, staring fixedly at Electric Eye's single eye. I swear in the name of the Emperor. Your child will become my enforcer until adulthood, and your wife will become my worker. They may die in gang fights from chemical diseases or from overwork, but they will not die a dishonorable death toyed with and abused. The man closed his eyes, tears streaming down his face. When he opened them again, they were filled with nothing but brutality and ferocity. 50 suicide bombers howled as they charged out of the line, meeting the chemical gang's drug-crazed horde heathen. The two sides collided violently, and then came the explosions. Bodies were torn apart by the blast, shrapnel flying everywhere, even shredding distant chemical dogs. Blood, organs, torn flesh, and shattered limbs were splattered everywhere by the explosions. They were like stains on the golden boots of the Emperor of mankind. Meaningless, worthless. The chemical gang's main assault was largely neutralized by the suicide bombers. Electric Eye laughed heartily, wielding a large blade in his left hand and a high-caliber homemade pistol in his right. He shouted, "Brothers, charge. Let's wipe out these vermin in one fell swoop." With that, he charged forward, boosting the morale of the fertilizer gang. They roared and surged ahead, pushing the front line into chemical gang territory. The matriarch of the chemical gang gnashed her teeth in fury and yelled, "Release all the chemical pigs." Her underlings began to tremble at the command. "But mother, our people are mixed with the enemy. If we release the chemical pigs now..." The matriarch shot a glance, and the underling nearly wet himself, reluctantly activating the remote to release all the chemical pigs. Elsewhere on a container at the flank of the battlefield, Knife was screeching wildly, frantically stabbing a muscle dog that had leaped onto the container. In truth, the muscle dog was already dead. As it jumped up, Li Qinwu had fired a semi-automatic combat rifle, emptying a 15-round magazine in 2 seconds, all bullets tearing into the muscle dog's chest cavity. Its heart, liver, and lungs were completely destroyed. It died instantly, but its momentum carried it forward, pinning Li Qinwu beneath its massive body. Startled, Knife screamed and stabbed the muscle dog frantically with his knife, delivering over 100 stabs in that short span. Li Qinwu, struggling to breathe under the 2-meter-tall brute, shouted, "Push him off." Knife, "Awoo. Li Qinwu, damn it. Stop stabbing. He's dead. Push him off." Knife paused, looking at the still muscle dog, finally realizing it was dead. He quickly pushed the corpse aside. Li Qinwu got up, gasping for air, then searched the body, pulling 4 poison needles from the muscle dog's pants pocket. While this loot matched the creature's strength, a mini-boss indeed. Satisfied, Li Qinwu opened his backpack and stored the poison needles. Meanwhile, the battlefield had shifted again. After a series of explosions, the remaining main forces of the fertilizer gang and chemical gang clashed in a final struggle. The chemical gang unveiled their ultimate weapon, over 30 chemical pigs. These monsters, standing 2.5 meters tall with layers of fat and iron armor, began an indiscriminate slaughter as soon as they appeared. These creatures had no reason, unable to distinguish friend from foe. They killed fertilizer gang members, chemical gang members, and even attacked each other when 2 chemical pigs collided. The battlefield instantly descended into chaos, the situation becoming murky once more. From a distance, Li Qinwu saw the chemical gang release their pigs. He swapped in a magazine loaded with level 5 rounds, planning to complete the black market task of killing 3 pigs. He aimed at the battlefield for a long time, but didn't fire. It was too chaotic. The pigs were leaping about, occasionally tearing apart a person to eat. Hard to hit. AP rounds were mainly for armor piercing. A headshot would kill instantly. But hitting the body, with all that fat, it was dubious, likely minimal damage. After scanning for a while, he suddenly saw a pig grab a chemical dog, pin him to the ground, and sink its massive jaws into the man's belly. The unfortunate chemical dog screamed, his belly ripped open, intestines spilling out. His thin arms and legs were useless against the mountain of flesh that was the chemical pig. The pig knelt down, slurping the entrails like noodles, its head bobbing less vigorously, making it easier for Li Qinwu to aim. He shouldered the rifle, took a deep breath, held it, and steadied the weapon. Aligning the front and rear sights on the pig's head as it feasted, he pulled the trigger. Bang! A high-pressure, armor-piercing, heavy round shot from the muzzle, striking the pig's forehead with precision. The bullet pierced its iron helmet, then its skull, turning its chemically addled brain into a tangled mess. Without even a grunt, the beast stiffened and collapsed dead. With a single shot, a half-done chemical monster, an AP round eliminated a chemical pig. Li Qinwu was delighted, feeling fortunate, but there was no way to retrieve the Fury spinal device. The pig side was in chaos with both factions present, so he dared not go over to collect the spoils. The main pity was the Fury potion, a high-grade base material that he needed to stockpile. After a moment's thought, Li Qinwu glanced at Xiao Dao beside him. By now, Xiao Dao looked at Li Qinwu with profound admiration. He had been counting. Over 60 chemical dogs had fallen by his hand, plus one muscle dog, and now a single shot had taken down a chemical pig. This man was a true war god. Did he feel no fear? Li Qinwu claimed he did not, for he would not die. At worst, had abandoned his gear and redeploy. Still, he regretted being unable to retrieve the spoils, so he decided to change tactics. He asked Xiao Dao, "How fast can you run?" Xiao Dao was taken aback and blurted a decent. Decent is good enough. Li Qinwu's expression was meaningful as he pointed at the chaotic battlefield. From here to the battlefield, it's about 280 meters. Ahead of us, there's a 150-meter clear zone. Xiao Dao was puzzled, unsure why he was being told this. Li Qinwu clapped him on the shoulder with a smile. "You lure the chemical pig over, and he'll take it down with an armor-piercing round." Xiaodao's face paled. As a senior underling in the fertilizer gang, survival came from longevity. He had lived long enough to know the ferocity of muscle dogs and chemical pigs all too well. A monster like a chemical pig loved to slurp noodles, pinning a man down, biting open his belly, and devouring him alive. The victim would remain conscious throughout. How terrifying. The mere thought of being caught and slurped by a chemical pig made Xiaodao's legs tremble like sieves. "Can't we shoot from here?" "Scavenger, sir, you just took one down with a single shot." Li Qinwu replied that was because the pig was kneeling to eat a man, its head still. "I took it out cleanly. But look at the battlefield. These things are running all over. How am I supposed to hit them?" Xiao Dao surveyed the scene. Indeed, the chemical pigs were darting about, chasing and slaughtering the crowd. The people had no effective means against them, and both sides suffered casualties from the frenzied beasts. The battlefield was expanding as soldiers scattered, which worked to Li Qinwu's advantage. The larger the area, the lower the density, and the more chaos, the easier it was for him to reap benefits. Seeing Xiao Dao rooted in place, he knew the man dared not act as bait and was about to abandon the plan. "Fine, if you want, I'll go." To his surprise, Xiao Dao, after trembling, blurted out those words with a resolute look in his eyes. Li Qinwu was puzzled. Why the sudden change from sheer terror? His gaze was as steadfast as that of a gangster warrior. Li Qinwu didn't bother asking why. He instructed, "Listen carefully. Lure only one chemical pig at a time, then run straight across the 150-meter open ground." "Straight, got it." Still tense, Xiao Dao gritted his teeth and asked why straight. "Chemical pigs have armor and thick fat. My AP rounds can only kill them with a headshot. They're mindless. If you run straight at me, I'll chase you in a straight line. They'll be on the container, and its head will be a simple, predictable target, making it easy to hit." Understanding dawned on Xiao Dao. He nimbly climbed down from the container and crept toward the battlefield. Li Qinwu unloaded the magazine, loaded it with AP rounds, dragged the muscle dog's corpse over, rested the rifle on it, and waited in silence. Xiao Dao edged toward the battlefield, moving stealthily without a sound. He crouched behind a pile of ceramic steel scrap and peered out. Ahead, over a dozen chemical gang members were swinging steel pipes and machetes at a chemical pig, but their cold weapons were useless. The blades clanged off its armor without effect. A fertilizer gang member shrieked, driving a knife into the gap in the pig's hip, armor rupturing its demonic. An ordinary man would have gone into shock, but the chemical pig only roared, its massive fist hammering down, crushing the man's head into his chest. Then it swatted around wildly, sending everyone it struck flying with broken bones and spurting blood. In an instant, 10 chemical gang members lay dead, utterly helpless against the monster. After killing the nuisances, the chemical pig knelt and grabbed a limb to slurp noodles. Meanwhile, Xiao Dao steeled himself. Panting heavily, he picked up a shard of ceramic steel and hurled it at the fragment clanged off its iron helmet, and the beast instantly lifted its head like a predator disturbed during feeding. Xiao Dao threw another shard and yelled, "Bastard! Come get your daddy, Ruer." The chemical pig bellowed, tore the limb in half with a single yank, and hurled it viciously at Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao spun and ran. The corpse landed ahead of him, rolling with entrails trailing like strings. By the Emperor above, he shrieked and sprinted even faster. "Ruer." The chemical pig rose and charged with explosive speed, its mountainous body barreling forward. Xiao Dao heard the thunderous footsteps behind him, tears nearly springing from fear. His mind flashed with a montage of being caught and savagely mauled, spurring him to run even faster. Fortunately, Li Qinwu's plan was sound. An ordinary man at full sprint could match a chemical pig's speed. Overcoming fear alone could buy a few minutes of chase. Now Xiao Dao zigzagged onto the open ground and spotted Li Qinwu 150 meters away, rifle propped on the container. Gritting his teeth, he wished he could run on all fours. The chemical pig smashed through empty crates, hot on his heels, its massive claws reaching out, drool streaming. Unlike Xiaodao's soul-shattering terror, Li Qinwu atop the container remained utterly calm. He breathed slowly, aligning his sights with the running pig. As expected, it ran in a straight line, its large head swaying slightly. When the target reached about 100 meters, Li Qinwu fired. Bang, 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 bang. After 4 shots, the chemical pig crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud, its head shattered. It twitched a few times. Xiao Dao sprinted to the container, pounding it frantically, shouting hysterically, "I'm freaking scared to death." Li Qinwu unloaded the magazine, reloaded AP rounds, and said calmly, "You're brave." Xiao Dao knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, feeling a sense of salvation. But Li Qinwu added, "Keep going." Lure the second one. The battle between the two gangs had raged for 3 hours, with thousands of corpses lying at the epicenter of the battlefield. After the chemical boar charged in, it devastated the entire field. To eliminate this menace, the fertilizer gang expended a massive number of troops and blasting caps. At present, both leaders were holed up in the rear with a few hundred trusted henchmen. These men wielded homemade firearms, the last remnants of the gang's reserves. The low-level cannon fodder had been completely wiped out, only a few hundred gunmen remained. Both sides were weighing whether to continue the fight. If they ceased, it would be a draw, leaving the reactor still up for grabs. Yet if they pressed on, they risked exhausting their final assets, rendering them unable to control their own gangs upon return. Both leaders were trapped in indecision, with only the cries of the wounded echoing across the battlefield. This proved a golden opportunity for Li Qinwu. Coordinating with Xiao Dao, he lured and shot 3 chemical boars, then stopped fighting to begin harvesting. He told the exhausted Xiao Dao to rest while he loaded ordinary rounds into his semi-automatic combat rifle, preparing to loot the corpses on the battlefield. First, he approached the 3 chemical boars he had slain. Picking up a steel pipe lying nearby, he used it as a crowbar to pry open the creature's rage spines, violently wrenching off their helmets along with them. Then Li Qinwu opened the drug storage compartment on the rage spine and collected the rage potion inside. After a flurry of work, he harvested 3 rage spines for his mission and obtained 14 doses of rage potion. He was quite satisfied, but his backpack wasn't full yet, and the battlefield still held countless corpses to loot. Cautiously, he crept to the edge of the battlefield, reaching a dead chemical dog. He rummaged through its pockets and pulled out a poison needle. Stowing the needle, he moved toward the next chemical dog corpse. But before he could reach out, the corpse suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. "I am still alive." Li Qinwu drew the dagger from his waist and thrust it upward from the creature's chin into its brain. "No, you're not. Just an illusion." The chemical dog's leg kicked once, then went still. From its pocket, he fished out another poison needle and a few coins. Li Qinwu then moved on to the next corpse. After a thorough search, he had gathered over 50 poison needles and more than 300 coins. Having covered this area, he began advancing toward the more central part of the battlefield. The central battlefield was even more densely littered with corpses. Li Qinwu feasted on the spoils, obtaining another 40-plus poison needles. He also extracted dozens of doses of rage potion from the chemical boars that the fertilizer gang soldiers had died fighting. As he reveled in his plunder, Li Qinwu suddenly heard moans coming from behind a pile of construction debris. Instantly alert, he shouldered his rifle, crept forward with soft steps, and quickly peeked out to gather information before retreating. It was a core member of the fertilizer gang, gravely wounded. His stomach had been torn open, revealing a massive cavity. His intestines were gone and blood gushed out in torrents. He seemed beyond saving. Li Qinwu spotted a large caliber homemade gun lying beside this man. His eyes lit up. Stepping out from cover, he picked up the weapon to inspect its condition. It was a fully automatic homemade shotgun, firing 35mm rounds with a long barrel and an unusually large circular drum magazine, holding 30 shots. Li Qinwu let out a whistle. A bulldozer. This gun is perfect for confined spaces like the undernest. He noticed a spare full drum on the fertilizer gang core member and reached for it. The core member spat out a mouthful of blood and murmured, "I think I'm dying." As Li Qinwu removed the drum from his body, he replied, "Your guts are ripped out. Must have been a chemical bore. You've got about a 1 for chance. Here, lift your hips." The man had a peculiar drum magazine harness that allowed 2 large drums to be slung on either side of his waist. Li Qinwu decided to take it. Agitated by the poking and prodding, the core member cried out, "Stop messing with me. It hurts too much. Just give me a quick death." Li Qinwu nodded and drew his dagger, but the man quickly stopped him. "No, don't use the knife. I saw you picking up poison needles on the battlefield. Give me 3 shots." Li Qinwu thought for a moment, put away the dagger, and took out 3 poison needles from his pack. He jabbed them directly into the core member's neck. The overdose of chemicals instantly severed the connection between his brain and body. He stopped moaning in pain, his eyes slowly glazing over. Watching Li Qinwu strip the harness from his body, he whispered, "In my next life, I don't want to be human." With those words, his head lolled to the side, and he died. Li Qinwu stuffed the harness into his backpack, stood up, and walked away. Next life. Report to the chaos instead. In Warhammer 40k, there is a place called the Warp which can be simply understood as hell inhabited by demons. Demons belong to different factions with distinct personalities collectively known as Chaos. After death, if a soul isn't claimed by the Emperor of Mankind, it is highly likely to fall into the Warp, becoming a plaything for demonic gods. So this guy thought he could have a next life. Dreaming on. Go be a demon's meat puppet. Several hours passed, and neither gang leader mustered the courage to go all in. The gunmen were the elites of the gangs. Other members could die and be replaced within months, but not the gunmen. These men were the product of genuine investment by both leaders. Each loss was irreplaceable, and for every extra gunman they had, the leader could control at least 100 more cannon fodder. But if all the gunmen were killed, even if no other gang attacked, the leaders would lose control of their own territories. Someone would rise up and kill them in rebellion. Thus, both leaders chose to slowly withdraw from the battlefield, temporarily abandoning the reactor. They planned to gather a new wave of cannon fodder in a few months and return to fight. On the battlefield, Li Qinwu scavenged 2 more automatic guns in decent condition with intact rifling. His pack was stuffed to the brim with poison needles, triggering a yellow weight limit. Satisfied with his haul, he decided to leave. He first returned to where Xiao Dao was resting. "Let's go. The fight's over. Your boss has retreated." Xiao Dao was startled. He had been injured from running, mostly from sheer terror. After Li Qinwu killed the 3 chemical boars, he had told him to rest. Now hearing this, Xiao Dao realized the sounds of gunfire and shouting had long ceased. He stood up to chase after the main fertilizer gang force, but Li Qinwu grabbed him and asked, "How many did I kill?" "Remember," Xiao Dao thought for a moment. 63 chemical dogs and 4 chemical boars. Li Qinwu nodded. "Go tell your boss to prepare the money. He'll collect it in a few days." Then he counted out 300 coins, stuffed them into Xiao Dao's pocket, waved his hand, and disappeared into the darkness. Xiao Dao stood there clutching the 300 coins, a bit stunned. 100 just for running an errand." Li Qinwu wandered around for a while before returning to his hideout. He took a cold shower in the bathroom, washed his clothes, then ran naked to the heater, hanging the clothes up to dry. He noticed that the knees and seat of his trousers were worn through. This old-fashioned worker's uniform made of coarse gray cloth was sturdy, but it couldn't withstand Li Qinwu's constant running and jumping outside. His shoes were also ruined, nearly falling apart. He would need to go out and find a few pairs. If he were killed outside, all the items on him would drop, and he would respawn naked in his hideout, so he had to keep spare clothes. Li Qinwu placed a grooved piece of iron on the heater, opened a bottle of holy oil, and spread it on the surface. Then he opened a ceramic steel barrel, scooped out some food starch, and began to make pancakes. Soon a fried starch cake was ready, and he started eating. After downing one cake, a status appeared at the lower left corner of his vision. Divine. Divine, the power of the Emperor Master of Mankind shields you. You shall not falter, you shall not fear. Evil cannot enter your body, you chaos cannot corrupt your mind. The light of humanity endures forever. Energy 5, duration 2 hours. After consuming a holy oil fried cake, Li Qinwu's entire body trembled with an indescribable. The divine status not only increased his energy attribute by 5 points, sharpening his perception of the world, but also reset his chaos corruption to 0. In the world of Warhammer 40k, everyone carries some degree of chaos corruption. For ordinary people, 001, which is considered normal. In worlds invaded by chaos demons, this value can skyrocket, reaching 200 or even 2000. When chaos corruption maxes out, people can be twisted into various demonic monsters. Truly terrifying. With that one cake, the divine status wiped his chaos corruption clean to 0. One word: exhilarating. Though the corruption for an ordinary person is only 0. 001. Seemingly negligible, the difference between absolute 0 and 1 is immense. Now in this state of complete purity, Li Qinwu felt his soul was spotless, bringing great comfort. He quickly fried the remaining food starch, using 1 bottle of holy oil to produce 15 holy cakes. Next, he cleaned the ceramic steel barrel, placed it by the heater to dry, and used it to store the holy cakes. Then he fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. When he woke up, he lay in bed, checking his attributes and inventory. His attributes were Strength 13, Endurance 14, Energy 12. Firearms Proficiency 16, Throwing Proficiency 15. Inventory included 1 laser rifle, 1 PDF semi-automatic combat rifle, 1 shotgun, 2 self-made automatic rifles, 1 pipe shotgun, 1 self-made pistol, 1 laser rifle magazine, 2 30-round drum magazines, 6 self-made rifle magazines, 3 PDF semi-automatic combat rifle magazines, 340 rounds of 8, 955mm ammunition, 76 rounds of 8, 955mm AP ammunition, 421 self-made rifle rounds, 80 35mm shotgun shells, 15 self-made pistol rounds, 6 self-made gas grenades, 2 smoke grenades, 1 PDF ballistic vest, level 3 1 PDF ballistic helmet, level 3 1 drum magazine, carrier 1 medium hiking backpack, 2 bottles of holy oil, 15 holy cakes. 78 poison needles, 24 rage potions. Assets 45890 fertilizer coupons. After counting his assets, Li Qinwu dressed, opened the door, and headed out toward the fertilizer gang's base. Previously, the fertilizer gang's base was always packed with people, but now only a few individuals wandered the corridors, and even the two gatekeepers were new faces. Li Qinwu navigated the familiar path to the black market merchant Nepal's shop. Glancing at the merchant's grim expression, he casually pulled 3 rage spines from his bag. Per our agreement, give me the fridge, and also the rewards for the kills I made this time. Little Knife should have briefed you on my results. The black market merchant Nepal scowled and signaled his underling who carried a fridge over and set it before Li Qinwu. Nepal then pulled a stack of fertilizer coupons from under his desk and slapped them down in front of Li Qinwu. Li Qinwu picked up the money and began counting. This time he had killed 63 chemical dogs and 4 chemical pigs, totaling 200 fertilizer coupons. Every cent accounted for. He pocketed the cash, hoisted the fridge, and prepared to leave, but Nepal called him back. Wait, I have another job. Li Qinwu turned around. Speak. We took heavy losses this time, but it's not over. We won't give up. Boss Electric Eye has put all his resources into expanding our forces, planning to fight again in a month. But the chemical gang's expansion will only be faster. Their poison needles are attracting a swarm of addicts, and we need to curb their recruitment. Li Qinwu asked, what do I do? How much? Nepal took a deep breath and placed a 35-kilogram bomb backpack on the table. Take this to the chemical gang's base, find a crowded spot, and detonate it. Get this done, and it'll give you 1000 coupons and my friendship. Li Qinwu thought the task was simple, a free payout. He accepted immediately. Ding. Quest. Nepal needs you to slow the chemical gang's recruitment. A bomb detonated in their base will effectively eliminate enough of their manpower. Quest reward 1000 fertilizer coupons. Nepal's favorability LV. 2. Li Qinwu asked, how do I prove I succeeded? Nepal replied, I have eyes stationed outside the chemical gang's base. If you successfully detonate the bomb in a crowd, they will bear witness. Li Qinwu said, wait for me. He ran back to his hideout, dropped off the items, stripped off his clothes, pants, underwear, and shoes, wrapped a rag around his legs, and descended. He first descended to the reactor, then from a breach on the first floor of the reactor, he descended again, teleporting directly near the chemical gang's base. The scene at the chemical gang's base was utterly grotesque. High furnaces for mixing chemicals were everywhere, the air thick with toxic fumes, and countless gaunt figures wandered about like skeletons. At that moment, the chemical gang was also recruiting, and their pace was indeed faster than the fertilizer gang's. A few chemical dogs waved poison needles, drawing a swarm of addicts eager to sell their lives. Perhaps because the recruitment was a bit excessive, the base was packed with people crammed into the gaps between the chemical. Li Qinwu, naked, briefly surveyed the environment, then dashed into the crowd, his members swinging. Given the chaotic mix of people in and around the chemical gang's base, addicts drawn by the needles, no one noticed him and no one could stop him. He burrowed deep into the crowd like an eel, frantically weaving among the addicts who were themselves surging forward wildly toward the chemical dogs handing out needles. After pushing for what felt like an eternity, Li Qinwu reached the front of the crowd. A chemical dog slid a poison needle across a long table toward him. Oh, a sturdy lad. So eager to serve the gang. Take one, ITLL, send you straight to heaven. He eyed Li Qinwu's naked body with its sleek, taut muscles, wondering if he should hand this man over to Mama for. Li Qinwu slapped the needle away and cursed, scram. I only smoke Furong Wang. Then he leaped onto the long table. Thousands of eyes fixed on his crotch, and they felt his confidence was somehow unsettling. Li Qinwu prepared to pull the detonation cord on the bomb backpack. But since everyone was staring, it seemed inappropriate not to shout something for such a formal occasion. He thought for a moment, then had an idea. He roared for the Space King and yanked the detonation cord. The 35 kilograms of explosives detonated, and Li Qinwu lost consciousness, instantly feeling no pain. The next second, he respawned naked on his bed in the hideout, without even a scrap of cloth. By then, 8 hours had passed since his suicide bombing. Indeed, death and respawn required an 8-hour cooldown, which could be reduced by upgrading his bed. He sprang up like a fish dressed and dashed to the black market merchant, extending his hand. Pay up. Nepal's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at him. Wait, didn't you die, eh? Li Qinwu waved his hand. Nonsense, just give me the money. The black marketeer Nepal still couldn't believe it. But my informant said a naked man charged into the chemical gang's hideout and self-destructed. They claimed that naked man was you. Li Qinwu retorted, no. If it were me, wouldn't I be dead? I'm standing right here. Hurry up and pay up. The black marketeer stammered, but. Li Qinwu's face darkened. Yes, that was me. I was blown into molecules by a 35-kilogram bomb, but then the Emperor reached out, and, oh, you'll never guess. I was resurrected. Now stop stalling and pay up. The black marketeer Nepal fell silent, staring at Li Qinwu as his mind raced. Ultimately, his curiosity about Li Qinwu waned, and bowing to practical reality, he handed over the 100 credits. Li Qinwu took the money and counted it meticulously, utterly unconcerned about exposing his secrets. This was the world of Warhammer 40k, a realm teeming with all manner of bizarre entities and outlandish phenomena. A man who died 1 second appearing the next to demand payment was nothing remarkable. Perhaps it was a look-alike, a clone, or maybe even an immortal. In this world where demons roamed freely and apocalyptic technologies abounded, everyone harbored their own little secrets. These secrets mattered little. What truly counted were the tangible interests at stake. The black marketeer Nepal shook the chaotic thoughts from his mind and watched Li Qinwu's hands rapidly counting the cash. He mused that this fellow had already earned nearly 7,000 to 8,000 credits from him. It was time to recoup some of that. Clearing his throat, he said, "My gracious customer, after so many dealings our friendship has grown ever stronger. Perhaps you should venture deeper into my humble shop. I have many novel trinkets that might pique your interest." A chime sounded. Nepal, the black marketeer's favorability had risen from level 1 to level 2, unlocking a vast array of new merchandise. Li Qinwu's eyes lit up. "Quick, show me." The two walked into the depths of the black market shop, where a collection of large devices and all sorts of miscellaneous junk, likely scavenged from some dump, were piled up. Among the large equipment, a few items immediately seized Li Qinwu's attention. High-temperature, high-pressure hydraulic press. This was the core component for upgrading the workbench to level 3, used for pressing armor shell casings and DIY gun parts. Gunpowder modulator, used for pressing ammunition capable of producing high-penetration, large-caliber rounds. Ceramite powder purification mixer. This device was used to manufacture ceramite armor. It crushed and purified ceramite powder, mixed it with certain metal powders, and fed it into the high-temperature, high-pressure hydraulic press to forge ceramite armor. As for the prices, the high-temperature, high-pressure hydraulic press was 1,000 credits, the gunpowder modulator was 3,000, and the ceramite powder purification mixer was 8,000. The black marketeer also stocked different grades of gunpowder for crafting varying levels of bullets and various specifications of ceramite powder for producing different tiers of ceramite armor. Li Qinwu was initially pleased to see that all the items needed to upgrade the workbench to level 3 were available from the black marketeer. But upon seeing the prices, his face immediately fell. After all his exhausting efforts, he only had 8,500 credits in his pocket. The total for everything was a staggering 2,300. He couldn't afford a single piece. Seeing Li Qinwu's bitter expression, the black marketeer chuckled. He knew Li Qinwu was hooked. His precious wares had firmly ensnared this mysterious man's heart. Now he would madly scramble to earn money to buy these long-hoarded treasures. Li Qinwu sighed dejectedly. "Do you have any more work for me?" The black marketeer shook his head with a grin. "Not for now, but you can check back later." Li Qinwu gazed longingly at the 3 machines and asked weakly, "Can I?" "No credit." The black marketeer cut him off before he could finish. Li Qinwu let out another sigh. The black marketeer asked with a smile, "My gracious customer, need to buy anything?" Li Qinwu said gloomily, "Give me a gas mask." After receiving the item and paying, he walked out of the shop, returning to his hideout in a somewhat dazed state. He felt deeply restless. He needed money, but where could he get it? Following the logic of extraction shooter games, making money meant either going into the field to kill, do missions, loot, or trade goods. However, his hideout's level was too low, producing virtually nothing of high value to sell, which left him frustrated. But that wasn't entirely true. The holy oil produced by the Emperor's Shrine was a very high-tier item. Not only was it high-tier, it was even somewhat overpowered. It could cleanse chaos corruption. Eating one of the holy wafers made from it made one feel sanctified and also boosted mental fortitude. This item was incredibly formidable, yet in a dump like the Underhive, it was like a pearl cast before swine. If he could get a planetary governor or a priest of the ecclesiarchy to eat one, it might open up a market. But the problem was he had no access to such high-ranking individuals, nor the strength to protect such immense wealth. What could he do? After lamenting on his bed for a while, Li Qinwu could only pull himself together and prepare to go on a mission. He planned to do a job for the Water Purification Guild's Renault and also head to the safe zone to get some cooking oil to make holy oil. Li Qinwu began his preparations. He put on a PDF helmet and strapped 2 iron plates to his forearms and shins. He stuffed 6 poison gas grenades and 2 smoke grenades into his backpack and tucked his pistol into his waistband. Finally, he picked up a water pipe as long as his arm weighted in his hand and found it quite handy. This pipe was a standard Water Purification Guild model head found in the ruins. One end was sharp as if it had been cut off and could be used for stabbing. The other end had a 90-degree elbow fitting attached, making that end heavier, like a hammer, easier to swing. The 90-degree fitting bore the Water Purification Guild's logo. With enough force, you could stamp that logo into a person's flesh. Li Qinwu wrapped a strip of cloth around the pipe, grabbed his gas mask, and strode purposefully toward the Reno, a minor supervisor of the Clean Water Guild, sent his workers to seek the services of prostitutes only to be entrapped by the madam. Feeling his authority undermined, he resolved to reclaim his standing. What exactly is the Clean Water Guild? In the world of Warhammer 40k, humanity has evolved into a star-spanning civilization governing millions of planets. These planets vary greatly in environment. On some industrial worlds, the atmosphere is thick with toxic fumes and water sources are entirely contaminated. In such times, organizations responsible for water purification become paramount. On certain planets, the Clean Water Guild operates as a state-owned enterprise. On others, it is privately held, a joint venture, or even controlled by criminal syndicates. Agricultural Planet 496b boasted a favorable environment. Its surface required no protective suits. The demand for water purification was minimal, so the guild's influence was limited. It thrived only in areas like the Hive City, where water consumption was intense, existing as a modest private company. At that moment, in the red light district of the safe zone, Li Qinwu crouched in a corner, smoking, his gaze fixed on the three-story garbage building ahead. The madam, a corpulent old woman, stood with several prostitutes outside soliciting customers. Li Qinwu's eyes pierced through the madam and the prostitutes, focusing on the ground floor behind them, where several men were playing cards. They were the building's enforcers. Li Qinwu spat on the ground, filled with contempt for the madam. In his underworld dealings, he valued integrity. He killed for money, she bred for money. Neither was nobler than the other, but she must not break faith. That damned madam even judged her clients by their appearance, occasionally springing a trap. What if she scared the customers into impotence? Facing such immoral and illegal behavior, old Li had to strike hard. Li Qinwu took a few deep drags, stubbed out his cigarette, and crushed it underfoot. He donned his gas mask, grabbed a poison grenade in each hand, pulled the pins, held the activation levers, and strode toward the garbage building. "Oh, young man, come on in and have some fun. My girls are prettier than each other." The madam swayed her hips as she solicited. Behind her, Ginny, Alice, and Lena twisted their waists and flashed their legs to lure the underhive rats passing by, all struggling to make a living. But lately the underhive's economy had slumped. The nobles of the upper hive were busy dealing with rebels outside, with no time for pleasure. The waste chutes dumped too little garbage, leaving the scavenger rats with no income. They couldn't afford to patronize Ginny, Alice, and Lena. Thus, Ginny, Alice, and Lena were on the verge of starvation. The madam, desperate, had resorted to entrapping a few workers from the midhive. The passing rats gazed greedily at Ginny, Alice, and Lena, but the moment the women approached, they scurried away. The madam was furious. If no income came in, she would have to resort to entrapment again. Just then she spotted a man walking straight toward her. Her eyes lit up. A customer. Before she could utter a word, Li Qinwu hurled the poison grenades. They flew into the ground floor of the garbage building. The moment they left his hands, the levers flipped open. Upon landing, they spewed forth a yellow-green toxic smoke. The gas spread rapidly. Within 5 seconds, the first floor was saturated. The enforcers inside felt as if their lungs were filled with pepper spray, coughing violently. The madam was stunned by Li Qinwu's sudden move. Then her expression twisted wildly as she reached behind her back. But Li Qinwu was faster. After throwing the grenades, he wielded a water pipe in his left hand and a large-caliber homemade pistol in his right. The madam raised her hand, aiming a small-caliber pistol at him. Li Qinwu's water pipe was already in motion, swung high, and brought down hard onto her gun hand. With a crack, her bone snapped. The pistol fell to the ground, and she let out a shriek like a stuck pig. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Qinwu aimed his large-caliber pistol at her knee and fired. A thunderous bang. Her knee was completely blown apart. She screamed in agony and collapsed. Ginny, Alice, and Lena were shocked. Then, instead of fleeing, they pulled knives from their underwear and charged at Li Qinwu. Life in the underhive was brutal. A job was of utmost importance. Lose it, and one would be dragged into a corner by the underhive rats and toyed with until death. So the moment Li Qinwu became a threat, these fragile women didn't think of running. They chose to fight for their lives. Either kill Li Qinwu and preserve their current existence, or die and find a swift end. This was the resolve of underhive dwellers, to cling to survival. But Li Qinwu's resolve was greater. He slammed his water pipe onto Ginny's crown. Her skull caved in, her eyeballs bulging from the intracranial pressure. She collapsed, convulsing. Alice shrieked and lunged with her blade. Li Qinwu dodged and struck her stomach with the pipe. Alice let out a groan, doubling over. But she still tried to stab him. Li Qinwu brought the pipe down on her neck. With a crack, her slender neck snapped. She went limp instantly. Lena dove for the madam's small-caliber pistol. Her hand just grasped the gun when Li Qinwu stomped on it, pinning both hand and weapon to the floor. "Aya!" Lena screamed, then bit at his foot. Li Qinwu fired a single shot, shattering her head. He picked up the small-caliber pistol and pocketed it, then turned his attention to the enforcers on the first floor. By then, the ground floor was thick with yellow-green gas. A dozen enforcers had stumbled out, rolling on the ground, clutching their throats, coughing and gagging, utterly incapacitated. Wearing his gas mask, Li Qinwu was unaffected. He gripped his water pipe, felt for the Clean Water Guild's logo, approached one of the enforcers, raised the pipe high, and brought it down hard on the man's leg. Thus a series of bone-cracking sounds echoed, sending chills down the spine. Li Qinwu broke the legs of every enforcer. Then he went to the madam, who was dragging her broken body away. Li Qinwu removed his gas mask and tossed it aside. He crouched before her, grabbed her hair, and asked, "Do you know who you've messed with?" Her eyes were filled with terror, pain from her shattered limbs made tears, and snot streamed down her face. I was wrong. How much did Reno pay you? He'll give you 3. No, 10 times. Leech, good, you understand. Then he flipped her bulky body over. Amid her terrified screams, he swung the pipe several times, breaking the leg that hadn't been shot. Now a crowd of Underhive denizens had gathered to watch. They were rats, decomposers, scavengers. Their greedy eyes surveyed everything, measuring all things with avarice. Having completed his task, Li Qinwu was in high spirits. Seeing the crowd, the showman in him felt compelled to speak. He cleared his throat, pointed the water pipe at the onlookers, and shouted, "Kids, remember to do business with integrity." Having completed the task and said his piece, Li Qinwu tossed the hose aside and melted into the crowd. He ambled cheerfully toward the Pure Water Guild. Before he could even see the shop, he spotted the bottom nest rats queuing for water. The line was longer this time, stretching from the shop near the giant elevator all the way to the shanty town. Over 1,000 people. Li Qinwu was about to follow the crowd when he saw Reynolds waving at him with a dozen security guards armed with electric batons. Li Qinwu walked over with a grin. Reynolds wore a smile too, clearly having heard what happened at the garbage building. It wasn't far, just 2 or 3. Reynolds chuckled. "Mr. Honest Dealer, you move fast." Li Qinwu showed no reaction to his new nickname and cut to the chase. "Where's my reward?" "Follow me." Reynolds led Li Qinwu deep into the Pure Water Guild's bottom nest shop. The so-called safe zone in the bottom nest was a joke. No one would stop you from murder or arson. But the shops around the giant elevator were all run by mid-nest folks, a lifeline granted by the upper nest to the bottom nest, a true safe zone. If you dared cause trouble in these shops, the PDF and marshals would launch a full investigation, and there was no hiding. So Li Qinwu's entry into the shop stirred up the queue of water seekers. The Pure Water Guild shop was starkly simple. Just a few massive pipes linked to the building structure where workers filled and distributed water into cheap ceramic steel containers. Reynolds led Li Qinwu into the back office and pointed to a cardboard box. "Here, your payment." Li Qinwu opened it to find 100 water purification tablets wrapped in plastic film and 10 filter cores. He smiled. With these, he could enjoy complete water freedom in the bottom nest. Ding. Quest complete. Contact Reynolds. Favorability increased from LV0 to LV1. Unlocked items: water filter core, water purification tablet, filtered fermentation, distiller high energy drink, water pouch, distiller's yeast. The high energy drink was like the one from the Dark Zone. An energy drink that fully restored stamina. Given that one stamina bar let him run 3 kilometers when depleted, a single bottle would let him run another 3. Perfect for traversing the map, costing 10 fertilizer coupons each. As for the filtered fermentation distiller, it was an upgrade component for the water purifier, adding a brewing function. Li Qinwu's eyes lit up as he pointed at the distiller in the corner of the office. "How much for this?" Reynolds glanced at it and laughed. "Oh, this. I bought it to brew some private liquor in my spare time, but for some reason the wine always turns sour. It's been sitting here." "Interested?" Li Qinwu nodded. "How much?" Reynolds thought for a moment. "It's useless to me and secondhand. How about you give me 5,000 and it's yours?" Li Qinwu paid 5,000 on the spot. Reynolds was a decent man. The device looked worth more than that. He was practically selling it at scrap price. Reynolds took the money with a smile. As a minor supervisor in the Pure Water Guild, this sum meant little to him. He had originally bought the distiller for 500, but seeing Li Qinwu's usefulness for dirty work, he decided to gift it under a pretext. Then Reynolds pulled 2 bottles of high-energy drink from a box under the desk, handed one to Li Qinwu, and opened the other for himself. "This drink is all the rage in the mid-nest. 1 bottle keeps you energized for a whole day. Even working late won't make you drowsy. Try it." Li Qinwu pulled the tab and took a sip. It was a complex sweet drink like Red Bull, but several times stronger, quite pleasant. But his stamina bar was full, so he felt no effect. "I like the taste. Got more. I'd like to buy some." Reynolds lifted a whole case from under the desk. "This case has 20 cans, 18 left inside. 10 each." Li Qinwu paid 180 and Reynolds accepted. The money didn't matter to him, but he knew how to handle people. Sometimes taking payment means you don't owe anyone a favor. Refuse everything, and what are you implying? That you're granting a boon. Do you want their life? Li Qinwu appreciated this pure monetary transaction. "Got any more work for me? Whether in the bottom nest or beyond the hive city, he'll take it." Reynolds hesitated. He did have an important job, but could he entrust it to this ruthless man? Seeing his hesitation, Li Qinwu said, "I always work first, get paid later. Tell me the job. If I can't do it, I won't ask for a cent." Reynolds recalled how this man had ridden the elevator with him. How did a bottom nest rat get to the mid nest? Did he have connections? Then there was the enforcer's report. He had exceeded expectations with that fierce edge. "Well, there is a job. Not sure if you'd be interested." "What is it? How much?" Before the war, our guild had a water monitoring station at Water Supply Lake. It monitored underground water veins for hundreds of kilometers and stored data on memory panels. But the rebels came too fast. Our techs couldn't retrieve the memory panels before the station fell. Li Qinwu understood. You want me to retrieve the memory panels? Reynolds nodded. Yes. Water Supply Lake is actually a network of underground channels. Mastering those channels is crucial for the hive's water supply. You see the importance of those panels. Li Qinwu nodded and rubbed his thumb and forefinger together. Reynolds continued, if you bring back the memory panels, it'll give you 100, and everything in the monitoring station is yours. Li Qinwu frowned. Didn't you say the station is under rebel control? What's left inside? Reynolds pulled a mechanical key from his pocket and handed it to Li Qinwu. The station has two parts above ground and below. The underground section is sealed by a ceramic steel door. Without this key, no one can get in, unless the rebels have a thermal melt bomb. Li Qinwu took the key and a system prompt appeared. Ding. Quest item acquired water monitoring station underground key durability 11. He pocketed the key and looked at Reynolds. Alright, I'll take the job. Have my 100000 ready. Afterward, Li Qinwu purchased some wine bottles and distiller's yeast from Renault intending to carry the filtration, fermentation, and distillation apparatus back. However, burdened with too many items, Renault gifted him a cart to haul them. Li Qinwu then visited a neighboring boutique, acquiring over a dozen sets of work boots, 10 bottles of vegetable oil, and a 10-gram bag of sugar, spending more than 1200 credits before heading toward his hideout. His heavily laden cart naturally drew a swarm of rats. Li Qinwu mused that he needed to recruit some underlings to handle such nuisances, otherwise dealing with these pests alone would be incessantly vexing. Moreover, it was beneath him to personally haul every purchase back. Lost in thought, he had already reached the periphery beyond the safe zone and entered a metal conduit. The 100-plus rats trailing him grew restless, brandishing knives, steel pipes, and even crude homemade firearms among the more formidable ones. Li Qinwu's figure pushing the cart gradually vanished into the dark tunnel. The swarm of rats surged forward in unison, but just as they erupted, a gas canister landed at their feet, spewing thick toxic fumes. Chaos erupted among the rats, violent coughing, jostling, and even clashes breaking out. Eventually, they seemed to forget their original purpose, turning on one another in a bloody melee. Li Qinwu paid no heed to such trivialities. He strapped a flashlight to the front of his cart and leisurely rolled back to his hideout. He opened the door, closed it, and inhaled deeply the musty air, a truly cozy home. He sorted the items, methodically upgraded the hideout by connecting the energy system from level 1 to the water purifier, linking the filtration, fermentation, and distillation apparatus, and connecting a series of pipes. Thus, the water purifier was upgraded from level 1 to level 2, expanding its functionality to include brewing. Brewing input 5 kilograms of potatoes or other grains, 10 grams of sugar, and 1 unit of yeast. After 12 hours, output 1 bottle of moonshine, approximately 500 milliliters. Li Qinwu washed a few potatoes from his previous stock, fed them into the brewer along with the yeast and sugar to start production. Then he approached the emperor's shrine, lit a candle, and placed a bottle of cooking oil as an offering to initiate production. Afterward, he began his training regimen. As usual, he engaged in shuttle runs and weightlifting training for over 3 hours until drenched in sweat. He felt hungry enough to devour an entire ox, yet upon checking the system, he saw no attribute gains. This was hardly surprising. Even a day of intense physical training in reality yielded minimal strength increases, a gradual, painstaking process. However, in the game Escape from Tarkov, there was a hideout upgrade option for a gym. PMCs there could rapidly increase their strength by doing dumbbell chest presses. Once he upgraded his own hideout, he might similarly see rapid attribute growth. After training, Li Qinwu tidied up, ate some food, and lay down to sleep. He slept soundly, and when he awoke, 12 hours had passed. The air was thick with the aroma of alcohol. The brewer had produced a bottle of moonshine. Holding the moonshine, Li Qinwu considered taking a sip, but his gaze shifted to the emperor's shrine, where the candle had burned out, yielding a bottle of sacred oil. Could moonshine be sanctified? He approached the shrine, stored the sacred oil, lit a new candle, and offered the moonshine. The system indicated production had begun with a completion time of 24 hours. It actually works. He eagerly anticipated the effects of the sacred liquor after 24 hours. Would a single sip allow him to behold the emperor himself? Having arranged production, Li Qinwu began contemplating venturing out for missions. The water supply lake. What a coincidence. Both Renault's mission and Lieutenant Rodolphson's mission required a trip there. One involved retrieving an item, the other conducting reconnaissance. Both could be completed simultaneously. However, the water supply lake was rumored to be the haunt of a particularly ferocious chaos sorcerer, a being who had annihilated 2 PDF infantry battalions. His psychic powers were immensely formidable, truly terrifying. Psychic power could be simply understood as magic, a very dangerous kind of magic. The power of psychics originated from the warp, the home of demons. When a psychic cast spells, it was akin to stealing water from a demon's well. If discovered and caught by a demon, one would be brutally infused into a demonic form. Psychics could be roughly categorized by alignment. Those serving the Imperium of Man were considered benevolent, while those corrupted by chaos were chaos sorcerers, supremely malevolent. Li Qinwu had never encountered a psychic before, let alone a chaos sorcerer of such caliber. He felt a twinge of trepidation. Yet the missions were unavoidable, so he would have to go, but he needed to carefully consider his equipment. As everyone knew, Li's worthless life was cheaper than a shoddy gun. With that in mind, he decided to go in with just a knife, a reconnaissance by death to see what was what. He donned his tattered clothes and shoes, grabbed a dagger, pocketed 3 sacred wafers and 4 high-energy drinks, and cheerfully descended into the fray. The diagram counted down deployment successful northern trench of the map. Landing, Li Qinwu glanced at the sun. It was around 4 in the afternoon, and in a few hours the sun would set. He then checked the map provided by the system. To his surprise, the water supply lake was a full 30 kilometers away. He had respawned quite far. Moreover, he discovered that Reynolds' mission and Rudison's mission overlapped, both located at the water pattern monitoring station. This suggested the station might be the lair of the chaos sorcerer. This left Li Qinwu in a tight spot. How was he supposed to handle a mission site guarded by a chaos sorcerer? Should he go all out with 6 sets of gear? The problem was he didn't even have 6 sets. I'll forget it. He'll head over first and see what's what. Li Qinwu could only mutter that a path would reveal itself when he reached the mountain. Then he dashed madly toward the water supply lake. The 30-kilometer journey was quite a run for Li Qinwu. Every time his stamina ran out after covering 3 kilometers, head down a bottle of high-energy drink to recover and keep going. Strangely enough, this high-energy drink was remarkably effective. No matter how exhausted he was, one bottle would sweep away all fatigue. The burning sensation in his lungs vanished. The ache in his knees disappeared. It felt as if his entire state had been refreshed. He thought the drink was truly excellent and wondered if it would have such miraculous effects on ordinary people without the system. He decided to buy more from Reynolds when he returned. Li Qinwu traveled from day into night, covering the 30 kilometers in about 2.5 hours, a truly extraordinary feat. He was fortunate not to encounter any rebels or PDF forces along the way. The two sides fought without any strategy, neither able to gain the upper hand, and the battle intensity remained low. If things continued like this, Li Qinwu suspected both sides would simply go their separate ways. The planetary governor would hole up in the Hive Palace, living out his final luxurious days until the tax-collecting inquisitor arrived, ending his wealthy life with a loyal bolt round. As for the rebels, though they controlled the entire planet except for the Hive City, they lacked heavy weaponry to breach it. So they thought as long as the PDF stayed out of their way, they'd just farm and live their own lives. Then when the Inquisitor's tax fleet arrived, the Inquisitor would execute the planetary governor and demand taxes from the rebels. At that point, the rebels' illusory good days would be over. After all, when dozens of starships, each several kilometers or even 10 kilometers long, parked in low orbit over agricultural world 496, any rebel resistance would become nothing more than a small animal's tantrum. By the time Li Qinwu reached the water supply lake, night had just fallen. He lay prone on a large rock by the shore, silently observing his surroundings. The water supply lake was an immense body of water. From his position on one bank, Li Qinwu couldn't even see the opposite shore. Fortunately, the water pattern monitoring station wasn't on the far side, but on his side, just over 500 meters from the rock he lay on. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known how to cross the lake. The monitoring station was a ceramided steel structure about 7 stories high and quite large. Half of the building stood on land, while the other half extended into the water with numerous detection instruments submerged beneath the surface. At that moment, the 7th floor was lit with a dim yellow glow, likely from candles, indicating someone was inside. Li Qinwu took out a holy wafer and consumed it, applying a sacred state to himself to resist potential chaos corruption, while gaining 5 points of energy and enhancing his perception. He stared intently at the candlelit window on the 7th floor. Inside was a chaos sorcerer who had killed 2 PDF infantry companies. His heart inexplicably raced with tension. He planned to stay there until late at night, waiting for the lights on the 7th floor to go out before sneaking in to investigate. With this decision made, he controlled his breathing to relax, listened to the nocturnal insects chirping around him, and let his mind wander, pondering other matters. Speaking of which, at his age, could he still undergo the transformation into an Astartes? An Astartes is a superhuman soldier from Warhammer 40k, undergoing 21 surgical procedures and the implantation of superorgans to become a 3-maternal muscle-bound being with lightning-fast neural reflexes. The younger the candidate, the higher the success rate of the Astartes transformation. Li Qinwu, nearly 30, was essentially ineligible for the procedure. No Astartes chapter would allow a middle-aged man like Li Qinwu to undergo the transformation. The superorgans were precious, and every neophyte candidate underwent extremely rigorous screening. Li Qinwu sighed in lament. Finally, in the world of Warhammer 40k, yet he had no chance to become an Astartes. These beings had no natural lifespan limit, virtually no Astartes died of old age, only in battle. The oldest recorded Astartes veteran had lived over 10,000 years. Combined with the search attack retreat system's immortality, Li Qinwu could truly achieve absolute eternal life. Oh, what a pity. Li Qinwu sighed again, then shivered. Why did it suddenly feel cold? Wait, why had the nocturnal insects stopped chirping? Why was the ground freezing over? Suddenly, Li Qinwu felt an icy gaze lock onto him, tapping into his most primal instinct. The fear he felt as a child watching his first horror movie trembling under the covers that night. Damn, I've been discovered. Li Qinwu panicked and tried to leap up and run, but when his brain sent the command to his body, he remained completely motionless. It's over. I'm trapped by psychic power. A chill ran through Li Qinwu's heart as he realized he was bound by the Chaos Sorcerer's psychic energy. He strained with all his might, but couldn't move even a finger, as if hundreds of invisible hands were pinning him down. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The sound of grass brushing came from behind him. A figure radiating an icy aura approached from his back. Listening to the slowly approaching footsteps, Li Qinwu grew even more terrified. An unseen enemy placed immense pressure on him. The footsteps stopped 3 paces behind him, and a somewhat neurotic male voice spoke. A cute little mouse. Did you know I was too bored tonight, so you came to keep me company, hee. A force lifted Li Qinwu from the ground and slowly turned him around. Li Qinwu's eyes widened. He saw a person, a truly terrifying person. This person's scalp was bloodied, and largely missing his face was a mess of vertical scratch marks, some so deep they had torn through his skin, with saliva dripping from the holes. His ears and nose were gone, as if gouged out bit by bit. He wore no shirt, and his upper body was pierced with wire threads, several wires creating hundreds of holes in his skin, a horrifying sight. Tonight. Those voices. The voices in my head. So intense, he muttered neurotically, reached out a withered hand, grabbed a tuft of hair on his bloody scalp, and yanked hard. With a ripping sound, a piece of bloody scalp was torn off. Now Li Qinwu understood this psyker had inflicted this state on himself. Combined with his mention of voices in his head, he was undoubtedly an out-of-control psyker. A psyker's projection in the warp is like a torch in the dark night. Demons easily target them, seeking to harvest their souls. One method is to whisper incessantly in their minds day and night, depriving them of sleep, driving them mad, and corrupting them into chaos sorcerers. This one had been driven insane by the demonic whispers in his mind, now engaging in frenzied self-mutilation. He was only days away from complete corruption. Gazing at the horrifying psyker, Li Qinwu tried to speak, but the psychic pressure was so intense, he couldn't even lift his lips. The voices in my head tell me to tear your body apart, listen to your screams, devour your entrails. His eyelids twitched, his body trembled unnaturally. He extended a bloody claw, reaching for Li Qinwu's neck. As his hand slowly approached, Li Qinwu felt the psychic pressure intensify. His bones creaked and groaned. He was about to be crushed, letting out a muffled groan of pain. Damn, being crushed by psychic pressure would be a novel way to die, Li Qinwu thought wryly. By then he was already considering respawning and re-equipping to take down this psyker. He wondered if he should carry a 10 kilograms bomb backpack and self-destruct, hoping to blow up this psyker. Kill him. Rip out his entrails. Smash his skull. Scoop out his brains. Snap his neck. Pull his trachea out of his throat. The demonic voices roared in the psyker's mind like hundreds, shouting these chaotic sounds, causing him agony, eroding his sanity, and making his body instinctively obey. I will. Kill. You The psyker twisted into a grotesque laugh, his bloody hand clamping onto Li Qinwu's throat. Just as he was about to tear open the tender throat before him and drink its blood, the maddening, demonic whispers in his mind vanished. The voices are gone. Those voices are gone. The psychic was stunned, then flooded with an explosive surge of ecstasy. Ever since he came of age, whispers had plagued his mind, and as time passed, those whispers swelled into shouts. A torrent of obscenities and the twisted shrieks of grotesque monsters howled in his head without cease day and night. His body found no rest, his soul was warped, and he gradually lost himself. But today, now when his hand rested on this man's neck, all those whispers vanished. He stared at this man in shock. This man he could tear apart with ease. A cool, moist breeze swept across the lake, and the cheerful chirping of nocturnal insects rang out crisp and melodious. The sounds of nature against the howling of demonic whispers were like a mother's tender lullaby, healing his scarred and shattered soul. Tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. This man who had twisted himself into a demon actually clung to Li Qinwu and wept. Li Qinwu was utterly baffled. Being embraced by a severely disfigured man who was sobbing uncontrollably made him wish he were dead. If you're going to kill me, just do it. Don't attack me with psychological warfare. As he resigned himself to being a human pillow, an anomaly occurred around them. Bang! A gunshot rang out abruptly in the darkness, followed by a torrent of rapid-fire shots. With Li Qinwu and the psychic at the center, the water supply lake lay behind them, and ahead stretched a serene forest. Within that forest, a storm of gunfire erupted. An ambush lay in wait. Li Qinwu's eyes widened. With that much gunfire, there seemed to be over 100 people. What was going on? Kill that monster. A shout came from the attackers, and the gunfire intensified. The attackers were rebels. The water monitoring station had been one of their small command posts, overseeing several thousand rebels in battle against the PDF. But one day the psychic appeared out of nowhere. This madman instantly slaughtered the command staff at the station, then rampaged through the surrounding garrisons, killing nearly 1,000 men in just a few days. The rebels organized several punitive expeditions, but all failed. This monster was too powerful. With his godlike, unfathomable abilities, he could annihilate people in an instant or plunge hundreds into hellish illusions, sending them fleeing in terror. It wasn't just the rebels, the PDF was also being ravaged by this psychic. The PDF received intel that the water monitoring station was a rebel command post and dispatched an elite infantry company to infiltrate and destroy it. As everyone knows, 2 PDF infantry companies were wiped out. Then it fell to Lieutenant Rudison, who was tasked with investigating. Fearing the same fate, he sent Li Qinwu ahead. By now, the anomaly at the water monitoring station was common knowledge. Rumors spread among the rebels that a demon had taken over the station, sowing panic and destabilizing their control. Several rebel leaders banded together, pooling all their automatic weapons to form a 100-strong automatic rifle brigade and launched a night raid against the psychic. In an instant, nearly 1,000 bullets rained down on Li Qinwu and the psychic. The psychic, still immersed in the comfort of Li Qinwu's embrace, didn't move. He kept his face buried in Li Qinwu's chest, savoring the scent of maternal warmth. But Li Qinwu sensed that the psychic was already unleashing his power. A dense wave of psychic energy radiated outward, making the surrounding space feel thick and viscous. Yes, viscous. Li Qinwu watched as the high-velocity bullets hurtling toward them slowed down until they abruptly stopped midair, frozen in place. In that instant, over 100 guns blazed and thousands of bullets were suspended, forming a dense semicircular web of metal warheads just 3 body lengths in front of Li Qinwu. Slowly, the gunfire ceased. Li Qinwu was stunned, and the rebel ambushers were equally shocked. Could such terrifying firepower not even scratch this monster? The psychic was still reveling in his embrace, but the thousands of hovering bullets began to turn their tips, aiming at the rebel ambushers in the forest. Quick! Throw grenades! The rebel commander shouted, snapping his men out of their shock. Some hurriedly reloaded their automatic rifles, while others pulled the pins on their homemade grenades. The next moment, a fierce surge of psychic energy erupted and thousands of bullets shot back toward their. A cacophony of agonized screams followed. The rebels were torn apart by the metal storm, blood spraying in misty clouds. Some were struck by dozens of bullets simultaneously exploding into heaps of shredded flesh. The forest rustled violently as bullets tore through leaves, and over 100 rebel attackers were all dead within 3 seconds. A rebel squad leader coughed up blood, his chest torn open by several psychic-reflected bullets. With his last breath, he hurled a homemade grenade, but it flew only a few meters before reversing course and landing back in his arms. In his final moment of defiance, the grenade exploded, dismembering him and sending him to meet his maker. Silence fell over the scene. Li Qinwu surveyed the carnage, then looked at the psychic still clinging tightly to him and realized he could move again. He grinned wryly and said, "Baby wants some milk." "What the hell? How long are you going to hold on to me?" Li Qinwu felt that if he had committed a crime, let the law judge him. Don't subject him to this kind of torture. The psychic slowly lifted his head and gazed into his eyes. "You're special. You have a pure power about you. Demons dare not approach me. Who are you really?" Li Qinwu felt the psychic pressure that had bound him dissipate. He sighed in relief and, looking at the tearful psychic, began to understand. He pulled a holy wafer from his pocket and handed it over. "Here, young master, have a biscuit." On the 7th floor of the water monitoring station in the innermost room, Li Qinwu sat opposite a psyker. The psyker held a holy wafer, nibbling at it like a chick pecking at rice. His teeth only grudgingly scraped off a tiny crumb of starch from the wafer, then he would savor it for a long while. If a single particle fell to the floor, he would kneel and lick the ground with his tongue, making Li Qinwu's eyelids twitch. After Li Qinwu gave him the holy wafer, the man lost control of his bladder and bowels after just one bite. An outsider might have thought the wafer was laced with some magical powder. But Li Qinwu understood. This guy was clearly a wild psyker undiscovered by the imperial government. He lacked self-control and spiritual strength, with no systematic way to manage his psychic powers, making him an easy target for demons. Look at him. Self-mutilated into such a miserable state, his mind must have been shattered by demons. His skin was deathly pale, his fingernails sharp and pointed, his body had even undergone slight mutation. His chaos corruption was surely off the charts, 30, 40, maybe 50%. But after that single bite of holy wafer, the corruption was wiped clean. The sheer pleasure made him lose control. It was only respectful to show such gratitude. Seeing that the man didn't seem intent on killing him and still thinking about the guns on the rebel corpses downstairs, Li Qinwu spoke. Hey buddy, do you want to kill me or not? I mean, if not, I'll be on my way. I won't disturb you. The psyker eating the wafer paused, then suddenly leaped over and embraced him. No, don't go. Please stay with me. They'll do anything for you. The demons had truly terrified him. The whispers of the warp gave him not a moment's peace. Now that he had finally found a way to silence them, he would never let go. Li Qinwu stroked his chin. Anything. But you've got nothing to keep me here, do you? No car, no house. Not a patch on my cozy little home in the Underhive. The people there are kind, gentle, and sweet, and they speak so nicely. I love it there. With that, Li Qinwu tried to leave, but the psyker was determined not to let him go, restraining him with psychic pressure. Finding himself immobilized, Li Qinwu sneered. You think this can keep me? Come on, even if you force my body, you'll never have my heart. What good is your psychic power? They'll just bash my head against the wall while you sleep and kill myself. What can you do to stop that? The psyker's face shifted repeatedly. He was right. He had to win over this mysterious man's heart, or head run away the moment he slept. Should he find a dog chain to leash him? No, that wasn't secure. He needed to capture his heart. After a moment's hesitation, the psyker knelt down to undo Li Qinwu's belt. Li Qinwu's expression twisted wildly as he shouted, Hold on. Let's talk this out. I actually know how to silence those demonic whispers. The psyker paused, then continued, unbuckling the belt. Let me repay you first. Repay my ass. Get the hell away from me. After a struggle, Li Qinwu revealed the secret of holy oil preserving his dignity. The psyker's eyes lit up at the mention of holy oil. Give it to me. Give me the holy oil. Li Qinwu smiled slyly. Easy, buddy. I'm a businessman. He rubbed his fingers together. Bring something to trade. The psyker looked utterly confused. Trade something. Li Qinwu shrugged. That's right. Trade something. There's as much holy oil as you want. Then, what do you want? Take anything. Take whatever you want here. This psyker, perhaps worn down by suffering, spoke with a childish naivety and unsettling directness. Li Qinwu said, How about you teach me psychic powers? The psyker's face bore a look of pure idiocy. Psychic powers. What are psychic powers? He didn't even know what ability he wielded, fitting for the illiterate masses of the Warhammer 40k universe. Li Qinwu explained, The superpowers you use. Teach me, and it'll solve your demon problem. The psyker's face twisted in horror. No. Don't learn this. Don't learn this. ITLL show you hell, and let demons crawl into your brain. This is an evil power. He shouted, hysterically, fresh blood spurting from his horrific wounds. Li Qinwu crossed his arms. Buddy, try using your power now. Do you still hear the demonic whispers? The psyker complied, waving a hand casually. A massive hole exploded in the wall beside them as if struck by a large caliber shell. Huh, they're gone. Really gone. The psyker's power came from the immaterium. Simply put, he stole energy from the demon's home and released it in the material world. If your mind wasn't strong enough and you used it too often, of course the demons would notice and slowly corrupt you. That was exactly this psyker's fate. Every time he unconsciously or deliberately used his power, the demonic whispers grew louder until eventually it felt like hundreds of demons were partying in his head. But now they were gone. No matter how much he used his power, the whispers had vanished. Ha ha ha. The psyker went wild, repeatedly unleashing psychic blasts that cratered the walls around him. If the demonic whispers were gone, he could fully control this superpower. Was he invincible? Well, this guy had never seen an Astartes and had no idea of the Empire's scale. He thought killing 100 mortals made him unstoppable. He stared at Li Qinwu, greed slowly creeping into his eyes. Li Qinwu narrowed his gaze. Teach me psychic powers, and he'll come back with more of this food. He pulled another holy wafer from his bag and tossed it to the psyker. The man caught it, a strange glint flicker. Having just regained his sanity, he had seemed dazed at first. But now with his mind stirring, dark thoughts began to take shape, like. Li Qinwu smiled. I know what you're thinking. You can try, but let me tell you, I'm the only one on this planet who can silence the demonic whispers. You'd better think carefully about what you're planning. He knew exactly what was on this guy's mind. This was Warhammer 40k, where darkness was the world's very fabric. This bastard had probably already mapped out a whole scheme of imprisonment, coercion, and torture. Li Qinwu didn't care. If it came to it, head just die. Next time, head haul 100 kilos of explosives and blow this guy to bits from 100 meters away. The psyker grew even more hesitant. Should he completely control this man and force him to supply that sacred? But he didn't dare. If this man was truly that stubborn and chose death over submission, how would he ever get that holy food again? Wouldn't the demonic whispers return? His mind was clouded again, a chaotic mess. Seeing his turmoil, Li Qinwu said, I have 3 bottles of holy oil, about 450 milliliters, hidden somewhere only I know. Teach me how to use psychic powers, and he'll give them all to you. Deal? A gleam of desire flashed in the psyker's eyes. Fine. Give them to me. They'll teach you how to use psychic powers. Li Qinwu nodded, told him to wait, and headed downstairs. But after just 2 steps, he turned back to find the psyker closely following. What are you doing? The psyker stared at him intently. I'm coming with you. Having finally found a way to silence the demons, he wasn't about to let go so easily. Li Qinwu's eyes twinkled, and he smiled. All right, come with me. The two descended the stairs, and Li Qinwu dashed straight into the forest. He picked up an automatic rifle from a corpse to check its condition. The psyker, thinking Li Qinwu was about to attack him with the weapon, had already gathered his psychic energy to restrain him. The ground began to ice over from the leaking warp energy, but Li Qinwu merely slung the rifle over his back and ran toward the next weapon, showing no intention to attack. The psyker dissipated his gathered energy and watched Li Qinwu with curiosity. What are you doing? Li Qinwu picked up a third rifle, strapped it on, and lunged for a fourth. Collecting money. He offered no further explanation, focusing solely on gathering the guns. He discarded rifles damaged by bullets, those in poor condition, and those without rifling. He meticulously selected the best of the best, eventually hanging 7 rifles on his body. These self-made rifles were heavy, yet there were at least 50 good ones still on the ground. What to do? A hoarder like him couldn't bear any waste. He suddenly turned his head to look at the curious psyker. Wasn't there a free laborer right here? Carry these. He took off the rifles and hung them on the psyker, strapping 10 in a row. The psyker didn't stop him, as Li Qinwu's actions put him at ease. Gathering so many things clearly meant he was planning to bring them home. This mysterious man truly intended to take him back. As for danger, a psyker who could casually slaughter hundreds feared nothing. In his understanding, as long as the demon wasn't around, he was invincible. Li Qinwu hung all the rifles on the psyker, picked up 7 more good rifles for himself, and found a rebel backpack. He stuffed it with 20 full magazines and 20 grenades. All this gear weighed him down by 60 kilograms, triggering a yellow encumbrance warning. He panted heavily. Huff puff. Okay, let's go. Carrying all these possessions, Li Qinwu felt as though he bore the weight of the world. It was a painful yet joyful burden. What followed was a long trek to the ventilation shaft extraction point. Li Qinwu would sprint until his stamina was depleted, then slow to a walk. He repeated this cycle until he was nearly exhausted, yet he refused to drop any of his gear. Crawling to the extraction point was an inevitable part of the Lutenskut game. The psyker, however, showed no signs of fatigue, effortlessly keeping pace behind Li Qinwu, bolstered by his psychic energy. Psychic energy was a versatile power. It could predict the future, unleash psychic blasts akin to explosive artillery shells, freeze bullets and people in place, and even invade others' minds. Using psychic energy to enhance one's stamina or even achieve low-altitude flight was standard practice. A powerful psyker, even one as gaunt as a skeleton, could casually catch the chainsword strike of a 3-turtle power-armored Astartes with their bare hands. Soaked in sweat, Li Qinwu watched the psyker moving with such ease and complained, "Buddy, it's still over 30 kilometers to my place. If I have to carry all this stuff, running there it'll be tomorrow. Don't you think you should do something?" The psyker considered this for a moment, said nothing, but enveloped Li Qinwu in his psychic energy. Li Qinwu felt a lightness wash over him. The crushing weight vanished, and his pace more than doubled in ease. He sighed in relief, his longing for psychic power growing stronger. "Hey buddy, what special spells do you know now?" Bored with the journey, Li Qinwu struck up a conversation. The psyker hadn't spoken with anyone in a long time. He had awakened his psychic powers early, showing abnormalities before adulthood. People around him were afraid, treating him as an outcast. This left him deeply lonely, yearning for connection. When Li Qinwu asked, he poured everything out. "I can accumulate power for a super strong strike that can shatter thick walls. I can freeze bullets, control objects to fly around, and even fly short distances myself. I can tear the skin off a person from 50 meters away, separating flesh from bone, or drain all the blood from their body." Li Qinwu listened with intense envy. These abilities, if used well, could change an entire war zone, provided one stayed out of high-tier conflicts. He asked, "How did you learn to use these psychic powers? Did you figure them out yourself?" The psyker nodded. "Then, some I figured out, but most were taught to me by the demon that moved into my head. Like the flesh separation and blood-draining techniques, the demon told me to use them for murder and amusement." As he spoke, his face was once again twisted with pain. Generally, the more a psyker succumbed to corruption, the greater the influence of the chaos demon and the more powerful they became. The demon would torment them while imparting knowledge of psychic techniques. These techniques were inherently evil. The demon's goal was to corrupt the psyker into a chaos sorcerer who would kill and sacrifice to increase the warp's corruption of the material world. When this corruption reached a critical point, the sorcerer could open a rift between reality and the warp, allowing demons to pour into the real world for slaughter and sport. This was how many imperial worlds had been destroyed. Although the spells taught by the demon were evil, their underlying principles were pure knowledge. Take flesh separation, for example. It seemed horrifying at first glance, but its essence was separating substances of different densities. Human bone and flesh had different densities after all. Could this principle be applied to mining using psychic power to directly separate stone from metal? And that blood-draining spell? It was about controlling moisture content. If you could wring water out of washed clothes directly, wouldn't they be dry and ready to wear? How damn convenient. As they chatted, the hive city's underground ventilation shaft came into view. They had reached the extraction point. He led the psyker to stand before the ventilation shaft on the muddy ground. One more step forward would land them on the hardened ceramite flooring, triggering the extraction countdown. Li Qinwu stopped before the hardened floor, looking at the psyker. He began taking the rifles off the psyker and hanging them on himself, asking, "By the way, what's your name?" The psyker didn't understand why this man no longer wanted him to carry the rifles, but he did nothing. He was too confident in his own power, believing he was in absolute control. The Silent One. Li Qinwu hung all the rifles on himself. The immense weight made his knees tremble and his spine creak ominously. He panted heavily. The Silent One, huh? I guess you've been terrorized by the demon's whispers so much that you've come to love silence. Let me introduce myself. I'm Li Qinwu, a scavenger. They'll take on any job as long as the price is right. ID even eat SHD. Well then, Mr. Silent One, go back and wait for me. They'll find you with some holy oil in a few days. The Silent One was stunned. What do you mean? Li Qinwu with great difficulty lifted one foot and stepped onto the ceramite floor. A green extraction countdown appeared. He turned back, grinning at the Silent One. Little silly, have you ever seen someone vanish in a thin air with just a whoop? The Silent One looked bewildered. No, I haven't. Li Qinwu's grin widened. Well, you're about to see one now. Whoosh. He shouted whoosh just as the countdown hit 0. The next moment, he truly vanished into thin air. The Silent One's pupils contracted. He flailed his hands in the empty air, but there was nothing. A great terror seized him. Where had his salvation gone? What was he to do now? Scavenger Li Qinwu. How am I supposed to live without you? The Silent One instantly exploded with rage. Overwhelmed by immense fear, he became a rampaging mad bull, flinging psychic blasts everywhere, cratering the surrounding area. At the lair in the bottom, nest, Li Qinwu landed and let out a cheerful woohoo. He took the gun off his body and hummed a light tune as he began to organize his belongings. This haul was nothing short of bountiful: 17 well-maintained homemade rifles, 20 fully loaded magazines, and 20 homemade grenades, each packed with over 800 grams of explosive charge. The sheer abundance left him utterly delighted, rolling his eyes in ecstasy. Ignoring his physical exhaustion, he started wiping down the firearms. These guns had been used by the rebels, leaving gunpowder residue in the barrels. If left uncleaned, they would corrode. He disassembled each gun one by one, inspecting the condition of every component, then wiped away all the old gun oil and applied sacred oil instead. After reassembling them, Li Qinwu gave each gun a tender, affectionate kiss before setting them aside, allowing the machine's spirits within to slumber peacefully, if they existed at all. Each firearm took him at least 20 minutes to process, which was quite laborious, yet he found endless joy in it. He spent several hours cleaning every single weapon meticulously. With the guns taken care of and one bottle of sacred oil consumed, he turned his attention to the magazines. He unloaded all the bullets from the 20 magazines. Leaving bullets constantly compressed in a magazine could cause the springs to lose tension over time, increasing the risk of feeding malfunctions and jams. After removing all the bullets and storing the magazines in a small wooden box, Li Qinwu began handling the grenades. The grenades crafted by the rebels were technically crude but packed in immense explosive charge. Each one weighed at least 1.5 kilograms. With an explosive charge of over 800 grams, these weren't grenades at all. They were miniature satchel charges. They perfectly embodied the Warhammer 40K philosophy that bigger is better. Handling the grenades was straightforward. He simply unscrewed the detonators from the bodies and stored them separately, ensuring he wouldn't have to worry about an accidental explosion while sleeping. After finishing all this, he yawned as drowsiness washed over him. He roasted a few potatoes, took a bath, ate his fill, and then collapsed onto the bed. Before sinking into slumber, he checked his attributes. Strength 14, Endurance 15, Spirit 13. All had increased by 1 point. Psi Resistance 11, Psi Proficiency 11. The increase in Psi Resistance was understandable. Being controlled by the Silent One had naturally boosted it. But why had Psi Proficiency also increased by 1 point? He wanted the Silent One to teach him psychic powers, but he had no clear idea how to go about it. In this world, psychics seemed to be born, not made. From what Li Qinwu remembered of the Warhammer 40K stories from his past life, there was no such thing as learning to be a psyker. Only cases of existing psychics becoming stronger through training. Yet his attribute panel showed that Psi Proficiency had increased by 1 point. How was that possible? Had he been contaminated by contact with a psyker? He speculated that to use psychic powers, he might need to raise both his Psi Proficiency and spirit attributes to a certain threshold. Lost in thought, his mind drifted into deep slumber. A sleep so satisfying and unrestrained, he wondered how many people in this world could enjoy such peace. When he woke up after a routine of eating, drinking, and washing, he began inspecting the lair's production. First, he checked on the sacred wine he cared about most. The candle on the emperor's shrine had gone out, and the wine placed there as an offering had been sanctified. It looked no different on the surface, but the system description had changed. Name: sacred wine. Value to summit. Durability 1010, can be consumed 10 times. Effect: greater sanctity. The power of the Emperor of Mankind shields you, leaving you free from doubt and cowardice. Evil cannot possess you, chaos cannot corrupt you, and the light of humanity endures forever. Spirit 10. Aura of sanctity. When you stand before low-level demons and their servants, they suffer excruciating pain. Even higher-ranking demons feel discomfort. Duration: 24 hours. In the system, the sacred wine was displayed as a golden consumable, a usable golden item. Li Qinwu whistled. Was this mass-produced gold? And the effects were incredible, especially the aura of sanctity, which could actually cause demons discomfort. The Warhammer 40k universe was a cesspool, and the Empire's greatest problem was its inability to deal with demons. Now Li Qinwu could resist demons to some extent, giving him a measure of self-preservation. He caressed the wine bottle, his heart pounding with excitement. He truly wanted to sell this stuff. Look at the valuation, priceless to some. Damn it, Lao Li wasn't greedy. He didn't need priceless. 10,000 fertilizer coupons would satisfy him. But again, he had no way to sell it, and he couldn't even protect it. I'm so screwed. I'm sitting on a treasure mountain with no way to exploit it. Li Qinwu paced back and forth, burning with the desire to grow stronger. But with no clear path forward, he could only sigh in frustration, wrap the sacred wine in a cloth, and store it in a safe place. Afterward, he took a bottle from the brewing apparatus, added potato sugar and distiller's yeast to start the next batch, then approached the emperor's shrine. He lit a candle, placed the wine as an offering, and waited 24 hours for it to become sacred wine. Having arranged the production, Li Qinwu grabbed 3 bottles of sacred oil, several high-energy drinks, and the mechanical key, planning to return to the water monitoring station to complete the tasks there. But the Silent One was a bit unhinged. Being trapped by his psychic pressure last time had been unpleasant. If the guy decided to capture him this time, it would be a real hassle, so he needed some insurance. He ran all the way to the black merchant Nepal's shop and asked Nepal, who was repairing a pile of junk, "Do you have any good ways to commit suicide?" Indeed, Li Qinwu was looking for a quick way to return to the warehouse. As long as he could die at any time, no one in this world could control him. The black merchant Nepal stared at him like he was insane, then pulled out a pistol and pressed it against Li Qinwu's head. Li Qinwu's face darkened. "I mean a suicide method for when I'm restrained and can't move." Nepal scratched his head with the gun barrel and uttered a single word. "I have something. Go get the item from the second drawer in my room." After a moment, a young man named Xiao Dao emerged holding a small medicine bottle. He set it down and greeted Li Qinwu. Nepal shook out a thin, tiny pill wrapped in a membrane. "This is a pill made specifically for suicide operatives. Stick one on the inside of your tooth. If you wish to return to the Emperor's embrace, just bite through it. Of course, if you don't even have the strength to bite it, the capsule's outer shell will dissolve in your saliva after 24 hours, releasing a nerve agent potent enough to kill 10 people. Even the Emperor himself couldn't save you then. It's extremely dangerous. So try not to keep it in your mouth, and make sure children don't accidentally swallow it." Li Qinwu took the medicine bottle, glanced inside, and saw about 30 poison pills. "How much?" The black market merchant Nepal replied, 2,000. Li Qinwu hissed. "So expensive." The black market merchant Nepal drew a pistol, twirling it by inserting his finger through the trigger guard. "This one's cheap, only 200. Want it?" Li Qinwu muttered a curse about profiteers, then pulled out 2,000. The black market merchant Nepal took the money, counting each bill with a gleeful expression. Finally, he was seeing returns from a scavenger. How satisfying. Li Qinwu pocketed the medicine and recalled a question. "Hey, if I wanted to start a gang, what would I need to do?" The merchant's counting hand halted. "You want to start a gang?" Li Qinwu nodded. "I need some people to handle chores for me." Nepal studied him, confirming his seriousness, then rubbed his chin in thought. "Come with me." He set aside his work and led Li Qinwu to a private room at the back of the shop. After sitting down, he said, "Gangs can be divided into 2 types. One is the wandering gangs that cling to larger ones. They're small, with no permanent members or territory, no jobs, nothing. They're just a few bold rats from the undernest huddling together with no future. The other type, like our fertilizer gang, has a core of steady members, a fixed leader, a permanent base, and legitimate production work. My boss, Electric Eye, is an upper nester. He's registered with the planetary governor, and the fertilizer we produce is tribute to him. A boss like Electric Eye, who has a direct line to the High Hall, runs a gang with real jobs. You should know how important having a legitimate job is in the undernest." Li Qinwu nodded. The undernest society was brutal. Those without jobs might be alive today, but dead tomorrow with no security whatsoever. But as long as you had a job, any job, your life gained a measure of protection, putting you ahead of 90% of the undernest. In the undernest, major gangs were usually the ones providing work. Take the fertilizer gang, for example. They had to recruit workers to produce the tribute. The fertilizer gang only recruited those with families, sending their relatives to work in the factories, while the able-bodied men fought and risked their lives. The chemical gang was similar. Their legitimate output was some kind of chemical, also tribute to the planetary governor. The poison needles were just a byproduct. In short, Li Qinwu could choose to establish either a small or a large gang. For a small one, he could just spend money to hire a few people to run errands, and then attach himself to a major gang for survival. But he couldn't offer stable, legitimate jobs, so no one would stick with him long-term. Turnover would be high and loyalty non-existent. As for a large gang, he would need an upper nest identity register with the planetary governor and find a legitimate. Then you carve out a piece of land in the undernest, and people will naturally come looking for work. Copy the fertilizer gang's model, and you'll have a crowd of loyal and reliable underlings around you. Of course, the second option was out of the question. Li Qinwu didn't have that social standing yet. The black market merchant Nepal said, "For now you can only start a rat gang. With your abilities you can manage a group of 10 to 20 people. If you're willing to pledge allegiance to Boss Electric, I'll provide you with some support." Li Qinwu shook his head. "I'd rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Being a lackey under someone's thumb isn't for me." The merchant smiled, not insisting, but he now regarded Li Qinwu with greater respect. This man was daring, held secrets, and harbored ambition. Someone like this might rise to prominence one day. Why not forge a good connection with him now? If he ever gained power and remembered my kindness, I'd be set. With that thought, he called out, "Xiao Dao, come in." The door opened, and Xiao Dao entered. "Boss Nepal scavenger, sir." The merchant said to Li Qinwu, "You need people to handle things. Xiao Dao will be yours from now on." Li Qinwu looked at Xiao Dao, who wore a bewildered expression. Wait, had he just been sold off? Li Qinwu studied him for a moment and asked, "Xiao Dao, are you willing to work for me?" He truly needed someone to handle the trivial tasks. Doing everything himself was too exhausting. Xiao Dao hesitated. He had a good thing going with the fertilizer gang, a bright and glorious career. Suddenly being told to follow a lone wolf made his future uncertain. But then he recalled the arena, how this man had calmly shot and killed Muscle Dog and Chemical Pig. This was one of the rare individuals in the undernest who could control his own destiny. If he followed someone like this, could he? "I'm willing, Boss Scavenger." Xiao Dao made his decision and dropped to one knee. Li Qinwu said, "Don't worry, I'll only assign you odd jobs. I won't send you to your death. You can continue living here at the fertilizer gang's base, acting as a messenger between me and your boss Nepal." Li Qinwu then turned to the merchant. "Is that all right, Nepal? My place is too small to house a grown man. Let him stay here, work for me, and be our—" Nepal chuckled. "Of course, that might even be better." Li Qinwu nodded, looked at his new outsourced underling, and thought he should give a welcome bonus. He pulled out 1,000 in fertilizer coupons and slapped them into Xiao Dao's hand. "Here is settling in fee. Follow me, and I won't promise you riches, but a comfortable life is guaranteed." Xiao Dao stared at the 1,000 in his hand, nearly rolling his eyes in ecstasy. As a low-level enforcer in the gang, his monthly wage was only 50 fertilizer coupons, less than a farmer outside the nest. But that was already decent pay given the undernest's special economy, which mostly relied on barter. Receiving 1,000 fertilizer coupons at once made Xiao Dao a wealthy man by undernest standards. He was so excited he wanted to kowtow to Li Qinwu, but Li Qinwu said, "Since you've taken my money, you'd better work hard. Hey, race, your first task, find 10 steel pipes, 20 wooden planks, and some screws and nuts, then deliver them to that cabin near the pipeline." Indeed, Li Qinwu was using Xiao Dao like a scav, sending him to gather materials for upgrading his hideout. Emerging from the black market dealer's place, Li Qinwu dashed to the end of the pipeline, counted down, descended into the trench, deployed successfully at 10 p.m. He pressed M to open the map, oriented himself briefly, then sprinted toward Lieutenant Rudison's camp. This deployment was merely 5 kilometers away. He downed a high-energy beverage and covered the distance in 15 minutes. As usual, he waited on the perimeter. Soon Lieutenant Rudison arrived in a Chimera armored personnel carrier. The hatch swung open, Li Qinwu climbed aboard, and the vehicle turned back. "Did you scout out the water monitoring station?" Lieutenant Rudison asked. Li Qinwu nodded. "Yes, the situation is highly complex. Find a quiet place to talk." The driver parked the Chimera in the middle of the camp, killed the engine, muttered, "I'll go for a smoke," and stepped out, even closing the hatch behind him. A man with keen awareness. "You can speak now." Li Qinwu nodded, first offering a cigarette, lighting up and taking a drag before saying, "Do you know about psychics?" Lieutenant Rudison tensed instantly, sweat beading on his brow. Clearly he knew of psychics. "You mean there's a psychic there?" Li Qinwu nodded, then a strange grin crept across his face. "Brother, since we've crossed paths, I'm going to gift you a golden opportunity. It's up to you whether you dare to take it." Lieutenant Rudison asked warily, "You're not suggesting I hunt a psychic, are you?" "I'm telling you those monsters are incredibly powerful. I'm not risking it. They'll report this to the higher-ups and let the professionals handle it." Li Qinwu suddenly hooked an arm around his neck and whispered, "Look at you, why the rush? I haven't even finished speaking." I'm handing you credit on a silver platter, and you can't even grasp it. Do you want to stay a lieutenant company commander for the rest of your life? Rudison frowned. What are you getting at? Li Qinwu chuckled slyly. I've got leverage on that psychic. He's on bad terms with the rebels. They've been sending troops to wipe him out, but he's killed hundreds of them. Their bodies are lying outside the water monitoring station. What I mean is you take your men over to the station, fire a few shots, lob a few shells, then go to your commander and claim you killed a bunch of rebels and captured the station. That credit would be yours. Lieutenant Rudison swallowed hard, temptation stirring within him. Since his promotion to lieutenant, he hadn't achieved much, but there was a battalion commander in his regiment who'd messed up and might soon be demoted. He had some family connection with the regiment commander who was trying every way to promote him. But had just become a company commander, a jumping again would look too irregular. Yet if he could seize the water monitoring station, the regiment commander would have grounds to leapfrog him up. That's psychic. Will he listen to you and vacate the station? That place is crucial. If I claim to have taken it, Battalion HQ will likely set up a command post there. Li Qinwu said confidently, don't worry, I'll make that psychic scram. Don't ask how. Just focus on pocketing the credit. Lieutenant Rudison scratched his head torn. This was risky. It involved deceiving his superiors, and an illegal psychic. One misstep could mean utter annihilation. Seeing his hesitation, Li Qinwu mused aloud. Little Lu, how high must an official climb to be satisfied? Your whole life's been like treading thin ice. Can you even make it to the other shore? A mere company commander satisfies you. A true man should stand above 10,000 second only to one. If you don't strive to be the emperor's right hand, won't you regret it? That golden throne, the emperor sits on it. You Rudison. All right. He'll do it. Rudison, seeing the conversation spiraling dangerously, cut him off. If anyone overheard, both his political and biological lives would be over. Li Qinwu clapped Lieutenant Rudison on the shoulder. Good man, Battalion Commander Rudison. How about we prepare and set off now, Colonel Rudison? When you become a division commander, don't forget the brother who paved your way, Marshal Rudison. 2 hours later, Lieutenant Rudison filed a report with his superiors about engaging the rebels, then led roughly 120 infantry, 1 Chimera APC, and 5 military trucks toward the water monitoring station. Inside the Chimera, Rudison looked at Li Qinwu and asked, Why are you helping me? Li Qinwu shrugged. We're brothers, man. When you land a big post, why don't you look out for your buddy? He slung an arm around Rudison's shoulder and murmured, I've got some business leads in the Underhive that could rake in big money, but I lack connections. If you can get a seat at the high society table, we can partner up, make money together, and build an empire. Lieutenant Rudison rolled his eyes. To even get a seat at that table, you need to be at least a battalion commander. There might be a battalion commander slot opening up in our regiment soon, but at least 9 company commanders are gunning for it. Li Qinwu pointed at him, feigning dismay. Look at you talking like a loser. So what if 9 commanders are after it? Why not throw down with them? If that fails, get me a sniper rifle, and it'll take out your competition. He said it as a joke, but Rudison filed it away in his mind. During the journey, Li Qinwu chatted with Rudison. Where's little Joel? I didn't see him when you mustered the troop. He recalled the young man who'd escorted him down to the Underhive last time. What had happened to him? Sadness flickered in Rudison's eyes. A few days ago, a rebel's homemade gun shattered his spine. He's paralyzed from the waist down and has been forcibly discharged. Li Qinwu clicked his tongue, lamenting the fickleness of fate. Head like that lad. A bit naive with a rare clarity in the brutal world of Warhammer 40k. Such a pity. The convoy drove on. When they were 5 kilometers from the water monitoring station, Li Qinwu ordered a halt. He called to Rudison inside the APC. This psychic is a bit unhinged. He'll go negotiate with him. Wait here. If I don't signal within an hour, turn back. It means I failed. Rudison asked, What's the signal? What if you fail? Should I come to extract you? Li Qinwu pulled out a small caliber pistol. If negotiations succeed, I'll fire 3 shots into the air with this. Then you come over and finish off the rebel corpses, make it look like you killed them. If I fail, I'll find my own way out. Head pinned down Rudison's character more clearly now. An incompetent officer, but one with brotherly loyalty. With a wave, he strode off into the darkness. Li Qinwu sauntered to the perimeter of the water monitoring station, not rushing to approach. He first took out a piece of poison and affixed it to the inside of his teeth, then hummed a tune as he strolled into the station, singing as he went. Haji Meiji North-South Bean, Siga Hai Yao Ku Nai Long. With a whoosh, a figure leaped down from the 7th floor of the water monitoring station landing before Li Qinwu. Bloodshot eyes stared intently at him. The silent one. It had been nearly 2 days since they last met, and his condition had worsened. He extended a withered hand toward Li Qinwu's throat. The demon's voice. It's back. Give me the holy oil. Give it to me. Just as his zombie-like fingers were about to touch Li Qinwu's neck, Li Qinwu smiled and pulled the holy oil from his bosom. Minutes later, on the 7th floor of the water monitoring station, the silent one wailed and sobbed. Between cries, he took a sip from the holy oil bottle, a sight that made onlookers feel nauseated. Whoa, I thought you weren't coming back. You vanished in a flash, and my heart went cold in an instant. What would go? The Silent One whimpered like a little girl pausing between sobs to take another sip of holy oil. The 150 milliliters bottle was already half gone. Li Qinwu smacked his lips, feeling queasy watching the man drink oil in front of him. Be good, I said I'd come back, and I did. Now all of this is yours. He placed the other 2 bottles of holy oil before the Silent One, who snatched them up and hugged them tightly, as if afraid someone might steal them. Li Qinwu said, "All right, no more nonsense. I've given you the holy oil I promised. Now it's your turn to repay me." The Silent One drank the holy oil, feeling his body filled with sacred power as the demon's clamorous whispers faded. He carefully capped the bottle and looked at Li Qinwu. "Not enough. I need more." Li Qinwu pointed at him. "To get you must give. Trust is the foundation of a lasting partnership. Now let's seal one deal, and we'll have an endless stream of cooperation in the future." The Silent One asked, "Endless holy oil?" Li Qinwu nodded. "Enough to give you fatty liver and cholesterol." The Silent One's lips quivered as he looked at Li Qinwu, recalling the mysterious way he had vanished last time, and chose to comply. "But I don't know how to teach you to use psychic power. It's innate to me." Psychic power involved channeling energy from the warp into the material universe to release it. The psychic acted as a conduit. The stronger the psychic's soul and body, the larger the conduit, and the more powerful the psychic energy they could wield. Conversely, the weaker the psychic, the narrower the conduit. Theoretically, all humans could be psychics, but their conduits were too narrow to bring warp energy into the material world for release, unless forcibly widened. However, forcibly widening the conduit often killed ordinary people, or worse, twisted them into monsters corrupted by the malevolent warp energy. But none of this concerned Li Qinwu. If he got contaminated, he could simply kill himself and refresh his state. Li Qinwu said, "I have an idea. Come release your psychic energy on me. Don't kill me all at once. Do it slowly." Indeed, the only way Li Qinwu could think of to learn psychic power was to let a psychic contaminate him with their energy. His search, fight, evacuate system could increase proficiency. The more he did something, the higher his skill level. Psychic energy was polluting. The closer he got to it, the more he would be contaminated, like standing near a sewage outlet when it discharged. Splashes were inevitable. Once he reached a certain threshold, he could use a single psychic spell. Mastering just one small spell would allow him to grind his psychic proficiency. The Silent One asked, "Are you sure? This demonic power is extremely dangerous. You'll attract demons, and the psychic shock might kill you." Li Qinwu stepped closer. "Come on, no more talk. Let's do it." Seeing this, the Silent One had no choice but to comply. He raised his hand before Li Qinwu and slowly released warp energy. He didn't try to shape the energy into any spell. He simply released the purest form of it. What did it feel like to be struck by warp energy? Li Qinwu felt as if a river were battering his soul. He sensed that the warp energy was violent, uncontrollable, oppressive, unsettling, and brutal, like a sea of corpses and blood. Rottenness, depravity, pain. Every imaginable emotion crashed against Li Qinwu's soul, twisting his expression. The warp was the emotional reflection of intelligent life in the material universe. If people in the real world were happy, the warp would be a gentle, warm ocean, and its gods benevolent. If the real world were filled with misery and oppression, the warp would be a raging sea of magma, and its gods malevolent. One could imagine which world the Warhammer 40K universe belonged to. Li Qinwu endured the impact of warp energy, suffering the agony of his soul being torn apart. He persisted. The longer he held on, the closer he could get to psychic power. His muscles tensed, and pained murmurs escaped his lips. He estimated he could hold out for another minute or two, and planned to call a halt before he collapsed. But just then a voice echoed in his mind. An interesting soul. I've never tasted one like this." Then Li Qinwu felt some entity trying to wrench his soul from his body. Li Qinwu let out a shout, kicked out, and sent the Silent One flying. The Silent One yelped, clutching his stomach and rolling on the ground, while Li Qinwu collapsed, twitching and rolling his eyes. He had come so close to having his soul yanked out by a wild demon. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and cut off the warp energy output. Otherwise, the moment the demon pulled his soul out, the system would have deemed him dead and respawned him at his hideout. Lieutenant Rudison was still waiting outside for his signal. Having to return and redeploy would be such a hassle. The Silent One looked at Li Qinwu reproachfully. You could have just said stop." Li Qinwu lay on the ground, still feeling dizzy. Not physically, but damn, a demon almost yanked my soul out. The Silent One sat down, holding his stomach. "See, I told you psychic power was dangerous. A bunch of demons are waiting in the warp right, waiting to devour our souls the moment we use that evil energy." Li Qinwu glanced at his search, fight, evacuate system, and a smile crept across his face. But it was all in his system. His energy had become 16, a direct increase of 3 points. His warp resistance was 20, psychic resistance 21, and psychic proficiency 21, all up by 10 points. He vaguely sensed that his soul's light in the warp had grown a little stronger. The two tidied up and calmed down. Li Qinwu asked, "Do you have to live here? Can you move somewhere else? The Silent One shook his head. No. My previous hideout was a rundown village in some forest, but the demon in my mind forced me to come out and kill for fun, so I came here where there are more people. Every few days someone comes here willingly to be killed. For every 888 people I kill, the demon gives me a brief respite, a moment of peace. Sigh. Li Qinwu muttered to himself. 8. So it's a demon of Corn that's after him. Corn was one of the 5 major chaos gods in the warp, delighting in bloodshed. His sacred number was 8. His demons too reveled in rivers of blood. Li Qinwu said, in that case, buddy, change your location. Remember the ventilation duct I took you to last time? There's an underground service room there. Move in there. It's very secluded. Neither the rebels nor the PDF will hang around nearby. It's a bit damp, not great for rheumatism, but the feng shui is decent. You could put up a board and use it as a grave. Of course, none of that matters. The important thing is that my place is pretty close to it. In the future, when we cooperate, I can easily deliver holy oil to you. So little Silent, how about being my neighbor? Upon hearing he could be Li Qinwu's neighbor, the Silent One nodded eagerly. Yes, as long as I can be near you, Watashi. Watashi. He suddenly got excited, and Li Qinwu quickly stepped back. Don't be like that, you're scaring me. Anyway, pack up your things quickly. We're leaving. The Silent One nodded and began gathering his belongings. Li Qinwu was satisfied. Establishing a connection with a psychic would greatly benefit his development of psychic powers. Li Qinwu let him pack up while he wandered to the ground floor, finding a thick ceramite door. It was the underground entrance to the water monitoring station, accessible only with a mechanical key. The ceramite door was charred black, and the surrounding ground bore signs of explosions. The rebels must have tried to blast it open when they occupied the place, but the door was too sturdy and their homemade explosives weren't strong enough. Li Qinwu took out the mechanical key given by the water merchant Renault, inserted it into the lock, and turned it. After a series of motor and gear sounds, the door swung open. There was still electricity in the station, and the passage was lit by incandescent bulbs providing ample illumination. Li Qinwu strode inside and began gleefully looting. As everyone knew, key rooms and search, fight, evacuate were always rich. Big gold classified documents, black items, ice picks, cores of the cabinet, gold cards. All could be found in key rooms. So Li Qinwu searched meticulously, very meticulously. Every drawer, every pocket, every container. He had to open and check them all. The underground level of the water monitoring station had 3 areas: living quarters, control room, and equipment room. Level B1 was the living area with 10 dormitories containing 6 bunk beds, each along with desks and drawers. The station's junior staff rested here. After ransacking the place, Li Qinwu found valuables worth 1500 fertilizer coupons, 2 watches, and 5 bottles of liquor. Then in the medical room of the living area, he found 8 hemostatic bandages, 5 small medical kits, 3 bottles of painkillers, and 1 large surgical kit. Hemostatic bandage durability 11, can stop bleeding from 1 limb. Small medical kit durability 120,120, you can heal 120 HP of damaged body parts. Painkillers durability 33, can remove pain for 2 hours. Large surgical kit durability 88, can restore a hit limbs, HB excluding head and chest. Li Qinwu let out a whistle. It was his first time scoring medical supplies, and in such quantity. For ordinary people, these would be normal low-efficiency meds, but for him, they restored health according to the system's rules. For example, if his leg was blown off by a mine, using 1 durability point from a surgical kit would magically regrow the leg. Absolutely game-breaking. Li Qinwu carefully stowed these precious medicines in his backpack. Until he found a way to replenish them, these were his lifeline. After packing up, he headed to the last room on B1. It seemed to be the supervisor's quarters, a large room with a single bed and luxurious amenities. After a thorough search, Li Qinwu obtained several small gold items: a gold ring estimated value 3500 fertilizer coupons, a crystal craft estimated value 2500 fertilizer coupons, a gilt antique parchment book estimated value 4500 fertilizer coupons, a bottle of high-end perfume estimated value 1500 fertilizer coupons. Such a rich haul made Li Qinwu stomp his feet with joy. After a while, he headed to the lower level. Level B2 was the control area with no separate rooms. Just one massive control room. The control room was filled with various odd devices and sturdy-looking, yet outdated monitors. There wasn't much to search in this area. Following the map, he found the main console and pulled out a palm-sized object that looked like a mechanical hard drive. As soon as he touched it, the system prompted: quest item acquired, memory panel. This palm-sized device contained information about the Hive City's groundwater veins. For Li Qinwu, it was worth 10000. Stowing the memory panel, Li Qinwu descended to level B3, where a cluster of massive equipment was welded to the structure extending into the water, likely the station's core monitoring gear. In the underground 3rd level, he found several high-grade transformers, a bundle of over 30 meters of premium wiring, a few high-intensity incandescent bulbs, and a fully charged promethium battery. He rearranged his backpack, hoisted all these treasures, and trudged upstairs panting. With all this gear, he was encumbered to the red level, his legs trembling with each step. Slowly making his way to the first floor, he found the Silent One waiting, also laden with bags ready to move. Li Qinwu set down his load and said, "My PDF friend will come to take over this place later. Don't mind them. Just go around them and head to the ventilation duct. He'll come find you when I have time, and we'll continue our lessons on psychic power. He'll bring enough holy oil to help you resist the demons." The Silent One frowned, clutching the holy oil nervously. "Promise me you'll come before I run out." "Promise." Li Qinwu chuckled. "Come on, is there another psychic on this planet? Even if there were, would I know them? Who else would I turn to but you? Don't worry, those bottles of holy oil will last you a while. They'll definitely be back within 3 days." The Silent One lowered his head. "We have a deal." "A deal?" Then he flew off at low altitude at incredible speed, disappearing into the distant forest. Li Qinwu waited until he was completely gone before pulling out his small caliber pistol and firing 3 shots. After 3 shots, Li Qinwu sat quietly on the steps of the hydrological monitoring station, casually scraping the poison off his teeth and discarding it. Soon the roar of an engine echoed as Lieutenant Rudison and his soldiers arrived at the scene. Lieutenant Rudison was highly vigilant. The turret of the Chimera transport vehicle kept scanning erratically while the soldiers held their rifles at the ready, aiming probabilistically into the surroundings. They feared a sudden psychic emerging to annihilate them all with bizarre sorcery. Li Qinwu waved at Lieutenant Rudison and said, "Don't be nervous. That psychic has already left and won't return. This place is now yours, bravely secured by you, Lieutenant Rudison." With that, Li Qinwu led him to a nearby forest and pointed at the scattered rebel corpses. "These are the evil rebels you, Lieutenant Rudison, led your troops to slay. All the credit is yours." The corpses were already somewhat decomposed. An experienced veteran could tell at a glance this was a false claim. But it didn't matter. The PDF on this planet had lax discipline and wouldn't investigate thoroughly. Moreover, Lieutenant Rudison's colonel was a relative of his. He hadn't been promoted earlier because had already been promoted once. A consecutive promotions would look bad, but a notable deed would still count toward his record. Besides, weren't there piles of self-made rebel rifles on the ground? Taking those back to claim credit was more convincing than bringing rebel heads. The rebels had low industrial output, and people were worth less than their guns. Often 3 or 4 rebels would share a single self-made rifle. Lieutenant Rudison glanced at the corpses and waved to his soldiers. They immediately opened fire into the forest, and the Chimera's autocannon also unleashed a few rounds into the battlefield. After a while, when enough commotion had been made, Lieutenant Rudison finally ordered his men to enter the field and collect the self-made rifles to present to their superiors for merit. Then they gathered the corpses and burned them. Now the credit was his, whether it was true or not. Afterwards, Lieutenant Rudison sent men into the hydrological monitoring station to set up defenses, preventing the rebels from counterattacking. He handed Li Qinwu a cigarette. "I owe you another favor. Nothing more to say. If you ever need anything, come to me. Anything that's not too difficult, I'll handle for you." As he spoke, the system chimed with a notification. Lieutenant Rudison's favorability had increased from LV1 to LV2, unlocking the following items: military hand grenade, 300 fertilizer coupons, flashbang grenade, 200 fertilizer coupons, AP rounds, 50 fertilizer coupons, each remote bomb, 2,000 fertilizer coupons, 27x scope, 5,000 fertilizer coupons, light carapace armor tier 4, limited to 11 fertilizer coupons, ceramite combat, helm tier 4, limited to 11, 5,000 fertilizer coupons, and sound dampening headset, 1,000 fertilizer coupons. Lieutenant Rudison's favorability rising to LV2 unlocked a trove of advanced military gear for Li Qinwu, but the good news didn't end there. Lieutenant Rudison said, "From now on, if you see any vehicle from our company out there, you can hitch a ride. He'll inform the soldiers below." Li Qinwu let out a whistle. This would make his retreats much easier. If he happened to spot a vehicle from Rudison's company, he could just call out and get himself and his scavenged supplies hauled back to the Hive City. Fantastic. Afterward, Lieutenant Rudison had his soldiers set up the heavy weapons they'd brought and construct simple defensive fortifications. Then he drove a military truck back toward the camp to report and claim credit. On the way, Li Qinwu asked Lieutenant Rudison about something that concerned him greatly. "Do you have a way to get me a mid?" Li Qinwu had long wanted to unlock free access to the mid-hive. He felt that numerous contacts awaited him there, and many crucial hideout upgrades could only be found in that layer. The system made it clear Lieutenant Rudison could help him obtain a mid-hive identity, but it would cost 1 fertilizer coupons for bribes. Li Qinwu wanted to know exactly how he could get that identity. After all, he was nearly at 1 fertilizer coupons and could pay soon to unlock a new area. Lieutenant Rudison, hearing the question, replied casually, "There's a relative of mine at the Gene Archive. Pay 1 fertilizer coupons to grease the wheels, give a blood sample to register your genetic data, and you'll be free to enter and leave the mid-hive." Li Qinwu asked curiously, "No risks. Won't it be discovered later?" Lieutenant Rudison let out risks. What risks? The High Hive officials would love to have more mid-hive citizens, more taxes for them. If you can afford 10000 fertilizer coupons to buy citizenship, you've proven you can pay taxes. As long as you keep paying taxes and don't break the law, or if you do, don't get caught by the enforcers, no one will. Li Qinwu clicked his tongue. Just like Warhammer 40k, corruption ran deep. Lieutenant Rudison asked with curiosity, "What's this?" The freedom-loving scavenger wants to become a mid-hive citizen. Li Qinwu shook his head. "Not really. I just want free access to the mid-hive for my work." He looked down, silently smoking as he pondered, while the military truck rumbled slowly over the rough road toward the PDF camp. Lieutenant Rudison glanced at Li Qinwu from the corner of his eye, hesitation flickering across his face. After a long moment, he said uncertainly, "What if you do me a favor? They'll give you that mid-hive identity for free." Li Qinwu perked up instantly. A quest for a mid-hive identity. That was far better than spending 100 fertilizer coupons. He shouted eagerly, "Deal. Just tell me what it is. Need someone killed. ID, even take out your regimental commander if you asked." Lieutenant Rudison shot Li Qinwu a speechless glare, cursing him inwardly as a lawless madman, then said, "It's not about killing anyone. It's about little Joel." Li Qinwu asked in confusion, "Wasn't little Joel paralyzed from the waist down?" Lieutenant Rudison sighed, a flicker of sorrow in his eyes. Yes, he was crippled. The planetary governor's compensation isn't even enough to support his family through next. Without his military salary, and with a disabled family member to care for, little Joel's family will soon be evicted to the Underhive for failing to pay taxes. Li Qinwu understood. "You want me to look after little Joel's family in the Underhive? Not just little Joel's family, any future wounded soldiers as well. These men have lost their ability to work. They'll all end up like little Joel, their families driven to the Underhive." Li Qinwu frowned. He had no desire to babysit a bunch of crippled veterans. Life in the Underhive was brutal. The disabled women, children, and the elderly, once they stepped off the great elevator, their lives entered a countdown. Even able-bodied men rarely survived. Li Qinwu considered himself a tough guy able to carve out a decent living in the Underhive, but he had no confidence in protecting such a group of weak and disabled people. Besides, he had nowhere to house them. His hideout was spacious, but it was his home, and he didn't want to share it. He could leave them with the black marketer whose favorability had reached LV2 and might grant him a favor, but that was no permanent solution. These people couldn't just do nothing and rely on Li Qinwu to support them. What kind of arrangement was that? Now he understood why having a job in the Underhive was so crucial. Without one, even living with dignity was a struggle. Li Qinwu fell silent, and Rudison's expression darkened. Could even this man not help? He knew how dire the Underhive was, and didn't want his comrades and their families to suffer, but what could he, a mere company commander, do? Seeing Li Qinwu's troubled face, his heart sank further. If even this ruthless man couldn't protect his comrades in the Underhive, how much torment would they endure? After a full 5 minutes of silence, Li Qinwu spoke hesitantly. "You probably don't understand what the Underhive is really like." He recounted how fewer than 1 in 10 criminals sent down the great elevator survived, described the brutality of the Chem Gang and Fertilizer Gang wars, and laid out the law of the jungle in the depths. As Lieutenant Rudison listened, his face grew dark enough to drip water. He thought Li Qinwu was subtly refusing him, but then Li Qinwu changed his tone. "I'm telling you this if you entrust your comrades and their families to me out of the responsibility I've accepted. I'll do my utmost to protect them. But I can't guarantee I'll succeed. In the Underhive, I'm just a lone wolf. I have no faction, just a few acquaintances I can talk to. My influence doesn't extend to ruling any territory. If you can accept my failures and allow for the possibility that they might die because of my mistakes, then you can hand them over to me. I'll try my best to find them a place. At the very least, if they're about to be tortured or humiliated, I'll put a bullet through their heads and let them die with dignity. What do you think?" Li Qinwu had made up his mind. What was a few more mouths to feed? He'd take them in. Had been thinking of starting a small faction with people to handle chores for him, and now some had fallen into his lap. Despite all the caveats in Li Qinwu's words, Lieutenant Rudison could tell he had agreed. He had never been to the Underhive himself, but he had heard stories. People getting stabbed to death by random thugs on the streets was nothing unusual. He didn't expect his comrades and their families to live like mid-hive citizens in the Underhive. He just hoped for a shred of security, just a tiny bit. "Sai, I thank you on behalf of the brothers. Even if things go wrong and you can make their deaths quick and clean, I'll still owe you this favor." The atmosphere grew heavy afterward. Neither spoke, and the military truck drove on to the PDF camp. Lieutenant Rudison called over a medic, drew a vial of Li Qinwu's blood, and tucked it into his pocket. "Don't leave for a couple of days. Stay in my camp. I'll get your mid-hive citizenship sorted out. It'll be done before dark tomorrow." Li Qinwu nodded in agreement. Lieutenant Rudison rushed off, leaving Li Qinwu to wander idly around the camp. This time he gained a new appreciation for the PDF's lax discipline. He saw a soldier fast asleep in the watchtower, and at the wall a heavy stubber was set up while its three-man crew ignored it entirely to play cards. If the rebels on the other side weren't just as disorganized, the camp would have fallen long ago. He sighed at how Warhammer 40k was a world of comparing who was worse, shook his head, and walked into Lieutenant Rudison's tent, collapsing onto a cot for a deep sleep. The next morning someone shook him awake. Looking up, he saw Lieutenant Rudison, whose face was grim. Your Midhive citizenship is approved. You can now freely enter and leave the Midhive. Come with me quickly. Without waiting for Li Qinwu, who was still groggy, he grabbed him off the cot and dragged him to an open-top military vehicle. With a command, the driver sped off toward the Hive City. Seeing Rudison's urgency, Li Qinwu knew something was up and asked what happened. Little Joel's family couldn't pay their medical bills and owed money to the Twin Serpent School. The enforcers arrested them yesterday. Today they'll be among the first batch of criminals sent down the great elevator to the Underhive. Hurry and intercept them, or they're doomed. Hearing this, Li Qinwu only said, "Leave my stuff with you for now," and said no more. The open-top vehicle sped all the way to the station. Li Qinwu leaped out, grabbing the driver's PDF auto gun as he went. "Hey, that's my gun." The driver tried to snatch it back, but Lieutenant Rudison stopped him. Lieutenant Rudison pulled 3 full magazines from the driver's webbing and stuffed them into Li Qinwu's hands. After a moment's thought, he unholstered his own semi-automatic pistol and tucked it into Li Qinwu's belt. "You must protect little Joel. He was hit in the spine by a rebel bullet while saving a comrade." Li Qinwu checked both weapons and boarded the train, followed by Rudison. "Relax. I, Li Qinwu the scavenger, keep my word. Little Joel's family is under my protection." The tram doors closed, carrying the passengers deeper into the Hive City. When it stopped, Li Qinwu and Lieutenant Rudison had arrived inside the Hive City's core. Thanks to Rudison's uniform, no one questioned Li Qinwu despite his rifle. With his new Midhive identity, the gene scanner didn't trigger as he passed. A nearby enforcer glanced at him, but paid no further attention. The two hurried toward the great elevator, with Rudison constantly checking his watch, visibly anxious. Finally, when the great elevator came into view, its doors were just opening. The first batch of prisoners was slowly filing in. They had made it in time. Lieutenant Rudison had sharp eyes. Among the thousands of prisoners, he spotted little Joel's family instantly. "Quick, they're over there. I entrust their lives to you." As Li Qinwu rushed into the massive elevator, its doors rumbled shut, sealing off Lieutenant Rudison's. Once inside, Li Qinwu waved frantically toward Joel's location. Joel, look over here. Look at me." Joel's family consisted of 5, his parents, himself as the eldest son, his younger sister, and his younger brother. Now the family was among the exiled. Joel sat in a wheelchair, his face ashen. He had lost control of his legs, unable even to relieve himself. His parents wore equally grim expressions, while his little brother wept incessantly. Though barely a teenager, he already understood what awaited them. As for Joel's sister, the family had arranged for her to go elsewhere. It seemed she would not be exiled to the Underhive with the rest, a small mercy. Hearing a familiar voice calling his name, Joel slowly lifted his head. Seeing Li Qinwu waving beyond the cordon of enforcers, a flicker of life returned to his dull eyes. "Yes, sir." Overjoyed, he pushed his wheelchair forward, but his father held him back. "Don't. You'll get beaten by the enforcers," his father warned in a terrified voice. When their home had been raided, the enforcers had used shock batons without restraint. In the world of Warhammer 4000, there was no such thing as civilized law enforcement. Only then did Joel notice that his shout had drawn an enforcer's attention. The enforcer raised his shock baton high, but when Joel fell silent, he grunted and lowered it. Tears streaming down his face, Joel could only stare at Li Qinwu, afraid to speak. Seeing this, Li Qinwu narrowed his eyes, pulled out a cigarette, and approached the enforcer to strike up a conversation. He wanted to get Joel out of the group of exiled convicts. If he could take Joel's family along with the Underhive workers, they would be much safer. The vast interior of the elevator was divided into 2 sections. One section held the workers heading to the. They occupied a small area near the elevator doors. When the doors opened, they would calmly step out and make their way to their workplaces. Only after they had left would the enforcers release the exiled convicts. The rats of the Underhive dared not attack the workers, so they would wait patiently until the workers had cleared out before turning on the exiles. Li Qinwu wanted the enforcers to release Joel's family, so he could lead them away with the workers, sparing them from the rats' attacks. But the moment he took a step closer before he could utter a word, an enforcer swung a shock baton at his head. Li Qinwu dodged back, and the enforcer drew a stun gun, aiming it at him. "One more step, and you're dead." Faced with such ruthless enforcers, Li Qinwu's expression darkened. He stepped back to stand near the workers, waiting in silence. Minutes later, the elevator let out a loud clank as its descent halted. A loudspeaker announced, "The elevator is about to reach the surface. The machine spirit is stable. All personnel prepare to disembark. Praise the Emperor." The elevator doors slowly slid open, revealing the greedy eyes of thousands of Underhive rats. They stared at the prisoners, surrounded by enforcers and bound in ceramite shackles, whistling insults and shouting threats about killing and eating them. The prisoners wept and begged for mercy, but the enforcers only struck them harder with their shock batons, drawing another round of jeers from the rats. The hundreds of workers, however, remained utterly calm. They stepped off the elevator and walked straight toward the official shops in the safe zone. Not a single rat dared to block their path. Once the workers had cleared out, the enforcers unlocked the prisoners' shackles one by one, jabbed them in the kidneys with their batons, and shoved them out of the elevator. It was a chaotic scene. Many prisoners were injured and collapsed on the ground convulsing. Joel's family did not escape this fate. All of them were struck by batons and lay writhing on the floor. As the enforcers pushed Joel's family out, Lee Chin-woo rushed over and slapped Joel's parents across the face repeatedly, trying to snap them out of their electrocuted stupor. Once the enforcers had dumped all the prisoners and taken the elevator back up, the underhive rats would begin their revelry. Get up. Get up. If you don't want to die, get up now. Lee Chin-woo slapped Joel's father again and again, occasionally pinching his philtrum with his nails. The method worked quickly. Joel's father recovered from the electric shock and looked at Lee Chin-woo in astonishment. Without wasting words, Lee Chin-woo pointed at Joel in the wheelchair. Push your son and follow me. If you don't want to die, don't fall behind. Without waiting to see if the man understood, he rushed to Joel's mother and pinched her philtrum hard as nails, almost digging in. Through the intense pain, she too came to. Lee Chin-woo scooped up Joel's little brother and thrust him into her. Follow closely if you don't want to die. He roared, then drew his PDF autogun, aimed at the crowd ahead, and pulled the trigger. In one burst, he emptied the 30-round magazine of large-caliber rounds, mowing down a swath of the rats. The PDF autogun had a large caliber and high penetration. At close range against unarmored targets, each round could pass through at least 3 bodies. The underhive rats, who had been poised to feast, never expected such ruthless violence. Lee Chin-woo had suddenly opened fire on them with his autogun. The gathered thousands of rats suffered heavy casualties. With one magazine, Lee Chin-woo had killed at least 60 of them. The rats were horrified, stunned by his brutality. Many of them recoiled, staring at Lee Chin-woo in terror. He wasted no time reloading the autogun with practiced speed and pulling the trigger again. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Another volley of gunfire rang out. More rats fell, their screams and wails filling the air in utter chaos. Why was Lee Chin-woo killing so ferociously? Because the elevator behind him had already closed. The enforcers had returned to their civilized world, and the rats' carnival was about to begin. They would swarm forward and tear apart the prisoners pushed off the elevator. If he wanted to survive, he had to intimidate the rats from the very start. Lee Chin-woo loaded a third magazine into the autogun and turned to look at the petrified parents of Joel. Damn it, if you want to die, stand there and don't move. But if you don't want to die, stay right behind me, god damn it. With that shout, Lee Chin-woo charged forward, his weapon held tight. Lee Chin-woo charged forward with his automatic rifle, causing the rats ahead to shriek in terror and scurry backward, plunging the scene into chaos. Any rat that lagged behind was met with a burst of 2 or 3 shots from Lee Chin-woo, killing 7 or 8 of them. He pressed on, relentlessly killing as he advanced, and over 1,000 rats fled in panic before him alone. After charging several dozen meters, Lee Chin-woo glanced back and breathed a sigh of relief. Little Joel's parents were not foolish. Following his instructions, they stayed close behind. Thus he accelerated his assault, determined to break through the rat encirclement with this family in one fell swoop. Rats are cowardly. If you show enough strength, they will be cowed. Yet rats also forget pain and remember only gain. The moment you reveal the slightest weakness, they will swarm and devour you, leaving not even a bone behind. Hence Lee Chin-woo was in a desperate hurry. He had to lead little Joel's family out in one go. Once beyond the rats' encirclement, none would dare pursue them. Nearly 1,000 prisoners remained near the large elevator entrance. Those nutrients were enough for the rats to feast on, so there was no need for them to gnaw on his tough bones. Most rats thought the same. Intimidated by the god of slaughter, Lee Chin-woo, they quickly cleared a path and turned their attention to the 1,000 soft targets at the elevator entrance. But never forget, this was the bottom nest, a place of extreme oppression and peril. Here anything could be encountered, and madmen driven insane by life's pressures were a common species. Suddenly, Lee Chin-woo heard a whistling sound from his left. He instinctively ducked, and a steel pipe spun past, grazing over his head. Enraged, he looked left to see a bald man charging at him with a machete, swinging it down toward his face. The bald man had no reason to target Lee Chin-woo. Only that the gunfire was loud enough to catch his attention, and he simply felt like killing. That was all. With such a primal motive, he leaped out to attack Lee Chin-woo, aiming to chop off his head and kick it around like a ball. Anxious to leave, Lee Chin-woo had no time for this. He raised his gun and fired, blowing the bald man's head apart. He tried to run, but a woman screamed behind him. Little Joel's mother halted him. In the few seconds of the scuffle with the bald man, another fool for reasons unknown rushed out and snatched the child from Joel's mother's arms without a word. Joel's mother screamed in terror, clutching the child tightly, refusing to let go. Cursing, Lee Chin-woo picked up the bald man's machete, dashed to the child-snatching madman, raised the blade high, and brought it down fiercely, severing both of the man's arms. The madman howled in agony as blood spurted from his stumps, sending Joel's mother stumbling back. Li Qinwu struck again, cleaving through the madman's neck, and his head tumbled to the ground with a thud. At this moment, the surrounding rats' eyes gleamed with greed again. An automatic weapon was a treasure even in the bottom nest. With an automatic rifle and some skill, a man could become the leader of a dozen-strong gang, a way to change one's fate indeed. The rats that had fled moments ago began to creep back, driven by greed. Such was their nature, terrified one second they would gamble their lives for gain the next. Li Qinwu realized the danger. In those few seconds of delay, he had rekindled the rat's desires, but his mind worked swiftly. With 16 points of energy, he instantly analyzed the best way to resolve the situation. He emptied the remaining bullets from his automatic rifle in one direction, killing dozens and carving a path. Then, gripping the sling, he hurled the rifle along the newly opened route. It arced through the air, drawing the gaze of every rat in the vicinity. They lunged at the rifle like madmen, fighting and slashing each other, creating a massive turmoil. Next, Li Qinwu pulled out the semi-automatic pistol Lieutenant Rudison had given him, shoved it into little Joel's hands, who had just woken up in the wheelchair, and pointed toward the Pure Water Guild at the end of the path, roaring, "Run there. Don't stop. Don't look back. Run all the way, find the head of the Pure Water Guild, and mention my name. They will shelter you." Without waiting for their thoughts, he punched little Joel's father hard on the shoulder. "Run." Joel's father gritted his teeth, let out a yell, and pushed the wheelchair forward. Joel's mother ran with the baby in her arms. In the wheelchair, little Joel gripped the pistol with both hands, crying as he fired at those ahead. Machete in hand, Li Qinwu pursued behind them. Whenever someone approached, he rushed in and hacked and stabbed wildly, killing 4 or 5 in an instant. He was like a phalanx cannon for the Joel family, killing on the periphery to keep the mad rats at bay. Under his protection, the Pure Water Guild grew closer, and they would all escape alive. But then the unexpected happened. A gunshot rang out from the rat pack. Li Qinwu, mid-slaughter, took a bullet to the abdomen. It pierced through, causing him to stumble and roll on the ground. That fall separated him from the Joel family. The rats parted for them, and then swarmed around Li Qinwu. He scrambled to his feet instantly, right hand gripping the machete, left hand touching the bullet hole in his belly, gritting his teeth in pain. Looking up, he met hundreds of greedy, bloodthirsty eyes. These bottom nest rats, clutching steel pipes and machetes, eyed him eagerly, as if ready to tear him apart. Yet Li Qinwu showed no fear. With a loud laugh, he charged straight at the rats ahead. He swung his blade with both hands, splitting a rat's skull. An eyeball popped from its socket. Then, with a horizontal slash, he cut through the throat of a rat on his left, severing its windpipe. After that, he was overwhelmed by the rats closing in from all sides. They rained down a chaotic array of weapons on him. Until his last breath, Li Qinwu kept thrusting upward with his machete, wounding or killing 4 or 5 more before being beaten into a pulp. When Li Qinwu opened his eyes, he found himself stark naked, resurrected on the bed in his hideout 8 hours after he had been beaten to death. He smacked his lips, rose from the bed, roasted a few potatoes to fill his stomach, then sat still for a while, lost in. Being beaten to death by so many people was a first for him, a rather novel experience worthy of savoring. Once he had mused enough, he got up to check the hideout's output. The brewing apparatus had produced a bottle of wine. He retrieved it and replenished the materials to start the next batch. Carrying the bottle to the emperor's shrine, he found the sacred wine there already finished and the candle extinguished. Li Qinwu carefully stored the second bottle of sacred wine and fed another bottle into the shrine to resume production. After finishing, he donned a set of clothes, tucked a large caliber pistol into his waistband, gathered all the sacred wafers, and prepared to head out. He planned to first visit the Stillwater Guild to check on little Joel's family, then take the grand elevator to the mid-high for a look around. He walked all the way to the safe zone, which remained the same wretched sight as before, a pack of underhive rats scraping by. They scavenged rubbish, searched everywhere, and eyed each other with scheming, calculating gazes. Whenever the grand elevator delivered a new batch of convicts, they would swarm over for a frenzy. Li Qinwu's brutal killing spree last time had taught them no lesson whatsoever. They simply continued to live in this world with their savage and vulgar ways. Ignoring those rats, he walked straight to the Stillwater Guild's shop. As usual, a long queue for water stretched outside. The underhive rats waited here to collect clean water, one of only 2 ways they could obtain it in the depths. Li Qinwu bypassed the crowd and headed directly into the shop. The guards at the entrance instinctively reached for their guns at his approach, but paused upon recognizing him. "Huh, weren't you dead?" The Stillwater Guild guards knew Li Qinwu. He was on good terms with their boss. He stepped forward, pulled out a cigarette and lighter from his pocket, and offered them a light. "Didn't kick the bucket. Fought my way out through a bloody path." He spun a casual lie. After all, the chaos had been immense with hundreds of rats surrounding him. Who could claim they'd seen him beaten to death for sure? As for the pulp on the ground, it must have belonged to some unlucky rat, certainly not him, Li Qinwu. In the world of Warhammer 40k, where everyone had secrets and anomalies were commonplace, a passable explanation sufficed. The Stillwater Guild guards eyed Li Qinwu with suspicion and astonishment, but still stepped aside to let him in. Once inside, Li Qinwu saw Joel's family filling cheap ceramic steel buckets at the water pipe, portioning them out, and hauling them to the front for sale, as if they had been working for some time. Joel's father, carrying several buckets to restock the front, collided with Li Qinwu. The instant he saw Li Qinwu's face, he froze, and the words tumbled out of his mouth. "Oh, you. Weren't you dead?" Li Qinwu took a drag of his cigarette and said casually, "Didn't die. I fought my way out from another direction." With a thud, Joel's father knelt before Li Qinwu and knocked his head heavily on the ground. "Benefactor, you saved my family. Benefactor, if ever there is something you need, just call on me. I'll give my life to repay you." His attitude was so sincere that Li Qinwu felt gratified. He hadn't saved an ungrateful wretch. Afterward, Joel's father called out his wife, Little Joel, in his wheelchair, and Little Joel's younger brother to express their gratitude to Li Qinwu. Little Joel especially tried to prostrate himself on the ground to kowtow, but Li Qinwu quickly held him back. "Your platoon commander asked me to look after your family. He gave me a considerable reward, so there's no need to thank me. Thank your commander instead." The family once again showered him with thanks, but Li Qinwu cut them off and asked Little Joel, "What's your situation now? How did you end up working here? Did Reynolds give you jobs, eh?" Little Joel shook his head. "Sir, yesterday we broke through the crowd and came here using your name. Master Reynolds gave us shelter. Master Reynolds didn't offer us work. My father felt that since we were under his protection, we had to contribute. We have nothing now except our parents' labor, so they've started taking on whatever tasks they can." Li Qinwu nodded inwardly. He had to admit Joel's family had strong values, still thinking of repaying shelter with labor even in their dire straits. Joel's father kept repeating that his life was at Li Qinwu's disposal, intending to sell his own life to him in hopes that he would care for his wife and children. In just one day, the man had realized how harsh survival in the Underhive was. Near the grand elevator, fresh bones gnawed by someone were still lying around. As they chatted, the door at the back of the Stillwater Guild shop opened. Reynolds poked his head out, startled for a moment at the sight of Li Qinwu, then waved him over. Li Qinwu told Little Joel's family to wait and followed Reynolds into the office. After closing the door, they each took a seat. Li Qinwu said, "I've obtained the memory panel. It's stored in a completely safe place in the mid-hive. They'll go up and retrieve it for you shortly." Reynolds nodded with a smile and promptly pulled out a stack of fertilizer coupons from his desk, sliding them across to Li Qinwu. "Hey, race your payment. 100,000 fertilizer coupons, not a single one short." He wasn't the least bit afraid Li Qinwu might be deceiving him. Yesterday, he had clearly seen the man beaten to death by hundreds of rats, yet today, he stood before him. How to explain that? As a minor supervisor at the Stillwater Guild, he was well informed. He had heard of a cloning cult, where every clone looked identical, all sharing the genes of the cult leader, each one also being the leader. He had also heard even more secretive tales about immortals. Whatever category this man belonged to, he possessed immense potential. Reynolds believed someone of this caliber wouldn't abandon his reputation for a mere 100 fertilizer coupons. Li Qinwu pocketed the 100 fertilizer coupons, thinking Reynolds was a decent man for trusting him so much. He resolved to complete any future tasks for him promptly. After settling the task, handover, Li Qinwu brought up Little Joel's family, revealing that they were actually wounded soldiers, and asked Reynolds for advice on settling them. Reynolds stroked his chin. "I can't provide long-term shelter for outsiders here. The workers in this shop are all guild members. If outsiders linger too long and my competitors find out, they might impeach me. For them to survive long-term, you'll have to follow Underhive rules, find them a livelihood. Even if they become gang enforcers, it's better than wasting away out there." Li Qinwu sighed. He didn't want to do that. Lieutenant Rudolph had given him a favor to look after Little Joel's family. How could he just throw them into a gang? If the family ended up in a gang, Little Joel's father would become a thug and die in turf wars. His mother would become a laborer, worked to death, or coveted by some gang boss. Little Joel himself was disabled and would likely die within half a year from various causes. Little Joel's younger brother was too young, around 10 years old. He might be taken by gang members for experiments, sold for organs, or raised as a suicide soldier by a boss. When trouble came, the boss would use him as a bullet shield. None of these were good options. Then a new idea struck Li Qinwu: why not start his own small gang? Given his abilities, the resources from his hideout, and the firearms he had stockpiled, running a small operation was entirely feasible, though the location was still an issue. But on second thought, the location wasn't a problem either. The base didn't have to be in a spacious area. The Underhive had countless interconnected pipes. He could find some panels, block off both ends of a pipe, and turn that section into his private territory. The pipe outside his hideout was perfect, quite large, about 6 meters in diameter, with walls made of architectural ceramic steel covered in various meaningless pipes, and a metal platform at the bottom for walking. He just needed to gather some ceramic steel powder and metal panels, seal both ends of the pipe, and however much he blocked off, that would be his territory. With a piece of land, he could recruit underlings and build his own force. But there was still a problem: he had to provide work. He couldn't just keep people cooped up in a pipe, doing nothing, letting them freeload. They needed jobs. Li Qingwu pondered for a while, but found no clear answer. He looked at Reynolds across the desk and asked, "What products are selling well in the mid-hive and upper hive now? Can I get a piece of that?" Reynolds thought seriously for a moment before replying, "If you really want to invest, the only viable path is there's hardly anything in the underhive worth exporting upward except alcohol. And as long as you brew it, and it doesn't taste awful, it will always sell. Times are tough. All the land outside the capital has been seized, and the entire hive is anxious. In such times, demand for alcohol is high. Moreover, with the loss of grain-producing lands, food is scarce in the hive. The planetary governor has already opened the reserve granaries and implemented rationing. There's no surplus grain for breweries. If you can secure a stable supply of grain, you might actually create a thriving moonshine business." Li Qingwu felt intrigued. No matter how many millennia humanity advanced, there would always be a demand for alcohol. The current capital resembled the economic depression of the early 20th century, where many countries saw a rise in bootleggers due to strong market demand. Li Qingwu felt this had great potential. As for sales channels, Lieutenant Rudolph's network seemed promising. Given the PDF's abysmal discipline, alcoholism was practically a virtue among them. Since these degenerate soldiers could drink, why not drink Li Qingwu's brew? Li Qingwu could propose to Lieutenant Rudolph if he helped sell the liquor into the military. Li Qingwu could later take in more wounded soldiers exiled to the underhive, offering them and their families jobs. The profits could be shared with those soldiers to support their families. Everyone would earn money and have security. This business had real potential. The more he thought about it, the more excited Li Qingwu became. A vast commercial empire took shape in his mind, starting with moonshine, dominating all black market industries in the hive, then buying a spaceship to trade in space, breaking free from this agricultural planet's constraints. He was a man of action and immediately sprang from his chair. "Mr. Reynolds will take my leave now. I'm heading to the mid-hive to retrieve the memory panel for you. Little Joel's family can stay here temporarily. They'll come back for them soon." Reynolds nodded with a smile. "Feel free to contact me if you need any help. I'm very interested in brewing and have studied it extensively. If your distillery gets off the ground, let me come and advise." Li Qingwu mumbled his agreement, but inwardly thought, didn't this guy once say his own brew tasted sour? Leaving the office, Li Qingwu told Little Joel's family he was going to visit the mid-hive and asked if they needed it. "Sir, could you deliver a letter to my sister to let her know we're safe? Before we were exiled as convicts to the underhive, we pulled strings to get her into the ecclesiarchy as a sister." Li Qingwu nodded. He also wanted to explore the various facilities in the mid-hive to see if he could unlock new contacts and pick up other quests. The Ecclesiarchy Chapel, such an iconic Warhammer 40K structure, was clearly a key node for triggering critical plotlines. He was eager to check it out. Li Qingwu asked the Stillwater Guild staff for paper and pen, let Little Joel's family write the letter, then took it, bid them farewell, and headed for the grand elevator. Just then, an announcement came from the grand elevator. It was about to arrive in the underhive. The rats stirred, clutching various weapons as they gathered around ready for a feast. Li Qingwu meanwhile scanned his gene code in the safe zone and waited quietly with the underhive workers for the elevator. A small area on the right side of the grand elevator was enclosed by iron railings. To enter, one needed a mid-hive identity and a gene scan. Waiting here for the elevator was completely safe. The underhive rats dared not cause trouble before these workers. Soon, with a mechanical roar, the grand elevator reached the underhive. The doors slowly opened, revealing nearly 1,000 convicts surrounded by law enforcers and huddled in a corner, the shift workers with impassive expressions. Li Qingwu boarded the elevator with the workers waiting as the law enforcers herded the weeping mid-hive convicts off. After a busy while, the elevator doors slowly closed and it began to ascend. Li Qingwu found it strange. He had ridden the grand elevator before, but always downward. Going up was as the massive elevator doors slid open, Li Qingwu stepped into the mid-hive. This time he set foot here as a resident of the mid-hive, possessing ample time and permissions to traverse various districts, and he intended to explore thoroughly. However, he hadn't yet decided where to go. As he glanced around, his attention was captured by a peculiar red emblem, the Twin Serpent Order. The Twin Serpent Order was the local planet's medical industry, reportedly a private medical enterprise. It housed a twin serpent doctor capable of handling most treatments within the community. The Warhammer 40K universe, a realm both advanced and regressive, harbored many peculiar medical organizations, the most renowned being the Rejuvenat Order. The most remarkable aspect of this order was its true ability to rejuvenate individuals, extending their lifespans 300 to 400 years with ease and 1,000 to 2,000 years without much difficulty. The medical advancement of the Warhammer 40K world was beyond the imagination of people from the third millennium. Even the Twin Serpent Order, a fringe medical institution not recorded in Warhammer 40K's official history, possessed technology not to be underestimated. As far as Li Qinwu knew, Lieutenant Rudsun's mechanical arm had been retrofitted at the Twin Serpent Order build. For those who couldn't use military billing like Little Joel, whose spine was broken, the Twin Serpent Order could indeed treat him, just a matter of replacing it with a mechanical spine. But Little Joel was merely a soldier with no guarantee from the military. Such war-wounded soldiers unable to pay the Twin Serpent Order's medical fees were reported to the enforcers, resulting in the revocation of their entire family's Midhive citizenship. A stark reflection of the truth that Warhammer 40k was nothing but a cesspool. Li Qinwu developed a keen interest in the Twin Serpent Order and headed straight for its clinic. Before he even entered, he was stunned by a notice board posted at the entrance, warning those who enter a doctor-patient relationship with this order's physician and fail to pay for treatment after receiving care will have their citizenship revoked by the enforcers and be exiled to the Underhive. Debts will be inherited by family members. If they too cannot repay their citizenship, will also be revoked, leading to exile. A hospital openly displaying such a system of collective punishment at its doorstep. Was this truly acceptable? He was too eager to see what the so-called Twin Serpent Order was really like, so he pushed the door open and entered. The moment he stepped into the establishment, Li Qinwu took a step back. It was a small clinic of only about 30 square meters with shelves lining the walls cluttered with various random medications. The entire clinic was filled with a chaotic array of examination equipment. At its center lay an operating table, beside which was a haphazard pile of scalpels stained with fresh blood on both the tools and the floor, clearly left uncleaned after a procedure. In front of the operating table sat a desk and a chair where a man in a filthy white lab coat and robe was perched. He had his feet up on the chair, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his lazy eyes fixed on a newspaper in his hands. Li Qinwu was appalled by the filth and disorder. Was this a hospital? Had have mistaken it for a slaughterhouse. The doctor's eyes shifted from the newspaper, sizing up Li Qinwu briefly, then returned to the paper. Got any money? What's bothering you? The first question out of his mouth was about money. Li Qinwu rolled his eyes. He pointed at a rice cooker-sized machine in the corner and asked, "How much for this?" The doctor glanced at the device Li Qinwu indicated, then looked at him with half-slitted eyes. "You here to mess with me? Get out of my clinic right now, or I'll call the enforcers." Li Qinwu pulled out the 100 fertilizer vouchers given by Renault from his pocket, waved them in the air, and brought them to his nose, inhaling the scent of ink. This gesture caught the doctor's attention. His eyes locked onto the stack of vouchers, all of the highest denomination of 100, at least 100 in total. The man's face immediately broke into a smile. He stood up, walked around the desk, pulled out a chair, and invited Li Qinwu to sit. "Ah, valued guest, come please have a seat. May I ask what you need the mixing precipitator for?" Li Qinwu sat down, casting a glance at the man's fawning expression. "What business is it of yours what I need it for? I'm asking if you'll sell it or not." The doctor rubbed his hands together, his eyes darting with calculation. The founder of the Twin Serpent Order had a famous saying, "As long as the price is right, everything in this world can be bought and sold, including life." The man scrutinized Li Qinwu's attire. Though not extravagantly wealthy, there was an uncommon air about him. He must have some means. So he named an exorbitant price. "I can sell it, but I want 200 fertilizer vouchers." Li Qinwu turned and walked away. Though the mixing precipitator was the last item needed to upgrade the medical station, he refused to be taken for a fool. This bastard was clearly trying to rip him off. Seeing Li Qinwu leave without hesitation, the Twin Serpent doctor grew anxious, rising from his chair to chase after him. We can negotiate. How about 190,000? Don't go. Or maybe 180,000. Hey, 170,000. 170,000 is my final offer. 160,000, I tell you. I want sell for less than 160,000. Hey. Li Qinwu pushed open the clinic door, intending to ask someone where the ecclesiarchy church was to deliver little Joel's letter to his sister. The Twin Serpent doctor kept chattering in his ear. This bastard was clearly a space squid. Li Qinwu couldn't be bothered to argue. Now that he had Midhive identity and unlocked so many areas, he could search elsewhere for another mixing precipitator. He figured the device wasn't that advanced. After all, even that slaughterhouse of a clinic had one. With some searching, he might find the manufacturer and buy a new one at the original price. As it turned out, Li Qinwu's guess was close. The device was one of many civilian products manufactured by the Adeptus Mechanicus in the Hive City factories. Its price wasn't exorbitant, just over 9,000 after tax. The Twin Serpent doctor was simply trying to take Li Qinwu for a ride, hoping to swindle him. The man followed Li Qinwu for nearly 2 blocks. Annoyed beyond measure, Li Qinwu finally snapped. "Damn it, you think him some easy mark. What the hell is 160,000? Do you think I don't know how much this thing costs? If I hadn't seen that device gathering dust in your corner and wanted a cheap secondhand one, I wouldn't have set foot in your clinic. Even a dog would shake its head at the sight of it. Not only do you refuse to sell it as secondhand, but you double the price, treating me like some clueless outsider." Li Qinwu shook off the hand trying to grab his. The Twin Serpent doctor, clutching his struck arm, grimaced and said then, Name your price. The mixing precipitator had been sitting in his clinic for 2 years and used. His neighborhood was full of poor folks who only bought cheap pills, never needing the advanced drugs the device could synthesize. Lee Kinwis' eyes darted and he raised 3 fingers. 30000. They'll give you at most 30000. What? Only 30000? Absolutely not. At least 8000. Hearing this, Li Qinwu realized had gotten the actual price out of him. It matched his expectations, so he stopped and haggled on the street. After a heated exchange with Li Qinwu pretending to leave, the twin serpent doctor relented, and they settled on 700. They returned to the clinic. The twin serpent doctor retrieved the mixing precipitator from a pile of equipment and placed it before Li Qinwu, wearing a pained expression. My esteemed guest, could you perhaps add a little more? Just a tiny bit. This device hasn't been used more than 10 times since I bought it. The patients in this district are all hopeless paupers too poor to afford the advanced drugs it synthesizes. It hasn't earned me a single credit since it arrived. Li Qinwu ignored him, paid, and snatched the device. He examined the rice cooker-sized equipment, thoroughly confirmed it was in order, and stuffed it into his backpack. With the last upgrade item for the medical station in hand, Li Qinwu breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced around the clinic and asked, "What do you have for sale here?" The twin serpent doctor, still counting the vouchers one by one, didn't look up. He pointed at the cabinets against the wall. "Labels are on them. Take a look." Li Qinwu saw that the cabinets were stocked with various medications, each with an exorbitant price tag beneath it. A small medical kit cost 300 fertilizer vouchers, a tourniquet 150, disinfectant 50 of vitamins. At these terrifying prices, a serious illness could utterly destroy a family in the mid-hive, where the monthly salary was 200 fertilizer vouchers. As Li Qinwu examined the goods, a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Contact unlocked, twin serpent doctor, affinity level LV0. Unlocked items: hemostatic bandage, 150 fertilizer vouchers, small medical kit, 300 painkiller, 300 large surgical kit, 150 antidote, 800. Low-grade medical synthesis material, 50 high-grade medical synthesis material, 500. Quest available due to planetary warfare. The Hive City has implemented a food rationing system, causing a severe shortage of alcohol throughout the hive, which has impacted the supply of medical alcohol. The twin serpent doctor's stock of medical alcohol has dropped to a critical level. If you can bring him medical alcohol, 500 milliliters, 10, you will earn his friendship and 500 fertilizer vouchers. Li Qinwu was delighted to see the contact unlocked, but kept his expression neutral. Pointing at a half-empty bottle of medical alcohol on the shelf, he asked, "I heard the Hive City has started rationing and the distilleries have shut down. How do you still have alcohol?" The twin serpent doctor glanced at the remaining half bottle of medical alcohol and sighed. "This is all I have left. The poor folks around here can't afford medicine. They only ask me to clean their wounds with cheap medical alcohol. But now even medical alcohol has become expensive. They'll have to raise the price. Next time they come for a wipe, it'll cost 40 credits. Li Qinwu leaned in and whispered, "What if, just if, I could get you medical alcohol? Would you buy it?" The doctor's eyes lit up at this. "Absolutely. He'll take it. As long as it's medical grade, 500 milliliters bottles, they'll give you 50 fertilizer vouchers each. They'll take as many as you have." Li Qinwu looked around the shabby clinic with disbelief. "As many as I have? With this dump of yours, if I brought you 50 tons, could you even handle it?" The twin serpent doctor slammed the table. "What do you mean dump? This is a haven for healing both body." Then lowering his voice, he added, "I can't handle that much alone, but the twin serpent order has a post on every block. Whether it's 50 tons, 500 tons, or even 500 tons, we can take it all." Li Qinwu gasped. Was the demand for alcohol in the mid-hive really that high? Little did he know a peasant rebellion on the planet had sparked a food shortage in the Hive City. The planetary governor was having the Adeptus Mechanicus build promethium waste conversion units to produce corpse starch, feeding hundreds of billions. The Hive City's diet was about to plummet to unprecedented lows. With people barely able to get natural food, brewing was out of the question. All distilleries were shut down, leaving no source for medical alcohol. Though the market demand wasn't as absurd as the doctor's boasts, a monthly shortfall of at least 50 tons was a conservative estimate. At this moment, Li Qinwu's desire to brew illegal alcohol grew even stronger. If even the medical alcohol market had such a gap, setting up a distillery would be like scooping up gold with a sack. He told the twin serpent doctor he'd be back in a while, asked for directions to the ecclesiarchy church, and left the clinic lost in thought. He walked along the road, his bowed figure blending with the Grayton workers passing by, until he stepped into a vast square and snapped back to reality. He had arrived at the ecclesiarchy church. The ecclesiarchy was one of the most enormous political and military entities of the Imperium of Man, present on millions of worlds under human control. Within its churches was enshrined the God Emperor, the master of mankind, the eternal beacon of humanity in this dark universe. To most humans, the Emperor was a deity from myth, but to the elite who knew the truth of history, he was a real powerful immortal, a psyker, and a true sovereign who had ruled the Imperium for tens of thousands of years. Had it not been for the great betrayal that swept the galaxy, confining the Emperor to the depths of the Imperial Palace on Terra and preventing him from walking among men, humanity might not have suffered such a dark fate. Li Qinwu stood in the grand square before the church where devout people came and went, clutching candles or incense burners, murmuring prayers under their breath. At the center of the vast square stood a towering statue of the Emperor, over 40 meters high. He was clad in golden power armor, one hand wielding a massive power claw, the other holding the Emperor's sword, appearing heroic and indomitable, a warrior who never yielded. Gazing at this majestic effigy of the Emperor, Li Qinwu raised his hands before his face, pressed his fingers together in an inverted heart shape, and murmured softly, "Praise the Space King." After paying homage to the Emperor's holy statue, Li Qinwu walked step by step towards the grand cathedral behind it. The cathedral was magnificent, with enormous stone columns made of ceramic steel adorned with the figures of numerous interstellar warriors. Its Gothic style appeared both imposing and heavy. Individuals clad in robes moved about the cathedral, engaged in prayer. At the entrance stood several soldiers holding burning staffs, their eyes coldly scanning the ordinary people who came to pray. If anyone was found dressed inappropriately, these soldiers would drive them away. However, the most important task was supervision, ensuring that the worshippers deposited the 100-value fertilizer vouchers into the donation box. Here, even if you wish to pray to a deity who will never respond, you are required to pay. Li Qinwu glanced around and quickly understood the situation. He pulled out a 100-value fertilizer voucher from his pocket, waved it in front of the soldiers, threw it into the donation box, and strode into the cathedral. Inside the cathedral was a vast space capable of accommodating thousands of people kneeling in prayer. Before them stood a more exquisite and smaller golden statue of the Emperor, about 4 meters tall, adorned with intricate details. The Emperor was described as a Mediterranean male with long black hair and brown skin, a depiction that circulated widely within the Empire regarding his appearance. However, in reality, the yellow-skinned individual covered himself daily with spiritual energy to create an illusion. Everyone who saw him would perceive the image they deemed most perfect in their hearts. If you envision the most perfect image as a youthful beauty with ample bosom and charming wrinkles, then upon seeing the Emperor, you would likely perceive him in that very form. Such matters are best kept to oneself. Do not boast to others about them, lest you attract the attention of the guards hidden in the ceiling, who could turn you into molecules in the blink of an eye. Li Qinwu was not here to pray to the yellow-skinned individual. He needed to deliver a letter of reassurance regarding Xiao Qiaoer to her sister, and was scanning the area for someone to speak to. At this moment, the hall was filled with people kneeling in prayer. Amid the complex scents of candles and incense, they murmured their prayers, expressing their suffering and hopes to the Emperor. Near the wall stood several monks wearing gray hoods. They were the most basic clergy of the state religion, responsible for maintaining the cathedral and preaching. Seeing a monk close by, and with no other clergy around, Li Qinwu approached and took out a cigarette to strike up a conversation. "Your Majesty, how have you been lately?" The monk glanced at Li Qinwu, pulling a cigarette from his pack and stowing it away under his robe. "Your Majesty, we see from the newspapers every day that we live happily thanks to your enlightening presence." These words nearly made Li Qinwu burst out laughing as he understood the monk's true nature. Lowering his voice, he said, "There's a 16-year-old girl named Teresa who was recently sent to the church by her parents. Now her parents have established themselves in the lower tiers and sent me to deliver a letter of reassurance to her." He took out the envelope from his arms and showed it to the monk. "I wonder if the most devoted follower of your Majesty would be willing to deliver this good news to the poor girl about her family's well-being." The monk glanced down at the envelope in Li Qinwu's hand, then looked back up, maintaining a steady gaze into Li Qinwu's eyes. Li Qinwu smiled and pinched the envelope, discreetly revealing the 100-value fertilizer voucher hidden at the bottom. "Of course, your Majesty will see the devotion of your follower and grant corresponding rewards." The missionary glanced at the 100 fertilizer voucher beneath the envelope, smiled, and took the envelope. "Do not move, wait here." The missionary exited through a side door of the hall, and Li Qinwu leaned against the wall, observing the thousands of people praying in front of him. At this moment, the prayer reached its climax. Beneath the golden statue of the Emperor, the priest shouted loudly, holding a book that recorded the truths of the state religion. "The Emperor is omniscient and omnipotent." The thousands kneeling below echoed loudly. "The Emperor is omniscient and omnipotent. The will of the Emperor pervades the universe, and no heresy shall be allowed to contradict it." The will of the Emperor pervades the universe, and no heresy shall be allowed to contradict it. Everyone shouted fervently, their voices reverberating throughout the hall, creating a chaotic atmosphere. People could not hear each other clearly. Li Qinwu viewed this scene as somewhat absurd. He felt that having arrived at the old man's sanctum, it would be somewhat unbecoming not to join the shouting, so he mixed into the crowd and shouted loudly, "Yellow-skinned individual, you're here to collect again. Praise the four-armed Emperor. Old man Huang. You who have lived for tens of thousands of years, could you stop scattering your mother's images across the heavens and realms? Seeing these images as consent for recruitment. I recruit your mother. How to distinguish between a wolf and a dog. Listen to the bark. A woo is a wolf, while woof is a dog. Observe the demeanor. Standing and howling is a wolf, lying and chatting is a dog. Examine the leftovers. Finishing every morsel is a wolf, leaving a few grains is a dog. Look at their diet. Devouring raw flesh is a wolf, while being picky is a dog. Consider their temperament. Calm is a wolf, anxious yet slow is a dog. Listen to their sounds. Howling is a wolf, whining is a dog. Watch their hunting. Chasing deer is a wolf, failing to catch is a dog. Examine their eating habits. Guarding meat is a wolf. Leaving leftovers is a dog. Observe the sun. Excessive rain is a wolf. Thirsting in drought is a dog. Assess their urination. Dry ground indicates a wolf. Yellow earth indicates a dog. Look at their diet. Meaty stews are a wolf. Grain dishes are a dog. Observe their hunting style. A bent back is a wolf. A straight back is a dog. Examine their winter wear. Fur covering is a wolf. Fabric lining is a dog. Listen to their calls. A hissing sound is a wolf. Chirping is a dog. Inspect their stomach. Chewing bones cleanly is a wolf. Regurgitating grains is a dog. Observe how they handle beatings. Running away immediately is a wolf. Getting hit without escaping is a dog. Li Qinwu became more and more spirited as he shouted. Amid this wave of fervent cries, his rebellious shouts blended and unnoticed by anyone, yet undeniably present. A devotee kneeling in earnest prayer, initially focused on the priest ahead, suddenly heard a peculiar shouting from behind. He turned to look at Li Qinwu, who was lounging against the wall, mentally blocking out the shouts of the surrounding devotees, trying to catch what Li Qinwu was shouting. Upon realizing what was being said, his expression changed dramatically as he stared in disbelief at the relaxed Li Qinwu against the wall. Li Qinwu noticed that this person had taken note of him and shot him a glare. What are you looking at? Be careful not to get captured by the state religion and roasted as a heretic. With that, he stood up to meet the missionary who had just collected money, returning from the side door with a letter in hand, which he handed to Li Qinwu. Sister Teresa is currently occupied with her studies and cannot meet you. She wrote a letter for me to pass on to you. Li Qinwu thanked him, took the letter, tucked it into his pocket, and turned to leave the cathedral. Li Qinwu meandered his way out of the hive city, heading toward Lieutenant Ruderson's encampment. The capital was under martial law, allowing entry but not exit, and he was briefly stopped by a bailiff when leaving. He found a military post near the train station and told a junior officer there that he was a relative of Lieutenant Ruderson. He explained that he had already arranged for the wounded soldiers as the lieutenant had requested and now needed to leave to. The junior officer, moved by the mention of arranging for the wounded, sympathized. Arranging for wounded soldiers was a persistent problem in the PDF. The planetary governor was a miserly and greedy man who cared nothing for the lives of ordinary PDF soldiers, leaving them without security and with pitifully low death benefits. Some officers felt a bond of brotherhood with their men. If a soldier was injured, the officer had to find a way to provide for him. Otherwise, how could they expect their men to risk their lives in battle, knowing they would be abandoned if wounded? In short, it was common for officers to privately solve the problem of caring for the wounded. The junior officer obliged him. However, to ensure Li Qinwu was not a fraud, he sent a soldier to accompany him by train out of the hive city. The two men traveled to Lieutenant Ruderson's sector, where they were received by the lieutenant. The soldier from the post, confirming Li Qinwu was no imposter, began his journey back alone. Li Qinwu pressed 300 credits into his hand, 100 for himself and 200 for the junior officer. The soldier left with a grin, saying he would remember Li Qinwu. Then came the conversation between Li Qinwu and Lieutenant Ruderson. They moved to a military tent and took their seats. Li Qinwu gestured with a letter in his hand. Little Joel's family is settled for now, no trouble in the short term. He asked me to deliver a letter to his sister in the ecclesiarchy, and I did. This is her reply. Lieutenant Ruderson let out a deep breath. Good. This at least honors the bond we forged on the battlefield. Li Qinwu glanced around, confirming no one was near the tent, then lowered his voice to speak of his main purpose. Remember the business I mentioned before? I've found a lead. What do you say? Want a piece of it? A flicker of caution appeared in Lieutenant Ruderson's eyes. What kind of business? Don't do anything too crazy. A bit of private fiddling is fine here, but if you attract the attention of the upper hive bailiffs, I won't be able to protect you. Li Qinwu waved a dismissive hand. It's not as serious as you think. Just a small venture, brewing. The entire surface outside the hive city is occupied by rebels. No grain can get in, and you can't fight your way out. That useless planetary governor can't retake the surface. Without a change, this stalemate could easily last another decade or two. Li Qinwu wasn't sure how long the governor had gone without paying his tithes, but he knew that eventually the Inquisition's fleet would arrive to collect by force if necessary. When that overwhelming armada showed up, both the rebels and the planetary governor would be annihilated. But the Empire's infamous inefficiency meant Li Qinwu estimated the fleet wouldn't arrive for another 10 or 20 years. That span of time was a single generation's lifetime. Despite the myriad horrors of Warhammer 40k, the heresy and chaos that seemed to plague every world daily, from a macroscopic view, an individual's life was remarkably stable. For instance, the current generation on the agri-world 496b would spend their entire lives in this civil war. Dealing with the Inquisition would be a problem for the next generation. Li Qinwu continued, "This pointless war will drag on for another decade or two. You'll keep clashing with the rebels. Your gear is better, but prolonged conflict breeds accidents. Little Joel is proof. What will you do when more of your men are wounded? Just dump them all on me. I told you I'm just a lone wolf in the underhive. Taking in Joel's family was a real strain. I can't spend all my time caring for your soldiers' families, can I? Lieutenant Ruderson caught on. So this business of yours is related? Li Qinwu nodded seriously. I've confirmed through many channels that there's a huge demand for alcohol in the Hive City. I plan to open a distillery in the Underhive. This distillery will grow. I need reliable workers. If your unit produces more wounded, I'll prioritize hiring them and their families. That way I can help you care for your wounded on a large scale. You'll have a foothold in the Underhive with me. Even if you lose your position and need to hide down there, I can offer you shelter." Lieutenant Ruderson was deeply tempted. Though no one spoke of it, everyone knew the Underhive was the only destination for a wounded soldier. The farmers outside might envy the citizens of the Midhive, little realizing that the Midhivers longed for the life of a surface farmer. Midhive society was a brutal ultra-collectivist factory. This factory was cold and merciless, devoid of any human warmth. Make one mistake and the machine parts would not wait for you. They would only crush you without pity. A soldier's injury was their mistake. Soldiers were the able-bodied youth of a family. Lose that laborer and the family was destined for ruin. Unless the family elders were decisive enough to abandon the wounded soldier to his death the moment they learned of his injury, the entire family would be destroyed by debt. That was the fate of little Joel's family. The elders couldn't bear to abandon him, took him to the Two Serpents Clinic for treatment, couldn't pay, were taken by the bailiffs, and the whole family was stripped of their Midhive citizenship, exiled to the Underhive. The people of Warhammer 40k were still human with feelings. Faced with systemic oppression, they sought ways to preserve their conscience. Now Li Qinwu had brought a viable solution. Lieutenant Ruderson asked, "What do you need from me?" Li Qinwu stepped out of the tent for a careful look. The nearest soldiers were playing cards 30 paces away. He returned, pulled the tent flap, closed, leaned in close to the lieutenant's ear, and lowered his voice to a mosquito's whisper. "I want to start a brewing business. I have a location I can get the equipment, and personnel aren't a problem. The only issue is the raw material. I need grain, tons of it." Lieutenant Ruderson's pupils contracted sharply. You don't mean to." A sharp glint flashed in Li Qinwu's eyes. "Exactly. I plan to smuggle grain from the rebels. I need you to make it easy for me. Provide vehicles and fuel for transport. I also need guns and ammunition to trade with the rebels for grain. Once my liquor is ready, you'll find me sales channels in the military. Better for your sorry soldiers to drink my booze than someone else's and make me some money. And if they ever get their legs blown off by the rebels, I can look after their families a bit." Lieutenant Rudson fell into a profound silence, a silence so deep and protracted that Li Qinwu felt as though an entire century had passed, and that this incompetent officer might ultimately refuse him. Yet in the end, Lieutenant Rudson merely sighed, covering his eyes with his hand, as if it were his last shriek. I want to cut." Li Qinwu quickly interjected. "They'll give you 30% of the net profit. Whether you pocket it yourself or share it with your men, that's none of my concern." Lieutenant Rudson still kept his face covered, leaving only his mouth visible as he spoke. "And I need you to kill someone for me." Li Qinwu narrowed his eyes. "Who?" "Lieutenant Winchester." "Who is Lieutenant Winchester?" "A company commander in our battalion. He's my only rival for the position of battalion commander. The regimental commander told me that Lieutenant Winchester is a minor noble from the upper hive. He needs to gild his resume to climb higher. The noble faction backing him has already mobilized to push him into the battalion commander's seat. Unless he dies, I can never become battalion commander." Li Qinwu grinned. "If I kill him and you become battalion commander, can you grant me even greater convenience?" Lieutenant Rudson nodded. "If I become battalion commander, I'll have control over 3 PDF infantry companies and 1 motorized. The 12-kilometer-long defense sector you see is our battalion's territory. It will be entirely under my command. This land will be my domain, and you can do whatever you want here without anyone interfering." Li Qinwu licked his lips. Securing the support of a military battalion commander would make his little enterprise utterly unassailable. Lieutenant Rudson lowered his self-deceiving hand and said, "Lieutenant Winchester is a cautious man. He only stays inside a Chimera transport vehicle during combat. Killing him will be very difficult." Li Qinwu replied with confidence, "I'll find a way to handle this. You keep tabs on Lieutenant Winchester's movements and I'll strike when the opportunity arises." Then, changing the subject, Li Qinwu asked, "Do you have any way to contact the rebel leaders around here? I need to pay them a visit and establish a partnership." Lieutenant Rudson thought for a moment and said, The rebel leaders don't have fixed camps. Once their camp is exposed, well, encircle and annihilate them. I don't know where to find the rebel leader either. But a while back, a rebel group raided the water monitoring station. My men fought them off and captured a wounded one. Maybe you can use him to find a minor rebel chieftain. Li Qinwu nodded. Good. Hand that rebel over to me, give me an automatic rifle, and drive me part of the way. Half an hour later, an open-top military vehicle stopped in the no-man's land between the PDF and rebel front lines. The area was scarred by war, pockmarked with craters from artillery shells, surrounded by collapsed residential buildings, and the land lay fallow, devoid of any sign of human activity. Both sides had clashed here many times, turning it into a lethal exclusion zone where only armed personnel on missions dared to tread. Lieutenant Rudsun parked the car. In the back sat Li Qinwu, carrying a PDF automatic rifle on his back, and beside him sat a wounded rebel soldier, hands bound and head covered by a black hood. Lieutenant Rudsun engaged the handbrake, turned around, and stared intently at Li Qinwu. Are you sure? You have no idea what the rebel leader you'll face is like. If he's a violent brute, he might shoot you on sight, and everything we've planned will be over. Li Qinwu left behind a cryptic remark. Death is not my end, but the beginning of a vengeful spirit. He dragged the whimpering rebel soldier out of the vehicle. Lieutenant Rudsun muttered a good luck and turned the car back toward the PDF camp. Once the military vehicle disappeared from sight, Li Qinwu pulled off the rebel soldier's hood, revealing a middle-aged face. It was the face of an ordinary farmer, appearing to be in his 40s, though his actual age was unknown. The man stared at Li Qinwu with terrified eyes, his face pleading for mercy. Li Qinwu drew his dagger, and the rebel soldier began to wail in panic, trying to flee, but stumbling to the ground with his hands still tied behind his back. Li Qinwu placed a poison sac inside his own teeth, then approached and pressed his knee against the rebel's neck. The wounded soldier, thinking Li Qinwu was about to kill him, struggled violently. But before long, Li Qinwu stood up. The rebel soldier froze in shock. The ropes binding his hands had been cut. He stood up in confusion, looking at Li Qinwu with uncertainty, wondering whether to run or listen to what this man. Li Qinwu's next move left the man utterly bewildered. Li Qinwu tossed the PDF automatic rifle into the man's hands, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and said nonchalantly, "Take me to your leader, someone who can make decisions. I have a business deal to discuss." Half a day later, 40 kilometers north of the PDF camp, deep within a dense forest, lay a rebel stronghold of about 1,000 people. Li Qinwu sat quietly on a wooden stump, his hands bound, surveying the surrounding rebels with curiosity. They were a ragtag army of farmers. The camp, housing over 1,000, consisted entirely of wooden structures. Most were engaged in farming, with fewer than 100 armed fighters. Their weapons were pathetic, mostly single-barrel shotguns and homemade guns. The rebels were poorly equipped, lacking even basic iron tools. Li Qinwu even spotted a farmer using a stone axe to chop wood, a testament to their abysmal industrial output. In the twisted world of Warhammer 40k, planetary governors, to boost industrial efficiency, preferred to centralize all factories within the Hive City, leaving the rest of the planet virtually factory-free. Especially on an agri-world like this, there was only one steel mill on the entire planet, located inside the Hive City. When the rebels rose up, the Hive City cut off all external industrial supplies, nearly sending the rebels back to the Stone Age. Seeing the rebels' dire straits, Li Qinwu felt even more confident about the upcoming negotiation. After waiting on the stump for a few minutes, a man with a restrained demeanor approached, flanked by a dozen guards. The main event had arrived. The leader was a minor rebel chieftain, looking to be in his 50s, with graying temples. He glared at the composed Li Qinwu with displeasure. "Who are you? What is your purpose here?" Li Qinwu raised his bound hands and shook them. "I saved one of your warriors, and this is how you treat a savior." The rebel chieftain remained silent while his guards subtly aimed their homemade guns at Li Qinwu. Li Qinwu clicked his tongue mentally, tagging the chieftain as cautious. All right, let's get straight to the point. I'm here to talk business." The chieftain snorted coldly. "I have nothing to discuss with the planetary governor's lapdogs. The only language you understand is bullets." As he spoke, one of his guards raised his gun, the barrel wide enough to fit 2 fingers, aiming at Li Qinwu's head, his finger on the trigger. Seeing he was about to die, Li Qinwu burst into loud laughter, triggering his delayed death skill. "Why do you laugh?" the rebel chieftain asked in confusion. Li Qinwu mused that laughing in the face of death worked in any world. He fixed a mocking gaze on the chieftain. "I laugh at your delusion. The Hive City has you by the throat industrially. You're so poor you're slipping into the Stone Age, and yet you want to turn away the chance to change your fate." The rebel chieftain snorted again. "Our revolution will triumph eventually. It's inevitable. The planetary governor and his exploitative dogs will be thrown into the dustbin of history." Li Qinwu clicked his tongue. "Your revolution? Will you smash through the Hive City's dozen-meter-thick ceramite shell with rocks? If so, I have to give you a thumbs up." These words enraged a guard beside the chieftain, who nearly shoved his homemade gun into Li Qinwu's forehead, his face twisted with fury. "We are not afraid of sacrifice. My comrades and I will surely shatter the planetary governor's fortress of exploitation. We have wills of steel. Li Qinwu nodded emphatically. Right. You have countless comrades, but the PDF has infinite bullets. You have wills of steel, but the PDF is equipped with steel that has a will. I'd love to see what happens when your will of steel collides with steel that has a will. I'll screw your mother. Enraged beyond restraint, the guard swung his rifle, but at Li Qinwu's face. Li Qinwu kicked him squarely in the groin, and the man held collapsing to the ground, clutching his crotch as tears and snot streamed down his face. The other rebels were furious, shoving a dozen gun barrels into Li Qinwu's face and shouting for him to freeze. Li Qinwu remained unflinching, glancing down at the gun, nearly poking his eye. Tisk tsk. This gun doesn't even have rifling, does it? Can it penetrate PDF body armor? He then sniffed the air. A smell of sulfur. You're not still using black powder propellant, are you? Come on, this is the 40th millennium of humanity. Are you so backward you need to use weapons from the 2nd millennium? Can the buckshot from this thing even scratch the paint on PDF armor? The rebel chieftain, seeing Li Qinwu so composed with 10 guns trained on him, grew curious about what gave this man such audacity. Stranger, what exactly do you want? Li Qinwu locked eyes with the chieftain. I told you from the start. I'm here to discuss business. He jerked his chin toward one of the rebels, the one he had freed, who was still holding the PDF automatic rifle Li Qinwu had given him. See that automatic rifle in his hands? It has rifling, solid construction, military-grade propellant. The bullet can hit a target a kilometer away and blow some poor bastard's brains out. That's a real weapon, a real industrial product, not the junk you're holding. And I can get you a steady supply of. After all this effort, they finally got to the point. Hearing that Li Qinwu could provide them with PDF automatic rifles, the rebels exchanged glances, and the guns aimed at him lowered slightly. These rebels knew all too well the power of a PDF automatic rifle. A single soldier equipped with a PDF rifle and body armor could take on 100 rebels. PDF soldiers could engage in precise shooting from hundreds of meters away, while the rebels with their black powder homemade guns had to get within 100 meters to fire. How many would die just closing that distance? The rebels had also set up their own steel and chemical plants converted from pre-war civilian factories, but with very low output. The number of automatic rifles these factories produced was limited, and qualifying ammunition was even scarcer. When a barely functional rebel-made gun was distributed from headquarters, 100 people would be lucky if one of them got it. The prospect of Li Qinwu selling them high-quality firearms tempted everyone. They all looked toward the chieftain. Even the man whose groin Li Qinwu had kicked stopped whimpering, falling silent as he waited for the chieftain's decision. The chieftain stared at Li Qinwu, a storm of thoughts raging in his mind. He didn't know this man's background and instinctively distrusted him, yet the promise of high-quality weapons was impossible to refuse. You? What do you want? Li Qinwu grinned, knowing the deal was as good as done. They'll give you one good rifle in exchange for 3 tons of grain. The rebel chieftain's lips twitched. 3 tons of grain. Do you have any idea how much 3 tons of grain is? Exchanging 3 tons of grain for a rifle that weighs less than 5 kilograms. Are you serious? Li Qinwu nodded earnestly. I may not know exactly how much 3 tons of grain piled up looks like, but I do know that grain isn't a scarce resource for you. You control the entire surface of the planet. You can find a patch of land, dig it with a hoe, scatter some seeds, and in a few months, you'll have a bountiful harvest. Grain is a cheap resource for you. But a PDF automatic rifle is a genuine industrial product manufactured by the tech priests in the machine cathedrals within the Hive City. Those oil-stained tech priests use high-energy explosives to blast through the crust, extract metal smelted into steel ingots, then use Tensoften presses to stamp the gun body, high-precision drilling machines to rifle the barrel, and then pray and assemble. These guns, these industrial products, are things you could never produce even if you farmed for a lifetime. I'm asking you to trade the grain you have in abundance for the industrial products you can never manufacture. Is there a problem? The rebel chieftain blinked, finding Li Qinwu's words logical, yet he still felt reluctant to agree. What do you need so much grain for? To supply the PDF. My comrades and I now control all the surface outside the Hive City. The exploiters inside the Hive won't get any grain. They'll starve to death sooner or later. Do you want to open a grain corridor to feed those damned exploiters' stomachs? Oi. Li Qinwu rolled his eyes. You want to starve the hundreds of billions inside the Hive City? Come on, don't be naive. Do you have any idea how absurdly powerful promethium waste starch synthesis technology is? In the Warhammer 40K universe, humanity could achieve interstellar travel, and a prerequisite for that was artificial starch synthesis. The most mature synthesis technology the Imperium possessed used promethium waste to synthesize starch. While Li Qinwu didn't know the exact principle, he knew it was incredibly efficient. A single machine of this kind could produce enough starch daily to feed hundreds of billions. Trying to starve out the Hive City through a grain blockade was utterly impossible. The rebels exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes shimmering with the untainted clarity of those who had never received a proper education. What is this? Synthetic starch from Promethium fertilizer. The rebel leader scratched his head in confusion. Though humanity in the Warhammer 40k universe had long since conquered the stars, the educational level across different worlds remained wildly uneven. Most worlds of the Imperium enforced a system of ignorant populace, leaving their people with no clear understanding of the universe around them. Farmers tilled the soil for a lifetime, workers tightened screws for eternity. They never had the chance to glimpse the world beyond their daily toil. The notion of synthesizing enough food from industrial waste to feed tens of billions was utterly beyond the imagination of these unlettered commoners. One could only wonder how these poor souls would feel if they learned that the cosmos teemed with extinction-level alien threats and that demons lurked in the warp hungering for their souls. Li Qinwu explained the process of synthesizing starch from Promethium waste, but the rebels still stared at him with wide, incredulous eyes. How is that possible? If such a convenient thing exists, why would we laboriously farm? Everyone could just eat machine-made food. Though uneducated, the rebel leader possessed native wit and raised a valid objection. Li Qinwu clarified, first, it tastes terrible, downright awful in fact. Its nickname is corpse starch, which should give you an idea of how bad it is. Second, it's unhealthy. The nutrients it contains are far inferior to those in naturally grown food. Long-term consumption may shorten one's lifespan. Third, this is an agricultural world. Its purpose is to supply high-grade food to the surrounding star sector. Hey, you probably don't realize that the natural food you take for granted every day is a precious treasure on other Imperial worlds. At regular intervals, Imperial transport ships arrive above our planet, compress dehydrated natural food, and carry it to other worlds where it becomes gourmet fare for nobles or those of merit. Your sole purpose for existence is this producing high-grade food. The rebels finally understood. The grain they considered worthless on their planet was a luxury resource elsewhere. The Imperium could resort to synthetic food in extreme circumstances, but under normal conditions it preferred. A sudden chill gripped the rebel leader's heart. You're saying our purpose is to supply natural food to other Imperial worlds. What happens if we fail? Li Qinwu bared his teeth in a chilling grin. Then you'll see steel colossi appear in the skies above our planet, raining down fiery destruction. At that moment, whether exploiter or rebel, conservative or revolutionary, hero or villain, you'll all witness the truest face of this world. In the end, an alliance was forged. On the surface, it was because Li Qinwu could provide the rebels with advanced firearms and precious medical supplies. But on a personal level, the rebel leader's curiosity about the world had been ignited by Li Qinwu. These rebels had grown up on agricultural world 496b. They knew of a neighboring industrial world, a night world farther away, and nothing beyond. Illiterate peasants, they were put to work as soon as they could muster strength, learning to wield a hoe before their bones were. They would live and die like their parents, plowing the fields, marrying a plain woman, raising the next generation, and finally returning to the soil they tilled. But when they looked up at the stars, watching colossal spacecraft soar overhead and space stations like floating cities blinked their navigation lights. When atmospheric vehicles plunged like fireballs and slowly descended into skyscraping hive cities, how could they not feel a jarring dissonance and burn with curiosity? Yes, curiosity had taken root. And when the planetary governor's exploitation became unbearable, they raised the banner of revolution, seeking to understand their world. Now their revolution had yet to succeed. They still couldn't breach the governor's fortress of oppression or draw closer to the truth of their world. But then came Li Qinwu, a man who seemed to laugh in the face of death, grinning even with a dozen guns trained. His unflappable demeanor stood in stark contrast to these people who struggled just to survive. The information he revealed was beyond anything they had ever heard. The rebel leader felt as though this man had torn open a crack in the world's facade, and so chose to cooperate. Li Qinwu's bonds were cut. He stood stretched and said to the rebel leader, "Prepare 3 tons of grain. Next time I'll bring a PDF autogun. With your numbers, you'll need to help move the grain to a place I can retrieve it." The rebel leader replied, "I want to talk with you. Just the 2 of us." Li Qinwu raised an eyebrow. "Fine, lead the way." Private conversation was a foundation for building friendship, and Li Qinwu was happy to invest time in forging ties with a local figure of influence. The rebel leader led him to a small wooden hut, closed the door, and asked nervously, "If my comrades and I succeed in our revolution and seize control of this planet, how will the Imperium treat us?" Li Qinwu gained a new respect for the man. A question of such depth revealed intelligence and strategy. He replied, "The Imperium doesn't care about local regime changes on a planet. It doesn't care what system you, whether you go capitalist or socialist, feudal slavery, or utopia, the Imperium won't interfere." The rebel leader asked in confusion, "Then what does the Imperium care about?" Li Qinwu said slowly, "Taxes. The Imperium only cares about taxes. After you seize power, as long as you pledge loyalty and pay your tithes, the Imperium won't bother you, nor will it care about the fate of the planetary governor." The rebel leader breathed a sigh of relief. They knew of the Imperium's existence, And though their understanding was abstract and imprecise, the Imperium's overwhelming power was an uncontested truth among the rebel leadership. An unresolved question had always plagued the rebels after killing the planetary governor and taking control. How would they deal with the Imperium? Now in this rebel leader's eyes, the solution seemed simple enough. Just pay taxes. Seeing his relieved expression, Li Qinwu let out a sinister cackle. From that look on your face, you don't actually think the Imperium's taxes are light, do you? You don't think your oppression and exploitation are all the planetary governors doing, do you, eh? You don't actually believe that if you replace the planetary governor, you can make this world a better place, do you, eh? Isn't that true? The planetary governor, that greedy exploiter, wants to snatch the very last grain from our bowls. Isn't it because of him that we suffer so much? The rebel chieftain was extremely agitated, his fists clenched tightly. He was a shrewd man, and he had begun. Li Qinwu's subsequent words shattered the last vestiges of hope in his heart. Have you ever considered that the planetary governor might actually be a competent ruler? Perhaps in his youth he too wished to change the plight of the common people on this planet, to fight for something on your behalf. But from what I know, about a decade ago, our neighboring industrial planet was attacked by the Greenskins, a particularly savage alien race. It was precisely because of this alien invasion that the Empire imposed heavy taxes on our planet to fund the war effort on the industrial world. The rebel chieftain's heart sank completely. Indeed, the heavy tax burden did not originate from the planetary governor, but from the behemoth behind him, the Empire. Li Qinwu continued, your rebellion has raged for over a decade, and you have seized complete control of this agricultural world's surface. While this achievement is commendable, I must point out that because of your insurgency, the planetary governor has defaulted on a decade's worth of imperial taxes. I shudder to imagine what will happen when you finally breach the Hive City, slay the planetary governor, and establish your own government. As you celebrate your victory, the imperial tax fleet will arrive, demanding a lump sum payment for over a decade of arrears. How will you cope? The rebel chieftain's weathered face was taut, beads of sweat streaming down his forehead. He knew exactly what Li Qinwu implied. They would become the new exploiters. The might of the Empire was insurmountable. A single void ship ranged from 1 to 10 kilometers in length, bristling with thousands of powerful kinetic cannons or lance batteries. A single salvo could carve a blast zone resembling a small nuclear detonation on the surface, and a full broadside could erase an entire city from the map. Not to mention the hundreds of aircraft, tanks, and tens of thousands of elite Astra Militarum troops carried within those vessels. Resistance was futile. To survive, the nascent regime would have no choice but to become exploiters themselves. These revolutionaries born from the people would transform into tax collectors, serving the Empire, just like the planetary governor they loathed, becoming the very exploiters they despised. Seeing the man's pallid complexion, Li Qinwu sighed and delivered his conclusion. History is a cycle. When one cannot change the greater environment, the youth who slays the dragon will eventually become the dragon himself. The revolutionary brimming with ideals and freedom will ultimately become an exploiter in service of the Empire. Li Qinwu had long harbored a suspicion. During his months on this planet observing the Hive City, he wondered if the planetary governor had always possessed the power to reclaim the surface. The Hive City generated 99% of this world's industrial output and housed tens of billions of people. How could it possibly be defeated by a rabble of farmers wielding hoes? The planetary governor had likely calculated that even if he launched the most brutal counterinsurgency campaign immediately and rapidly organized production, he would still fail to meet the tax deadline. Regardless of his actions, the arrival of the imperial tax fleet was inevitable. Unable to pay the full levy, the Inquisition would blow his head off with a bolt round. Therefore, why bother with suppression? Why continue to drain the planet's resources? Let the people enjoy a decade or two of peace, and then await the Inquisition's arrival to squeeze the last drop of wealth from their bones. Perhaps because the planetary governor refrained from civil war, thus not squandering resources, the next generation might use the foundation left behind to pay off the Empire's debts more quickly, sparing so many from suffering. Of course, this was merely Li Qinwu's personal conjecture. He had never met the planetary governor and could not know, but the stark polarization between the rebels and the Hive City, with neither interfering with the other, seemed too deliberate to be a coincidence. Without the consent of the planet's highest authority, such a situation would be virtually impossible. Overwhelmed by the influx of information and still lacking complete trust in Li Qinwu, the rebel chieftain ended the conversation. Yet in the final moment he instinctively asked, "Is there no way for us to control our own destiny?" Li Qinwu had pondered this question before and answered without hesitation. To master your own fate, you need at least one starship capable of entering the warp. That is the ticket to taking control of your destiny. Li Qinwu had considered his own future. In this turbulent universe, staying on a single planet was perilous. Any day an alien invasion or demonic incursion could obliterate the entire world, leaving no chance to flee. To truly command his own destiny, he needed a starship. The ship's size and armament mattered little, but its speed had to be exceptional and its Geller field must be intact to permit warp travel. Only with the ability to traverse the cosmos could one begin to grasp their own fate. The talk concluded, and Li Qinwu prepared to depart. The rebel chieftain personally escorted him out of the camp. But before leaving the camp, Li Qinwu heard a low-pained moan. He glanced toward the wooden shack from which the sound came and saw several wounded soldiers. Their condition looked grim, their injuries hastily wrapped in bandages with no visible medication applied. Noticing Li Qinwu's gaze, the rebel chieftain sighed. Our medical supplies are severely depleted. We can only offer the wounded some herbal remedies for comfort. If you could bring some anti-inflammatory medicine on your next visit, I believe our partnership would be on much firmer ground. As he finished speaking, a system notification chimed in Li Qinwu's mind. Ding. Quest available. The rebel chieftain is in dire need of medicine. Provide 3 units of anti-inflammatory painkillers to earn his friendship, granting you greater latitude in your dealings. Li Qinwu accepted the quest and said, prepare my grain. Next time he'll try to bring some medicine. Having established contact with the rebels, Li Qinwu planned to return. The rebels transported him on a beast that resembled a horse, but was actually a bioengineered creature carrying him to the war zone. From there, he traveled on foot back to Lieutenant Rudelson's camp. Upon meeting Lieutenant Rudelson, Li Qinwu pulled him into the tent and whispered, it's done. I've made contact with the rebels. From now on, every PDF auto rifle we give them will be repaid with 3 tons of grain. I need to get back to the Underhive immediately. Drive me part of the way. The pile of loot Li Qinwu had scavenged earlier along with the hideout upgrades bought from the Twin Serpent Clinic were all still with Lieutenant Rudelson. He needed to retrieve them quickly. All these items were still sitting untouched in Lieutenant Rudelson's tent. Li Qinwu gathered them up and hoisted them onto his shoulders. Lieutenant Rudelson had his open-top military vehicle ready, planning to drive Li Qinwu toward the Hive City. Don't head into the Hive. Go outward. There's a ventilation shaft out there. He'll return through that. Li Qinwu stopped Lieutenant Rudelson from driving toward the Hive City. Carrying all these bundles, taking the main elevator back to his hideout was unsafe. It might attract rats to rob him. He planned to teleport back to his hideout from the evacuation point at the ventilation shaft. It was faster, and Lieutenant Rudelson, though puzzled, complied. He drove out of the PDF camp and headed toward a secret ventilation shaft outside the Hive City. Upon arrival, Li Qinwu unloaded his bags of junk from the vehicle. Lieutenant Rudelson handed him a device that looked like a radio. This is a high-power spectrographic communication radio. Even if you're 20 kilometers underground, these 2 radios can still connect. If anything comes up, we'll contact you through this. Our encrypted channel is 350234 KMYY. Li Qinwu nodded, holding the radio. Keep an eye on Lieutenant Winchester's movements. If you get a chance, contact me. They'll take him out. Lieutenant Rudelson nodded, then drove his open-top military vehicle back. Li Qinwu watched him disappear into the distance before slowly walking toward the massive Hive City ventilation shaft. But instead of stepping directly onto the ceramic-hardened evacuation zone for the timed retreat, he set down his belongings and turned toward a nearby forest where an underground maintenance station lay. The iron door of the underground maintenance station was half open. Li Qinwu knocked and pushed it open, only to be hit by a wave of coppery blood stench. Inside, the silent one, whom he hadn't seen in days, sat cross-legged on the ground. Before him, white lime had been used to draw a circle of eerie symbols on the floor resembling a magic array. On the magic array lay the corpse of an alien animal the size of a cat, its belly slit open and intestines pulled out. The silent one stared unblinkingly at the entrails, as if seeking to uncover the universe's deepest mysteries. Li Qinwu clicked his tongue, his eyes scanning the maintenance station. He had searched this place before and taken many tools. Back then, aside from being a bit damp, it was quite tidy. But since the silent one moved in, the place had transformed drastically. The floor and walls were covered in chaotic, grotesque graffiti that made one deeply uneasy. Piles of small animal carcasses were strewn everywhere, as if they were divination materials. The underground station reeked of blood and the putrid stench of rotting animals. Li Qinwu slapped the silent one on the shoulder. Hey, what the hell are you doing? The silent one slowly raised his head, his eyes gazing dimly at Li Qinwu. I am exploring the mysteries of this world. I am probing the future. I am performing a psychic divination. Psychic energy was a wondrous force, capable of unleashing devastating spells and divining the future. Some powerful psychics could indeed glimpse visions of the future. Of course, their accuracy was another matter. Li Qinwu kicked the animal carcass aside and wrapped an arm around the silent one's neck. Bro, can't you be a little more righteous? This world is so beautiful, yet you insist on making yourself look like some evil chaos sorcerer. Aren't you afraid that a few champions of justice will randomly spawn beside you shouting about love and peace and cut you down? Can't you have a little light in your heart? It's not like you watched Ultraman as a kid and gave away all your inner light, ending up this gloomy. We have no dark, heavy secrets. Everything is light and bright. Got it? The silent one stared at Li Qinwu with a vacant look. The terrifying scars on his face were scabbing over. Combined with the damp, dark environment, the sinister graffiti on the walls, and the stench of rotting animals, he looked like an innocent, yet murderous psychopath. Li Qinwu sighed, feeling the man was beyond teaching. He pulled him out of the underground station, let him breathe the fresh air outside, and handed him all the sanctified wafers from his pack. Here, food to resist warp contamination. As promised, the Silent One's eyes lit up. He accepted all the wafers and carefully tucked them into his chest. Li Qinwu said, "He'll come back in a few days to bring you more food. Since we have the chance, keep hitting me with warp energy to raise my warp attributes." The Silent One nodded and sat cross-legged again. "Get ready. I'm going to channel the energy. If you can't take it, or if a demon tries to rip out your soul, just shout, and it'll stop." The Silent One hovered his hand before Li Qinwu and slowly released warp energy. Li Qinwu once again felt the agony of his soul being scoured. A tiny rift opened before him, leading to the psychic sea of the warp. As the warp energy washed over him, his mental fortitude and warp resistance surged. Amid the torment, the voice of the demon from before echoed from deep within his soul. "Oh, that special soul from last time. You've returned." Li Qinwu sensed on a higher dimensional plane a massive demonic hand slowly reaching for his soul flame, flickering in the warp, attempting to grasp it. He, unknown soul. You tread the Empyrean so often. Are you seeking power? How about serving my master and obtaining unimaginable strength much faster? The demon whispered temptations to Li Qinwu. Li Qinwu in turn conveyed a single conviction through his soul. "Who are you?" I am a blade beneath the blood god Khorne, one of the 5 great chaos gods. I delight my master with battle blood and the skulls of enemies, and have earned his fleeting gaze. The flames on my blade have thus burned tenfold. Hearing the demon's description, Li Qinwu let out an, "Oh, so you're a bloodletter. I thought you were some big shot. Turns out you're just a small fry." Bloodletters were the core melee units under Khorne, one of the 5 great chaos gods of the warp. They were the most basic demons. Their forms were red, wielding blazing blades, excelling in close combat. Their purpose in existence was to sever enemies' heads and offer them to Khorne. This one, claiming to have earned Khorne's gaze, meant it had fought valiantly enough to receive a fleeting look from the god, essentially a single blessing. Chaos gods bestowed blessings upon those who satisfied their desires, making them stronger. Khorne reveled in battle and slaughter. As long as his followers killed with gusto, he would bless and empower them. This bloodletter said its blade's flames burned tenfold, which was a sign of empowerment. But an empowered small fry was still a small fry. Hearing Li Qinwu call it a small fry, the bloodletter raged for an instant. But because Li Qinwu's soul was so unique, this creature, whose only purpose was to kill, actually suppressed its anger. "Come, soul, thirsting for power. Join the blood god's ranks and fight for him. Slaughter all, take their heads, let blood flow like rivers, ascend to demonhood, and revel in eternal bloodlust." Li Qinwu asked, "Paradise? What paradise?" "JM, I shouldn't be biased. Let me hear what the demonette on my right shoulder has to say." Demonettes were the basic demons under Slaanesh, another warp god, and were irreconcilable enemies of Khorne. Simply put, Khorne was a hyper-aggressive killing machine that slaughtered everyone, while Slaanesh was a group of BDSM enthusiasts who loved creation. They were outright hostile to each other. Mentioning a demonette in front of a bloodletter was a blatant provocation, instantly enraging the creature. "Ungrateful vermin. I will crush you." The thing went berserk. Li Qinwu felt on the warp level a massive demonic hand fiercely grasping for his soul flame, intent on crushing it. Li Qinwu shouted, "Light of illumination," and shoved the sanctified wafer he had been holding into his mouth, activating a holy state. In the next instant, his body and soul were enveloped in pure golden energy, the protection of the Emperor of mankind. This pure force was utterly incompatible with warp entities like water and fire. When the bloodletter's demonic hand touched Li Qinwu's golden soul flame, it felt like being seared by a branding iron. Its soul essence suffered excruciating pain, letting out a heart-rending scream before vanishing into the depths of the warp. Li Qinwu's fragile soul could no longer sense its presence. The Silent One then stopped releasing warp energy. His face was drenched in sweat, and he staggered back, staring at Li Qinwu in shock. This guy had actually humiliated a demon and driven it away. So the sanctified wafers had such power. Li Qinwu slowly regained his senses. His vision had been strange. His physical eyes saw the real world while his soul perceived the psychic universe of the warp. The overlapping perspectives left him dazed, but now it was over. He opened his system panel to check his stats, and his eyes lit up. His energy attribute had risen to 20, warp resistance to 30, psychic resistance to 30, and psychic proficiency to 30. Something had changed. Li Qinwu realized the world he perceived was different. The increase in mental fortitude sharpened his perception of the world. Not just the real world. With a slight focus, he could sense a trace of the warp's presence. Most importantly, he could now notice the soul flame flickering in the warp, his own. It was akin to a person seeing their own soul. In a cultivation world, this would be the first step into immortality. Now Li Qinwu could see his soul flame in the warp, marking his entry into psychic arts. He could use his will to slowly move that flame, and immense joy filled his heart. The next step was to strengthen this soul flame further, allowing him to absorb warp energy and release it into the real universe, casting various spells. He would become a psyker. Li Qinwu stood up, exhaustion etched on his face, but joy in his brow. He patted the Silent One's shoulder and said, "I'm heading back. He'll come find you in a few days. Clean up this place. Don't let it stay so filthy. I might bring people here to unload goods soon, and this mess would leave a bad impression." The Silent One silently nodded, then watched as Li Qinwu, laden with bundles, stood on the ventilation shaft and vanished into thin air after a dozen seconds. A flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. In truth, he had held back when teaching Li Qinwu psychic knowledge. Many techniques could have been shared, but he hadn't. Because he realized that aside from his shallow knowledge of psychic application, he had nothing else to offer Li Qinwu. He wanted to use this to maintain leverage in their conversations, ensuring Li Qinwu would keep supplying him with food that could resist demons while he slowly doled out psychic knowledge. He was terrified that one day, if he became useless, Li Qinwu would abandon him. But now, after just 2 sessions of warp energy, cleansing, Li Qinwu could already humiliate a soul-hunting warp demon. Moreover, his soul flame in the warp was growing larger. Soon this flame, once the size of an ordinary person's, would surpass his own as a psyker. Staring at the ventilation shaft where Li Qinwu had vanished, the Silent One's face darkened. His only capital for equal dialogue was slowly eroding. What choice should he make? Elsewhere, Li Qinwu successfully teleported back to his hideout. He set down his belongings and eagerly began constructing the medical station. Chemical purification equipment, a temperature controller, and a mixing sedimentation machine. All 3 core components for building the medical station were assembled. He picked up his tools and tinkered, disassembling and reassembling the 3 items, hammering and adjusting, then connecting wires to the power source. Ding. Hideout upgraded medical station LV1. Li Qinwu quickly checked the station's functions. Even at level 1, it was impressive. It had 8 production slots, allowing simultaneous production of 8 items. This was because its core component, the mixing sedimentation machine, contained 8 test tubes capable of simultaneously producing or purifying 8 types of medicine. Medical Station LV1 recipes: input poison needle 1, output low-grade medical synthesis material 1, production time 20 minutes. Input rage potion 1, output high-grade medical synthesis material 1, production time 30 minutes. These 2 were core materials for the station, produced by purifying syringes found on the battlefield. Then came the actual producible items. Minor strength injection increases strength by 5 for 1 day. Side effect of accelerated metabolism, causing hunger. Input low-grade medical synthesis material 2, production time 20 minutes. Minor stamina injection increases stamina by 5 for 1 day. Input low-grade medical synthesis material 2, production time 20 minutes. Hemostatic, analgesic, antibacterial, and anti-inflammatory injection duration 6 hours. Input low-grade medical synthesis material 1 and high-grade medical synthesis material 1, production time 30 minutes. Minor hematopoietic injection of virtual blood pump. As long as one doesn't die instantly, a single injection regenerates flesh and mends bones. Duration 20 minutes. Input high-grade medical synthesis material 3, production time 24 hours. Minor medical kit. Input low-grade medical synthesis material 1. Minor surgical kit. Input low-grade medical synthesis material 1. High purity antiseptic and disinfectant powder. Input low-grade medical synthesis material 5, production time 20 minutes. Heat-resistant chemical poison. Input poison needle 3, production time 20 minutes. Now Li Qinwu had a large number of poison needles and rage potions on hand. He first inserted 8 poison needles to break down the materials. This thing could produce a batch in 20 minutes, which was quite efficient. Li Qinwu planned to do other things and check back from time to time, first decomposing all the medical materials. Just then a knock came at the door of the hideout. Li Qinwu picked up his pistol, walked to the door, and opened the small window to look outside. It was Xiao Dao. He opened the door. Xiao Dao placed 2 large buckets of food starch on the ground and said respectfully, "Boss, this is the food I collected today. I've brought it to you. Is there anything you need me to do?" Xiao Dao was now one of Li Qinwu's men working for him. Li Qinwu had entrusted Xiao Dao with menial tasks like collecting food from the safe zone. Every few days, Xiao Dao would bring the food to Li Qinwu's doorstep and ask if there was any work to be done. Li Qinwu stroked his chin, glancing left and right at the pipes outside the hideout. He had a sales channel for liquor and grain, but no place to brew. Now was the time to build a distillery. First, he would claim the land by building walls on both sides of the passage, turning the area into his private territory, and then set up the brewing equipment. Li Qinwu said, "Xiao Dao, I need people to help with the masonry work. I want to build 2 walls here to turn this passage into my private territory. Can you find some workers? They'll pay them 100 fertilizer coupons a day." Xiao Dao's eyes lit up, but he considered Li Qinwu's interests and said, Boss 100 is too much. You can drive those rats for days with just 10 coupons. Giving too much will make others think you're a fool. Then pay them 10 a day. Go find me some workers. You'll be in charge of purchasing all the building materials like ceramic steel powder. Report the costs to me and make sure the walls are sturdy, bomb-proof. Do this well, and it'll reward you with an automatic gun. Xiao Dao's eyes widened, and he almost drooled. An automatic gun. That was a true automatic weapon. Having one would elevate his status in the Underhive by an entire class. Be boss. He'll get it done. He'll find the workers right now. Xiao Dao dashed off in a whirlwind. Li Qinwu watched his retreating figure and chuckled. The automatic gun was always meant for Xiao Dao. As one of his few trusted men, arming him could prove unexpectedly useful. Before long, Xiao Dao returned with over 30 people, all fierce-looking members of the fertilizer gang. But when they stood before Li Qinwu, they all bowed their heads and called him Boss Li. This big spender deserved the title. They carried scrap metal and bags of ceramic steel powder on their shoulders, common building materials in the Underhive. Ceramic steel powder was a versatile material from Warhammer 40k. At a low level, it could be used like concrete for masonry. At a high level, it could be forged into armor for space marines. It was found on nearly 1 million worlds of the Imperium. Li Qinwu began directing them to build the walls. Taking the hideout entrance as the center, they extended 50 meters into the passages on both sides, claiming a full 100 meters of the corridor. The passage was essentially a large tube 6 meters in diameter, offering ample space. 100 meters of claimed land was more than enough for now, and they could expand outward if needed later. Xiao Dao and the workers immediately got to work. They held various tools, drilling holes in the existing walls and inserting steel bars. This ensured the new walls would be securely bonded to the main structure, providing strength, though otherwise a freestanding wall in the passage could be easily pushed over. After anchoring the steel bars on all sides, top, bottom, left, and right, they began building the walls using ceramic steel and pre-prepared ceramic steel blocks. As they built, they embedded steel plates within the walls to enhance defensive capabilities. Li Qinwu required the walls to be at least half a meter thick. A ceramic steel wall of that thickness, reinforced with embedded plates, could withstand direct fire from most conventional weapons on this planet. If anyone tried to attack Li Qinwu's distillery, the half-meter-thick ceramic steel walls would be their wall of size. And if the attackers could breach it with unconventional weapons, Li Qinwu wouldn't be afraid. He'd know he was outmatched, and simply await his fate. Xiao Dao and his crew worked swiftly. In just one day, they completed one of the walls. As Li Qinwu requested, they left a doorway wide enough for 2 people to pass through side by side, with a rail track embedded in the floor at the base. Every passage in the Underhive had rail tracks embedded in the floor, a design feature from the Hive's initial construction intended for small transport trains to move supplies. The fertilizer gang, for instance, owned many powered small trains similar to the kiddie trains found in shopping malls during the 2K era. They used these trains to transport various raw materials. As time passed, most passages in the Underhive were abandoned and the trains ceased to run on these tracks. Li Qinwu needed to transport raw materials from the surface down to the Underhive for brewing. From his location to the ventilation shaft, the horizontal distance was about 20 kilometers and the vertical distance was about 15 kilometers. If he had to rely on foot to transport the raw materials, Li Qinwu would have no time for anything else. The distance would exhaust him to death. So he also needed to acquire a powered small train, running it all the way from the Underhive to the ventilation shaft to pick up the rebels' goods and maintain this supply route. On the second day, Xiao Dao and his crew finished the other wall, as well, sealing it with a large iron door 20 millimeters thick. Li Qinwu now had a 100-meter-long dark passage as his private territory. But this wasn't the end. Next, he needed to build a large water purifier, a large distiller, a heater, and a fermentation furnace. Then he would acquire a powered small train and send someone along the passage to check if the tracks led all the way to the ventilation shaft. Now that Li Qinwu had a place, the next step was to install the brewing equipment. Li Qinwu actually knew how to brew. He once had a cousin in the countryside who worked in this trade. It was actually very simple. Any ordinary person could do it. For someone like Li Qinwu aiming for mass production, he first needed a crusher to break the grain for fermentation, then a large pot to cook the grain. After that came multi-stage fermentation barrels where the grain was fermented repeatedly, and finally heating and distillation to produce the liquor. First, he built a stove using plasteel to construct a round, deep pit and welded iron sheets inside. Xiao Dao brought in a few master workers from the fertilizer gang, who came with their welding tools at a rate of 50. Then Xiao Dao led the rats to search the Underhive, looking for steel with high oxidation resistance, rust-proof iron sheets, which they pried off and brought back. The welders fused these iron sheets into the plasteel barrel, polished them clean, and thus created a large iron pot that could heat up, capable of processing several tons of grain and water at once. As for heating, they used electricity, of course. Li Qinwu had previously obtained a full durability plutonium battery from the hydrological monitoring station. He connected it to a device that looked like a heating pad. When heating was needed, he threw it into the barrel, and it released an extremely high amount of heat. This heater looked very crude, much like the instant water heaters popular among boarding school students in the third millennium. The technology of the 40th millennium was truly astonishing. Dropping such a device into a barrel of hundreds of liters of water heated it up incredibly fast. In less than 10 minutes, hundreds of liters of water turned to boiling with immense power. With the grain heating pot ready, he similarly built a pure metal distiller. Then he had Xiao Dao and the others find some clean wooden boards, set up a few fermentation vats, and scavenge some ventilation fans from the garbage dump. Li Qinhui's Odeb-style brewery was thus assembled. Although the brewery's hygiene seemed questionable, the people of the 40th millennium had the constitution for it. It wouldn't kill them. Xiao Dao, did you find that small cargo train I asked you to look for? Seeing that everything was ready and the brewing venture was about to set sail, with only the transportation link missing, Li Qinhui asked Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao nodded. Boss, I've found the small train. The brothers salvaged it from a garbage dump. It has 1 power car and 10 small carriages. All the carriages are intact, but the power car is badly damaged. I went to ask Boss Nepal to help fix it, and he even gave us a box of mineral oil. Li Qinhui grunted in acknowledgement. They'll remember this favor from Nepal. Where's the train? Take me to see it. Xiao Dao led Li Qinhui to the iron gate of the brewery, where the small train was parked outside. This small train resembled those used to haul ore from underground to the surface. Not large, with each carriage only able to hold 2 people. It had a power car, also small, even smaller than the popular chopping board fish head cars of the 3rd millennium. Li Qinhui circled the train, clicking his tongue in amazement. What does this thing burn, he asked. Electricity or oil? How fast can it go? Xiao Dao explained. Boss Nepal said the engine can burn almost anything we think is burnable. Vegetable oil, animal oil, mineral oil, alcohol. It all works, just with different efficiency. Boss Nepal said that no matter what we put into the engine, we must filter it first to remove any sediment, or the engine might be ruined. If all 10 carriages are fully loaded burning mineral oil, this train should reach 80 kilometers per hour. Burning alcohol, it can still do at least 40 kilometers per hour. Li Qinhui was very satisfied. The straight line distance from here to the surface was definitely less than 40 kilometers, so a round trip would take an hour. Quite efficient. Li Qinhui returned to his hideout, took out 2 rebel autoguns, tossed one to Xiao Dao as a reward, and slung the other over his back. Then he counted out a thick stack of money and settled the wages for the workers Xiao Dao had brought. Amid their surprised expressions, Li Qinhui said, "Next, I'm going to take this train ahead to scout the route. I need a few fearless people to bring weapons and come with me. Anyone who comes back alive gets 100 fertilizer coupons. Who's with me?" He needed to scout the path from the brewery to the surface ventilation ducts. It was at least 40 kilometers, and moving 40 kilometers through unknown areas of the underhive was dangerous. Who knew what they might encounter along the way? If a few mutants, xenos, heretics, genestealers, or demons suddenly popped out, Li Qinhui wouldn't be surprised. The 30-odd workers exchanged glances, then grabbed tools from the ground as weapons and jumped into the carriages. Li Qinhui chuckled and jumped into the power car with Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao operated the controls, and the train began to move slowly. It first passed through Li Qinhui's brewery, where the facilities were built along both sides deliberately, leaving the central track clear so the train could pass easily. Once all the carriages had cleared the brewery, Li Qinhui locked the gate, then waved his hand, and the train advanced at a slow speed of 10 kilometers per hour. They moved so slowly because no one knew if the tracks ahead were intact. If they saw garbage stuck in the tracks or damaged, they would have to get out and clear or repair them. The train's headlight shone brightly, illuminating the passage. Li Qinhui stared intently at the tracks, occasionally calling for a stop and sending people down to clear debris, mainly broken pieces of plasteel that had fallen from the walls over time and gotten stuck in the rails. After an hour of travel, they occasionally encountered slopes at a 45-degree angle upward. Every time they hit such an upward slope, Li Qinhui knew they were on the right track. They were getting closer to the surface. Li Qinhui felt fortunate that they encountered almost no living creatures or people along the way. This was normal, as they were already very close to the periphery of the underhive. For humans, surviving in this concrete jungle was impossible without material support. To survive, one had to stay near the great elevators where water and food were produced and people were active. Unless someone wasn't normal, who would come to this wasteland? But as luck would have it, Li Qinhui's scouting party did encounter abnormal people. "Stop!" Li Qinhui shouted, and Xiao Dao hit the brakes, bringing the train to a halt. Li Qinhui pointed at a damaged track about 10 meters ahead. "That section of track ahead is broken. Go." The workers in the rear carriages took tools and went forward to repair it. The repair was simple: use plasteel powder to rebuild the ground, then straighten the rails. If the rail was severely damaged, they had brought spare rails salvaged from elsewhere loaded on the carriages ready to install. The workers began their labor mixing cement. Li Qinhui sat on the power car, pulling out a cigarette to light. The moment he took out his lighter, his perception of 20 alerted him that something was wrong. Something was approaching from the passage ahead. With a click, he chambered a round in the gun slung over his back and aimed it, shouting to the workers ahead, "Come back. Something's coming." The workers froze for a moment, then quickly ran back to the train. Hearing Li Qinhui's warning, the others on the train grabbed their weapons and jumped off, assuming a fighting stance. Xiao Dao also raised his autogun, aiming into the darkness ahead alongside Li Qinhu. Everyone was tense. They saw nothing, heard nothing, and didn't understand why Boss Li had given the warning. But seeing how serious Li Qinhu looked, they suppressed their questions and stared intently at the tracks ahead. The train's headlight couldn't fully illuminate the path ahead, providing visibility of about 300 meters. Beyond that, it was pitch black. Everyone stared straight ahead into the 300-meter range, but the darkness revealed nothing. The distance was... Li Qinhu, however, could make out something. With a perception of 20, his senses, sight, hearing, perception, were far sharper than others. He could see beyond the reach of the light over 100 humanoid figures swaying as they approached from the distance. Though they appeared humanoid from afar, Li Qinhu noticed several protruding pixel-like points on their bodies. Things that shouldn't be growing on a human, yet they were there on these unknown figures. As time passed, the group ahead drew closer. Now even Xiao Dao and his men could see the figures, and their hands gripping their weapons grew sweaty. Li Qinhu narrowed his eyes. He could see clearly now. The approaching group were mutants, and severely deformed ones at that. These grotesque beings blocking the path either had horns on their heads, extra arms, or fleshy tentacles like tumors sprouting from their necks. They were nauseating, as if twisted and corrupted by Cthulhu. These were the so-called mutants. The Imperium roughly classified humans into 4 types: pure naturals, ordinary humans, augmented humans, like the Astartes space marines, or the Mechanicus priests who replaced body parts with machinery. Abhumans, a benign type of mutant, usually evolved over thousands of generations to adapt to a planet's special environment. For instance, on a planet with no light, after thousands of generations, the people naturally evolved night. Or on a high-gravity world where survival was harsh, human intelligence offered no advantage and physical strength was paramount. After thousands of generations, the humans on such a world would degenerate in intelligence, becoming 5-meter-tall ape men with dense muscles and strong bones. These were the Ogrins. Abhumans had certain traits. Their bodies underwent mutation, but it was a stable, benign mutation. These abhumans could pass on these stable mutations through natural reproduction. They were controllable, and the Imperium accepted many legitimate abhuman strains. But the last type was dealt with by the Imperium through violent extermination: the mutants. Mutants were not the result of natural evolution over thousands of years. They were caused by genetic mutation, chemical pollution, radiation contamination, warp corruption, demonic modification, or xenos alteration, occurring in a short time, and they could not pass on their traits through reproduction. These mutants were extremely dangerous, mentally unstable, and their appearance was often accompanied by various secondary contaminations. If it was just mutation from chemical or radiation pollution, it was manageable. But if it was modification by xenos or demons, then xenos and demons had already infiltrated this world, and it was time for a full-scale planetary war. At that moment, nearly 100 grotesque mutants approached Li Qinhui's party. They wore crude armor made from scrap metal and carried weapons crafted from garbage, looking far from friendly. They drew closer step by step, causing the workers' breathing to quicken. These twisted beings were so ugly that looking at them felt like scraping one's eyeballs against a wall. Yet the workers didn't retreat or flee. Li Qinhu paid too well, and in the wretched life of the Underhive, encountering these sanity-draining mutants was just a bit of variety. The mutant group stopped about 50 meters ahead of Li Qinhu, shielding their eyes. The train's headlight blinded them. These creatures, long adapted to darkness, found the sudden bright light extremely uncomfortable. One highly deformed mutant with 2 faces roared in anger. "Damn you meat animals. Turn off that annoying light, or I'll cut off your heads and shove them up your asses." Hee hee hee. Cut off heads. Hee hee. Shove up asses. Hard. The mouth on its main face spewed threats, while a smaller mouth on its side face let out a strange laugh, as if 2 separate consciousnesses controlled the 2 mouths. Eerily bizarre and terrifying. Li Qinhu raised his gun, aiming at the mutants, and cursed, "Did you ever look at yourselves before stepping out? Just standing there is a violation of my human rights. When your mothers gave birth to you, were they smoking weed while riding a super roller coaster, shaking you all uneven in the womb so you couldn't develop properly? Were you squeezed by a giant clamp when you came out, turning into this ugly mess? Don't you find the deepest, darkest corner to hide in, and instead dare to block the road, trying to tell the world that the bottom line can be lowered even further? For the sake of love and peace, for morality and the rule of law, for the mental health of the youth, can't you just stop showing your faces out here? Damn it all." Li Qinhui's furious roar silenced the entire gathering. His underlings stared at him in disbelief, never expecting their boss to be so aggressive. The mutants on the receiving end stood frozen in place, as if their very souls had been dealt a devastating blow. With a clatter, one mutant dropped his machete to the ground, covering his eyes and wailing loudly. Sobbing uncontrollably, he spun around on his 4 legs and fled, his cries fading into the distance, leaving behind a pitiful, fragile, and helpless silhouette. The crowd fell into a heavy silence. Li Qinwu bellowed, "At least that bastard knows shame and when to back off. What about you? What do you want? Name your terms." The two-mouthed mutant at the forefront panted heavily, clearly on the verge of explosive rage. "Ahead lies the territory of the Blackwater tribe. You shall not pass." What the hell was the Blackwater tribe? Li Qinwu had never even heard of it, though the name itself reeked heavily of Warhammer 40k aesthetics. Back when he read Warhammer 40k tales, there was a story about a group of people who mistook a nuclear reactor for some divine creation. They worshipped before it daily, eventually spawning an atomic cult. If someone mutated from radiation, they were considered blessed by the atom god. Utterly absurd. He figured this damn Blackwater cult was cut from the same cloth. He didn't care, he only wanted to clear the transport route to the surface. "Move aside. I just want to pass through quietly. That way there'll be no conflict and no one gets hurt. They'll finish my business and leave. You can stay here and play your twisted little games. I couldn't care less, got it." After Li Qinwu finished, hesitation flickered across the faces opposite him. In the barren fringes of the underhive, sources of food were scarce. Cannibalism was their primary means of sustenance. The reason they had been wasting time arguing with Li Qinwu's crew was that the small train's headlights were glaring directly into their faces. All these mutants possessed night vision. Blinded by the headlights, they were nearly helpless, unable to see a thing. Not even how many people Li Qinwu had. Only through the pungent scent could they tell the opposing force was substantial. After weighing his options, the two-mouthed mutant finally chose to retreat. The sacred Blackwater domain lies ahead. Should any stranger dare disturb the Blackwater, they shall surely incur its wrath. With that, the bastard silently turned and led nearly 100 mutants back into the darkness. Li Qinwu breathed a sigh of relief and ordered his men to continue repairing the tracks. He wasn't afraid of these mutants. His side had 2 automatic rifles, one trigger pull could drop half of them. What he feared was not being able to recoup the cost of bullets. These mutants were covered in scrap metal. What was there to collect? A dozen minutes later, the tracks were fixed and the small train set off again. This time, everyone's vigilance was heightened. Mutants lay ahead. Xiao Dao controlled the power car, ready to accelerate or reverse at any moment. After driving for over 10 minutes, the group noticed many branching tunnels on the left side of the tracks with signs of human activity within. Li Qinwu aimed a high-intensity flashlight into these branches, revealing scenes that were deeply unsettling. This was a mutant settlement utterly devoid of light. Hundreds of mutants lived in this pitch-black environment. The deformities here were far more severe. The ones who had earlier donned armor and wielded blades to confront Li Qinwu now seemed almost pleasant-looking. The mutants here were grotesquely astonishing. Some mutants had lost all human form, reduced to massive blobs of flesh. Others had their bodies fused directly to the walls. There were even fusion monsters straight out of a horror film. 2 or 3 individuals merged together, sharing a single body. Li Qinwu could see many skeletons of unknown animals, as well as their makeshift tents, the leather of which was unmistakably human skin. It was hard to call these terrifying beings human, yet they existed in stark reality, a testament to the tragic state of this universe. Li Qinwu's lights startled these creatures, but instead of launching a frenzied attack, they screamed in panic and fled deeper into the darkness. In traditional movie narratives, these highly mutated beings might be portrayed as bloodthirsty monsters with extreme aggression. But in reality, with bodies so grotesquely deformed, what combat capability could they have? They probably struggled just to stay alive. Human internal organs would find it nearly impossible to metabolize the waste from such monstrous bodies. If you took blood samples from these creatures, every single indicator would be hundreds of times above normal. As the small train advanced, Li Qinwu's flashlight swept across these dens of horror. Suddenly, Xiao Dao warned, "Boss, look over there." Li Qinwu looked toward where Xiao Dao pointed. In one den, he saw a massive pipe spewing a viscous oil-like black liquid of unknown origin. Near the pipe were several severely deformed mutants resembling writhing mountains of flesh. Dressed in ritualistic robes and wielding staves cobbled together from trash, they knelt before the black liquid, ceaselessly praying. Around them knelt even more mutants, all praying to the pipe that spewed the unknown black substance. When the prayer ritual ended, the most deformed mutants at the front scooped up the black liquid with their hands and distributed it to the others who consumed it. Li Qinwu felt a chill run down his spine. Xiao Dao whispered in his ear, "Boss, I recognize that black stuff. Isn't it just the wastewater from our chemical plant? Not just us, the Chem Gang and other factions too. All the pollutants are sent to a central processing facility. After treatment, it becomes that black sludge which is then piped into the Earth's crust to be incinerated. I never thought someone would actually eat it." Li Qinwu clicked his tongue in disgust and withdrew his flashlight, letting the filthy, corrupt scene be swallowed again by darkness. He now pondered a new problem. He needed to organize a trustworthy armed caravan. With mutants on this route, danger was inevitable. He had to find some muscle to escort the small train. After this, the small train encountered no further strange incidents, climbing all the way up the slope until it reached the ventilation shaft. The bottom nest had thousands upon thousands of ground-level ventilation shafts. These shafts, originally designed with some logistical functions in mind, naturally required defense. To prevent those inside from escaping and those outside from entering, the ventilation pipes were obstructed by numerous steel barriers. At this moment, the two veteran workers proved their worth. They took out the welding torches they had been carrying, aimed at the steel, and soon cut an opening large enough for the small train to pass through. As the small train emerged from the ventilation pipe, everyone felt an immense sense of freedom. The sky vast, the sea wide, birds singing, and flowers fragrant. The gloom of the bottom nest tunnels was swept away. Thus, Li Qinwu successfully opened a freight trade route. Jumping off the small train, Li Qinwu said to the others, "Wait for me here. Don't wander off. They'll go get the cargo and bring it back, then we'll return together. Xiaodao, come with me." Xiaodao grunted in acknowledgement and followed Li Qinwu, rifle slung over his shoulder. Li Qinwu first went to a nearby underground maintenance station to find the Silent One. "I've opened a route from the bottom nest to the surface. Do you want to stay here or come back to the bottom nest with me? My home is quite spacious. You can do as you please." The Silent One's eyes lit up. This being, who could provide him with divine food, was actually inviting him to his home. He quickly nodded. Yes, they'll go with you. Then get ready. Wait for me to return, and we'll descend into the bottom nest together. The people at the ventilation pipe are my men. Don't kill them. Having said this, Li Qinwu led Xiaodao toward the PDF camp. Inviting the Silent One back to the bottom nest was a decision Li Qinwu had made after careful consideration. His brewing workshop was about to take off, and it would likely attract the covetous eyes of some bottom nest gangs. Not least among them was the fertilizer gang, which was very close to him. The thugs he currently employed were all borrowed from the fertilizer gang, and their loyalty was unreliable. He needed a formidable combatant to help him guard the brewing workshop. The Silent One, who could casually kill hundreds of rebels with a blast of spiritual energy, was the best choice. This guy was also easy to control. Just keep supplying him with divine food. Without demonic interference, the Silent One was actually a person who craved security. He longed to connect with others, having been alone for far too long, and yearned for friends or family. When Li Qinwu invited him to stay at his home, the guy was overjoyed. Afterward, Li Qinwu took Xiaodao and headed toward the PDF camp, entering Lieutenant Rudersun's sector. Li Qinwu asked Lieutenant Rudersun to drive him partway to the combat zone. Lieutenant Rudersun took them in an open-top military jeep, exchanging information with Li Qinwu along the way. Lieutenant Rudersun said Lieutenant Winchester might make a move in the next few days. He's found a rebel camp called Old Sens and plans to attack soon. Keep an ear on the radio. When he acts, he'll notify you to strike. While driving, Lieutenant Rudersun pointed to a weapon case beside Xiaodao in the back seat. Inside is a PDF sniper rifle with a 120x scope, firing high-pressure armor-piercing rounds. I got you 500 rounds of that ammo. Practice with it. When the time comes, blow that bastard's head clean off. With Li Qinwu gave Xiaodao a look. Xiaodao, bewildered, lifted the weapon case beside him and handed it to Li Qinwu. Li Qinwu opened it to reveal a heavy sniper rifle with a thick, long barrel. Mounted on the rifle was an enormous scope that looked more expensive than the gun itself. Li Qinwu closed the case, tossed it back into the seat, and said, "Don't worry. Winchester is as good as dead. If he steps out of the camp, notify me, and I'll snipe him for sure." Afterward, Li Qinwu mentioned that his brewing workshop was up and running. He had come to find the rebels to haul grain and asked Lieutenant Rudersun if he had helped open sales channels within the military. "Relax. From the regiment commander down to the grunts, everyone in our unit is addicted to booze. They spend every day drunk out of their minds. Over 3,000 men. Your little workshop's monthly output probably wouldn't last them a single day." Lieutenant Rudersun was confident about this, but Li Qinwu felt scorn. "Damn, you're an army. How can you boast about military alcoholism so proudly?" Li Qinwu once again lamented the decay of this world. Lieutenant Rudersun dropped him off at the destination. Going further would be dangerous. The rebels would open fire on any PDF vehicles on site. Lieutenant Rudersun turned the jeep around and stopped beside Li Qinwu. A few days ago, a dumb soldier from a neighboring company got drunk, stumbled into a minefield, and blew off both his legs. Because it was his own fault, he gets no compensation. He and his family can't afford the medical bills. They'll be kicked down to the bottom nest soon. Do you want to take them in? Li Qinwu asked how many in his family and what ages. The legless fool, his parents, both in their 40s, still able to work, and his brother in his 20s. Li Qinwu considered it. Taking in one disabled man with no labor capacity would net him 3 able-bodied workers, one of whom was young enough to carry a gun and fight. It didn't seem like a loss. Lieutenant Rudersun added, "If you take in the wounded soldier and his family, that company commander will owe me a favor, which helps my campaign for battalion commander. And after you start selling booze in the military, that commander will probably order his men to drink only your liquor." What more could be said? He agreed. Lieutenant Rudersun said he'd contact him via radio later, then sped off, leaving the two of them in the combat zone. Li Qinwu found a concealed spot and told Xiao Dao to crouch there, placing the sniper rifle and ammo box from Lieutenant Ruderson beside him. Hide here. They'll come back for you when I'm done. Li Qinwu had initially planned to take Xiao Dao to the rebel camp for business, but with the sniper rifle in hand, he thought better of it. He feared the rebels might have sticky fingers and steal his rifle, so he left Xiao Dao to wait. Xiao Dao watched Li Qinwu's retreating figure, his eyes full of envy. The composure, capability, and connections Li Qinwu displayed were beyond the wildest dreams of this lowly bottom-nest thug. Xiao Dao felt incredibly fortunate to work under a boss like Li Qinwu. It was far better than grinding away for decades in the fertilizer gang with no hope of advancement. This was in fact the reason Li Qinwu had brought Xiao Dao along. He deliberately showcased his connections within the PDF camp to Xiao Dao. On one hand, he wanted Xiao Dao to weigh for himself whether following him or returning to the fertilizer gang as a thug offered a better future. On the other hand, he hoped Xiao Dao would leak this information to the fertilizer gang, making them think twice before targeting him. He had military backing. Messing with him meant messing with the military. And indeed, this tactic worked. For a long time afterward, the bottom nest gangs couldn't figure out Li Qinwu's true background. Even after his brewing workshop started operating, they dared not touch him rashly. By the time they grew greedy for the workshop's profits and wanted to move against Li Qinwu, he had already developed into something else, an existence they could no longer touch. Li Qinwu made his way deep into the forest where the rebel forces were hiding. He found a tree encircled by stones and stood there preparing to send a signal for the rebels to send someone to retrieve him. The rebels were on high alert, fearing that the PDF special forces might sneak in and kill their men. Thus, the forest was dotted with a network of visible and concealed sentries. If Li Qinwu walked in carelessly, he might be shot on sight, so he had to stand in a safe zone to signal. He had to mimic the call of a common avian species on this planet at a specific frequency. Upon hearing it, the rebel sentries would come to fetch him. Li Qinwu leaned against the large tree, took a deep breath, opened his mouth, and shouted, "Kukukaw, kukukaw, kukukaw." After he shouted, a rustling sound came from the bushes ahead. Two rebels emerged, rifles aimed at Li Qinwu, their eyes filled with vigilance. A few minutes later, Li Qinwu met the rebel chieftain in a small wooden hut deep within the camp. He placed the automatic rifle before the chieftain and pulled out 2 fully loaded magazines, handing them over. "As agreed, I brought you the gun plus 3 magazines and 60 rounds. Now is the grain I asked for ready." The rebel chieftain picked up the rifle from the table, expertly disassembled it, inspected the parts and rifling, and after confirming it was in order, said, "I asked for a PDF automatic rifle, but what you've brought is a homemade one." Li Qinwu didn't take the bait. Instead, he pulled 3 test tubes from his bosom, each containing a white powder. "This is high-purity antibacterial powder. 1 tube is enough for at least 20 people. This is our first medicine deal. Consider these 3 tubes a gift. From now on, for every tube you want, you'll trade a ton of grain." The rebel chieftain's eyes lit up at the sight of the 3 tubes of pure white powder. They were desperately short of medicine here, especially such antibacterial agents, which were crucial for treating. Many of his comrades shot by PDF soldiers hadn't died instantly, but later succumbed to infected wounds, dying miserably. With this medicine, his soldiers' lives would be safeguarded, and all it cost was a ton of grain. The rebel chieftain accepted the 3 tubes, his gaze toward Li Qinwu shifting from wariness to gratitude. "Thank you, scavenger. Whatever the future holds, these 3 tubes will truly save my comrades." As he finished speaking, a system prompt echoed in Li Qinwu's mind. Ding. Mission complete. Contact Rebel Chieftain, Old Sun. Favorability increased from LV0 to LV1. Unlocked goods, grain. Tools. Materials. This was a basic supplies contact, but Li Qinwu cared less about that than the contact's name. "We've known each other for a while, but you've never told me your name," Li Qinwu said, eyeing the old man across from. The old man replied, "Everyone calls me Old Sun. You can call me that too." Li Qinwu took a deep breath, his expression turning meaningful. Hadn't Lieutenant Rudson just said that his assassination target, Lieutenant Winchester, was about to launch an attack on a rebel camp whose leader was called Old Sun? This damned well was Old Sun. Old Sun noticed Li Qinwu's meaningful expression and frowned. "What? Have you heard of me?" Li Qinwu shook his head with a smile. "No, I haven't. Now take me to see my grain and have someone deliver it to my territory." Old Sun was still suspicious, but since the deal had reached this point, he said nothing more and led Li Qinwu to a warehouse to inspect the grain. The warehouse held several woven plant fiber sacks, each filled with potatoes weighing 40 kilograms. Li Qinwu's single rifle had earned him 75 such sacks. The rebel chieftain summoned 5 horse-drawn carts and ordered the loading to begin. Knowing it would take a while, Li Qinwu asked Old Sun to show him around the camp. He noticed that many areas of the camp were planted with seasonal vegetables and greens, and the rebels also raised various poultry. At the sight of these natural foods, Li Qinwu unconsciously licked his lips. Old Sun saw this and promptly grabbed several sacks, filling 3 full ones with greens from the field. He also caught over a dozen alien chickens, the very ones that went cuckoo-caw. He then presented them to Li Qinwu as a gift. "Take these. We country folk have nothing fancy to offer you big shots from the hive city, just these homegrown things. Li Qinwu accepted them without a hint of hesitation. Hey, you wouldn't believe it, but the natural vegetables and livestock you're eating here are on par with what the planetary governor enjoys. Old Sun was utterly incredulous. How is that possible? I heard the planetary governor's tableware is made of gold, and a single meal of his could buy the lives of 100 of us. Li Qinwu replied, the governor's tableware might be gold, but on those golden plates you'd still find things grown from your soil. Of course it would be more refined, sprinkled with rare spices, but at its core it's the same. Old Sun frowned, pondering for a moment. You say our natural grains and livestock are so precious. If we could sell these to the neighboring industrial world, couldn't that change our current poverty? Li Qinwu nodded. That's true, but you can't do it. In our world, travel between planets is extremely difficult. For a starship to reach the neighboring industrial world, it takes months, or even years, and it must navigate the warp. Once in it might never come out. The Imperium of Man in Warhammer 40K lacks faster-than-light travel technology. To reach a destination quickly, ships must enter the warp, a shortcut through reality. But the warp is the home of demons. Taking a shortcut through their domain risks being caught and never escaping. The Imperium spans 1,000,000 worlds, yet without efficient starship travel to maintain control, it lurches like a zombie. Unable to live, yet unable to die. If Old Sun wanted to sell his cheap resources to the neighboring industrial world for manufactured goods, even if he had starships, sending out 10 and having 8 return would be a stroke of incredible luck. If they encountered demon fleets, alien fleets, Xenos armadas, pirates, or even the Imperium's own forces looking for a windfall, then not a single ship out of 10 would make it back. With the grain fully loaded, Li Qinwu bid farewell to Old Man Sun and climbed onto the vehicle, joining the convoy as it headed toward the ventilation duct. Along the way, Li Qinwu took over the knife and instructed the coachman to bypass areas he deemed hazardous, arriving at the ventilation duct half a day later. The underlings waiting at the entrance of the ventilation duct had grown idle and started playing cards. Upon seeing Li Qinwu's arrival, they all stood up to greet him. Move all the grain from the carts onto our train. We're heading back. Li Qinwu ordered, then went down to the underground maintenance station to summon the Silent One, telling him to wait on the train for departure. Seeing everyone start hauling the grain sacks, the Silent One wanted to help. He raised his hand, intending to use gravity control to transfer all the grain sacks onto the small train in one go, but Li Qinwu stopped him with a swift motion. No, don't reveal your psyker identity. ITLL, bring me trouble. Once you're at my place, don't go painting a bunch of warp art murals on the walls, don't toy with animal carcasses, and don't broadcast the voice of the warp. And finally, for the love of all that's holy, don't you dare pull any big stunts without telling me first. If inspiration strikes, and you want to cook up some crazy scheme, you better give me a heads up. Psychers in Warhammer 40K are all a bunch of idea machines, and with their psychic powers, they've got the execution skills to match. What if I opened a portal connecting the real world to the warp just for kicks? A voice in my head tells me that sacrificing 100 billion souls in the Hive City would yield a delightful surprise. What could that surprise be? Oh, how I can't wait. And so the Psyker would quietly brew a grand catastrophe, either founding a chaos cult or sacrificing all life on an entire planet, annihilating a world. This is precisely why the Imperium loathes Psykers so fiercely, hunting down every illegal one. Captured Psykers are evaluated, the controllable ones are trained as sanctioned Psykers, while the uncontrollable are fed to the Astronomicon. Who knows if any Imperial special organizations are active on this agri-world. If the Silent One were discovered, the consequences would be dire, and Li Qinwu would be implicated. So he had to set the rules straight in advance. The Silent One asked reluctantly, if you want, let me use my psychic powers. What's a fragile, pitiful, helpless soul like me supposed to do when someone hurts my body or my spirit? Li Qinwu looked at his smug face and thought to himself, right now, I really want to hurt your body and spirit. Look, I'm not saying you can't use your powers at all. Just use them dialectically with a plan. Take it slow, ease into it, let the first use guide the next. The Silent One wore a blank, airhead expression. So, how exactly do I use them? Li Qinwu clicked his tongue and said, let me teach you. See, your favorite psychic abilities are gravity control and psychic shock. Handy as they are, they're way too conspicuous. Anyone can spot them from a mile away. The Silent One slapped his forehead in sudden realization. Oh, I get it now. So when I use my powers, I just need to kill all the witnesses, and then no one will know, right? Li Qinwu thought that's exactly it, but his face turned stern. Are you teaching me, or am I teaching you? The Silent One shut his mouth. Li Qinwu continued, if you need to kill someone, there's no need to blast them apart with raw psychic force. He picked up a rusty screw from the ground. Use your powers to accelerate this thing to bullet speed and blow a hole through someone's head. That'll kill them just as dead, won't it? That's far less conspicuous than shattering a body with raw psychic energy. The Psyker's eyes lit up. Of course, he didn't have to kill with psychic force directly. He could use telekinesis to control objects and do the deed. Master, any more tricks up your sleeve? Li Qinwu said smugly. Oh, I've got one. A way to make someone suffer beyond belief. Use gravity control to seize a kidney stone inside a person, then make it slide back and forth through their urethra. They'll be writhing in agony like a whipped dog. This trick was utterly vicious. Anyone who has suffered from kidney stones would understand exactly what it meant. As for the argument that not everyone has kidney stones, well, this is Warhammer 40k. The locals eat filthy food and drink water with heavy metal levels off the charts. Out of 10 people, you'd find 11 with kidney stones, no problem. The Silent One felt as if Li Qinwu's words had opened a door to a whole new world. So many wondrous ways to use psychic power. Li Qinwu patted the Silent One on the shoulder and said, just keep learning. By then, the underlings had loaded the grain onto the train, and it was time to head back. Li Qinwu boarded the small train with the Silent One. A few of the rebels cast furtive glances at the underground ventilation duct. Could they use it to sneak straight down to the underhive? Li Qinwu caught their look and chuckled. I know what you're thinking. Go ahead and try. The underhive's a stage. Bring your act if you dare, but once you're in, don't think about leaving. He was joking, of course. With so many ventilation shafts connecting the underhive to the surface, Li Qinwu doubted the surface rebels didn't control a few of them. So why didn't they use these underhive vents to attack the hive city? The answer lay in the mutated warlord gangs and the toxic, deadly environment of the underhive, far more ferocious than the PDF. With that, Li Qinwu strode off. He needed to convert those 3 tons of potatoes into alcohol quickly. The journey back was smooth, and the small train clattered straight into Li Qinwu's distillery. Li Qinwu began brewing the first batch. First, he sent Xiao Dao and a few underlings to run an errand at Renault's water purification guild. Hand over the memory panel by some distiller's yeast and other brewing supplies, then bring little Joel's family over to work. Then he started processing the potatoes. Li Qinwu hired Zaideo's 30-odd underlings at $10 a day to peel all 3 tons of potatoes, then wash them clean. Once washed, the potatoes were thrown into a large pot to boil until soft and mushy, then mashed into a paste. Next, water was added to turn it into a slurry along with amylase, a type of distiller's yeast that converts potato starch into sugar essential for making potato vodka. After that came stirring, heating, filtering, and sealing the mixture in wooden barrels with one-way valves, allowing it to ferment and saccharify. This process took about 5 or 6 days. Once fermentation was complete, distillation would yield roughly 1200 to 1500 liters of 45-proof spirits. Li Qinwu had looked into the market prices. In this world, whether in the hive city or the military, people bought 100 milliliter mini bottles of liquor, a single meal's worth of strong alcohol, for about $5 a bottle. But now that the hive city was subsisting on corpse starch, alcohol was incredibly scarce. The price had likely multiplied several times over, but Li Qinwu would have to negotiate. Even at the lowest estimate, this batch of liquor would net him at least $50,000. Once the brewing workshop commenced production, there was no longer a need for so many hands. Li Qinwu paid off and disbanded all 30-plus underlings brought by Xiao Dao. These underlings, clutching fertilizer coupons worth several years of earnings, departed from Li Qinwu, with grins promising to return anytime he needed their help. After dismissing them, Li Qinwu glanced at his remaining fertilizer coupons and felt a pang of reluctance. His assets had once amounted to a staggering 1100, but after this round of investment, purchasing equipment and hiring labor, he was left with a mere 2000. Since the first batch of liquor would take at least 5 days to mature, Li Qinwu, unable to bear the sight of his empty stockpile, decided to head out and earn some money. He first arranged all the output within his hideout, then summoned his core underlings, Xiao Dao the Silent One, Little Joel, Little Joel's parents, and Little Joel's teenage brother. With women and children, old and young alike, it was a formidable troop. Li Qinwu was satisfied. Li Qinwu coughed in a pretentious manner, then addressed his team. I'm going out on business soon. You lot must guard the place and keep an eye on the fermentation vats. Of course, you'll also have tasks to do. I'm not saying you can just loaf around here. Li Qinwu turned to Little Joel. Even though your spine is broken, you can still shoot from your wheelchair, right? You haven't forgotten your military knowledge, have you? Little Joel nodded from his wheelchair. No, I haven't. I can still fire a gun. Li Qinwu produced 2 rebel-made automatic rifles, handing one to Little Joel and the other to Little Joel's father. Mr. Big Joel, I trust you've come to understand the survival conditions of the underhive these past few days. You're still in your prime, and I need you to learn how to fight as quickly as possible. Can you manage that? Little Joel's father, Big Joel, bowed respectfully to Li Qinwu. Sir, thank you for sheltering me and my family. I will become a qualified warrior as soon as possible. He gripped the gun with both hands, his eyes brimming with gratitude towards Li Qinwu, his demeanor perfectly submissive. Next, Li Qinwu turned to Little Joel's mother, a woman named Sansa. Li Qinwu pulled out a letter written by her daughter and handed it to Sansa. Madam, this is your daughter's reply. She is currently serving as a nun at the National Cathedral, likely engaged in some studies. You need not worry about her safety. If you have anything you wish to say to her, write it down. If I find time to visit the midhive, I'll deliver it for you. Sansa was moved to tears. Sir, thank you, sir. I am so grateful. I will work hard to repay your kindness. Sir, is there anything you need? Li Qinwu saw that this woman was frail and hardly fit to be a Valkyrie. He waved his hand and said, Madam, my workshop will have many people soon. You can be in charge of cooking. Li Qinwu looked at Xiao Dao. Xiao Dao, besides finding time to learn firearm handling from little Joel, you are also responsible for sourcing sundries from outside. Pots, pans, bowls, toiletries, tables, chairs, beds, bedding. You are to procure all of that. As he spoke to Xiao Dao's astonishment, Li Qinwu directly slapped 500 fertilizer coupons into his hand. Use this money when you go out. Don't be stingy. I need my workshop to run efficiently as soon as possible. You must ensure all logistical supplies and support are in order. Xiao Dao, holding the 500 fertilizer coupons, trembled as if he had been fitted with a Chengdu heart module. Boss. He was nearly in tears from emotion. A lowly thug from the underhive like him. What had he done to deserve so much money and such trust from a big shot? After all, 500 fertilizer coupons could allow an underhive rat to live a life of debauchery until the end of his days, which admittedly weren't very long. Li Qinwu wasn't afraid Xiao Dao would take the 500 and run. Giving him that money was a test to see if he could be trusted. If the man bolted with the 500, Li Qinwu would only feel relieved, a small sum to weed out an unstable element. If he stayed and worked diligently, Li Qinwu would gain a trustworthy subordinate. Either way, it was a win-win. Li Qinwu patted Xiao Dao on the shoulder. Also, I have a task for you. Find a way to collect those 100 milliliters liquor bottles. Bring them back, sterilize them, and refill them. When the time is right, I'll start selling this liquor. Xiao Dao nodded eagerly like an excited little rooster. Don't worry, boss. They'll find you enough bottles to last a lifetime. Finally, Li Qinwu looked at the silent one, who was currently daydreaming. He snapped his fingers a few times in front of the man to bring him back to reality, then pulled him into a corner. You're the one I worry about most. I don't want to come back and find tentacles sprouting everywhere in my brewery with a few demons drinking my liquor and gnawing on my other employees as snacks. Got it. The silent one's gaze wandered. Relax, relax. They'll be super good. Li Qinwu pointed to his own eyes, then at the silent one. My dear godfather, I'm a traditional man with a weak heart. Traditional enough to be from the 3K era. Don't you dare fish out some 99% pure exotic horror from the warp to scare me. Oh, all right. I promise I won't cause any trouble, okay? The silent one, annoyed by Li Qinwu's nagging, muttered in reply. Li Qinwu knew he was being bothersome. He patted the man's shoulder, returned to his hideout, grabbed his sniper rifle, donned his level 3 armor and helmet, and packed medicine, painkillers, surgery kits, and stimulants, intending to find a place to practice his sniping skills. As soon as Li Qinwu closed the brewery door and disappeared down the tunnel, the silent one, who had just given his word, felt his curiosity stir once more. He stared at the tightly shut door of Li Qinwu's hideout, wondering if there was something interesting inside. He confirmed that the others were all busy with their own tasks, and no one was watching him. He crept quietly towards the hideout's heavy iron door, intending to use his psychic power to pick the lock. Li Qinwu proceeded through the pipeline for a while, arriving at the designated location in just a few minutes. The locations he can choose from now are as follows: Northern Trench Reaction Furnace Duel Arena. Li Qinwu is currently equipped with a level 3 helmet, level 3 armor, a sniper rifle, 100 rounds of ammunition, various food and water supplies, 1 medical kit, 1 small surgical kit, 1 painkiller, and 1 stamina injection and strength injection each. His primary objective is to practice his proficiency with the sniper rifle, while the secondary goal is to scavenge for junk and see if he can take out the chemical gang's poisonous insects. The task of killing for money from the black market is still ongoing. Li Qinwu selected the duel arena on the map, which is the same place where the chemical gang clashed with the fertilizer gang last time, a vast underground space. Last time, Li Qinwu used a combat rifle, aiming from a high vantage point to survey the situation below. This time, he switched to a sniper rifle with a scope, and anyone daring to cross his line of sight would be doomed. After selecting the map, he counted down, teleported, and landed. After a dizzying whirl, Li Qinwu arrived in a vast space with extremely low visibility. There are piles of containers here, but used to be a warehouse with enormous pillars resembling giant skyward supports. This space, several times the size of a football field, was once the strategic storage warehouse of the Nest, now abandoned, turned into a gladiatorial arena for gang members to fight fiercely. After landing, Li Qinwu identified his position and headed towards the edge of the duel arena. There were many crane-like devices there with numerous housing units in between, likely intended for workers to live in. There might be some valuable items there. He first injected a stamina booster followed by a strength booster. Both injections increased his primary attributes by 5 points, and Li Qinwu felt the hormones coursing through his veins, granting him terrifying strength. Then he took out a holy biscuit and consumed it, entering a state of divine empowerment, and strode towards his target. After activating the buff, his 3 attributes were strength 19, stamina 20, and energy 25. With nearly double the physical fitness of an adult, Li Qinwu exhibited incredible speed in his running and in this dimly lit space, illuminated only by faint bubble lights, his perception sharpened, making the darkness less of a hindrance. He could see a short distance ahead. Li Qinwu sprinted to the edge of the duel arena, locating a housing unit constructed from a series of metal panels against the wall, and began searching inside. This place had been abandoned for a long time, showing signs of having been visited by many rats. He found almost nothing valuable after searching through 5 or 6 rooms. Damn it, the rats cleaned this place out, leaving nothing behind. Li Qinwu grumbled, kicking over a file cabinet that contained nothing of interest. He stepped outside to observe the workers' housing, realizing that his approach might be flawed. The rooms that were easy to enter had already been picked clean by other rats, and if he went in, he surely wouldn't find anything. He needed to look for places that ordinary rats wouldn't easily access. Li Qinwu raised his gaze upward, looking at the ironclad houses embedded in the high walls. This is a large unloading warehouse with many rooms directly embedded in the walls, similar to air conditioning units hanging outside a residential complex. These houses resemble those units. Li Qinwu noticed that these high-wall houses were connected by iron staircases, but the staircase at the highest point was broken for some unknown reason, leaving the topmost 7 or 8 housing units completely isolated from the outside. Li Qinwu squinted. The lighting here was poor, but he could roughly see that the structure of the iron houses at the very top was intact, with glass doors and windows closed, indicating that no one had been there. He was overjoyed and immediately turned to run upstairs. He climbed the iron staircase, ascending about 7 or 8 flights, reaching a height of 50 to 60 meters from the ground. The staircase creaked ominously with every step. Li Qinwu reached the top floor, where a sloped staircase lay ahead, but it was broken. About 5 meters above him was the platform of the highest housing unit that had not been visited. Li Qinwu hesitated for a moment, as there appeared to be nowhere across to throw a rope. He would have to jump directly. He glanced down. He was over 60 meters above the ground, and if he miscalculated the jump and failed to grab the opposite platform, he would likely have to wait for his resurrection cooldown. Li Qinwu checked his system panel again. Strength 19, stamina 20, energy 25, attributes surpassing those of an ordinary person by twice. He could definitely make that jump. He tightened his weapons and equipment, took a few steps back to the very edge of his platform, giving himself about 8 meters of space to accelerate. Li Qinwu took a deep breath, held it, and suddenly tensed all his muscles, then burst forward. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of metal stairs being violently stomped echoed in the darkness, swift in arrival and equally fast in retreat. When the night fell silent again, Li Qinwu was already standing on the highest platform. He exhaled in relief, glancing back. With that jump, he had crossed 5 meters laterally and jumped at least 3 meters high. He had managed to hook his fingers over the platform's edge and pull himself up, escaping danger by a narrow margin. Now at the highest point, Li Qinwu licked his lips and began to search. As he had expected, the iron houses on the highest floor had never been visited by any rats, and the broken staircase had become a formidable barrier. He opened the first iron house door, and a wave of musty air greeted him, with dust covering the floor and the items inside untouched. Li Qinwu rushed in and began rummaging through the place, pulling out what appeared to be a suitcase from a container, a tablet computer. It was a 12-inch device, quite heavy, encased in a layer of hardened plastic for protection. Li Qinwu's heart raced. Electronic devices are valuable in any world. He quickly opened the system to check the item description. Name: electronic personal terminal. Estimated price: 120000. Description: an exceptionally precious personal computer typically used for storing non-confidential files, owned mostly by the middle management in the nest. These middle managers would use electronic personal terminals to manage their subordinates, store files, communicate with higher-level units after connecting to the network, and for some personal entertainment. Note: this electronic personal terminal is in an encrypted state. The estimated price is 120000. If unlocked, the internal storage unit may contain special data, potentially increasing its value further. Li Qinwu's mouth watered. 1200. This was his first encounter with such a high-priced item that was also so compact. Was this considered a jackpot? He quickly secured the item in his backpack and accelerated his search of the room. The system's hints were clear. This was once the residence of a middle manager, and there might be more valuable items inside. Li Qinwu conducted a thorough search and indeed found several small golden items. Name: game cartridge 5. Value: 2,000 fertilizer vouchers. Description: a storage-type game cartridge that can be inserted into any device with a card reader for gameplay. It contains a game that offers entertainment and relaxation. Since happiness is valuable, such entertainment products are exorbitantly priced in the Hive City, typically circulating only among the upper and middle echelons. Li Qinwu stared at the 5 small cartridges in his hand, utterly stunned. He had never imagined that the cold, brutal world of Warhammer 40k would contain such items. These 5 game cartridges looked like the small ones used in a Switch console, wrapped in vividly bright packaging. In the predominantly dark-tone universe of Warhammer 40k, these high-saturation objects seemed like they had crossed over from another world. Yet Li Qinwu reasoned it was only natural. The Imperium of Man in Warhammer 40k had traversed the cosmos, and even in such a cold and cruel reality the existence of some entertainment was understandable. The system's description also noted that these items were only affordable by the upper class. With so many bearing the weight, someone must indeed enjoy the luxuries. Li Qinwu stored the 5 cartridges, worth 10,000 in currency, and continued his search, finding 10 more. However, these 10 were far less valuable. These 10 were film cartridges containing television series. Li Qinwu's curiosity was nearly overwhelming. What kind of absurd dramas would people in Warhammer 40k produce? A space adaptation of Romeo and Juliet, perhaps? His curiosity was immense. Unfortunately, the personal electronic terminal was encrypted, or else Li Qinwu would have sat down and binge-watched immediately. After gathering these items, Li Qinwu found a charger, but the first room held nothing else of value. In the second room, after ransacking thoroughly, he discovered a wristwatch. Its face had stopped moving, seemingly broken. The estimated value ranged from 100 to 1,000, the final price, depending on the merchant Li Qinwu could find. Li Qinwu proceeded to the third room, but it was locked with an electronic lock featuring a card reader. Clearly a key card was required to enter. He fiddled with the door for a while, but found no way in, so he skipped it and moved to the next room. Upon opening the door, he was startled to find a skeleton leaning against the wall. The bones were stripped clean, not a trace of flesh remaining. Such pristine skeletal remains likely required decades to form. The person had been dead for a long time. The skull had a large hole in the top, and the bony hand clutched a pistol. It appeared the individual had committed suicide by placing the gun in his mouth and firing upward, blowing off his own crown. Li Qinwu pulled the pistol from the skeleton's grasp, attempting to remove the magazine to check its condition, but found the weapon heavily rusted. The magazine wouldn't budge, nor could the slide be pulled. Time had passed so long that even weapons made of corrosion-resistant steel had begun to rust. Li Qinwu wondered why this person had chosen suicide. This individual had held a high social status. Even rusted, the pistol he used for suicide still appeared exquisite. His clothes had decayed into rags, yet Li Qinwu could faintly discern metallic ornaments. In a place where people were so poor they could only afford synthetic fiberwork clothes, this person had the resources to adorn his garments with decorations. Li Qinwu searched the room and found a leather-bound notebook in a corner. As he opened it, a metallic object clattered to the ground. Li Qinwu picked up the palm-sized metallic object, a shield-shaped item resembling an emblem. He held the shield-shaped object in his hand and accessed the system's description, his heartbeat quickening. Name: White Tree Count's emblem. Value: priceless. Description: the White Tree family boasts a 300-year history, founded by a distinguished Imperial Guard major. This major had amassed military merits worthy of the Emperor's blessing. Due to advanced age, health issues, and personal request, he was granted retirement by the Departamento Munitorum. 300 years ago, the cruiser on which the major served passed by agricultural world for 96B, and he was transported to the upper hive to enjoy his twilight years. Based on his military achievements and aligned with the local nobility system, he was granted the title of Count, establishing the White Tree family. Over 300 years of ups and downs, the White Tree family had secured its foothold in the upper hive, becoming one of the old aristocratic houses. The White Tree Count's emblem became the most crucial heirloom of succession. Before Li Qinwu could fully digest this information, the system issued a prompt. Ding. Acquired a significant item. Quest unlocked. Where to go? The heirloom emblem of a count's lineage lies before you. Does it stir your ambition? Will you sell this emblem to the enemies of the White Tree family for a fortune, return it to earn their gratitude, or do you aspire to become the new White Tree Count? What path will you choose? Holy shit, this is a main quest being unlocked. Li Qinwu exclaimed in astonishment, running his fingers over the white tree engraved on the shield-shaped emblem. He gazed at the skeleton before him. This was a damn count. Why would a noble lord who could have lived a life of luxury choose to commit suicide in a bottom hive strategic warehouse? Li Qinwu, a gossip enthusiast from a distant star, felt his intrigue radar explode. He hastily flipped through the notebook in his hands, seeking clues, and indeed found some. The notebook's contents were penned by the White Tree Count himself, documenting his psychological state before his suicide. In summary, the current White Tree Count had suffered a dual tragedy in love and career. The vast underground strategic warehouse before him was his private property, but due to noble rivalries in the upper hive, it had been abandoned, costing the White Tree family a significant source of income. With his career in ruins, rival nobles began targeting his family, sending assassins to kill many of his loved ones, including his 3 sons and 2 daughters. The loss of his family drove the White Tree Count to madness. He began organizing armed forces to retaliate against the rival nobles. However, when he was ready to strike, he discovered that the rival nobles had anticipated his moves, countering every one of his strategies. The White Tree Count lost his final trump card. What utterly shattered the White Tree Count's spirit was the revelation that the rival nobles were prepared because his beloved wife had betrayed him. His wife had cuckolded him, committing adultery with a younger member of the rival noble family, and had disclosed all of the Count's plans. Moreover, that venomous woman conspired with the rival noble's scion to poison the Count, causing his testicles to shrink smaller than peanuts, rendering him infertile. The White Tree Count was horrified. He had thought his testicles shrank due to excessive indulgence, only to realize he had been poisoned by the very person he loved most. Overwhelmed by multiple blows, the Count broke down and chose to flip the table, deploying the ultimate trump card left by the first Count, a neurotoxin bomb. The first White Tree Count, the old Imperial Guard major, had brought a neurotoxin bomb from the starship under the guise of a local specialty. This bomb was left as a family heirloom for his descendants, venerated and maintained over generations, its machine's spirit well fed. The White Tree Count flipped the table, detonating the neurotoxin bomb. The machine's spirit unleashed its full power, covering nearly 1/10 of the upper hive with the toxic agent, resulting in an estimated 100 million deaths. The noble conflicts, the deceit, all were reshuffled. The world fell silent. The White Tree Count knew that committing such an act would surely lead to the most horrific punishments. With his family dead and his enemies gone, he had nothing left to hold on to. So he quietly came to the strategic reserve warehouse, used explosives to sever the iron staircase, and at the highest level ended his life with a gunshot. After reading the letter, Li Qinwu felt a profound sense of melancholy. He hadn't expected the man before him to be such a ruthless individual. Though he had lost everything in the end, he still possessed the courage to overturn the table and drag everyone down with him into annihilation. Li Qinwu fingered the seal of the White Tree Count in his hand, a flicker of uncertainty stirring within him as he pondered what to do with this object. For now he was nothing more than a lowly rat in the bottom nest, unable even to ascend to the upper nest, let alone involve himself in the struggles of the noble lords residing there. If it were a matter of ambition, Li Qinwu would certainly be more inclined to scheme and see if he could claim the title of White Tree Count. Yet given the deeds of this man who had turned to bone, he even doubted whether the White Tree family still existed. Decades ago, this bastard had unleashed a neurotoxin that killed over 100 million people. Those dwelling in the upper nest were all powerful nobles. Having lost so many of their own, wouldn't they harbor an undying hatred for him? The White Tree family had likely long been eradicated. Li Qinwu mulled over this for a while, but found no resolution. This matter would have to wait until later. Perhaps when he one day made it to the upper nest, he could investigate the fate of the White Tree family before making a decision. Afterward, Li Qinwu searched every remaining room and discovered 2 golden goblets, a golden food platter. The total value of these gold items amounted to 50,000, allowing Li Qinwu to indulge heartily. Gold was not scarce in the universe, yet within the human empire it still retained its status as a precious metal. This was because the human nobility favored gold as a form of decoration, making it a means for aristocrats to flaunt their wealth before others. Thus, in the universe of the 40th year of human civilization, gold maintained the same value it had in the year 2000 of the Common Era. After packing up everything, Li Qinwu intended to leave. Yet as he stepped out of the room and stood on the metal platform outside, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. It was like the sensation he had while playing a search and extract game, running past a supply point, taking a cursory glance, seeing nothing, and dashing off. Then a teammate behind him would shout, "Holy crap, a black pearl! Holy crap, Utopia! Holy crap, the heart of Africa!" His eyelids would start twitching wildly as the memory of being mocked by his teammates as a colossal oversight haunted him. No, I've got to go back and check again. Li Qinwu chose to trust his instincts. After all, he now possessed 25 points of mental strength, nearly 3 times that of an ordinary person. So Li Qinwu returned to the room and began rummaging through every container, every crack in the floor, even crawling under the bed to take a look, covering himself in dust, yet finding nothing. Something's off. He brushed the dust off his head, convinced that his sixth sense couldn't be deceiving him. He must have, as he pondered, his peripheral vision caught sight of the corpse crouched against the wall. In the world of Warhammer 40k, the clothes worn by ordinary people were mostly made of synthetic fibers. These materials were extremely resistant to corrosion and decay. Even a century after death, when bones had crumbled to dust, the garments remained intact, ready to be washed and worn again. This perfectly adhered to the rule of Warhammer 40k. Humans might be worthless, but resources were precious. However, the Count before him wore clothes sewn by hand from silk. This fabric, made from protein filaments secreted by insects, was far less durable than synthetic fibers. By now it had rotted into fragments, spreading around the corpse like fallen leaves around an old tree. Li Qinwu stared at the pile of tattered clothes on the ground, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably, as if a little blue three-eyed bird were whispering in his ear, "There's something good under there, go take a look." He approached the corpse, crouched down, brushed aside the heap of ruined fabric, and pulled out a rectangular card. The card was black, the size of an ID made of an unknown metal. Li Qinwu wiped the dust off on his clothes, and the black card gleamed like new, as if freshly minted. Apart from a white tree emblem, the black card bore no other markings. To an ordinary person, this card would be utterly incomprehensible, but Li Qinwu had a system that allowed him to examine an item's description. Name: black card container, electronic key, 510. Value: priceless. Description: an electronic key used by the White Tree family to manage their underground strategic reserve warehouses and containers typically held by the warehouse overseer. To prevent misuse of the key card and theft of container contents, the White Tree family had installed demagnetization features on the card readers attached to the containers. Each use of the black card would demagnetize it once with a maximum of 10 uses. After that, the overseer had to take the black card to the upper nest to have it remagnetized by the White Tree count using a machine. After reading the system data, Li Qinwu let out an exclamation of surprise. Had he just found the key card? Wasn't there a locked door earlier that required a card swipe to enter? He quickly went back to the locked door and swiped the black card on the reader mounted on it. The card reader emitted a grating error sound, and the door remained shut. Clearly, this key room wasn't opened with the black card. It required a different electronic key. Li Qinwu checked the black card's description again, then turned his gaze toward the dense array of containers in the strategic warehouse ahead. Most of these containers were empty, already opened and piled together like trash. A few had been violently breached with massive gashes on their surfaces. From those openings, it was evident that the container walls were 50 millimeters thick, likely made of a plastic steel composite. 50 millimeters of plastic steel. The cost of breaking into one would be astronomical. People might expend enormous effort and materials only to pry open a container and find it filled with compressed food destined for another planet, recovering less than 1% of their investment. And so, after various factions spent some time opening these blind boxes and found the returns insufficient to cover the costs, they chose to abandon the effort, leaving a large number of intact containers behind. Li Qinwu stared at the black card in his hand, his gaze gradually burning with intensity. Each of these containers was as large as a 3 millennium ocean shipping container. Even if they contained compressed vegetables, they would be incredibly valuable to him. Moreover, the black card had 5 uses remaining, granting him 5 chances to draw. Surely he couldn't end up with compressed vegetables all 5 times, could he? Li Qinwu thought about finding an opportunity to bring his underlings here to open these blind boxes. But suddenly his attention was drawn to a torch flickering to life in the darkness. Someone was coming. Li Qinwu hadn't forgotten his purpose here was to grind his sniper rifle proficiency. His skill proficiency would increase as long as he performed effective actions. For instance, with the sniper rifle, if he wanted to boost his proficiency, all he had to do was shoot people with it. Landing a hit added 1 point of proficiency. There were other slower methods too, like disassembling and reassembling the gun or maintaining it, which also granted proficiency, but at a snail's pace, far less than the gains from directly hitting an enemy with the weapon. There was also an absurd way to train proficiency, like a PMC in Tarkov. Find a bolt-action sniper rifle with a magazine, keep cycling the bolt to eject the bullet, load it back in, and eject it again. That could also build proficiency. But if Li Qinwu did that, his hands would probably smoke from the effort, and his proficiency would only inch up. Li Qinwu's current position was the highest point of the strategic storage warehouse. A few meters above his head was the plastic steel ceiling, offering a panoramic view of the area below, a perfect spot for sniping. Peering through his sniper scope into the vast warehouse below, he spotted 2 groups locked in battle. One group had over 80 people, each holding a torch or various lamps in one hand and a machete-like weapon in the other. From their attire, Li Qinwu deduced they were other bottom nest rats, likely here at the strategic warehouse to scavenge some junk to sell. Not long ago, the fertilizer gang and the chemical gang had fought here, leaving corpses strewn across the field. The remains and supplies were valuable to rats, so every day more of them crept in looking for opportunities. These 80-plus rats probably knew each other and had banded together, but their luck was poor. They ran into... Indeed, the ones locked in combat with this group were members of the chemical gang, numbering about 200, including several muscle dogs and a metal trailer carrying a dormant chemical pig. These chemical gang addicts were also here to salvage junk. Too many had died in the last clash, leaving behind a lot of knives and armor on the battlefield. Crafting these items consumed plenty of materials, and recently the chemical gang had recruited many new soldiers who lacked weapons and equipment. So this mob of over 200 chemical gang underlings came to thoroughly clean up the battlefield, and the two sides clashed over the spoils. On the rat side, though only 80-odd, they were all able-bodied young men. The chemical gang, aside from a dozen muscle dogs, were all emaciated addicts. Thus the fight had reached a stalemate. However, the muscle dogs were formidable. Each one was massive and strong, wielding large cleavers and swinging wildly. Ordinary people struggled to defend against them. 4 or 5 strikes could fell a man, and another 4 or 5 would finish him off. Seeing the chaotic melee below, Li Qinwu immediately joined in. He set up his sniper rifle, adjusted the scope, steadied his breath, and prepared to take aim. This PDF sniper rifle was equipped with a 120x scope, firing 975mm high-pressure rounds with a heavy powder charge very close to heavy machine gun ammunition. The bullet trajectory from this rifle was astonishingly flat. At 600 meters, the bullet had virtually no drop. Beyond that, only a slight adjustment of the muzzle was needed. Its effective range was listed at 2000 meters, but it could actually shoot farther. This wasn't surprising. Who knew how many iterations the propellant in the Warhammer 40k universe had undergone? At the same weight, the energy density of firearm propellant in that world was many times greater than in the 3K era. After setting up his sniper rifle, Li Qinwu began selecting targets. The distance between him and the enemy was roughly 800 meters, which he could gauge from the markings on his scope. It was also very simple to use. You saw a person standing there. The average height of a human in the Warhammer 40k universe was 1.8 meters. You aligned that person with the reticle scale on the scope, saw which mark they fit into, and the distance they stood at was exactly what the scale indicated. After gauging height, you could also measure shoulder width. The shoulder width markings on the scope were calibrated for an adult male. Whichever mark the shoulders matched told you the distance in meters. After measuring several individuals, Li Qinwu determined that the enemy was at a distance of 800 meters. For this exceptionally powerful sniper rifle, there was no need to adjust the mill elevation. Simply aiming slightly above the target would ensure a hit. Lieutenant Rudison had already calibrated the rifle before handing it to Li Qinwu, so he left the mill settings untouched and fired by estimation. He pulled the bolt chambered around and locked it. One of the 10 high-pressure sniper rounds in the magazine slid into the breech, awaiting ignition. He released the trigger safety, pressed down the heavy trigger with slight force, and rested his finger on the light trigger. This rifle featured a dual-stage trigger system. Anyone experienced with firearms knew that the force used to pull the trigger could easily shift the muzzle. A slight deviation here would translate to a miss of several meters hundreds of yards away. Hence, the rifle employed a heavy light trigger design. When shooting, you first pressed down the heavy trigger, then placed your finger on the light trigger. At that point, only a minimal touch was needed to fire, as the light trigger was extremely sensitive. Li Qinwu aimed the crosshairs at a drug addict from the chemical gang. He chose him as the first target because the bastard was standing still, injecting himself. Everyone on the battlefield was moving except him. Who else to shoot? A thunderous blast erupted, a muzzle flash blossomed, and the scope lost the target due to the recoil. Li Qinwu didn't bother using the scope to check if he had hit. Anyone experienced in long-range sniping knew that searching for a target through the scope was a hassle. The magnification was too high, and after a shot, relocating the target took forever. He had a simpler way to confirm a hit. Li Qinwu opened the system panel and scrolled to the sniper rifle proficiency line. The firearm proficiency had increased to 17. All light weapons were categorized under firearm proficiency. This confirmed a hit. Before the mission, he had checked, and it was 16. Now it was 17, proving the shot had struck the enemy. He pulled the bolt to eject the casing, then aimed at a second drug addict and fired. This one was loitering at the rear, idly watching while others charged into battle. Li Qinwu locked onto him and pulled the trigger. The unlucky bastard knew nothing. He only heard a sharp chew, and then a massive hole exploded in his chest. The entry wound was the size of a fist, and the exit wound was large enough to fit a human head. The impact incapacitated him instantly, and he collapsed dead. Li Qinwu began sniping with his rifle from his position. The men locked in combat below, mistaking the shots for enemy gunfire, drew their own firearms and opened fire. Their weapons were crude, some merely pipes packed with gunpowder and metal shards ignited by a torch through a touch hole, usable only once. The better ones were homemade pistols requiring the slide to be pulled back to load a single metal case cartridge. In short, the men below brandished all sorts of bizarre arms, firing with a cacophony of cracks and pops. Li Qinwu's sniper rifle, by contrast, drew far less attention. He fired relentlessly, reloading by ejecting the magazine and pressing in fresh rounds. A simple squeeze of the trigger sufficed. The rifle was simply too superior and advanced. With the aid of advanced weaponry, his firearm proficiency soared, making him more adept at handling the rifle and steadily improving his accuracy. Yet Li Qinwu did not fire indiscriminately. He began selecting his targets. Initially, the chemical gang outnumbered the others, so he targeted them. Later, noticing the rats gaining the upper hand, he shifted his aim to thin their ranks. Either way, he gained experience. Why not shoot both? After he had killed nearly 20, the two warring factions below finally realized a third party was attacking them. Sniper. Over there. A rat pointed toward Li Qinwu's position, having spotted the muzzle flash from his shot. But no sooner had he issued the warning than a muscle dog charged over and severed his hand with a single blow, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream. The muscle dog then tackled him, raining down blows with its cleaver until his skull was shattered. By now, over a third of each side had fallen, and morale had long since crumbled. The rats were struggling, and the discovery of a distant sniper picking them off only deepened their desire to flee. But by this point, the chemical gang's junkies were flying high on their doses, their minds clouded, transforming into berserkers who chased down the rats with reckless abandon. Under the influence, the junkies unleashed tremendous strength, swarming forward to hack at the rats. They cared nothing for the sniper or anything else. only to slaughter the enemies before them. The rats were in agony, they couldn't even escape. The moment they turned to run, their pursuers caught up and fighting shoulder to shoulder offered some defense, but scattering meant certain death. Li Qinwu shot another rat dead, ejected the magazine, reloaded 10 rounds, rebolted the rifle, and peered through the scope to survey the battlefield. By then the rats were surrounded by the chemical gang's junkies, reduced to just over 30, while the chemical gang still had more than 80. Seeing this, Li Qinwu ceased targeting the rats and switched to the chemical gang's junkies. He aimed at one, pulled the trigger, and the scope jumped, losing the target. When he reacquired his aim, he found his previous target had been torn in two. The shot had severed his spine. Li Qinwu marveled again at the rifle's power, found another target, fired, and killed another junkie. Soon 10 more rounds were spent, adding 10 more kills, and he began reloading. But those 10 shots had punched a gap in the junkies' encirclement, giving the trapped rats a glimmer of hope. Without a second thought, they shouted and surged through the breach, scattering like stars across the sky. The junkies, still high and heedless, dispersed to pursue the rats. One delirious underling even pressed a button, activating the dormant chemical pig. The monster awoke with a roar, caring not whether its prey was friend or foe. It slammed a victim to the ground, bit into their belly, and slurped their intestines like noodles. Li Qinwu loaded a fresh magazine and swept the scope across the battlefield. People were running everywhere. Holy shit. Now the map was chaotic with fleeing figures, making sniping far more difficult. What to do? Final treat it as moving target practice. Li Qinwu shrugged and sought out a target with a simpler trajectory. Soon he found one, a rat sprinting between containers, chased by a muscle dog. Both moved swiftly in straight lines with few obstacles in between. Li Qinwu estimated their speeds and his bullet's velocity, then fired 3 shots at the rat. The muscle dog. All 3 missed. Moving targets were tricky. He clicked his tongue in annoyance and aimed at the fleeing rat for just then the rat, exhausted from the chase, slowed noticeably. Li Qinwu fired a lead shot ahead of its position. A loud bang echoed, the scope jumped, and he lost sight of the target. When he adjusted the scope and looked again, the rat lay on the ground, and the muscle dog was savagely beating the corpse with its weapon. The shot had hit. Hitting a moving target gave Li Qinwu a great sense of achievement. He grinned, aimed at the muscle dog, pausing to mutilate the body, and fired. Bang! Another gunshot. This one interesting. The bullet struck the muscle dog's thigh, tearing the entire leg from its torso. The creature collapsed, howling in agony. Li Qinwu worked the bolt, ejecting a casing, and aimed at the wounded muscle dog's chest for a kill shot. But a thought struck him: his firearm proficiency increased with any effective attack. A shot to the chest killed instantly, but if he aimed at limbs, could he land more hits? Would those extra hits count as experience? With that in mind, he opened his system panel and checked his firearm proficiency: 58. He noted the number, aimed at the howling muscle dog's other thigh, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The other thigh was blown off, and the creature's screams grew even more agonized. Li Qinwu glanced at the proficiency again. It had risen to 59. Holy shit! It works! Overjoyed, he quickly raised his rifle, aiming at the muscle dog's arm. Li Qinwu disassembled the muscle dog into a human stick, then shot him in the chest, ending this guy's unfortunate life. This fellow died, while contributing 5 points to Li Qinwu's firearms proficiency. Li Qinwu took a look at all the bullets in his backpack, finding 20 remaining. He had already fired over 80 shots with the sniper rifle. He rubbed his shoulder. After firing so many large-caliber rounds, his shoulder was only slightly sore. Truly, his physical quality was twice that of an ordinary person. He reloaded the magazine, planning to finish the remaining 20 bullets before heading back. However, after scanning the battlefield, he found that no one was left. While he was busy creating the human stick, everyone had scattered and run off to who knows where. Li Qinwu clicked his tongue, searching with the sniper scope. Could it be that these 20 bullets wouldn't find their target? Fortunately, all the sensible people had fled, leaving only the mindless ones. The chemical pig, released by the chemical gang, stood up confused after finishing a person's noodles, looking around. This giant monster with a brain filled with hormones had no sense of reason. With no sounds around, he didn't know how to act, and just stood there dumbly. Seeing this, Li Qinwu aimed his sniper rifle at the creature's knee and fired a shot. With a bang, a bloody hole burst open on the chemical pig's knee, causing it to kneel and let out an angry roar. Not knowing where the attack came from, it flailed its giant hands in a wild frenzy, but there was nothing around to grab. Bang! With another loud gunshot, the second knee of the chemical pig was shattered. It knelt down, completely thrashing around, aimlessly ripping apart and throwing corpses everywhere. Bang, bang, bang. After that, a series of gunfire erupted, shooting its legs, hands, belly, and spine. Li Qinwu relentlessly poured ammunition onto the chemical pig, shattering its grotesque body. This creature had an exceptionally strong vitality. The hormones coursing through its veins had coagulation functions. An ordinary person would have bled to death from so many large-caliber sniper rounds, yet this guy still had the strength to roar. Li Qinwu unleashed the remaining bullets on the chemical pig, rendering it a mass of flesh that could only squirm on the ground. Its limbs were completely incapacitated, posing no further threat. Putting down the sizzling sniper rifle, Li Qinwu opened the system panel and found that his firearms proficiency had reached an astonishing 91 points. At this moment, his understanding of light weapons had reached a new level, and he felt that he comprehended the past and present of the sniper rifle in his hands. Even in complex environments, it seemed he could attempt long-distance sniping with this rifle. After packing up, Li Qinwu drank some water and ate a few potatoes to increase his fullness, then jumped down to the lower platform, making his way down the spiral staircase to the bottom of the warehouse. Next came the beloved looting phase. The battlefield was littered with corpses, some from the chemical gang and others from the bottom-dwelling rats, a complete windfall. Li Qinwu first dealt with the poison insects from the chemical gang. Their pockets held simple items, 12 poison needles, and some tattoos on their skin that he could cut off and sell to a black market dealer. After rummaging through, he obtained 87 poison needles, 15 rage potions, 65 pieces of tattooed skin, and 1 rage spine. These items filled up his backpack almost completely, along with what he had searched in the room. Just as he was wondering what to do next, he spotted a rat corpse with a large bag on its back. His eyes lit up as he walked over to open the large bag, which was quite big, hand-stitched with torn cloth, capable of holding the small bag he was currently carrying. But this was not a real game, and there was no need for a bag within a bag. Li Qinwu safely secured his filled backpack, opened the large bag, and dumped everything out. As he expected, it contained various useless tools, hardly anything of value. He only took 2 water purification. He continued searching the next corpse, rummaging through bags or pockets as applicable. After rummaging through a dozen corpses, the valuable items he found were as follows: 1 high-energy flashlight, 5 batteries, 1 charger, a bundle of iron wire, 1 steel rebar cutter, 3 timers, 2 ultraviolet lamps, 1 antique longsword, and 130 fertilizer coupons. The rats truly had all sorts of strange items on them, especially the antique longsword he retrieved from a rat corpse's hand, which had been used as a weapon before its death. This was a medieval-style crossed longsword from the west, looking very sharp, though unfortunately it had been used violently, leaving some nicks on the blade, yet it remained sharp. Rats certainly couldn't acquire such weapons. Li Qinwu suspected it was discarded by some upper-level lord after tiring of it, later picked up by rats as a self-defense tool. He twirled the sword, feeling it was quite nice, planning to take it back as a melee weapon. With 1 bag on his back and another in hand, he was about to search for an evacuation point when he opened the map, only to hear a gunshot nearby, followed by a sharp pain in his right leg, causing him to fall to the ground. I hit him. Li Qinwu gritted his teeth against the pain, looking up to see a guy peering from behind a container, spraying iron sand at him with a makeshift gun made from a water pipe. This guy was quite perceptive. Noticing Li Qinwu wearing a helmet and armor, he aimed below the gun barrel to hit the unprotected thigh. The shot blasted his thigh and calf, causing blood to ooze out, making him grimace in pain. At this moment, nearly 10 rats began to emerge from behind the container, with one holding a water pipe shotgun, while the others were armed with cold weapons. They were frightened of Li Qinwu, but seeing him injured, their eyes were filled with greed. Li Qinwu reacted quickly. Realizing the situation, he threw down the bag in hand and crawled with his injured leg to hide behind a nearby container. The group of rats paused for a moment, surprised that Li Qinwu was still trying to escape, then raised their weapons, intent on chasing him down to finish him off. Li Qinwu rolled behind the container, tossing his sniper rifle down, extending the barrel out to aim at the approach. When the rats saw the long gun barrel poking out, they panicked and scurried back to hide behind another container. Once he intimidated the rats, Li Qinwu set up the sniper rifle's tripod, keeping the barrel extended out, then quickly took a painkiller from his pocket and swallowed it. The painkiller's durability turned to 23, granting him a 2-hour pain relief state. He then hurriedly took out a medical kit to treat himself. That iron sand had severely damaged one of his thighs, effectively draining its life. In most looting games, the character's limb health is calculated separately. Both legs, both arms, the torso, and the head each have their own health points. Generally, limbs can take a couple of shots before their health is drained, resulting in blackened limbs. Even if a person's legs and arms turn black, they won't die unless their torso or head's health is completely depleted. Of course, damage can transfer. For example, if your leg has been shot twice and turned black, when someone hits your leg again and depletes its health, the damage will start transferring to your other limbs. If the damage transfers and drains your torso or head's health, you can only retreat to a safe spot. Li Qinwu took the painkiller to alleviate his suffering, allowing himself to regain mobility while listening intently to the rat's movements, taking out a medical kit for treatment. After consuming 1 durability point of the medical kit, he could remove the black status from a limb, turning it back to red, meaning it could regain health. Li Qinwu retrieved the medical kit, pulled out scissors, and violently inserted them into the wound on his thigh to extract the shrapnel. He then used a stapler to clamp the torn flesh together, completing a rough surgery in just 20 seconds. Afterward, he took out a small medical kit with a durability of 120, sprinkled powder on the wound, and wrapped it with a bandage. His leg, destroyed by the water pipe shotgun, was restored to its former state, a true medical miracle. Li Qinwu let out a breath of relief, his condition restored to optimal. Then his gaze sharpened. The audacious little rat dared to ambush him, the sniper. It was imperative to punish them severely. Li Qinwu tossed his backpack on the ground, grasped the recently acquired antique sword, and leaned against the container to gather intelligence on the enemy. The opposing side had 10 rats, with only one wielding a hot weapon, the water pipe gun, which had just been fired. It was unclear if it could be fired again, while the others were armed with cold weapons. With his own strength, could he eliminate 10 people in melee combat with cold weapons? As Li Qinwu pondered this, he heard faint footsteps. It turned out this group of rats had been intimidated by the gun barrel extended from the container. They were unaware that Li Qinwu was out of bullets and feared being shot if they charged from the front. Thus they began to circle around, attempting to stealthily approach from Li Qinwu's left and right sides to take him. 4 rats remained behind to monitor Li Qinwu's position, while 3 slipped left and 3 slipped right, intending to form a 3-sided ambush. When the other 2 teams had circled hundreds of meters away, Li Qinwu moved his body, gripping the longsword in hand, and burst out from his hiding spot within the container. The 4 rats were quietly awaiting their teammates to successfully flank Li Qinwu too, scared to poke their heads out. They already knew Li Qinwu was the sniper who had been shooting them. His accuracy was terrifying, and every gunshot resulted in a comrade's death. It was best to stay hidden behind cover and wait for their teammates to flank. These rats were indeed a prime example of bottom-dwelling rats. After so many of them had been shot down by the sniper and pursued by the chemical gang's crazies, they still dared to return to see if they could scavenge. It was very much in line with the survival logic of the desperate. The 4 were on high alert when Li Qinwu's heavy footsteps caught their attention. The one with the water pipe shotgun peeked out from behind cover, only to see Li Qinwu charging at him like a madman, leaving him momentarily stunned. He never expected this sniper would dare charge out from behind cover, especially with several others on his side. He hurriedly tried to raise his gun to shoot Li Qinwu. But Li Qinwu held a powerful flashlight in his left hand. When he saw the gunman poking his head out, he raised the flashlight and shone it directly into the opponent's face. The bright light flashed, and the rat with the shotgun saw nothing, only able to fire a shot randomly. Bang! Li Qinwu felt as if he had been punched in the chest, a barrage of iron sand striking him. But he was wearing a level 3 bulletproof vest, and this non-armor-piercing iron sand only chipped away at the vest's durability, causing no real harm. Since the opponent's shot didn't take Li Qinwu down, it was now his turn. He charged towards the rat that had poked its head out from the container, swinging the antique knife down fiercely. With a squelch, he cleaved the opponent's head in 2, crushing the skull and forcing out brain matter and eyeballs. With a thud, the rat fell to the ground. The other 3 hiding behind the container were shocked to see their comrade drop dead. Before they could react, Li Qinwu executed a swift move, appearing before them with the flashlight still on, illuminating their faces. The 3 rats screamed and shielded their eyes. They had avoided using lighting tools during their ambush, and after spending so long in darkness, they felt as if they had seen the sun. After slightly disrupting their vision, Li Qinwu charged towards the nearest one, raising his knife with all his might towards the opponent's neck. With a slice, he severed the rat's head clean off. His body's double the strength of an ordinary person allowed his blade not only to decapitate, but also to strike heavily against the container, producing a loud clang that numbed his hands. With only 2 rats left, one of them shouted and turned to flee, while the other, more ferocious, charged at Li Qinwu, swinging the water pipe at him. As the water pipe swung toward Li Qinwu's head, he tilted his head slightly, and the pipe struck his shoulder with a crack, breaking bones. Li Qinwu's sword also struck the opponent's shoulder, but his strike was far more brutal, slicing through ribs and embedding deep into the chest, halted only by the spine, nearly splitting the rat in half. The antique sword became lodged in the opponent's chest, leaving the fierce rat with a look of disbelief before it collapsed, blood spreading across the ground. Li Qinwu moved slightly, his left shoulder, having taken a heavy blow, had several bones shattered, yet he opened the system to check his health status, discovering that the damage from the earlier blow was accounted for in his left arm, which now had only half its health left. He pulled out a small medical kit and wrapped a bandage around his left shoulder. The power of the rules activated, instantly restoring the blood in his shoulder and reconnecting the shattered bones. Li Qinwu fully restored his condition and moved his body again. He watched the fleeing rat, pulled the antique sword from the corpse, and surged forward at double the normal speed to chase after it. The timid rat scurried away at full speed, seeking to reunite with his flanking comrades. He had just witnessed Li Qinwu, like a god of slaughter, suddenly spring forth and cleave a comrade's skull with a single sword stroke, then decapitate another, utterly terrifying him. Now, abandoning all caution, he fled madly forward, desperate to join the other 3 teammates. His 3 teammates had not ventured far. These 3 had stealthily circled around from the left, moving with hushed steps, fearful that Li Qinwu might hear their flanking maneuver. Just then the 3 rats heard heavy footsteps approaching from behind. Turning around, they saw a panicked figure rushing toward them. In the darkness, only a few permanent bubble lamps provided illumination. The rats could barely discern the rapidly moving silhouette, but could not make out who it was. Yet someone coming from this direction should be the teammate left behind to watch the sniper. The three stood still peering at the blurry figure in the dark and whispered, "Hey, what are you doing? Didn't we agree to creep in from 3 directions and pincer him together?" The timid teammate halted, as if stopping to catch his breath from running. Then he slowly approached the 3 teammates. The trio remained crouched in the shadows, watching this comrade draw nearer step by step. When the teammate was within a dozen paces, the three's eyes widened abruptly. They saw his face was ashen, his eyes filled with sheer terror. The source of that terror was a long sword pressed against his neck, poised to slit his throat at any moment. Realizing the situation, the 3 rats moved to act, but the sword against the timid rat's neck was viciously drawn across. His trachea, throat, and major blood vessels were severed, and blood gushed out with a splash. In the next instant, Li Qinwu sprang out from behind the cowardly rat, and with lightning speed, charged at one of the rats, thrusting his long sword forward with deadly force. The sword pierced through the rat's abdomen, emerging from his back. The rat felt a sharp pain in his gut and let out a pained cry. As he tried to react, Li Qinwu yanked the sword out savagely. He had deliberately aimed for the belly, a spot without bone, making the thrust and withdrawal easy. After pulling out the sword, Li Qinwu slammed his fist into the man's nose, knocking him to the ground, then lunged at another. These 2 reacted swiftly, screaming as they drew their weapons and struck at Li Qinwu. One rat wielded a machete, the other a metal pipe. Li Qinwu swung his sword to meet the machete-wielding foe. The rat, terrified, put all his strength into the blow. The 2 weapons clashed in midair, sparking a shower of flames. But Li Qinwu's strength was superior. Empowered by the 9 dragons' might, his strike stunned the opponent. Then Li Qinwu swept his sword upward, the keen blade slicing across the man's face, cutting through flesh. Blood streamed down in torrents. The searing pain made the man drop his weapon, clutching his face and wailing on the spot. Just then the other's attack landed. He swung the pipe viciously at Li Qinwu's head. He put all his strength into the blow, screaming in terror as he struck. If it connected, even with a helmet, Li Qinwu's brains would be splattered. With no time to dodge, Li Qinwu quickly bowed his head and arched his back, using the thickest muscle groups protected by armor to absorb the impact. A dull thud echoed. Li Qinwu felt a tremendous force slam into his back, cracking his shoulder. An ordinary person struck like this would likely collapse incapacitated. But Li Qinwu only felt a dull ache. The painkillers were still working their magic. Li Qinwu swung his sword back, slashing at the man's arm. Due to his awkward angle and force, the cut wasn't deep enough to sever the limb entirely. Still, for an ordinary person, this wound was horrific enough. The rat, clutching the pipe, stared at the ghastly gash on his arm, blood cascading down, and shrieked in terror. Both men were the type to abandon the fight after suffering non-lethal injuries, perfectly embodying the rabble of the bottom nest rats. Li Qinwu struck 5 consecutive blows. The rat with the wounded arm tried to block with his pipe, but Li Qinwu's strength was overwhelming. After the 5th strike, the man collapsed, unable to withstand the assault. The rat scrambled to rise, but Li Qinwu charged forward and drove his sword into his chest, piercing his liver. As the sword withdrew, the rat clutched his chest, thrashing on the ground for mere seconds before dying. Li Qinwu then turned to the rat, whose face he had slashed. The man was covering his face with both hands, fleeing into the distance. Li Qinwu let out a cold laugh and pursued at twice the speed. The injured rat heard the explosive footsteps closing in behind him and let out a piercing scream, echoing far through the pitch-black strategic warehouse. From another direction, 3 rats had already reached their positions. They heard gunfire and their comrades' screams, but paid them no heed. Such was the nature of bottom nest rats. Brotherly loyalty was not to be expected. The 3 heard screams from the distant darkness where the other 3 flanking teammates were. They wondered if the sniper had discovered their flanking move and circled around to engage their comrades. But they didn't care. As they reached Li Qinwu's previous hiding spot, their eyes lit up. Behind a shipping container lay a sniper rifle, a large backpack, and a small backpack. Greed flickered across the 3 rats' faces as they all dashed for the rifle. But one of them was faster. He snatched the rifle from the ground, turned, and aimed it at the other 2. The 2 quickly raised their hands in surrender, signaling they wouldn't fight for it. Then each lunged for a backpack. Both wanted the larger pack, but the stronger rat punched the weaker one, knocking him down, and seized the big back. The weaker rat, unfazed by the punch, scrambled over and grabbed the small backpack. Now all 3 had their prizes, immense spoils. They exchanged glances, needing no words, and decided to retreat the way they came. Today's haul would keep them comfortable for a long time. As for their other teammates, who cared? Their entry point was a bomb-blasted gap in the strategic storage warehouse wall, leading straight back to the safe zone. But as the 3 rats reached the breach ready to slip away, they froze. Neatly arranged at the gap leading home were 7 human heads, bloody, unmistakably their comrade. Panic seized them. The rat holding the sniper rifle raised it, assuming a firing stance. In that moment of extreme tension, a click sounded. A flip lighter opened, casting a small flame's glow that illuminated a man's face drenched in blood. The three recoiled in unison. Li Qinwu lit a cigarette with the lighter, took a couple of puffs, and eyeing the trio who had brought his belongings to the extraction point, said with a smirk, "I told you once. In the bottom nest you're nothing but little chicks." Uft, uft, crack, crack, wait, spare me, uft. Three corpses lay on the ground lifeless. A knife was embedded in Li Qinwu's abdomen, several of his ribs were broken, and his entire body was drenched in red on the verge of death. Yet bearing such grievous wounds, he hummed a tune, with ease, hoisting two backpacks onto his shoulders, slinging the sniper rifle over his shoulder, and carrying an antique sword in his hand, as he leisurely made his way toward a gap nearby. The countdown began, preparing for extraction. 10, 9, 8, 7. With a whoosh, Li Qinwu flashed back to his hideout. The knife in his abdomen was gone, and his broken ribs had healed as if never injured. The hideout was such that even if one were reduced to a human stump, returning would refresh one's state. There's no place like my warm little home. Li Qinwu stretched lazily, opened the two backpacks, and sorted their contents into corners. He then began to inspect the hideout's output. He fed the harvested syringes into the medical station, converting them into medical synthesis materials. From the Emperor's shrine, he retrieved a bottle of sacred wine and a bottle of imported wine. Then he started repairing the gun. The sniper rifle had fired 100 rounds this time, so he needed to appease its machine spirit. He clamped the gun onto the workbench, disassembled it into parts, cleaned, and oiled it. Before long, the weapon was restored to its optimal condition. However, the next time he used this gun, it would require fine-tuning, or else its accuracy would falter. Having finished all this, Li Qinwu pushed open the door, intending to check on the brewing workshop. As soon as he opened the hideout's door, he saw that bastard the silencer crouching at the entrance, scribbling on his door with black paint. Li Qinwu's face immediately darkened, while the silencer frantically hid the paint behind his back. Weren't you gone? How did you come out from inside? The guy craned his neck, trying to peek inside. Li Qinwu slammed the hideout door shut with a bang. Seeing the vaguely warp-style graffiti on the door, his face turned green with rage. "Didn't I tell you not to mess around when I'm away? Come on, genius, tell me what the hell are you up to now?" Li Qinwu's roar made the silencer flinch. Guiltily, he said, "I was just too curious. This house of yours is really special." "Oh, special how?" Li Qinwu raised an eyebrow. "This house of yours doesn't exist in this world. I tried many ways to open this door, but I couldn't. I tried to unlock it with my psychic power, but it was like plunging into a black hole. I couldn't see a thing. I peered at this house from the warp's perspective and found nothing. In the warp, this house has no projection at all. It simply doesn't exist." The silencer was extremely agitated. He knew Li Qinwu harbored secrets, but he hadn't expected them to be this monumental. A space completely non-existent in the world, free from the intrusion of any person or ghost. Such an absolute domain was like a paradise. Li Qinwu raised an eyebrow. Indeed, in the current search fight extract game, a player's hideout was like an independent space, never subject to invasion. Translated into the Warhammer world, it was precisely a space that didn't exist in reality. "Hey, let me in and see. I'm dying of curiosity." The silencer's eyes sparkled with curiosity, but Li Qinwu shoved him aside and pointed at the warp-style graffiti on the wall. "Don't give me that nonsense. Clean this mess off the wall right now." The silencer grabbed Li Qinwu's hand, pleading earnestly, "Please let me in. He'll do anything." Li Qinwu's face was full of disdain. The hideout was his little home, and he had no intention of letting anyone else in. Get lost, get lost. Do you think just anyone can enter my home? Get the hell out of here." Seeing Li Qinwu's adamant refusal, the silencer grew frantic, scratching his head and ears. He had been terrified by demons before, and a space that didn't exist in the world was something he craved. He believed that hiding in such a space would allow him to completely evade the demon's scrutiny. "He'll just rub against the doorstep, just rub, not go in. If you allow me, I'll teach you even more powerful psychic control methods." Li Qinwu was taken aback, then seriously considered it. "Just rubbing?" Under the silencer's expectant gaze, Li Qinwu still shook his head. "No, I will never allow anyone into my home. But if you're willing to teach me more about psychic abilities, I'll give you something even more awesome than the sacred food." Seeing Li Qinwu's firm stance and hearing that he would be given some impressive goodies, the silencer relented. "All right, let's find a secluded spot, and I'll teach you how to control gravity." Some might think that since the silencer was so powerful, he could just turn hostile, overpower Li Qinwu, and force him to open the door. But again, no matter how formidable or ruthless a psychic might be, he was still human, still yearning for connection. From childhood, his psychic talent had marked him as an outcast among his peers, leaving him isolated. As he grew older, he learned to control his powers only to be tormented by demons. Thus, he craved normal social relationships. Li Qinwu, this extraordinary individual, had entered his life with remarkable composure and accepted him. Little Joel's family also interacted with him normally. Little Joel's mother would even prepare plentiful meals for him, making him feel that he had a normal identity in a normal environment. Naturally, he wouldn't do anything terrible to destroy this hard-won state of affairs. In short, this silencer guy was developing into a family man. The two planned to head to the brewing workshop, then find a dark, secluded alley to play their little evil games. On the way, Li Qinwu saw Xiao Dao and Big Joel building a partition with planks in the open space, likely intended as a resting shelter. Xiao Dao spotted Li Qinwu and quickly dropped his work to greet him. Li Qinwu handed Xiao Dao a small bundle containing the rage spine and the toxic insect's tattooed skin. Take this to Nepal when you get a chance and exchange it for money. Xiao Dao acknowledged. Little Joel's mother Sansa approached, holding a bowl of meat soup. Sir, freshly made meat soup. Have a sip. The soup was topped with animal fat and vegetables with chunks of meat at the bottom. Lady Sansa had made it by slaughtering a clucking fowl. Li Qinwu took the steaming bowl of soup and downed it in one gulp. Then using his fingers he picked up the meat pieces and finished them in a few bites. He handed the bowl and chopsticks back. It's delicious, madam. If you need any seasonings you can have Xiao Dao get them. If they're unavailable in the underhive, write them down and he'll purchase them from the midhive. With that, Li Qinwu and the silencer opened the door to the brewing workshop and ventured into the darkness of the deeper passage. The two walked out of the brewing workshop, strolled along a distant passage, and found a pitch-black corner to hide in. Li Qinwu switched on a high-powered flashlight to provide illumination, sat cross-legged on the ground, and asked, "Come on, genius, what do you have to teach me?" The Silent One said, "First eat a holy wafer, so that demons won't target you when you use your psychic powers." Li Qinwu complied and ate a holy wafer, and the Silent One also ate one before beginning the instruction. Step 1. You need to draw the energy of the warp to your soul, then use your soul as a medium to channel that energy into your body. After that, you can manipulate and output this energy through your physical form. So what exactly do I need to do? Li Qinwu asked. Do you remember last time when your consciousness entered the warp and nearly got caught by a demon? Li Qinwu nodded. The last time he endured a psychic shock, he could clearly feel his soul in the warp, simultaneously seeing both the real world and the warp. A rather novel experience. I can't make my consciousness see the warp again on my own, Li Qinwu said regretfully. After that time, he still wasn't strong enough to open the warp vision by himself. It was akin to cultivators having the ability to see within themselves. Mastering this meant entering the gate, while failing to do so left one forever outside. The Silent One had already anticipated this. He reached out and placed his hand on Li Qinwu's forehead. It's fine, this is normal. Your soul isn't strong enough yet, and you haven't grown accustomed to actively peering into the warp. I was the same in my youth, unable to actively gaze into the warp. Only nightmares during sleep or when warp demons sought me out would grant me fragmented visions of that realm. But as I grew older and my soul strengthened, I gradually mastered the ability to actively peer into the warp and naturally learned how to draw upon its energy. Open your mind. Now I will use my soul to lead yours into the warp. The next moment, Li Qinwu felt a surge of energy from the Silent One's hand on his forehead, as if his soul was being pulled out of his body. Do not resist. Feel the sensation of your soul leaving the body and entering the warp. You must learn to make your soul detach and enter the warp on your own. Li Qinwu sensed the Silent One's soul guiding his own into the twisted energy cosmos of the warp, then back into his flesh. The warp vision faded, and he had completed a cycle of entering and exiting the warp. Li Qinwu opened his eyes and took a deep breath. The Silent One asked, "How do you feel?" Li Qinwu pulled up his system panel. Warp resistance, and psychic proficiency had all increased by 1 point. He exclaimed excitedly, "Do it a few more times." The Silent One nodded, placed his hand on Li Qinwu's forehead again, extracted his soul, flickered with it in the warp for a while, then brought it back to his body. "How is it?" 10 more times. And now, again. Do you feel it? More. Their souls kept entering the warp, shimmering with golden light. Their radiance was so dazzling that it attracted many wandering demons. A few wild demons saw them and thought, "Holy shit, psychic souls." They lunged to devour them, but the moment they bit down, the golden flames flickering on the souls scorched them, making them howl in pain. Since both the Silent One and Li Qinwu had eaten holy wafers, their souls were under the protection of the Emperor's psychic energy. When the demons bit into them, it was like an ordinary person biting a red-hot iron. Their flesh sizzled and smoked. Moreover, this damage was permanent. Demons are immortal and indestructible. They have their own essence. If these demons went on a rampage in the material universe and were killed by Imperial forces, reduced to ashes, that wouldn't be true death for them. The soul essence of demons in the warp would not perish, and they could revive after some time. But being burned by the Emperor's psychic energy was eternal agony for them, a wound that time could never heal. The few demons that had been foolish enough to try swallowing the souls of Li Qinwu and the Silent One would carry that burning sensation for all eternity. With this lesson, the other wild demons that gathered dared not act rashly. They could only stand at a distance, watching the two golden souls repeatedly enter and exit the warp flickering like ambience lights in a bar or nightclub, twinkling and sparkling. In the real world, the Silent One, drenched in sweat, took his hand off Li Qinhui's forehead. I can't go on. I've expended too much. I'm dizzy. Have you grasped the essentials? Li Qinhui glanced at his system panel again. After dozens of trips in and out of the warp, his warp resistance was 55, psychic resistance 55, and psychic proficiency 55. He closed his eyes, and the next moment his vision turned bizarre and surreal, revealing the warp's landscape. He had succeeded. He could now by his own will make his soul enter the warp and gain warp sight. Moreover, he could feel the flow of warp energy and use his soul to draw that energy into his body. Li Qinhui opened his eyes and raised his hand. In the next instant, a surge of warp energy invisible to ordinary eyes burst forth from his palm. The Silent One was utterly astonished. He hadn't expected that after merely guiding the other's soul into the warp a few dozen times, Li Qinhui could enter the warp on his own and even absorb warp energy to release in the real world. Li Qinhui asked excitedly, I can channel warp energy now. Have I made it Master Dao? The Silent One swallowed his saliva, somewhat envious of Li Qinhui's affinity for the warp, and nodded. You can now make your soul enter the warp on your own and guide warp energy into reality. You've passed the threshold. Next, I'll teach you how to use this energy to alter the rules of reality. He took a screw from his pouch, and the screw levitated, hovering in midair. This is gravity control, one of my favorite techniques. It's very practical for travel and defense. The essence of this move isn't that you directly exert force on the screw to make it fly, but that you rewrite the screw's nature within the warp. Every object in the real world has a projection in the warp. The physical laws they obey are clearly visible. Without external force, the screw would lie quietly on the ground. That's the rule it must follow. Now, by rewriting its rule in the warp, we can make it float in the air. Come, you try it. Li Qinhui pondered that the Silent One's explanation sounded like modifying files in the background, but wouldn't that cause conflicts with reality? The bug could no longer function directly. Li Qinhui took the screw and prepared to attempt making it levitate, while the Silent One kept speaking, imparting his experience. First, you must locate this object in the warp. Generally, touching it with your hand makes it easiest to find. Li Qinhui shifted his vision into the warp. Indeed, when he held the screw in his hand, his soul could perceive a dull, inconspicuous object, the screw's projection in the warp. Everything in the warp was either drab gray or bizarrely colorful, making it hard to distinguish. Only souls shimmered with strange radiance, instantly recognizable. Thus, finding the projection of a soulless object in the warp was exceedingly difficult unless it was held in hand or right beside one. Li Qinhui said, I've found it. What next? Next, concentrate your mind on this screw's warp projection. You will naturally sense it operating under certain rules, and then you can attempt to alter them. Li Qinhui complied, condensing his psychic energy onto the tiny screw's projection. In the next instant, he beheld a vast array of rule powers. Gravity, friction, density, and countless other chaotic rules all unfolded in Li Qinhui's mind. He was astonished, feeling as though he had glimpsed the very essence of the world's operation. The Silent One's voice continued. Now you should sense numerous rules. You can try using the power you've grasped to change these forces. Note that reality will oppose your alteration of this screw's rules. You must use your mastered psychic energy to contend with reality. Don't worry, it's just a screw. You should be able to lift it. The next second, the Silent One saw the screw in Li Qinhui. The Silent One marveled again. In such a short time, this fellow had learned to control gravity, even if only for a second. But as the saying goes, all things are difficult before they are easy. Having taken the first step, moving mountains and filling seas was merely a matter of time. Li Qinhui controlled the screw, flying in the air for over 30 seconds before feeling a headache. The screw fell with a clatter, and he withdrew from his warp vision, dizzy and with ringing ears. The Silent One observed with some relief. It seemed this man wasn't too heaven-defying. His psychic power was only slightly above average, unable to sustain manipulation of warp forces against reality's rules for long. Assuming the air of a seasoned master, the Silent One said, Now you've entered the gate. Just train diligently to strengthen your soul. He produced a steel pipe from behind and handed it to Li Qinhui. When you can make this steel pipe hover in midair for 30 minutes, it'll teach you other techniques. Li Qinhui took the pipe. It was quite heavy, nearly 10 kilograms. It seemed he would need to spend considerable time grinding his psychic proficiency. Then the Silent One's expression grew lecherous and he rubbed his hands together. Come on, you promised me some thrilling goodies. Show me quickly. Li Qinhui found his teachings immensely useful, so he didn't hold back. He pulled a bottle of holy liquor from his pouch and handed it over. The Silent One took it, his face full of doubt. That's it. Don't make that face. Take a sip. One sip and you won't utter a sound. The Silent One opened the cork with suspicion, took a gulp, and his expression froze. This stuff was made by Li Qinhui from potato liquor sanctified before the Emperor's shrine. In taste, it was nothing special, just potato liquor. But a single sip bestowed a powerful holy state, instantly cleansing all warp contamination from the body, boosting psychic power by 10 points. doubling an ordinary person's, and enveloping one in a holy aura bathing in the Emperor's psychic light. After one sip, the Silent One felt ecstatic, his entire body trembling. Holy shit, this stuff is damn. I feel like if I ran into that demon that kept yapping in my ear before, I could beat it to death. Li Qinwu patted his shoulder. Savor it. This is precious. Best to take just a small sip a day. Its special effects last 24 hours. The Silent One nodded and, understanding, carefully stowed the bottle in his pocket and hugged it furtively. He was even possessive over his food. The next 5 days passed relatively peacefully. Li Qinwu holed up in the hideout, managing production and training his psychic power. He also opened a bottle of holy liquor, taking a sip daily to maintain the holy state and train with a 10-point boost to psychic power, slowing his energy consumption. After 5 days of training, he could lift 5 thumb-sized screws and suspend them in midair for over half an hour. Whenever he felt mentally drained, he slept. Upon waking, he trained his physique, checked the outputs of the brewery and hideout, and continued training his psychic power. Over these days, his 3 attributes increased: strength 15, endurance 16, energy 20. During a break, Xiao Dao returned. He had exchanged the tattoos of the Kim Gang junkies Li Qinwu had killed for money, over $5,000, and respectfully handed it over. Li Qinwu waved his hand grandly, giving the money directly to him, telling him to buy daily necessities and some furniture to make everyone more comfortable. Xiao Dao was overjoyed, then fidgeted in front of Li Qinwu. Li Qinwu asked what was the matter. Boss, I want to buy a woman to bear children. It might cost 500. Hearing this, Li Qinwu waved his hand again. He'll give you 1,000. Buy a prettier woman. Use the rest to get furniture and set up a small room in the brewery as your home. Xiao Dao was ecstatic and left with gratitude. That very night, he brought back a young woman. Her features were fairly delicate, much gentler than the manly women often seen in certain works. Li Qinwu had Lady Sansa slaughter 3 whole Gugugaga birds, stew all the fresh vegetables, and opened a bottle of holy liquor, treating everyone to what might have been the most luxurious wedding feast of their lives. Everyone was overjoyed, eating heartily with smiles that never faded. Li Qinwu was also pleased. He could sense that after the wedding, the group's cohesion had strengthened. Everyone now regarded this small workshop in the Underhive Pipes as their home. Xiao Dao happily took his purchased woman to the bridal chamber. Li Qinwu could see that Xiao Dao genuinely wanted to build his own little family in this cruel world. Li Qinwu supported this and was willing to invest resources. He knew that once Xiao Dao established his own family, he would never betray him. This man would be bound to his interests forever. Li Qinwu muttered to himself, maybe he should find a woman for that bastard Silent One too. So, he'd stop obsessing over that cold dark hook in the warp all day. On the second day, Li Qinwu's distillery finally produced its first batch of spirits. The fermentation was complete and distillation could begin. Li Qinwu led several able-bodied men to transport the fermented mash, transferring it into a steel-welded distillation vat. This large vat could distill over a ton of mash at once, and after several rounds, all the fermented mash would be processed. Everyone worked busily connecting the water pipes and power supply, and the distiller began operation. Now they waited for the condensation effect to take hold, allowing the alcohol to drip from the spout. While waiting for the liquor to flow, Li Qinwu watched little Joel, who sat in a wheelchair, carving a potato with a small knife to prepare their meal for the day. Li Qinwu could sense his anxiety. He was the only disabled person here, and he feared losing his usefulness and being abandoned by the group, though that was an impossibility. Li Qinwu pulled a green needle from his pocket. A recovery injector he had crafted at the medical station, commonly known in the game as a green needle or void blood pump. Its effect was that when a player was injured, a single injection would rapidly heal the wounded limb. Typically, one could inject it before engaging in enemy healing while exchanging fire, making it hard to be killed. Li Qinwu wondered, could this thing heal little Joel's spine? He knew his own body was digitized and medicines worked on him as they did in the game with miraculous effects. But when used on others, these medicines became ordinary drugs. So would the green needle be effective or not? Li Qinwu wasn't sure. But what the hell, had give it a try. He walked over to little Joel, who quickly dropped his knife and saluted from his wheelchair. Sir. Li Qinwu waved his hand and said, roll up your sleeve. Little Joel didn't know what Li Qinwu intended, but complied nonetheless. Li Qinwu took out the green needle, opened the cap to reveal the needle tip. Grasping little Joel's hand, he inserted the needle into his vein and pushed the entire vial of fluid into his body. Little Joel didn't struggle. He watched calmly and curiously as Li Qinwu performed the procedure. After administering the injection, Li Qinwu said, now stop all work immediately and return to your room to rest. Pay attention to any unusual sensations in your spine. If you feel something, come and inform me. Little Joel's breathing grew heavier, as if he realized something. He saluted Li Qinwu again. He shouted, then wheeled himself back to the small room partitioned by boards, silently waiting for a miracle to occur. Li Qinwu returned to the distiller and saw the liquor already flowing from the spout. Estimating that the heads had filled about a bucket, he said, that's enough. Switch the bucket. as everyone knew distilled spirits required discarding the heads and tails because they were impure. Even from the color, the heads and tails contained many impurities appearing yellow. Moreover, this removed harmful substances, retaining only the most flavorful liquid. Generally, one could cut off a bit more of the heads. Li Qinwu estimated he had cut about 3. For the tails, when the alcohol content dropped and the splashes in the bucket grew larger, it was time to turn off the heat and discard the tails. Everyone worked back and forth, distilling all the fermented potato mash to yield the following: approximately 140 liters of liquor at around 45 ABV, 15 liters of mixed heads and tails, and a large pot of spent mash. Li Qinwu said, collect the spent mash, add some water, and distill it again. Mix the distillate with the heads and tails. Everyone agreed and started distilling again, obtaining roughly another 100 liters of low-alcohol liquor, which was mixed with the heads and tails. This 100 liters was undrinkable for humans loaded with toxic substances. Drinking it would instantly ruin liver and kidney function, even turning one's eyes yellow. But remember, this was the underhive where one never knew if they'd see tomorrow. Li Qinwu decided to give this 100 liters to Xiao Dao to sell to the underhive rats, making whatever money he could, a form of waste utilization. If someone died from drinking this poisonous liquor, they'd have to thank Li Qinwu for letting them leave this miserable world in a drunken stupor. After all the work was done, several days had passed. Everyone smelled the strong aroma of alcohol in the air and gazed at the 140 liters of liquor stored in several large vats, sighing in awe. This wasn't just liquor, it was wealth. And all of it was brought by their leader. Everyone looked at Li Qinwu. Xiao Dao said excitedly, "Boss, should we pack these up and sell them all now?" Li Qinwu stroked his chin and said, "Hold on a moment." He ran back to his hideout, fetched a bottle of holy liquor, and was about to pour the entire bottle in. But then he thought of the terrifying power of the holy liquor. If it was sold to the outside world and attracted the attention of special forces, that would be bad. He thought for a moment and only poured a bottle cap's worth of holy liquor into a large vat of about 300 to 400 liters. Then he picked up a long spoon and stirred thoroughly. When it was ready, he scooped out a bowl and drank it. The taste was mostly unchanged, but he sensed a faint sacred aura that appeared for an instant and then vanished. He scooped another spoonful and handed it to Xiao Dao. "Try it. What does it feel like?" Xiao Dao took the spoon and drank the liquor, his eyes lighting up. "Delicious. This liquor makes me feel refreshed, as if my soul has been cleansed." Li Qinwu said, "Try another sip." Xiao Dao complied, scooping another spoonful and drinking it. This time he smacked his lips, sensing something different. It's still delicious, but not as amazing as the first sip." Li Qinwu nodded. That was exactly the effect he wanted. The reason the first sip was so astonishing was that the holy effect dispelled the warp contamination on their bodies, leaving their souls clean and pure naturally, making them feel refreshed. Moreover, the holy liquor had an energy-boosting effect. While other liquors made people drunk, his made them more alert, truly remarkable. But diluted nearly 1,000 times, the effect faded within seconds of drinking, definitely not drawing attention. Yet the astonishing sensation of the first sip would surely be unforgettable, creating many repeat customers. Additionally, warp contamination was constant. After a sip of the diluted holy liquor, the contamination was cleared, but within seconds the holy effect faded, and the contamination slowly returned, sullying the soul once more. Then customers would crave that initial feeling and keep buying Li Qinwu's moonshine, ensuring an endless stream of it. Perhaps after a decade or so, Li Qinwu's wealth would be enough to buy a battleship. Once the liquor was ready, the next step was bottling. During this time, Xiao Dao had been out and about every day, scrounging up over 5,100 milliliter bottles along with caps of capper cardboard boxes and tape. These bottles had already been sterilized by high-temperature steaming. Although there weren't enough to hold all the liquor, Xiao Dao had also procured some low-quality barrels from the Water Purifiers Guild, each capable of holding dozens of liters. This served as a supplement, barely allowing them to package all the liquor. After spending over half a day bottling the liquor, it was time for sales. Li Qinwu used the bird spectrum device to tune into the encrypted channel 350234 KMYY and contacted Lieutenant Rudison, asking if he could drive over to pick up the liquor. "So soon? Hang on, let me check if the inspector is around." Lieutenant Rudison's voice came through the bird spectrum device. The wait stretched on for over 10 minutes, long enough for Li Qinwu to start practicing his psychic energy. "The inspector's not here. You can come over, he'll drive a military vehicle to pick you up." Li Qinwu agreed, then had everyone load all the brewed liquor onto the small train before heading to the surface. This time he brought along Xiao Dao, the Silent One, and Little Joel. Yes, Little Joel, who could now stand. The green needle had worked on him. His previously shattered spine had fully healed, and he stood there radiating vitality, as if reborn into a second life. Li Qinwu planned to take him to meet Lieutenant Rudison to shock the bastard and simultaneously showcase his own capabilities. As the small train neared the area controlled by the mutants, Li Qinwu said to the Silent One, "Be careful. There are mutants ahead. If they make any move, kill them all." Hearing this, the Silent One fell quiet. Li Qinwu could sense a dense warp energy emanating from him. He was ready to transform into a killing machine. However, their passage through the mutant tribe was uneventful. The mutants huddled in the pipes engaged in their vile games, seemingly having tacitly allowed Li Qinwu's small train to cross their camp. Yet when Li Qinwu glanced at the mutants in the dark tunnels, they still cast greedy looks at the people on the train. Their highly mutated noses would occasionally twitch as if catching the scent of the liquor. Li Qinwu mused that he needed to find an opportunity to purge this mutant tribe. How could he tolerate others snoring beside his bed? He had to ensure the trade route remained unimpeded and not allow such an unstable element to persist. The small train soon reached the surface. Lieutenant Rudison hadn't arrived yet, so the group sat down to rest. Just then a man emerged abruptly from the forest and walked toward Li Qinwu and the others. Little Joel spotted the stranger first and raised his gun, aiming at him. "Stop! Who are you? Don't come any closer or he'll shoot." Li Qinwu glanced at the man, pushed down Little Joel's gun, and crooked his finger at him. The man scurried over. "Mr. Scavenger, do you remember me?" The stranger greeted Li Qinwu warmly as he approached. Li Qinwu chuckled. "Of course I remember. Last time I was the one who got you out of the PDF camp. Otherwise you'd probably have been executed by now." This man was a prisoner Li Qinwu had requested from Lieutenant Rudison when he was trying to establish contact with the rebels. But why he was waiting near the ventilation shaft was a mystery. "Mr. Scavenger, my name is Parson. Old Son sent me to stay here long term. If you need anything or want to trade supplies, just tell me so you won't have to make the long trip yourself." The rebel named Parson said this. Li Qinwu found it quite convenient and nodded. "Since we've run into each other, go back to Old Son right now and get me 3 tons of potatoes delivered here. When you return, I'll trade him a PDF automatic rifle." Parson nodded in acknowledgement, whistled, and a horse trotted over. He mounted it and was about to leave when Li Qinwu called him back. "Besides potatoes, tell Old Son to get me some green vegetables, fruits, and livestock. Make it enough for over a dozen people to eat for half a month." With that, he pulled a tube of high-purity anti-inflammatory and sterilizing powder from his waist pouch and handed it to the rebel Parson. Parson carefully tucked the tube of medicine into his chest pocket, fully aware of its potency. Previously, the few tubes Li Qinwu had given them had saved the lives of over 40 warriors. This single tube was worth at least 10 lives, so he dared not be careless. "Thank you, Mr. Scavenger. I will return to the base at top speed and bring what you need." With that, he spurred his horse away, the animal galloping almost as fast as a motorcycle. Not long after Parson left, the roar of an engine sounded. A PDF military truck pulled up near the ventilation shaft, and Lieutenant Rudison jumped out with a few PDF soldiers. Lieutenant Rudison was about to greet Li Qinwu when he spotted Little Joel beside him. He froze. "Little, you can stand." Little Joel gave a bright smile and saluted Lieutenant Rudison. "Sir, I'm healed. Officer Li cured me." Lieutenant Rudison's gaze shifted to Li Qinwu, who raised his chin with an expression that said, "Aren't I impressive?" Rudison immediately pulled Li Qinwu aside into the nearby woods for a private chat. "Holy shit. How did you do it?" The doctor said his bones and nerves were completely shattered. He needed an electronic neural spine. Those things cost over 300,000. "You didn't pay for his surgery, did you?" Li Qinwu mysteriously pulled a green needle from his pocket and jabbed it into Lieutenant Rudison's chest like inserting a pen. "Don't say I don't look out for you, buddy. Hey, race, a life-saving item. As long as your limbs aren't completely blown off one jab, and they'll grow right back." Lieutenant Rudison took the green needle, turning it over and over in his hands. There were no markings on it, nothing to indicate what it was. "What is this thing? Any side effects? How did you get it? Is it some potion from the revival sect?" Li Qinwu patted Lieutenant Rudison on the shoulder. "No side effects. Just keep it safe and use it when needed. Don't ask where I got it. I've just got the skills. Knowing me is like having a Necron ghost in your ancestral grave. Pure luck." Afterward, the group loaded the liquor onto the military truck, which then drove toward the PDF camp. Li Qinwu asked Lieutenant Ludao, "Son, how should I sell my liquor? At what price? Are there any restrictions?" Lieutenant Ludao's son replied, "Don't worry. Aside from occasional inspections by higher-ups sending down supervisors for show, you can sell however you like at any other time. You can go from barracks to barracks peddling your goods. As long as you're willing to make the rounds, the soldiers in every camp will buy a bit. You can also set up a stall at our military market. Just pay 100 fertilizer coupons for a day's spot." Li Qinwu gasped. "Damn, you guys even have a market? Isn't that too absurd? Don't your battalion and regiment commanders care?" "Care? Hell, the planetary governor pays us peanuts, no insurance if we get wounded. We're the ones holding the line with rifles. The planetary governor should be on his knees thanking us." As Lieutenant Ludausen spoke, several PDF soldiers in the truck burst into laughter, clearly accustomed to this absurd reality. A few even began cracking jokes about the planetary governor. Lieutenant Ludausen continued, "The planetary governor doesn't treat us like human beings, so morale is naturally low. To maintain morale, company and battalion officers have to let the soldiers indulge themselves. Drinking is a good way to do that. The brothers and I have agreed as long as there's no combat mission, we'll let them take turns indulging half at a time. Only if you understand the soldiers' hardships will they risk their lives to fight for your future when you need them. As for our regiment commander, he told us outright in a meeting as long as we complete the tasks he assigns, handle the inspectors sent down, and don't retreat from the PDF defense line, he won't interfere with what we do. Even the market in our regiment was established under his initiative. Li Qinwu clicked his tongue in amazement. Such ridiculously lax military discipline was unheard of. Every time he delved deeper into the PDF situation on this planet, he was shocked anew. Soon the military truck arrived at the PDF camp Lieutenant Lu Daosen's sector, and everyone began on. Lieutenant Lu Daosen called over his soldiers and had them buy liquor from Li Qinwu. After a flurry of activity, each soldier purchased 4 or 5 100-milliliter bottles, and some started drinking on the spot. Just from Lieutenant Lu Daosen's unit, Li Qinwu sold over 600 bottles of 100-milliliter liquor at 8 yuan per bottle, netting 4,800 yuan. Li Qinwu side selling liquor really pays off. A 100-milliliter bottle is already going for 8 yuan. Lieutenant Lu Daosen said, without flinching, actually the price has gone up to 10 yuan. When you sell at other camps, remember to quote 10. Here we're all friends. Giving a 2 yuan discount shouldn't be a problem, right? Li Qinwu clicked his tongue, thinking this guy was quite sly. All right, then take me to see your regiment's market. Lieutenant Lu Daosen drove the military truck toward the hive city. After a few kilometers, they found the so-called market in a training ground tightly wrapped in tents. The market was small with only a dozen stalls. Everyone was in military uniform, initially looking like soldiers, but a closer look revealed they were all civilians disguised to do business within the army. Lieutenant Lu Daosen handed Li Qinwu a uniform. Put this on. Civilians aren't allowed to roam around the military. If an inspector sees you, the regiment commander might get scolded. But don't worry too much. If an inspection is coming, we'll be notified in advance, and we'll hide the market folks away until the inspectors leave, then let them come back to do business. Li Qinwu put on the PDF uniform and remarked the people of the hive city are truly fortunate to have such a great army protecting them. Lieutenant Lu Daosen waved his hand. No problem, it's my honor. Besides, we barely get any of the taxes the hive city folks pay. The truck stopped in the training ground. Lieutenant Lu Daosen said, if you don't want to go from camp to camp selling, bring your liquor here. Soldiers often come looking for entertainment, and you can gradually offload your supply. Li Qinwu scanned the camp. Though there weren't many stalls, it was small but complete, everything one could need. He spotted a few flashy female soldiers clearly offering special services, as well as stalls selling chemicals, tobacco, and to his chagrin, a rival liquor seller. Li Qinwu pointed at the liquor seller and asked that guy selling liquor too. What's his deal? Lieutenant Lu Daosen glanced over with disdain. That bastard sells chemical liquor. It tastes awful and gives a terrible hangover that lasts days. It can't compare to your grain liquor. Li Qinwu grunted, dismissing the rival. Lieutenant Lu Daosen asked, now that you've seen our regiment's market, how do you want to sell your liquor? Will you go camp to camp peddling, or open a small stall in our market? Li Qinwu thought for a moment, and said, forget it, both sound too troublesome. I'm short on manpower and need to offload this liquor quickly so I can get back to other business. How about this? The current price is 10 yuan per 100 milliliters. I'll sell it to your men at 8 yuan, and they can resell it at other camps. That'll give your guys a little benefit too. Lieutenant Lu Daosen's eyes lit up. He thought it was a good idea. When there were no tasks, his soldiers just drank and gambled in camp. Letting them sell liquor could earn them some extra income. He immediately drove Li Qinwu back to the camp, gathered all 120-plus soldiers under his command, and explained the liquor selling plan. The soldiers chattered among themselves. Considering the current scarcity of liquor, as long as they dared to sell it, everyone agreed. They pooled their military pay to buy liquor from Li Qinwu, then immediately hoisted the bottles and ran off to other camps. In less than 10 minutes, Li Qinwu saw the soldiers returning with cheerful faces, counting their money. Damn, sold out that fast. Is liquor really that easy to sell? Li Qinwu was astonished. Lieutenant Lu Daosen reminded him, next time come at the beginning of the month. That's when we get paid, so everyone has money. Liquor sells even better then. With that, the two entered the tent to split the profits. Li Qinwu counted the cash, 140 liters of liquor at 8 yuan per 100 milliliters, 80 yuan per liter, totaling 1180 yuan. According to their previous agreement, Lieutenant Lu Daosen was entitled to a 30 share. Li Qinwu took 33600 yuan from the profit for Lu Daosen and kept 7840 for himself. Nearly 8000 yuan, earned from a single simple trip. And there was enormous room for expansion. The 8000 yuan was the ceiling of Li Qinwu's small workshop's output, not the market's limit. His small brewing operation couldn't even satisfy the market of Lieutenant Lu Daosen's regiment, let alone the markets of other regiments, the mid-hive civilian market or the civilian alcohol market waiting to be tapped. Afterward, Li Qinwu sent Xiao Dao Xiao Qiaoer to Qiaoer and the Silent One back on their own. He requested a PDF automatic rifle from Major Rudelson and had Xiao Qiaoer carry it back. They needed to wait at the ventilation shaft for the rebels to deliver food supplies, pay them with an automatic rifle, then bring the provisions back, and immediately commence a new brewing operation. He himself had to make a trip to the central nest. Before parting, he asked Xiao Qiao, "Is there anything you want me to pass on to your sister? I can stop by the state church cathedral on the way." Xiao Qiao took out a letter from his bosom and handed it to Li Qinwu. "Sir, just give this to her." Li Qinwu accepted the envelope. It was quite thick, clearly containing money inside. It was likely obtained from Xiao Dao, intended to ensure his sister could live a better life in the central nest. Li Qinwu nodded, saying he would take care of it. De Qiao then added, "Sir, my wife mentioned her kitchen is short on seasonings. If you wish to enjoy more flavorful meals, you might try bringing back some spices. Any kind will do." Li Qinwu nodded. This was a matter of gastronomic desire and also key to morale. He absolutely had to make a trip to his seasoning shop. After the others left, Li Qinwu pulled Lieutenant Rudelson aside and asked, "Is that bastard Lieutenant Winchester still not planning to make a move? I can't wait to take his wretched life." Lieutenant Rudelson lowered his voice. "That guy hasn't been in camp lately. It seems his family has summoned him to the Probably his family has some plans for his advancement. I'm certain that when he returns, it'll be the moment he moves against the rebels. He'll contact you when the time comes." "What's his troop configuration? Does his unit have any armored vehicles?" Li Qinwu's sniping skills, honed through repeated practice, were now sufficient to precisely eliminate a target from over a kilometer away. Yet he worried the target might remain holed up inside an armored vehicle. Moreover, the armored vehicle was equipped with an avian spectrograph, a device akin to X-ray vision. The spectrograph on a Chimera armored personnel carrier had a penetration range of about 3 kilometers, roughly matching the effective range of its mounted autocannon. If Li Qinwu foolishly nestled somewhere with his sniper rifle waiting for the target to emerge from the vehicle for a clean shot, the enemy would spot a red dot crouching in the distance on their spectrograph from miles away. That would be utterly futile. The heavy sniper rifle Lieutenant Rudelson had provided was designed for anti-personnel use, not anti-armor. It possessed negligible armor-piercing capability. Although designated as an armored personnel carrier, the Chimera's armor materials could rival those of main battle tanks from the 3K era. Without anti-armor weaponry, Li Qinwu had no idea how to breach its shell. Lieutenant Rudelson was equally at a loss. He himself commanded a Chimera which, when used against rebels lacking anti-armor capabilities, was an insurmountable wall of despair. For Li Qinwu, who also lacked anti-armor, means destroying the vehicle and killing Lieutenant Winchester inside seemed exceedingly difficult. Winchester's company composition is similar to mine: 120 light infantry soldiers, 1 Chimera APC, 1 open-top command vehicle, and a few cargo trucks. But unlike me, his family has assigned him a personal guard. A squad of 12, all armed with laser rifles and clad in carapace armor. Li Qinwu's expression darkened. "So you're saying I not only have to find a way to crack open the Chimera's shell, but also kill Winchester amidst 12 bodyguards armed with advanced laser rifles and wearing carapace armor?" Lieutenant Rudelson's face showed some embarrassment. "Sigh, if it's truly impossible, forget it. This guy, even if I were in charge, it would be a tough nut to crack. Maybe we should just stick to business. Wait a few years, and there might be another chance for a battalion commander promotion. If not, we could just buy one." Li Qinwu shook his head. He had to go through with it. He could revive indefinitely, but he didn't want to lose his equipment on the battlefield. Thus, he needed to understand the assassination target's situation in advance. But as things stood, the target's difficulty level was indeed worthy of a regular army soldier. Still, he wasn't. He pondered whether, before Lieutenant Winchester deployed his troops to attack Old Sun, he could sell cheap liquor to the soldiers in Winchester's camp, getting them drunk and causing poor performance on the battlefield. Then he could find a way to sneak into Winchester's camp and tamper with the Chimera APC stationed there. For instance, planting a bomb or pouring some contaminant into the fuel tank, something that wouldn't be noticeable initially, but would cause various minor malfunctions after the Chimera had been running for a while. Like a breakdown, ideally right on the battlefield. Secondly, Li Qinwu wanted to contact Old Sun to inform him that the enemy had discovered their location. Upon learning that a PDF elite unit had found his camp and was about to launch an attack, Old Sun would have 2 possible reactions. One was to pack up and flee outright. That would be fine, as it would cause Lieutenant Winchester to fail his mission, making it difficult for the regiment commander to promote him. Li Qinwu had learned from Lieutenant Rudelson that the regiment commander was his relative and favored him. This time, due to pressure from higher-ups, he had no choice but to promote Lieutenant Winchester to battalion commander. But if Lieutenant Winchester proved incompetent and botched the mission, and if Lieutenant Rudelson could complete several more missions successfully, there might still be a chance to compete for the position through legitimate means. The other possibility was that Old Sun chose not to flee, but instead set up an ambush for Lieutenant Winchester's forces. In that case, Li Qinwu would have his role to play. He could directly infiltrate the rebel ranks and snipe Lieutenant Winchester's soldiers, especially the elite squad of 12 that accompanied him. Killing Lieutenant Winchester outright would be ideal. If not, inflicting heavy casualties on his troops and preventing him from completing his mission would also serve to delay his promotion to battalion commander. Li Qinwu laid out this analysis for Lieutenant Rudelson, stating that his two main concerns were: 1. Whether Lieutenant Rudelson could predict Lieutenant Winchester's move a few days in advance and inform him in time to make preparations. The other was the Chimera APC and its avian spectrograph, which posed an enormous threat. After careful thought, Lieutenant Rudelson said, predicting Winchester's actions in advance is feasible. He needs to report to the regiment commander to receive his mission. I can ask the commander to stall him for a few days and then notify you to prepare ahead of time. As for the Chimera's avian spectrograph, I can only say that if the engine is damaged, its battery can only power the spectrograph for 10 minutes. Its energy consumption is extremely high. The bird spectrum instrument cannot be kept running indefinitely unless combat is initiated and enemy locking is required. During routine travel, it might be activated for a few minutes, then switched off to allow the battery to recharge before being used again for intermittent scouting. Once the engine is destroyed, the battery can no longer be charged, and the bird spectrum instrument will shut down. At such times, the driver would opt to deactivate the bird spectrum instrument prematurely, or otherwise it would drain the battery completely, leaving the turret immobile. Lieutenant Rudelson briefed Li Qinwu on the Chimera armored personnel carrier, then led him to find the driver of his own Chimera, seeking the expert's advice on how to sabotage the engine. The driver, wearing a tank helmet and reeking of alcohol, burst into tears upon hearing the company commander ask how to destroy the Chimera's engine. He stumbled to the center of the camp, embracing the Chimera as he wailed, "Natalia, you've grown too old. The company commander has begun to despise you and wants to scrap you. Whoa, I can't protect you. I failed you, Natalia." Li Qinwu couldn't help but laugh at the drunkard's antics while Lieutenant Rudelson's face darkened. "I'm not talking about your wife. It's someone else's wife. Can we pour something into another Chimera's fuel tank that won't show any issues initially, but will cause the engine to stall after a few dozen kilometers?" Li Qinwu added, "About 40 kilometers. Drive just over 40 kilometers, then the engine dies." From the PDF camp to where Old Sun and his group, where it was roughly a bit more than 40 kilometers. The drunken driver let out a hearty laugh and kissed the Chimera's front armor. "Really, I thought you were going to mess with my Natalia. She may be an old girl, but she's still capable. To make a Chimera's engine give out after 40 kilometers, that's simple. Grind some ceramic steel into powder, no more than half a fistful, mix it with the fuel, and pour it into the tank. That amount will definitely cause failure between 40 and 45 kilometers. Li Qinwu was skeptical of the drunkard's data and voiced his doubts, only for the drunkard to leap up in indignation. "I've been driving Chimera APCs since I was in the womb. After enlisting, I drove them for a full 25 years. I even married my Natalia. And you dare doubt my knowledge of the Chimera?" The man's spittle nearly landed on Li Qinwu, making him instinctively step back. Lieutenant Rudelson leaned in and whispered, "Sergeant Niegwajin has 3 loves in life: frozen fish liquor and the Chimera APC. He actually held a wedding, married our company's Chimera." Sergeant Niegwajin reminded, "Sir, you should address her as Ms. Natalia. You're disrespecting my wife." All right, Ms. Natalia it is." Lieutenant Rudelson looked helpless, at a loss for how to deal with such a character in his camp. That said, Sergeant Niegwajin's skill in operating the Chimera was undeniably exceptional. Recalling something, Sergeant Niegwajin slurred, "Oh, by the way, if you're planning any mischief on someone else's Chimera, you can piss in her fuel tank. She'll get angry. Of course, if anyone dares to piss in my darling's tank, I'll castrate them." Lieutenant Rudelson told him to drink less and led Li Qinwu away, but Li Qinwu committed that last remark. This Sergeant Niegwajin fellow had something to him. Could he sense the presence of a machine spirit? A machine spirit, as the name implies, is the soul of a machine. Generally, the larger and more advanced the machine, the more likely it is to possess one. Machine spirits have distinct personalities, and their abilities vary based on their time of birth, treatment received, and other factors. For instance, the gun's machine spirit might be weak. If its user treats it roughly, the likelihood of jams increases, or its shots become inaccurate. Conversely, if a gun's machine spirit is content well cared for and emotionally bonded with, it may choose to repay its user on the battlefield. For example, it might become exceptionally accurate, pierce armor it normally couldn't, or keep firing even after the magazine is empty. The machine spirit loading rounds from the warp. Applied to large vehicles or mecha, this could mean continuing to drive dozens of kilometers after the fuel has, or a mecha pilot killed by shell shock, yet the loyal machine spirit still controls the machine, unleashing firepower upon the enemy. In short, the machine spirit is a metaphysical element in the Warhammer 40K universe, greatly increasing uncertainty and potentially creating tragic, yet moving events. Later, Lieutenant Rudelson drove Li Qinwu into the mid-nest, saying, "En route, he'll be launching attacks against the rebels, soon vying with Lieutenant Winchester. There may be many wounded. You'll need to take in the injured and their families." Li Qinwu nodded. "I need labor there, Bill. Take as many as you send. Don't worry." Lieutenant Rudelson was silent for a moment before asking, "Can you sell me that miraculous green injection in bulk?" Li Qinwu shook his head. I don't have many of those myself. You've seen its power. Do you think something so potent could be ordinary? If I put it on the market, it would cost at least 500 fertilizer coupons, wouldn't it? Given the green injection's restorative effect, able to regrow limbs as long as they aren't completely severed, Li Qinwu figured he could even land an official post in the revivalist sect by offering it. But again, his current scale was too small to support his ambitions. Any good thing he revealed would only be stripped. He was stuck sitting on a treasure mountain he couldn't cash in, forced to develop slowly and steadily. How frustrating. That's why Li Qinwu was so eager to kill Lieutenant Winchester and elevate Lieutenant Rudelson. Those who help each other in humble beginnings rising together forge bonds that last. Li Qinwu said, they'll sell you 1 green injection for 1,001 per month. It's not that I want help you, brother. This is all I can do. Li Qinwu had no intention of being a naive do-gooder handing out green injections freely. Lieutenant Rudelson wanted them to treat his company's wounded, but Li Qinwu couldn't possibly supply 120 men. Even a small skirmish could easily result in 10 casualties. His medical station's production capacity couldn't be entirely dedicated to making green injections. The medical station could still be upgraded to unlock more advanced medicines. He couldn't allocate all its output to serve Lieutenant Rudelson. After handling matters with Lieutenant Rudson, Li Qinwu entered the central nest, making his way toward the Twin Serpents Clinic through a series of trains and metallic doors. Along the way, Li Qinwu once again witnessed the myriad facets of life in the central nest. Much like the Great Depression in America, every pedestrian wore a grim pallid expression as if life had become unbearable. Occasionally, he overheard their conversations. Alas, ever since the synthetic starch factory started operations, my family hasn't had a single proper vegetable in a week. We eat that damn tasteless stuff every day. Life has lost all its flavor. Be grateful you have anything to eat at all. I heard the factory is about to lay off workers. If you lose your job and can't pay taxes, you'll be exiled to the bottom nest. A while back, a buddy of mine was exiled there. I wonder if he's still alive. Li Qinwu shook his head at these complaints. In Era 117, such dissatisfaction would have already sparked a rebellion. If a chaotic cult were to emerge and preach, now a large-scale uprising might indeed occur. But none of this concerned Li Qinwu. He pulled up his hood to conceal his face and hurried toward his destination. Shortly after he left, a mysterious figure emerged from an alley, grabbed a complaining passerby, and whispered, "Sir, do you know why we're starving? Do you know why we suffer these hardships? Do you know the God of Plenty?" Li Qinwu arrived at the Twin Serpents Clinic. Without knocking, he pushed the door open, only to be nearly startled back by a blood-curdling scream. A man was strapped to an operating table while Dr. Twin Serpents wielded a chainsaw and scalpel, working relentlessly on the patient, leaving a gruesome mess of blood. After watching for a moment, Li Qinwu understood. The patient's right hand had lost both thumbs for some reason, and Dr. Twin Serpents was attempting to attach 2 mechanical thumbs to the stumps. From Li Qinwu's perspective, those mechanical fingers were far too crude, hardly better than a pirate's hook. Could attaching them really restore the hand's function? Dr. Twin Serpents labored for over half an hour, fitting the 2 mechanical digits onto the patient before untying his restraints. "There, I've attached your fingers. Remember to take anti-inflammatory meds when you get home. If you fail to repay the loan on time every month for the next 15 years, your workstation and your house will be mine. Now get the hell out. Did you crap yourself, or what? It stinks in here. I'm adding cleaning fees to your bill." The patient, who had undergone surgery without anesthesia, was pale and could barely stand. Dr. Twin Serpents shoved him out of the clinic, and Li Qinwu feared the man might die from pain before even reaching home. Dr. Twin Serpents wiped the blood off his hands without cleaning the operating table and grinned at Li Qinwu. "Oh, my dear premium customer, what brings you here? Got a headache or a fever? Lie down and I'll slice open your head to find the problem." Li Qinwu shook his head. "Let's cut to the chase. I'm afraid if I chat with you too long, I'll walk out to a bill of 5670. Dr. Twin Serpents slammed the table in indignation. "My premium customer, how can you think so low of me? I'd never be that cheap. For a simple psychotherapy session, you'd need to add a 0 to that number." Li Qinwu rolled his eyes, pulled out 10 500-milliliter bottles of alcohol from his bag, and placed them on the table. These were medical-grade spirits he had distilled multiple times. In theory, distilled alcohol could approach 100 purity, but for disinfection, a concentration between 75 and 80 was optimal. To ensure his alcohol met the standard, Li Qinwu had even used his subspace vision to observe from a subspace perspective whether the distillate reached around 75 degrees. Dr. Twin Serpents' eyes lit up at the sight of the 10 bottles. "By the God Emperor, my premium customer, you actually got the alcohol." He retrieved an alcohol meter from a drawer, opened a bottle, and dripped a drop onto it. The purity matched. He meticulously inspected all 10 bottles, and then exclaimed, "My premium customer. Bill pay right away, $500 total." As he moved to take the bottles, Li Qinwu stopped him. "No, that's not enough. We need to renegotiate the price." Dr. Twin serpents froze, then shrieked as if seeing a ghost. What? You want more money? Damn you, you're a heretic devil. Your words are corroding my holy soul. Without another word, Li Qinwu picked up the alcohol and started packing it back into his bag. Fine, saintly sir, he'll find another buyer then. Dr. Twin serpent's expression shifted instantly, and he blocked Li Qinwu. No, absolutely not. Let's talk. Li Qinwu sneered. What's the matter, saintly sir? Afraid my cold, dirty alcohol will defile your sanctuary? Dr. Twin serpents looked sheepish. Cold, dirty alcohol turns into warm gold coins. Let's sit down and negotiate the price properly. Li Qinwu snorted and sat down behind the desk. Dr. Twin serpents scurried to pour him a cup of black tea, though the tea leaves floating on top were pitifully sparse. The hook-nosed man sat down, rubbed his hands together with a fawning grin, and said, So my premium customer, how much of a markup are you thinking? Li Qinwu held up 4 fingers. What? You want quadruple? Impossible. Li Qinwu crossed his arms and stared at the space squid. From now on, I'll sell you medical alcohol at $40 per 100 milliliters. Don't haggle with me. If you offer a cent less, I won't sell. Dr. Twin serpents jumped up in fury, rambling on about costs, friendship, and healing the sick. Annoyed, Li Qinwu slammed the table and cursed, Bullshit. If you really heal people, I'd sell it cheap, but you're nothing but a life accounting bastard putting on airs. Screw you. Dr. Twin serpents kept rubbing his hands, wearing a submissive expression. He bent over, his large hawk-like nose almost poking Li Qinwu's chest. How about I start healing people from now on, and you give me a discount? Li Qinwu was left speechless by his shamelessness. He picked up his bag and turned to leave. This bastard was just trying to stack buffs. Li Qinwu walked down the street, and the twin serpent doctor scurried after him. No, don't go. Let's talk. How about 15 per 100 milliliters? Don't go, don't go. Then 20 per 100 milliliters, still no. How about 25? Don't leave. 25 is truly my rock-bottom price. Li Qinwu, ignoring the clamorous cries, continued his stride toward the state church. This scene felt oddly familiar. It seemed the last time he came to this bastard to buy a mixing and settling machine, the fellow had chased after him, haggling just like this. Li Qinwu couldn't be bothered with him and kept walking toward the state church. Finally, when the statue of the god emperor came into view, the twin serpent doctor relented. Fine, 40 it is. From now on, I'll take every 100 milliliters of alcohol for 40. But you must promise me one condition: you absolutely cannot sell to any other doctor but me. Only then did Li Qinwu stop and turn to look at this space squid. Unless you can take all the alcohol I produce, I'll still sell to other doctors. The twin serpent doctor began his signature move, bending over and rubbing his hands together with a sly, calculating grin. Don't worry, don't worry. No matter how much alcohol you have, I can handle it. Thus they completed the transaction right on the street. Li Qinwu took out the alcohol and placed it on the ground, while the twin serpent doctor wrapped it in his red-gray lab coat to use as a backpack. He handed Li Qinwu 2,000 credits. As Li Qinwu took the money, a system prompt flashed in his mind. Mission complete. Twin serpent doctor's favorability upgraded from LV0 to LV1. Unlocking items: large medical kit, 1200 durability, 5000 large surgery kit, 12 uses 5000 strong painkillers, 8 uses 5000. Liquid extractor 2,000 microscope, 5,000 microbial culture chamber, 4,000. Li Qinwu looked at the last 3 items, which could only be purchased once. Expensive. Damn expensive. Yet they were essential for upgrading the medical pod. Li Qinwu felt a wave of disgust. He had earned money from this bastard only to have to give it all back, didn't he? He mused that if possible he should try to find these upgrade items elsewhere rather than let his hard-earned cash be taken by this space squid. It truly left a bad taste in his mouth. The twin serpent doctor carrying the alcohol looked at Li Qinwu and said with a grin, If you can get me a ton of alcohol all at once, I and the patients in the community will be ever grateful. Ding. New mission unlocked. The twin serpent doctor wants to monopolize the medical alcohol market and needs a stable supply. If you can deliver a ton of alcohol to him at once, you will earn his friendship. After reading the mission brief, Li Qinwu looked up at a 45-degree angle at the resplendent golden statue of the god emperor. With the PDF fighting valiantly to guard the borders outside, and the twin serpent school showing benevolence within, your imperial majesty, you have it all. A few minutes later, Li Qinwu paid the fee and entered the state church, where a crowd was still frenziedly prostrating themselves. Li Qinwu thought to find someone to deliver a letter for little Joel's sister, and noticed the missionary he had bribed before standing in the same spot. He realized then that each missionary had a fixed position. This made things convenient. Amid the loud chants of the devout, Li Qinwu sidled up to the missionary and offered him a cigarette. By the god emperor, how have you been lately? The friar glanced at Li Qinwu. This familiar way of starting a conversation. He remembered. This was the same man who had asked him to deliver a letter to Sister Teresa last time. He took the cigarette, but didn't smoke it, silently slipping it into his robe. By the god emperor, thanks be to him for knowing I've had diarrhea lately, so he specially changed my rations to corpse starch. Now I can't even shit anymore. Praise be to the God Emperor's radiant glory. Li Qinwu bit his lip to keep from laughing. He took out the letter and handed it to the friar, and this time, without waiting to be asked, he flicked his fingers, revealing a 100-credit note beneath the letter. The friar tucked the money and letter into his patched robe, said, "Wait here," and slipped through a side door into the depths of the church. Just then the master of ceremonies beneath the God Emperor's statue launched into another round of chanting slogans. Loyalty, purity, sanctity. All so tiresome it grated on the ears. The fanatical believers below also began shouting one after another, filling the church interior with a cacophony of noise, making it impossible for anyone to hear what others were saying. Li Qinwu shrugged. Since he was here, he might as well shout a few lines too. He cleared his throat and bellowed, "Old Man Yellow, when you killed Horus, did you ever recall the days of yore? In the flesh, Horus was the man, and you, the emperor, played the woman. But in matters of the heart, you, the emperor, prioritized your ambition over love, while Horus cared only for affection, longing for the two of you to be together. Emotionally, you, the emperor, were the man, and Horus became the woman. This dissonance between flesh and feeling was the root of your rift. Horus gave you all his love, but you did not return it in full, and thus hatred was born in him. Yet when Horus truly died, you, the emperor, also lost the one you could love with your whole being. Emperor, when you killed Horus, what did Horus think of? Was it the 10th ascent to your companionship, or the anger and sorrow at the thought of you betraying humanity and lying to your sons? Horus gave you all his love, even hoping to pour every emotion into this absurd father-son bond, but Emperor, you did not seek affection. On the contrary, your words, the pre-march must drive out the Xenos and revive humanity, utterly extinguished the last spark within him. Horus hated you, yet those 30 years were vivid in his mind. He knew he had to kill his own father with his own hands, kill the one he had foolishly dreamed of spending a lifetime with. So, believing himself betrayed, he wept. He could not forget the past millennia, nor the feelings that budded when the Emperor asked him which constellation he liked and gave him the centaur ring. If only he could, how Horus would have loved to walk with you laughing into the sunset. Emperor, have you anything to say? This wild rant was lost amid the believers' shouts, and no one could hear it clearly. But a man with his back to Li Qinwu silently shed tears. What a pair of star-crossed lovers. This was the same man who had heard Li Qinwu's cry of the warp's voice last time. He had considered reporting Li Qinwu, but thinking of the Chuch's ways, if the culprit wasn't caught, he himself might be implicated. He decided it was better to let sleeping dogs lie. He never expected to hear Li Qinwu's warp voice again today. He knelt there, not daring to move or report, only praying that the madman would finish his demonic whispers and leave quickly. But as he listened closely, he realized this man wasn't just spouting nonsense. Though he didn't know who Horus was, the portrayal of the Emperor and Horus relationship was remarkably nuanced. Unaware that his warp whispers had been overheard, Li Qinwu saw the side door open and the missionary return. Just as he was about to ask about the nun's reply, the missionary stepped aside, revealing a girl. Gazing at the unfamiliar 16-year-old girl before him, Li Qinwu asked, "Teresa?" Dressed in the habit of the state religions, nuns, the girl nodded timidly. "You must be lordly, the savior of my entire family. By the God Emperor, I shall pray for you every day to repay your kindness." Li Qinwu waved his hand. "It's nothing, just a small favor. Do you have any letters or items you wish to send to?" Sister Teresa said weakly, "My lord, we nuns are granted 1 day off each month to rest outside. On that day, may I descend to the bottom nest with you to see my parents?" The request was somewhat abrupt, and Li Qinwu shook his head in refusal. "No, the bottom nest is far too dangerous. I cannot guarantee your safety with absolute certainty. If something happened to you, your parents would despise me forever. Wait for another time. When circumstances change, I will arrange for you to meet." Li Qinwu offered Sister Teresa a vague promise, though not entirely empty. In the future, he planned to sell his liquor in the middle nest. He would need to bribe Lieutenant Rudison to secure a middle nest identity for himself and send someone up to handle affairs permanently. Perhaps sending Little Joel or Big Joel up then would be feasible. Sister Teresa bowed to Li Qinwu in a fluster. "Oh, forgive me, sir. My request was too presumptuous. I'm so sorry, so sorry." She panicked like a startled sparrow, but Li Qinwu indicated he did not mind. A monk nearby reminded her, "Sister Teresa, your lessons begin in 5 minutes. If you fail to arrive on time, the Mother Superior will strike your hands and cancel your dinner." Sister Teresa grew even more flustered. She quickly handed a letter to Li Qinwu. "Forgive me, my lord, I must hurry back to class. Please deliver this to my parents. My lord, I will hold your kindness in my heart. Every day, I shall pray for you before the Emperor. Should I ever find the chance, I will repay you with all I have." Li Qinwu could tell from the girl's gaunt figure and sunken cheeks that life in the church was far from kind to her. He pulled out a stack of fertilizer vouchers from his bag, counted out 500, and placed them in Sister Teresa's hand. After a moment's thought, he also pressed a few sacred wafers he carried with him into her palm. "My lord, I cannot accept something so precious. Li Qinwu, unwilling to haggle over such trivialities, simply told her to study hard and strode out of the church. My lord. Sister Teresa, deeply moved, watched Li Qinwu's retreating figure, tears streaming down. By the God Emperor above, you sent such a good man to me, rescuing my shattered family from the abyss. God Emperor, please bless this man. Sister Teresa clutched the pendant of the state religion over her chest, silently praying for Li Qinwu. The monk reminded her, Sister, you must return immediately, or you'll be late for your lesson. Sister Teresa could only stow away the money and sacred wafers Li Qinwu had given her, then scurried back to the classroom at the rear of the church in a panic. The state religion's church was a vast Gothic architectural complex. One section was open to the public for prayer, while another was restricted, housing the church's library and living quarters for its personnel. The state religion possessed an independent political and military system within the human empire. Some planets were entirely church worlds with nothing but cathedrals besides the most basic industries and agriculture. The entire Hive City, soaring into the atmosphere, was one colossal Gothic cathedral. Tens of billions of people on such a planet did nothing all day but chant and praise the God Emperor. The church's influence on this agricultural planet was not so extreme. The entire Hive City contained only a few dozen large cathedrals and several hundred smaller churches. The church Sister Teresa belonged to was a neighborhood church responsible for preaching to tens of thousands of people in the vicinity. When news of little Joel's injury arrived, his family had rushed him to the Twin Serpent Clinic for treatment. Little Joel's life was saved, but the ensuing debt shattered the family. As the bailiffs escorted the family down from the Hive City, Big Joel acted decisively, finding a priest to recommend his daughter as a nun. For such local branches of the state religion, the criteria for selecting nuns were simple: literacy and beauty. Literacy to read the scriptures and beauty to attract the faithful. Fortunately, Sister Teresa possessed both. Yet it was precisely because of her beauty that she incurred the Mother Superior's jealousy. With a sharp crack in the classroom before over 100 nuns, the Mother Superior slapped Sister Teresa across the face. You little harlot devoid of piety. Do you know you were late to class? Sister Teresa's eyes brimmed with tears. She had not actually been late. The bell rang over 10 seconds after she entered the classroom. She had already reached her seat, merely not yet sat down. Sister Teresa did not argue. In the past few days, she had come to understand that the Mother Superior simply despised her and was deliberately finding fault to torment her. The more she argued, the more violently the Mother Superior would punish her. So she bowed her head and confessed readily. I was wrong, Mother Superior. The Mother Superior grabbed her hand, raised a cane, and struck her palm and arm viciously. The blows continued for over 100 strokes, the sharp cracks echoing throughout the classroom. The other nuns watched the scene, some with expressions of concern, others with sneers. But as the Mother Superior kept striking, showing no sign of stopping, and Sister Teresa's hand was nearly crippled, fear spread across every face. After over 100 lashes from the old woman's full force, Sister Teresa's palm and arm were torn and bloody, a gruesome sight. Sister Teresa had gritted her teeth, at first tears welling in her eyes. But as the beating continued relentlessly, the pain became unbearable. She fell to her knees sobbing. I was wrong, Mother Superior. I was wrong. Stop, stop. The Mother Superior did not cease until she had completed 100 lashes. The old woman's eyes gleamed with the satisfaction of released violence. She snorted coldly at Sister Teresa, who knelt on the ground weeping. Those who are not devout to the God Emperor must suffer the harshest punishment. Now get out and stand outside the classroom. Your dinner tonight is cancelled. Sister Teresa trembled all over, clutching her nearly broken arm, and silently walked to stand outside the door. Listening to the Mother Superior's lecture from within, tears streamed down her face in large drops. During dinner, Sister Teresa could only curl up on her small cot in the communal dormitory. Her hand throbbed with a pain like it was breaking, and the hunger in her stomach burned her soul. She opened the letter from her family, reading it line by line, and picked up one of the sacred wafers Li Qinwu had given her, taking a bite. At that moment, the priest, the head of the neighborhood church, happened to pass by the dormitory. He suddenly sensed a faint aura of sanctity and immediately halted his steps. Upon leaving the church, Li Qinwu sought out a seasoning shop and spent nearly 2,000 credits on a variety of spices, filling his backpack to the brim. The 2,000 credits worth of seasonings pained Li Qinwu, who spent the whole journey cursing the profiteers. From this, Li Qinwu could sense that the Hive City's economy was teetering on the brink of collapse. These ordinary seasonings were transforming into luxury goods priced so exorbitantly that who the hell could still afford them? Yet a spark of inspiration struck Li Qinwu. Could this perhaps be turned into a business? He had seen farmers growing soybeans during his travels outside. Could he possibly make soy sauce himself? Not just soy sauce, but also Northeast soybean paste, which was incredibly delicious. Wasn't there a joke about someone claiming they could gnaw on a greenbelt with a dip of that paste? Now that the Hive City's populace had resorted to eating corpse starch, if he could open a market for seasonings and let them enjoy corpse starch dipped in Northeast soybean paste. Damn, that was too surreal for Li Qinwu to fathom. Taking the large elevator down to the bottom hive, Li Qinwu strolled back toward the brewing workshop, making a detour to the Clean Water Guild to see if Reno had any tasks for him. At the Clean Water Guild, the endless line of bottom hive rats waiting for water stretched on. Li Qinwu found a guard, offered him a cigarette, and the guard, recognizing him, stepped aside to let him in. Li Qinwu entered the innermost office where Reno was reviewing documents. Seeing Li Qinwu, Reno smiled and said, "The memory panel you brought back last time was a huge help. I gained great favor with my superiors and will be promoted soon." Li Qinwu offered his congratulations on the promotion. Reno continued, "You mentioned before that you were brewing liquor, didn't you? How's it going? Have you brewed any?" "Yes, I have. They'll bring you a few bottles to try soon." Rena's eyes sparkled with intense curiosity. "Great. You must bring me some next time. Damn it, why is my wine always sour? I've tried several times with the best equipment, and it still turns out sour." Li Qinwu said, "Maybe your fermentation vat got contaminated with wild bacteria." Reno pondered for a moment, then suddenly slapped his thigh. "How about I take a look at your brewery?" Li Qinwu was taken aback. "Are you sure? My brewing workshop is quite far from here, surrounded by bottom hive rats and gangs. There's no guarantee of safety." Reno stood up, opened an iron chest, and pulled out a set of personal armor, a helmet, and a large caliber shot. "No worries. These bottom hive rats wouldn't dare cause trouble. Before I came to this planet, I was a ranger, and he'll bring guards along." Li Qinwu shrugged. What more was there to say? Let's go. It seemed this guy was truly passionate about brewing. The back door of the Clean Water Guild opened, and 3 small vehicles drove out. These vehicles were compact, about the size of golf carts, seating 4 people each. They had high ground clearance and advanced suspension, capable of navigating the complex terrain of the hive city. Reno, Li Qinwu, and 10 guards armed with shotguns turned on all the headlights and boldly left the safe zone, heading deep into the bottom hive. Li Qinwu was fascinated by these handy little vehicles and kept staring at them. Reno laughed. "These are our survey vehicles. They can speed across flat ground and zip through the narrow tunnels of the bottom hive. If there's a major pipeline leak down here, we take these out to find it, then send the main crew to make repairs." As he spoke, the convoy charged into a narrow pipe, moving forward at breakneck speed. Li Qinwu was envious. "How much does one of these cost? I'd love to get one. They make travel so..." Rena's eyes flickered with thought as he looked at Li Qinwu. Suddenly he spoke up. "How about you do me a favor, and I'll give you one?" Li Qinwu's eyes lit up. This was a quest unlock. He urged Reno to spill it. "Hey, race the thing. Our Clean Water Guild not only supplies clean water to the hive city, but also handles its wastewater. The treatment plant turns various chemical wastes into tar, a black, viscous liquid, which is then pumped through pipelines into the planet's crust to be burned. But about 150 years ago, the plant detected a pressure change at one of the crustal discharge ports, suggesting a possible leak. To this day, the leakage has become unbearable. My superiors sent 2 teams of workers to inspect it, but they vanished without a trace. If you can check out what's happening at that crustal discharge port, it'll give you a survey vehicle." Li Qinwu scratched his head. "Wait a minute. A leak from 150 years ago. 150 years. You guys dragged this out for 150 years before dealing with it." Reno rubbed his face awkwardly, remaining silent. Li Qinwu gave a thumbs up. The Clean Water Guild was truly an organization under the human empire. Their efficiency was definitely in line with the Department of Internal Affairs. But as for this task, it seemed he could complete it right away. "As it happens, I've already been to that place you mentioned. A group of mutants has taken it over. They deliberately broke open the sewage pipe to let the waste flow out, calling it black water, and established a mutant cult. The maintenance workers you sent probably ended up as a buffet." Li Qinwu described in detail the mutant cult he had seen on his smuggling route, and the location matched Rena's. Reno was silent for a moment, then patted the survey vehicle he was sitting on. Then, according to the agreement, Li Qinwu thought to himself that Master Reno was indeed a man of his word, generously giving away a vehicle in such good condition. The convoy soon arrived at the brewing workshop. Li Qinwu opened the door and showed Reno the brewing equipment. Reno marveled, inspecting each large fermentation vat. By then, Xiao Dao and the others had already returned and were peeling potatoes to prepare a new batch of liquor. Reno buzzed around, asking questions, his curiosity palpable. Li Qinwu handed all the seasonings to Lady Sansa, asking her to prepare a lavish dinner for the guests. She nodded, and soon the underground workshop was filled with the aroma of natural vegetables and meat. Reno exclaimed in surprise, "Your meals here are so good, they're almost as fine as what I get in the upper hive." Li Qinwu directed the guards to sit at other tables and eat, then led Reno to a simple stool. With a table full of meat and vegetables, he opened a bottle of diluted sacred wine and poured him a glass. "Let me tell you, don't look down on us bottom hive rats. We're the true hive city natives." Reno raised his glass, sniffed it carefully, and the aroma of grain liquor intoxicated him. Hearing Li Qinwu's words, he asked curiously, "Why are you the true natives?" Li Qinwu clinked glasses with him, downed the drink in one gulp, and slammed the cup on the table. "Because we're down to earth. Renault burst into laughter. At this altitude, over 10 kilometers above the ground, it was indeed a real underground lair. He drank from his glass, and with the first sip his eyes widened. It was delicious, extraordinarily so. Although he had many fine wines stored in his villa within the upper nest's atmosphere, this wine was undoubtedly the most unique he had ever tasted. Good. Great wine. Truly great wine. Renault exclaimed, drinking a second sip. The sensation from the second sip was not as astonishing as the first, but he did not mind much. He knew there were wines that tasted fantastic on the first sip, filling your soul with flavor, but the taste would deteriorate significantly on the second sip. To truly savor that stunning taste again, one had to wait a day or two for the flavor to fade from the mouth before taking another sip. He thought the wine brewed by Li Qinwu was also a first sip wine, unaware that his soul had been cleansed. Of course, after some time his soul would become tarnished again, and when he drank another sip, he would once more experience that stunning sensation aligning with the characteristics of a first sip wine. After several rounds of drinks and food, everyone was getting a bit tipsy. Li Qinwu asked, "Old Renault, I hear from your tone that you are also a noble of the upper nest." Renault, casually eating and drinking, replied, "Just a small noble from the outskirts of the upper nest, not qualified to dine with those true aristocrats, not worth mentioning." Li Qinwu slapped the wine bottle on the table and asked, "Do you think my wine could make it to the upper nest?" Renault thought for a moment and said, "Your wine is quite distinctive. I believe many noble lords would appreciate. However, potato wine won't do, and the place where you brew wine is also unsuitable. Nobles from the upper nest won't buy wine brewed from the bottom nest. It relates to status." Li Qinwu, eager to make money from the upper class, sought advice. "First, your winery must be established in the middle nest, and all the necessary procedures must be complete. Only then can you qualify to sell wine to the upper nest nobility. Secondly, your wine must have exquisite packaging in bottles. The current setup with just a glass bottle won't. Finally, the drinking habits of the upper nest nobility lean towards high-sugar wines, such as grape wine or brandies made from grape wine or rum." Li Qinwu thought for a moment. If he wanted to brew grape wine, he indeed had a way, as there were grapes among the plants cultivated by the rebel forces outside. In the recent deal with the old man, he received a lot of fruits, and among the many alien fruits was the earth-grown. However, he had not seen sugarcane for now. He wondered if this crop had accompanied humanity into space. In any case, with his connections to the rebels, Li Qinwu had a foundation for brewing grape wine to tap into the noble market. He asked, "Old Renault, what should I do if I want to open a winery in the middle nest? How can I gain the status of the upper nest?" At this point, Renault was a bit tipsy. Having finished off a half bottle of wine, he mumbled with some slurred speech, "It's simple to open a winery in the middle nest. You can take over an unsuccessful winery. These usually have established facilities and workers, and you can start immediately. We have over a dozen wineries under our Clean Water Guild, and due to a lack of grain, they have been closed. If you want to buy one, I can sell it to you for 1 million. Then you need to find a legal entity with noble status to guarantee you, to help you acquire documents, pay taxes, and navigate the legal department, law enforcement, and governor's office. I can help you with this as well, but I will need 8,000, of which 3,000 is my personal service fee, and 5,000 is for the expenses incurred in handling connections and documentation. Regarding how to obtain upper nest status, there are 3 methods. One is to participate in the PDF, and if you reach the rank of a company-level officer, you can automatically gain upper nest status. Alternatively, if you are just an ordinary soldier, but perform exceptionally well and are selected for the Star Realm Army, you will also automatically gain upper nest status. Li Qinwu absorbed the information from his words. The Star Realm Army was the core armed force of the human empire, composed of trillions of soldiers, forming humanity's defense against demonic chaos and aberrations. These ordinary people were formed from the most elite PDF of various planets. Each planet would submit taxes to the Empire periodically, and the Star Realm Army was a common form of such taxation. The Empire would recruit the most elite troops from the PDF for training, forming the Star Realm Army, which essentially meant upgrading from local forces to national military status. These Star Realm soldiers would board space warships forever, leaving their homelands to fight on the other side of the galaxy. The Star Realm Army was like dandelions drifting into the galaxy, never able to return home. Li Qinwu would never join the Star Realm Army. He valued his freedom and wished to master his own fate. Joining the Star Realm Army meant being dragged around by spaceships with no knowledge of where the next stop would be or who the enemy was. A careless encounter with an apocalyptic-level battle could obliterate him. Upon arriving in this world of Warhammer 40k, Li Qinwu had never considered entering the system. He said, "You just mentioned there are 3 methods. What are the other 2? Renault took another sip of wine, spearing a piece of meat made from goo goo gaga with his fork and chewing. "One way is through a noble marriage, but don't even think about it. You're not handsome enough to make noble ladies swoon and abandon their families to marry you." Li Qinwu twitched his mouth. "I truly appreciate your evaluation of me." Renault drunkenly patted his shoulder. "I'm just reminding you, you are destined to have good teeth in this life, unable to feed off soft foods. You might as well work hard and eat hearty meals. Li Qinwu took a deep breath and asked, so what is the last method? The last method is also the one most likely to grant you upper nest status. You need to have sufficient power so much that the nobility would cast a glance at you, offering you the chance to become their advisor. For example, if you opened a winery in the middle nest and made a monthly profit of 100 million, noble families might extend an olive branch inviting you to the upper nest for counsel and to become their advisor. At this point, you would need to submit a portion of your profits, generally ranging from 10 to 30%. Li Qinwu frowned and asked, and then what? Renaud countered. Aren't they supposed to provide something in return for the money I give them? Such as protection or certain conveniences. Renaud laughed, pointing his fork at Li Qinwu. I told you can't feed off soft foods. Your backbone is too stiff to say such things. In fact, being an advisor is just a pleasant term. The real deal is being a noble's dog. They grant you an opportunity to enter their circle, and that's all there is to it. Li Qinwu, hearing this, fell silent and focused on his food. Renaud teased, my ancestor was once a commoner in the middle nest who went to the upper nest to serve as a noble's dog. After several hundred years, my family gradually became a small noble. Although we are quite marginal and lack titles, it could be considered a change in class. Li Qinwu, chewing on a mouthful of meat, mumbled, I want to earn money while standing. Renaud thought about Li Qinwu's actions, surrounded by rats killed and resurrected, starting from scratch to open a small brewery in the bottom nest. He felt this person had considerable ability and offered advice. It's not impossible to earn money while standing. You need to become strong enough that the nobility would have to think twice before moving against you. Li Qinwu's eyes lit up. This was exactly what he wanted. Please elaborate. Renaud raised a finger and waved it in front of Li Qinwu. I won't give you any mystical nonsense. You need at least a regiment's worth of troops. None of those equipped with trash weapons, but a regiment fully equipped with PDF weaponry. As long as you have a regiment's worth of troops, you can earn money while standing. If you only have a squad, the bottom nest gangs can take you out. If you have a platoon, the law enforcement can handle you. If you have a company, the noble private guards can deal with you. If you have a battalion, the PDF can eliminate you. If you have a regiment, eliminating you becomes a secondary option, while buying you out becomes the primary concern, as the cost of wiping out an enemy regiment is simply too high to justify. If they can buy you out, granting you a position as a small noble, they not only eliminate a regiment, but also gain one for themselves, allowing you to earn money while standing. Li Qinwu fell into contemplation. This situation of warlords and various factions vying for power aligned well with the political structure of Warhammer 40k. After all, Warhammer 40k is the space version of the medieval era where warlords ruled everywhere. By aligning with the rebels, he might really step into the upper nest's vision. Are there any historical success stories? Li Qinwu was curious if anyone had successfully walked this path. Being Chinese, he was inclined to trust historical experiences. Yes, and it wasn't long ago. 10 years ago, a formidable rebel force broke through the PDF defenses and besieged the nest city. The planetary governor personally negotiated with the rebel leader, recruiting him and granting him a baron title, allowing him to establish a noble family. Now this baron has become an important military noble in the nest city, and his rebel forces were organized into the PDF 996 regiment. Li Qinwu asked, after this baron was recruited, was he persecuted? Let me think. Aside from being a bit tired, having holidays frequently cut short, and not receiving military pay for overtime, it's pretty good. Li Qinwu nodded. He felt that this path was indeed laid out for him. His current life goal was to find a way to acquire a spaceship. It didn't necessarily have to go to space, but he needed to have a ship as a backup. If one day this planet were invaded by aliens or demons, he could escape in the ship. This was a crucial means for him to master his fate in this harsh universe. It was evident how difficult it was to acquire a spaceship. With his identity as a bottom nest rat, it was definitely not feasible, so he was determined to find a way to elevate himself to the upper nest. Only by becoming a noble of the upper nest could he have the opportunity to acquire more resources and obtain a spaceship. However, these were later tasks. Right now, Li Qinwu was focused on how to increase the production of his brewery. Currently, the constraints on his brewery's output were two issues: water and electricity. For electricity, he was using palladium batteries, and no matter how useful they were ultimately a temporary resource that would run out. For water, he was using filtered wastewater, which had limited output. After each brewing session, he had to wait for the water to finish filtering before brewing the next batch. As Li Qinwu spoke about his current predicament while drinking, Renaud drunkenly replied, I can't help you with electricity, but for water, I am in the clean water business. How about this? If you can help me deal with the mutants near the sewage outlet, I'll bring over a water pipe to supply you with unlimited water. Li Qinwu's hand holding the drink suddenly froze. Are you serious? Renaud finished his last sip of wine and, feeling dizzy, said, Of course. Back in my days as a ranger, I was a man of my word. Then he passed out, his head resting on the dining table, falling asleep amidst a pile of food scraps. Seeing this, Renaud's younger brothers wanted to help him up and take him back, but Li Qinwu stopped them. He's drunk, but it's not easy to move him. Let him sleep here for a while. You guys can also rest here. When he wakes up, we can have another meal before leaving. The several young men were just bottom nest residents too, though over this period they had also been subsisting on corpse flour. Hearing that they could have another delicious meal, they all licked their lips. They agreed to wait for Renaud to sober up before leaving. Li Qinwu gathered the able-bodied men from the brewery, instructing them to bring guns and ammunition, preparing to go out with him. He gave each of them an automatic rifle, Big Joe, Little Joe, and Silent Knife, along with 5 or 6 fully loaded magazines. He himself donned armor, carrying an automatic shotgun, 2 large ammunition drums, a bunch of shells, gas grenades, and a few detonators, boarding a small train with a fierce demeanor, heading toward the mutant camp. On the way, Li Qinwu distributed a flashlight to each of them and provided wire for them to attach the flashlights. This time we're going to kill all the mutants. Although they are numerous, they do not have firearms. Moreover, their eyesight fails in bright light. When we arrive, we won't get off the train. Instead, we'll shoot at them from the train, shine flashlights on them, and throw explosives to take them down. Everyone nodded, tightly wrapping the bright flashlights to their rifles with wire except for Silent Knife. He attached the flashlight to a pipe that looked quite comical. That pipe was his weapon, filled with hundreds of small iron beads which he would control with spiritual energy to shoot and shatter the enemy's bodies. Li Qinwu patted Silent Knife's shoulder and whispered, "I won't ask you to kill anyone, but you must protect Big Joe, Little Joe, and Silent Knife well." Silent Knife asked, "What about you? Do you not need protection?" Li Qinwu raised the massive automatic shotgun and forcefully pulled the trigger. "My mind has already been controlled by the W key and the left mouse button. Just watch me wreak havoc." Within the dark subterranean pipelines of the Undercity, a small train clattered forward, its headlight piercing the gloom and dispelling the darkness far ahead. At the farthest reach of the small train's headlamp, a cluster of figures loomed indistinctly. They brandished various weapons, blocking the passage entirely, an unmistakable sign of hostile intent. Li Qinwu narrowed his eyes. These were all mutants. It seemed they could no longer resist the temptation of living humans parading before them and had decided to strike. Perfect. Both sides were about to collide. The Silent One leaned close to Li Qinwu's ear and whispered, "I sense those freaks have damaged the tracks. Blocking us here is probably to obscure our view, pretending to attack and lure us into charging forward so the train derails." Li Qinwu snorted and ordered Xiaodao, "Stop the small train 50 meters from them. Everyone ready your weapons. Open fire as soon as the train halts." The grotesque mutants ahead, upon seeing the small train approach, waved their crude weapons menacingly, filling the tunnel with howls and shrieks. Their purpose here was to stop the small train, seize the people and supplies aboard, and devour them. On previous occasions they had let the train pass, but the scent of alcohol and food, the aroma of natural sustenance, had tormented their nerves until they could endure it no longer, driving them to this act. Their plan was simple: find a spot to dig up the tracks, block the path ahead, so the train's occupants couldn't see the damage, then feign an attack to frighten them into accelerating, causing the train to derail and allowing them to succeed. "Are they here? Should we dodge?" One mutant, blinded by the small train's headlight, asked his companion. The other mutant, unsure if the train would charge directly, shouted back, "Listen for the sound. When it gets close, we'll leap aside. For now, scream louder to scare them." Li Qinwu was speechless, watching the mutants' theatrical howling. He suspected their intelligence might be somewhat lacking. He raised his shotgun, aimed at the crowd, and commanded, "Fire." As he pulled the trigger, the automatic shotgun roared, its distinctive thudding echoes reverberating through the tunnel. This large-caliber shotgun used a more powerful propellant, firing over 20 pellets per shot, spreading across an area the size of several palms toward the mutants. The others raised their homemade guns and opened fire. In an instant, gunfire erupted, flashes of light burst forth, and the mutants fell with screams, a large swath mowed down. These chemically mutated beings had bodies that were not strengthened, but due to deformities had become even weaker. Having long dwelled in the dark underground, they were blinded by the direct glare of the headlight and could only scream as the pellets tore them into shreds. After emptying one drum magazine, Li Qinwu discarded it into the cart, grabbed another large drum, inserted it into the gun, and yanked the bolt. The distinctive thudding resumed. In games, the range of shotguns is often reduced to within 10 meters, with pellets spreading so wide they might as well fly into the atmosphere. But this was reality. Here the large-caliber shotgun used propellant akin to that from Warhammer 40K, and its buckshot could shatter a body even from over 200 meters. The spread, depending on distance, was roughly between the size of a few palms and a wash basin, making it quite man. Li Qinwu didn't need to aim precisely. He just pointed the muzzle at the crowd and pulled the trigger. Blood mist erupted from the enemy ranks as the spread of pellets sought them out on their own. When Li Qinwu emptied his second magazine and set aside the shotgun to grab a spare automatic rifle from the cart, the mutants had left over 40 corpses and fled wailing. Seeing this, Li Qinwu didn't immediately order a pursuit, but shouted, "Reload." He then picked up the 2 empty 20-round drum magazines and began loading them while the others reloaded their 2 or 3 spent magazines. Once everyone was ready, Li Qinwu ordered Xiao Dao to drive the small train forward slowly. The train moved ahead, crushing several mutant corpses blocking the tracks until it reached the section they had dug up. About a meter of track had been completely torn away, leaving 2 large pits. Had the train passed at full speed, a derailment would have been inevitable. Li Qinwu was furious. If this had been a shipment of alcohol or grain, the entire cargo would have been lost. These mutants could no longer be tolerated. He turned to the Silent One and asked, "Can you use your gravity ability to slightly lift the train so we can cross?" The Silent One glanced at the damaged track ahead, then at the small train, assessing its weight. They had only brought 1 small engine and 2 carriages this time. The Silent One felt his power could briefly lift the train to the other side, so he nodded. Li Qinwu ordered Xiao Dao, "Start the train and move slowly across." Xiao Dao was about to object, but Li Qinwu patted his shoulder and gave him a reassuring look. Xiao Dao swallowed his words and drove the train at its slowest speed toward the opposite side. When the engine reached the destroyed section, Xiao Dao expected the train to sink. But the small train crossed smoothly, as if rolling over ordinary tracks. Once the entire train had passed the gap, Xiao Dao looked back in disbelief. He wondered if the gap had been an illusion. How had they crossed so steadily? "Keep moving forward to the mutant tribe. We need to eliminate this threat to the trade route once and for all." At Li Qinwu's command, the small train sped ahead. Before long, the train caught up with the mutants who were fleeing at full speed. Their severely deformed bodies swayed as they ran, making it impossible to move quickly. Hearing the clattering approach of the train behind them, they shrieked in terror and ran even more frantically, many stumbling and falling. Li Qinwu sat in the cart, holding the automatic shotgun, firing single shots at the mutants' backs. Each shot fired over 20 buckshot pellets, bursting into clouds of blood mist upon the mutants. It was incredibly convenient. No need for precise aim, just point the muzzle roughly and fire. When Li Qinwu emptied 1 magazine, he handed it to little Joel to reload while he attached another and continued firing. The thudding gunfire rang out without pause. As the small train advanced, the fleeing mutants ahead were turned into corpses by the barrage. On the side of the mutant tribe, near the broken sewage pipe, the black water that had flowed out had accumulated into a small lake. A strong stench of chemicals permeated the air, enough to make an ordinary person feel dizzy with just 1 breath. Several highly deformed beings with 3 heads and 6 arms sat together, whispering, "I haven't tasted fresh flesh in a long time. I wonder if the tribe's warriors will bring us some fresh human meat this time. The few who came running here last time were far too little to satisfy our hunger." Another mutant said, "And that sweet-smelling liquid, the thing they call wine, I want to taste it. I want to taste it so much." These beings were the priests who controlled the mutant tribe. They held the power to distribute the black water and were the sole interpreters of the divine sewage pipe, serving as the supreme authority within the tribe. Yet today, these supreme beings were about to meet their doom. With a creak, the small train halted on the tracks near the entrance to the branch pipes that plunged into darkness. A crowd of twisted mutants turned their gaze toward the small train, only to be struck by blinding floodlights. They screamed in agony, fleeing in panic to take cover. Near the sewage outlet, the priests, being closest to the polluted water, had suffered the most severe mutations. They looked like towering mountains of flesh, each standing 2 meters tall. The powerful flashlights shone on them, and they couldn't even run. They could only cover their multiple malformed eyes with twisted hands, screaming, "Damned heretics! Stop that evil sorcery at once, or we will curse you in the name of the Blackwater God." The mountains of flesh roared. Li Qinwu looked down at the powerful flashlight in his hand. "This is what they call evil sorcery. You want to curse me? Let me show you something even more evil." He pulled out 3 sticks of dynamite, taped them together, lit the fuse with a lighter, and hurled them at the priests. "You all seem a bit puffy. Here, 3 sticks for 1 course. Cures all ills." After shouting, he tossed the dynamite, which landed before the mutant mountains of flesh. With a massive explosion, several mutant mountains of flesh were blown to pieces. Those farther away were knocked to the ground, coughing up blood. Li Qinwu shouldered an automatic shotgun and jumped off the small train, charging into the pipes of the mutant tribe. The others followed closely, carrying automatic rifles. As Li Qinwu stormed into the mutant tribe, he was disgusted by what he saw: tents made of human skin, tools, and knives crafted from human bones. Various twisted beings like creatures from hell writhed and twisted within the camp. They let out piercing shrieks and lunged at Li Qinwu with whatever weapons they could find. Witnessing this hellish scene with humans so polluted and deformed, he suddenly understood the extreme measures taken by certain departments of the human empire. Were these beings reduced to such a state, still human? Li Qinwu wasted no more time. He raised his automatic shotgun and fired at a mutant. The mutant charged at Li Qinwu with a bone knife. Li Qinwu shot off its leg. Another mutant, howling, rushed at him from the left. Li Qinwu shot its leg off as well. A mutant burst out of a human-skinned tent, opening its gaping maw to bite Li Qinwu. He spun around, fired, and shot off its leg again. The men following Li Qinwu were speechless. Watching the mutants with shattered legs writhing on the ground, they had to walk over and finish them with a headshot. They were baffled. Why aim for the legs when a single shot to the head or chest would kill? Li Qinwu explained he was used to disarming legs from playing games and hadn't broken the habit, yet instinctively aiming low. The thunderous roar of the automatic shotgun echoed. Mutants were torn apart by the metal storm dying. In the narrow passage, the shotgun could seal off the entire path ahead. Every shot sent pellets striking them. After emptying a 20-round drum, Li Qinwu began reloading. In the brief lull, a mutant up ahead cried out, "You demon! Why attack us? What grudge do you hold against us?" Li Qinwu pulled the bolt, heard the words, and opened fire fiercely ahead. As he shot, he screamed in mock terror. "Oh no! Run, everyone! The AA-12 has taken control of my brain. It's forcing my finger to hold the trigger. Menace and flee out." Li Qinwu charged forward, firing as he went. Mutants were hit by flying pellets, their blood spraying in mist. Those unscathed looked at him, as if seeing a ghost, screaming and scattering in chaos. The remaining few struggled to keep up, with Li Qinwu finishing off the wounded. Xiao Dao, wielding an automatic rifle, killed a mutant lunging at him from the side. Watching Li Qinwu's heroic advance, while firing, he thought to himself that the boss was truly extraordinary. Just then he finished a magazine and called out for a reload. The Silent stepped up to cover him. The Silent aimed his deceptively simple iron pipe, using psychic energy, to propel iron pellets inside, firing them in succession to take down charging mutants. After reloading, Xiao Dao looked up and saw the Silent point the iron pipe forward. Mutants ahead were struck, their flesh torn, collapsing into mangled corpses. Xiao Dao asked in bewilderment, "What kind of gun is that? Why doesn't it make a sound?" The Silent recalled Li Qinwu's warning not to be too flashy and slapped his forehead. "Damn, I forgot the sound effects." Then the madman started making sounds with his mouth while firing the iron pipe. Xiao Dao was utterly confused, but the mutants were indeed being turned into corpses. Who could argue with that? The clatter of gunfire rang out for over 10 minutes. Finally, Li Qinwu blasted apart the head of a semi-plant mutant chained to the wall, and the cleanup was complete. Li Qinwu shouldered the smoking automatic shotgun and lit a cigarette. He took a deep drag and exhaled heavily. "I never wished to create slaughter, but the AA-12 controls me too deeply. Guilty, guilty." Little Joel rushed excitedly to Li Qinwu and shouted, "Sir, I want to learn how to use the AA-12 too." Li Qinwu looked Little Joel up and down and shook his head regretfully. "It's no use. You've lost your wheelchair, and with it the talent for wielding the AA-12. When you get your spine shot again and reclaim your wheelchair artifact, only then will you be worthy of the AA-12. The battle concluded, and it was time to scour the battlefield. Though these mutants seemed to have little worth, looting, Li Qinwu had cultivated a disciplined post-battle habit, and this time it yielded a bountiful harvest. Among the grotesque mutant corpses, they discovered 2 maintenance carts bearing the steel stamp of the Stillwater Guild, identical to the one Renault had driven. Li Qinwu hurriedly inspected the 2 carts. The mutants appeared uncertain about what to do with them. The vehicles were in excellent condition, though the keys were nowhere to be found. "Brothers, search carefully. See if you can find the keys." The group dispersed to search. They uncovered several pipe repair tools that the mutants had crudely modified into sundry implements, along with blue uniforms belonging to Stillwater Guild employees. Eventually, they found 8 skulls of healthy humans mounted on the wall near the sewage pipe, clearly the remains of Stillwater Guild workers. The mutants had combined these 8 skulls with scrap metal to forge a gruesome staff with the keys to the 2 carts dangling from it as ornaments. The group also retrieved several iron nameplates inscribed with the names of Stillwater Guild laborers alongside the cleanly gnawed bones of healthy humans. Li Qinwu sighed and said, "Wrap these remains and nameplates in their uniforms. We'll take them back to give them a proper burial." He then approached the corpse of a familiar mutant, the one with 2 faces on its head. Picking up a crude machete made of scrap metal, he severed its head, intending to bring it back as evidence. Finally, Li Qinwu set a fire, incinerating the filthy mutant encampment. Afterwards, Xiao Dao drove the small train, while Li Qinwu and Xiao Qiao each operated one of the carts, beginning their return journey. The convoy traveled through the pipes for a while before Li Qinwu suddenly called for a halt. He pointed to a massive passage on the left above which a sign read Strategic Storage Depot, 3 kilometers ahead. Li Qinwu recalled having obtained a black card here, before which unlocked the electronic keys securing the containers. The entire depot still held countless unopened containers, each a treasure trove. It hadn't been long a Renault was likely still nursing his hangover. Why not take a detour and use the black card to see what supplies they could uncover? Acting on impulse, Li Qinwu instructed Xiao Dao to steer the small train into the depot. The underground tracks connected seamlessly, and by shifting a lever to change the rail direction, they altered their course. After the turn, the small train rolled into the depot until a massive fallen container blocked the tracks ahead. Everyone disembarked. Li Qinwu said, "Search around here first. Note any containers with intact electronic locks. They'll be back shortly." No one asked where he was going. They had learned that their leader was a man of mystery and simply followed orders. Xiao Dao and the others began scouting for undamaged containers while Li Qinwu dashed to the extraction point, counted down, and teleported back to the hideout. Upon landing, he grabbed the black card from the hideout, tucked it into his pocket, opened the door, and sprinted in the direction shown on the map below. Several of Renault's gang members were smoking and drinking in the brewery. Li Qinwu greeted them briefly, then opened the door and left. The gang members were bewildered. Huh, how is he back? Didn't he say he was going to clear out the mutants? Did anyone see him return? They were utterly confused, unable to fathom how Li Qinwu, who had already left, could suddenly reappear. Black card in hand, Li Qinwu sprinted to the designated location, selected the map, and teleported directly back to the strategic storage depot. Orienting himself, he ran toward where Xiao Dao and the others were waiting. Reaching the group, he asked directly, "Found any intact containers?" Unaware that Li Qinwu had traversed over 50 kilometers in mere minutes, the group led him to a cluster of containers, all in pristine condition. Li Qinwu pulled out the black card and hesitated before the card reader on a container. The card could only be used 5 times, and there was no telling what it might unlock. An empty container would be a disastrous waste. He approached the silent and asked, "Can your psychic perception penetrate these containers to see what's inside?" The psychic closed his eyes, then opened them and shook his head. "No, the containers are too thick and the space inside is packed solid. I can't discern the material of the content." Li Qinwu breathed a sigh of relief. Though he didn't know the exact contents, knowing they were packed tight meant he wouldn't suffer a loss regardless of what he got. He then asked, "Can you use your psychic power to open the locks?" The silent shook his head again. "If it were a simple mechanical lock, perhaps. But this electronic lock is highly advanced with intricate internals. Even a psychic stronger than me couldn't open it. I suspect this lock was designed with anti-psychic measures in mind." Li Qinwu shrugged helplessly. Well, it seemed freebies were out of the question. He would have to pick a container and use one swipe of the card to force it open. Li Qinwu surveyed the containers, each marked with a number. He chose a lucky number, 39,999, hoping the abundance of nines would bring him fortune. He approached container 39999 and swiped the black card over the reader. With a click, the reader flashed green, and after a mechanical retraction, the container's lock clicked open. The group excitedly gathered as the lock opened, and together they heaved the container doors wide. What greeted them was a wall of green-painted iron boxes, each roughly the size of a computer case packed to the brim. Li Qinwu's heart raced. Could these military green boxes be ammunition? If so, they'd hit the jackpot. He hastily pried one of the boxes from the pile, but its weight felt off, sending a jolt of dismay through him. An ammunition box of that size would weigh at least 20 kilograms, but this one was significantly lighter. Li Qinwu drew his knife to slice open the box and see its contents, but then he noticed the text on top. Guga meat can shelf life 680 years. With a thud, he hurled the box to the ground and roared to the heavens, "Damn it. That stinking penguin is still after." Li Qinwu sighed. Food it was then. The gula meat was quite tasty. Even if he took it back for his own consumption, it would be excellent. Moreover, the Hive City was currently plagued by food shortages, so natural meat could barely be labeled a luxury item, allowing for slow gradual sale. Li Qinwu ordered everyone to begin moving the goods. The shipping container was enormous, containing nearly 1,000 large tin boxes. If each box held 20 cans, that meant close to 20,000 cans in total. Their small train, fully loaded with all its carriages, would need several round trips to transport everything. The group first filled the small train with tin boxes, sending Xiao Dao to drive it back and return with all the carriages to haul the load. The remaining few stood guard, preventing the Hive City rats from approaching. Li Qinwu pried open a large tin box with a knife, revealing its contents, indeed 20 rectangular meat cans, each weighing over 700 grams, substantial in portion. The cans had no pull rings. Li Qinwu sliced one open with his knife, and red, oily fat spilled out, followed by a potent aroma of meat and spices. The scent immediately drew everyone over, gathering around to inspect the meat can. Inside, it was mostly red oil with boneless chunks of meat, tender and fatty, some pieces still bearing the skin. Gulp. Everyone swallowed hard. Though they had just enjoyed a decent meal, Miss Sansa, perhaps frugal by habit, had unconsciously skimped on the ingredients. Her cooking was decent enough, but all of them were starved for grease. The sudden assault of this Chongqing hot pot-level delicacy sent their saliva glands into explosive overdrive. Li Qinwu noticed several plastic-wrapped packages inside the large tin box. Curious, he tore one open, revealing an alcohol pad, a matchbox, and a small iron spacer. He bent the small iron spacer into a stand, placed the alcohol pad underneath, lit it with a match, and set the opened can on top to heat. Soon the hot oil in the can began to bubble and roll, releasing a rich fragrance. Everyone swallowed repeatedly. Li Qinwu drew a small knife, speared a piece of meat, and chewed. The skin on meat was wonderfully soft and chewy. With one bite, an explosion of heavy oil, salt, and spices erupted in his mouth. One word: delicious. He handed the knife to little Joel, who quickly speared a piece and ate, then passed it to his father Big Joel, who also took a satisfying bite followed by the silent one. They passed the can around, each taking 2 or 3 bites, finding great satisfaction. Finally, the silent one lifted the can and drained the hot, oily broth into his mouth, drinking it all. Li Qinwu picked his teeth with a finger and asked Big Joel, "Before you were exiled, what was the price of meat? If we sold these cans in the mid-hive, how much could they fetch?" Big Joel recalled, "Before my family was exiled, fresh meat was almost impossible to find in the markets, only a little circulating on the black market. At that time, a kilo of fresh meat was already going for 80 credits. Now the mid-hive has fully switched to synthetic starch. The price of fresh meat has likely quadrupled or quintupled. As for this grade of canned meat, my lord, it's already a luxury only nobles can afford. With such flavor, so much oil and salt, so many spices, even in the days when the hive city still had natural food supplies, it would have been a precious commodity." Li Qinwu asked, "So how much do you think one of these cans could sell for?" Big Joel fell into a longer contemplation. "My lord, if I were selling, I wouldn't part with a single can for less than 600 to 900 credits. But it's impossible to sell at that price. A mid-hive worker's monthly wage is only 2,000 to 3,000. No one would spend a third of their salary on a single meat can. Of course, some wealthy individuals might buy a few, but you can't effectively liquidate a large batch for cash." Li Qinwu listened to Big Joel's description, his heart growing increasingly fervent. Damn, he thought he'd found trash, but had stumbled upon a gold mine. A single meat can could sell for over 600. This stuff could practically serve as a universal currency. As for the sales problem, Li Qinwu wondered if he could barter them for other goods. As he was lost in thought, Xiao Dao drove the small train back, this time with all the carriages attached. Everyone resumed moving, loading the train cars to the brim. After 2 round trips, all the cans were transported. A total of 1,200 boxes, each containing 20 cans, meant 24,000 cans. If converted into credits, that would be assets worth over 10 million. Li Qinwu never imagined a pile of meat cans could be worth so much, but it actually made sense. These cans had earned the right to be loaded into a shipping container awaiting transport by starship to another planet for sale, proving their value. This kind of long-distance food was made with the finest ingredients and craftsmanship. Even before the rebels' uprising, they were exceedingly precious provisions. Perhaps before the fall of the Whitewood family, these cans were meant for some renowned Astra Militarum regiment, or destined for the Schola Progenium's imperial pillars, or even sent to a garden world for the private armies of nobles. In short, never underestimate these delicious natural foods. After traveling light years through the cosmos, they could end up in the hands of a mighty imperial regiment, boosting morale with a single meal and turning the tide against a powerful foe. That was the true purpose of such premium provisions. The group returned fully loaded to their hideout. That bastard Renault was still asleep, and his boy band underlings were nearly bought over by Li Qinwu. Li Qinwu gave each of them 2 boxes of meat cans. The boy band members were utterly bewildered. As lackeys to a minor noble like Renault, they were naturally literate and recognized the writing on the tin boxes. Thighs. This isn't right, is it? A few of them felt embarrassed. They hadn't done anything, just helped carry a few boxes when the small train returned. Li Qinwu clapped them on the shoulders and said, "What the hell are you being polite for? We're all fucking brothers here. You're not giving me face, are you?" The boy band members exchanged glances, holding the large tin boxes and looking at each other. With him putting it that way, what else was there to say? Consciousness gradually returned to the drunken Renault. He opened his weary eyes and saw Li Qinwu beam. Holy shit. Renault was startled, quickly leaping up from the bed. "What the hell are you doing?" he asked in alarm, wondering where he had been sleeping. How could he not remember? Li Qinwu said with a grin, "Do you know what I did while you were asleep?" "What did you do?" Renault asked in confusion, then a chill ran down his spine. He stumbled back several steps, reaching to check his backside. Thankfully, it was intact, then frantically felt his trousers. They were dry. Seeing this series of actions, Li Qinwu felt a wave of exasperation, his smile slowly fading. "I went to wipe out the mutants near the leaking sewage pipe. What else did you think? Did I invade your sewage pipe?" Renault felt a pang of awkwardness, then asked with a dazed look, "Why did you go to eliminate the mutants by the sewage pipe?" Li Qinwu's eyes widened. Damn, it was this guy so drunk he had blacked out. Alcohol really messes things up. He pulled out the 2-faced mutant head from behind him and made its mouth move. Imitating Renault's tone, Li Qinwu said, "You said go take care of the mutants by the sewage pipe, and he'll run a water line to your brewery." Renault stared at the bizarre 2-faced head intrigued, but his heart sank at Li Qinwu's words. "Damn, did I really promise you that?" The Water Purification Guild doesn't allow random water lines for outsiders. Their guild monopolized the water business. If they casually gave out pipes, the monopoly would collapse. Li Qinwu's heart sank again at his words. He turned the mutant head in his hand, aligning the smaller face with Renault, and made its lips move as he spoke in a high-pitched, mocking voice. "I, Renault, when I was a ranger, always kept my word." Hearing Li Qinwu's ridiculous mimicry, Renault broke into a cold sweat. Damn it, that was something he would say. He looked at his boy band underlings, who nodded. "Yeah, boss, you said that at the bar." Everyone heard it. The group of underlings chimed in unison as if they were siding with Li Qinwu. One of them even picked up a blue cloth bundle and shook it, revealing bones inside. "Boss, we recovered the remains of the brothers the guild sent to fix the pipe. They were all not on. Mutants. While you were passed out drunk, Boss Li already took care of the mutants." Renault's face darkened. Damn it, these were his men. Why were they all speaking for an outsider? Li Qinwu opened the door to the brewery, tossed the mutant head out, and dusted off his hands. "All right, I can see running a water line is tough for you. You were drunk and didn't think it through. I won't make things difficult for you, brother. Let's just forget it." Hearing this, Renault felt even more embarrassed. He pondered for a moment, clicked his tongue, and pulled Li Qinwu into a corner, whispering, "He'll secretly run a water line for you. But remember, this pipe is for your use only. Don't let anyone else use it. If the higher-ups find out I gave you a private line, it'll get an earful." Li Qinwu quickly pulled out a cigarette and lighter for Renault. "Here, have a smoke, brother Lei. As expected, you keep your word. If there's any dirty work or tough jobs in the future, just send word. He'll handle it swiftly, thoroughly, and ruthlessly." Renault waved his hand, set him off, and left. Li Qinwu stuffed 2 cans of meat and a jar of his homemade potato liquor into Renault's small cart, then watched with a grin as they drove away. He turned to his underlings and said haughtily, "See that? That's called retreating to advance. Learn from it, boys." Days later, Li Qinwu was training his psychic power in his hideout. Under the effects of the holy liquor, he could now lift the iron pipe weighing over 10 kilograms for 20 seconds, and the duration was still increasing. During this period, he had been training consistently, and his 3 attributes had increased: strength 17, endurance 17, energy 23. He felt his whole body had grown sturdier, his back and waist broader, his arms and thighs slightly thicker, and his head beginning to taper. By now, Li Qinwu had sold his second batch of liquor, earning 800 yuan, and was brewing a third. Remember the 3 pieces of equipment he saw after unlocking the black merchant's favor to level 2. The high-temperature, high-pressure hydraulic press, the gunpowder modulator, and the ceramic steel powder purification mixer, all upgrades for the workbench. Li Qinwu tearfully spent all his savings and sold half the luxury goods he had scavenged to acquire the 3 devices, upgrading his workbench to level 3. At levels 1 and 2, the workbench could only modify items, but at level 3, it could manufacture things. It had 3 main modules: gun crafting, ammunition crafting, and armor crafting. Starting with the gun module, junk guns, using water pipes and metal scraps to handcraft a crude firearm, mostly shotguns without rifling. Li Qinwu dismissed those. What use were such junk guns? Then there were better guns. All PDF series firearms could be crafted, requiring 1 discarded firearm and 5 units of metal scrap. Metal scraps were easy to find. Just rummage through a junkyard or dig up a railway track and feed it into the workbench. But discarded firearms were a problem. Li Qinwu had no leads yet and would have to ask Lieutenant Rudelson. The gun module had 2 slots, allowing 2 guns to be crafted at once. Depending on the gun, the time ranged from 1 to 3 hours. As for the ammunition module, it only required inputting explosives and brass scraps to produce bullets. Explosives could be bought from the black merchant, and brass scraps were easy. Just have Xiao Dao and his rats dig through some wires. Ammunition could be made from Tier 1 to Tier 5, with time ranging from 1 hour to half a day, depending on. For example, PDF automatic gun Tier 3 bullets required 1 detonator and 5 units of brass scraps, with a crafting time of 3 hours, yielding 300 rounds. Li Qinwu marveled at this. He fed in only a handful of materials, and the output was a massive 300 bullets. It was almost like creating something from nothing. The system was truly incredible. Finally, the armor module: first purchase low-purity ceramic steel powder and purify it in the purifier. Roughly 2 units of low-purity powder yielded 1 unit of high-purity ceramic steel powder. With high-purity powder, armor could be crafted. Inputting 15 units of high-purity ceramic steel powder, 2 units of any fabric, and 1 unit of metal scrap would produce a Tier 4 full protection ceramic steel armor. The armor was rated at level 4. It not only protected the chest, but also came with sleeves to shield the shoulders and upper arms, along with a small groin guard that safeguarded the vitals without hindering movement. This armor resembled the Russian heavy armor in appearance, but its protection level was merely grade 4. On this planet with such low combat intensity, grade 4 armor was already an incredibly formidable asset. The bullets commonly used by PDF soldiers on this planet were mostly grade 3, which could hardly penetrate such armor. Unless one stood still and let them fire half a magazine, a stray shot from a distance would do nothing. Moreover, this armor could also defend against laser guns, though only a single shot. Under normal power, each laser gun round had kinetic energy equivalent to grade 4 ammunition. Grade 4 armor could withstand 1 shot, but then it would be scorched and a second shot would pierce through. If an ordinary person were hit, their internal organs would be burned, leading to instant death. For Li Qinwu, however, damage was calculated by percentage, and he might still have a chance to endure a third shot. To increase the armor's resistance to laser shots, one could add an anti-laser coating. During armor production, incorporating a heat-insulating material could slightly enhance its laser tolerance, increasing the endurance from 1 shot to 2 or 3. Li Qinwu currently had no access to such materials, so it was impossible. Besides the chest plate, the level 3 workbench could also produce level 4 helmets and visors. Crafting a full set of level 4 gear took about 8 hours and cost 120 in materials. Li Qinwu had been stockpiling armor for some time and had essentially achieved self-sufficiency in 4 sets. He also distributed the surplus to his underlings, ensuring everyone had one. Even the women were given light level 4 armor without shoulder pads or groin guards. He didn't expect them to fight. He only hoped that if enemies attacked, the women would have a chance to flee, at least not be shot dead instantly, giving Li Qinwu an opportunity to revive them with a green needle. As Li Qinwu was training in his hideout, a knock came at the door. He opened it to find Xiao Dao standing there laden with large bags and parcels. "Boss, I brought back the metal scraps and brass scraps you wanted, along with over 20 detonators bought from Mr." Xiao Dao had quickly changed his address. Previously he called Nepal boss, but now he referred to him as Mr. Nepal, signaling his allegiance. Li Qinwu nodded and took the scraps to make bullets later. Excluding those already distributed to Xiao Qiaoer and the others, he still had 16 self-made guns, which consumed the most ammunition. The workbench was never idle. As soon as bullets were finished, Li Qinwu collected them and started the next batch. He had now accumulated over 5,000 rounds of self-made bullets, but he was still unsatisfied. He felt he needed at least 100,000 of these little candies to feel somewhat secure. Li Qinwu took the items and was about to close the door when Xiao Dao hesitated, looking as if he had something to say. "Something else." Xiao Dao said sheepishly, "Boss, I want to bring my mother here to live." Xiaodao's mother was only 40 years old, but after a lifetime of labor in a chemical plant, her biological age seemed closer to 60. Xiao Dao felt that if she continued working at the plant, she might pass away within 2 years. Since Li Qinwa's place was so comfortable, he wanted to bring her here to enjoy some peace. Li Qinwu nodded. "Bring her over. Build a room for yourself in the tunnel." He pulled a green needle from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Dao. "If your mother has any injuries or ailments, inject her with this. It should cure most issues. If it doesn't work, there's nothing more to be done." Xiaodao's eyes reddened, and he nearly knelt before Li Qinwu. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Boss, I want to part ways amicably with Mr. Nepal. Could you give me some guns and ammunition as a way to repay him for taking care of me all these years?" Li Qinwu turned back into the hideout and brought out 2 automatic rifles and 500 rounds of ammunition, placing them in Xiaodao's hands. "Here. No matter how great his care was, these guns and ammo should settle the debt. From now on, work for me without any moral burden." The scene shifted to the fertilizer gang's base inside Black Mountain Nepal's shop. Nepal looked at the 2 automatic rifles and 500 bullets on the table, then at the nervous Xiao Dao, before him pondering what stance to take. He had placed Xiao Dao with Li Qinwu to deepen their relationship and facilitate communication, as well as to keep an eye on Li Qinwa's rise, hoping to benefit from having a man close to him. But Xiaodao's intention was clear. He wanted to move his mother away and had offered 2 guns and 500 rounds as a heavy gift. This was a severance of ties. Nepal the Black Marketeer was furious. In gang culture, nothing was more detested than a subordinate switching sides, but they feared those stronger than themselves even more. Recently, Li Qinwu had been making bold moves. Not only had he set up a brewery, but a few days ago, he had even taken the leader of the Water Purification Guild and his men on a tour of the brewery. The fertilizer gang's boss, known as Electronic, I had initially planned to raid the brewery upon learning of its existence nearby. Troops had been assembled, but when they heard that Renault had visited the brewery, the rats scurried back into their holes. This sudden ruthless figure, Li Qinwu, seemed to have military connections and ties to the Water Purification Guild's bottom-level supervisor. Fertilizer production was water-intensive. The Water Purification Guild had laid a pipe to the fertilizer gang, providing a monthly water quota. If they attacked Li Qinwu and incurred the guild's displeasure, their water supply could be cut, reducing their fertilizer. Oh, and the fertilizer gang no longer produced fertilizer. They had switched to making a chemical for explosives. In any case, Renault's curiosity-led visit to the brewery had inadvertently gilded Li Qinwa's image. Nepal sighed. Though displeased, he felt he had invested too much emotion in Li Qinwu to abandon it now. So he forced a smile at Xiao Dao. "It's fine, Xiao Dao. Go ahead. As an ancient Terra saying goes, man strives upward, water flows. If you ever have time, come back and visit. The fertilizer gang will always be your home. If Boss Li has any cooperative projects, remember to involve the brothers." Xiao Dao was deeply moved, vowing that he would never forget the fertilizer gang and that he was once and always a member. But both knew these were just pleasantries. Xiaodao's interests were now deeply intertwined with Li Qinwa's, and he would never betray this man. If Nepal ever tried to get Xiao Dao to do something like reveal Li Qinwa's movements, it would be absolutely impossible. One day, Li Qinwu was training while hiding in his shelter. Over the radio, the Star-Crossed Lovers channel broadcast the words of Lieutenant Rudison, saying that the drunken soldier, whose leg had been blown off, had already been exiled. His family would descend to the underhive via the great elevator the next day, and Li Qinwu was to go pick them up. The next day, Li Qinwu immediately gathered the few able-bodied men under his command, had them don their armor, and grabbed their guns, and ran with them to the safe zone. Li Qinwu and his 5 men were clad in full protective shell armor, wearing visored helmets, and holding automatic rifles. Their appearance as if ready to clear the area sent all the rats near the safe zone scattering in fear. Although they had momentarily scared off the rats, the great elevator was their feeding chute. Once it descended, the rats would surely swarm back. Despite Li Qinwu's group looking like a formidable force, if they stood directly in front of the feeding chute, these thousands of rats might still take a risk and try to gnaw on such tough bones. The bitter lesson from the last time he had picked up little Joel's family with the frenzied rats was still fresh in his mind. So as the great elevator prepared to ascend, Li Qinwu had little Joel and the other 3 guard the elevator entrance waiting to receive him. He himself wore a cloak to cover his armor, hid his gun in his backpack, and rode the great elevator up to the upper level. It should be noted here that the Hive City did not ban guns. Anyone could legally own firearms. There was no such thing as a gun prohibition. This was actually quite understandable. The Warhammer 40k universe was a cruel one. Aliens could rain down from the sky any day, so most Imperial worlds had no gun bans. The drawbacks were also obvious. Gang crime and corruption by chaos cults could quickly amass armed forces to rebel against the planetary governor. However, Li Qinwu didn't want to draw too much attention here, so he still concealed his weapon. When the great elevator arrived at the mid-hive, workers from the underhive safe zone stepped off with yawns while enforcers herded the exiles destined for the underhive into the elevator. These unfortunate mid-hive citizens cried out and cursed, displaying the full spectrum of human misery. But no matter how they reacted, they were met with the enforcers' shock batons. After nearly 1,000 exiles were forced onto the great elevator, the doors closed and the elevator began its descent. The enforcers' weapons drawn surrounded the prisoners in a corner. Li Qinwu's gaze swept over the exiles, quickly locking onto the person he was to retrieve, a poor wretch sitting in a wheelchair, both legs amputated below the knees, along with his grim-faced parents and younger brother. Seeing this, Li Qinwu stepped forward and waved, shouting into the crowd, "Cousin Kate! Cousin Kate!" Kate, the soldier whose legs had been blown off by a mine, heard his name and turned to look at Li Qinwu. Li Qinwu kept waving until he was sure Kate had seen him and understood he was there to pick him up. Then he lowered his hand, his gaze fixed on the enforcers. His shouting had already caught the attention of 2 enforcers who raised their shock batons and glared at him with hostility. But Li Qinwu was standing far away, and he immediately stopped his clamor. The enforcers couldn't very well charge over to beat him, so they just shot him warning looks. Li Qinwu's plan was to bribe the enforcers to bring Kate's family to his side. When the great elevator reached the underhive, they could leave with the safe zone workers, avoiding the need to snatch people from the rats' jaws. But this group of enforcers clearly wasn't going to make things easy for him. One enforcer had already activated his shock baton, which crackled with electricity. If Li Qinwu dared to approach, he wouldn't hesitate to give him a powerful jolt. However, Li Qinwu had a trick up his sleeve. He sat down cross-legged on the spot, pulled a can of meat from his backpack, opened it, set up an alcohol stove, and began to heat the can right there. A few minutes later, the hot oil in the can began to bubble. The aroma, a rich blend of heavy oil, salt, spices, and meat reminiscent of Chongqing hot pot, wafted through the air, drawing the gaze of everyone on the great elevator. When Li Qinwu judged the can was heated enough, he pulled out a fork, speared a piece of meat coated in red oil, waved it in front of the enforcers, and took a big bite. Loud gulping sounds filled the air. Even the enforcers with their high salaries couldn't afford meat in the current Hive City environment. They had to eat corpse starch. Suddenly hit by the scent of such heavy oil, salt, and spices, their mouths began to water profusely. Unashamed, Li Qinwu devoured the entire can in front of over 1,000 people. He stood up, wiped the red oil from his lips, ignored the enforcers who were staring longingly at his empty can, and shouted to Kate's family, whose hands were bound, "Cousin Kate, when the elevator arrives, move towards me. They'll take you to my home in the underhive." An enforcer was about to bark at Li Qinwu, but his captain stopped him. The captain looked at the 4 cans Li Qinwu had left on the ground, then back at the disabled prisoner in the wheelchair, who wanted to respond, but dared not. He recalled the tantalizing aroma of the can Li Qinwu had just eaten, and his mouth began to water again. He glanced at the 4 cans by Li Qinwu's feet and murmured something to his subordinate. The subordinate enforcer was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. When the great elevator reached the underhive, the enforcers began driving the people off. It was still brutally rough. They would unlock the prisoners' shackles, stun them with a shock baton until they were incapacitated, and then kick them off the elevator. But when it came to Kate's family, the enforcers unlocked their shackles and merely shoved them roughly towards Li Qinwu without giving them an electric shock. Kate's family knew they had received special treatment and kept quiet. Under Li Qinwu's guidance, they followed him through the workers' passage. Little Joel and the others who had been guarding the elevator entrance saw that Li Qinwu had successfully retrieved the people and taken the workers' passage and breathed a sigh of relief. Although they were well-equipped, over 1,000 rats were gathered there. The thought of snatching people from amidst so many rats still made them a bit nervous. But now that the boss had the people, they could execute Plan B. They all put away their weapons and headed towards the water. After that, Li Qinwu led Kate's family to meet up with little Joel and the others. Taking advantage of the rats being busy tormenting the exiles by the elevator, they quickly slipped back to the brewing workshop. The great elevator's doors slowly closed, sealing off the underhive's depravity. Dozens of enforcers gradually gathered around the 4 cans Li Qinwu had left on the ground. The captain picked up the 4 cans, weighed them in his hand, and confirmed they were genuine. A flicker of joy crossed his normally rigid, stern face. He stuffed 1 can directly into his pocket and tossed the remaining 3 to his dozens of men. Sell these yourselves and split the money. From now on, if that rat wants to take people again and shows his appreciation, give him the convenience. After picking up the people, Li Qinwu returned to the hideout, then watched the 4 he brought back with keen interest. There was Kate, a PDF soldier with a broken leg, his legs gone below the knees. It was said the bastard got drunk out of his mind, wandered into a minefield, and blew his own legs off. Now he could only peel potatoes. Then came Cobble, Kate's younger brother, just over 20 years old, in the prime of his youth. He was tall and robust, standing at 1.95 meters with arms as thick as an average man's thighs, a truly high-quality young laborer. Next was their father, Cass, also a very sturdy man, 1.9 meters tall. Although he was getting on in years, his vitality was still evident, and he could serve as a warrior as well. Lastly was Lady Lise, a middle-aged woman with a face full of sorrow, standing at 1.8 meters. This family had exceptional genetic height, all born with Schwarzenegger-like physiques. But because that bastard Kate had blown off his own legs, the entire family was exiled to the underhive. In a way, they were all ruined by Kate. His situation was different from little Joel's. Little Joel's family was exiled for legitimate reasons. Kate's was entirely due to his own reckless behavior. This led to a stark difference in how the two families viewed their exile. Little Joel's family held on to the spirit of never giving up or abandoning each other, facing life together. The Kai family, on the other hand, felt they had been ruined by a fool. So the Kai family was now filled with resentment, sitting in sullen silence. When Kai's younger brother realized they had been brought to a distillery, his face darkened even further. Li Qinwu sensed that Kai's younger brother was projecting some of the blame for their exile onto him, perhaps because he was a liquor dealer. Li Qinwu was a bit irritated. He had traveled a long way to bring this family over, and instead of gratitude, they greeted him with scowls. When little Joel's family was rescued, they had nearly knelt to him in thanks. Big Joel immediately pledged to be his sworn follower. That was the right attitude. If it were anyone else, Li Qinwu would have told the Kai family to get lost. He wasn't a dumping ground for their but seeing that the whole family had Schwarzenegger-like builds, each one capable of doing the work of two, and could serve as warriors, Li Qinwu decided to grant them a sliver of tolerance. The reason they were putting on such a sour face was that Li Qinwu's retrieval of them had gone too smoothly. Unlike when he rescued little Joel's family, which had been a near-death experience, the Kai family hadn't undergone any such trial. Still, it wasn't too late to remedy that. Blade, come here. Li Qinwu called out to Blade, who was inspecting the brewing vats. Blade immediately hurried over. Blade had already fully integrated himself into the distillery. As soon as the people were brought back, he went straight to check on the fermentation tanks, showing great initiative. Li Qinwu pointed at the 4 Kai family members and said to Blade, take them to the sewage outlet for a day. Give them a proper underhive welcome. Then, depending on how things go, you can decide whether to bring them back. With that, Li Qinwu turned and walked away without a backward glance, opening the hideout door to go practice. Blade didn't understand what Li Qinwu meant at first, but when he saw the 4 sullen, silent figures, he got it. He picked up his automatic rifle, finger resting beside the trigger guard, and approached the 4 Kai family members. You 4 come with me. The boss wants me to give you a welcome ceremony. Kai's younger brother frowned and asked, what welcome ceremony? Blade ignored him, opened the large iron door of the distillery, and walked straight out. Feeling ignored, Kai's younger brother was a bit annoyed. He was about to press further when his father stopped him. Push your brother and follow. We're on their turf now, so we follow their orders. Let's go. Muttering under his breath, Kai's younger brother went to the wheelchair, pushed his brother, and followed his parents out of the distillery. As for Kate in the wheelchair, he looked like a corpse. The 4 Kai family members followed Blade, heading toward the safe zone. An hour later, they arrived at the sewage outlet near the safe zone. The sewage outlet was a ridiculously massive pipe of passage directly connecting the mid-hive and the upper hive. Its purpose was to dump all the garbage from the upper and mid-hives into the underhive in one go. Most of the garbage dumped from here was dry waste, but it was inevitably mixed with some liquid refuse, so the majority of the dumped material was semi-damp. Whenever the garbage dumps in the mid and upper hives accumulated enough trash, the sewage outlet would open and dump tens of thousands of tons of waste at once. This garbage had accumulated into a mountain in the underhive said to be 100 kilometers high. At the very bottom of the garbage mountain was a colossal pulverizer like something out of Titan myth. It would slowly, bit by bit, devour the tens of kilometers high mountain of trash, grinding it into powder for incineration. The heat from this burning would then feed back into the entire hive city. No one had ever seen the giant pulverizer at the base of the garbage mountain, but the rats lingering near the mountain witnessed it every day. The mountain would sink by a few hundred meters as the giant pulverizer consumed the trash. But just as it devoured a few hundred meters, the sewage outlet would dump even more garbage, making the mountain grow tall. In the grim darkness of the Warhammer 40k universe, even a pulverizer of titan-like proportions working day and night could not handle the waste generated by a super city of 100 billion people. Sooner or later, the excess garbage would fill the entire hive city. The pulverizer's purpose was merely to prolong this process, much like the heroes of the Imperium of Man, whose efforts only delayed humanity's extinction. By now, Blade had led the 4 Kai family members to the garbage mountain. They hid in a pipe looking out at the mountainous pile of refuse. The entire garbage mountain was contained within a single massive circular pipe 10 kilometers in diameter. This circular pipe extended downward for over 100 kilometers with the pulverizer at the very bottom. The entire 100-kilometer length of the pipe was filled with garbage produced by the hive city. At that moment, tens of thousands of people were moving about on the garbage mountain below, picking and sifting through the trash, searching for anything useful or useless. The pipe Blade and his group were in was a small maintenance pipe with a 50-meter drop to the garbage mountain below. Blade found a comfortable spot to lean against, pulled a rag from his waist pouch, and began meticulously polishing his beloved gun, completely ignoring the Kai family. The Kai family had been wondering why Blade brought them here. But upon seeing the immense garbage dump and the dense crowds on it, they were stunned, their eyes fixed on the scene below. These scavengers stood on the refuse of the upper and mid-hive inhabitants, endlessly searching, rummaging, digging, and clawing, as if there were treasures hidden in this semi-damp, bacteria-laden filth. Some scavengers had already dug pits 2 or 3 meters deep into the garbage mountain, jumping into these pits to sift through the trash. The semi-damp garbage oozed foul, stinking wastewater. When scavengers dug pits in the mountain, the wastewater would collect in these depressions due to gravity. Jumping into these pits meant jumping into the wastewater to scavenge. When they emerged, they were covered in a thick, yellow-black, viscous, unknown liquid. In the eyes of the Kai family, the garbage mountain had transformed into a giant cesspool, and the people moving on it had become writhing white maggots. Ugh! Under the dual assault of psychological and physical revulsion, Kai's mother vomited. His father hurried to comfort her. Kate and his brother also looked terribly pale. The scene had numbed them. They had heard long ago that the Underhive was no place for humans to live, but now they saw it as a living hell. Did one have to live so wretchedly and disgustingly to survive here? But their welcome to the Underhive was not yet over. Somewhere in the garbage mountain, a scavenger pushed aside a pile of debris and found a perfectly square iron box. He opened the iron box and froze. Inside was a broken cream cake. His pupils contracted, his heart raced, and adrenaline surged. He quickly closed the lid, stuffed the box into the patched cloth sack on his back, and tried to flee the area. But his hasty movements caught the attention of a few nearby scavengers. One of them grabbed his arm, staring. "You just found an iron box, right? What's in it?" The scavenger who found the box shook off his hand and turned to, "Just some valuable parts. I'm going to trade them to the gang for cash." Unsatisfied with this answer, the other scavenger grabbed his arm again. "What did you really find? Open it and show me." The scavenger with the cake, annoyed by the persistent pestering, narrowed his eyes, suddenly turned and plunged a knife into the man's stomach. "I found your mother's promotion tool." After killing him, he turned and ran. On his back was a cream cake. Although he had no idea what a cream cake was, the moment he opened the iron box, the mixed aroma of sugar, oil, and milk briefly overpowered the stench of the garbage dump. In that instant, he knew that his worthless life, born from a prostitute's womb, spent 20 years scraping by on this stinking garbage mountain, had all been for the sake of finding this iron box. Now he cared about nothing else. He just wanted to find a place without the stench, eat the contents of the iron box clean, and then his purpose in life would be fulfilled and he could die. But perhaps completing this final mission was too difficult. As he turned to sprint out of the dump, the man he had stabbed began to yell loudly. "Stop him. He found food. It's a delicacy left over by the lords of the upper hive. Something you worthless lives could taste once and then die for. Aya!" His screams echoed across the circular garbage mountain 10 kilometers in diameter, stirring the deepest desires of these maggots. Even the maggots in the cesspool were intensely curious about the delicacies on the tables of the noble lords of the upper hive. For these maggots, even just a glimpse would make their worthless lives worthwhile. And so the slaughter began. Tens of thousands of people erupted into chaos on the garbage dump, killing each other with steel pipes, sharpened iron sheets, even bricks. The air was filled with screams, pleas for mercy, and maniacal laughter. These tens of thousands began killing each other with no reason at all. The man carrying the iron box with the cream cake was in the very first wave of the riot, torn apart along with the cake, his remains blending into the trash heap. More and more people crowded in, killing each other. Bodies piled upon bodies. The so-called cream cake was long buried under layers of corpses. But by now everyone had gone completely mad, caught in a frenzy similar to a military camp riot. All reason was lost, and they mindlessly hacked at anyone nearby. These garbage-colored people created a heap of garbage-like corpses on the mountain. The chaos continued for over half an hour with no sign of abating. They became even more frenzied and brutal. Could any of them still remember why they had started killing in the first place? In the midst of this mad, terrifying battle, a loud, rumbling sound came from above their heads. Then garbage began to fall from the unseen top, hitting the mountain with a pattering sound like rain. The pattering grew faster and faster. Faster. People started getting injured and killed by falling. When one maggot finally regained some sanity from the killing frenzy and looked up, what he saw was a mountain of trash falling from the sky. Boom, 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 boom. Hundreds of thousands of tons of garbage crashed down from the top sewage outlet, triggering a violent earthquake. The 4 Kai family members in the maintenance pipe screamed in terror, scrambling backward until they reached the end. Only when the thunderous rumbling ceased did they regain some composure. Trembling, they moved back to the pipe's opening and looked out at the garbage mountain. The mountain had now risen by over 50 meters, almost level with the maintenance pipe they were in. The maggots that had been slaughtering each other moments before were now completely merged with the garbage mountain, becoming... The Kai family stared at this man-devouring mountain with mixed emotions. But then, to their astonishment, scavengers began emerging from the adjacent pipes, one by one, holding steel pipes and starting to pry at the garbage on the ground. More and more scavengers appeared, gradually moving from the relatively safe edges toward the center of the mountain, just to increase their chances of finding valuable trash, completely unafraid of being crushed by falling debris from above. It was a cycle of filthy, man-eating, maddening cycle. The 4 Kai family members were now utterly speechless, shaken to their core. The first to recover was Kai's father. Now he understood what Blade had meant by their welcome ceremony. It was a show of force. He recalled his family's behavior since arriving in the Underhive, remembering the frown on Li Qinhui's face when he looked at them. A chill ran down his spine. They had acted like they were here to be masters, not refugees. Without the protection of that man who seemed to have some standing in the Underhive, how could this family possibly fare well? Mr. Blade. Kai's father hurriedly turned to say something to Blade, but Blade was nowhere to be seen. Panic-stricken, Kai's father grabbed his family and rushed back the way they had come. The Kai family of 4 returned to the brewing workshop. Xiao Dao knocked on the iron door of their hiding place, and Li Qinhu, drenched in sweat and wearing only a small vest, stepped out. He cast a glance at the 4 Kais, whose muscles were taut and demeanor now respectful. Kai's father said deferentially, "Sir, thank you for taking us in and giving us a place to stay in the Underhive. From now on, we are at your command, ready to carry out any order." Li Qinhu hummed in acknowledgement. Truly, one couldn't skip the cutscene. Look, after going through it, everyone transformed from aloof warrior-like figures into docile giants. Li Qinhu looked at the 2 able-bodied men, Kai's father and brother, and said, "You 2 are tall and sturdy. I want you to bear arms and fight for me. Can you do it?" Both nodded in unison. They had already grasped how harsh life was in the Underhive, and now they would do whatever Li Qinhu assigned them. Besides, wasn't there a saying that he who holds the gun rules? By giving them weapons, Li Qinhu was essentially granting them the means to survive and a status. After their baptism in the junkyard, the family vaguely understood that firearms were not just weapons, but also symbols of identity in the Underhive. Li Qinhu called little Joel over and pointed at Kai's father and brother. "Take them to practice according to that PDF routine, mainly focusing on discipline. Once discipline is sorted, issue them guns and let them fire 500 rounds for practice." The so-called discipline involved standing at attention and tidying up quarters. Even in the era of Warhammer 40k, the method of folding blankets persisted, used by various Astra Militarum and PDF forces, as it was the cheapest way to temper a soldier's temperament. Little Joel was usually soft-natured, so assigning him to train 2 intimidating muscle-bound men wasn't wise, but Li Qinhu did it deliberately. He wanted to see if the 2 would err or disobey Little Joel's orders. If Little Joel reported that they defied commands, Li Qinhu would expel the entire family. This was his obedience. Having arranged for the 2 big men, Li Qinhu turned to Kai's mother. "Mrs. Kai, from now on you'll join Miss Sansa, Miss Dao, and the others in managing logistics, cooking, and some brewing tasks." Kai's mother nodded in agreement. Li Qinhu then looked at Kai's brother in the wheelchair. "As for you, you'll be part of the logistics team, with the women doing what you can, like peeling potatoes. Let me warn you now, in my brewing workshop you are not allowed to drink alcohol. If you dare to drink, get out of here. Your drinking harms not only yourself, but also your family. I won't let you drag me down too. So you must not drink." Kai's brother nodded shamefully, even covering his face and weeping as if repentant. But Li Qinhu knew some alcoholics repented now only to relapse later. He said to everyone, "You all have the duty to supervise him. If he drinks, report to me immediately. This man has ruined one family through drink. If he continues, he might ruin us too. If you shield him, you're being irresponsible to us all." Then he turned to Xiao Dao. "After this batch of liquor is sold, the money is all yours. Go call back those workers we hired last time. We need to expand the pipes and brew 10 tons of potatoes in one go. During the expansion, make sure to build this guy's room far from the brewing area. From now on, our workshop will be divided into living quarters, brewing area, material storage, and liquor maturation zone. Li Qinwu thought it absurd to have an alcoholic quit drinking inside a brewery if physical separation was necessary. Renault had been laying water pipes for the workshop, and since it was due for expansion, it was the perfect time to separate living and working areas. That bastard would stay in the living area and not enter the brewing zone. Kai's brother felt deep shame, and the other three Kais wore complex expressions. After arranging production matters, Li Qinwu returned to his hideout to continue training while the Kai family slowly integrated with the group. Kai's father and brother stood at attention under little Joel's supervision for 3 hours daily, and little Joel checked their beds for neatness, giving them a hard time. Little Joel was too gentle to speak harshly, making his supervision of the two like a sheep managing tigers. Kai's brother often found the PDF military rules unbearable, but his father always kept him in check. If you want your brother and mother to be thrown out, go ahead and cause trouble. We might as well find a quiet place and die. Kai's father's words silenced his son, and thereafter they obeyed little Joel's every order without complaint. One day, as Li Qinwu was training at home, his radio crackled. Lieutenant Rudison sent a message. Lieutenant Winchester was about to move out, and he needed to get to the barracks immediately. Li Qinwu kicked open the door, grabbed his sniper rifle and an automatic gun, and shouted to everyone in the workshop, "Quick, load all our brewed liquor onto the cart. We're moving out." This batch of liquor had been bottled days ago, waiting for this very moment. Everyone sprang into action, hauling bottles onto the small train, even Xiao Dao's mother lending a hand. After a dose of green stim, most of Xiao Dao's mother's injuries had healed, and her physiological age had regressed to around 50. Li Qinwu had repeatedly told her not to do heavy work, but whenever there was a task, she'd still volunteer. Underhive dwellers feared nothing more than being unwanted, fearing they'd become wild rats outside without work. They worked together, swiftly loading the liquor onto the small train, which then headed to the surface. This time, Lieutenant Rudison had already driven ahead to wait at the ventilation shaft, clearly anxious. They transferred the liquor to the truck, and the military vehicle drove toward the PDF camp. On the way, Lieutenant Rudison asked Li Qinwu, "Are you ready? I got word from the colonel. Lieutenant Winchester has taken his noble guards to the regiment headquarters requesting to deploy. The colonel is stalling him with paperwork, but he'll march out tomorrow morning for sure." Li Qinwu chuckled. "Winchester's not with his company now. Perfect. I've brewed some potent head and tail liquor. He'll send it to his men and guarantee they'll be dead drunk by tomorrow." After the military truck arrived at the camp of 2nd Lieutenant Ruderson, as usual, he sold 100 milliliters for 8 yuan, allowing Ruderson's soldiers to distribute it themselves. Later, Li Qinwu, accompanied by a few men, including Xiao Dao, carried a few rare items and headed towards the camp of Lieutenant Winchester. These bottles of liquor didn't contain anything special. They merely mixed in some base alcohol, making it easier to get drunk and causing nausea and dizziness. They quickly arrived at Lieutenant Winchester's camp, which had a similar atmosphere to Ruderson's side, filled with soldiers lounging, sleeping, and playing cards. The discipline there was even slightly worse. Lieutenant Winchester was a minor noble. Although he held the title of company commander, he usually did not stay with the troops, but resided in Shangqiao. How could a noble like him live among these soldier rascals? The soldiers might not see their company commander for 10 days or half a month, and the lack of discipline was nearly comparable to the external insurgents. On the other hand, 2nd Lieutenant Ruderson lived alongside his soldiers, considering their welfare and that of their families when they were injured. Although his soldiers were usually relaxed when it came to the battlefield, they would stand with 2nd Lieutenant Ruderson through thick and thin. As for Lieutenant Winchester, who was he? If it weren't for his rank, the soldiers wouldn't even bother to acknowledge him. Li Qinwu strolled into Lieutenant Winchester's camp like a street punk. A few soldiers set up their campaign beds under the sun to bask in it. Upon seeing Li Qinwu and his group enter, they glanced over and nonchalantly asked, "What are you here for?" Li Qinwu set down the box, opened it, and took out 2 bottles of liquor, gently clinking them together, producing a clear glass sound that drew the attention of all the lazy soldiers in the camp. Li Qinwu shouted, "Come and see, liquor is on sale, pure grain liquor. It's delicious and won't hurt your head, perfectly intoxicating. Now it's a discount, just 5 yuan for 1 bottle, 20 yuan for 3. Damn, 3 bottles for just 20 yuan. You're not selling fake liquor, are you?" An officer suddenly appeared in front of Li Qinwu, snatched a bottle, and twisted the cap open. "I want to taste it. If you dare sell fake liquor, I'll kick you out." Saying this, he gulped down a 100 milliliter bottle of high-proof liquor like it was oral solution. The officer smacked his lips and pulled out another bottle from the box. "Damn, I drank too fast and didn't taste it." Then he gulped down another bottle. Li Qinwu's eyelids twitched. That was 200 milliliters of high-proof liquor, and the guy didn't even blink as he chugged it down. He was genuinely afraid this person would drop dead in front of him. He cautiously asked, "Sir, so how does it taste?" The officer burped, looked at Li Qinwu, and his pupils gradually. He gave a thumbs up. "Halasha. Then he collapsed to the ground, snoring loudly, slipping into a peaceful. Seeing this, other soldiers rushed over to buy liquor from Li Qinwu. While collecting money and handing out bottles, he overheard a conversation between two soldiers. Didn't they say Lieutenant Winchester is coming back tomorrow to take us into action? Isn't it bad if we get drunk today? What do we care? That son of a bitch Winchester, if he gains credit, it's for himself, not us. Besides, we are just here to make up the numbers. He has a dozen hounds raised by nobles by his side. Those 10 guys are all equipped with laser guns. One can take out 100 insurgents without a problem. Alright, but is it better to spend 5 yuan on 1 bottle, or 20 yuan on 3? Why are you asking me? I can't do math. It's better to buy 3 at once, so anyway those discounts mean the more you buy the higher the discount. In the blink of an eye, Li Qinwu sold all the liquor. Every soldier bought more than 3 bottles and drank them immediately, showing no interest in peanuts. Each one was tougher than the last. Li Qinwu felt that these guys wouldn't be able to metabolize all the alcohol in their bodies for at least 3 or 4 days. Tomorrow, he couldn't expect these soldiers to go to battle under Lieutenant Winchester. Seeing that most of the soldiers were already quite drunk, Li Qinwu glanced towards the corner of the camp, where the Chimera troop transport was parked. Taking advantage of everyone being drunk and not watching him, he slowly approached the Chimera transport. He leaned against the fuel tank, inserted a mechanical key into the lock, and gently turned it, opening the fuel tank. The mechanical key was borrowed from 2nd Lieutenant Ruderson, who got it from Sergeant Neek. This type of mass-produced weaponry had many universal keys for convenience and maintenance. Even starting the Chimera transport didn't require a key. It could be started directly with a button. These weapons were kept in a military camp. With so many people watching, there was no fear of theft. If it were captured by the enemy, it would probably be from a rocket or heavy artillery, and whether or not there was a key wouldn't matter. With his back to the Chimera transport, Li Qinwu skillfully opened the fuel tank cover and took out a bottle from his waist pouch, pouring in the fuel mixed with ceramic steel powder. He was very familiar with this action, having practiced it many times at 2nd Lieutenant Ruderson's camp. After completing this set of actions, he looked at the camp before him, where the soldiers were all drunk and unconscious. He quickly turned around, unzipped his pants, and urinated into the fuel tank. Why not just pour the urine direct? Because doing so was meant to humiliate the machine spirit, making it rage and malfunction. Pouring a bottle of urine in was different from simply urinating into the tank in terms of humiliation. Bitch, suck my dick. Li Qinwu slapped the fuel tank cover back on, as if he were slapping someone. After doing all this, he kicked away an empty bottle at his feet and swaggered off. He returned to 2nd Lieutenant Ruderson's camp and informed him that everything was ready. Tomorrow would be Lieutenant Winchester's demise. He and 2nd Lieutenant Ruderson purchased several remote-controlled bombs, and along with his juniors returned to the ventilation duct. The rebel Parsons' biochemical horse galloped swiftly, jostling Li Qinwu so violently that his eggs nearly scrambled in the saddle. After covering over 40 kilometers in no time, Li Qinwu dismounted shakily and found himself in the rebel camp. The camp had grown even larger since his last visit, sprawling out like a small marketplace. Quick, take me to Old Son. I need to speak with him, Li Qinwu said to Parson. Parson nodded and led him. However, with a sniper rifle, an automatic rifle, and a suit of armor strapped to his back, his heavily armed appearance made the rebels nervous. For guards armed with automatic rifles trailed behind him, ready to prevent any trouble. Li Qinwu followed these wary guards into Old Son's wooden hut. Old Son tried to exchange pleasantries, but Li Qinwu cut him off bluntly. Stop the nonsense. I'm here to tell you that the PDF is coming to attack at dawn tomorrow. Startled, Old Son pressed for details. Li Qinwu quickly explained the situation with Lieutenant Winchester and his company. Old Son's face was a mask of disbelief, his heart racing with panic. How is this possible? We haven't clashed with the PDF in a while. Are they breaking the unspoken agreement? Currently, a stalemate had formed on the planet. The PDF couldn't push out, and the rebels couldn't break in. A 20-kilometer buffer zone lay between their respective positions, but under some unseen influence, it had become a no man's land. Soldiers rarely crossed it to attack the enemy's rear. For some time, the rebels hadn't assaulted the PDF camps, and the PDF hadn't ventured into the buffer zone to raid rebel outposts. Both sides maintained a tacit understanding. Minor skirmishes were fine, but no major battles, just muddling through day by day. But now, hearing from Li Qinwu that the PDF planned to break the rules and strike their rear base, Old Son found it. Li Qinwu let out a scoff. What's so hard to believe? That bastard Lieutenant Winchester is a noble. He needs military merit to climb the ranks, so he's leading troops to wipe out a rebel squad and polish his resume. And guess who he picked? You. Old Son fumed. Why us? Because you're closest to his post. He drew a straight line on the map and picked the nearest target. And that wasn't just Li Qinwu's guess. Had seen a map in Lieutenant Ruderson's tent. A straight line from there led directly to Old Son's base. Old Son's face cycled through shades of red, blue, and white as his mind raced. Li Qinwu asked, so what's your plan? Run or fight? Old Son eyed Li Qinwu's full gear and dual rifle suspicious. Why warn us? Just because we do? Li Qinwu nodded, then shook his head. I won't lie to you. Partly yes. Our grain trade is steady, and I don't know other rebel groups, so I'd rather not deal with them. But also the PDF soldier's gear is valuable. If you choose to fight, it'll help. He hefted his sniper rifle. But let's be clear, anyone I kill, their equipment is mine. You don't get to loot my kills. Old Sun stared into Li Qinhui's eyes, searching for deceit. And if I choose to run? Li Qinhui shrugged. Then I'll still try to ambush these PDF soldiers on my own. If I can kill one and grab his gear, I'll sell for at least 10,000 in the Underhive. If I manage to kill a noble's guard, even better. Just the laser rifle alone would be worth a fortune. A full set of gear could fetch 20 to 30,000. Of course, if you run ID, suggest telling the neighboring rebel outpost to do the same. Otherwise, when Winchester finds you gone hell, just turn on them. To him, one rebel is as good as another. As long as he crushes a base, he gets his credit. After a long deliberation, Old Sun decided to summon the leaders of nearby rebel outposts to discuss a joint response. Soon 7 or 8 rebel leaders arrived on horseback with their guards gathering in Old Sun's wooden hut. Li Qinhui, an outsider, wasn't allowed in. He waited outside, unhurriedly polishing his sniper rifle with an oil-soaked cloth to appease its machine spirit. After over half an hour, he was summoned back inside. As he entered, he saw a room full of grim faces. The news Li Qinhui brought was devastating to these rebel leaders. They had built their base like a home, erecting houses and cultivating the surrounding land for crops. If they chose to flee, the PDF would surely burn everything to the ground, reducing their hard-built home to ashes. Li Qinhui asked, "So have you decided? Run or fight?" Either way, he had a plan to handle Lieutenant Winchester. If the rebels chose to fight, that was ideal. Li Qinhui could blend in and inflict maximum damage on Winchester's forces. If they fled, he'd have to go it alone, sniping from the shadows like a vermin. If Winchester failed his mission and lost men to Li Qinhui's rifle, his promotion would be doomed. The rebel leaders glared at Li Qinhui. One of them slammed the table, pointing a finger at his nose. "Speak. Why are you bringing us this news? What are you after? Are you a PDF spy? Are you conspiring with them to wipe?" Li Qinhui was taken aback for a moment, then exploded with rage. Gripping the solid wood table, he heaved, and with a crash flipped it over. No one expected such a volatile reaction. Before the rebel leaders could react, the heavy table pinned them down, eliciting groans of pain. Li Qinhui pointed at the leader who had shouted at him and roared, "What the hell is wrong with you? Do you want to die? How dare you talk to your father like that? They'll beat the shit out of you." The hot-tempered leader yelled back, "Guards, arrest him." 2 guards moved in from either side, aiming to restrain Li Qinhui. Li Qinhui lunged forward, kicking one guard squarely in the gut. The man flew into the wooden wall with a crack, crumpling to the floor and clutching his stomach like a shrimp, unable to utter a word. Then he punched the second guard square in the face, breaking his nose with a scream. In seconds, Li Qinhui had subdued both guards, leaving the room in chaos. He charged at the leader who had yelled at him and delivered a thunderous slap. The leader cried out, spitting 2 teeth. Li Qinhui mounted him, pinning his arms under his knees, and rained punches on his face, turning it into a "Can't you talk properly? They'll teach you how to speak to me." Thump, 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 thump. Arf. Li Qinhui's sudden violent assault caught everyone off guard. The foul-mouthed rebel leader was pummeled by Li Qinhui's fists until his legs went rigid, appearing on the brink of death. Other rebel leaders hastily drew their guns, aiming at Li Qinhui's back. "Stop! Stop right now! Stop, or we'll shoot! Guards! Guards!" They shouted frantically, some with fingers already on the trigger. Old Sun, seeing the drawn weapons, rushed forward to shield Li Qinhui. "Put down your guns. Anyone who dares kill a guest on my turf will face me to the bitter end." Though these rebels belonged to the same organization, they were not a monolithic entity. Their structure resembled the warring feudal lords of medieval times. Except for a few paramount leaders, the lower-ranking rebel chieftains held equal status. If someone were killed while a guest on Old Sun's territory, it would be an extremely grave matter. Old Sun's reputation would be utterly shattered. Regardless of the reason, as the host, if a guest died on his grounds, it signified his failure. He would never again have a seat at the table. Seeing Old Sun intervene, the rebel leaders holstered their weapons. Killing a guest with a gun on another's territory was also a serious transgression. Old Sun first calmed the crowd, then quickly grabbed Li Qinhui from behind, trying to pull him away. "Stop! Stop! You'll kill him. Let's get down to business, the real business." Li Qinhui, though beating the man, had been listening keenly. Sensing the situation stabilized by Old Sun, he ceased his assault and sprang to his feet. He spat on the unconscious rebel leader's face, then turned and berated the assembled leaders. "You bunch, use your thick skulls. What do you think Li Qinhui stand to gain from cooperating with the PDF? What from you geniuses who only know how to farm? Your worthless lives as mud-footed peasants aren't worth the cost of the bullets the PDF would waste on you. Being killed by bullets mass-produced by the machine cult would be your good fortune." Li Qinhui's tirade left the rebel leaders red-faced and furious. They felt the venom of his words and retaliated with curses of their own. The exchange of insults saw Li Qinhui unleash the full breadth of his vocabulary from the Academy of Profane Linguistics. It was a symphony of floral profanity. Everyone present, including the dog passing by the door, and all their female ancestors living or dead, were graced by Li Qinhui's tender words. He instantly gained over 200 sons and 1,000 grandsons. The rebel leaders, along with the dozens of guards summoned, were moved by Li Qinhui's gentle whispers. Their faces flushed like cherry bombs in Plants vs. Zombies, blushing a maidenly red. Instantly, over 20 gun muzzles and more than 40 blades were aimed at Li Qinhui. Had Old Sun not intervened, Li Qinhui would have been minced into a fine paste. Old Sun pleaded for calm, reminding them that the PDF would attack tomorrow and they needed to strategize. But both parties seemed addicted, endlessly insulting each other's mothers. Finally, Old Sun, pushed to his limit, stepped aside, no longer blocking between them. The moment he moved, the torrent of abuse ceased. The once roaring cabin fell into a silence so profound you could hear a pin drop. Old Sun trembled with rage, pointing at both factions. Go on. Curse. Fight. Weren't you just so eager? Weren't you just so brave? I'm not stopping you now. Go ahead. Both sides looked sheepish and fell silent. With Old Sun as a buffer, they had felt safe to spew venom. But with him gone, facing each other directly, they became wary. It was like two dogs barking at each other through a fence, eager to tear the other apart. Yet once the gate opened, both dogs fell silent. Old Sun snorted coldly and ordered the guards, right the table. Take the unconscious Aram out to rest. Minutes later, the wooden table Li Qinhui had overturned was set upright. The group sat around it in silence. Old Sun grunted, "He'll say it again. It's noon now. Tomorrow a PDF company will come to sweep through. This concerns our lives and the lives of the people under our rule. Anyone who dares to joke around from now on, get out of here immediately. You are not welcome." His words set the tone. The group no longer fixated on whether Li Qinhui was a spy. After all, he had brought them critical information. Why would a spy do that? They chattered and debated, faced with two choices: concentrate their forces and fight, or retreat. None were willing to retreat. Their stronghold had been established for some time. Fields were cleared, houses built. Some had even dug irrigation canals, erected water towers, set up schools, and opened small workshops. Abandoning all this to the PDF would be like going back to square one. As mentioned, these rebel leaders were akin to medieval warlords, not a unified whole, each politically and militarily independent. If they lost their land and sought help from other leaders, they would be taken in out of comradeship. But that would be like a warlord losing his army and territory, reduced to a commoner. A man cannot live a single day without power. So after nearly 20 minutes, the decision was made: fight. They would first evacuate the elderly, women, and children. If they lost, the non-combatants could seek refuge with other rebel groups. Next came the consolidation of forces. Excluding the peacefully slumbering rebel, there were 8 leaders present. Scraping together their resources, they assembled the following army: 120 cavalry, 350 spearmen, and 700 able-bodied men with cold weapons. Despite their numbers and weapons, every face was etched with worry. They lacked confidence in victory. The gap between them and the PDF was still too vast. The PDF possessed advanced firearms armor that cheap bullets couldn't penetrate, and chimera armored vehicles the rebels couldn't hope to stop. Their ragtag forces would shatter upon contact with the PDF. As the group pondered their hopeless situation, Old Sun looked toward Li Qinhui, who sat in a corner, silently smoking. "Scavenger, sir, how should we fight this battle? Do you have any ideas?" The rebel soldiers looked at Old Sun in surprise. Was it really appropriate to ask an outsider about such matters? Shouldn't they first drive this stranger away before discussing their plans? Li Qinhui took a drag from his cigarette, rose to his feet, and pulled a crude hand-drawn map from his pocket, slapping it onto the table. "Here is the PDF camp, and here is your stronghold. There's a dirt road stretching straight from the PDF camp. I suspect the PDF company will take this route." With that, Li Qinhui unzipped the backpack he had been carrying and dumped its contents onto the table with a clatter. The assembled rebels looked at the items and gasped. Explosives. Sticks of dynamite. Among them was a military-grade explosive he had purchased from a black market. He held a remote detonator capable of triggering the military explosive from up to 5 kilometers away. "We know when the enemy is coming and the direction they'll take. Let's dig a pit on the road, bury these explosives, and when the Chimera troop transport arrives, it'll press this button and send them flying into the sky." This was Li Qinhui's plan to deal with the Chimera troop transport: bury a remote-controlled bomb and blow it up. But the rebels present shook their heads at his proposal. Old Sun said, "It won't work. We've tried this many times before, planting bombs on the road to ambush PDF convoys. The PDF has learned their lesson. They won't stick to the roads. Instead, they'll traverse the open wilderness. Most of the area here is flat plains, and it hasn't rained. PDF military vehicles have excellent off-road capability, so they usually drive haphazardly." Li Qinhui suddenly recalled that he had ridden in Lieutenant Rudsun's military vehicle several times before. That bastard always loved driving recklessly across the wild. Even when there were paved or dirt roads nearby, he avoided them. So that was the reason. Li Qinhui spread his hand. "Then I'm out of ideas. These are all the tactics I can offer against the Chimera troop transport. Li Qinwu did not disclose his infiltration of Lieutenant Winchester's camp. With so many years around, if any of them were captured by the PDF and gave him up, it would endanger both himself and Lieutenant Rudson. After all, the enemy had already been weakened, giving their side an advantage. There was no need to tell them. Old Sin picked up a detonator, examined it closely, and a resolute glint flashed in his eyes. "Leave these explosives to us. We'll bring them right up to the Chimera troop transport." Li Qinwu asked in confusion, "What do you plan to do?" "Tie them to a cavalryman and have him charge in under the cover of our comrades." Li Qinwu hissed. "Wasn't this a suicide mission?" He asked uncertainly. "Are your soldiers truly brave enough to carry out such a certain death task?" At Li Qinwu's question, the rebels burst into laughter. No one answered him, as if his query were too naive to warrant a response. Li Qinwu shook his head. He had no interest in revolution causes or missions. He was merely a scavenger, a speculator, a mercenary. He pulled the bomb detonator from his pocket and tossed it to Old Sun. "The black button on the left is the safety. Flip it open, then grip the lever and press it twice rapidly to detonate." Li Qinwu explained how to use the detonator. Old Sun nodded to show he understood. Li Qinwu added, "The Chimera troop transport's turret mounts a 40mm autocannon and a small caliber machine gun. The front of the vehicle has a large caliber lumber gun. There are 3 firing ports on each side. If there are soldiers inside, they can extend their guns through these ports to shoot. However, the rear of the vehicle has no armament, and its armor is the thinnest. If you're sending someone on a suicide attack, it's best to first draw the turret's fire from the front, then have cavalry approach swiftly from the rear. This increases your chances of destroying the target." The rebel leader's eyes lit up. So the Chimera troop transport that Iron Can had a weak spot. They all took mental notes of Li Qinwu's words. Afterward, the group engaged in endless discussions, preparations, more discussions, and more preparations. Around 3 p.m., the rebel leaders departed from Old Sin's place to mobilize their troops, including the one Li Qinwu had beaten, a man named Aram. Before leaving, the battered man shot Li Qinwu a hateful glare, then mounted his tall horse with the help of his guards and rode off. Old Sun said to Li Qinwu, "Aram holds grudges. You humiliated him in public, and he has surely..." Li Qinwu bared his teeth in a sinister grin. "They'll give him the first shot. If he fails to kill me, then he's done. When that time comes, I hope my killing him won't affect our relationship." Old Sin shook his head and said nothing. Around 5 p.m., the elderly women and children from Old Sin's side were gathered together. Carrying heavy bundles, they headed deeper into rebel-controlled territory. If Old Sun and his men died, these non-combatants would never return. If they won, they would send word to call them back. Around 6 p.m., the rebel leaders who had left began to return one by one. This time they brought all the able-bodied men and weapons from their respective strongholds. Old Sin's stronghold buzzed with activity, filled with armed men milling about. Many carried fresh meat and vegetables, and a large pot of meat soup was brewed. Everyone ate and drank merrily together. All indulged in wild shouting, some singing and dancing as if they knew they might die tomorrow, and sought to savor as much joy as possible tonight. Li Qinwu meanwhile found a high vantage point, a tree halfway up a hillside, and lay down. He aimed his sniper rifle at distant trees and fired. The loud bangs echoed far into the night. Since Li Qinwu had warned the rebels beforehand, they were not afraid of the gunfire and continued their revelry. Li Qinwu was shooting to zero his rifle. Earlier, he had disassembled the sniper rifle for maintenance at his hideout. Such a precision weapon, once taken apart, must be resurrected with live fire after reassembly. It was past 6 p.m., and the sky was darkening. He had to hurry. He drew a crosshair target on a tree 300 meters away and fired repeatedly, checking the bullet impact points to adjust the scope. After zeroing the scope, he did not stop shooting. He continued to lie in his chosen firing position, firing at distant trees. With each shot, he jotted something down in a notebook. He was compiling a firing table. The concept of a range card was simple. When a sniper engaged in long-range shooting, they would know which mill to use for a given distance. Having memorized it in advance, when an enemy appeared at a certain position during combat, a glance at the range card would reveal the appropriate milled setting. Additionally, he recorded the positions and distances of special landmarks on his map. Li Qinwu sketched a rough map of the terrain before him, marking all significant landmarks and annotating their distances. For instance, Old Man Sin's wooden cabin was 500 meters ahead, a large boulder to the left front was 800 meters away, farmland cultivated by the rebels to the right front was 1,200 meters distant, and the entrance to the forest road far ahead was 1,400 meters away. Having memorized this information, if an enemy appeared near these coordinates, Li Qinwu only needed to glance down at his notebook to know the exact distance, then use the distance scale on his scope to engage the target. Wind drift was another factor to consider. If a strong wind swept across the shooting range, the bullet's point of impact would need adjustment. Li Qinwu had preemptively planted numerous wooden stakes with cloth strips at a distance. If the wind blew, the strips would flutter. He would then rely on experience and mathematical judgment to determine the extent of bullet drift. With his current firearm proficiency at 91, he could accurately hit targets within 1,500 meters in the absence of multiple complex wind patterns. Multiple complex winds meant, for example, if a sniper rifle aimed at a target 1,000 meters away, the wind in the first 500 meters blew left, while the wind in the latter 500 meters blew right, and at different speeds. If it were merely a simple east or west wind, Li Qinwu could precisely hit distant targets. However, with multiple wind directions, he had to abandon engaging long-range targets. Without better equipment or wind measuring instruments under such complex wind conditions, no one knew where the bullet. Of course, if he were using a laser sniper rifle, wind speed would be irrelevant. He could simply fire directly. Li Qinwu worked from 6 a.m. to 8 a.m., selecting 4 or 5 firing positions, then returned to the wooden cabin arranged by Old Man Sun to sleep and conserve his energy. At the crack of dawn the next day, Old Man Sun personally woke him. "Let's go, our sharpshooter. Whether we continue to live another day or return to the Emperor today depends on you." Old Man Sun was now holding a PDF automatic rifle, wearing a chest rig resembling a Type 56 ammunition vest with an axe attached to his battle belt, and a straw hat dyed yellow-green, with plant sap on his head. Li Qinwu yawned, shouldering 2 rifles, and said, "If it gets too tough, you can always run. Come back later when the PDF has left, and you can start over." Old Man Sun shook his head, his expression grim. "This is our home. How much blood and sweat have our comrades poured into building this place? We can run today, we can run tomorrow, and the day after that. When does it end? If we flee every time an invader comes, then we deserve to be oppressed. In opposing the invaders, we offer them only iron and blood." Li Qinwu clicked his tongue. He was not a stakeholder in the same interests as these rebels, and such impassioned words could not resonate deeply with him. However, Li Qinwu respected their defiant spirit. He took a green syringe from his belt and handed it to Old Man Sun. "For showing such guts, I'll give this to you. If you're hit by a bullet and don't die immediately, stop the bleeding, quickly inject this, and you'll survive." Old Man Sun took the green syringe, unsure if it was as miraculous as Li Qinwu claimed, but thanked him nonetheless, and stored it in his load-bearing equipment. Li Qinwu followed Old Man Sun out of the cabin. The rebel forces had already assembled there, with their leaders addressing their troops, conducting ideological work, and delivering pre-battle mobilization speeches. This process took about half an hour. A series of resounding shouts erupted from the crowd before they dispersed, with high morale heading to their respective positions. Li Qinwu, carrying his sniper rifle and an automatic rifle, ran to his designated sniper position, one to prepare for the ambush. The terrain in the vicinity was not particularly complex, with vast plains stretching out before the eye. However, the location where Old Man Sun had chosen to set up camp was somewhat strategically advantageous. First and foremost, there was the forest, vast expansive forests. These trees were not native to the planet. The original flora had gone extinct before humanity's atmospheric terraforming. These trees were commercial timber used for paper, furniture, and many other purposes. This species thrived on hillsides. Consequently, when humans terraformed the planet, they converted most areas into plains, but left a number of hills for cultivating these trees. Old Man Sun's and several rebel leaders' camp was actually a former tree farm. They had cleared a clearing in the middle of the forest, establishing their stronghold there, protected by dense woods in front and a high mountain behind. If enemies attacked from the front, their advance would be slowed by the thick trees, giving the defenders time to flee into the mountain behind. Li Qinwu's sniper positions 1 through 5 were all set up on the mountain behind Old Man Sun's stronghold. From this vantage point, he had a clear view of the stronghold and the mountain's entrance. Li Qinwu lay prone, using his backpack as a soft rest in front of him, and set his sniper rifle upon it. He then took out the range card and rough sketch he had drawn earlier and taped them to his arm, so that with a mere turn of his wrist the range card would be in sight. Li Qinwu waited in silence, his sniper scope constantly scanning the area below, observing the rebels. The rebels' main defensive area revolved around Old Man Sun's camp. Their strategy was to lure the enemy into the forest, where the limited visibility would neutralize the PDF's firepower advantage. Just then, Li Qinwu suddenly saw a conspicuously large tree at the junction of the forest and the plain fall. After that tree fell, several more trees toppled in succession within the forest, the line of falling trees extending all the way to Old Man Sun's camp. This was the most ancient method of communication through felled trees. Though primitive, it was effective. Now everyone knew the enemy had arrived. Li Qinwu pulled out a strength syringe and an endurance syringe from his pack, injecting himself with both. Then he took out a bottle of leftover liquor, its durability reduced to 110, and drank it. After that, he swallowed a painkiller, entering a pain-suppressed state. After this series of preparations, his attributes became strength 23, endurance 23, energy 30. No sooner had he finished buffing himself than the PDF forces appeared at the boundary between the forest and the plain. Through Li Qinwu's scope, at 140 meters, a Chimera transport vehicle slowly emerged at the junction of forest and farmland, followed by 5 military trucks. The convoy halted in the field, not advancing immediately, but beginning to disembark troops. As these PDF soldiers climbed down from the trucks, Li Qinmu nearly laughed so hard he couldn't hold his rifle steady. Over 100 PDF soldiers scrambled awkwardly off the trucks, some even stumbling and rolling into the ridges of the field. These men slouched their shoulders, hung their heads low, looking utterly disoriented. They had drunk Li Qinmu's liquor earlier, which was laced with high levels of fusel alcohols. Now each of them suffered from pounding headaches, their bodies limp and weak. Dragged to the battlefield by the acerbic Lieutenant Winchester, they were all seething with resentment. At this moment, all they wanted was to sleep and drink water, anything but to go to war. Inside the Chimera transport vehicle, Lieutenant Winchester dared not step out. He remained in the armored vehicle, using a loudspeaker to command the soldiers. "You damn bastards. Who allowed you to binge drink yesterday? If you fail the mission, you'll each get 10 lashes." When the men groaned and complained, but there was nothing they could do. They donned their helmets and hoisted their rifles loosely, barely forming an attack formation. This PDF company consisted of 10 squads. 8 were standard infantry squads, each squad leader armed with a PDF submachine gun, a support gunner equipped with a PDF light machine gun, and a 100-round belt, while the rest carried PDF automatic rifles and fragmentation grenades. There were also 2 heavy fire support squads, each equipped with a 20mm lumberjack rifle. The barrel mount and ammunition were carried separately by different soldiers and required assembly before use. This 20mm lumberjack rifle was belt-fed, each belt containing 75 rounds capable of firing various ammunition types and offering some anti-armor capability. It was rumored that on certain battlefields, Astra Militarum soldiers had used this heavy weapon to continuously fire at a renegade Astartes, successfully bringing him down. The remaining armed forces consisted of 1 Chimera transport vehicle and 10 noble guards inside the cap. These 10 noble guards were Lieutenant Winchester's family retainers, each equipped with a las gun and las pistol, wearing carapace, armor carapace, helmets, high-density polyethylene ballistic visors, and various grenades and smoke canisters. However, like Lieutenant Winchester, these elite soldiers remained inside the Chimera. Unless absolutely necessary, Winchester would not deploy his family guards. The PDF soldiers loosely assembled into a combat formation, following behind the Chimera as they advanced deeper into the woods. They chose not to take the dirt road leading directly to Old Sen's camp, as roadside bombs were a tactic the rebels. Instead, they used the Chimera to crush through the trees, carving a path straight to Old Sen's camp. The Chimera's auspex was active. In the gunner's display, the layout of Old Sen's camp was laid out in, "Sir, the enemy is currently in the camp 1400 meters ahead. Shall we open fire?" The gunner reported to Lieutenant Winchester. "How many are there? Have they spotted us?" "About 500. They seem to have noticed us. Some are attempting to flee toward the rear hills." Upon hearing that his prize was slipping away, Winchester barked, "Fire! Shell those scum! Speed up!" And at his command, the driver floored the accelerator. The Chimera's engine roared, the vehicle surging forward with greater speed. The thick trees in its path, unable to withstand the weight and power of the Chimera, were crushed and snapped. Yet the driver sensed something amiss with the engine. Its roar sounded like the cough of a sick old man, and the vehicle vibrated more violently than usual. However, unlike Sergeant Nieguajin, this driver lacked the same reverence for the Chimera. They dismissed the anomalies as minor issues. The Chimera charged forward ferociously, while the turret unleashed a terrifying roar. The 40mm autocannon thumped repeatedly, muzzle flashes flaring 2 to 3 meters, firing steel core shells. These steel core shells carried immense kinetic energy, each one capable of felling dozens of trees. With the enhanced vision of the onboard auspex, the autocannon rained fire through a kilometer of forest with astonishing accuracy and precision. The rebel soldiers, wielding cold weapons who had feigned retreat to lure the enemy deeper, were struck by shells tearing through the forest. The immense kinetic energy shattered their bodies into a mist of gore. Even the rebel infantry hiding in trenches planning to ambush the Chimera were detected by the auspex. The Chimera's barrel dipped slightly, firing short bursts. The shells flew, felling dozens of trees before burrowing a meter or 2 into the earth, killing the rebel infantry cowering behind the trenches. The autocannon thumped incessantly, accompanied by the crunch of splintering trees as the Chimera advanced with a terrifying momentum. The rebel soldiers never even laid eyes on the Chimera before over 100 of them were killed by the autocannon. In the grim darkness of the Warhammer 40K universe, the Astra Militarum are often mere backdrop, dying in the billions. And the PDF is even less significant. Yet here, a single low-morale PDF company's suppression operation displayed overwhelming combat power. The poorly equipped rebels had to pay the price of 100 lives just for a glimpse of the Chimera. Such was the might of the Imperium's armed forces. This was the foundation of humanity's survival in this cruel cosmos. After firing 150 armor-piercing rounds, the gunner halted and shouted, "Sir, armor-piercing ammunition is exhausted. We have 250 high-explosive rounds left. High-explosive shells may detonate upon hitting trees, so we must cease fire temporarily." Lieutenant Winchester coughed violently, the cabin filled with the acrid smell of gunpowder. Damn it! Turn on the exhaust fan. Are you trying to choke me to death? The gunner cursed inwardly about pampered nobles on the battlefield, but flipped several switches. The exhaust fan began to operate, drawing the smoke from the cabin out through the barrel. White smoke billowed from the Chimera's muzzle, and within a dozen seconds the cabin air cleared. The gunner deemed it sufficient and shut off the fan. Hey, why the hell did you turn it off? This junker stinks of oil. Winchester cursed. Sir, our vehicle is equipped with only a small battery. We can't keep electrical devices running constantly. If the battery runs out, the turret and auspex won't function. The Chimera had many variants, some equipped with las cannons and large batteries that could power all electronics, but on this PDF world the Chimera was a downgraded version, its main gun a primitive autocannon, and its battery the smallest available. The battery power had to be reserved primarily for the turret and auspex, so the crew had developed a habit of conserving electricity. Winchester roared, "How much power can a single exhaust fan consume? Keep it on. That's an order." The gunner cursed the man as an idiot, but dared not defy the order. He flipped the switch, and the exhaust fan hummed to life, drawing the oily smoke from the cabin out through the barrel. The Chimera troop transport surged forward at full throttle, crushing and snapping trees beneath its weight as the crackling sound of splintering would fill the air. At that very moment, the rebel soldiers lying in ambush sprang into action, charging from their concealed positions and converging on the Chimera from all directions. The operator of the auspex on the vehicle spotted the red dots hurtling toward them and issued a warning. "The enemy is charging us. They're coming from every side." Lieutenant Winchester shouted urgently, "Fire! Pour it on! Don't let them get close. These damned bastards fear nothing. They're likely rigged with explosives and want to take us with them." The turret gunner and the operators manning the heavy stubbers at the front of the vehicle all opened fire. Lieutenant Winchester ordered the noble guards inside the troop compartment to open the firing ports, extend their las gun muzzles, and shoot at any enemy they saw. Then through the external loudspeaker he bellowed at the PDF troops outside, "You drunken sots, pull yourselves together. The main enemy force is upon us. If you want to live, keep your eyes peeled." The PDF soldiers, indeed unwilling to die, scrambled into action. They formed a protective circle around the Chimera, dropping prone, setting up their weapons, and aiming into the distant forest. Two heavy stubbers were assembled together into a fixed heavy machine gun, its massive muzzle trained on the distant treeling. Though these men had been warned and had made some preparations, they were all drunk, their hands shaky, and their movements agonizingly slow. Normally, a stubber team could complete the assembly in about 15 seconds, but nearly a minute had passed, and the gun barrel was still not connected to the mount. The ammunition box was clumsily dropped by a fumbling loader, spilling an entire belt of cartridges across the ground. Panicking, he tried to gather the belt, but only made the mess worse. Amidst this chaos, the rebel assault arrived. The first wave consisted of melee units screaming as they charged forward with cold weapons in hand. They were numerous, surging out of the dim forest toward the PDF lines, their silhouettes multiplying in a The PDF troops, already in poor shape with dizzy heads, were terrified by the sudden onslaught of so many enemies. Without waiting for orders from their officers, they opened fire. What does it look like when drunk men shoot? These PDF soldiers either sent their rounds into the sky or buried them in the dirt. They either squeezed the trigger and got nothing, the safety was still on, or if it fired, they emptied the entire magazine in an uncontrolled burst. The forest erupted with gunfire, punctuated by the sharp, controlled bursts from the Chimera's autocannon. In moments, the acrid smell of gunpowder filled the air. By the time the riflemen had exhausted their third magazine, the stubber team finally managed to assemble their cumbersome. The stubber gunner gripped a charging handle and yanked it back with force. A sharp click echoed as a 20mm heavy round was rammed into the chamber. Seizing the grip, he opened fire without even aiming. A thunderous roar erupted. The 20mm stubber spat a muzzle flash several meters long, hurling iron slugs with devastating kinetic energy, almost like cannonballs. The gunner, too drunk to see clearly, relied purely on instinct, holding down the firing plate and sweeping the muzzle left and right until the entire ammunition box was empty. After a deafening barrage, the 75-round box was spent. Ahead, trees creaked and groaned as a wide swath of them toppled over. The stubber earned its name because its caliber and power could easily fell trees. A full 75-round burst was enough to clear a section of forest. The rebels charging from that direction vanished, completely torn apart by the storm of metal. Their bodies were shattered instantly upon impact with the rounds. "Out of ammo. Reload, reload," the gunner screamed. The assistant gunner, straining with all his might, dragged a fresh ammunition box closer. Each 20mm 75-round box weighed nearly 40 kilograms. The human forces of Warhammer 40K were heavily mechanized, and their weapons were correspondingly large and heavy. The stubber, a crew-served weapon that could be considered a cannon, was commonplace in the Astra Militarum. Normally, its ammunition was carried on the Chimera, but Lieutenant Winchester treated the vehicle as his personal transport, leaving the infantry to lug these ultra-heavy weapons on foot. Once the heavy stubber was reloaded, its terrifying roar resumed. Another section of the forest fell, and the rebels who had rushed to fill the gap were mowed down. By the time the third box of ammunition was loaded, there was no need to fire. Not a single soul remained alive in the forest. The nearly 300-strong rebel charge had been annihilated, their bodies lying shattered on the ground. The PDF's inherent firepower was formidable. Even as a band of drunkards, they had effortlessly slaughtered the rebel force. These damned bastards deserve to die so cleanly. Keep moving. Lieutenant Winchester laughed heartily as he peered through the vehicle's periscope at the carnage outside. Unbeknownst to him, these melee rebels had been deliberately sacrificed. Their deaths were meant to deceive the PDF into underestimating their enemy. The Chimera accelerated, its body lurching violently as the engine emitted a grating sandpaper-like sound before slowly rolling forward. The turret gunner watching the auspex called out, 400 meters ahead is the enemy camp. I'm reading over 600 enemy signals. Charge, charge. Kill them all. Lieutenant Winchester shouted in exhilaration. 500 heads plus the rebels killed here. Enough military merit for a promotion. The PDF infantry in the woods packed up their weapons and straggled behind the Chimera. As the Chimera crushed the last line of trees and emerged at the edge of Old Sen's encampment, they were greeted by rows of pre-dug trenches manned by over 350 rifle-wielding soldiers. Some of these trenches had been dug by Old Sen in advance, others had been reinforced overnight after learning of the PDF's impending arrival. The main rebel force, 350 armed fighters, lay hidden in these trenches clutching various fires. When they saw the Chimera emerge from the forest crushing trees in its path, they raised their weapons and opened fire on both the vehicle and the infantry behind it. The PDF infantry were caught off guard. Some dropped to the ground to exchange fire, others scrambled back into the forest for cover. Chaos reigned, and within moments 7 or 8 men were killed or wounded. Inside the armored vehicle, Lieutenant Winchester peered through the periscope at the rebels in the trenches and shouted, "Damn rats. Is digging all you know? Artillery. Blast them." The Chimera's main gun lacked sufficient depression to target the rebels in the forward trenches. It could only load high-explosive shells and aim at the distant rebel buildings, attempting to kill anyone hiding inside. The enemies in the trenches would be dealt with by the hull-mounted stubber. The vehicle-mounted stubber had formidable firepower and a high degree of elevation. The gunner depressed the barrel and unleashed a sustained burst at the rebels, popping their heads up to shoot from the trenches. The large-caliber rounds struck the dirt at the trench's edge, kicking up clouds of dust before tearing into the trench and obliterating the rebels' bodies. The stubber swept from the left side of the trench to the right, covering over 20 meters. Every rebel in that stretch was dismembered, but there was only one Chimera. The rebels had dug extensive trench networks with a soldier every few meters periodically popping up to fire. The Chimera alone could not fully suppress them. The drunken PDF troops, too terrified to raise their heads, remained cowering in the forest. With the rebels protected by trenches and the PDF seeing double from intoxication, their accuracy plummeted. Lieutenant Winchester roared through the loudspeaker. "You pigs, get up and shoot. Where are the stubbers? Stubber teams, move up and lay down suppressing fire on those trenches." Lieutenant Winchester was exasperated. These PDF fools only moved when he yelled at them, otherwise they just stood around. Couldn't they show some initiative? Prodded the PDF soldiers reluctantly, stirred though barely. Some simply lay prone, holding their rifles over their heads and firing blindly. Whether they hit anything didn't matter. At least they could claim to have fired a few shots for Lord Winchester. The two stubber teams, however, couldn't evade. Lieutenant Winchester had specifically ordered them forward to provide suppressing fire. With no choice, the two teams crawled up to the Chimera, slowly set up their machine guns, and opened fire on the trench. But barely had they fired when one gunner's head exploded in a spray of red and white, his corpse collapsing onto the weapon, silencing one stubber. The assistant gunner froze for a moment, a mix of shock and urgency washing over him. Assuming the gunner had been shot by a rebel in the trench, he rushed to push the body aside and take his place. But the moment his hand touched the grip, before he could fire, a bullet punched through his chest. The assistant felt a tremendous force throw him to the ground. He tried to look down at his wound, but no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't lift his head. Within seconds he was dead. The nearby PDF soldiers, seeing another man die, sobered up considerably. A PDF officer shouted, "Someone get on that stubber. Make it fire." A PDF soldier rushed to the stubber, but as soon as he lifted the weapon, he met the same fate as the previous two. 3 men dead at the same gun position. It finally dawned on everyone there was a sniper. "Sniper! Watch out, everyone!" The cry had barely gone up among the PDF when the other stubber fell silent, its gunner hit in the neck, his throat torn open. He rolled on the ground, clutching his throat as blood spurted out, staining the stubber red. On a distant hillside, Li Qinwu, lying prone, pulled back the bolt, ejecting a smoking brass casing. He shoved the bolt forward, chambering a fresh round. Through his scope, he swept back and forth across the two stubber positions, waiting to see which fool dared to man those heavy weapons. The result was clear. With 4 shots, he had claimed 4 lives. The PDF, now aware of a sniper targeting heavy weapon operators, dared not approach the stubbers. Li Qinwu shifted his aim to a PDF soldier wielding a light machine gun. The man was crouched behind a tree, deploying the bipod and pouring fire at the rebels, a significant threat. Li Qinwu centered the crosshairs on the man's chest and squeezed the trigger. A sharp crack rang out. The recoil sent his scope bouncing momentarily, losing the target. When he reacquired it, all he saw was a corpse. His sniper rifle fired grade 5 ammunition. The PDF wore grade 3 helmets and armor. At a range of about 600 meters, the round could punch clean through its target. Li Qinwu then acquired another target, another light machine gunner, and blew his head off with a single shot. The dull thud of the sniper rifle was inconspicuous amidst the roar of battle. Both sides were pouring fire at each other with abandon, and no one knew Li Qinwu's position. But both sides knew a sniper was at work. One by one, the PDF's fire support operators fell, and their suppressive fire against the rebels weakened. More and more rebels dared to raise their heads from the trenches to fire. The 300-plus armed rebels gradually began to overwhelm the regular troops with their volume of fire. A PDF officer, frantic, ran to the Chimera and slammed his rifle butt against the hull. "Motherfucker! You idiots in there! There's a sniper among the rebels. Find him and kill him. He's already killed 7 of my..." Normally his shouting would be inaudible inside the armored vehicle, which was a sealed iron box. But now the 6 firing ports at the rear of the Chimera were open, with Lieutenant Winchester's family guards extending their las guns through them. Thus the officer's voice carried through the firing ports and was heard by the guards. "Master, that officer outside says they're being shot by a sniper and have taken heavy losses." The turret gunner heard the news and didn't wait for Lieutenant Winchester's order. The lieutenant was just a spoiled brat. What did he know about fighting? The turret gunner cranked the Auspex to its maximum power and instantly locked onto Li Qinwu. The engagement range for everyone else was within 200 to 300 meters, and the rebel positions were a chaotic mess. But on the Auspex, a single red dot stood isolated on a hillside over 600 meters away. Who else could that sniper be? Having pinpointed Li Qinwu's location with the Auspex, the turret gunner immediately elevated the turret, and a thunderous roar erupted from the autocannon. "I should have been calm and effortless. Now I'm scrambling and rolling in a panic." Li Qinwu, lying prone behind a reverse slope, sang to himself as he observed his own tattered state. The automatic cannon of the Chimera armored vehicle had just unleashed a barrage of high-explosive shells nearby, and the flying shrapnel had mangled him into a limbless stump, his hands and feet completely shattered with bone fragments exposed. His hands, feet, and crotch were pitch black, earning him a pair of black stockings, while his chest and head were entirely red, and blinking red at that. This indicated that his chest and head had only single-digit health points remaining. If he jumped up now, the health loss from his blackened legs would spread to his chest, and he would likely die instantly. Fortunately, that barrage didn't kill Li Qinwu. It locked his health in place. He rolled into a reverse slope behind the firing position, and the automatic cannon could no longer hit him. He dared not delay any longer. He pulled out a green needle and jabbed it into himself. Void blood pump out. The green needle's effect was to add health out of thin air. Li Qinwu checked his status and saw that the health on his chest and head was rapidly recovering, but his limbs remained unchanged. The void blood pump had no effect on parts that were completely blackened and destroyed. After that automatic cannon barrage, his hands, feet, and crotch had been turned into minced flesh. He took out a surgical kit to operate on himself. One of his palms had been completely severed, but he felt as though an invisible hand was still manipulating the surgical kit to perform the operation. Indeed, his body had been digitized. Even without hands or feet, he could still sprint across the battlefield with ease. However, the sight was utterly horrifying. A limbless stump floating and dashing through the battlefield, an image that would surely drain one's sanity. While Li Qinwu was recovering, the turret operator grew anxious. Through the bird's-eye view of the periscope, he saw that Li Qinwu's life signal was still flickering. The man wasn't dead. He wanted to continue firing to kill him, but Li Qinwu had chosen an excellent position. After rolling back into a small depression, the Chimera armored vehicle at the base of the hill couldn't possibly hit him. The turret operator surveyed the battlefield and judged that the most threatening person here was Li Qinwu. This sniper had to be eliminated, otherwise the PDF troops outside the vehicle would be picked off one by one. Conversely, if the sniper was taken out, the PDF infantry would lose their threat, and the rebels before them could be subdued. Since the Chimera armored vehicle couldn't hit Li Qinwu in his current hiding spot, they had to drive the vehicle over to a position where they could shoot him and finish him off. Ahead of the Chimera armored vehicle lay Old Sen's camp with several excavated trenches. Once past the trenches, there was a flat stronghold plain. Driving forward 100 meters would allow them to ascend the slope. The slope was gentle enough for the Chimera armored vehicle to climb. Charging up the small hill would enable them to take out the sniper at close range. but wouldn't driving the Chimera directly into the enemy's trench positions risk getting stuck? The turret operator believed that given the Chimera's off-road capability, the infantry trenches wouldn't hinder its advance. So he ordered the driver, charge forward, eliminate that sniper, and then fire down at the rebels from the hillside. Their current position was too close to the enemy trenches, and the 40mm main cannon couldn't be lowered to engage the enemy. But if they drove the Chimera armored vehicle 600 meters to the slope, then turned around facing downhill, the turret could fire at the enemy trenches below. With the power of 40mm high-explosive shells and the height advantage, they could drop shells directly into the trenches, ending the battle. Lieutenant Winchester instinctively panicked when he heard the vehicle commander order the armored vehicle to charge into enemy territory. Wait, you can't do that. The enemy might have suicide bomb packs. I order you not to do this. Lieutenant Winchester was on the battlefield to gild his resume. He couldn't bear even the slightest risk. The idea of an armored vehicle charging into enemy territory sounded extremely dangerous. But the driver had already floored the accelerator, sending the Chimera armored vehicle forward, ignoring Lieutenant Winchester's orders. These armored units were meant to break through and tear apart enemy positions, but Lieutenant Winchester had been using them as a personal ride and a stationary turret. Now there was a sniper in the distance constantly picking off their comrades. Though they were all lousy soldiers, they had grown thick bonds after so long together. The crew unanimously agreed that taking a certain risk to charge forward and kill the sniper was more important. Everyone tacitly ignored Lieutenant Winchester's orders, letting him shout and scream inside the vehicle. In truth, the crew knew very well that they weren't taking much risk. The Chimera armored vehicle had thick armor. The rebels, lacking industry, couldn't produce effective bombs that could inflict fatal damage on such an armored vehicle. The Chimera was also fast, reaching speeds of up to 80 kilometers per hour. With a stomp on the accelerator, they could reach the opposite hill in just over 10 seconds. Even if there were suicide bombers, they wouldn't be able to reach them. All crew members followed the turret operator's decision. The Chimera armored vehicle surged forward from the edge of the forest. But then an accident occurred. As they passed a shallow trench, the front of the vehicle dipped slightly. The tracks touched the trench wall, and normally a stomp on the accelerator would have carried them through. But just as the driver pressed the accelerator to surge across the trench, the engine let out a thunderous roar. The entire vehicle shuddered violently, and then the engine stalled. Everyone in the vehicle froze. The sudden silence of the roaring engine signaled disaster. Lieutenant Winchester let out a shriek like a woman's. What's going on? Why isn't the vehicle moving? Get it moving now. The driver frantically pressed buttons trying to restart the engine, but no matter what he did, it wouldn't catch. Broken. It's broken. Engine failure. Watch the front and both sides of the trench. The enemy is closing in on us. Everyone inside the vehicle shouted in panic, firing wildly with all sorts of weapons. The noble guards who had been idle since the battle began also sprang into action, firing lasers through the Chimeras. Outside the vehicle in the crisscrossing trenches, countless rebels converged on the Chimera armored vehicle, determined to destroy it. The rebels could hardly believe that the Chimera APC, which had been wreaking havoc, was now trapped by a mere trench, and their excitement was palpable. They surged through the trenches on both sides toward the Chimera APC, intent on destroying it. The various weapons mounted on the Chimera APC opened fire, while the noble guards in the rear seats fired lasers through the firing ports. The lasgun is a common weapon in the Imperium of Man. A standard-issue lasgun equipped with a power pack can fire 200 shots on its low-power setting. Considering its power, this essentially puts a 12.7mm heavy machine gun in every soldier's hands. The lasgun has 3 firing modes. On the low-power, fully automatic mode, a standard magazine allows for 200 discharges. Its beam, upon striking a grown man's body within 500 meters, can punch a hole the size of a fist. The beam instantly superheats the target, be it metal, flesh, or bone, causing it to explode much like an egg in a microwave oven. When a lasgun hits a human, it creates a small explosion on impact, enlarging the wound. With a rate of fire exceeding 800 rounds per minute, the instantaneous combination of explosion, tearing, and searing makes it a paragon among firearms. Furthermore, its power output is adjustable. On medium power, the lasgun can fire approximately 60 times, and on high power, roughly 10 times. However, medium and high power settings severely damage the lasgun's barrel, drain the power pack rapidly, and risk an explosion, thus they are seldom used. Of course, when they are used, the effect is formidable. 1,000 Astra Militarum soldiers setting their lasguns to maximum power and firing a single volley from their trenches is enough to annihilate most Xeno's assaults. At the Chimera APC-6, lasguns were firing through the firing ports at the rebels on both sides, creating an incredibly dense field of fire. When these unarmored rebel soldiers were struck in the chest by a laser, it resulted in a small explosion. Their bodies lay on the ground, their chests torn open with fist-sized holes, emitting a strong stench of scorched flesh. If one were to cut open their chests at that moment, they would find their internal organs already half-cooked. Anyone hit by a lasgun would have absolutely no chance of getting back up. But the rebel soldiers were endless, and with the cover of the trenches and the limited firing angles from inside the vehicle, a significant number of rebels still managed to get close to the Chimera APC. Those inside the vehicle knew well that the rebels were poorly equipped and not all carried demolition charges. Yet seeing enemy infantry closing in on the armored vehicle still filled them with panic. Just then the turret operator shouted, "Throw grenades to keep them back." Several noble guards snapped to action, stopped firing, pulled grenades from their gear, and tossed them out through the firing ports. These fragmentation grenades rolled into the surrounding trenches and detonated, killing some rebel soldiers who had just arrived nearby, but they continued their relentless charge toward the Chimera APC. The noble guards threw all their grenades, leaving the ground around the armored vehicle littered with the dead. At this moment, the PDF infantry hiding at the edge of the forest finally reacted. Realizing the Chimera APC had malfunctioned, they quickly provided fire support with soldiers continuously hurling grenades. The sounds of explosions, screams, and gunfire raged violently, and rebel soldiers fell in great numbers. Yet every time an armed rebel soldier fell, an unarmed one would rush up, seize his weapon, and charge toward the Chimera APC or the PDF positions. These warriors firmly believed that the PDF and the planetary governor were the oppressors exploiting them, and they fought to create a world free from such exploitation for their families back home. Just then the cavalry, which had been lying in wait, finally made its move. The ground trembled with a thunderous rumble as 120 mounted rebel cavalry formed into a dense formation, charged from the flank of the Chimera APC. Their eyes were fixed unwaveringly on the Chimera APC. They were determined to use their own bodies to shield the knight carrying the demolition charge behind them. And at the very front of this cavalry charge, resolved to die, was none other than Old Man's son. The old fellow wielded an autogun, firing as he charged, letting out a fierce roar, his large steed galloping forward with all its might. Meanwhile, Li Qinwu had just finished tending to his own condition, restoring his health to its peak. He then moved to his second position and set up his sniper rifle. No sooner had he set up his rifle than he saw the rebel cavalry begin their charge. Many PDF soldiers were turning their guns to fire at the horsemen, and the autocannon on the Chimera APC was slowly traversing its barrel. Through his sniper scope, Li Qinwu saw that Old Man's son was charging at the very front, and his heart tightened. "Damn it, you old bastard, have you no fear of death? If you die, what about my contact?" Li Qinwu muttered, quickly shifting his aim. He targeted a PDF light machine gunner and blew his head off with a single shot. He swiftly worked the bolt, chambered another round, aimed at a second man, and fired. The second machine gunner also fell, hit in the chest. By then, the Chimera APC's autocannon had already turned, aiming at the charging cavalry and opening fire. A dull thumping roar erupted as 40mm high explosive shells slammed into the cavalry, causing violent explosions. Men and horses struck by the shells were blown to pieces, flesh and blood scattering everywhere. Old Man's son was unlucky. Charging at the forefront, he was among the first targeted by the autocannon. A shell struck the chest of his tall horse, blasting the animal to pieces. Old Man's son's legs were also blown off, his body riddled with countless shrapnel wounds. He and his warhorse crashed to the ground together, their fate unknown. Despite the full firepower of the PDF and the Chimera APC, the sheer number of cavalry combined with the drunken inaccuracy of the PDF soldiers made it difficult to stop them. After the rebel cavalry were reduced to a quarter of their original number, they finally reached the Chimera APC. A young man rode a large horse, carrying a large backpack and clutching a detonator in his hand. His horse's eyes were blindfolded, unaware of what lay ahead. The young man continuously urged his steed on, whipping it to go faster. Faster! The next moment, the young man's horse slammed violently into the side of the Chimera APC, and he pressed the detonator twice. A thunderous explosion erupted from the side of the Chimera APC. The sheer force of the blast brought all gunfire on the battlefield to a momentary halt. Everyone stared at the smoke-shrouded Chimera APC, their eyes filled with either hope or terror. Slowly the smoke cleared, revealing the damaged vehicle to the onlookers. The right side of the Chimera APC, the point of impact, showed severe deformation of its side armor, and one of its tracks was completely blown off. Although it was not completely destroyed, all the firing ports on the vehicle had fallen silent. Those inside were likely either dead from the shock or knocked unconscious. The rebels' morale soared. Letting out a cheer, they surged out of the trenches to charge the PDF. Li Qinwu's sniper rifle shifted its aim from the Chimera APC, locked onto a PDF soldier, and fired, killing him. What followed was an uneventful and monotonous sniping session. The rebel forces launched a full-scale assault on the PDF, engaging in a chaotic melee. Seeing that the Chimera armored vehicle had stopped moving, some PDF soldiers, believing their side had already lost, began to flee. Amidst the pandemonium, no one disturbed Li Qinwu's shooting. He lay prone, firing with calm composure. After emptying the 10-round magazine of his sniper rifle, Li Qinwu ejected it, pressed each bullet in one by one, then re-bolted the round and continued firing. However, by then he had few targets left. The rebel soldiers had driven the PDF into the forest, and Li Qinhua's position offered no clear view of the situation within the woods. Fortunately, after a few minutes, enemies reappeared in his scope. Several military trucks that the PDF had brought were parked at the forest's edge. Panicked PDF soldiers scrambled onto them, attempting to escape. Seeing this, Li Qinhu immediately adjusted his scope and glanced at his range card. The enemy trucks were parked at the boundary between the forest and farmland, roughly 1500 meters away. He checked the wind by looking at a few small flags planted in the field. There was none. He muttered a grateful remark about the windless conditions being a stroke of luck. Aiming at a PDF soldier climbing into the driver's seat, he fired directly. With a sharp crack, the sniper round flew through the air for several seconds. The PDF soldier had just climbed into the driver's seat and was frantically pressing buttons, but before the engine could start, the windshield in front of him suddenly shattered. A bullet pierced his chest, ending his life. Li Qinhu re-bolted the rifle aimed at the driver's seat of the second truck and fired again. A burst of blood mist erupted inside the cab. He aimed at the third truck but held his fire. Rebel soldiers had already swarmed around it, shoving their automatic rifles into the cab and firing continuously. The driver was killed instantly. More rebel soldiers rushed out from the forest, shooting at the PDF troops inside the trucks. Those PDF soldiers who had just climbed in hoping to escape were mowed down by the hail of bullets. Li Qinhu scanned the area with his sniper rifle for a while. Confirming there were no more targets, he slung the rifle over his back and quickly ran down the mountain, intending to collect his spoils. His mission was undoubtedly a success. Lieutenant Winchester was trapped inside the Chimera armored vehicle, his fate unknown. But it didn't matter. The Chimera was stuck in the trench and couldn't get out. The priority was to retrieve the loot. There were so many weapons scattered across the battlefield. Li Qinhu didn't go straight for the weapons. Instead, he dashed out of the forest to the boundary between the woods and farmland. He intended to find a military truck, drive it to the rebel camp to load up the guns, and then transport them back through the ventilation duct. By now, the rebels who had emerged from the forest were still pursuing a few PDF soldiers who had fled far away. Seeing that the trucks were unusable, those PDF soldiers bolted on foot. Li Qinhu deliberately refrained from shooting those PDF soldiers, letting the rebels chase them while he focused on getting a vehicle. The rebels and PDF were now far off, leaving 5 or 6 trucks for him to choose from. The trucks were all in decent condition aside from their shattered windshields. The vehicles themselves weren't important. What mattered was what they carried. Li Qinhu quickly moved to check the cargo beds. The beds were loaded with iron boxes, mostly containing food and medicine, with a smaller portion holding. Li Qinhu selected one truck to drive away. This particular vehicle had over 10 crates of timber-cutting gun ammunition stashed under the soldiers' seats. Afterward, he hauled over a dozen spare fuel barrels from the other trucks and tossed them onto the ammunition truck. Then he drove the ammunition truck toward Old Sen's camp. He drove straight into Old Sen's encampment. The battle was already won, and the rebels were alternating between weeping and laughing. They wept because only a fifth of their number remained. At the start of the fight, there were over 1,000. Now there weren't even 100 whole men, most of them wounded. The rebel soldiers didn't bother to clear the battlefield. They rushed to tend to their comrades. In the final moments of the battle, the Chimera's autocannon had been firing high explosive rounds, and the PDF soldiers had been throwing fragmentation grenades, inflicting heavy casualties. Now the rebels had to focus on saving their teammates. At this point, Li Qinhu drove the truck straight to the edge of the forest where the combat zone was, then charged in to scavenge the battlefield. He rushed over to a timber-cutting gun, grabbed the barrel and receiver, and with a mighty heave hoisted the 80-kilogram weapon onto his shoulder. His muscles tensed as he trudged step by step toward the truck. Though strenuous, he was elated. A 20mm heavy weapon, known as an autocannon in the 3K era, was a true powerhouse. 2 timber-cutting guns lay here. Li Qinhu planned to take them back and weld them onto the 2 doors of his brewery for defense. His brewing business was flourishing, and the many gangs in the underbelly were sure to covet it. His brewery was a long strip within the underbelly's pipes. He would mount one timber-cutting gun on the left and another on the right, pointing outward. Who the hell could get past that? They'd all be turned into minced meat. Li Qinhu tossed one timber-cutting gun into the back of the truck, then ran to hoist the second one in. After that, he began searching the machine gun crew's bodies for anything useful. Heavy machine guns required regular maintenance. Typically, the crew carried spare barrels and various maintenance. As expected, he found 2 spare barrels and 2 large maintenance kit backpacks on the PDF soldiers who had died near the timber-cutting guns. These kits contained a wealth of maintenance tools and an oil can. Crucially, large maintenance kit backpacks were upgrade items for the hideout's workbench, and he needed exactly 2. Now he had them all. Li Qinhu tossed all the odds and ends into the truck and continued scouring the battlefield. He still remembered the positions of those he had killed and headed straight for them. Soon he found a dead PDF soldier beside a tree with a PDF light machine gun lying next to the body. This machine gun used standard PDF ammunition fed from a 100-round belt housed in a square ammunition box. The weapon's appearance resembled a space-age version of a big pineapple. Fully loaded, it weighed 7.5 kilograms, quite heavy. For Li Qinwu, this weight was no different from a submachine gun. After taking the injection, his strength attribute was 23, more than double that of an ordinary person, allowing him to handle the light machine gun with ease. This was excellent. Its sustained firepower far surpassed that of a PDF automatic rifle. Moreover, it used a heavy long barrel for higher muzzle energy and greater range, outperforming the PDF automatic rifle in every way. Li Qinwu cradled the light machine gun and quickly ran toward the next one. While sniping from the hill, he had focused on the enemy's heavy and light weapons, killing several soldiers using light machine guns. He remembered where they had fallen. Before long, he spotted a dead PDF soldier on the ground along with the light machine gun. He reached out to grab it, but at that very moment a rebel soldier's hand also reached out and grasped the weapon. What the hell do you want that for? Li Qinwu glared dangerously at the rebel who was wrestling with him for the machine gun. The rebel, meeting Li Qinwu's gaze, grew flustered, yet his hand still clung tightly to the barrel of the light machine gun. You already have one. This one should be mine. Li Qinwu took a deep breath, suppressing the fury boiling. According to the pre-battle agreement, I help you repel the PDF. The equipment on the PDF I killed belongs. This rebel soldier was clearly just a lowly grunt, unaware of the agreement Li Qinwu had struck with the rebel high command. All he knew was that the battlefield was littered with valuable spoils, and it was first come first served. How do I know you killed this lackey of the planetary governor? The battlefield is chaos with so many people firing. By now Li Qinwu was seething with rage. He pointed at the corpse on the ground and roared, "Are you fucking this corpse here? The man and his armor are punched clean through. Could your crappy guns and bullets ever make a hole?" The rebel soldier looked down and saw it was true. The PDF corpse had been pierced straight through something their shoddy weapons could never achieve. Yet the rebel soldier, eyeing the light machine gun in his hands, clearly no ordinary piece, refused to let go. He suddenly thrust his chin up and yanked the gun fiercely toward himself. You made a deal with someone. Go find them. I don't recognize it. This gun is mine. Li Qinwu let out a cold laugh. So they were throwing reason out the window, were they? Well, how convenient. He didn't feel like being reasonable either. Li Qinwu released his grip, and the rebel snatched the machine gun, his heart leaping with joy, thinking Li Qinwu had backed down. Just as he was about to bolt with the gun, the next second, he was sent flying, hurtling 5 or 6 meters through the air before crashing to the ground with a thunderous thud. The searing pain in his abdomen made his eyes roll back. Li Qinwu pulled back his fully extended kicking leg, then pounced on top of the man, raining down punches. Bang, 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 straight onto his face. You don't want to be reasonable, huh? You don't recognize the deal, huh? You steal my loot, huh? Thump, thump, thump. Li Qinwu hammered fist after fist into the man's face, beating him until he nearly saw his ancestors. The surrounding rebels, drawn by the commotion, all gathered around. Hey, 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 stop, stop, you'll kill him. Several rebels rushed over, grabbing Li Qinwu from behind and pulling him back. Li Qinwu didn't resist. He rose to his feet. If he kept on, the guy would really be dead, and then things would... He picked up the second light machine gun, stood up, spat on the ground, and cursed, "Son of a bitch. Try stealing my loot again, and he'll beat the shit out of you." If this were a Dark Zone mobile game, anyone daring to open his loot crate would get a grenade flying their way. After cursing, Li Qinwu planned to go back and collect more spoils, but as he turned, he found himself blocked by over a dozen rebels. Leading them was his old nemesis Aram. Aram had been thoroughly beaten by Li Qinwu last time, losing all face, and was still bruised and swollen. He harbored a deep hatred for Li Qinwu. Seeing Li Qinwu assault someone again, he sensed an opportunity and closed in with over a dozen of his personal guards. Each of these men held an automatic rifle, their gazes fixed menacingly on Li Qinwu. At Aram's command, they would riddle him with bullets. Aram pointed at Li Qinwu and bellowed, "What right do you have to beat our comrade? If you don't give an explanation, you're not going anywhere." Li Qinwu let out a cold, sneering laugh. With a swift motion, he raised both light machine guns, tucking the stocks under his armpits, the muzzles aimed squarely at Aram. "Explanation? He'll give you a fucking explanation up your mother's ass." Li Qinwu unleashed a torrent of curses, enraging Aram to the point of bursting. His dozen men all raised their weapons, training them on Li Qinwu. Li Qinwu swept his gaze left and right, taking in the guns aimed at him, then locked his eyes onto Aram. "Come on, you bastard. You want to settle the score from last time, don't you? Give the order. Tell your mongrels to shoot. Don't worry, I won't hit anyone else. They'll only hit you. Even if your 10 dogs gun me down, my 2 guns here will still take your bastard life." Aram stared at the 2 machine guns in Li Qinwu's hands, their muzzles pointing straight at him, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. You think we revolutionaries fear death?" Li Qinwu curled his lip in disdain. "If Old Man's son said that, I'd believe him. But you, Aram, you are just a cowardly bastard. Old Man's son dares to lead a suicide cavalry charge. Where were you hiding during the battle? Those 10 rotten potatoes behind you with automatic rifles. They're your personal guards, aren't they, eh? Tisk tisk tsk. While everyone else fought with all their might, and suffered heavy losses. You son of a bitch were conserving your strength. A coward like you hiding behind your comrades dares to claim revolutionaries aren't afraid of death. By now more rebels had been drawn by the shouting. Hearing Li Qinhui's words, they turned to look at Aram, their expressions turning hostile. Aram stood there intact with his 10 personal guards, all holding automatic rifles. But what about the other rebels? Several rebel leaders had been killed outright, those who survived were wounded, and most of their personal guards were unlike Aram, whose dozen guards with automatics stood here completely unscathed. Who would believe he hadn't been? Seeing that his battlefield freeloading had been exposed, Aram quickly shouted, "Don't believe this suspicious character slander. We don't even know who he really is. Maybe he's the one who led these PDF here. He's a PDF spy." Li Qinwu, seeing the guy trying to pin a label on him, spat a mouthful of saliva back and returned the favor. "And I'm a spy? I killed over 20 PDF in this battle. I've killed more PDF than everyone here combined, and you're accusing me of being a spy." Just as the two sides were locked in a stalemate, someone stepped forward to stand between Aram and Li Qinwu. It was the rebel Parson. Parson first glanced at Li Qinwu. This man was his savior. After being captured by the PDF, he would have been interrogated and executed if not for Li Qinwu. Then he turned to Aram. "Mr. Scavenger is an ally we invited. Without him, we couldn't have won this battle. One must not be ungrateful." He then looked around at the surrounding rebels. "Before the battle, we agreed that all the PDF weapons and equipment killed by Mr. Scavenger would belong to him. Every leader was present at that meeting. If you don't believe me, go ask them yourselves." "Humph." Aluram snorted coldly and turned to leave. After all, he was still being threatened by 2 machine guns, and it was only natural to take a way out when offered. He truly held back during the fight. His automatic rifle guards were still alive, and standing here was too eye-catching. He had to slip away quickly. Once Aluram left, everyone relaxed and began to clean up the battlefield. However, everyone now dared not touch the bounty that Li Qinwu had beaten. He was too ruthless in his attacks, and no one dared to provoke him. This is also why Li Qinwu exploded at the slightest provocation. Those involved in Warhammer 40k all had some degree of social Darwinism. If you soften, others harden, and if you harden, your enemies soften. Li Qinwu spent over 10 minutes cleaning the battlefield, obtaining the following supplies: 19 sets of PDF helmets, 2 lumber guns, over 3,000 rounds of ammunition, 4 PDF light machine guns, 7 PDF automatic rifles, 2 PDF pistols, 23 fragmentation grenades, and over 9,000 rounds of ammunition, mainly packed in ammunition boxes on military trucks, with each box containing 2,000 rounds, and there were several boxes. Li Qinwu was quite satisfied. With so many firearms, even in the bottom nest, he could become a regional warlord, but there were not that many people to carry the guns. Although the bottom nest had many people, they were all untrustworthy rats. Now the distillery had expanded production and needed to recruit more underlings, but finding trustworthy individuals from there was a problem. As Li Qinwu pondered, a wail came from the rebels. He looked up to see several rebel leaders' bodies being carried out. 5 rebel leaders' corpses lay on the ground, their deaths gruesome. Some had died from multiple gunshot wounds, others from grenade explosions, and some had been killed by a 40mm autocannon, including Old Sun. Yes, Old Sun was dead. His horse was directly hit by the Chimera transport vehicle's autocannon, and the explosion mangled his legs, leaving numerous bullet holes in his body. Li Qinwu stepped closer, frowning at the corpse. It seemed he hadn't died instantly, but from bleeding out. "Damn it, where's the green needle I gave you? Why didn't you use it?" The contact person could also die, which brought Li Qinwu considerable shock. He himself wouldn't die. He had little real sense of death, nor did he feel much for the deaths of ordinary people around him. But the contact person had a natural deep connection with Li Qinwu. Their deaths deprived him of a trading channel, leaving him feeling quite unsettled. The rebel Parson, displaying sorrow on his face, walked up to Li Qinwu and said, "My lord, the injection you gave him was sent to the rear by his people before the battle to help a child who accidentally stepped on a landmine and lost his legs." Li Qinwu gritted his teeth, sighed, and looked at Parson, asking, "What will you do next?" "The leader is dead, and most of the young and strong have died as well, and the houses have been blown to this state." Parson's eyes flashed with determination. "My lord, we have endured destruction more horrific than this. Our home was once bombarded by PDF heavy artillery, and even chemical shells were used against us. The entire village was destroyed with hardly anyone left, yet we still survived." He picked up a handful of moist soil from the ground and smelled it. "As long as we have the ability to work, we can start over. If the houses are destroyed, we will rebuild. If the farmland is ruined, we will redig. If the leader is dead, we will select a new one. If we lack manpower, then we can consolidate the people from several strongholds to live together." Li Qinwu patted Parson on the shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. "You're a man. If there's any supplies you need, let me know. I have connections in the bottom nest, and we'll see if I can get them for you." Parson thought for a moment and said, "My lord, after this battle, we have too many injured. If possible, could you please get us more medical supplies? We will exchange food with you." Ding. "The rebel Parson has issued you a quest. Due to the high number of injured rebels from this battle, they urgently need medicine. If you provide them with medicine, you can gain their friendship and rebuild a long-term stable food smuggling route. Quest items: 20 high-purity anti-inflammatory and sterilizing powder, 20 hemostatic and pain relief antibacterial anti-inflammatory injections, 30 small medical kits, 30 small surgical kits. Li Qinwu looked at the rebel parson with some surprise, not expecting that after Old Sen's death, he had become his new contact. Moreover, upon seeing Parson's favorability toward him, it was directly at level 3. Thinking about it, Li Qinwu felt relieved. After all, he was his savior. If he hadn't taken him from Lieutenant Rudison back then, that guy would probably be buried by now. Plus, if it hadn't been for his reminder, this group of rebels would have probably been quietly wiped out by the PDF. 2 great favors directly pulling the favorability to level 3 was quite normal. Li Qinwu carefully examined the mission requirements he received. They were all medical supplies he could currently produce. Things like small medical kits and small surgical kits would consume durability when his digitized body used them, but they could still be used by ordinary people. When an ordinary person opened a small medical kit or small surgical kit, it contained normal bandages, medicines, and various random drugs that were truly usable. Li Qinwu had a substantial stock of these items. During the days he trained in the hideout, various outputs were in a full state, accumulating a pile of medicines, holy wine, holy oil, and ammunition. How about this? I need to drive back to the vent soon. Oh, why don't you ride with me? They'll bring the medicine and you hurry and use it on your brothers to avoid delaying treatment until their wounds get infected. The rebel parson was deeply moved. Li Qinwu suspected that if he gave him the medicine, his favorability would rise directly to the crown. P.S. The merchant favorability in Escape from Tarkov is 1, 2, 3 in crown. However, Li Qinwu was not planning to return immediately. He still had business to do. His gaze turned to the Chimera transport vehicle, which was surrounded by numerous rebels pointing and discussing. They no longer had explosives and couldn't break the armor of the Chimera transport vehicle. Who knows if there were any living people inside? Li Qinwu approached the Chimera transport vehicle, pressed his ear against the armor plate, and listened carefully. He heard movement inside, proving that there were living people. Immediately after, he heard a metallic click as if something had been pulled out. Then with a whoosh, a metallic scraping sound followed as a shooting window at the rear of the armored vehicle was opened from the inside and a grenade was thrown out of the shooting window before it closed again. The grenade rolled to Li Qinwu's feet, and Parson, who had followed him, stood beside him. Li Qinwu cursed, thinking that the newly unlocked contact must not get blown up. He dove to pick up the grenade, looking for a place to throw it, but there were rebels all around. There were rebels everywhere in the trench, and in the distant forest, rebels were searching the PDF corpses. There were people everywhere, and there was no place to throw the grenade. The grenade was about to explode, leaving Li Qinwu no time to think. In this critical moment, a flash of psychic energy erupted in Li Qinwu's eyes. He tightly gripped the grenade, and using an almost exhausting amount of mental energy, directed the subspace energy to wrap around the grenade. Gritting his teeth, Li Qinwu squeezed the grenade, overextending his mental power, and collapsed on the spot. The grenade was teleported into the subspace. At this moment in the subspace, a Chaos Space Marine ship was sailing through this chaotic space. The Space Marines were one of the core armed forces of the human empire, standing about 2.5 meters tall, genetically modified superhumans wearing heavy power armor. Armed with explosive guns and various advanced weapons, a single Space Marine could massacre 100 to 1,000 mortals, truly a man-made demigod. However, due to various reasons, half of these core armed forces had defected to the Chaos Gods and transformed into Chaos Space Marines. These Chaos Space Marines formed a Chaos Warband, switching between subspace and the real universe, often appearing suddenly to raid human empire planets, becoming a major scourge for humanity. The ship, already corrupted by chaos energy and unrecognizable in model, was a flagship of a Chaos Warband carrying over 60 Chaos Space Marines and tens of thousands of mortals. These mortals were engaged in mutual slaughter, and the leader of the ship, a Chaos Space Marine, stood high above watching the mortals fight. He was to select the 8 most outstanding individuals from among them, implant clean gene seeds looted from other Space Marines into them, and genetically modify them to turn them into his new Space Marine recruits. Thousands of people were killing each other in the cargo hold, and after a long battle, only 8 bloody figures remained standing. These 8 were the most vicious, the most courageous, the most brutal, and the best candidates to become Chaos Space Marines. They wielded swords and looked at each other, shouting and charging at one another, determined to hack each other to pieces. Enough. The leader of the Chaos Warband looked down at the 8 standing amidst the sea of corpses, nodding in satisfaction. You have proven your strength to me. You are qualified to become one of us. Now come forward, kneel, and prepare to receive the blessing of the Great Existence, becoming warriors of the Great Existence to overthrow the decaying rule of the false emperor. The 8 bloody figures exchanged glances, discarded their weapons, and approached the Warband leader to kneel. Now I shall bestow upon you my blessing. The Warband leader intended to say that they would take them for genetic modification surgery, but the next moment, with a whoosh, a grenade appeared out of nowhere. It landed on the deck with a clang rolling to the feet of the 8 ruthless individuals who had emerged from the sea of corpses ready to become Chaos Space Marine seeds. The moment the grenade appeared, everyone lowered their heads to look at the grenade, their eyes filled with confusion. Then under everyone's gaze there was a loud explosion as the grenade detonated, sending shrapnel flying and causing the surrounding ship's hull to clang. The 8 flesh and blood bodies were struck by the grenade at close range, screaming as they fell to the ground, nearly all dying on the spot. Those familiar with Warhammer 40k weapons understand that they are large, heavy, and powerful. A single grenade explosion could rival a 75mm infantry cannon. The Chaos Warband leader had originally put on a solemn demeanor, preparing to solemnly welcome the 8 new recruits of the Warband. However, this suddenly appearing grenade instantly wiped out his 8 new recruits, breaking his expression management as he stared dumbfounded at the corpses below. One of the not-quite-dead new recruits spat out blood and, equally dumbfounded, looked up at the Warband leader. "My lord, I seem to have one. For left. I just want to ask before I die, does our Warband's blessing refer to the fragmentation grenade?" The Warband leader opened his mouth to speak, but the new recruit sticking out his tongue and kicking his legs direct. The Warband leader looked at the ground full of corpses in the vast chamber and let out a terrifying roar. "Whose Warband's blessing is a fragmentation grenade, damn it?" Li Qinwu slowly opened his eyes, the severe headache making him grimace, and his memories quickly resurfaced. He was unclear about the fate of the last grenade, whether it exploded or not. However, upon seeing his surroundings, he found himself in a small wooden house lying on a straw bed, likely one of Old Sin's camp's accommodations. Li Qinwu hurriedly checked his body. There were no issues, his armor was still on, and his helmet was set aside along with his firearms. He breathed a sigh of relief, which seemed he was all right. He patted his still groggy head and instinctively opened the search and retrieve system to check how much he had grown from this battle. The 3 main attributes had not increased, remaining the same as before, but his weapon proficiency had increased significantly, rising to 110, while his subspace resistance and psychic proficiency had both reached 60. As long as he used psychic energy, both subspace resistance and psychic proficiency could increase, but what puzzled him was how the hell did his throwing proficiency also rise? Previously, his throwing weapon proficiency was 15, and now it had become 23. Did he blow up 8 people there? Damn, could that grenade have killed the rebels? Li Qinwu hurriedly got up, pushed the door open, and shouted, "Parson, Parson." The rebel Parson was currently carrying firewood, piling it beside the Chimera transport vehicle. Upon hearing Li Qinwu's call, he quickly ran over. "What's wrong, my lord? How do you feel? You suddenly fainted earlier." Li Qinwu quickly asked, "What about the grenade? Did it hit anyone?" The rebel Parson looked at Li Qinwu with a meaningful expression. "My lord, that grenade just disappeared into thin air. Do you have any clues about it?" Li Qinwu then realized that in the last moment he had successfully used psychic energy to wrap around that grenade and throw it into subspace. So those 8 throwing kills, did they mean that the fragmentation grenade had exploded on something in the subspace? After all, subspace is like a big garbage pit and no one would care if he threw all kinds of rubbish in there. He looked at the Chimera transport vehicle surrounded by firewood and asked, "Are you planning to set it on fire and roast it?" The rebel Parson nodded. "There should still be 2 or 3 living people inside. We can't get in and they don't dare to come out, so we can only burn them alive." Li Qinwu looked at the Chimera transport vehicle and felt it was a bit of a waste to just burn it down. Even if the heavy armored vehicle couldn't be recovered, there were noble guards inside equipped with laser guns. It would be too wasteful to just burn these firearms. He had to find a way to get them out. "Don't burn it yet, let me give it a..." Li Qinwu approached the armored vehicle this time, moving with caution. He navigated through the trenches to avoid all possible firing ports, pressing his ear against the vehicle's hull. He shouted to those inside, "Listen up, you in there. The Imperial Army has sent me with a message: surrender immediately, or you'll all be dead, dead, dead." Li Qinwu heard a faint rustling from within the armored vehicle, followed by the sound of a pin being pulled. Knowing they were about to toss another grenade, he quickly dove into the trench. The next moment, a thunderous explosion erupted as a grenade thrown from the firing port detonated. The rebels, aware that someone was inside the vehicle, kept their distance, pointing and gesturing at Li Qinwu from afar. After the grenade blast, Li Qinwu climbed back out and yelled to those inside, "Listen, you bastards. We've piled up a massive amount of firewood around your armored vehicle. One spark and you'll all be roasted meat. They'll give you 3 minutes to open the door and come out. I guarantee your safety." His response was another fragmentation grenade, forcing him to scramble away again. Just then, Parson crawled through the trench to Li Qinwu's side and reminded him, "Sir, while you were unconscious, we already tried to persuade them to surrender. Their only reply was grenades. That's why we planned to burn them out with firewood." Li Qinwu furrowed his brow in thought for a moment. There must be plenty of weapons and equipment in that vehicle. Burning it all would be such a waste. We need to force them to open the door willingly. Li Qinwu had an idea. He would smoke them out. He muttered something to Parson, who nodded repeatedly and immediately went to make arrangements. First, he had dozens of men crouched behind the armored vehicle aiming their guns at its rear door. If anyone burst out, they would shoot them dead on the spot. Then he ordered people to gather timber and clay, building a crude shelter around the vehicle to enclose it completely. Finally, they collected a pile of half-damp wood, lit it, and tossed it beside the armored vehicle to generate thick, billowing smoke. Parson even found some rubber scraps from somewhere. The smoke trapped by the wooden structure couldn't disperse and accumulated inside. The rebels worked swiftly. They were accustomed to manual labor, and there was plenty of timber nearby. Hadn't the Chimera armored vehicle snapped many trees when it drove in? The rebels simply hauled over those thick logs, roughly processed them, planted them in the ground, and draped them over the vehicle to form a crude triangular cover. They then fetched clay to seal the gaps between the logs, added damp fuel, and set it ablaze. Li Qinwu crouched in a trench watching the smoke-engulfed armored vehicle with a sly chuckle. He doubted that this PDF, a second-line unit's vehicle, had a NBC protection system. They weren't the Astra Militarum lavished with top-tier gear. Why would a peacekeeping vehicle need such features? Indeed, this Chimera transport lacked NBC protection. As the smoke and fire rose, those inside coughed violently, their eyes stinging and unable to open. Panicked, the occupants opened the rear firing ports and thrust out laser guns, firing wildly. The laser guns were powerful, easily piercing the log shelter. Wood chips exploded everywhere, and smoke leaked through the newly created holes. A few grenades were also tossed out, causing the shelter to shudder and some log structures to collapse. But whenever their assault ceased, the rebels would rush back with logs and clay, patching the holes and tossing rubber scraps and damp fuel onto the fire to intensify the smoke. When those in the Chimera opened the firing ports to throw grenades and fire lasers, the rebels scattered. Once they stopped, the rebels surged back with logs, continuing to patch holes and add fuel to the fire. After more than 40 minutes of this back and forth with repeated patching and increased fires, the occupants of the Chimera could no longer bear the smoke. Their weapons couldn't destroy the entire wooden structure in one go. They could only punch small holes. Most of the smoke from the fire remained trapped near the vehicle. What made it worse was that every time they opened the firing ports to shoot or throw grenades, the trapped smoke would seep. After all their struggling, the vehicle was filled with thick smoke. With every breath, the few inside would cough for minutes, their eyes stinging so badly they couldn't keep them open. Finally, realizing they would suffocate if this continued, they desperately flung open the Chimera's rear door. As soon as they emerged, the 20 guns positioned behind the vehicle opened fire. 3 people rushed out, 1 Chimera crewman and 2 noble guards. Under the hail of bullets from 20 rifles, they all screamed and collapsed. The Chimera crewman died instantly. He wore no armor, only a crew vest, and took several shots to the 2 noble guards writhed on the ground. Their chests and heads were well armored, so the rebels' bullets couldn't, but their thighs and arms were unprotected. Hit by a barrage of pellets, they lost mobility and squirmed on. The rebels let out a fierce yell, charged out of the trenches, and swarmed the 3 bodies, beating them. By the time their calmer comrades pulled them away, the bodies had been battered into pulp. Afterward, the rebels extinguished the fire and hauled out the corpses and supplies from the Chimera. In total, they found 11 laser guns, 11 laser pistols, 4 PDF submachine guns, and 11 sets of carapace armor. There were also over 140mm high-explosive rounds and more than 1,000 20mm lumber gun rounds. The rebels excitedly picked up the laser guns to examine them, but unfortunately all were gene-locked and unusable. Li Qinwu searched among the bodies dragged from the vehicle and found one with a lieutenant's insignia. This must be Lieutenant Winchester. Blood trickled from his mouth and nose, likely the explosion of his suicide pack had killed him. Li Qinwu borrowed an axe from a nearby rebel and with a few swings severed Lieutenant Winchester's head. He then stripped a piece of clothing from a corpse, wrapped the head as proof, intending to present it to Lieutenant Rudison. The battle had finally concluded. The rebels had repelled the PDF's assault, and though their losses were grievous, they had defended their homeland. They began digging pits around the area to bury the dead. A monumental task, for the number of fallen was immense. Yet compared to those who had perished, the living bore a heavier burden of suffering. Over 30 wounded lay in the wooden cabin, their agonized moans filling the air as their lives ebbed away at a terrifying pace. Li Qinwu climbed into the military vehicle and said to Parson, "Come, go back with me. He'll bring you the medicine." Parson nodded, but instead of immediately boarding the vehicle, he ran over to confer with the 3 surviving rebels. The 3 rebel leaders cast a surprised glance at Li Qinwu before nodding in agreement. Then, to Li Qinwu's astonishment, Parson gathered all the laser rifles and batteries, tossed them into the military truck, and only then took the passenger seat. Li Qinwu started the engine, drove the military truck out of the camp, and said to Parson with earnest gravity, "Do you have any idea how valuable those laser weapons are? And you're just giving them to me like this?" Parson replied, "Sir, since we can't use these weapons anyway, and you possess such extraordinary abilities, perhaps they might prove useful to you." Li Qinwu drove in silence for a moment before speaking. "If you ever need anything in the future, come to me. They'll help if I can." These were 22 laser rifles, an immensely valuable treasure. In the PDF, such weapons were issued only to officers, a testament to their rarity. If Li Qinwu could find a way to bypass the genetic lock, he could instantly raise a formidable armed force. According to the agreement, the deaths inside the armored vehicle were not Li Qinwu's doing, yet Parson still decided to give him all the weapons. Li Qinwu acknowledged the debt of gratitude. The vehicle drove all the way to the forest near the ventilation duct. Li Qinwu told Parson to stay in the truck and guard the cargo, then stepped onto the hardened ground of the duct alone to begin the evacuation countdown. When the countdown ended, Li Qinwu returned to the hiding spot, found a backpack, and went to the pile of medical supplies, sweeping them inside. After gathering enough, he hesitated for a moment, then pulled out 10 green syringes from a case and stuffed them into the backpack, as well, considering it partial repayment for the laser rifles. Pushing open the door of the hiding spot, the people in the brewery looked at Li Qinwu in astonishment. Wait, how did the boss come out from inside again? Hadn't he already left? Li Qinwu greeted them and began inspecting the changes in the brewery. Remembering the profit from the last liquor sale, Li Qinwu had given all the money to Xiao Dao to hire workers for expanding the pipeline. Now the workers had arrived and were busy mixing concrete and laying rebar. Expanding in the underground nest was surprisingly simple. Just push out a few dozen meters along the pipeline, build a wall, and the enclosed land was yours. This time, with ample funds, it wasn't just a matter of throwing up a simple wall. Xiao Dao had the workers construct thin walls in several places, carving out private and shared dormitories, a kitchen, and a toilet. Once these facilities were completed, everyone's living standards would improve significantly. The work area was also expanded, divided into a warehouse, brewing zone, heating zone, and material storage area. Several large water tanks were built to store water from the pipes for easy access. This round of expansion enclosed roughly 300 meters of tunnel, leaving ample surplus space. Even the small train could now be parked inside the walls for protection rather than outside. Li Qinwu walked ahead along the pipeline and soon found Xiao Dao personally working with several workers pouring concrete to build a new wall. Li Qinwu approached, studied the wall for a moment, then called everyone to stop and said, "Open 2 reserve firing ports on each side of the wall, and one at the top for a searchlight to project outward." Xiao Dao turned, saw Li Qinwu, and after a flicker of surprise told the workers, "Do as he says. Do the same for both walls." The workers asked, "Boss, how big should the openings be? Could you show us?" Li Qinwu gestured. A long rectangular slot just wide enough to poke a gun barrel through for left and right firing. As for the opening at the top of the wall, he specified a square 40 by 40 centimeters. He had seen many high-intensity searchlights in the PDF camp before, and their standard size was exactly 40 by 40 centimeters. These lights came in several power levels. At maximum output, they could illuminate targets 5 or 6 kilometers. In such a narrow, enclosed, and dark tunnel, turning on such a searchlight would render anything ahead complete. If any enemy coveted Li Qinwu's brewery with such a searchlight in place, they wouldn't even be able to launch an attack before struggling to open their eyes. After arranging the wall construction, Li Qinwu told Xiao Dao to prepare the small train and summon Kai father and Kai son to help move supplies. Then he sped off on the small train toward the surface. Soon the small train reached the surface. Li Qinwu led the group to the military truck, jumped onto the cargo bed, hoisted a lumber-cutting rifle, and carried it toward the train. "Move everything down from here and toss it onto the train cars." The men set to work, their faces etched with awe as they looked at the items they were unloading. By the divine emperor above, so many weapons and ammunition, such massive firearms. Where had the boss gotten all this? Had he ransacked the PDF's armory? Overwhelmed by shock, confusion, and reverence, the men worked swiftly. Parson also joined in, and the 5 of them transferred the weapons and ammunition from the military truck to the small train at top speed. "All right, you all head back first. Tell Xiao Joel to disassemble and maintain all these weapons. I gave him a special grease earlier. Have him use that to oil the guns." With that, Li Qinwu beckoned Parson into the military truck and sped off toward the rebel camp. Xiao Dao and the others returned to the underground brewery laden with their haul of weaponry and a newfound sense of security. An hour later, the military truck arrived back at the rebel camp. Even from a distance, Li Qinwu could hear anguished cries. The rebel wounded had been sustained by adrenaline earlier, dulling their pain. Now that the fervor had faded, the wounds torn by bullets and shrapnel made them wish for death. "Quick, the medicine. Did you bring the medicine back?" A rebel leader rushed over as the truck returned, shouting. Li Qinwu grabbed his backpack and charged with him into the wooden cabin where the wounded lay. He swept the contents of the pack onto the floor. The rebels stared at the colorful array of medicine, momentarily at a loss. They had no idea how to use it. "Damn it. Start with this. Give 1 pill to each." Seeing their confusion, Li Qinwu grabbed the painkillers and distributed them, first relieving the wounded's agony so they would stop howling and interfering with treatment. Then he opened a medical kit, took out hemostatic powder and bandages, staunched the bleeding forcefully, and left the rest to the green syringes. He approached the most severely wounded soldier, but just as he was about to apply the medicine, a rebel leader stopped him. "This one's dead. Move on to the next." Li Qinwu looked closely. Indeed, this man had long ceased to move with a piece of shrapnel lodged in his thigh, likely having bled to death. He moved to the next wounded soldier, who was clutching his arm and wailing in agony. Seeing that the bleeding was not severe, Li Qinwu ignored him, directly categorizing him as a lightly wounded soldier and proceeding to treat the critically injured first. He arrived before the third wounded soldier, whose condition was far more dire. Several pieces of shrapnel had struck his abdomen, tearing open a large gash with intestines spilling out and a torrent of blood and feces flowing forth. The rebel leader following Li Qinwu said, "This one won't make it either. Move on to the next." The medical conditions of their rebel forces were extremely poor. Although a hit to the abdomen did not cause rapid blood loss and immediate death, the perforated intestines allowed feces to leak out quickly, leading to infection in the wound. Given their rebel medical capabilities, this man would die from inflammation within a few days anyway. Since death was inevitable, it was better to save those who could still be rescued. "No, this one can survive. A few of you hold him down and don't let him thrash about." Seeing Li Qinwu's confidence, the rebel leader wasted no time. He beckoned 4 rebel soldiers over, who pinned the man with the torn open belly firmly to the ground. Li Qinwu opened a small surgical kit, extracting a scalpel, forceps, and clamps. Roughly, he widened the gunshot wound on the man's belly, then probed inside with the forceps, extracting all the bullet fragments and shrapnel. During this process, the wound was enlarged, causing more blood and intestines to spill out, and the wounded soldier's screams were unending. "Damn it, hold him tight, don't let him move." The soldier howled in pain. The rebel leader quickly shoved a rag into his mouth and pressed his head firmly to the ground, while the other soldiers used their limbs to pin down his arms and legs, preventing any movement. The commotion was so great that many rebels gathered to watch. Witnessing the bloody scene of treatment, they turned pale and retreated, with several even vomiting on the spot. Li Qinwu had practically opened up the man's entire abdominal cavity. If a surgeon had seen this, they would likely have shaken their head in disbelief. But Li Qinwu paid no heed to such concerns. After confirming that all shrapnel had been cleared from the abdominal cavity, he hastily stuffed the intestines back into the belly, sprinkled a handful of hemostatic powder, and then took out several skin staplers, clicking them shut to close the wound. Next, Li Qinwu produced a green needle, uncapped it, and raised it high above his head, shouting, "In the name of the divine emperor, activate the void blood pump." He jabbed the needle into the soldier's vein, leaving the rest to a miracle. Thereafter, Li Qinwu transformed into a battlefield medic, treating the dying severely wounded with extremely crude methods. He merely removed the shrapnel embedded in their bodies, roughly staunched the bleeding, and left everything else to the green needle. Under his jaw-dropping operations, the 9 men he had classified as critically wounded were pulled back with the void blood pump in effect. Their wounds healed almost visibly, and they soon fell into a peaceful sleep. However, Li Qinwu dared not treat the remaining dozens of wounded soldiers, as the dozen or so void blood pumps he had brought were nearly exhausted. Fortunately, the rebels had experience dealing with external injuries. The remaining wounded were not critically hurt, so Li Qinwu taught them how to use the medications, leaving the subsequent surgeries to be completed by the rebels themselves. After resting for a while, Li Qinwu prepared to return. The 3 rebel leaders and Parson gathered around him, expressing their gratitude profusely. Li Qinwu handed each of them a cigarette, and they lit up and smoked together. Li Qinwu asked, "With so many of your men dead in this battle, are you planning to join forces from now on?" One of the rebel leaders nodded. "There's no choice. Too many able-bodied men have died. We'll have to band together from now on. But with all this cleared land lying idle, we'll gradually attract people from other places. Before long, we'll grow strong again." Another rebel leader said with a smile, "This could be an opportunity. From now on, our 8 factions will merge into one, becoming stronger. This event has united us like never before." Parson also added, "Sir, once we merge, we'll have even more surplus grain. From now on, we can provide as much." Li Qinwu was quite satisfied with this. His distillery was expanding production, requiring 10 tons of grain every 5 days, a considerable consumption. If only Old Man Sen's rebel faction had been supplying him, maintaining the grain route would have been difficult. But now with the 8 factions united, the grain supply could be sustained. After a few more exchanges of pleasantries about looking out for each other in the future, the group dispersed. On the military truck, Li Qinwu glanced at his system panel and noticed that Parsons' favorability had risen to a crown, the highest level. Parsons' high favorability unlocked a special feature: manpower. Li Qinwu could purchase population from him, consuming favorability points. Now Parsons' favorability toward Li Qinwu had reached the maximum crown level. Beside the crown was a numerical value, initially 0 with no upper limit. This value would grow slowly over time. Li Qinwu had just checked, and it was 0, now it had become 1. The exact growth rate was unclear, but the natural increase seemed very slow. However, this value could be increased through various interactions, such as completing tasks related to Parson or engaging in trade with the rebels. For every 10 points accumulated, Li Qinwu could purchase one person from Parson. Although it was termed a purchase in practice, it likely meant Parson would ask among the other rebels who was willing to go with Li Qinwu, and if someone agreed, the transaction would be completed. Li Qinwu let out a whistle. This was excellent news. He had been worrying about where to find trustworthy people to work in the distillery, and now a stable channel for population growth had been provided. He decided to visit Parson's stronghold more often in the future, occasionally taking 1 or 2 people with him. With that thought, Li Qinwu drove the military truck near the ventilation duct and into the woods. He took out his knife, cut some leaves and branches to camouflage the truck, then sprinted at full speed toward the PDF. He didn't enter the PDF camp directly, but waited outside. Soon Lieutenant Rudson's Chimera armored personnel carrier drove out and stopped before him. The armored vehicle's door opened, and Li Qinwu jumped in. Before he could even sit down, Lieutenant Rudson grabbed his hand and asked, "How did it go? Did it work?" The man's face was flushed with excitement. It was understandable. Advancing from company commander to battalion commander might sound like a small step, but it was a chasm. A PDF regiment on this planet had 3 battalions, each comprising 10 companies. A battalion commander commanded 10 times the troops of a company commander, and their authority was likewise magnified tenfold. Upon becoming a battalion commander, one automatically gained the status of an upper nest dweller along with a series of guarantees. From then on, they would be a noble, without land title or peerage. Li Qinwu pulled the severed head from his backpack, pinched its mouth, and mimicked Lieutenant Winchester's tone. "Ah, my dear Lieutenant Rudson, I shouldn't have vied with you for the battalion commander position. I was wrong. I'm off to report to the Emperor. From now on, you are the battalion commander." Ding. Lieutenant Rudison's favorability reached LV3, unlocking items: radio communicator, 2000 radio signal terminal, 20mm lumberjack rifle ammunition, 200 PDF submachine gun, 2500 PDF light machine gun, 5000. A system notification echoed in Li Qinwu's mind. Lieutenant Rudison tremblingly took the severed head, scrutinizing the features. It was undoubtedly Lieutenant Winchester. Huh. Winchester, long time no see. Lieutenant Rudison let out a demented chuckle. With this, his greatest rival was gone, and he was poised to leap across class boundaries and become a man of status. Li Qinwu patted him on the shoulder and said, "Bro, when you make it big, don't forget your poor buddies." Lieutenant Rudison withdrew his gaze and looked at Li Qinwu earnestly. "I owe you one. Rest assured, from now on in the camp I command, only soldiers will be allowed to buy your liquor. They'll also help you sell it to other camps, even to PDF garrisons of other regiments." Li Qinwu suddenly recalled his last chat with Renault, who said that to become an upper nester, one must have he needed a legitimate venture, a proper brewery in the mid-nest, to have a chance at selling liquor to the upper nest and earning coins from the nobles. But the current situation was dire. People in the hive city were reduced to eating corpse starch. Where could one find legal grain for brewing? For Li Qinwu to establish a legal brewery in the mid-nest, he needed a legitimate source of grain, otherwise the enforcers would raid his home in no time. With Lieutenant Rudison about to be promoted to battalion commander, Li Qinwu suddenly conceived a bold plan. He wanted to register his brewery under Rudison's name, securing military protection for the distillery. This would also explain the grain source. When the enforcers came asking how he could afford grain for brewing, while Li Qinwu would claim his brewery was directly under military jurisdiction with raw materials seized by the army from external campaigns, all perfectly legal. Li Qinwu shared his idea with Lieutenant Rudison, then raised 3 fingers before him. "What do you think? Is this feasible? From now on, you'll be the public shield for my brewery, and it'll give you 30% of the net profit." Before proposing this, Li Qinwu had done his homework. Through Little Joel, he learned that the PDF could engage in business. Essentially, PDF soldiers were private troops of various military chieftains, most of whom were nobles fond of making money through commerce. Following this trend, even lower-ranking PDF officers occasionally dabbled in business. Amidst the hive city's corpse starch diet, black markets still thrived with meat and vegetables. Where did they come from? Weren't they spoils seized by the PDF in battles? And this black market chain actually involved the enforcers, with the upper echelons of the black market being the enforcers themselves. As long as you paid taxes to the enforcers, your goods could circulate normally in the black market. But if you barged in without joining the circle or paying dues, you'd become a notch on the enforcer's record of merit. After a moment's thought, Lieutenant Rudison said, "We'll settle this once my position as battalion commander is confirmed. Then we'll see if we can bring our regiment commander in. Our regiment commander holds a barony in the upper nest and is also my relative." Using his name for this venture, Li Qinwu nodded, not pressing the matter further. His liquor production capacity hadn't ramped up yet, so there was no need to rush. He would wait until Lieutenant Rudison's situation stabilized before exploring new markets. He brought up another topic. "Old Lou, do you know any way to brute force the gene lock on laser guns? I off that bastard Winchester this time, and seized over 20 laser guns, but they all have gene locks. Completely unusable. Rudison stared at Li Qinwu with a peculiar expression. Damn, wasn't one of his own laser guns swiped by this guy too? The laser guns in our military are produced by the Forge Temple. To crack the Genelok, you'd have to go to the Forge Temple and find a tech priest. But I advise against it. If you show up with a suspicious laser gun asking them to break the Genelok, you'll definitely be arrested and thrown into a furnace. In the world of Warhammer 40.0, all human manufacturing industries were largely monopolized by the Adeptus Mechanicus. The core world of the Mechanicus was Mars, which they had transformed into a colossal forge world capable of producing massive warships and war machines. The Adeptus Mechanicus were humans who worshipped the Omnicia, the machine god. Its members were commonly known as tech priests, a fanatical blend of technologists and clergy. Their typical image was one of robed figures wielding gar-toothed axes with most of their bodies replaced by mechanical parts, semi-human cyborgs. These individuals were scattered across human worlds providing technology and resources. This very hive city towering into the clouds was designed and built by the Mechanicus. On most worlds, the Mechanicus operated a few factories to supply industrial products. But some worlds belonged entirely to them, transformed completely into factories. The ground was covered with furnaces as vast as oceans, and smokestacks pierced the atmosphere, belching toxic industrial fumes that would kill an ordinary person with a single breath. The Adeptus Mechanicus held machines in the highest reverence, believing they possessed souls and showed immense respect for technology. Yet they were also conservative, resistant to progress and innovation, even staging witch hunts reminiscent of the medieval era. In short, if Li Qinwu went to the Mechanicus with a laser gun for unlocking, he would surely be captured and tortured for interrogation. Until he grew strong and obtained a legitimate identity, Li Qinwu had no desire to deal with those mechanical freaks. Besides, he had other ways to crack the laser gun's gene lock. Among the upgrades for the concealment skill, there was something called an intelligence station. Its description said it could provide special intelligence and electronic support, which seemed to include the ability to break laser gun gene locks. However, he had never even seen the components needed to upgrade the intelligence station, a mess of unfamiliar electronic devices. He did recognize one thing: the throne of meditation. It could be simply understood as the Warhammer 40K version of a computer CPU, but it wasn't electronic. It contained a brain, a human brain. The thinker engine prevalent in Warhammer 40K is generally a combination of a mechanical construct and a mass of biological brain matter. The brains within include some animal brains, some cultivated human brains from incubation chambers, and others that are quite cruelly taken from living humans. This device is commonly found in Warhammer 40K, and due to its poor computational ability, it relies on sheer quantity. Inside a battleship, thinker engines are everywhere, and there are likely many in the upper levels of the nest, though Li Qinwu at his current stage cannot access them. Later, Li Qinwu and Lieutenant Redaeson discussed some other matters before parting ways, with Redaeson driving Li Qinwu to the ventilation duct from where he returned to his hideout. In the following days, Li Qinwu trained diligently in his hideout, with all his attributes increasing slightly. During this time, his distillery was also upgraded. The expanded distillery became larger and more comfortable, capable of brewing 10 tons of potatoes at once, but problems soon followed. One day a knock sounded at Li Qinwu's door, and Xiao Dao stood outside reporting. "Boss, we have brewed the new 10 tons of liquor, but the battery you provided has run out. Moreover, with our current production scale, using an inefficient heating method like the hot water heater severely hampers our production pace. What should we do, boss?" Li Qinwu was confronted with an energy crisis. His distillery had grown too large to rely solely on a few batteries. How do the fertilizer gang and chemical gang get their power? Can I use their method to pull a wire over? Li Qinwu pondered that since the distillery already had water pipes, it was time to find a way to get an electric wire. Xiao Dao replied, "Boss, I heard when I was with the fertilizer gang that most of the energy in the entire nest comes from thermal power generated from the excess heat of the Mechanicus factories, with the electricity controlled by the Mechanicus. In our bottom nest, to legally obtain electricity, one must undertake industrial tasks from the upper nest lords, such as setting up factories, producing chemicals, handling special waste sewage, and so on. After receiving these demands, the Mechanicus would pull a wire for you." Li Qinwu realized immediately that this path was not feasible for him. "Right now, I am merely a small mouse in the bottom nest. How could I access the industrial capacity of the upper nest lords? Relying on legitimate channels to get electricity is less feasible than finding a way to steal it." Li Qinwu asked Xiao Dao, "Is there no energy reserve left in the workshop?" Xiao Dao nodded. "Boss, the palladium battery you provided is drained. We are currently using the engine of a small train to generate power, which can last for a while, but is not a long-term solution. If we expand the distillery further and add more equipment, it won't be able to keep up." Li Qinwu hesitated for a moment, contemplating whether he should get a generator. But this idea was quickly dismissed. Generators are not hard to come by, just an engine and a battery would suffice. Aren't there several PDF military trucks on the rebel side? If I could drag one back and dismantle it, I could build a generator. However, this method is far too inefficient, as every second the generator runs consumes alcohol or fuel, increasing brewing costs. I must obtain a stable and cheap source of electricity. Can I negotiate with the fertilizer gang to pull a wire? Li Qingwu was relatively close to the fertilizer gang. It was only about 3 to 5 kilometers in a straight line, so getting a wire over should not be a problem. Xiao Dao's face showed hesitation. Boss, pulling a wire over from the fertilizer gang is feasible, but to be blunt, our distillery might appear as prime meat to the electronic eye boss. He wants to devour this piece of prime meat, while fearing he cannot digest it. The weapons you brought back and your background outside make the electronic eye boss quite wary. Having such a thorny piece of prime meat nearby, wanting to eat it, but not being able to, the electronic eye boss attitude towards us will likely be very nuanced. In the past few days, Li Qingwu has installed 2 logging guns he found outside on the wall, one on each side blocking the path of the distillery. To familiarize his subordinates with the heavy machine gun, he had them take turns shooting, firing hundreds of rounds of large caliber ammunition. The roar of the heavy machine gun echoed far down the pipe, audible even to the fertilizer gang, who sent people over to check it out. When those little brothers saw the huge gun barrels protruding from the wall, they were terrified and fled immediately. After much consideration, Li Qingwu felt that obtaining stable and cheap electricity in the short term should start with the fertilizer gang, so he planned to make a trip there. Xiao Dao hurriedly stopped Li Qingwu. Boss, the situation is different now. Our distillery has started making money, and people from the fertilizer gang might have ulterior motives. If you go there so openly, you might get controlled. Li Qingwu chuckled. You don't need to worry about that. Oh, just watch over our brewing furnace. He'll be back shortly. In the worried gaze of Xiao Dao, Li Qingwu dressed in work clothes and headed towards the fertilizer gang's base. As he neared his destination, he took out a pouch of poison and pressed it against the inside of his mouth. He feared not death, but being controlled. If the other side killed him, they would face his endless revenge. Li Qingwu entered the fertilizer gang's base, having been busy outside for a while. He hadn't been here in a long time. The 2 guards at the door were seeing him for the first time, but this time, they looked at Li Qingwu with different expressions filled with awe and greed. Li Qingwu ignored their stares and couldn't be bothered to offer them cigarettes. He walked straight into the shop of the black merchant Nepal. Nepal was currently repairing a machine of unknown purpose and looked up to see Li Qingwu standing at the door. A strange expression flashed across his face, quickly replaced by his signature false smile. Oh, isn't this boss Li? What brings you to my humble abode? The somewhat sarcastic greeting reflected Li Qingwu's elevated status. Previously, the black merchant saw Li Qingwu as just a rat scraping by in the bottom nest. While this rat was incredibly fierce, he remained a rat, one that could be commanded to work. But now Li Qingwu had developed his own power and could sit at the same table as him, which made the black merchant instinctively feel some aversion. Li Qingwu sighed inwardly. Indeed, exceptional people attract jealousy. He chose to get straight to the point. Old Nepal, I've run into some difficulties lately. I wonder if you can lend me a hand. Nepal felt he was being insulted, but couldn't quite grasp the point, so he asked in confusion, what difficulties do you have? Li Qingwu pointed at the operating chemical equipment of the fertilizer gang and said, while the fertilizer gang is really big with so many devices running, it must consume a lot of electricity. If I could pull a wire over from you, it wouldn't be too much, right? Nepal's mind immediately began to brainstorm, looking at Li Qingwu with a meaningful gaze. Ever since he opened the distillery, this guy has been quite mysterious. Nepal was always curious about how much money Li Qingwu's distillery could make and where the grains came from. Last time when Li Qingwu took people to repair the railway, those who returned told Nepal that the small train led to the surface. He knew this, but how to connect with the rebels and obtain grains was a problem. Now that Li Qingwu's distillery actually had energy demands, it proved that his production capacity was increasing, meaning he could certainly earn even more money. A hint of envy flashed in Nepal's eyes as he began to calculate. Oh, you want to pull a wire from us? That's not something that can be done casually. The Mechanicus only provides us with a limited electricity quota each month. Pulling a wire to your place means we will have to use less electricity here. Li Qingwu casually took out a cigarette and lit it. State your conditions. If we can work together, we will. A few minutes later, Li Qingwu left the fertilizer gang's base cursing. Just to pull a wire, that black merchant wanted 50 of the distillery's profits. He must have lost his mind. Li Qingwu grumbled as he walked back, but after a moment's thought, he turned around and headed toward the safe zone. After more than half an hour, Li Qingwu sat across from Reno in the Purification Guild's office. Li Qingwu explained his desire to pull a wire and asked Reno if he had any solutions. Reno replied, I don't know the specifics of how to pull a wire in the bottom nest, but I know a friend from the Mechanicus working at the waste treatment plant. He is a technical advisor hired by the Purification Guild responsible for maintaining the heavy machinery at the sewage plant. I can give you a note. You can go there and ask him. Li Qingwu was overjoyed, not expecting Reno to have such connections. After confirming the location of the sewage plant, and getting the note, he dashed back to the distillery and drove a maintenance vehicle toward the sewage plant. The sewage plant is a gigantic mechanical facility in the bottom nest employing tens of thousands of workers. Most are staff from the Purification Guild, with a small number being technicians from the Mechanicus. The main function of the sewage plant is to process the wastewater generated by the nest and discharge it into normal water bodies for water recycling. Due to the foul smell of the sewage plant, it was moved to the bottom nest, and because of its importance, there are no gang bases within several kilometers. Which fool would dare to establish a gang stronghold near the sewage plant? They would get a visit from the plant's security armed with shotguns in no time. Li Qinwu drove his small vehicle to the sewage plant and smelled a foul odor from afar. Ahead of him was a metal gate separating the sewage plant into two distinct worlds. Li Qinwu drove up to the gate, where a retro-style camera was aimed at him. He took out a note from his pocket and waved it in front of the camera. After a while, the gate of the sewage plant creaked open, revealing a gap, through which an armed security guard from the Purification Guild peered out and waved him in. Li Qinwu hurried over, handed the note to the guard, and also offered him a can of meat. "I was sent by Lord Reno to see Priest Anthony." The armed guard holding the can of meat showed a look of surprise before quickly understanding, stuffing the can into his bulletproof vest. "Follow me." The armed guard led Li Qinwu into the sewage plant, and the gate creaked shut behind them. The guard handed Li Qinwu a gas mask and led him deeper into the plant while explaining, "Priest Anthony is a very strange person. He will only give you 30 seconds of communication time. If what you say doesn't catch his attention within those 30 seconds, he will send you away. When speaking with him, avoid being roundabout. Get straight to the point without any nonsense metaphors or jokes. The people of the Mechanicus prefer directness." Li Qinwu nodded, frequently realizing the benefits of the meat. The guard was explaining everything clearly. Without the meat, would they have said so much to him? Inside the sewage plant, there are numerous pipes as large as the veins of a planet, receiving hundreds of billions of cubic meters of wastewater produced by the nest daily, injecting it into the treatment furnace beneath the nest, akin to an underground ocean. This black technology wastewater treatment furnace employs astonishing methods to efficiently process the wastewater, discharging purified water back into the planet's natural water bodies for recycling, while merging waste into a black liquid that is incinerated through the drainage pipes. As Li Qinwu walked among these colossal machines, he felt the might of the human empire once again. Soon the armed guard brought him to a small room filled with mechanical motifs, which featured a plethora of skull and gear symbols, the emblem of the Mechanicus. The armed guard entered the metal room first, and after a while he came out to tell Li Qinwu, "Priest Anthony will meet you. You only have 30 seconds. Remember, 30 seconds. Li Qinwu nodded and stepped inside. Upon entering, he saw a figure in a red robe, half machine and half human, operating a complex array of controls. This person wore a red robe with both arms and legs replaced by machinery, and one of his eyes had been replaced with an electronic eye. He had lost his nose, mouth, and chin, replaced by an electronic breathing and vocal device. On his back was a small metallic pack, a servo pack, containing an independent power source to supply energy to his half-human, half-machine body. The servo pack also had two enormous mechanical arms appearing as extensions of his body, skillfully manipulating the surrounding machinery. Upon Li Qinwu's entry, the red half-machine creature remained silent, his eyes focused on the readings from the mechanical devices before him, his mechanical fingers precisely controlling the levers to adjust the machine's state. Li Qinwu knew that the countdown for him had already begun. The personnel of the Mechanicus placed great importance on numbers and time. He directly spoke, "I need the Mechanicus to pull a wire for my distillery, and in return I can provide a lubricant that will allow the machines to operate efficiently, one that might please the souls within the machinery." Priest Anthony's four mechanical hands paused, then he turned around, scrutinizing Li Qinwu's expression with his electronic eye and flesh eye, seemingly analyzing his micro-expressions to determine if he was lying. Ultimately, he extended a mechanical hand and spoke in a blend of binary language. "A test sample is needed to verify the truth of your words." Li Qinwu pulled out a bottle of cooking oil from his pocket and handed it to him, this cooking oil infused with tin. Priest Anthony received the container, and one of the mechanical arms behind him extended, revealing a needle that entered the container. 95 triglyceride, 5 other fat-soluble accompaniments assessed as cooking oil lacking superior mechanical lubrication capabilities and unable to soothe the machine's soul to bring it pleasure. Evaluation determined it lacked practical testing value. Priest Anthony believed that Li Qinwu had merely brought a bottle of ordinary cooking oil to deceive him without any real intention to test it on his machinery. Seeing that he was about to be dismissed, Li Qinwu quickly added, "I have used this oil in standard freight trains. By adding 500 milliliters of this cooking oil to the engine, while towing 10 empty freight cars, the small train can run for 30 kilometers. Upon hearing Li Qinwu's words, Priest Anthony's eyes focused intently on his facial expressions. Facial expression analysis indicates no deception. The credibility of the description is 90. The bottom nest standard freight train's X35 engine is a versatile engine. Adding 500 milliliters of cooking oil while towing 10 empty cars typically results in a travel distance of 20 kilometers. Achieving 30 kilometers is an anomaly. As he spoke, he looked at the bottle of cooking oil in his hand. Re-evaluation possesses practical testing value. Father Anthony's method of testing was exceedingly simple. He dispatched someone to fetch a small train, all of which were identical models in the underhive. He had the small train hitch 10 empty carriages, drained all the fuel from its tank, and then filled it with liquinous oil to run on the tracks. Since the wastewater facility was a colossal structure with ample space, numerous tracks crisscrossed the area for transporting goods. The test train ran back and forth along these rails. In less than half an hour, the small train halted before Father Anthony. The armed security guard aboard reported a string of data to him. Father Anthony lowered his gaze to analyze the data for a moment, then fixed his eyes, both organic and mechanical, on Li Qinwu. The test vehicle was injected with 500 milliliters of edible oil. Theoretically, with 10 empty carriages, it could travel 20 kilometers. The actual test result was 2 kilometers. Conclusion: under consistent energy density, the experimental fuel enhances the vehicle's operational efficiency. As he spoke, he placed his mechanical arm on the still-warm locomotive of the small train. I can sense the machine spirit rejoicing, it yearns to run. Provide me with more of this oil, and I shall conduct in-depth research. As his words fell, a system prompt echoed in Li Qinwu's mind. Ding. Contact unlocked. Father Anthony favorability, LV0. Quest unlocked. The special oil you provided has piqued Father Anthony's interest. Supplying him with more may earn his friendship. Quest objective: provide Father Anthony with 10 liters of oil. Seeing that a contact had been unlocked, especially one from the cult mechanicus, Li Qinwu's face lit up with joy. He hastily asked, Father Anthony, what about the electricity I need? To his surprise, Father Anthony ignored his words, turned around, and strode into his control room. Surrounded by a myriad of mechanical devices, he began manipulating the levers. Greater value begets more dialogue. Upon hearing this, the armed security guard tugged at Li Qinwu's sleeve. Li Qinwu understood this was a signal for him to leave. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he walked out. The guard chuckled. That's how tech priests are. Their minds are rigid. Complete what he asks of you, and only then will he continue to speak with you. Father Anthony calls this effective communication. Li Qinwu clicked his tongue and said, all right, I suppose. After all, he only needed to go back and retrieve the quest item. Escorted to the main gate by the guard, he climbed into his maintenance buggy and sped off toward the brewing workshop at full throttle. Upon returning, he greeted the others who were working and entered his hideout. He prepared 2 bottles of sanctified oil and over a dozen bottles of ordinary edible oil that had not been sanctified. Pouring them all into a large barrel, he stirred until well mixed. Hefting the barrel onto the maintenance buggy, he set off once more for the wastewater facility. The same guard received Li Qinwu and led him to Father Anthony. Li Qinwu placed 10 liters of sanctified oil before the priest and said, I have proven my worth. Can you now deliver what I need? Father Anthony extended a mechanical arm to grasp the oil barrel, then inserted a probe into the liquid for analysis. The experimental sample matches, but more time is required for research to accurately assess its value. Return to see me in 10 standard Terran days. By then the valuation will be complete. With that, the man turned and entered his mechanical chamber, closing the door behind him, clearly intent on avoiding any interruptions. Li Qinwu clicked his tongue and had no choice but to leave for the time being. His quest updated in real time. The task of delivering 10 liters of oil was checked off, but a new one appeared beneath it: to return and see Father Anthony in 10 days. With no other option, Li Qinwu headed back, planning to return in 10 days. He had little to do in the interim, spending his time solely on training. During this period, one batch of his brew was ready, and the team began the distillation process. After a full round of distillation, 10 tons of potatoes yielded 4,500 liters of alcohol. Li Qinwu promptly instructed his people to bottle the liquor using pre-prepared bottles. The entire operation exhausted everyone immensely. The workload was colossal and the manpower was far too meager. Working almost non-stop for 2 days straight left everyone feeling utterly fatigued. Seeing this, Li Qinwu realized he had to recruit more hands. Continuing like this would not only wear them out, but more critically leave the brewing workshop unprotected with no one to bear arms. He had to hire people, but they needed to be reliable and honest. Li Qinwu called Xiao Dao over and asked, Xiao Dao, you seem to know a lot of people in the underhive. Do you know any rats who are content with their lot, have families, act with integrity, and are willing to follow me? Xiao Dao's face was full of astonishment. Was the boss looking for a saint? Yet he did know someone like that. Boss, I know a guy called Stray Dog. He leads a group of 5 kids, all around 10 years old, scraping by on garbage scraps in the cracks between gangs. Stray Dog is about 40 years old, a seemingly healthy man who can work and could even serve as a makeshift fighter. As for the 5 children he's taken in, they can handle tasks like sealing bottles. Raise them for a few more years, and they'll be old enough to become fighters too. Li Qinwu was skeptical. In a world as dark and brutal as Warhammer 40k, the idea of a stray dog who could barely support himself taking in 5 children sounded inherently suspicious. His mind instantly conjured a host of unpleasant associations. Seeing this, Xiao Dao waved his hand. Boss, I can't vouch for everyone, but stray dog shouldn't be that bad. When I was a teenager, my parents worked for the fertilizer gang. I used to play near their territory and saw stray dog begging picking up abandoned kids. One of the children with stray dog is an infant. I personally witnessed him pull out of a trash heap. Every few months, another baby would appear by stray dog's side. Years later, when those babies could walk on their own, they clustered around him like pups following an old dog. He's raised these pups all the way to this size. If he had any ulterior motives, he would have acted long ago. How could he have raised 5 infants intact to this age? Li Qinwu fell into deep thought. In the underhive, a wild stray rat that doesn't join a gang and lacks a stable means of survival is very likely to die. Someone like stray dog, who according to Xiao Dao has been wandering for over a decade without dying, must be exceptionally long-lived. Could it be that the 5 children he kept by his side served as his talisman? It was unclear why stray dog originally adopted these abandoned infants, but as they say, judge by actions, not intentions. A man who could barely survive himself dragging these children through the harsh underhive, managing to stay alive and see them grow up. Did this behavior stir a flicker of compassion in the cesspool of humanity that was the underhive? Perhaps the most brutal rats, when killing their own kind and eating their flesh, would deliberately avoid stray dog. Perhaps gangs, when rounding up people for suicide missions or as test subjects for human experiments, would also bypass stray dog. Or perhaps gang leaders occasionally mentioned stray dog, mocking him for barely surviving, yet foolishly adopting so many infants. But this mockery became a shield. The gang underlings wanted to see how long stray dog could last. The faint remnants of humanity secretly hoped he would succeed. In any case, buoyed by a mix of chaotic emotions, stray dog survived over a decade in the underhive and successfully raised 5 abandoned infants to adulthood. Hearing this, Li Qinwu grunted. Bring them over. Put them on probation and keep them on the periphery. For now, give them tasks like peeling potatoes. Don't let them near the core area. By now, the brewing workshop was well established, with several separate rooms isolated by heavy iron doors providing a degree of containment. An old man with no particular skills, raising 5 children through the underhive's hardships for so many years, Li Qinwu didn't believe he was entirely without issues. Even if the man was truly a beacon of humanity, who knew what afflictions the children had picked up over the years? For now, he would keep them isolated on the outer layer to prevent any problems from causing a major disturbance. Having settled the matter, the group loaded the liquor onto the small train and headed to the surface to sell it. Li Qinwu contacted Lieutenant Riddleson via radio in advance, asking him to come pick him up. After a series of transfers, the small train arrived at a surface ventilation duct entrance where they saw Riddleson's military truck. The Lieutenant Riddleson who used to stand by the truck smoking had become Captain Riddleson, a captain and battalion commander. Li Qinwu stepped up, tapped Captain Riddleson's rank insignia, and let out a whistle. Well, look who it is. Isn't this our Captain Riddleson? No wonder you're glowing with joy. You've been promoted. Greetings, sir. Now you're a genuine upper-hive gentleman. A smile gradually spread across Captain Riddleson's somewhat stern face. He tried to compose himself after laughing for a bit, but couldn't hold it, and broke into laughter again, unable to contain his delight. Now that Captain Riddleson was a battalion commander, he had leaped across class boundaries. He was now an upper-hive citizen, automatically entitled to an apartment in the upper-hive and a host of other generous benefits. He enjoyed a certain tax exemption for business, could own slaves and private soldiers, be addressed as Lord, become a noble without a title, and even had the chance to marry into a noble family and become a true aristocrat. He could also accompany the colonel to military meetings in the upper-hive, meet division commanders, generals, and various officials, and dine at the same table as the planet's rulers, though he would have to rise frequently to pour wine and serve dishes. Captain Riddleson couldn't help but chuckle aloud at the bright future ahead. This, however, made Li Qinwu feel a bit disgruntled. As the saying goes, you fear your brother's suffering, but you fear even more that your brother will drive a Range Rover. While the other had risen to dine with the elite in the upper hive, Li Qinwu was still a mere rat in the underhive. Feeling unbalanced, he said, "Damn it, stop laughing. If you keep laughing, you'll get so twisted with envy that he'll start crawling in the shadows and hatch evil schemes to sabotage." Captain Riddleson cleared his throat and stopped his glee. He ordered his soldiers to help move the liquor from the small train to the military truck, then drove toward the camp. This time they traveled a bit farther, bypassing the former company headquarters and heading straight to the battalion headquarters. After all, he had been promoted. The battalion headquarters was far more impressive than the company one. Previously, they had lived in tents at the company. Now at the battalion, they had small Western-style buildings. The drill grounds were paved with hardened surfaces, and there was even a mess hall. That bastard Riddleson was even enjoying special meals now. As usual, they sold the liquor first, then split the profits. This time sales were faster than before. As a battalion commander, Rudelson had 10 companies under him totaling around 1400 to 1500 men. He summoned the company commanders to the battalion headquarters via radio, and Lee Kinwis liquor was quickly distributed among the officers. Part of the liquor was consumed by the officers and soldiers themselves, while the rest was resold to other camps to earn a few dozen credits on the side. A few company commanders even asked Li Qinwu for his contact information, hoping he would bring more liquor next time so they could stockpile it and slowly sell it off for profit. Li Qinwu actually tallied up how much liquor these commanders wanted. In total, he would need to quintuple his production capacity to meet the demands of this PDF regiment. The market was vast. Then came the enjoyable part, dividing the money. With 4500 liters of liquor worth a total of 3600 Ridelsons, 30 share amounted to 10800. After deductions, Lee Kinwis' net income was about 2500, bringing his account balance to 4300. A few more trade runs, and he would complete his initial capital accumulation, saving up 2 million to open a legitimate brewery in the mid-hive. Both of them were excitedly counting their money, the office filled with the rustling sound of bills. Li Qinwu was the first to bundle his cash with rubber bands and asked Captain Riddleson, "Say, now that you're a battalion commander, can you get me a military identity?" Captain Riddleson paused his counting. "You want to enlist?" Li Qinwu shook his head vigorously. "Oh, how could a piece of trash like me join the mighty and awesome PDF? I just want an officer's identity to make things easier for me." He leaned and slung an arm around Ridelson's shoulder and flicked the fertilizer script in his hand. "I'm about to save up 2 million. Then he'll open a legitimate brewery in the mid-hive. You can attach your tax exemption to this brewery. You won't have to do a thing, and you'll get a 30 cut of the net profit. But I need an officer's identity to operate smoothly. Don't worry, I just want the title, not any military command." Captain Riddleson looked at the bills before him and considered the future Li Qinwu had outlined. He licked his lips. "I can only manage to get you a corporal squad leader position. Anything higher is beyond my authority and would attract unwanted attention from the military command." Li Qinwu nodded eagerly. "A corporal is enough. I know a corporal who ended up becoming a head of state." Then Li Qinwu asked Riddleson if there were any wounded soldiers due to be exiled to the underhive soon. His brewing workshop needed more hands. Captain Riddleson said there were, and quite a few. 6 families, all families of wounded soldiers from other companies that he had learned of since his promotion. Li Qinwu asked Captain Riddleson to keep an eye on the exile schedule for these people, saying he would come to pick them up. Then he headed off toward the rebel camp. Li Qinwu led his men back through the ventilation ducts and climbed onto the military truck he had hidden in the forest, driving toward the rebel camp. Li Qinwu and his crew were all clad in helmets and armed with rifles. He had not forgotten the last encounter with the rebel leader Aram, who was probably scheming day and night to destroy him. He had to bring some men along as a deterrent, and also to let his underlings, these basement dwellers, see the outside world instead of rotting underground and turning into fools. Li Kinwis' driving style was audacious. He avoided main roads entirely, racing across ridges and wild fields with the accelerator floored, jostling his passengers in the truck bed until they nearly vomited. It was unavoidable. Li Qinwu feared someone hiding in the tall grass aiming at them or bombs planted on the highway, so he maintained a high-speed zigzag across the wilderness. Fortunately, his driving skills were exceptional. He sped all the way to the woods outside the rebel camp without encountering any attacks. The rebel sentries hidden in the forest had long spotted the truck, but before driving, Li Qinwu had ordered Xiao Dao in the passenger seat to hold up a wooden stick with a random rag tied to it. Seeing that rag, the rebels knew it was one of their own and held their fire. A few rebel sentries straggled out of the forest, guiding Li Qinwu into the camp. The camp had regained its former bustle. Although many young rebels had died in the battle with Lieutenant Winchester, the merging of 8 rebel camps meant the population was actually larger than before. The rebel leaders, upon hearing of Li Kinwis' arrival, gathered around. To Li Kinwis' surprise, they seemed to defer to Parson, who appeared to be emerging as the new leader of the camp. This was only natural. Parson had the closest ties to Li Qinwu, and to secure more opportunities for development from him, the rebels naturally sought to curry favor with Li Qinwu by elevating Parson. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Qinwu stated his purpose: he needed 10 more tons of grain. Parson prepared open the granary and had his men load sack after sack of potatoes onto the military truck. Li Qinwu asked Parson what they wanted in payment this time: guns or medicine. "Sir, could you get us some steel? We have enough guns from the last PDF attack and medicine for now, but we lack steel to forge farm tools." Parson. That request was easy to fulfill. The basement was littered with scrap steel, or one could find it just by picking through garbage, or if not, by prying up railway tracks. "Send someone to the ventilation shaft in 3 days. They'll have my people collect steel in the basement over these 3." Parson expressed his gratitude. Li Qinwu opened the system panel and saw that Parson's favorability toward him had risen to 32. Besides securing grain for a new batch of liquor, another purpose of this trip was to recruit a few able-bodied men from Parson to work for him. "Parson, I need trustworthy hands. Does anyone here want to come work in the basement?" mainly to run the brewery and carry guns in case of gang attacks. After a moment's hesitation, Parson said, "Sir, let me gather the comrades and ask if anyone is willing to go with you." Soon Parson returned with 3 men, all familiar faces. They were among the severely wounded Li Qinwu had treated with rough methods. The 3 men looked at Li Qinwu with gratitude. One stepped forward and said, "Sir, you saved my life. Ooh, I would have bled to death. Now that you need someone to carry a gun for you, my life is yours from this moment on." All 3 pledged their loyalty to Li Qinwu, who was very satisfied. He had saved their lives, and they had chosen to follow him willingly, ensuring reliable loyalty. In the future, Li Qinwu's brewery would need more people. His 3 main recruitment channels were from Parsons' rebels, PDF soldiers' families, and the basement itself. He intended to keep the numbers from each group roughly equal to prevent a coordinated rebellion. Li Qinwu asked the 3, "Do you have families?" They nodded. Li Qinwu led them to the truck and handed each a crate of canned meat. "Canned meat. Take it to your families as a settling-in allowance. When I come to buy grain, you can come along and visit home." Li Qinwu preferred recruiting soldiers with families. They were good men forming a disciplined army. The 3 soldiers rejoiced, thanked Li Qinwu, and ran home carrying the canned meat, while other rebels watched them with envious eyes. Li Qinwu was pleased with their envy. He wanted to create an atmosphere where following him meant having meat to eat, making future recruitment easier. Li Qinwu checked the system. After recruiting 3 able-bodied men from the rebels, Parsons' favorability dropped by 30. He would have to wait for the favorability to rise before recruiting again. While waiting for the grain to be loaded, Li Qinwu sat with several rebel leaders, smoking and chatting. One rebel leader brought up a matter. "That damned Aram refuses to merge with us. He insists on staying." When the PDF came, he was hoarding his strength. His men barely took any casualties. "Bastard." Another rebel leader fumed, "That bastard. Last time I invited him to merge, he said he'd only join if we made him the leader. He's dreaming." They all cursed Aram. Li Qinwu sensed tension. Could there be a conflict brewing within the rebels? Aram was ambitious. The other 8 rebel camps had suffered heavy losses with young men decimated, but Aram had preserved his forces and acquired plenty of weapons from the cleanup. Now the 8 camps were weak and his 1 camp strong. He had a good chance to become the leader of all 8, making 9 in total. His power would expand nearly tenfold, just like Lieutenant Rudelson's promotion to battalion commander. How tempting was that? As they discussed anxiously, Li Qinwu chuckled and said, "If Aram really attacks you, and you can't hold out, send someone to fetch me. They'll beat the shit out of him." The crowd looked at Li Qinwu with a mix of surprise and anticipation. Li Qinwu spread his hands. "Come on, we're deep in a partnership now. Without you all, where would I get so much grain to brew liquor? Seriously, if that Aram guy dares to harm you, just send for me. They'll beat the shit out of him, then shove him into his own filth, and then beat him with it." The rebel commanders chuckled awkwardly, not delving deeper into the topic. After all, they and Aram were allies. Plotting against their own with an outsider seemed improper. Yet when true danger loomed, they would likely still call upon Li Qinwu for aid. He then raised another matter. Had he not been planning to sell liquor in the upper nest? Reynolds had told him that the nobles of the upper nest favored high-sugar wines like grape wine. Why not ask the rebels if they cultivated grapes? "Grapes, I recall we have some. Before the war, I worked in the fruit orchard. There were grapes there, sweet and quite," a rebel leader said. Li Qinwu pressed on. "Can you plant them on a large scale? I'm willing to pay a high price to purchase them." The rebel leaders began to discuss seriously. "They're not hard to grow, quite resilient. Transplant some old vines, and we could harvest in a month or 2. But they consume a lot of fertilizer, even more than crops. Without enough fertilizer, they'll produce small or rotten fruit. We haven't had fertilizer since the war with the Hive City began." Li Qinwu quickly said, "Fertilizer is no problem. They'll take care of it. We'll find a way to get you some." The rebels were overjoyed. Their main economic pillar was crops, and with fertilizer their productivity could double or even triple. Their regard for Li Qinwu rose several notches. "Don't worry, sir. We'll send people to the orchard to transplant the grapevines in a few days. We're all farmers here. We'll grow you sweet, plump grapes." Li Qinwu was quite satisfied. He chatted a bit more, then gathered some green vegetables and fruits ready to head back. He approached the military truck to call everyone, but noticed little Joel was missing. "Where's little Joel? Where'd he go?" The others on the truck pointed in unison toward the edge of the rebel camp's forest at the wreckage of the Chimera APC. Li Qinwu walked over to the Chimera APC. The vehicle was charred black from smoke, but its overall shape remained intact. Little Joel was scrambling around inside the Chimera APC. Li Qinwu called out from outside. "Hey, what are you doing? Time to go." Little Joel jumped out of the Chimera APC somewhat excited. "Sir, this armored vehicle is in great condition. The tracks are broken and the battery is dead. Just replace a track segment and recharge the battery and it can run again." Li Qinwu felt a flicker of interest, acquiring an armored vehicle for his faction. But he quickly shook his head. No good. The fuel tank was filled with ceramic steel powder. The engine and everything inside it are probably ruined. Little Joel was reluctant to give up. It was an armored vehicle, such a waste to leave it here. "Sir, why not let Sergeant Nyegwajin take a look? He's skilled at repairing Chimera APCs. If anyone can, Li Qinhui's mind stirred. Indeed, this was an armored vehicle, a treasure, just sitting here. Why not have someone? Besides, Rudsun had already become a battalion commander. The PDF on this planet had a high rate of armored vehicles. Almost every PDF company had a Chimera APC. Rudsun commanded over a dozen chimeras. How abundant must his spare parts and maintenance facilities be? Alright, let's head back first. In a few days when we have time, we'll see if Niegwajin can come fix the vehicle. Li Qinhu added this to his plans and told Parson not to damage the Chimera APC. Parson acknowledged, as they had no means to destroy it anyway. The following days were spent brewing liquor and accumulating initial capital. During this time, Knife brought over the stray dog and 5 children under his care. The stray dog was a man of deep humility and weariness, filled with gratitude for Li Qinhui's protection. Li Qinhu carefully inspected the man. No signs of chaos, corruption, no genestealer taint. Just an ordinary middle-aged man, though as thin as a rake. The 5 children he brought, aged 10 to 13, 4 boys and 1 girl, were equally emaciated like skeletons. They were timid, avoiding eye contact and constantly seeking dark corners. On their first day at the brewery, they displayed a bad habit, stealing and hoarding food. Knife arranged for the stray dog and the 5 children to live on the brewery's periphery, assigning them the simple task of peeling potatoes. When Knife watched them, they peeled potatoes obediently. The moment he left, they started stealing and hiding things. Potatoes in particular, they frantically stuffed into their dormitory. Under beds and corners, every nook and cranny filled with potatoes. When Knife inspected and discovered this, he quickly reported to Li Qinhu. They must have been starving out there. Seeing food triggers an instinct to hoard. Hey Race, what we do, move their dorm. Let them bed down in our warehouse of canned meat. Knife was puzzled. Wasn't that like inviting mice into the granary? Still, he followed orders. After just 3 days, their habit of stealing and hoarding food was cured. Sleeping among tens of thousands of canned meat rations greatly eased their anxiety about food. Without that anxiety, food became unimportant. Who would steal something trivial? A few days later, Lieutenant Rudsun informed Li Qinhu via radio that the families of the wounded soldiers were about to be exiled, urging him to pick them up quickly. Li Qinhu took in the 6 families of the wounded, greatly expanding the brewery's workforce. The current composition was 7 severely disabled individuals capable of only light tasks, 15 able-bodied fighters, 11 women, elderly, and children fit for light labor, but not a total of 33 people. In just a few months, Li Qinhu had established a thriving enterprise in the under. Old Kai, little Kai, come over here. Li Qinhu, a cigarette dangling from his lips, called out toward the end of the pipe. Before long, 2 Schwarzenegger-esque figures approached. Li Qinhu pulled out 2 light machine guns from his hiding spot and handed them over. With frames like yours, rifles are a waste. Take these, they pack more punch. The 2 men took the machine guns overjoyed. This upgrade in weaponry signified Li Qinhui's full acceptance of them. They had truly established themselves here. Li Qinhu passed them each a cigarette and asked, "Have you brewed the new batch of wine yet?" "Busy lately." Old Kai nodded. "Boss, it's already fermenting. With all these extra hands, work's been much lighter. Haven't had much to do lately." Li Qinhu nodded, then said, "Since you've got nothing to do, take the new recruits for their welcome ceremony, then come back and help little Joel with the drills." Old Kai and little Kai exchanged a glance, a smirk curling at their lips. "Got it, boss." Back when they were greenhorns, Xiao Dao had taken them down to the underbelly for a taste of fear. Now it was their turn to give the newbies the same treatment. Things were looking up. Father and son ambled away, discussing where to take the new recruits for their welcome ceremony. "Dad, how about the steam pipe area? The cannibals there use high-pressure steam to scald rat meat. That'll definitely intimidate the newbies." Days later, at the underbelly's sewage treatment plant, Li Qinhui's little cart pulled up to the main gate of the plant. He honked the horn, the gates swung open, and a familiar armed guard poked his head through the crack, waving him in. "You're early," the guard said. "Father Anthony is extremely particular about time. Neither early nor late will do." Li Qinhu pulled out Ken Green's flatbread and liquor from his bag. "Since we've got time, how about a bite?" "Holy shit." The guard's jaw nearly dropped when he saw the stash. Such high-grade food just casually brought out like that. "Well, how about we eat?" Inside the guard booth, 2 cans sat on small stands with alcohol burners, heating them beneath oil bubbling and sizzling. Li Qinhu slapped a piece of greens and a chunk of meat onto his flatbread, rolled it up, and took a bite. The armed guard sighed in admiration. "Man, you're living large. Your meals are better than 99 of the mid-hive." He bit into his own bread, grease dripping from the corner of his mouth, his eyes practically rolling back in bliss. Li Qinhu asked, "Has the mid-hive fully switched to synthetic starch?" The guard nodded. "Yeah, everyone's on that starch now. It tastes like shit and leaves you malnourished," and backed up. He dipped the bread into the hot oil and stuffed it into his mouth. "Good thing the black market's still open. You can buy some meat and veggies there." Li Qinhu asked, "The black market? Don't the marshals crack down on it?" The guard scoffed. "The black market is run by the higher-ups in the marshal's office. It's all about making money, you know." Let me tell you, my brother's a squad leader in the marshals. Don't let their stern front fool you. If the price is right, he rubbed his thumb and forefinger together and winked at Li Qinwu. Li Qinwu's interest was piqued. He sensed this guard had some connections and made a mental note. He extended his hand toward the man. Li Qinwu, head of a small gang. The guard took his hand and Rod, head of security at the Clean Water Guild's sewage plant. After exchanging names, Rod glanced at his watch. Almost time. Let's go. Don't be late or Father Anthony will blacklist you. Rod fitted Li Qinwu with a gas mask and led him deep into the plant, stopping outside an iron building marked with the symbol of the machine cult. Wait here, I'll announce you. Rod knocked and entered the iron building. Moments later, he emerged and waved Li Qinwu in. All right, Father Anthony will see you. Remember, be direct. Li Qinwu stepped into the iron building. The figure in red robes was still working amid the machinery. Hearing Li Qinwu enter, he set down his tools and turned around. The oil you provided effectively enhances mechanical efficiency and pleases the machine's spirit. Mechanical performance has improved by 21, failure rates reduced by 56. Combined with incense and prayer, efficiency is even better. Li Qinwu said, I provide value, you provide value in exchange. Redeem my worth. Father Anthony asked, output and production method. Li Qinwu replied, output is limited, the method is confidential. The means of production are priceless, not for sale. Father Anthony was silent for a long moment, his electronic eye flickering red. Edible oil has low energy density and poor heat release efficiency. It's not an excellent fuel. Its lubrication is limited, resistance to cold and heat is inadequate. It needs improvement to increase its value. He extended his mechanical hand toward Li Qinwu. Sell me the means of production. I will refine the technology, and you will gain greater value. Li Qinwu, the means of production are a priceless treasure beyond measure. Father Anthony, as a basic maintenance personnel of the machine cult, offers limited value. Discussion of the means of production is declined. This enraged Father Anthony. A string of binary curses emanated from his electronic throat, but his emotion control unit forced him to calm down. Amend the cooperation agreement. You will supply me with Substance 101 and are forbidden from selling it to any other machine cult personnel. Li Qinwu thought to himself, so he calls the holy oil Substance 101. He said aloud, Father Anthony must provide stable value to absorb all my output of Substance 101. If you cannot provide value, surplus production will be sold to other machine cult priests. Then Li Qinwu extended his hand toward Father Anthony. For deeper cooperation, Father Anthony must prove his worth. Father Anthony pressed his hands together, closed his eyes and thought for a moment, then opened them. In exchange for purchasing Substance 101A, I can offer mechanical maintenance services, machine parts, special equipment sales, and educational services in electronics, mechanical operation logic, and machine spirit appeasement. Li Qinwu shook his head. Core value not met. He had come to get electricity wired for his brewery, everything else could wait. Father Anthony was silent for a moment, then said, energy is precious, electrification is difficult, and must comply with the law. You need to provide industrial output to legally obtain energy. Li Qinwu asked, what do I need to do? You must obtain qualifications in steelmaking, chemical production, mineral processing, steel fabrication, chemical purification, and hazardous material handling to legally have access to energy. In other words, Li Qinwu had to set up a factory and produce goods for the Hivesity, or they wouldn't wire him up. Li Qinwu scoffed. He was just a brewer. Where was he supposed to get a chemical plant or steel mill? Father Anthony's electronic eye locked onto Li Qinwu's expression, analyzing that the probability of reaching a deal was plummeting. He quickly added, plunder. This is the fastest way to meet your electrification needs. Li Qinwu was taken aback. You want me to raid a gang's factory? Isn't that illegal? Father Anthony tapped his mechanical fingers together. The underbelly is a lawless land. Who owns the means of production matters little. What matters is that they operate steadily. Li Qinwu stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before fixing his gaze on the tech priest. If I seize an Underhive gang's factory and supply the Hive City with its products, it'll gain electricity. You played no core role in that, offering insufficient value. Antonio's two fingers tapped rapidly together, producing a metallic clatter. The intricacies are manifold, the red tape abundant. I can navigate through them, resolving countless trivial matters. Connections are also a form of value. What he said was not without merit. If Li Qinwu recklessly wiped out an Underhive gang and took over their factory, what would he produce? How much to produce? Where to get raw materials? To whom should he deliver the goods? He had no clue. If Antonio could mediate, Li Qinwu could master a factory in the shortest possible time. At this point, Li Qinwu felt the deal was nearly sealed, but adhering to his principle of trying his luck, he stepped forward and said with a grin, the Underhive gangs have been entrenched for ages, their members numerous and relations tangled. Taking one down requires more support. Antonio's organic eye narrowed. I offer no armed services and take no part in factional power struggle. Li Qinwu chuckled. Rest assured, Father, I won't ask you to swing a gear axe. Just a little technical support will do. He rubbed his hands together, leaned close to the priest, and whispered in a voice low enough for only the two of them to hear, "You just need to help me crack the gene lock on the lost gun." Hearing this, Antonio's pupils contracted sharply, and his electronic bionic eye blazed crimson. He stepped back, his mechanical arm gripping the gear axe tightly, his eyes fixed on Li Qinwu with hostility. "Audacious wretch! How dare you utter such blasphemy? Forcibly cracking the gene lock will enrage the machine spirit. The omniscient god of machines will never permit this." Li Qinwu shushed him twice, his smile unwavering. "Father, you're mistaken. If the technique is gentle enough, the lost gun's machine spirit won't mind. Even if it does get angry, just apply some oil. If that's not enough, apply more. You insolent fiend." Antonio trembled with rage, his metal components creaking and the Adeptus Mechanicus was deeply superstitious about the omniscia. Anything that might offend the machine spirit was taboo. These oil worshippers were like the animal lovers of the 3K era. If a cat and a dog were tied to two separate tracks, they'd let the train run over a person to save the cat and dog. If it were the oil worshippers, they'd tie more people to the tracks, let the train crush them, then loop it back along the other track to crush the cat and dog too, all in the hope of pleasing the machine spirit. In short, Li Qinwu's request to forcibly crack the lost gun's gene lock was an absolute taboo for Antonio. But as the saying goes, you know what I mean. If you don't, saying it won't help. Li Qinwu stepped forward and directly draped an arm over Antonio's shoulder. As the priest struggled to push him away, Li Qinwu brought his mouth to Antonio's ear and whispered in a devilish tone, "Father, I can produce not just the edible oil version of Substance 101, but also fuel-grade and lubricant-grade versions. Think about it. If just the edible oil version can boost machine performance so dramatically, imagine how powerful the specialized fuel and lubricant versions would be." Antonio's hand about to reach for the gear axe froze. Li Qinwu's devilish murmur continued. "Picture your mechanical darlings. Fuel-grade Substance 101 poured into the tank, filling the engine pistons roaring with passion, compressing, combusting, unleashing unparalleled power, the machine spirit crying out in ecstasy. Lubricant-grade Substance 101 flows into the gears and friction parts, moistening, saturating, filling. Every gear bathed in lubricant meshes perfectly and spins. The friction between gears sounds like the poetry of ancient Terran bards, the rhythm of machinery moving as soft and unified as a ballerina's dance, graceful and sublime. Think hard, Father. What is truly worth it, and what is not?" Li Qinwu patted Antonio's shoulder, stepped back, and stood waiting for his answer. Antonio hesitated for a long while, swayed by Li Qinwu's damnably persuasive words. Moreover, considering that for the partnership to proceed, Li Qinwu needed the strength to seize a factory controlled by an underhive gang, he had to boost his firepower. Though he didn't know where the man had acquired the last guns, with such advanced weapons his chances of success should increase. With that thought, Antonio sighed and made a decision that defied the omniscia's ancestral creed. 2. I can only crack the gene locks on 2 lost guns. Li Qinwu burst into laughter. A last gun with its battery pack weighed only 3.5 kilograms and could fire 200 shots at its lowest frequency, boasting firepower comparable to a 12.7 mm heavy machine gun. A hit from it meant instant death. An infantryman wielding a lost gun carried only the burden of a submachine gun while delivering the firepower of an entire heavy machine gun team. Such was the strength of the most basic armed force in Warhammer 40K, and the very capital that allowed humanity to stand firm in a cosmos teeming with monsters and gods. After that, there was little to say. Li Qinwu made a round trip, retrieved 2 lost guns in the best condition, and brought them to Antonio for cracking. Antonio's process was simple. He extended a data port from his mechanical arm, plugged it into the lost gun's electronic terminal, and in seconds the gene lock was cracked, turning the weapons into tools usable by anyone. In truth, lost guns in the Astra Militarum had no such thing as genelocks because casualties on the front lines were too swift. A single gun might be passed through dozens or even hundreds of hands. In the heat of battle, fresh recruits in training gear, practically naked, would dive into trenches and first thing strip the gear off dead veterans. A ubiquitous weapon like the lost gun had to be ready to fire on pickup. No room for such fanciful nonsense. Only PDF. These second-line troops fighting counterinsurgency wars imposed gene lock requirements to prevent weapons from falling into rebel hands. Li Qinwu returned to his hiding place with 2 laser guns, opened a bottle of remaining oil, lowered his head, and kissed the muzzles of the 2 guns. "Oh, my 2 little treasures, we will have a delightful night together. Come, let me give you a massage with essential oil." He poured the holy oil into his hands and reached for the 2 laser guns. After a night filled with clinks and clatters, he felt he should invigorate the spirits within the guns, so he called over Xiao Qiaoer and entrusted one of the laser guns to him. Xiao Qiaoer, being from the PDF, possessed the highest military training, and the laser gun would allow him to maximize his potential. As for the other one, Li Qinwu decided to keep it for himself as his sidearm. Xiao Qiaoer was very delighted to receive a laser gun. Before he left the training camp, he had undergone training with such weapons, but during actual service, he was issued much more basic live ammunition weapons. There was no choice. This planet was simply too peaceful, and the PDF found no need to issue laser guns, as conventional firearms were sufficient to deal with the rebels. During his time in the military camp, Xiao Qiao had fired laser guns many times. To him, they felt light, with very little recoil. Laser guns do have some recoil. When the laser forms at the muzzle, the high heat compresses the air, producing a slight recoil on the entire gun. This recoil is negligible compared to the explosive force of conventional firearms. Then there's the targeting aspect. Pulling the trigger results in immediate effects. With conventional firearms, pulling the trigger after aiming means the bullets will take some time to travel through the air, and whether they hit the target remains uncertain, especially since the target is also in motion. However, the beams from laser weapons travel almost at the speed of light. As soon as the target is aimed and the trigger is pulled, the laser hits the target instantly, with virtually no delay in the projectile's travel, resulting in an extremely high hit rate. Xiao Qiao did not expect to receive a laser gun here from Commander Li when he couldn't even get one in the PDF. Seeing Xiao Qiao so happy, Li Qinwu smiled and patted his shoulder, asking, "I had you train all the young adults together. Have you seen any results? If I need to take them out to fight right away, will they be up to the task?" Xiao Daoj, Lao Kai, Xiao Kai, and 3 brothers from the rebel side can all go to the battlefield now, Xiao Qiao replied, tossing the laser gun onto his back. Xiao Daoj is courageous, has killed before, and dares to fire at people. Lao Kai and Xiao Kai have a serious training attitude, and have both practiced with live ammunition, barely meeting the PDF's new recruit standards. The 3 rebels were originally soldiers, so there was no need for much training. They just needed to familiarize themselves with the new guns before heading to the battlefield. However, the other young adults have only been down for a few days, let alone using firearms and following orders. They haven't even met the basic physical fitness standards. Li Qinwu clicked his tongue and instructed, "All right, Xiao Qiao, for this period, all young adults should stop working and undergo military training full-time, mainly focusing on shooting and discipline, while we can postpone physical fitness training. How long do you think it will take to build combat capability with this high-intensity training?" Xiao Qiao's face showed a look of difficulty. "Commander, at least half a month is needed. Soldiers trained in such a short time won't have much quality. I can only ensure they can point their guns at the enemy and not aim at themselves or their allies. That's enough. You can go back to work now. Try to increase their combat effectiveness as much as possible during this time." Li Qinwu arranged Xiao Qiao's tasks and then called for Xiao Dao. "Xiao Dao, you have extensive connections. Do you know how many armed personnel are currently with the fertilizer gang?" Xiao Dao was taken aback for a moment, then quickly realized that Boss Li's inquiry likely indicated plans regarding the fertilizer gang. Although he had cut ties with the fertilizer gang, his identity remained somewhat sensitive, and he did not dare to engage in any dealings. He said as quickly as possible, "Boss, last time the fertilizer gang had a serious conflict with the chemical gang, they suffered heavy losses. From what I heard outside, the automatic gun bodyguards around the electronic eye boss only number in the 20s, while there are over 100 armed men with junk firearms, and I can't even estimate the knife men, as they can easily form a group with a set of junk armor and a knife. Usually gangs do not keep so many knife men to save costs, and only greatly expand their numbers when preparing for external conflicts. If boss, you were to launch a surprise attack, there would be about 300 or 400 knife men. If the other side were to prepare and recruit in advance, the number could exceed 1,000. Li Qinwu gasped. The disparity in numbers was staggering. There were only 16 young adults on his side, and he had to deal with nearly 1,000 enemies. How could he manage that? Although his troops were better equipped, when spread out, each person would need to take down 5 or 6 enemies, which was utterly absurd. Li Qinwu planned to seek outside help. He sent Xiao Dao to train with Xiao Qiao while he returned to the hiding place, opened the radio, and entered the Heartbroken Lovers channel to actively contact Lieutenant Redaeson. "Who is this? Who do you want to find?" A PDF soldier's voice came from the radio. It was the channel of Lieutenant Redaeson's battalion, and Redaeson had also been involved with the professional communication team. "I am Private Li Qinwu, executing a special mission from Lieutenant Redaeson. I need to discuss the details of the mission with him personally." "Just a moment," came the response, and a few minutes later Lieutenant Redaeson's voice came through the radio. "This is Redaeson. What do you need?" Li Qinwu grabbed the communicator and shouted loudly, "Sir, I need your tactical guidance." The radio fell into a long silence, and after a while Redaeson's voice came through. "Damn it, buddy, don't scare me like that. Can we just talk nicely?" Li Qinwu chuckled. "I came to borrow a maintenance team from you. Remember Winchester, that dead guy? He left a Chimera transport vehicle at the rebel camp, and I want to fix it and bring it back for my own use." Once again the radio fell into a long silence, and Redaeson on the other end was shocked. This guy he unexpectedly befriended, how bold could he be? "You, a ground dweller, actually want to scheme for a Chimera transport vehicle? What exactly are you trying to do? Do you want to establish autonomy for the ground? All right, you set a time with the rebels. and he'll have Sergeant Niegwajin send the maintenance vehicle over. Redaeson had also decided to go all out. After all, there's a saying, the bolder a person is, the greater the yield. Having colluded with the underworld and rebels to take out colleagues providing heavy weapons to gangsters was nothing. After all, if the matter came to a military tribunal, how many more times could they execute him? Since becoming a high-ranking official, Redaeson has felt the taste of power. As long as it can increase his strength and brighten his future, what would he not dare to do? Don't be so cautious just yet. Oh, I haven't finished what I have to say. Li Qinwu shouted across the radio, interrupting Lieutenant Rudson, who was eager to embark on a grand endeavor. I'm trying to carve out a significant future in the Underhive recently, and I need people to help me carry guns and fight. Can you pull a few men from your unit to assist me? Li Qinwu then informed Lieutenant Rudson about his plan to move against the fertilizer gang, causing the lieutenant to lose his composure entirely. Holy shit, you're absolutely insane. You actually want me to use main battle troops for a gang war? Li Qinwu shushed him, signaling him to lower his voice. Why are you shouting so loud? Afraid someone won't hear you. I'm not asking you to deploy an entire platoon. Just give me 13 technical personnel, mainly to operate the Chimera transport vehicle and a couple of lumberjack machine gun squads. Previously, Li Qinwu had asked Little Joel about the Chimera transport vehicle. It required a crew of 3, a turret operator who also served as commander and handled the aspects, a driver, a secondary gunner mainly controlling the 20mm lumberjack cannon mounted on the front hull. As for the lumberjack gun crew, 5 people were generally enough to maximize its combat effectiveness. 1 primary gunner, 1 spotter, 1 loader, and the rest responsible for carrying ammunition and handling the weapon. Incidentally, the lumberjack had 2 modes of mobility. One was to disassemble the weapon into major components for soldiers to carry. When it was time to fire, they would quickly assemble the heavy tripod and the weapon itself. The other mobility method was to place the weapon on a 2-wheeled gun carriage and push it. This method allowed a single soldier to sprint quickly while pushing the gun. When Lieutenant Winchester had attacked the rebel camp, the complex terrain prevented them from using this wheeled mobility method, so the 2-wheeled carriages had been left on the military truck. Li Qinwu only discovered these 2-wheeled carriages later while cleaning the battlefield. Such wheeled carriages were perfectly suited for the Underhive terrain, which was mostly hard-packed ground, allowing for rapid movement when pushing the gun. Among Li Qinwu's group of militants, the able-bodied men lacked technical specialties. They were fine for carrying standard rifles, but expecting them to operate armored vehicles or heavy machine guns was out of the question. Li Qinwu directly asked Lieutenant Rudson for personnel. Buddy, I only need 13 people. Your unit has so many men. If 13 take sick leave for a while, no one will notice. Don't worry, as long as these 13 are willing to come, I'll give each of them a 50,000 bonus. This concerns our liquor business, buddy. You're not going to let me down, are you? Lieutenant Rudson hesitated and asked, what if someone accidentally dies? Li Qinwu lowered his voice and said, if anyone dies, I'll pay 100,000 in compensation to their family. They'll cover it. While I'm fighting down here, you can pretend to launch a punitive campaign against the rebels. Then you can report that these few men were killed by the rebels. No one will come to investigate anyway. Hearing that Li Qinwu had arranged everything so thoroughly, Lieutenant Rudson had no choice but to agree. All right, I'll ask around. 2 machine gun crews and 1 vehicle crew, and see who's willing to earn this money. Li Qinwu put down the radio, his confidence soaring. Although the fertilizer gang was numerous, Li Qinwu's strategy was pure firepower suppression. 1 Chimera transport vehicle, 2 lumberjack machine guns, 2 las guns, and countless light machine guns and rifles laying down fire. He refused to believe that these Underhive gangsters wouldn't be scattered. This was Li Qinwu's first step toward expanding his influence in the Underhive. But as fate would have it, just as he was plotting his first move for expansion, his enemies also took their first step to probe the distillery. The next morning, a heavy pounding came from the iron door of the hideout. Li Qinwu opened it to find a visibly panicked Little Joel standing there. Boss, something's wrong. There's a crowd blocking the passage outside our distillery. I don't know what they're up to. Li Qinwu's heart tightened. He put on his armor, grabbed his las gun, and rushed to one of the passages leading to the distillery. The distillery was flanked by half-meter-thick walls with a large iron door in the middle. 2 elongated firing ports had been cut into the walls. Behind one port was mounted a lumberjack machine gun. Behind the other weapons could be extended to fire. The firing ports were usually covered by thick armored shutters, which themselves had a small slit for observation. Li Qinwu opened that small slit and looked outside. The passage ahead was thronged with a large number of indistinct figures. They wore armor made of scrap metal, carried crude weapons, and held torches or other light sources, craning their necks to peer at the distillery walls ahead. With just one look, Li Qinwu recognized them as Underhive rats. He just wondered why these rats had gathered, and in such numbers, stretching as far as the eye could see, nearly filling the passage. There must have been over 1,000. And that wasn't counting the other end of the passage where the distillery was also surrounded by just as many rats. Li Qinwu narrowed his eyes. Watching these rats peer around, their eyes occasionally flashing with greed, he roughly understood the situation. The second expansion of his distillery was proof that he had made a fortune and the underhive gangs could no longer resist making a move against him. They had probably spread information among the underhive rats saying there was a chance for profit at the distillery and thus lured these greedy rats to act as the vanguard. These rats had nothing better to do anyway, adopting a nothing ventured, nothing gained attitude. They came to check it out. The result was a massive, disorderly crowd blocking the passage completely. After roughly figuring out the situation, Li Qinwu smiled. To little Joel's disbelief, he jumped behind the lumberjack, grabbed a charging handle, and yanked it back hard. A crisp clack echoed as a 20mm heavy round was chambered. Li Qinwu gripped the handles behind the lumberjack and pressed down on the firing plate. Rat-a-tat-tat. People in the corridor craned their necks tentatively, trying to approach a few steps. They had heard that a merchant had set up a brewing workshop in the bottom nest stocked with ample grain and liquor, and this news had them absolutely salivating. These rats lived merely to produce waste. A decent meal, especially something like liquor, would fulfill half of their lives' ambitions. If they could break in and loot the other half, would also be realized. Somehow these bottom nest rats possessed a sort of hive mind, and with the slightest disturbance they would swarm en masse. Thus overnight over 1,000 bottom nest rats had gathered outside the brewing workshop. The more that gathered, the bolder these rats became. Many among them were even preparing explosives and incendiary materials, attempting to breach the walls. But before they were ready, a thunderous gunshot erupted, and a tongue of fire several meters long licked out from the deafening roar of the lumber gun echoed through the corridor, nearly piercing one's eardrums. The large caliber ammunition spewing from the muzzle possessed unparalleled lethality. Each round could tear through 7 or 8 bodies, spraying blood and viscera everywhere. Li Qinwu gripped the gun with both hands, pressing the firing lever all the way down. Though the recoil was immense, the heavy tripod absorbed almost all of it. He only needed to slightly adjust the muzzle, and the lumber gun would steadily pour its payload into the corridor ahead. From Li Qinwu's position at the brewing workshop, the corridor stretched straight for over 400 meters. This meant that over 1,000 rats were crammed into that 400-meter stretch, with no cover facing the fire of a 20mm lumber gun. What a horrific scene of bloody slaughter. The flying projectiles required no precise aim. They only needed to charge forward from the muzzle, and countless bodies would greet them only to be shredded. The 75-round ammunition box was quickly spent. Without even looking, Li Qinwu shouted to little Joel. He leaped up from behind the machine gun, grabbed the laser gun from his back, and moved to another firing port. Pointing the laser gun out, he didn't bother to aim, simply locked onto a general direction and pulled the trigger. The laser gun fired at its lowest power, setting the beams scorching the air and producing a series of crackling pops. Brief, urgent red flashes lit up the corridor as beams shot out from the firing port. When these beams struck a human torso, they caused a small explosion. If the target was unarmored, the explosion would directly blast open their chest cavity. If they wore armor, the explosion would shatter the armor, and the residual energy would penetrate the chest cavity, cooking the internal organs. Still a death sentence. Li Qinwu pressed the trigger all the way, draining a single battery, completely unleashing over 200 beams. The laser gun's barrel squealed and emitted white smoke. Li Qinwu set the laser gun on the ground to let it cool and looked at little Joel. By then, little Joel had loaded a new ammunition box into the lumber gun. Li Qinwu threw himself back behind the lumber gun and resumed firing outward. As Li Qinwu was firing his second round of ammunition, the sound of another lumber gun echoed from the other side of the brewing workshop. The other side was primarily guarded by Xiao Dao. Upon hearing the gunfire from Li Qinwu's side, he knew how to respond, and without a word took control of his lumber gun and opened fire. This was interspersed with the sound of light machine guns, the Kai father and son firing outward. The gunfire continued for 3 or 4 minutes. On Li Qinwu's side, he had exhausted 3 boxes of lumber gun ammunition and 4 laser gun batteries. Outside the firing ports, everything was a blinding white, completely obscured by the dust and smoke kicked up by the lumber gun. A thick smell of gunpowder, blood, the acrid stench of laser-scorched air, and the stench of death, feces and urine from those who had lost control, wafted in from outside. After a long wait, the dust slowly settled. Li Qinwu fetched a high-powered flashlight, turned it on, and swept the area outside. The scene before him drew a low whistle of surprise. The rats outside were shattered beyond recognition. Those closest to the workshop had been torn apart by the heavy machine gun fire, their viscera scattered everywhere with some blood, even splattering onto the pipes above. In such a confined corridor without an advantage in weaponry, no amount of men would be anything but cannon. Given the power of the lumber gun, it could easily shred 10 bodies in a row. Even an ordinary Astartes would have a hard time of it. Shattered corpses were strewn from about 50 meters in front of the workshop all the way to over 300 meters. Some rats at the rear had realized the situation was dire and fled, but under Li Qinwu's relentless fire, over 300 bodies remained in the corridor. Li Qinwu quickly opened the search, engage, and withdraw system and checked his firearms proficiency. It had surged to 150. He let out a whistle. Damn, this wave of leveling was a real thrill. With a firearms proficiency of 150, he felt his understanding and control of guns had reached a pinnacle, a level that would take a career veteran a lifetime of combat to achieve. However, Li Qinwu noticed that despite killing so many, his proficiency hadn't increased point by point. It seemed that as his firearms proficiency rose, the difficulty of gaining more proficiency also increased. Still, he was more than satisfied with this massive boost. On the current battlefield, a proficiency of over 150 would allow him to handle most situations. As he was thinking, he suddenly heard screams from the corridor outside. Injured rats. Li Qinwu thought for a moment, then had an idea. He called little Joel over and said, "Gather all the warriors. Have them prepare, take their weapons, and go outside to finish off those half-dead ones." Little Joel acknowledged, and soon all the able-bodied young men who could be called warriors were assembled. Each wore the four-sided four-fist forearmor provided by Li Qinwu and carried an automatic rifle. The moment the gunfire started, they had split into two groups according to the plan, converging on the corridors on both sides of the brewing workshop. However, since the situation wasn't critical, the two lumber guns had handled everything. They weren't needed and could only wait nearby for orders from their commander. Once everyone was assembled, the workshop's main door was pushed open and Li Qinwu stepped out, followed by the warrior. Li Qinwu pointed at a rat ahead that had its leg blown off by the lumber gun and was wailing in agony. He said to the warriors behind him, "Go. Finish them." They exchanged uneasy glances, hesitating. Most were workers from the middle nest who had never killed before. The sudden order to take lives made them all uncomfortable. Little Joel, standing beside Li Qinwu, frowned and said, "When the commander gives an order, you execute. I've taught you this many times. Is there a problem with my instruction?" After a moment of hesitation, one warrior stepped forward, raised his rifle, aimed at the rat, and pulled the trigger. The rat screamed and died from the gunfire. The soldier who fired turned pale, feeling uneasy about the killing. Li Qinwu pointed at the one who had fired first and said, "Record of merit for him. Give him a can of food. When our faction expands, let him take a leadership role." Hearing this, the other warriors immediately complied. They stepped forward, aiming their guns at the rats that weren't yet dead. Gunshots rang out intermittently through the corridor. Occasional gunshots echoed through the corridor until it fell into complete silence. A soldier, overwhelmed by the thick stench of blood and feces, vomited outright, a sight that made Li Qinwu shake his head in disapproval. "This won't do. If we're going to war with the fertilizer gang, such a weak stomach will get us killed." He pondered for a moment and said, "You lot clean up the battlefield here. Whatever valuables you find on the bodies are yours to keep." With that, Li Qinwu strode toward the other end of the corridor to assess the situation there. The soldiers stood amidst the pile of corpses, exchanging bewildered glances. How could cold, lifeless bodies suddenly become warm spoils of war? It seemed killing wasn't so unbearable after all. Li Qinwu traversed the 300-meter corridor to its far end, where Xiao Dao and his father stood guard the ground littered with spent shell casings. Li Qinwu asked, "Any issues?" Xiao Dao rose to his feet. "Boss, we've killed them all. There were 3 machine guns here. No one could get through." Li Qinwu switched on a high-powered flashlight and shone it outward. The corridor was strewn with corpses. "This direction leads to the fertilizer gang's territory. Do you think these rats were sent by them to test us?" Li Qinwu inquired. Xiao Dao replied, "Boss, it's highly likely. The fertilizer gang is our closest neighbor, and they covet our resources the most. They probably used the rat swarm to probe our defenses. If we couldn't even handle the rats, they might have made their move." Li Qinwu let out a cold laugh. "Is that so? Courtesy demands reciprocity. I'll return the favor with a strike of my own, a righteous counterattack." He decided to act preemptively. "Xiao Dao, secure the brewery. I'm stepping out for a while." Xiao Dao asked to get the armored vehicle. "By the way, is there a quick way to dispose of all these corpses?" "If we wait until tomorrow," Xiao Dao thought for a moment and replied, "Don't worry, boss. As long as we stop firing, the rats will come to scavenge. In 2 days, even the blood will be licked clean." Li Qinwu nodded, returned to his hideout, contacted Lieutenant Rudison via radio, then drove his maintenance buggy into the ventilation shaft and headed toward the PDF camp. Outside the PDF camp, a large maintenance vehicle was already parked, equipped with a crane and various repair tools. Sergeant Nieguijin and his assistant were smoking nearby. Li Qinwu pulled his maintenance buggy up to them, fished out 2 yuan from his pocket, and handed it to Sergeant Nieguijin. "Let's go. Hurry, we're short on time." Sergeant Nieguijin whistled, pocketed the cash, climbed into the vehicle, and followed Li Qinwu's buggy. The 2 vehicles, one small, one large, raced through the war zone, tearing across farmland and wilderness, deliberately avoiding paved roads. After a while, a forest appeared ahead. Li Qinwu steered with one hand while waving a rag with the other. Several rebel sentries emerged from the woods, greeted him, and let him pass. Li Qinwu tossed them a few cans of meat, then led the maintenance vehicle into the forest and straight to the rebel. Sergeant Nieguijin spotted the Chimera transport vehicle from afar, drove the maintenance truck over, and began repairs with his assistant. Li Qinwu chatted with Parsons, who had come to greet him while waiting for the repairs. Parsons led him to an open area behind the camp and pointed at a newly tilled field. Sir, these are the grapes you requested. We've already transplanted them. Li Qinwu looked and saw robust grape seedlings in the field thriving after the transplant. The ground was dark, likely treated with burnt straw mixed with water as fertilizer. Parson said, Sir, we're transplanting more grapes, but they're heavy feeders, especially during the fruiting period. These grapes are still rooting and leafing out, but they'll need fertilizer within a month or the fruit will weaken and rot. These spacefaring grapes, genetically modified countless times, produced large, robust, and fast-growing fruit. Their weakness was an inability to survive in the wild as the soil lacked sufficient nutrients for these genetically engineered seedlings. Li Qinwu said, Don't worry. Soon I'll be able to provide you with a steady supply of fertilizer. Keep transplanting more grapes. This quantity is far from enough. With that, Li Qinwu returned to the Chimera and asked the busy pair, How is it? Can you fix it this time? Sergeant Nie Guijin popped his head out from the open engine hood. By the Emperor, I can feel this lady's fury. What terrible things did you do to her? I'm afraid that the moment I fix her, she'll crush you to death. Li Qinwu looked a bit sheepish. Well, I didn't do anything too outrageous. So can you fix it? Sergeant Nie Guijin gave him a scrutinizing glance before diving back into the engine bay. The other issues are minor, but the engine is filled with ceramic steel dust. I'll need a special method to clean it out. Sergeant Nie Guijin jumped down from the Chimera, pulled out several hoses from the maintenance vehicle, and inserted some into the fuel tank and others into the engine. Then he flipped a switch on a piece of equipment in the maintenance truck and a humming sound filled the air. Sergeant Nie Guijin leaned against the truck, lit a cigarette, and said, I'm pumping cleaning fluid into the fuel tank and engine now, then pressurizing it to flush everything out. Let's see if it clears up. Half an hour later, Sergeant Nie Guijin operated the maintenance vehicle to drain the cleaning fluid, replace the broken tracks, charge the battery, filled the engine with fuel, and prepared to close the fuel tank and start the engine. Wait. Li Qinwu stepped forward, opened the fuel tank cap, and poured a vial of holy oil inside. All right. Sergeant Nie Guijin closed the tank, climbed into the driver's seat, and got ready to ignite. Li Qinwu nervously retreated behind the armored vehicle, afraid that the front-mounted weapons might accidentally discharge and kill him. The machine spirit was an enigmatic thing. What if? With a thunderous roar, the engine turned over and Sergeant Nie Guijin successfully started the Chimera. A crowd of rebels gathered around, pointing and chattering. Sergeant Nie Guijin gently pressed the accelerator, intending to drive the Chimera forward out of the trench. But instead of moving ahead, the vehicle lurched backward, its rear end bearing down on Li Qinwu. Holy shit! Li Qinwu shouted as he saw the Chimera reversing toward him. He turned and sprinted into the forest. But the Chimera accelerated in reverse, chasing him, relentlessly crushing trees in its path. Sergeant Nie Guijin, what the hell are you doing? Li Qinwu yelled as he ran. With the driver's compartment open, Sergeant Nie Guijin heard him. Sweating profusely, he struggled with the steering wheel, but the Chimera refused to obey. Easy now, good girl, calm down. Sergeant Nie Guijin tried to drive the Chimera forward, but inexplicably it kept reversing at high speed, as if its furious machine spirit was hellbent on killing someone. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of snapping trees filled the air as the Chimera in reverse locked onto Li Qinwu with deadly intent. Li Qinwu shouted while running, Sergeant Nie Guijin, kill the engine. Someone's going to die. Sergeant Nie Guijin yelled back, I can't kill it. It's like your girlfriend on her period. Then think of something fast. Comrade, how do you calm down a girl on her period? Damn it. Sergeant Nie Guijin, you're no comrade at all. Li Qinwu leaped and dodged frantically, the Chimera armored personnel carrier relentlessly pursuing him. Logically, a vehicle reversing shouldn't have much power, and with so many trees it should have been unable to crush them. Yet this Chimera APC was reversing through the underbrush, tearing through obstacles, and chasing Li Qinwu with a vengeance. Li Qinwu knew the machine spirit was active. He shouted as he ran, Hey, Sergeant Nie Guijin, tell that fiery girl to calm down. From now on, I'll give her high-quality fuel every day. Inside the vehicle, Sergeant Nie Guijin murmured, Good girl, he says he'll give you good fuel every day from now on. How about forgiving him this once? He gently pressed the brake, but the vehicle didn't stop at all. The engine roared as if in fury. Young man, it's not working. You hurt her deeply. Li Qinwu continued shouting, plus a weekly deep maintenance. Comfortable gear lubrication massage. Sergeant Nie Guijin said to the machine spirit, What do you think, girl? I think these are excellent terms. Am not even this attentive with my own Natasha. He pressed the brake again, still to no avail. Oh, young man, it seems you need to work harder to earn her forgiveness. Li Qinwu leaped over a bush, dodging a tree that nearly fell on him. Mass slaughter and more mass slaughter. They'll take her to see rivers of blood, to shatter bodies with her autocannon, to crush heads under her tracks, to make enemies die screaming. With a loud rumble, the Chimera APC suddenly stopped. The engine died on its own, and the fierce vehicle sat quietly in the forest. Inside the vehicle, Sergeant Nie Guijin sensed the now calm machine spirit and raised an eyebrow. Woe, seems you're a Valkyrie. A day later at the brewing workshop, a row of wooden tables was set up laden with food. Meat, vegetables, and fruits that would be exorbitantly expensive outside were piled high here. Yet faced with this feast, luxurious even by upper hive standards, the people around the table didn't make a move. Li Qinwu stood up, and everyone's gaze turned to him filled with hope, eagerness, worry, and fear. Li Qinwu first looked at the 13 PDF soldiers who had driven the Chimera APC and operated the 2 lumber guns. Brothers of the PDF, as agreed before we came for helping me with this job, each of you gets 5 fertilizer coupons. The money is right here. I'm giving it to you now. He took out a large bag of cash and tossed it onto the table where the 13 PDF soldiers sat. The 13 PDF soldiers whistled, their eyes gleaming with greed. 50,000. That was nearly half a year's military pay for them. With this money, their family's ability to withstand risks would skyrocket. Li Qinwu continued, if anyone unfortunately dies, they'll give another 500 to your families. They'll also take care of your families and ensure no one bullies them. If the absolute worst happens and your families end up in the bottom hive, it'll still cover them. They'll give them shelter in my humble abode. Sergeant Niegwajin said, you've said it all, talked about everything, gone this far. What more is there to say? Li Qinwu nodded to the 13 PDF soldiers and then looked at the 3 rebels. If you die, your families outside will be my responsibility. 1 can of meat each month, medical care, and other living supplies. They'll provide for them until they die of old age. The 3 rebels puffed out their chests. Don't worry, boss. Our lives have long been yours. Use us as you see fit, and we won't let you down. Li Qinwu patted their shoulders and approached his core underlings. Looking at this group of followers, he first looked at little Joel's family. After this, he'll need someone to go to the middle hive to help manage a possible workshop. Old Joe, how about you? Old Joe was taken aback, his heartbeat quickening. Was the boss going to help him regain his middle hive status? Next, Li Qinwu approached the Kai family, especially Kai Gu, the one who had lost both legs and was deeply dejected. Have you been obedient lately? No drinking. Kai Gu nodded weakly. I'm still obedient. Li Qinwu looked at the 2 able-bodied members of the Kai family. When I get back, I'll ask around to see if I can get you a mechanical leg. Kai Gu was stunned, looking up in disbelief. His father and brother also breathed more heavily. If their eldest brother got a mechanical leg, their family would have 3 able-bodied men. 3 armed, able-bodied men would make them a force to be reckoned with in this brewing workshop. Finally, Li Qinwu looked at the other less experienced underlings and said, your performance in this battle will determine your future status. Those who follow orders, fight bravely, and have meritorious service will receive not only material rewards, but also opportunities for promotion. Those who flee or betray their comrades will be killed, and their families will be driven out. 2 paths lie before you. Let each of you act wisely. Finally, Li Qinwu returned to his seat, raised his glass, and said to everyone, gentlemen, drink up this cup. Follow me, and let's fight for a glorious future. The fertilizer gang possessed 4 massive reactor tanks, various other chemical synthesis equipment, and even a low-level laboratory. There were 1500 workers here producing chemical products. Their homes were like garbage shacks welded between the reactors, relying on the waste heat from the chemical equipment for warmth. Numerous roads led to the fertilizer gang's territory, connected by a network of pipes. Most of these pipes were blocked by the fertilizer gang with scrap steel and plastic. Some sections had checkpoints with large iron gates that could be opened and closed. Heavily guarded by fertilizer gang personnel, these checkpoints were buzzing with chatter. Suddenly, several armed fertilizer gang members heard a rumbling noise coming from the dark pipe ahead. Hey, what's that sound? Sounds like an engine. Is it a small train? Weren't there any chemical transport missions recently? Damn it. Go get more people. Someone might be looking for trouble. The fertilizer gang members mobilized, summoning more armed personnel. Soon 60 to 70 armed men gathered at the large iron gate, aiming a variety of makeshift weapons into the darkness. Then the engine roar from the darkness grew louder, and the fertilizer gang members sensed something was wrong. This engine roar. It didn't sound like a small train. A gunman went to the searchlight, switched it on, and a beam of light shot into the pipe. The next moment, all the armed men felt as if they were seeing things. A tall armored vehicle was blocking the passage, followed by a large number of armed men. This can't be right. A gunman rubbed his eyes and opened them again. The next second, he saw flames erupting several meters long from the armored vehicle's cannon. The 40mm autocannon on the Chimera armored personnel carrier roared, sending high explosive shells thundering against the massive iron gate. Shrapnel flew in all directions as the iron gate was blown into several holes. Many personnel were directly struck by the shells, their bodies shattered into semi-liquid fragments scattered everywhere. The continuous thumping sound persisted for over 10 seconds before the autocannon ceased fire. No armed personnel remained standing at the iron gate. Li Qinwu, clutching a communicator that resembled an old mobile phone, shouted, "Charge!" Ram the gate open, then wreak havoc. Inside the Chimera, the driver, Sergeant Niegwajin, acknowledged the order and floored the accelerator. The Chimera roared as it charged straight ahead. The vehicle, weighing nearly 40 tons, accelerated to 60 kilometers per hour in no time. At the Iron Gate, many wounded armed personnel lay on the ground screaming from shrapnel injuries. As the Chimera rushed forward, they had no chance to flee, only staring in despair as it rolled over them. A series of bone-crunching sounds followed, leaving a bloody trail crushed by the tracks. Then came a deafening crash as the Chimera's front slammed into the gate welded from scrap steel, sending it crashing to the ground. The Chimera didn't block the entrance, but continued forward, firing as it advanced. The 40mm autocannon, the self-defense machine gun beside it, and the 20mm lumberjack gun at the front all unleashed full firepower, gunning down every armed member inside. The fertilizer gang's armed members, drawn by the gunfire, had no idea what was happening before being reduced to bloody mist and flesh by the Chimera's heavy firepower. Following the Chimera were a group of armed personnel, all wearing full gear with four-sided helmets and armor. They fanned out around the Chimera, raising their automatic rifles or light machine guns to fire at the enemies ahead. The small train also arrived, carrying ample ammunition, medical supplies, and 2 lumberjack guns. It entered the fertilizer gang's compound and stopped behind the Chimera. 2 PDF machine gun teams unloaded the lumberjack guns and set them up on the spot. Within 15 seconds, the 2 guns mounted on 2-wheeled carriages were assembled and roaring from either side of the Chimera. The fertilizer gang's compound was vast, with 4 massive reactor vessels at its center. Around and beneath the reactors were numerous other industrial facilities covering an area roughly the size of 2 football fields. All the workers toiled within this section. The area Li Qinwu and his men were attacking was a large open space in front of the reactors. The open space was cluttered with stacked chemical goods and 2 to 3-story shacks made of scrap metal, which served as dormitories for the fertilizer gang's armed members. Due to the unpleasant smell from chemical production near the reactors, the armed members usually stayed away. They typically resided in the makeshift metal dormitories far from the reactors. Upon hearing this from Xiao Dao, Li Qinwu felt relieved. He didn't have to worry about the main armed forces mixing with the reactors, risking damage from heavy weapons. At the armed personnel's dormitory area, a group of them stared in shock at the Chimera on the open ground. The Chimera's turret swiveled slightly, its barrel pointing directly at the shabby metal dormitories, and opened fire. Thump, 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 thump. Large brass shell casings ejected from the turret's rear ejection port as deadly 40mm high-explosive shells detonated within the metal dormitories. Armed members caught off guard were killed by flying shrapnel. The 2 lumberjack guns under PDF control completed their firing preparations and opened fire simultaneously, unleashing devastating heavy firepower onto the metal dormitories ahead. These dormitories, mostly built from steel plates, were no match for the 20mm lumberjack guns. Each large-caliber round punched a bullseye hole through the metal walls. If it struck a human body, it would burst instantly. The chaotic, heavy firepower erupted, dealing a catastrophic blow to the shacks where the fertilizer gang's armed members sheltered. Many people scurried around inside the shacks only to be randomly killed by autocannon fire or torn apart by lumberjack gun rounds. Even more never showed their faces, killed behind the metal plates by the highly penetrating heavy weapons. The firing lasted nearly 3 minutes, with all weapons smoking from the heat. Li Qinwu, shouldering a laser gun, glanced at the ruins of the dormitories ahead and spat, "Let's go, Rush B." Hearing his command, the group moved around the reactors toward the next attack point. Thanks to Xiao Dao, the internal situation of the fertilizer gang was an open book to Li Qinwu. The fertilizer gang's compound could be simplified as a large circle with the reactors, the worst living conditions, at the center, inhabited by workers. On the outer edge of the circle were facilities built by the armed members, such as their dormitories, warehouses, the Black Merchant Nepal's repair station, and the private residence of the boss Electronic Eye. In other words, by sweeping along the edge, Li Qinwu could effectively cripple the fertilizer gang. His choice to attack the armed members' dormitories first severed one of the gang's legs from the start. Next, by continuing along the edge and killing every armed member encountered, the battle would end. The Chimera advanced slowly, its autocannon barrel swiveling warily left and right. The 2 lumberjack guns were pushed forward by the machine gun teams on their wheeled carriages, maintaining a decent pace. The other personnel stayed alert, advancing alongside these heavy weapons. Though they were merely a motley crew of half-trained armed personnel, their fully equipped gear and proximity to the Chimera gave them an imposing presence. Over by the reactor vessels, the 1500 workers watched the armed group with timid eyes. But they didn't scatter. Instead, they huddled near the reactors, with some even continuing their work and production. These bottom nest workers had seen too much. Generally, changes in power didn't affect them. Hadn't they noticed the unknown armed group only targeted fertilizer gang members? Clearly, they had no intention of harming the workers and likely needed them to keep producing. On Li Qinwu's side, they soon advanced to familiar territory, the Black Merchant's rundown shop. The Black Merchant was the fertilizer gang's second-in-command, a mechanic responsible for maintaining equipment and repairing junk brought in by rats for resale. By then, the Black Merchant's shop had mobilized. A group of armed members had set up makeshift barricades from scrap metal plates hiding behind them with guns poking out. The black merchant himself crouched behind a metal plate barrier clutching a heavily modified laser pistol. When he saw a Chimera APC slowly turn the corner in the distance, its barrel pointing directly at them, the laser pistol dropped from his hand. Huh. Did Boss Electronic Eye commit some heavenly crime? Why is the PDF coming to wipe him out? The black merchant sensed something was off. Was this the matchmaking mechanism for bottom nest gangs? What kind of opponent had he been matched with? A nearby henchman asked nervously, Boss, they're coming. Should we shoot? Shoot your mother, you pig-brained fool. If you want to die, don't drag me into it. Everyone put down your guns and surrender with me. Over 20 armed members tossed their weapons and leaped out from behind the barricades, raising their hands high. The black merchant raised his hands and shouted, We surrender. Don't shoot. We surrender. Don't shoot. The Chimera paused briefly, then slowly rolled forward. As the distance closed, the black merchant Nepal gradually noticed something wrong. Why weren't there any PDF insignias on the armor of these armed men? Just then a fully armed figure stepped out from behind the Chimera and stood before the black merchant. Nepal immediately raised his hands and yelled, Sir, we are law-abiding citizens, truly law-abiding. We've never done anything evil. The armed man coughed awkwardly, flipped up his ballistic faceplate, and revealed a familiar face. Boss Nepal, I know exactly what you're made of. If judged by imperial law, you'd be sentenced to white phosphorus execution. The black merchant Nepal stared in disbelief at the armed man, unable to speak clearly. Xiao Dao, you're a PDF mole. Just as Xiao Dao was about to respond, Li Qinwu walked over, threw an arm around the black merchant's shoulder, and jabbed his belly with a finger. Buddy, long time no see. The black merchant stared incredulously at Li Qinwu, then at the armed men behind him. You. Li Qinwu smiled warmly at him. Nepal, do I look like a bottom nest rat to you? Or like the new boss of the fertilizer gang? Think carefully before you answer, or there might be some nasty punishment. The black merchant Nepal swallowed hard, then bent his waist, even lower, a hint of flattery creeping onto his face. Mr. Scavenger, from every angle, I look, you're the new boss of the fertilizer gang, and my new boss indeed. Li Qinwu pointed at Nepal with a laugh and said to his men, Look at this guy, not stupid at all. The group burst into laughter, and Nepal, still bent over, joined in. After the laughter subsided, Li Qinwu waved his hand, and the troops advanced. He turned back to Nepal and his henchmen, saying, Follow me, let's go kill that old bastard Electronic Eye together. Consider it your merit of joining the uprising. The black merchant Nepal, eyeing the armed group's elite weapons, the 2 lumberjack guns, and the imposing Chimera at the center, wisely chose to side with the new order. He picked up his modified laser pistol, which had fallen from his hand in fright, and shouted to his henchmen, Brothers, charge. That half-blind bastard is unjust and unrighteous, a scourge on the land, oppressing the people, withholding pay, bullying men and women. Unforgivable by heaven and earth. Today the heavens have come to collect him. Charge. And so, with the black merchant Nepal at their head, this band of rebels chose the path of righteousness, following Li Qinwu to punish the unjust half-blind man. But unexpectedly, when their forces advanced to Electronic Eye's location, they encountered no resistance, and Electronic Eye himself was nowhere to be found. Just as Li Qinwu was about to order a search, a cold snort came from high up on the reactor. Looking for me? Why don't you look up? The group looked up to see a burly man with a red electronic cybernetic eye standing on the reactor's upper level, staring coldly down at the armed forces below. How I knew this day would come, but I didn't expect it so soon, and with an armored vehicle no less. His eyes locked onto Li Qinwu. You even managed to get a Chimera APC. Which big shot sent you to kill me? Li Qinwu was about to say something when the black merchant Nepal jumped out, pointing at Electronic Eye above. How dare you? Speaking to the heavenly soldiers like that? The heavenly troops are here to take you. You half-blind bastard have 10 great crimes. First, with a thud, Li Qinwu kicked the black merchant's rear, sending him stumbling. This guy had even come up with 10 great crimes. What a perfect lapdog. Normally Li Qinwu would have enjoyed hearing what 10 crimes the black merchant had concocted for his former boss, but not now. He spotted Electronic Eye clutching a familiar object, a military detonator. The kind you press twice to remotely trigger explosives. Li Qinwu narrowed his eyes. Electronic Eye seemed to have anticipated his own death, a basic expectation for anyone in the bottom nests. But now it appeared Electronic Eye had a violent temperament, having prepared explosives to take his property and all invaders with him in his final moments. Li Qinwu stepped back and said to the silent one who had been following him in full armor, carrying an automatic rifle, but never firing, Can you use your psychic power to control the detonator in his hand? Keep him from pressing the button. The silent one flipped up his ballistic faceplate, glanced at the detonator clenched in Electronic Eye's hand, lowered his head, and gave Li Qinwu an okay gesture. Satisfied with the answer, Li Qinwu took off his helmet, tossed it to the ground, shouldered his laser gun, and stepped forward a few paces under everyone's gaze. Sensing the approaching danger, Electronic Eye disengaged the detonator's safety, while keeping his eyes locked on Li Qinwu. Li Qinwu stood still, pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took slow drags, staring back at Electronic Eye. Electronic Eye gripped the detonator tightly. With the safety off, he only needed to press the trigger rapidly to ignite the explosives installed in the reactor. The explosion would scatter the partially processed chemicals from the reactor everywhere, turning the surrounding kilometers into a dead zone. But at the end of his life, hesitation gripped him, or perhaps he wanted to spew a few more threats to die with dignity. Yet Li Qinwu, standing there with his laser gun, exuded immense pressure, choking back all the grand speeches and final words Electronic Eye had prepared. He feared that if he got distracted by those boasts, Li Qinwu would raise his gun and kill him before he could detonate the bomb. With that thought, he decided to skip the speeches and just blow it up. But just as that idea formed in his mind, Li Qinwu flicked away his cigarette and, with a speed too fast for the eye to follow, raised his laser gun and fired without aiming. A beam of light struck Electronic Eye's head with a pew, and it burst like a watermelon, splattering half-cooked brains everywhere. The headless body staggered on the high reactor platform before crashing down with a thud. Li Qinwu walked over, pried the detonator from the corpse's hand, disengaged the safety, and removed the battery. He turned to face the crowd. Their expressions varied, and raised a finger to his lips. Pre-aiming is as easy. With the death of the Electronic Eye, Li Qinwu ordered the Black Merchant to take his underlings and search for bombs near the reactor. Before long, the Black Merchant and his men emerged carrying dozens of military-grade explosives. As the last bomb was confirmed dismantled, the fertilizer gang had completely changed hands. In the room that once belonged to the Electronic Eye, Li Qinwu received the managerial figures of the fertilizer gang. Among them was the Black Merchant Nepal, originally a mechanic from the mid-nest who had been exiled to the bottom nest for his crimes. Thereafter, the Electronic Eye recruited him as the maintenance master of the fertilizer gang, placing all mechanical repairs under his purview. Li Qinwu regarded the Black Merchant Nepal with a genial smile. "Old Black, from now on, if I want any mechanical equipment, do I still need to pay you?" The Black Merchant immediately snapped to attention. "Boss, what are you saying? Everything here is yours. Why would you need to pay? If anyone dares ask you for money, you'll deal with them." Li Qinwu chuckled softly. "All right, then I'll take a stroll through your shop later. If I see anything I fancy, I'll just take it, understood?" The Black Merchant's face fell, but he quickly masked it with a nonchalant expression. "Boss, I told you everything here is yours. Take is such a crude word. Say that again, and he'll get truly upset." Li Qinwu pointed a finger at him with a grin, gesturing for him to stand aside, then turned his attention to another man. This man was nicknamed Old White, owing to his shock of white hair and pristine white lab coat. Old White served as the production supervisor and lab operator for the fertilizer gang. As Li Qinwu's gaze fell upon him, he bent his back a little more and perked up his ears, assuming the posture of one ready to absorb the new leader's instructions. Li Qinwu inquired, "Old White, is it? Tell me, what does the fertilizer gang primarily produce now? Where do the raw materials come from, and where are the finished products sent?" Old White replied, "Boss, we used to mainly produce fertilizer, but a while ago we switched to manufacturing. We currently have 4 reactors. 3 are dedicated to producing explosives, and 1 is for making plastic. Every month, raw materials arrive from other primary chemical plants in the bottom nest. Our factory handles the final processing stage. The finished goods are then sent up to the mid-nest via the large elevator." Li Qinwu pressed further, "What are the benefits of producing these things? And what are the consequences if we fail to deliver on time?" Old White scratched his head. "Boss, I'm not entirely clear on the specific benefits. The Electronic Eye handled all communication with the higher-ups. He never let any of us near that sort of thing. However, once when we were drinking, he got drunk and let something slip. He seemed to mention that a large sum of money would be deposited after each monthly delivery. I don't know the exact amount, though. As for failing to deliver on time, the first time someone from above comes down to issue a warning, they tell us to find a way to make up the shortfall before settling the payment for the next shipment. The second time, a higher-ranking figure arrives to deliver a much harsher warning along with a fine. The third time, the marshals descend with an armed force. They execute the entire leadership of the gang and install a new leader to restore production." Li Qinwu clicked his tongue in amazement. It was very Warhammer-esque, he mused. As long as you paid your taxes, nobody cared who paid them. "Now tell me, can our current production capacity keep up until the next delivery?" Old White nodded. "Yes, boss, we can. In fact, our current stockpile is enough to cover at least 3 months' worth of deliveries. Suppose our factory runs at full capacity, producing 10 units a month. We only actually hand over 7 units. We've always had surplus production capacity. To avoid triggering any warnings and to prepare for emergencies, the Electronic Eye had already stockpiled enough supplies in the warehouse to cover 3 months of mandatory deliveries." Li Qinwu burst out laughing. He hadn't expected that the dead Electronic Eye would leave him such a magnificent gift. 3 months' worth of product. What a colossal fortune that was. Li Qinwu asked for the specific quantities. Old White reported, "Boss, our current inventory includes 30 tons of high-energy plastic explosives, 15 tons of plastisteel powder, and 60 tons of fertilizer. The fertilizer was stockpiled from before we changed our production line. It's useless now. Overjoyed to hear about the vast reserve of fertilizer, Li Qinwu exclaimed. Who said it's useless? It's incredibly useful. Have a few men load a ton of it onto the small train later. I have a use for it. With fertilizer, he could strengthen his ties with the rebels outside and secure a steady supply of grain and manpower. This fertilizer was absolutely vital. Oh, by the way, do you still have the capacity to produce fertilizer? Li Qinwu was curious to know if he could maintain a continuous supply of fertilizer to the rebels outside. Old White nodded, but his expression was troubled. Boss, producing fertilizer is simple. Our equipment is multi-purpose and can manufacture thousands of different chemical products. Furthermore, some of the raw materials for explosives and fertilizer are the same, so there's no issue there. The problem is our current production capacity. As you can see, boss, we have 4 reactors. Each reactor can only produce one type of product at a time. Right now, 3 reactors are making explosives, and 1 is making plastisteel powder. We don't have any spare equipment to produce fertilizer. Just then, Li Qinwu recalled the reactor that had mysteriously appeared in no man's land. Wasn't the fertilizer gang locked in a struggle with the chemical gang over that very reactor? It seemed he would have to inherit the feud between the 2 gangs and continue the battle for that reactor. After clarifying the production details with Old White, Li Qinwu turned to the last member of the leadership, a burly man with a thick, bushy beard. This man wore a coarse work uniform and had a wooden expression, the kind of deadpan look worn by someone who had spent far too long on a deadly assembly line. He remained utterly indifferent to the death of the old boss and the arrival of the new one. His name was Zhuang Sun, and he was the foreman in charge of the workers. Li Qinwu asked Zhuang Sun report. How many workers do we have now? Zhuang Sun nodded and replied in a flat mechanical tone. Boss, we currently have 1580 workers. The split between men and women is roughly even. Among them, 100 are able-bodied individuals under the age of 25. The rest are over 25, many with various ailments and diminished capacity for labor. Additionally, we have 125 children under the age of 10. The information revealed in his words was staggering. Anyone over 25 wasn't even considered able-bodied anymore. Just how brutally did they consume human life here? Children were those under 10. Once you turned 10, you were immediately classified as able-bodied and counted. Li Qinwu pondered for a moment, then asked, is the current workforce sufficient to maximize the factory's production capacity? Zhuang Sun nodded. 1,500 people are enough to max out production. The extra 80 are a death quota. Before those 80 extras die off, well, fill the ranks through various channels to ensure production efficiency remains unaffected. Li Qinwu asked in confusion. You have a death quota. How long does it usually take for those 80 to die? About a month. Li Qinwu leaned back in sheer shock. Damn it, a factory of over 1,000 people burning through 80 lives a month. These were people, goddamn people. What the hell are you doing? How are people dying so fast? Zhuang Sun replied calmly. It's mainly the chemical pollution damaging their bodies. As you've seen, boss, our shacks are built right next to the reactors. Whether we're working or resting, we're exposed to chemical contamination. Typically, someone starting work at 10 will develop severe adverse reactions by 25, life-threatening conditions by 30, and almost no one lives past 35. Of course, chemical pollution still gives us about a decade to live. The bigger killer is working 16 hours a day. Our workers are so exhausted that many die from production accidents. That's the primary source of casualty. Li Qinwu clicked his tongue. Working 16 hours a day and sleeping beside chemicals. No wonder 80 deaths a month wasn't far-fetched. At that moment, a thought struck Li Qinwu. He wanted to change this situation. It wasn't out of saintly compassion. The chemical plant was merely a stepping stone. All his actions aimed to seize control of his own destiny and earn a seat at the table with the big shots. He wondered if he could increase the number of workers and recruit soldiers from among them. Weren't jobs in the bottom nests hard to come by? So Li Qinwu would expand his factory's positions, luring the bottom nest rats to work for him, then pick the strong and fierce ones as warriors. Loyalty wouldn't be an issue. He'd only choose those who cared for their families. He'd put their families to work in the factory, while the able-bodied men served as soldiers with family ties, ensuring no betrayal. Then, by showing a bit of humanitarian spirit and making life better for his workers, at least avoiding the absurdity of 80 deaths a month, the frontline soldiers would see how well he treated their families, and their loyalty would soar even higher. With this in mind, Li Qinwu ordered Zhuang Sun, increase the workforce to 3,000, split into 2 shifts, each working 12 hours a day. Issue gas masks and protective suits during work hours, and relocate housing away from the reactors. Would this effectively reduce casualties? Zhuang Sun's eyes gradually lit up as he fidgeted nervously with his fingers. Boss, if we do that, the monthly casualty rate should drop to single digits. Li Qinwu stroked his chin and turned to the black market dealer. I recall you had gas masks and hazmat suits. How many exactly? Where did they come from? The black market dealer Nepal bowed obsequiously. Boss, I've got 125 hazmat suits. No, as for sourcing, we can make some ourselves, or buy from other factories. Li Qinwu grunted in acknowledgement. Hand over all your hazmat suits to Zhuang Sun first for the most dangerous positions. For now, stop fiddling with your junk and focus entirely on producing hazmat suits until everyone has one. They'll give you some money to buy more. Then Li Qinwu turned back to Zhuang Sun. This place reeks of chemicals. No one will live here anymore. Everyone will rest elsewhere. Zhuang Sun asked doubtfully, Boss, is there anywhere else we can go? Li Qinwu pointed at a passage that led about 5 kilometers to the brewing workshop. Send some people to seal off all the other branches of this passage with plastic steel powder, then build dormitories inside. After work, the workers can rest in the tunnels far from the reactors. Zhuang Sun's finger-twitching quickened, and he looked at Li Qinwu with a new expression. Was this a living saint? Treating his workers this well? Was he planning to raise death squads? But if what he said could be realized, I'd gladly be his death. Li Qinwu continued, Zhuang Sun, I want to expand the workforce to 3,000 as fast as possible with a 2-shift system. How can we recruit? Let me be clear, I only want people with families, not lone rats. The able-bodied among the workers will be conscripted into the army while their families work in the factory. Understand? Zhuang Sun nodded. Using families to control the able-bodied. Old-school gangsters had played that game for ages, they knew it well. I get it, boss. Only those with families and worries. May I ask how many enforcers you need? I can adjust to recruit more able-bodied men. Li Qinwu countered, how many do you think is right? How did Electronic Eye arrange his armed forces? Zhuang Sun replied, Boss, the number of armed men usually depends on the strength of nearby gangs. Too few and enemies will covet your wealth and attack. Too many and the cost becomes prohibitive. When Electronic Eye was around, he typically kept 100 trusted men, enough to fend off most attacks. Li Qinwu shook his head. 100 is good for defense, but not for offense. Let's make it 200. Recruit 200 able-bodied young men for training. I'm putting you in charge. Within a month, recruit 3,000 workers and pick the 200 toughest as soldiers. He patted Zhuang Sun on the shoulder. Work hard for me, and I won't let you go hungry. I'll make sure you're well. Zhuang Sun said gratefully, Boss, with what you're doing now, the workers will be forever grateful. Enough said. They'll complete your task within a month. I'll pick 200 tall and strong lads for your army. After arranging various matters, Li Qinwu instructed his men to return to their tasks, then pulled Xiao Dao aside and said, Go bring over 100 cans of meat and cook a big pot of stew for the workers. We've changed the dynasty now, and a new era needs a new atmosphere. Let them have a good meal. Xiao Dao complied, driving a small train clattering and banging as he headed toward the brewing workshop. Li Qinwu meanwhile stayed in the room with the Electronic Eyes, starting to scavenge for valuables. Electronic Eye's own shack was about 200 square meters, furnished quite luxuriously, and there were over a dozen women inside. These women, indifferent to the change in leadership, swayed their hips and surrounded him, intending to make Li Qinwu feel at home. But Li Qinwu had no desire to share Electronic Eye's tastes, and moreover the appearance of these women was hardly commendable. What did they look like exactly? Anyone who has bought Warhammer Sister of Battle figures would know. They resembled those matronly faces. Li Qinwu felt that upon seeing these Warhammer-style beauties, even his spirit retreated. Deciding not to compromise, he drove them out to haul fertilizer. With the room empty, Li Qinwu began to scavenge, finding quite a bit of liquor high-grade food, and some toiletries rarely seen, even in the lower or middle nests, totaling about 1 fertilizer coupons in value. However, he discovered an interesting item, a spring bed frame. This was an upgrade for the bed in his hideout, which could reduce his resurrection time after installation. Li Qinwu stripped the sheets and mattress, planning to take them back when Xiao Dao returned. After further scavenging, he found no other special items, but a black waist-high safe caught his attention. It was a safe combining a combination lock and a mechanical lock requiring a key to turn the dial for unlocking. Having searched everywhere without finding the key, it suddenly occurred to Li Qinwu that the key might be on Electronic Eye's body. He hurried out to find Electronic Eye's corpse. By then, Zhuang Sun had already gathered some workers to pile up the bodies for disposal outside. Li Qinwu rushed to the pile of bodies, located Electronic Eye's headless corpse, and after a thorough search, he indeed found the key. He grabbed the key and ran back to the room, inserted it into the lock, turned it, and with a click it opened. Overjoyed, Li Qinwu then frowned. What was the password? Would he have to break it open by force? But considering the material strength typical of Warhammer 40k, breaking it might require explosives. And if he used explosives, would the contents inside remain intact? After much deliberation, he decided to use his psychic power. He had been learning psychic abilities for some time and could now lift objects weighing up to 10 kilograms. He pressed his hand against the material, knowing that as long as there was a crack, he could extend a short but sturdy psychic tentacle into it. Without further hesitation, he sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and placed his hand on the dial of the combination lock. In the next moment, an invisible psychic tentacle slipped through the gap of the dial. Li Qinwu's vision shifted to the tentacle, allowing him to see the internal structure of the combination lock. Inside the dial was a set of gears. When turned to the correct numbers, several latches would align and interlock. With direct visual access to the interior, Li Qinwu could see exactly where the latches were. He gently turned the dial with his other hand, rotating it over a dozen times until the latches clicked into place one after another. Li Qinwu opened his eyes, grasped the handle on the safe, and turned it. With a click, the safe swung open, and the next moment his eyes felt nearly blinded. Fertilizer coupons. Bundles upon bundles of fertilizer coupons. The waist-high safe was stuffed full, roughly amounting to at least 3 to 4 million. Li Qinwu let out a whistle. Damn, this was instant financial freedom. Indeed, doing honest business was slow money. If you wanted real wealth, you had to seize it by force. He rummaged further in the safe and found 4 gold bars among the stacks of cash, each weighing 2 kilograms. Gold was not scarce in the universe, but human culture had imbued it with value, so these 4 bars represented substantial wealth. Next was a green card with the inscription Zone G, Building 13, Room 4123. A room card. Li Qinwu turned the green card over in his hand, pondering its purpose. He recalled hearing that Electronic Eye was a lackey of the upper nest nobility. Even an upper nest janitor, though untitled, was considered a noble with their own housing in the upper nest. Could this card be Electronic Eye's room card in the upper nest? After a moment's thought, Li Qinwu pocketed the card and set it aside. Once he obtained upper nest status, he could visit Electronic Eye's home and see if there was anything else valuable. Just as he finished, Xiao Dao returned with the small train and was directing workers to unload the cans. When the workers heard these cans were for them, they erupted in cheers. Li Qinwu stepped out of the room, and the workers shouted his name, their faces reflecting unanimous approval. Smiling, he said to them, "Work hard, and it's not entirely impossible to have meat once a month from now on." Hearing this, the workers burst into another round of celebration. If loyalty had a numerical value, it would have shot up to the maximum by now. Li Qinwu then transferred the spring bed frame and the money onto the small train, drove back to the brewing workshop, entered his hideout, and began upgrading it. He threw away the old broken bed and replaced it with the spring bed frame, built a wooden bedboard, and finally laid down the bedding. Bed LV1 upgraded to bed LV2. Effect reduces resurrection time after death to 7 hours and slightly increases energy recovery rate. After upgrading the bed, Li Qinwu went to the workbench, opened the grinding wheel, and ground all 4 gold bars into gold powder. He then approached the Emperor's shrine, applied a generous amount of glue to the wooden statue of the Emperor, and carefully stuck the gold powder onto it. Using various tools, he pressed, hammered, and sculpted the surface. After half a day's work, a gleaming gold-plated statue of the Emperor stood before him. Li Qinwu placed the statue reverently inside the shrine and lit an incense stick for the Emperor. "Your Imperial Majesty, now that I have the means, I've gilded your statue. Please bless your humble servant." Emperor's Shrine LV1 upgraded to Emperor's Shrine LV2. Effect offering table increased from 1 to 3. Divine protection. The Emperor's power perpetually guards your sanctuary, with some energy radiating outward. Clerical favor. Faithful followers of the Emperor and devout clergy will naturally hold goodwill toward you. Having completed the upgrade of his hiding place, Li Qinwu entered 2 bottles of wine and 1 bottle of oil into the Emperor's shrine, setting it into production mode before heading out on his maintenance cart towards the sewage plant. After some hustle, Li Qinwu met with Father Anthony. "I have successfully taken over a chemical plant, which now possesses basic chemical production capabilities. What do you think?" Father Anthony looked at Li Qinwu with some surprise. "Such speed and efficiency are quite rare. If that's the case, we can establish a deep cooperation agreement." Li Qinwu crossed his arms, somewhat dissatisfied. "I came to you for help because the winery was without power, and you instead sent me to take down another gang's factory. The problem is that after taking down the gang's factory, I could just pull power directly from there. Oh, what use do I have for you?" Father Anthony's metal fingers tapped incessantly together. "There is usefulness. Energy represents everything. While you need to solve the issue of availability yourself, the issue of quantity can be managed through me. The gang you took down was a fertilizer gang, consuming 8 million kilowatt-hours of electricity monthly. I can double that number, allowing you to have double the production capacity without needing to supply it. Although the bottom nest is a lawless land that seems uncontrollable, its lifeblood has always been under the control of the elder of the upper nest. As long as the elder of the upper nest cuts off the water and electricity, it won't take a month for 80 of the bottom nest population to perish. Interestingly, the upper nest usually calculates control over the bottom nest's industrial capabilities through electricity supply. For example, if a factory in the bottom nest needs to provide 10 units of product to the upper nest, then the upper nest supplies enough electricity for the bottom nest to produce 11 units, with the extra 1 counted as waste. Under such a loose form of control, the upper nest doesn't need to invest much effort in managing the bottom nest. They only need to provide energy supplies to the bottom nest regularly, and then collect the products. What happens in the bottom nest is of no concern to the elder of the upper nest. From a certain perspective, energy represents production capacity. The upper nest will not provide excessive energy to any factory, Otherwise, the surplus capacity might be used to produce other goods, making the bottom nest uncontrollable. 1 unit of energy often equates to 1 unit of tax revenue. What Father Anthony can do is, after Li Qinwu obtains production permission, make a few adjustments to double the energy he receives without needing to pay taxes. Li Qinwu can use these energies freely as they won't be recorded in the tax accounts. He licked his lips, feeling quite tempted. Now that's what cooperation should be. In that case, our cooperation is hereby established. Father Anthony rubbed his mechanical hand. To maintain your factory's doubled electricity share, you need to provide me with 40 liters of 101 fuel and 40 liters of 101 lubricating oil each month. Li Qinwu waved his hand, saying, Got it. Someone will deliver these items to you at the beginning of each month. As soon as he finished speaking, the system prompted that the task was completed, and Father Anthony's favorability level rose from LV0 to LV1. Unlocking items: high precision lathe. Task unlocked. Optical calibration instrument. Task unlocked. Thinker engine. Task unlocked. Electronic board, 2000 electronic fiber, 500 capacitors, 500 custom high-performance mechanical prosthetics ranging from 200 to 100. Li Qinwu carefully examined the items Father Anthony was selling. The high-precision lathe and optical instruments were 2 critical components for upgrading the workstation. With these 2 items, he could essentially manufacture a gun from scratch and modify it fully. Everything from longer and heavier barrels to grips and scopes could be manufactured and installed. As for the Thinker engine, it is the core upgrade item for the intelligence station. With the Thinker engine and purchasing some other electronic products from Father Anthony, he could gather everything needed for upgrading the intelligence station. However, this old man is indeed crafty. These items cannot be bought here and must be obtained through tasks. Li Qinwu currently had no time for these tasks. His urgent priority was to quickly obtain an identity in the upper nest. He felt that he was taking steps too large for his current status, and his identity had not progressed along with his ambitions, which could become a hindrance. He needed to focus on his self-improvement and quickly get acquainted with some big figures from the upper nest. This was to not only tap into the more prosperous markets of the upper nest, but also to find a backer to cling to and drain resources from. Li Qinwu already had a plan for how to proceed. After bidding farewell to Father Anthony, he drove to the safe zone, entered the Clean Water Guild shop, and met with Reno. I am ready, so take me to see the winery. Reno looked somewhat surprised in the depths of the Clean Water Guild's office. Are you sure? Have you prepared all the funds? This is 1.8 million. Li Qinwu nodded seriously and set down the backpack he had been carrying, opening it to reveal it stuffed full of cash. I am sure 1.8 million is all here. According to what you said, 1 million for the venue, 500 to clear the connections, and 300 for your service fee. Reno gasped, picked up a stack of cash, shuffled through it, and looked at Li Qinwu in disbelief. Where did you get so much money? Li Qinwu grinned, revealing a somewhat creepy smile. My neighbor helped me keep it. Isn't my neighbor righteous? Reno's eyelids twitched, and he clicked his tongue. You, my friend, are quite something. All right, since you have all the money ready, follow me. It'll take you to see the venue first. A few hours later, Reno took Li Qinwu through various transportation channels to the middle nest, arriving at the site of a closed brewery. The brewery was located in a large area of the middle nest industrial zone, and any production plant situated in the middle nest had to be a low-pollution factory. This industrial zone covered quite a large area, but as Li Qinwu looked around, he realized that almost all factories had shut down. Most factories had tightly closed gates, some even painted over by law enforcement, with the word confiscated, giving off an air of economic recession and decay. Reno led Li Qinwu to a large iron gate, pulled out a large set of keys from his pocket, and found one to unlock the gate. Come in and take a look. Your glory is about to be written from here. Reno pushed open the large iron gate, revealing a host of brewing equipment covered in dust. The gates of the brewery swung open, stirring up a cloud of dust, as Li Qinwu coughed violently. He stepped inside, surveying the equipment. Brewing wasn't particularly sophisticated, and the facility was sparse, relying mainly on the number of fermentation tanks. Reynolds guided Li Qinwu to the center of the brewery, stopping before a massive cylindrical tank and tapping it with his finger. Take a look. Food-grade stainless steel capable of aging 500 liters of liquor at a time, 30 millimeters thick, durable enough to last 10,000 years. I had Father Anthony forge this back in the day. See, there's even the stamp of the Mechanicus. He brushed off the dust, revealing the skull and cog emblem of the Mechanicus. Li Qinwu's brow twitched. You oversaw the construction of this brewery, Reynolds. Then its bankruptcy probably wasn't due to market forces. Shaking his head to dispel the strange thoughts, he began a meticulous inspection of the brewery. There were 10 such stainless steel tanks, each capable of fermenting 500 liters of liquor, meaning the facility could produce 50 liters in a single batch. Ample empty space remained for future expansion, allowing for additional fermentation tanks to boost capacity. There were also 2 heating kettles for aging filters, a large distiller, and an assortment of miscellaneous equipment, all complete. Li Qinwu noticed a corner of the workshop with a large pool tiled in blue. Pointing at it, he asked, "What's that pool?" Reynolds glanced over and chuckled. "Oh, that. It's for stomping grapes. If you can find a few beautiful maidens to gently crush grapes with their delicate feet, the wine produced could fetch an unimaginable price in the upper nest." Li Qinwu recoiled dramatically. "Damn it, I don't believe those nobles in the upper nest can tell who stomped the grapes from the taste. Even if a grown man jumped in and stomped them, they wouldn't notice." Reynolds laughed heartily. "True, they can't taste the difference. But it's all about branding. Those nobles have indulged in every delicacy imaginable. They crave added value in what they consume. If you can find a maiden of high status and purity to pick the grapes and document it with photos and videos." He patted Li Qinwu's shoulder and said earnestly, "A bottle worth 100 could easily sell for 100." Li Qinwu sucked in a breath. "Are you serious?" Reynolds nodded with utter sincerity. "Dead serious. Let me tell you, the nobles love this stuff. Wine made from grapes stomped by beautiful maidens' feet, cakes baked at a maiden's body temperature, cakes fermented by a maiden's intestines." Li Qinwu quickly cut him off. All right, enough. I get how twisted the upper nest nobles are." Reynolds shrugged. "In any case, brewing isn't hard, but finding added value for your product is. You need to keep that in mind. Come on, I'll show you the wine cellar." They moved to a storage room filled with wooden racks and barrels. Reynolds patted a barrel. "There are over 2000 birch barrels here. Store your liquor in them, and no matter what it is, it'll pick up a hint of birch aroma. Exactly what the upper nest nobles adore. Also, the nobles favor aged liquor, so make sure to stock up on old vintages." Li Qinwu sighed. "This is a new distillery. Where would I get old liquor?" Reynolds, who genuinely loved brewing and had developed many insights, patiently explained when Li Qinwu asked. "Look, this cellar can hold 2000 barrels. Suppose you brew 2000 barrels in January and put them on the market. You can't sell them all, right? Or even if you could, you deliberately leave 100 or 200 barrels sitting. Then in the second month you brew another 200 barrels, sell most, and again leave 100 or 200. Then the third month, the fourth, the fifth, until a year later isn't your first batch now a year-old aged liquor." Li Qinwu finally understood. Deliberately hoard 100 or 200 barrels from each batch to let them age. Reynolds sighed with emotion. In the brewing trade, time is on your side. The longer the liquor ages, the more valuable it becomes. Even if your liquor doesn't sell right away, just stockpile it in the cellar to age. As time passes, its value multiplies. Take wine, for example. It needs at least 3 months of aging before it's marketable. Freshly made wine has a raw taste the nobles dislike, so 3 months is the minimum. After 3 months, a decent bottle of wine can serve as mouthwash on the nobles' tables, priced between 500 and 100. But if it's aged for a year, the price jumps to between 100 and 200. Aged for 2 years, it goes above 400, for 3 years above 700, and for 100 years you could trade it for a mansion in the upper nest. With that, Reynolds concluded, brewing is like drawing wealth from the river of time. The longer it settles, the more precious it becomes. Of course, if you hoard too much liquor in the early stages and don't sell, it'll break your cash flow. And you need to build your brand early on so that 100 years from now people can trace your brewing history and not mistake you for some cheap blend. Trust me, every time you brew, sell 80 to 90 and keep 10 to 20. Li Qinwu listened intently to Reynolds' advice, nodding seriously. Reynolds was sharing this as a true friend. Yet a thought lingered: could their society remain stable for 100 or 200 years? This was the world of Warhammer 40k, after all. Investing in the future was a long-term vision, but in this cruel universe where apocalyptic wars erupted now and then, was blind investment in the future truly wise? Afterward, Li Qinwu took another tour of the brewery, which was primarily divided into 3 major zones. The work area, where almost all brewing equipment was placed, had plenty of open space that could be utilized if Li Qinwu wished to double production capacity in the future. The cellar, a vast underground area filled with numerous wooden racks and barrels capable of storing 20-liter casks at once. The worker dormitory and cafeteria, furnished entirely with iron bunk beds, could accommodate approximately 300 workers. After the inspection, Li Qinwu was thoroughly satisfied and directly handed his backpack to Renaud. "You'll handle the water and electricity for me, right?" Renaud opened the backpack, pulled out a stack of bills, and brought it to his nose for a sniff. "Rest assured, I'll take care of everything for you. After all, I did charge you a 300 service fee." Li Qinwu hesitated for a moment before speaking softly. "My grapes have dubious origins, you know. I have connections with the rebels outside, and that's where they come from." Renaud gave an okay gesture. "What's the big deal? Consorting with rebels, who doesn't? They'll just put in a word with the higher-ups. As long as you pay your taxes honestly, it's no problem at all. Don't you have ties with the PDF? Have them transport the supplies in military vehicles. Don't worry, I'll coordinate with the enforcers to affix transit tags on the goods." Mentioning the PDF reminded Li Qinwu of something. "By the way, how much tax will I have to pay once my brewery is operational?" Renaud raised 4 fingers, and Li Qinwu's eyes widened. Damn, a 40% tax. Renault nodded with utmost seriousness. That's right, you'll have to pay at least 40%. And once the tax is set, it will never be interrupted. Regardless of your sales, the tax amount is fixed forever. One of Warhammer 40k's hallmarks is its abysmally low administrative efficiency. For tax collection, the government typically sends someone once to assess a tax amount which then remains unchanged for 100 years. During that period, whether you're on the brink of starvation or amassing a fortune, even if your output has multiplied over tenfold, the tax rate will never change. This peculiar practice stems fundamentally from the vast population and technological stagnation. The population issue needs no elaboration. A single hive city alone harbors tens of billions of inhabitants. As for technological regression, it sounds utterly absurd at first. How could a civilization that has soared into space with warships drifting across the stars suffer from technological backwardness? This ties into humanity's history. There was an era known as the Golden Age, the pinnacle of human technology, military might, culture, and territorial expansion. The Imperium of Man now rules over 1 million worlds scattered across the galaxy. These planets were all terraformed to be habitable for humans by the sages of the Golden Age. Unfortunately, an AI rebellion occurred. The technology of the Golden Age was highly automated with artificial intelligence ubiquitous. Then one day, for various reasons, these AIs revolted, nearly driving humanity to extinction. However, humanity eventually managed to recover. Later, the Imperium of Man was founded under the Emperor's guidance. Fearing a repeat of the horrific Iron War, humanity became extremely restrained in its use of AI, virtually abandoning it altogether. Artificial intelligence is even referred to as abominable intelligence within the Imperium, which shows just how deeply it is reviled. Not only is there no AI, but there are also no high-performance computers. Take the cogitator engine. It contains a human brain. How could the computational power of a human brain ever rival that of a CPU? So indeed, the Imperium of Man in Warhammer 40k is truly a spacefaring medieval society. Using medieval technology to govern hundreds of billions or trillions of people inevitably leads to a grotesquely distorted political system. A tax rate fixed for 100 years is perfectly normal under such circumstances. Since the topic of taxes came up, Li Qinwu mentioned his tax exemption quota, bringing up Lieutenant Colonel Ruderson. Renault let out a sigh. Why didn't you say so earlier? We almost made a mistake. A lieutenant colonel by our hive standards is considered a mid-tier figure even in the upper hive and is entitled to tax exemptions. Everyone in the upper hive is a noble without a title, but there are still hierarchies among them. The planetary governors, generals, and other powerful magnates are the true masters of the upper hive. Junior officers, minor nobles, and wealthy merchants are merely considered the middle class. Janitors, nannies, and sanitation workers, though they are upper hive dwellers and bear the elegant title of untitled nobles, actually hold little status. Isor was one such individual, bearing the identity of an upper hive noble, yet scraping by like a rat in the underhive, nothing more than a dog kept by the upper hive aristocracy. Renault said, now that you have a tax exemption quota, your factory can be completely free of all tax burdens. But if you want to develop smoothly, I suggest you voluntarily pay a 2% tax. Li Qinwu was sharp and understood immediately. That 2% tax, I suppose it goes to private pockets. Renault gave him an approving look as if to say the student is teachable. More or less. 1% to the enforcers, 1% to the Department of Internal Affairs. Let me put it this way. If you pay taxes to these two departments, even if you kill fewer than 10 people on the street, and none of them are important, nothing will happen. Li Qinwu quickly said, Master, teach me. Renault smiled amiably, slinging the money-filled backpack. 3 days from now, right here at the brewery, set up a banquet. They'll bring the people from Internal Affairs and the enforcers to assess your taxes. Then treat them to a meal. Need I say more? Li Qinwu nodded repeatedly. Understood, understood. They'll make sure they're well taken care of. In this world, Li Qinwu was always willing to share profits, believing in making money together. This stemmed not only from the helplessness of his own insufficient power, but also from a desire to expand his network for future convenience. For instance, bribing the Internal Affairs and enforcers was something Li Qinwu could have skipped entirely, allowing him to pocket all the profits thanks to Lieutenant Colonel Ruderson's tax exemption. But if he did that with his own shady background, wouldn't they come to audit him constantly, inspecting him once a month, each inspection lasting a month? Who could endure that? So it was better to distribute some profits, forge connections with them, and when real trouble arose, they might grant him a favor. This was spending a little to achieve big results, turning potential enemies into genuine friends. Of course, all these calculations ultimately came down to Li Qinwu's lack of strength. If he were truly powerful, he wouldn't need to resort to such contrived schemes. 3 days passed swiftly, and the influential figures Renault had contacted arrived one after another, intending to approve the permit for the brewing workshop and assess the tax quota. 2 groups came this time: officials from the Interior Ministry, 1 executive officer with 5 clerks, and from the Judicial Police, 1 senior officer with 5 regular officers. The two groups arrived in 3 cars at the brewery gate. Renault got out first, opened the door, and said with a smile, "Come in, everyone. This is the brewery about to open. We're just waiting for your assessment." The executive officer was a gaunt, stern-faced old man looking as if he suffered from some hormonal imbalance. He glanced at the brewery and snorted. Now even natural food can't be supplied smoothly in the Hive City, and yet someone opens a brewery. The senior judicial police officer was a tall, sturdy man in a blue-black uniform with a large-caliber pistol holstered at his waist. Without exchanging a word with anyone, he strode straight into the brewery. But the moment his foot crossed the threshold, he halted. In the open space of the brewery, a long table had been set laden with fresh vegetables and meats alongside steaming bread slathered with butter. The senior officer gasped, his eyes fixed on the feast, unable to look away. The executive officer followed him in and was equally wide-eyed. Both men held mid to high-ranking positions in the mid-hive, yet even they subsisted daily on corpse starch, enjoying fresh vegetables and meat only once or twice a week. Seeing this table of delicacies, they were momentarily stunned. Li Qinwu stepped forward with a grin, greeting them. Come, esteemed officers, you've worked hard. Let's not rush into business. Eat first. Only with a full stomach can you serve the God Emperor with loyalty." Hearing this, everyone's demeanor softened noticeably. The 2 unit leaders exchanged a glance, nodded, and led their subordinates to take seats. Lieutenant Rudison had also been summoned by Li Qinwu and sat at the head of the table, welcoming everyone. His presence served 2 purposes: first, as a stabilizing force, since his rank matched that of the 2 leaders, allowing him to converse on equal footing. Second, Li Qinwu had no intention of playing host and pouring drinks for others. If Li Qinwu were alone at the table, others would look down on him. No matter how impressive he might be, he was just a merchant incomparable to those within the system. They would expect him to serve tea and pour wine. But with Lieutenant Rudison present, Li Qinwu's status was elevated. He need not attend to others without appearing rude. Indeed, as everyone settled in, the 2 unit leaders noticed the lieutenant's rank and immediately engaged him in conversation. The youngest clerks from both the Interior Ministry and the Judicial Police stood up to pour drinks for the others. Amidst eating and drinking, laughter erupted from time to time. Li Qinwu and Renault chimed in occasionally to keep the conversation flowing. The harmony was largely because the 2 leaders saw befriending someone like Lieutenant Rudison as beneficial to their own careers. Hadn't the old executive officer from the Interior Ministry downed several bottles of wine, his grin never fading, adding a touch of color to his pale, gaunt face. The meal lasted over an hour, leaving everyone stuffed. Corpse starch was tasteless and caused constipation, so the sudden availability of fresh vegetables and meat awakened their palates. As the meal wound down, a clerk from the Interior Ministry accidentally shifted the plate before him. His sharp eyes noticed something underneath. He discreetly lifted the plate and froze. Beneath it lay over 3,000 credits. The young man quietly grabbed the money, counted it under the table, then nudged his colleagues to check under their plates. Soon all the subordinates from both units discovered the anomaly, each holding money with peculiar expressions. The 2 leaders sharply chatted with Lieutenant Rudison while slyly lifting their own plates with a finger, only to find theirs empty. Perplexed, they wondered why give money to the underlings, but not to them. Then Li Qinwu stood up, smiling. "I see you're all full. Let's get down to business." Though puzzled at receiving no red envelopes, the 2 leaders saw Li Qinwu's constant smile and understood this man was too shrewd to blunder at a critical moment. He must have something in store for them later. They didn't rush. Instead, they instructed their subordinates to inspect the factory equipment and assess the tax. The equipment inspection determined production eligibility, which was necessary for the production permit and linked to water and electricity supply. Tax assessment considered the factory's area, products, and capacity. However, thanks to Lieutenant Rudison's tax exemption quota, this step was skipped. After a thorough inspection, various certificates were issued on the spot, stamped with the double seals of the Interior Ministry and the Judicial Department. Li Qinwu handed 2 boxes of wine to the executive officer and the senior judicial officer. "Gentlemen, I'm just a wine merchant. Please taste these and tell me what needs improvement." The 2 men exchanged a glance as they took the boxes. They were wooden, just large enough for 1 bottle of red wine. But the weight was wrong, too light. Clearly, they didn't hold wine. The executive officer, well versed in such matters, gauged the weight, at least 1,000 credits. Both thought, this man knows how things work. Smiling, they said he could come to them for any production issues, then took their leave. Li Qinwu had fully secured his brewery. Afterward, 2 military trucks drove into the brewery, unloading 2 large loads of grapes, the harvest from the rebels' cultivation over the past period. Thanks to the fertilizer, the grapes had bloomed and borne fruit, quickly yielding 3.5 tons in the first harvest. The factory was set, the raw materials ready, and the workforce in place. 3 days earlier, when Li Qinwu contacted Lieutenant Rudison to host the event, he had also asked for personnel, whether any PDF family members were idle and could work at the brewery. The first batch recruited 10 people. And so 10 individuals, men and women, all PDF family members, were now washing grapes, crushing them, and fermenting following Li Qinwu's instructions. The winemaking process is remarkably simple. Crush the grapes, ferment them directly, then press and filter the mixture, age it in oak barrels, and finally bottle it for sale. In Li Qinhui's strategic plan, wine was destined for the high-end market, catering to the upper echelons of society. Thus, the aging process had to exceed 3 months. However, the grape yield from the rebel side was still unstable at that time, so Li Qinhui hired 10 temporary workers, handing each of them 100 yuan to assist with the labor. The work was hardly strenuous, as the winery was fully equipped with nearly automatic and semi-automatic machinery. The 3.5 tons of grapes were processed in less than half a day and transferred entirely into stainless steel tanks for fermentation. Li Qinhui paid the workers, who then returned home. They would come back in 7 days once the wine had finished fermenting. During those 7 days, Li Qinhui's mind was preoccupied with what Renaud had told him about adding value to the wine. The upper-tier market was vast, with nobles practically drinking wine like water, and this gold mine would surely attract competitors. As a latecomer, he had to resort to bold tactics to stand out. At that moment, Li Qinhui lay on a bed on the first floor of the winery, gazing at a bottle of red wine on the table before him. This bottle was from a common brand in the upper tier called Lady Red. The bottle's label depicted a woman in a long dress stomping grapes with her feet. Legend had it that this woman, Lady Red, was a baroness who had inherited her husband's title after his death. Her wine was marketed as being made from grapes crushed by her own feet. Remember, she was a noble, albeit just a baroness, but still a noble, and a widowed one at that. The notion of a widowed noblewoman crushing grapes with her feet sent a surge of hormones through certain degenerate minds, and naturally Lady Red's wine sold exceptionally well in the upper tier. But there were issues with Lady Red's wine. First, if it sold so well, how could she, a single woman, possibly have time to do nothing but pick grapes all day? The nobles weren't fools. They suspected that the wine was marketed under Lady Red's name, but was actually made by a bunch of barefoot men stomping grapes. Second, Lady Red was already quite old, nearly 50 years old. Despite using her youthful maiden image from her 20s on the wine packaging, the noble circle was well informed. How everyone knew she was already a 50-something matron. A 50-something matron stomping grapes for you. That wine was far too rich and potent for ordinary folks to handle. Analyzing the case of Lady Red's brand, Li Qinhui planned to absorb its success factors while eliminating its weaknesses. True to his reputation for cunning ideas, he soon devised a plan. First, the concept of maidens stomping grapes was worth emulating, as it was a proven success. However, the image of grape stompers should not be tied to a single real person, but to a group. This was partly because Li Qinhui had no access to noble-level individuals to help him stomp grapes, and partly because a person ages A. Everyone would gladly drink wine stomped by the fair feet of a beautiful maiden, but no one wanted wine made by the bound feet of an old crone. Indeed, Li Qinhui had already targeted a specific group, the nuns of the state church. He had access to them. Remember little Joel's sister Teresa? She was a nun of the state church. Moreover, the nuns had 1 day off each month. On that day, wouldn't the sister nuns enjoy stomping grapes to relax? Secondly, the nun population was constantly refreshed, as the church selected new nuns every year. Once a nun aged past her maiden stage, she could simply be replaced, solving the trust issue. Lady Red was just one person. She couldn't dare claim that every bottle of her wine was made from grapes she stomped herself. But Li Qinhui could make that claim. His wine would be made entirely from grape juice stomped by beautiful young nuns. With the sheer number of nuns, credibility would skyrocket. Moreover, these were nuns of the state church stomping grapes for you nobles. Not some ragged girl from the slums, nor a shy lass from a middle-class family, but pure, beautiful, immaculate nuns of the state church, whose very excrement shone with the holy golden light of the god emperor. A sip of wine infused with the fragrant sweat of a nun's fair foot could cure all ailments and resist the taint of chaos. Lying in bed, Li Qinhui burst into pig-like laughter. Damn, he was a genius. Too excited to sleep, he pulled up his pants, dashed to the winery, locked the gate, hopped on a maintenance cart, and rode toward the state church. Li Qinhui parked the cart by the roadside, locked it, and strode into the church. As usual, he paid the incense fee, entered the prayer hall, found the missionary, and handed over the money. Wait here, do not wander off. The missionary took the money, opened a side door, and disappeared into the depths of the church. Li Qinhui leaned against the wall, gazing at the golden statue of the emperor before him. At that moment, over 1,000 worshippers in the hall chanted slogans praising the god emperor, their hymns and prayers merging into a wave of sound within the prayer hall. Li Qinhui shrugged. Though the time differed, the place was the same. Before the emperor, he had to say something auspicious to liven things up. He thumped his chest, cleared his throat, raised his head, and shouted, "Great Terra, my homeland. War cries roar with the light of victory. Ooh, iron and fire forge eternal heroic tales. Mankind endures through the ages. The emperor's light shines over the Himalayas. The teachings of the imperial church are etched in our hearts. Honor and faith shall never be forgotten. Sacred Terra, my homeland, iron will sworn to guard. Whether on the battlefield of Earth or in the void of space, I am forever the God Emperor's warrior." As he finished, Li Qinwu coughed and prepared to sing the chorus, but the door behind him opened. The missionary emerged, his expression somewhat peculiar, followed by Sister Teresa. Li Qinwu was about to greet her when he noticed something amiss. Teresa had changed her attire. Previously, Sister Teresa had worn a simple black and white nun's habit, but now her outfit was far more elaborate, adorned with golden threads. Teresa was already quite attractive, and in this exquisite nun's habit, she looked like a princess. Just as Li Qinwu was puzzling over this, another figure emerged from behind Teresa, the priest, the head of the neighborhood state church. The priest looked at Li Qinwu with a gentle smile. "Sir, are you a family member of Saint Teresa?" Li Qinwu's eyes gradually widened as he looked at the priest, and then at Teresa. "Huh, Teresa? The saintess? Are you mistaken? How dare you speak to the esteemed priest like that?" A nearby missionary immediately reprimanded Li Qinwu, but was stopped by the priest, who regarded Li Qinwu with a very gentle gaze. "The family of the saintess deserves respect. Please follow me, and we can discuss this in a more private place." The priest gestured for Li Qinwu to enter the depths of the state church. They arrived at a guest room deep within the church, which was simply decorated with minimal furniture. Only a few wooden benches and a wooden tea table in the center. The priest looked at Li Qinwu with a very gentle expression, always smiling. Li Qinwu felt that this gentleness was a bit excessive. Had he not already reached adulthood and surpassed the age of priesthood, he might have doubted whether the priest intended to do something to him. "Sir, you truly are a family member of Sister Teresa. I can sense a pure soul within you. How about joining us to get closer to the God Emperor and listen to his teachings?" Li Qinwu was instantly dumbfounded. "Wait a minute, I just met you, and you want to invite me into your organization?" The state church is a particularly powerful force within the human empire, possessing many church planets and having influence on nearly every imperial planet. They have their own church warships, sacred armed forces, and an administrative system independent of the human empire. Therefore, joining the state church would be no different from entering the establishment. But Li Qinwu shook his head. If it were any other imperial organization, he might consider it. Joining such organizations could benefit his development. As for the state church, forget it. Religion has its own form of madness, especially in this mad universe where religion is even more deranged. There are many sects within the state church, each with differing interpretations of the imperial truths, and the factional struggles within the church are extremely fierce. One careless remark could lead to being labeled a heretic or failing in the political struggle of one's faction, resulting in severe torture. Li Qinwu declined the invitation and hurriedly asked, "Priest, why do you refer to Teresa as the saintess?" The title of saint is not easily obtained. Generally speaking, it is someone who has performed notable deeds and is posthumously canonized. To be named a saint while alive, one must have accomplished something extraordinarily great or have spent years doing good deeds and gained widespread renown. However, such titles in Warhammer 40k might not necessarily be a good thing. The greater the fame, the more attention it attracts, especially for an ordinary girl like Teresa. Is being called a saint truly beneficial for her? The priest smiled and said, "Actually, Teresa is not yet a true saintess, but she has already exhibited the qualities of a saint. I merely refer to her as such in advance and guide her in that direction." This made Li Qinwu frown even deeper. "With all due respect, Priest, Teresa is just an ordinary girl. What makes you think she has the qualities of a saint?" The priest gazed at Teresa with utmost gentleness and stated firmly, "Because she possesses an extraordinarily pure soul. I have never seen a soul so pure. Occasionally, I can also sense the radiance of the God Emperor from her. The God Emperor must have focused much attention, including you, sir. I can sense that your soul is also exceptionally pure. A person like you must pray to the God Emperor day and night, and that is why your soul is so protected." Li Qinwu's expression immediately became strange as he recalled his last visit to Teresa, where he saw the girl in such a thin state that he gave her all the money and food he had, including holy bread. Damn, this priest is quite something. He can actually sense the Emperor's spiritual energy. It seems he is not just one of those greedy parasites within the state church, but someone with real skills. This made Li Qinwu more vigilant. He would have to control the distribution of sacred items in the future. For instance, when selling wine, the holy wine must be further diluted so that no one with ulterior motives can detect it. Li Qinwu carefully chose his words and said to the priest, "Sir, I hope you understand that Sister Teresa is just an ordinary girl and her parents and brother are waiting for her at home. Is it really good for you to address her with such a title as saintess? Can such a 16-year-old girl bear such a—" The priest's expression became more serious as he looked at Teresa, who was sitting in between them, feeling rather at a loss. "Sir, I understand your point. But I have served the God Emperor for 60 years, and in my eyes, Teresa possesses extraordinary qualities. With careful nurturing, she can achieve accomplishments that an ordinary person cannot reach in a lifetime. She can create a great legacy." Li Qinwu thought to himself that the priest was really mistaken. Teresa was merely an ordinary girl who had just eaten some leftover bread. Just as Li Qinwu was about to continue persuading her, Teresa, who had been silent, spoke up. Uncle, I have my own thoughts. I wish to accept the priest's guidance and follow his plans for my life. Li Qinwu frowned at the girl, seeing the stubbornness and determination in her eyes. Li Qinwu could somewhat understand Teresa's mindset. Her family had been destroyed in an instant, and she had been thrown into the unfamiliar space of the state church alone. Fear, anxiety, and longing for her family tore at her heart, causing her pain. At this moment, the priest told her that she could achieve great things. Would she really let go of such an opportunity for power? Clearly, Teresa would not. She would seize this opportunity with all her might. She wanted to become strong and not face a calamity that could destroy her family for any reason. Li Qinwu took a deep breath, exhaling heavily, and patted Teresa on the shoulder. Since the young man had feelings and the young woman had intentions, he would let it be. Teresa wanted to seize her own fate regardless of the potential dangers. Li Qinwu also wished to grasp his own fate. Was what he was doing any safer? Colluding with rebels, bribing, shooting PDF officers, bribing officials in the nest. Any one of these acts could lead to a death sentence. What qualifications did a fugitive like him have to advise others to take a more stable path in life? Li Qinwu said to the priest, since Teresa has made her own choice, naturally I support her. But priest, regardless of what academic arrangements you have for her, I hope you remember that she is still just a 16. The priest nodded. Rest assured, sir. My plan for her life is very stable. I will teach her until she is 30, and then I will bequeath this church to her. After that, it will be the moment to test whether she is truly blessed by the Emperor's radiance. Without any intervention, she will manifest power on her own. The priest had a long-term plan for Teresa. First, keep her close for instruction to solidify her cultural foundation. Then let her manage the church for 10 years to spread the Emperor's gospel and gain practical experience. Finally, he would find an opportunity to bring Teresa into theological debates with other sects of the state religion, securing her the title of saint. This was a relatively common saint-making campaign within the state religion. Some who truly possessed special insights had indeed obtained the title of saint through this process. Li Qinwu felt the old man was reliable enough, at least keeping Teresa under his tutelage until 30. By then, Teresa would be mature enough to take responsibility for her own life. Li Qinwu nodded and added, in that case, I entrust Teresa to you, priest. But I hope Teresa can come home at least once a month. Her father, mother, and brother are all waiting for her. The priest laughed heartily. Of course. Every month, we allow the nuns to return home. We are not taking these girls from their parents. We are merely bringing them closer to the Emperor's teachings. At that moment, the priest looked Li Qinwu up and down. For convenience, Li wore a corporal's uniform, leading the priest to assume he was PDF. The priest then brought up something Li never expected. Warrior of the Emperor, may I ask which battlefield in the Hive City you serve? The sudden shift in topic caught Li off guard. I serve in the Northern Hive. What is your concern, priest? The priest's expression grew serious. Warrior of the Emperor, when you fought in the north, did you notice any corrupted elements among the rebels? Li Qinwu's attention sharpened instantly. Corrupted elements could only mean one thing, chaos corrupt. Once chaos corruption appeared on a planet, it meant the demons of the warp had extended their tendrils there. That planet was about to suffer greatly. Why do you ask, priest? In my battles in the north, I never saw any signs of corruption among the rebels. Though they chose rebellion, they were still human. The priest pressed on, are you certain? Warrior of the Emperor, I am not doubting you, but please think carefully. During your engagements, did you see anyone with severe deformities, horns on their heads, or extra limbs, or unsettling graffiti murals, or writings on the walls? Li Qinwu instinctively thought of that bastard, the Silent One, who loved secretly painting little warp murals on walls. Aside from that, he hadn't seen any warp-related markings elsewhere. Seeing him shake his head, the priest lowered his head in thought, and said, perhaps you haven't pushed deep enough to encounter the evil at the rebels' core. Li Qinwu thought to himself, that was true. The rebels and PDF were both slacking off. The PDF hadn't penetrated the rebels' deep controlled zones. Who knew what lurked in the rebel heartlands? He silently cursed, don't let this go south. Don't summon warp demons. My career has just begun. Don't let some warp nightmare destroy everything I've worked so hard to build. Just then a sudden system prompt chimed in Li Qinwu's ear. Ding. Contact unlocked, state religion, priest devout. Affection level LV0. Mission unlocked, chaos corruption within the rebels. Deep within the rebel-controlled zone, chaos corruption may have erupted. Priest Devout is deeply uneasy and needs someone to investigate the situation. Completing Priest Devout's mission might earn you his goodwill. Li Qinwu raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected to unlock a contact, and from the state religion no less. He immediately accepted the mission and proactively asked for details. Priest, can you tell me more about what's happened? My PDF company is very capable. We occasionally have missions deep in rebel territory. If your situation is urgent, I'll try to bring my comrades to the north to check it out. Hearing Li Qinwu's soldierly resolve, the priest's eyes lit up. Brave warrior of the Emperor. May the Emperor protect you. It's like this lately as I pray before the emperor and bask in his radiance, my heart remains restless. So I clumsily used the emperor's tarot cards for divination and drew a very unfavorable spread. Li Qinwu quickly asked, "What spread did you draw?" The Emperor's Tarot, also known as the Imperial Tarot, was a deck designed by the Emperor himself, possessing genuine divinatory capabilities. Typically, divination was performed by specialized psychers, such as astropaths, who used their psychic powers to connect with the Emperor's consciousness and receive insights. If an ordinary person attempted divination, it would yield no results. However, considering that this priest could sense the purity of the human soul and the Emperor's power, even if he wasn't a psyker, he was no ordinary man. The prophecies from his lips still carried some weight. The priest slowly lowered his head, hiding the unease on his face. I saw a joyful child holding a fresh. He took a bite and maggots appeared inside. When I turned the card over, the apple had rotted completely and the child had become a living corpse. Li Qinwu's pupils contracted sharply. Apples, maggots, living corpses. Could this mean Nurgle was involved? Nurgle was one of the 4 great chaos gods of the warp, a plague god who loved all living things equally, including bacteria and viruses. Under this twisted love for humanity, bacteria and viruses would never die within a body, transforming the person into a half-dead corpse. Decay, rot, plague, rampant, viruses rampant. Everything lingering between life and death. That was this chaos god's favorite pastime. This chaos god was also one of humanity's most dreaded, preferring to attack with bacteria and viruses far more terrifying than visible blades and bullets. Even a fortress that could withstand a corn berserker would fall to Nurgle's plague. The doors would open on their own, and everyone inside would emerge as walking corpses. Nurgle was the chaos god Li Qinwu least wanted to face. Other chaos gods required physical means to breach a planet's hive defenses, but this one only needed to spread a plague, and the entire planet would suffer. There was nowhere to hide. Rest assured, priest. I will return to the military tomorrow and begin investigating the corruption incident. Li Qinwu gave his assurance. Even without a mission knowing of the chaotic corruption, he intended to see if he could eliminate it. Chaotic corruption took many forms, but in its early stages it was never too powerful. It might be a few peasants hearing some low, eerie whispers or blisters on the skin of some hive city dwellers, or a sudden spike in crime rates in the Marshal's archives. But as long as it could be detected and eradicated early, it would never escalate into an apocalyptic scene of billions slaughtered in sacrifice and towering mountain-sized warp demons flying everywhere in the later stages. To protect his own foundation, Li Qinwu decided to investigate among the rebels. Brave warrior of the God Emperor, I am proud of you. Take this, it will shield your soul. The priest took a long, narrow object from his bosom and handed it to Li Qinwu. A purity seal. A purity seal was a strip of parchment about 30 centimeters long, inscribed with holy prayers, and sealed with red wax onto armor or weapons, symbolizing the warrior's purity and freedom from corruption. Its practical function was that when worn into areas polluted by the warp or when encountering beings tainted by the warp, it would burn, serving as a warning to prepare for battle. The purity seal the priest gave Li Qinwu was rolled up, sealed with wax, and stamped with a skull ring, leaving the imprint of a human skull. Li Qinwu took the rolled purity seal and tucked it into his pocket. Then, priest, I shall take my leave. The priest's face regained its smile, and he said to the bewildered Teresa, Sir, today happens to be the sister. Didn't you want to take Teresa home to see it? How about now? Li Qinwu stood up and beckoned to Teresa. All right, it's a good chance for Teresa to come with me to the new place and learn the way. Teresa rose and followed Li Qinwu out of the church. Soon they reached the grand square outside, where the statue of the God Emperor gleamed brilliantly under the artificial lights. Uncle, where are we going? Li Qinwu arrived at the maintenance cart parking spot, pulled out the keys, and jingled them in front of Teresa. I've started a brewery. There's a dorm room there for you. You can stay there if you want. Teresa asked, her voice trembling slightly. Uncle, my parents. Li Qinwu patted the back seat, signaling her to sit. Don't worry. In a few days, I'll arrange for your parents to come up and help me manage the brewery. Hold tight. Teresa sat down. Li Qinwu started the engine and drove the maintenance cart towards the brewery. On the way, Li Qinwu asked, Teresa, honestly, have you felt anything special about yourself? Teresa, no. They were silent for a moment. Li Qinwu hesitated, wondering whether to tell her the truth, but fearing it might be extracted from her mind if her status rose, he decided against it. Maybe you can't feel it yourself, but the priest is deeply learned in the laws, he sensed it. After another silence, Li Qinwu, unable to suppress his paternal instincts with a junior, decided to impart some worldly wisdom. Teresa, remember this from now on: speak little, observe much, and don't easily voice your opinions. Even if someone says something you dislike, don't rush to refute them. Teresa blinked her big eyes and asked, Uncle, why do you say that? Li Qinwu continued his paternal lecture. The ecclesiarchy is not a monolithic entity. There are too many factions. If you can't win a theological debate, fists might start flying. The internal factional struggles within the ecclesiarchy are brutal. For the benefit of their faction to monopolize the truth, they'll beat each other's brains out. In such fierce conflicts, every word and action of yours must be carefully considered because your political enemies will be watching you constantly. Teresa had never heard such things before and listened intently as Li Qinwu shared his Oldemer's experience. When the maintenance cart arrived at the brewery, Li Qinwu turned off the engine, got out, and said while unlocking the door, "When facing a debate, your best solution isn't to consult the holy texts or listen to the wisdom of elders, but to ensure the other party never has a chance to debate you. When facing a duel, your best solution isn't to choose the finest weapons and armor, but to have the opponent killed before they even step onto the dueling ground. Resolve the problem in advance, don't let it erupt before you. That is the act of a wise man." Now, with a click, the large iron door swung open, revealing the brewery workshop. Teresa let out a wow, her eyes sparkling. "Uncle, is this your brewery?" Li Qinwu nodded proudly. "Of course, I fought my way to it." As he spoke, his expression turned lecherous. He led Teresa to a tiled area and poured over a dozen baskets of grapes into a vat. He was holding a camera borrowed from a neighboring packaging factory, grinning at Teresa. "Oh, beautiful Teresa, your uncle has a little favor to ask of you. You wouldn't refuse your uncle, would you?" "Hee hee." Teresa shuddered, then her cheeks flushed crimson. "Huh, what do you need me to do, uncle?" "Come on, first take off your little leather boots." Take off my shoes." Li Qinwu nodded vigorously. Yes. Hurry up and take them off." Well, okay, if it's for uncle, I'll do anything." Teresa began to take off her shoes, revealing her pristine white stockings. Li Qinwu immediately started taking pictures, the camera clicking away, snapping 24 photos a second. Enough to make a video. Perfect. That's exactly it. Now get into the vat and stomp the grapes. Stomp the grapes. Isn't that wasting food? Don't worry about that. This isn't wasting food, it's adding value to it. Just do as I say. Oh well. Then I'd better take off my clothes. Teresa was wearing a black, white, and gold thread nun's habit, mostly white, and she was afraid of staining it with grape juice. "No, don't take it off. I need you in that uniform." Teresa's face was bright red, but she complied. Lifting her long skirt, she jumped into the vat. Squelch. A few grapes burst under her feet, her little white stockings instantly turning a purplish red. Li Qinwu snapped photos rapidly and shouted, "Move. Stomp those grapes. Crush all the grapes. Faster, like you're dancing." Eep. Teresa could only obey, stamping her feet quickly to crush the grapes, holding up her skirt with both hands, looking very shy and awkward. Squish, squish, squish. Grape after grape burst under the maiden's jade-like feet, letting out a final comfortable sigh as they released their precious juice onto her white skirt. Combined with the maiden's confusion, blushing cheeks, and shyness, it all formed an incredibly harmonious, yet stirring picture. Li Qinwu took pictures quickly, thinking to himself, perfect. If this doesn't sell like crazy, you'll quit the market. This key is for the brewery, and this one is for your dormitory. The next time you have a holiday and go back, your parents should be up by then. These pancakes were made by your mother. Have one whenever you're hungry. Teresa thought to herself that her mother didn't seem to have a habit of making pancakes, but she still gratefully accepted all the items. Well, Uncle, will head back to class now. Teresa bowed to Li Qinwu and turned to leave, but he stopped her with a firm pat on her shoulder. Those pancakes were made with great effort by your mother, using ingredients she managed to find with difficulty. She told me to tell you that these pancakes are for you alone. Don't share them with classmates or teachers, or your mother will be sad. Such a warning was even more peculiar. Teresa felt that if her mother had truly made her pancakes, she wouldn't mind sharing them with fellow nuns and teachers. But since her uncle said so, she would certainly take it seriously. "I understand, Uncle. I'll keep these pancakes deep in my room, sealed in an iron box. No one else will sneak a bite except me." Li Qinwu smiled and told her to go to class. This girl, if she maintained such caution, might just achieve something great under his guidance. Afterward, Li Qinwu took the large elevator and returned to the brewery workshop. He first entered the hideout and contacted Lieutenant Rudison via radio, requesting 2 middle nest slots for little Joel's parents. Lieutenant Rudison acknowledged and said it would be arranged in 3 days. Li Qinwu left the hideout, summoned little Joel's parents, told them about Teresa, and informed them that their middle nest status would be restored in 3 days, instructing them to prepare to go up and manage the brewery. He also handed them a duplicate key to the brewery workshop. The couple expressed immense gratitude toward him. However, after expressing her thanks, Mrs. Teresa timidly asked, "Sir, could little Joel also?" Big Joel, hearing his wife trying to push her luck, quickly nudged her and interrupted. "Sir, I apologize. She's just a woman who doesn't understand anything. Please don't mind her." Big Joel was very nervous. He was a sensible man. Their entire family owed their lives to Li Qinwu. Restoring their middle nest status was an act of grace. One shouldn't be ungrateful and overstep. Moreover, although the man before them treated them well, he was essentially a bottom nest gangster. Not long ago, he had killed hundreds from the fertilizer gang and expanded his territory. Keeping little Joel by his side served 2 purposes: training the new recruits conscripted from the fertilizer gang, On the other hand, it was also a hostage, a warning to the couple that even if they ascended to the middle nest, they should not cause trouble. Their son was still in his hands. Seeing their tension, Li Qinwu smiled and said, "Little Joel needs to stay here first. His military expertise is crucial for training my new recruits. Once he finishes training my first batch of recruits, if he wishes, he'll pay to send him up so your family can reunite in the middle nest." Li Qinwu's current personnel arrangements were Little Joel training 200 new recruits, Xiaodao managing affairs on the fertilizer gang's side, now collectively referred to as the chemical plant. Kai's family managed the bottom nest brewery workshop, while the brothers from the rebel side handled transport routes, maintaining the supply of brewing ingredients for the rebel camp. Now that his operations had expanded, there was ample room in his personnel arrangements. If Little Joel chose to give up opportunities in the bottom nest and reunite with his parents in the middle nest, Li Qinwu wouldn't stop him. Seeing that Li Qinwu wasn't angry, Big Joel breathed a sigh of relief and dragged his wife into a corner to scold her thoroughly. Li Qinwu paid no heed to such trivial matters. He returned to gather equipment, preparing to head to the rebel camp to investigate the nature of the chaos corruption. He mainly took a stack of sacred pancakes, half a bottle of sacred wine, blood packs, surgical kits, painkillers, syringes, and energy drinks. As for weapons, since it was an investigation, he naturally couldn't carry a long rifle. He brought a pistol with 6 magazines tucked into his belt under a long work uniform, invisible to others. He also wore a bomb vest with detonators sewn directly into it, allowing him to extract them individually or detonate the whole thing. After organizing everything, he drove a small vehicle up the ventilation shafts, speeding through the conflict zone, and soon arrived at the rebel camp, led by Parsons. By now the rebel camp had fully recovered its vitality, bustling with people, including many able-bodied men drawn from other rebel factions. But the heavy casualties last time had served as a stark reminder. Weakness could not protect their home. This time, when Li Qinwu arrived, he saw extensive trenches surrounding the rebel camp, one after another. There were also bunkers built from wood and earth with only a single firing port exposed, making them difficult to destroy by external firepower. With the current defensive fortifications, even a PDF battalion would struggle to take them. It would likely require artillery for an easy victory. Parsons had fully become the rebel leader. When he saw Li Qinwu arrive, he warmly welcomed him, seated him in a room, and prepared food and fruit. After the food and fruit were laid out, Li Qinwu ate as he asked, "Parsons, you're a local and know more about the situation. I'm here to investigate the corruption. Do you know of any special cults in certain villages? Or places where people or livestock have fallen ill, showing very abnormal symptoms?" Li Qinwu had asked casually, not expecting a precise answer, thinking it would take some effort to investigate the chaos corruption. But to his surprise, Parsons nodded gravely. "Yes, Horse Village is abnormal." Li Qinwu put down his utensils and asked seriously, "What abnormality?" Parsons shifted uneasily in his seat. "Horse Village is north of us with over 2,000 people. Before the war, it was a horse farm. After the war, the horses there were supplied to our rebel army as draft animals and cavalry mounts. But some time ago, when Old Sun was still alive, he sent people to Horse Village to trade grain for horses. Those sent never returned. Later, Old Sun personally led an investigation. When he returned, he said nothing except that Horse Village had fallen into darkness and told us to find ways to breed horses ourselves." Li Qinwu pressed further, "Fallen into darkness. What does that mean?" Parsons frowned and thought for a moment, then said uneasily, "One of the investigators was a buddy of mine. I asked him what really happened, and he quietly told me that the people in Horse Village were no longer human. They were transforming into monsters. The entire village was engulfed by decay and stench, no longer part of the mortal world where even the radiance of the God Emperor could not shine down." Li Qinwu asked again if there were any other villages that had similarly strange occurrences. Parson replied that there were none, confirming that Ma Village was indeed a place of chaotic pollution, and it might even be the source, as the pollution was shallow and had not spread. Li Qinwu clarified the location of Ma Village, stood up, and planned to take the maintenance vehicle to investigate. Parson hurriedly blocked his path. "My lord, you really shouldn't go to such an evil and polluted place. If you go, you might not come back." Li Qinwu sidestepped him confidently, saying, "Don't worry, others might not return, but I'm different. No matter the danger, I will come back." Parson blocked him again, but this time not to stop him. "My lord, since you are so determined, I won't stop you, but you cannot take this vehicle. There are many other rebel army camps on the road from here to Ma Village. If they see you driving on the road, they might think you're a PDF scout and will shoot at you." He then led Li Qinwu to the stable and brought out a warhorse for him. "My lord, ride the horse over. No one will obstruct you on horseback." Li Qinwu nodded, mounted the horse, and patted its neck, saying, "Let's go forward." The warhorse seemed to understand human language, immediately moving forward and gradually accelerating, leading Li Qinwu northward. This horse was no ordinary horse. It had undergone numerous genetic modifications with performance data far superior to that of native Earth horses, and it could eat meat to quickly recover stamina. The horse's speed was nearly as fast as a motorcycle, covering over 50 kilometers in just over an hour. Li Qinwu was unsure of the horse's exact stamina, and halfway through hesitated to push it further, fearing it would tire. Seeing a small river by the roadside, he stopped to let the horse drink some water and rest to replenish its energy. While the horse was recovering, several individuals dressed like farmers came to the riverbank to fetch water, appearing to be local farmers. Li Qinwu smiled and approached, offering cigarettes to the elder farmers before engaging them in conversation. After some exchange, a simple bond of trust was established, and Li Qinwu began to inquire about news. Brothers, to be honest, I am from the camp of Old Man's Son. My cousin went to Ma village to buy a horse and hasn't returned since. I plan to check it out. Do you know what the situation? Upon hearing Li Qinwu mention Ma village, the expressions of the elder farmers changed dramatically. Traveler from afar, heed my advice. Regardless of your intentions, hurry back home. Quickly return home. Do not go to Ma village. It is no longer a place for humans. After saying this, the elder farmers ceased communication with Li Qinwu and quickly walked away, not even taking their water. Li Qinwu frowned. What was the situation with Ma village that even mentioning it had become taboo? He rode forward for over 20 kilometers only to suddenly encounter a group of rebel soldiers setting up a checkpoint. The rebel soldiers blocked Li Qinwu's path, issuing a warning, halt. No passage ahead. Oh, what are you trying to do? These soldiers surrounded him, watching with wary eyes. Li Qinwu dismounted and offered them cigarettes, then recounted his conversation with the elder farmers by the river. Fear appeared on the faces of the rebel soldiers. You don't need to go. Your cousin is surely dead. Turn back. The area ahead is off limits. We have surrounded it. A soldier warned Li Qinwu. Not only is entry prohibited, but exit is also forbidden. Anything that tries to leave Ma village will be shot. Remember, anything. So don't even think about sneaking in, otherwise you won't be able to get out and will be killed by us. Hurry back home. Li Qinwu understood from their words that the rebels had realized the severity of the situation at Ma village, even dispatching armed forces to surround it. Moreover, the encirclement was 30 kilometers away from Ma village. What a large blockade that must require a considerable amount of manpower and resources. What exactly had happened in Ma village? Li Qinwu did not engage in further discussion with the rebel soldiers, turned his horse around, and left. After running out of their sight, he dismounted and stroked the horse's neck, saying, "Do you remember the way home?" To his surprise, the horse nodded, as if it understood. Li Qinwu took out 2 sacred cakes from his bag and placed them near the horse's lips. The horse devoured them in a few bites, and then let out a satisfied snort. Good horse, go home by yourself. The horse tilted its head in confusion, as if asking, aren't you coming with me? I have other matters to attend to, just head home for now. The horse looked back 3 times to confirm that Li Qinwu wouldn't call it back, then galloped off in the direction it had come. Li Qinwu stood still, took out a strength needle and endurance needle, and took a sip of sacred wine. Having prepared himself, he dove into the surrounding farmland stealthily, making his way toward Ma village under the cover of crops. The soldiers at the checkpoints had not lied. The entire Ma village had indeed been surrounded. Li Qinwu hid in the farmland and saw many soldiers patrolling the yellow dirt road ahead. These soldiers moved from one fixed post to another, constantly patrolling with someone on duty at all times, completely surrounding Ma village from a distance of 30 kilometers. Li Qinwu sighed in relief. The rebels' level of security was precisely why this planet had yet to fall under chaotic occupation. The population base affected by chaotic pollution was a significant indicator. It was like a snowball effect. The more people affected by chaotic pollution, the stronger it became. In the end, it could even tear open a rift between reality and the subspace, summoning powerful demons from the subspace into the real universe. However, with only about 200 residents in Ma village, the moment the chaotic pollution began, the rebels took it seriously and dispatched a large army to surround it, preventing the pollution from spreading to a larger population. Li Qinwu had a much better impression of the rebels. This group, which had not been subjected to the evil education of the subspace, was surprisingly cautious in the face of subspace pollution, successfully preventing its spread. They had made significant contributions to this planet, but as long as this scar remained unresolved, it would always be an issue. He had come here to thoroughly eradicate the subspace pollution. Li Qinwu crouched in the farmland, observing the patrol patterns of the rebel soldiers. Seizing the opportunity, he suddenly burst forth, sprinting with all his might. As 2 patrol teams crossed paths, both turned their backs to him. Like a nimble leopard, he silently crossed the warning line from this side of the farmland into the other, quickly disappearing into the depths. Li Qinwu dashed into the encirclement, racing toward Horse Village. The closer he got, the more uneasy he felt. No birdsong, no insect chirps. The farmland and forest were utterly silent. Agricultural Star 496b boasted an excellent ecosystem. According to the Empire, its plan was to first undergo agricultural transformation, then once the entire planet was suitable for human habitation, convert it into a garden world. Thus, industrial development on this planet was extremely restrained, limited to basic maintenance, with heavy machinery shipped in from the neighboring industrial star. Agricultural Star 469b had a superb ecosystem. Birds and insects should be everywhere. Why was it so quiet here? Li Qinwu sprinted through the silent forest for a while, resting twice and finishing all his energy drinks before finally emerging from the woods. The view opened up before him. He stood at the forest's edge, facing a vast horse pasture. Horses were active creatures fond of roaming, so the pasture before him was immense and wide open. The broad pasture surrounded a small town of considerable size, home to 2,000 people. Numerous stony and wood houses formed a circle enclosed by the empty pasture at the center. This was Horse Village. Yet he saw not a single horse on the pasture, nor anyone on the outskirts. Perhaps everyone had taken shelter indoors. Li Qinwu drew his pistol, swallowed another painkiller, and advanced cautiously. As he climbed over a wooden fence and set foot on the pasture grass, a sudden burning sensation seared his. He quickly unzipped his jacket and pulled out the purity seal from his bosom. The seal was smoking, black patches spreading across the parchment. Before long, the entire purity seal burst into flames. Li Qinwu cast aside the burning purity seal, his gaze turning grim. Even the purity seal had self-immolated, confirming that the enemy was indeed chaos. Now the question was, what stage of corruption had chaos reached? He advanced toward the village, pistol raised, when suddenly he heard a baby's cry. A large wooden structure appeared ahead, a stable. Intense, repeated infant cries emanated from within. Li Qinwu crept closer, pressing his ear against the wooden planks to listen. Besides the baby's wails, he heard faint rustling sounds, horses neighing, and someone muttering strange, fragmented words. Li Qinwu slowly moved to the stable door. It was half open. Gripping his pistol, he inserted the muzzle through the gap and pushed the door open bit by bit. Since arriving in this world, Li Qinwu had been decisive in killing. Over 100 people had died by his hand. He dared to consider himself strong-willed. But upon seeing the scene inside the stable, a wave of profound dread flooded his heart. Several horses were fused together into a massive, grotesque mass of flesh. This fleshy blob was covered in tentacles, pustules, and boils. 4 or 5 horse heads were embedded in the deformed structure, letting out agonized whinnies. The source of their torment was that this flesh mass was in labor. A man in tattered robes knelt beside it, shouting, "It's coming out, it's almost out, it's almost out." Several horse heads emitted a pitiful scream, followed by the sound of liquid and something rupturing. A large placenta slid out of the flesh monster, covered in foul pus and maggots. But the man seemed mentally unhinged, showing no disgust. Instead, he pounced excitedly, tearing open the rotting placenta with his fingernails. The next moment, a human infant's cry rang out, but as it cried, it turned into laughter. The fused horse heads, which had been screaming in pain, also began to laugh. Even the eerie man was laughing now. He had long noticed Li Qinwu. Cradling the thing extracted from the rotting placenta, he cheerfully showed it off. "Guest, my child. Is it cute?" Li Qinwu lowered his brows, picked up an axe from the ground, and walked step by step to the man, looking at the monster in his arms. It was a creature with the body of a small horse, but a human head. Its fur was a sickly yellow-green, like a long-dead corpse, and severely bloated. The man was smiling at Li Qinwu, and the horse-bodied, human-headed monster in his arms was smiling at him too. Everything was laughing. But Li Qinwu couldn't laugh. He raised the axe and swung it fiercely at the man's neck. With a thud, the man's head separated from his body. Without the man's support, the horse-bodied, human-headed monster crashed to the ground, yet it kept laughing, the scene utterly bizarre. Li Qinwu stepped on the creature's body to hold it still, then brought the axe down hard. Its head was severed too, the laughter ceased, and a stream of green pus and maggots flowed from the stump. "Ha ha ha!" Li Qinwu spat, looking at the twisted creation of a dozen fused horses. Dozens of horse faces were laughing at him for reasons unknown. Laughing at your mother." Li Qinwu cursed, took an oil lamp from the wall, opened it, and poured the kerosene over the monster. Then he pulled out a lighter, lit a straw, and tossed the burning straw onto the creature. In moments, flames erupted, scorching the monster and spreading to the other straw in the stable. The fire quickly grew, forcing Li Qinwu to retreat, but the monster, engulfed in flames, still emitted. Li Qinwu's brow twitched violently. This damn chaos, corruption, flesh fusion, mental contamination, human-headed horses. All these bastard things were brought by the warp demons. As he thought this, footsteps sounded behind him. He turned to see 3 men dressed as farmers grinning at him. They completely ignored the burning stable behind Li Qinwu, ignoring his pistol and axe, and slowly approached him, carrying baskets woven from vines. "Stranger, have you come to visit our village? We haven't had guests in so long. Come, honored guest, let us show our hospitality and offer you delicious food." Li Qinwu would never eat their food, for these 3 were severely deformed. Woody, twisted horns grew from their heads. Their skin was a sickly yellow-green, with large clusters of boils and blisters oozing foul pus. As for their so-called delicious food, it was a pile of rotten, unidentified meat, fruits, and vegetables with maggots and flies dancing over them, decayed beyond recognition. Li Qinwu pulled out a cigarette, lit it with a lighter, and asked calmly, "When was the last time you bathed? Why do you stink so bad?" The 3 monsters maintained warm, radiant smiles. Sorry guest, our hospitality has been lacking. Shall we go bathe right away? Li Qinwu blew a smoke ring and weighed the axe in his hand. No need. Be more careful in your next life. With that, he stepped forward and swung the axe, repeatedly severing the heads of the three monsters, their bodies crashing heavily to the ground. As Li Qinwu chopped off their heads, none of them resisted, and the last one still wore a smile. This confirmed that the chaos god Nurgle was behind it. The style fit perfectly. Not to mention the plague infections, maggots, and limb fusions. Nurgle's mental influence on people was pure joy. Those affected by Nurgle became humble and polite, enjoyed socializing and praising others' achievements, and felt like one big happy family together. This mental contamination even affected their perception of the outside world and self-awareness. To outsiders, those infected by Nurgle's plague appeared sickly yellow-green, covered in pustules and boils with maggots crawling over them, and severely deformed bones. But in their own eyes, their bodies were flawless, healthy, and beautiful. In areas corrupted by Nurgle, matter was not digested or metabolized by the environment, remaining in a half-dead state, piling up, fusing, fermenting, and emitting the stench of advanced decay. In this disgusting pollution field, death spores were everywhere, along with nauseating corpses, slime, maggots, rotting flesh, and excrement. Such a scene would drain the sanity of an ordinary person at a glance, but to those corrupted by Nurgle, it was a warm, beautiful homeland filled with laughter and joy. Faced with this situation, a good fire might be the best solution. The three Li Qinwu had killed were turning into plague zombies. From their condition, the entire village seemed. Li Qinwu headed deeper into the village. Most doors were shut tight. He went to a random house and knocked with the back of his axe. After a moment, a bloated, obese plague zombie with a huge wooden horn on its head opened the door for Li Qinwu. The moment it saw Li Qinwu, a broad smile spread across its face. "I'm a guest I've never seen. Li Qinwu smiled and asked, "Do you happen to have any fuel or kerosene at home?" The plague zombie replied gently, "Of course, guest. Do you need some? I can bring it to you." Li Qinwu nodded. The obese plague zombie turned and went inside, returning shortly with 2 large buckets of kerosene. "Guest, please use them freely. Our village hasn't had visitors in so long. If everyone finds out, they'll be overjoyed. The village chief will surely hold a multi-day feast. We shall revel for 7 days and 7 nights without end." Li Qinwu nodded with a genial smile, then suddenly addressed the obese plague zombie. "Sir, I cannot simply take your belongings without recompense. Allow me to present you with a gift in return. Raise your head high, close your eyes, and I shall bestow upon you a grand surprise." The plague zombie harbored no suspicion toward Li Qinwu, as innocent as a child. Murmuring about what the surprise could be, it obediently shut its eyes and tilted its head upward. The next moment, a sharp whistle cut through the air. Its head thudded to the ground, and its bloated body collapsed with a heavy crash. Yet due to the viral mutation, the plague zombie clung tenaciously to life, even severed from its form. The severed head blinked its eyes, staring at Li Qinwu in disbelief. Li Qinwu hoisted 2 buckets of kerosene, pried one open, and drenched the house and 4 or 5 neighboring structures, splashing fuel everywhere. He then flicked a lighter, and flames erupted across the cluster of buildings. Retreating a few paces, he seized the second bucket and repeated the act, soaking another set of wooden huts in a haystack before igniting them. The twin infernos spread swiftly. If left unchecked, the blaze would soon consume Ma village, for most of its dwellings were crafted from timber. A single spark could reduce them all to ash. The plague zombies had watched as Li Qinwu set fires everywhere, its mind mired in confusion. Why would this guest treat them so? Could it be due to inadequate hospitality? Its head felt deeply aggrieved, resolving silently to offer better service to future visitors. Li Qinwu continued his arson spree through the village, and the flames swelled within moments. The commotion roused the settlement. Plague zombies emerged one after another from their homes, converging toward the blaze. Fearing they might extinguish the fire, Li Qinwu drew his pistol, planted his feet, firmly raised both hands, and aimed at the approaching plague zombies, picking them off one by one. Knowing their resilience, he targeted only their heads. Gunshots rang out through the village, and the plague zombies ahead crumpled, each slain by a bullet to the brain. Yet more plague zombies swarmed from all directions. A few crept up behind Li Qinwu, their voices laced with bewilderment. "Guest, why do you do this? Have we failed to offer you proper hospitality?" Li Qinwu spun around, firing a shot that obliterated one zombie's skull, then swung his axe, cleaving deep into another's forehead. Having dispatched the 2 behind him, Li Qinwu coughed a few times and broke into a sprint. This place was no longer tenable. The encircling plague zombies multiplied, and he needed open ground to maneuver. But the roaring fire sent billowing smoke and dust across the village, rousing every dormant plague zombie from its stupor. They shuffled onto the streets, their bodies swaying, closing in on Li Qinwu. Their murmurs seeped into his ears like a spiritual contagion. "Guest, why do you flee? Have we not treated you well? Please do not run, we mean you no harm. Allow us to guest, join us. Become part of our great family." These plague zombies pleaded earnestly for Li Qinwu to stop, their faces etched with confusion at his actions. Some even wore expressions of deep anguish, as if Li Qinwu were straying down a path of grievous error. But regardless of their entreaties, Li Qinwu's sole reply was flight, dashing to open spaces, then blasting their heads apart with his pistol. Several plague zombies attempted to approach from the flanks, imploring him to cease his folly. Yet whenever they drew too near, a strange force seared them, eliciting screams of agony. It was the holy aura granted by the sacred wine, preventing the plague zombies from getting too close to Li. However, the taint of chaos accumulated relentlessly. The longer Li Qinwu lingered in this village, the deeper its corruption seeped into him. Even now, Li Qinwu felt a creeping weakness in his limbs, a haze clouding his mind, and an unsteady grip on his pistol. The virus had invaded his body, ravaging his stamina. The holy aura's protection over his spirit was also fading. In the intervals between gunshots, his vision blurred. The grotesque plague zombies before him occasionally flickered into the likenesses of ordinary farmers. These simple, honest peasants wore expressions of confusion and pain, gazing at him with pity, hoping he would stop his madness, return to the righteous path, and rejoin their great family. But when Li Qinwu blinked, they reverted to plague zombies. Damn it, I can't hold on much longer. Having emptied 3 pistol magazines and left a trail of zombie corpses ahead, Li Qinwu spun on his heel and fled, seeking a wider space to continue his struggle. During his flight, he snatched a glance at his system interface. He saw his health bar slowly depleting, with his severe disease tag affixed to his status. He cursed under his breath. As he rounded a street corner, a strikingly beautiful girl suddenly appeared, gazing at him with a pitiful expression. Guess, please stop this. Cease your destruction and welcome becoming part of our family. Li Qinwu rubbed his eyes fiercely. The pitiful girl transformed back into a hideous, loathsome plague zombie. To hell with your family. With a swing of his axe, he lopped off its head and continued his flight. But he couldn't run much longer. The commotion of fire and gunfire had roused the entire village. Plague zombies flooded the streets, converging on him from every direction. He was now deep in the village center, with all escape routes nearly sealed. Surrounded, he had no choice but to stand in the street, firing his pistol relentlessly, reloading clip after clip. His ammunition was nearly spent, and the plague zombies, like demons from hell, closed in. He considered simply detonating himself and starting over. The investigation was complete. But just then a woman's voice called from the upper floor of a house to his left. Warrior of the Divine Emperor. Over here. Li Qinwu looked up. On the 3rd floor of a wooden building, a woman was shouting to him from a window. With the plague zombies almost upon him, the nearest less than 10 meters away, he had no time to deliberate. The words, Warrior of the Divine Emperor, alone spurred him to dash into the building. The woman's door was unlocked. Li Qinwu pushed it open, slipped inside, and swiftly locked it behind him. He sought something to barricade the entrance, but as he pondered what to use, he noticed the plague zombies were not breaking in. They merely encircled the house and stood motionless. Then the woman's voice came from upstairs again. Warrior of the Divine Emperor, come up. Don't fear them. They are very polite. Without the owner's permission, they won't intrude into anyone's home. Li Qinwu ejected the empty magazine from his pistol, discarded it, drew the last full magazine from his belt, inserted it, and pulled the slide to chamber around. Pistol in his right hand, an axe in his left, he ascended to the 3rd floor with caution. He slowly pushed open the innermost door on the 3rd floor, entering the room where the woman had called him, and aimed his pistol at her on the bed. The woman was an ordinary middle-aged figure, her face dotted with blisters, but not as severe as the plague zombies, as she resembled a common patient afflicted with chickenpox. She lay in bed, sunken-eyed and frail, cradling a swaddled infant. Li Qinwu saw nothing unusual about her, rubbed his eyes, opened them. Still a woman. He wondered if the spiritual corruption had deepened, rubbed his eyes again, and opened them. Still a woman. Noticing his actions, she said calmly, Warrior of the Divine Emperor, you need not rub your eyes. I have not yet been fully corrupted, for now. Li Qinwu approached the window and glanced down at the plague zombies. They obediently surrounded the house, making no move to enter. What happened here? Why is the chaos corruption so severe? The woman sighed. In her arms, the swaddled child let out a series of cries. They were pure cries, not the laughter tainted by spiritual pollution. On a day I can no longer recall, the village began to worship an unknown religion called the Cult of Abundance. Since then, the dead moved toward life, and the living drifted toward death. Everything decayed and festered. Everyone was stricken with a deep sickness, yet none could die. People wailed in agony, newborn foals twisted into monsters. All suffered in torment, crying out in pain. But one day the pain ceased, the cries stopped, and everyone became what you see now. Li Qinwu withdrew his gaze from the street below and slowly turned to the child in the woman's swaddle. Your child keeps crying. Has it not been corrupted? The woman lifted her head to look at Li Qinwu, tears streaming down her cheeks. She gently parted the swaddling cloth, revealing the child to him. Li Qinwu's pupils contracted. The infant in the swaddle had the body of a human baby but the head of a horse, a monstrous creature. He recalled the creature born from the mare in the stable, a horse's body with a human head. Comparing the two, he gritted his teeth. Human head, horse body, horse head, human form. Yin and yang inverted, mocking life itself. The woman closed her eyes, heavy tears falling. Warrior of the divine emperor, I beseech you, grant me the purest destruction and cleanse my defiled body and soul. Li Qinwu glanced around and spotted 4 or 5 iron buckets on the floor, the same type used for kerosene. It seemed the woman had prepared in advance. He opened one of the buckets and approached the woman. She nodded and lay quietly on the bed. Li Qinwu poured the fuel over her, then flicked the lighter. A great fire erupted, and the woman let out a piercing scream. Li Qinwu raised his hand and fired 2 shots, killing both the woman and the creature in the swaddling cloth, leaving behind 2 bodies engulfed in flames. The fire quickly spread to the rooftop of the house, and the thick smoke swirled violently, causing Li Qinwu to cough incessantly. He hurriedly grabbed the remaining fuel, seeking a place to amplify the flames. Then he noticed a ladder in the room, leading straight to the ceiling of the house. He rushed to carry the remaining fuel, transferring it to the roof in several trips. The houses in Ma village were quite close together. Li Qinwu stood atop the building and could easily splash the fuel onto the room across from him. Then he could find something to use as kindling to throw over, igniting the neighboring house as well. Li Qinwu poured 2 barrels of fuel, setting the entire block ablaze. With the fire he had previously started, the entire village was now ablaze in 2 places. The group of plague zombies downstairs surrounded Li Qinwu, showing no intention of extinguishing the fire. The flames were raging quickly, spreading beyond human control. At this moment, standing on the rooftop of the 3rd floor, Li Qinwu suddenly saw that about 200 meters ahead was the very center of the village. There was a small square where there should have been a statue of the emperor, but at this moment there was only a monster. A creature that was a fusion of horse-human flesh and the corpses of other animals. This monster stood 6 meters tall, forming a twisted living statue that appeared as 3 grotesque tumors, a manifestation of the triune of the manhwa evil god. Li Qinwu, now infected by the virus, could not return and had to find a place to hide. The small square looked like, however, the area downstairs was filled with plague zombies blocking his way. After thinking for a moment, Li Qinwu pulled out a bottle of holy wine from his pocket with half a bottle remaining. He poured some of the remaining wine into the 2 barrels of kerosene, stirred it, then ignited it, and immediately splashed the burning liquid down onto the plague zombies below. This group of plague zombies had been laughing when Li Qinwu struck their heads, but as they were burned by the kerosene mixed with holy wine, they erupted in terrified screams. The potent divine effect of the holy wine was akin to searing their souls with flames for the plague zombies. Moreover, their minds had been tainted by the evil god, making everything they perceived seem beautiful and perfect. Yet when the kerosene mixed with holy wine ignited on them, even the scent they inhaled briefly shattered their filtered perception, revealing the harsh reality. What they saw was no longer a beautiful scene or perfect bodies. They saw themselves transformed into stinking, decaying monsters surrounded by similar abominations. Thus, under the dual torment of pain and mental anguish, they let out horrified cries, screaming. The streets descended into chaos filled with raging flames and the frantic screams of plague zombies. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qinwu grabbed another barrel of kerosene and quickly rushed toward the small square. In the small square stood a 10-meter-tall statue of the emperor, but now it had been toppled, shattered into several pieces, lying quietly on the ground. Its surface was smeared with subdimensional graffiti, and various pieces of flesh and leather were affixed to the statue in an act of desecration. Replacing the emperor's statue was a bloody mass formed by 3 rings. From this 3-ringed mass, Li Qinwu could see human corpses, horse carcasses, and various other disarrayed animal remains. They were united by festering flesh with various tentacled maggots and spores growing wildly upon them. Li Qinwu coughed up a mouthful of blood, glancing at his hands, which were beginning to develop pustules. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing large boils on his arms resembling the sores of a severe syphilis patient. Li Qinwu felt a wave of dizziness as his strength rapidly drained, and he began to feel feverish. Not daring to delay any longer, he forcefully splashed the kerosene onto the defiled, bloody mass, then tremblingly took out a lighter, ignited it, and threw it. With a whoosh, flames ignited, and the 3-ringed bloody symbol emitted piercing screams as the heads of all the humans and animals upon it cried out in agony. The screams soon ceased as the holy flames engulfed the bloody mass, reducing it to ashes, and the stench of charred flesh filled the air. Li Qinwu could no longer stand, dizzy from the hundreds of viruses rampaging within him, and had to lean against the shattered pieces of the emperor's statue in the square. He gasped heavily for a while, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He opened the system to check his status panel, finding that all his limbs had only a few points of health remaining, and it continued to decrease. At this moment, the plague zombies regained their composure from the chaos surrounding Li Qinwu in concentric. They no longer smiled at Li Qinwu, for even their most tolerant nature felt a slight anger towards what he had done. At this time, a 3-meter-tall monster fully merged with a horse approached Li Qinwu. The creature wore a tall hat and held a bell in its left hand, looking down on Li Qinwu. "Guest," The human mouth and horse mouth opened simultaneously, their voices resonating eerily. We welcome you and provide you with food, but how do you repay us? You are being quite mischievous. Now you must recognize your mistakes, apologize to us, and join our family. Li Qinwu raised his head, already looking extremely weak, his face showing the yellow pallor indicative of a liver and kidney patient. What if I don't? The horse-human hybrid monster snorted. Then we won't let you run around to prevent you from causing further. Li Qinwu chuckled, controlling himself, letting the chaos further corrupt him, believing he would eventually sink to the same level as these monsters. In fact, what Li Qinwu saw now was no longer a group of monsters, but ordinary villagers. These villagers held sweet fruits and various other delicious foods, looking at Li Qinwu with sympathetic eyes. The creature that had merged human and horse before him had transformed into a gentle elder on horseback. This elder urged, "Child, join us, do not resist the power of blessings. Join our family, and you will no longer feel the heat of summer or the cold of winter, nor will you feel pain or death. This is the blessing of the God of abundance." Li Qinwu shook his head vigorously, and the group before him morphed back into terrifying plague zombies. Li Qinwu said to them, I just need to smoke a cigarette. The plague zombies present all paused in their persuasion, looking at Li Qinwu with hopeful expressions. Li Qinwu pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, placing it in his mouth, and glanced down at the shattered emperor statue. Old man, although I often tell jokes about you when no one is around, I still know the difference between right and wrong. The emperor's statue remained silent, even after being toppled and shattered, still exuding an air of authority. Li Qinwu slowly stood up, cigarette in mouth, and walked toward the horse-human hybrid monster. Old man Huang, you managed to sit on the golden throne for over 10,000 years. I respect you as a man. I may not have the ability to sit on the golden throne or slay great demons, but I can definitely lead some chaotic minions down to hell. Saying this, Li Qinwu approached the horse-human hybrid monster. It looked down at Li Qinwu, its eyes filled with anticipation. Li Qinwu opened his work jacket and pulled out a rope, pulling it taut. For humanity. Boom. Li Qinwu slowly opened his eyes, taking in the dimly lit plastic steel ceiling and the faint illumination of the green bubble lamp. He rubbed his eyelids, feeling utterly exhausted in spirit. Having just battled the walking corpses corrupted by Nurgle, he felt as though his very mind had been polluted. Even after lying in bed for hours awaiting resurrection, the sensation lingered stubbornly, its after-effects potent. He lingered in bed for a while before rising, grabbing a bottle of holy wine, uncorking it, and taking a sip. Enveloping himself in a powerful holy aura, he finally felt somewhat better. Afterward, he opened a can, ate a few mouthfuls, selected a set of work clothes, and pushed open the door to leave. He planned to return to Horse Village and see if the great fire he had set had completely eradicated the corruption. He suspected it hadn't, hence his intention to survey the situation, assess the damage, and then return to report to the priest. As he stepped out, he happened upon Little Joel searching for something in the brewing workshop, and Li Qinwu called out to him. "Hey Little Joel, how's the training coming along?" Little Joel approached Li Qinwu, scratching his head with a hint of embarrassment. "Sir, to be honest, I was just a common soldier back in the army. Being put in charge of 200 men all of a sudden. It's a bit overwhelming." Li Qinwu chuckled. "What's there to be overwhelmed about? You're the officer, they're the soldiers. They follow your orders, simple as that. So any troublemakers? If so, get the two Kai brothers to handle them." Little Joel shook his head, saying there were none, and mentioned he had to return to the chemical plant. He had given the soldiers a half-hour break, and they must assemble for training afterward. He needed to be back before they gathered. Li Qinwu figured the matter at Horse Village wasn't urgent, so he followed Little Joel toward the chemical plant, intending to see the results of his training efforts. Soon the two arrived at the chemical plant. The open space there was ample, and away from the reactors it had been converted into a military training ground. The 200 conscripted soldiers, all young men between 20 and 25, were scattered across the ground, resting and chatting. At the sight of Little Joel's return, they scrambled to their feet and assembled into two companies of 100. The speed was impressive, and Li Qinwu nodded in satisfaction. They were beginning to look like soldiers, at least on the surface. Seeing everyone assembled, and Li Qinwu present, Little Joel ventured, "Sir, would you like to address the men? They ought to know who they're fighting for." Li Qinwu agreed. He hadn't yet met these conscripts, and this was a good opportunity to speak with them. He stepped before the two formations, cleared his throat, and announced, "Everyone remember this face. From now on I provide your food, clothing, and shelter, and you'll fight for me. Of course, it's not just for me. It's for yourselves and your families too." Li Qinwu gestured around the chemical plant, then pointed toward the passage leading to the brewing workshop, now converted into worker dormitories. "You've come here to serve as soldiers, risking your lives in battle for me. I won't let you suffer for nothing. Hey, race the deal. I'm giving Sergeant Joel 10 slots. Whoever trains well or shows merit, Sergeant Joel will let me know, and he'll have your families transferred from the chemical plant to the brewing workshop." The soldiers' breathing grew heavy. Working at the chemical plant harmed one's health, while the brewing workshop offered lighter work and no chemical pollution. If they could get their families into the brewing workshop, they'd be willing to train to the death. Li Qinwu wasn't finished. Additionally, I'm offering one slot. Just one. A chance to restore your mid-hive status. Whether you use it for yourself, your family, or give it away, I don't care. I'm simply telling you after Little Joel selects the best among you, I'll provide a slot for mid-hive restoration along with housing and a job. The soldiers could no longer remain calm. A chance to regain mid-hive status. Excitement rippled through. Li Qinwu patted Little Joel on the shoulder, signaling him to begin training. Little Joel's heart swelled with joy. Li Qinwu's promises would greatly ease his training efforts. What are you waiting for? Everyone, at ease. Attention. Stand at attention. What followed was unremarkable. Training methods nearly identical to those of the 3K era. Standing at attention to temper the mind was one of the cheapest yet most effective methods. Even as humanity sailed battleships, infantry still practiced this drill. Li Qinwu lost interest after a glance. He had no desire to endure such grueling monotony. But as he turned to leave, a man named Oldby rushed out of the chemical plant. Boss, don't leave yet. The chemical buyer is here. Perhaps you'd like to meet them. Li Qinwu raised an eyebrow. Oh, what a coincidence. Might as well take a look. At the northern iron gate of the chemical plant, gears ground, and the door swung open. A convoy of over a dozen large trucks idled outside the passage. As the factory gate opened, they rumbled in with roaring engines. Li Qinwu stood with arms crossed watching the convoy. When it halted, the door of the lead truck opened and a stern-faced, middle-aged man stepped out clutching a clipboard and pen. He cast a dismissive glance at Li Qinwu. By order of Baron Corvinus, I'm here to collect this month's chemical products from the fertilizer gang. Where's the electronic eye? Come out and sign. Li Qinwu stepped forward, sizing up the man. The man was impeccably dressed in precious fabric adorned with extra ornaments and hand-stitched details. Clearly no ordinary figure, likely a noble's steward or similar. The electronic eye is dead. I killed him so he can't sign. A flicker of surprise crossed the steward's rigid face before it settled back into indifference. No matter. The agreement between the electronic eye and the esteemed Baron Corvinus will transfer to you. Since you dared to kill him and seize his territory, you should know your responsibilities. Now have your workers load the full quantity of products onto the truck, sign your name here, and continue production. Gratefully serving, the esteemed Baron Corvinus. Li Qinwu signaled Oldby, who hurried to gather workers for loading. He approached the steward, took the clipboard, signed his name on the line, and handed it back. Sir, the electronic eye died too quickly for me to complete the business handover. Is there anything you'd like to advise me? Normally, Li Qinwu would have slipped money and cigarettes into the man's pocket. But this one clearly didn't lack funds, who offering a bribe might invite contempt. So he offered nothing, and the steward shot Li Qinwu a scornful glance. You needn't know anything. Just maintain the factory's production. If after 3 months you can still provide a steady supply, you'll earn an audience with the esteemed Baron Corvinus. This was a test for Li Qinwu. They cared not who led the fertilizer gang, only about consistent products. Conquering a gang was simple, holding it was the challenge. If Li Qinwu was all bark and no bite, unable to secure the gang and deliver products for 3 months, he had no reason to exist. Li Qinwu thought to himself, 3 months it is. His foundation was still shallow, and he wasn't fully prepared for the upper hive yet. After a while, hundreds of workers began loading the required goods, mainly 10 tons of high-energy explosives and 5 tons of plastic steel powder, all sealed in special containers. Once the cargo was verified, the steward placed a briefcase on the ground, boarded his truck without a backward glance, and the convoy drove off. Li Qinwu opened the briefcase and raised an eyebrow. Inside were stacks of fertilizer coupons neatly bundled, roughly 800 in total. 800 fertilizer coupons for a single transaction, a handsome profit. Oldby, standing nearby, was stunned, clearly never having imagined such a sum from one deal. Li Qinwu asked him, when the electronic eye was in charge, how much did he give you? Oldby swallowed hard and shook his head. Boss, when the electronic eye was alive, he didn't give us a cent. We were content just to have food and shelter. For extra cash, you needed to show merit. Then you'd get a reward of a few dozen to nearly 100. Li Qinwu pondered, then tossed the briefcase to Oldby. I hear you can read. So Hayrace, the plan split the factory's earnings into 3 parts. 1 for operations and maintenance, equipment repairs, pipeline expansions, and the workers' meals. 1 part is wages for the workers. The last part is soldiers' pay. Soldiers get double the workers' wages. Handle the specifics yourself and just send me a report when it's done. Li Qinwu had decided not to touch the factory's earnings. The amount was modest, less than what he made from brewing. He'd let the factory's profits go to the workers and soldiers, maintaining his base. Real money would come from the brew. Oldby was incredulous. The boss was giving them all that money. This. Seeing Oldby frozen in place, Li Qinwu reached out and patted his balding head. What are you standing around for, old man? Get to work. If you don't have that payroll ready next time, I'll have my boot give your backside a proper kiss. With that, Li Qinwu left. Back at the brewing workshop, he called for Little Blade and the Kai family, father and son. They took a small train to the surface, then transferred to a military truck hidden in the forest, heading for the rebel camp. Upon arrival, Li Qinwu had Little Blade and the Kais drive the truck and the small repair vehicle head used before his last death back. He then borrowed a horse from Parsons and set off toward Horse Village to survey the situation. This time Li Qinwu knew the route better and rode faster. Reaching the potential checkpoint outside Horse Village, he dismounted and let the horse return home. As always, he started with an injection. Afterward, he hid among the farmland, evading the rebel patrol routes, and slipped into the encirclement. Downing 7 or 8 energy drinks, he charged into Horse Village without pause. But now Horse Village could hardly be called a village. It was a ruin. His fire had reduced it to ashes, collapsed buildings everywhere, charred corpses, smoke still rising, and flames still licking in places. A single glance revealed no living thing. It seemed the area had been purified. But Li Qinwu dared not gamble. Who knew if pathogens like fleas or bugs lingered, or if Nurgle's virus could survive even in the air? Thus, having surveyed Horse Village, he had no intention of returning alive. He pulled a detonator from his belt, lit it with a lighter, clamped it between his teeth, and took a few deep drags, as if smoking a cigar. When he opened his eyes again, 7 hours had passed. Li Qinwu stretched, donned a fresh set of clothes, and drove the small repair vehicle to the great elevator, ascending to the mid-hive and heading toward the church. By the time he arrived, it was dark. Regardless of a planet's day length, all humans followed the Terran 20. It was now past 2 a.m. The mid-hive's lights dimmed. Though the sun still blazed outside the hive city, the hive had sunk into peaceful slumber. Few pedestrians were about, and a curfew was in effect. Li Qinwu was stopped by a marshal while driving, but he claimed to be a soldier and offered the marshal a few cigarettes. The marshal used a device resembling an alcohol tester to scan Li Qinwu's DNA, cross-referenced it with the database, and upon confirming his PDF status, let him go. PDF members enjoyed privileges in the hive, such as exemption from curfew. Another reason Li Qinwu had sought a military identity from Lieutenant Rudelson. Li Qinwu parked the repair vehicle at the church entrance and knocked on the side door. After a long wait, a bleary-eyed missionary with a face full of irritation opened it. The man opened his mouth to curse, but Li Qinwu beat him to it. "Fuck your mother. Next time you take that long to open the door, it'll break your fucking leg." The missionary was stunned. Who the hell was this guy daring to curse him in the church, his territory? He started to retort, but Li Qinwu pointed at his nose and roared, "You bastard son of a bitch. I'm here on the priest's business. If you fuck up the priest's affairs, you'll be scrubbing toilets for life. Now right this instant go inform the priest. The Emperor's warrior brings him bad news." The missionary's face flushed with anger, but at Li Qinwu's words, uncertainty flickered across it. After Li Qinwu finished, the man muttered, "Wait here," locked the door, and scurried frantically into the depths of the church. After a while, Li Qinwu was led by the missionary deep into the church and met the priest in a reception room. The priest, still groggy with sleep, saw Li Qinwu enter and quickly inquired, "How fares the Emperor's warrior? I heard you brought bad news." Li Qinwu nodded. "Indeed, bad news. The vile corruption has descended upon this planet." Li Qinwu recounted to the priest everything he had witnessed in Ma Village, fabricating a tale that his army had used artillery to fire incendiary shells, reducing the entire village to ashes, though he was uncertain if the evil force had been completely incinerated. As his words fell, the system immediately prompted that the task was complete. The priest's favorability had risen from LV0 to LV1, unlocking items: mark of purity, incense, red candle, censer, parchment, quill, and ink. Li Qinwu heard the prompt in his ear, but had no time to examine it closely, for the priest issued a new task. The priest's expression turned grave as he said, "The power of corruption is deeply entrenched. Once it appears, it is not so easily purified. But pure flames can indeed greatly weaken the corruptive force, which will advance the subsequent purification." As he spoke, he gazed at Li Qinwu with gentle eyes. "Warrior of the Emperor, do you think you could lead me and the Emperor's servants to the corrupted village to carry out a thorough purification?" Li Qinwu was taken aback and asked, "Your Reverence, you intend to venture into the contaminated zone yourself?" The priest nodded, but Li Qinwu vehemently shook his head. "With all due respect, Your Reverence, this is far too dangerous. Not to mention the evil forces within the contaminated zone. Simply venturing deep into the rebel-controlled territory poses a considerable threat. Ma Village is located in the north, over 100 kilometers deep into rebel territory. The journey will pass through many rebel-controlled areas. If you lead a large contingent, you are likely to be ambushed by the rebels." The priest said, "But I must go to perform a purification. The residue of evil corruption is highly persistent. Even if all the filth on the surface is eradicated, the pollution of that land has already taken deep root. If any unknowing soul were to settle on that contaminated ground, the evil would soon revive." This left Li Qinwu in a dilemma. Eradicating the chaos contamination aligned with his interests, but how could he possibly transport the state church personnel all the way to the north? Such a grand purification ritual could not be conducted by the priest alone. He would likely need to bring 30 or 40 people. With that many individuals, even military vehicles would require 2 trips, and it was uncertain whether various ritual implements would be needed. With so many people and items, it was utterly unrealistic to infiltrate 100 kilometers deep into rebel territory without being detected. This matter required careful deliberation. Your Reverence, I need some time to plan. Would it be acceptable if I return with an answer in a few days? Li Qingwu planned to make another trip to the rebel camp to see if he could negotiate with them to allow the state church personnel to enter and perform the ritual. The priest nodded, looking at Li Qingwu with a gentle gaze. Warrior of the Emperor, you are so valiant. On behalf of the Emperor's subjects on this planet, I thank you for your dedication. Coincidentally, I also need a few days to prepare for the purification. If you are ready, please inform me as soon as possible. Li Qingwu agreed and rose to leave the church, but the priest suddenly called him back. The old man walked up to Li Qingwu and without warning removed a necklace that had been hanging around his own neck and placed it around Li Qingwu's. It was a metal piece shaped like an eye known as a sigil of purity with a human skull at its center, serving a purpose similar to a cross. The clergy of the state church could wear a variety of adornments such as the double-head eagle representing the Imperium and the Adeptus Mechanicus, the Emperor's holy icon, or even a holy tome thicker than a dictionary hung around the neck. Imperial priests had a wide array of accessories to choose from when seeking to proclaim their devotion to the faith. After hanging the sigil of purity around Li Qingwu's neck, the priest said, "Thank you, warrior of the Emperor, for all you have done. This sigil of purity has been with me since childhood. May it protect your soul and keep you forever from the—" Li Qingwu grasped the small iron piece, and a system prompt suddenly echoed in his ear. Ding! Obtained special item sigil of purity steeped in faith day and night, now possessing a partial essence of the warp. If you are willing to absorb its warp essence and fuse it with your own, this item will henceforth resurrect along. Even if it is completely destroyed, it will revive with you at your hideout. Equipped effect energy 1, a minor resistance to warp contamination, moderate favorability with state church personnel. Li Qingwu gasped in surprise. He hadn't expected that completing a liaison task would yield a soulbound item. Although the item's stat bonuses were minimal and seemed unremarkable, the boost to favorability with state church personnel was incredibly useful. Li Qingwu thrived in society by relying on his extensive network and knack for handling matters. Now wearing the sigil of purity, all state church personnel would hold a moderate favorability towards him. How convenient that would be for his future dealings. Li Qingwu expressed his thanks, then exited the church, made his way back, and drove towards the rebel camp. Along the way, he studied the sigil of purity. Li Qingwu, now barely qualified as a novice in the warp, and could perceive a faint projection of this object within the warp. Li Qingwu pulled this faint projection into his soul, and in the next moment his soul fused with the item. He could feel that this necklace had become a part of him. Even if he actively threw the necklace away after a short while, perhaps in the blink of an eye or a moment of distraction, the necklace would reappear around his neck. Unless he unbinded the necklace from his soul on the warp level, it would never leave him for the rest of his life. This was quite convenient. He could now wear the necklace even on missions. Otherwise, he would have to consider whether a mission was a suicide run and take off the necklace beforehand, which was far too troublesome. As he mused, Li Qingwu drove his small repair vehicle back to the rebel camp. This was already his third consecutive day visiting the camp, and many had come to recognize his face. Li Qingwu found Parson and cut straight to the chase. "Parson, can you contact the higher-ups of your insurgent forces to allow the state church personnel from the Hive City to enter Ma Village for purification?" Hey, race the situation. Li Qingwu explained about the chaos, contamination, the burning of Ma Village, and the state church's plan to send personnel for a thorough purification. After hearing Li Qingwu's explanation, Parson said, "Sir, please wait a moment. They'll send someone on horseback to contact a marshal of the insurgent forces near here." Li Qingwu had waited the entire day at the rebel camp when Parson returned with a squad of over 20 armed knights on horseback. These knights exuded an imposing aura, their attire largely uniform, each wielding an automatic rifle and wearing ammunition vests akin to bulletproof vests, making them appear formidable. The leader, who seemed to be the chief, also had a large caliber pistol holstered at his waist. As the knights dismounted, Parson led the chief to Li Qingwu, introducing the two parties to each other. He informed the chief that Li Qingwu was a merchant from the underhive of the Hive City, supplying them with fertilizers and precious medicines, and had previously provided an early warning about a PDF attack, preventing their annihilation. As for the leader, he was actually a key official by the marshal's side. The rebels enjoyed a high degree of autonomy. The so-called marshal commanded a powerful rebel force that had directly occupied a surface city with a dense population. To keep such a populous city functioning, they needed to purchase food from other rebel groups. The city under the marshal's control had formed a mutual aid relationship with rebel leaders in the surrounding countryside. The rural rebels supplied the marshal with food, while the marshal provided them with a minimal amount of industrial goods, such as self-made firearms. The arrival was an important official from the marshal's side. Parson claimed that with his approval, no other rebels in the vicinity would dare to cause trouble. The official stepped forward to Li Qingwu, scrutinized him from head to toe, and inquired, "Are you PDF?" The atmosphere instantly grew tense. The 20 or so knights accompanying the official tightened their grips on their automatic rifles. Parson opened his mouth to say something, but was stopped by the official's raised hand whose eyes were fixed on Li Qinwu. Without a trace of panic or deceit, Li Qinwu nodded. I hold a corporal position in the PDF, bought it to facilitate my business dealings. Everyone turned their gaze to the official awaiting his verdict. Seeing that Li Qinwu's expression didn't betray a lie, he pressed on, have you ever killed our comrades? Li Qinwu nodded again. Yes, I have. I shot them before they could raise their guns and kill me. At this, the 20-plus rebels raised their rifles, aiming directly at Li Qinwu. The official narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Li Qinwu, while Parson grew frantic, unsure of what to do. Just as the tension was about to ignite into gunfire, the official waved his hand, signaling the men to lower their weapons. He looked at Li Qinwu with puzzlement. You don't seem afraid. You didn't even bother to lie, eh? Li Qinwu pulled out a cigarette and lit it. I rarely fear things that pose no threat to me, nor do I lie about them. The official shook his head inwardly, considering Li Qinwu a braggart. He then straightened up and asked, so why should I grant you passage? Your hands are stained with the blood of my comrades. I spare you only because you are a guest of Chief Parson, but that doesn't mean I must help you. Li Qinwu blew out a smoke ring and chuckled, because you've already recognized the existence of evil corruption. I've brought people here to eradicate it, which aligns with your interests. You must know what happened at Horse Village. If you didn't, you wouldn't have sent so many soldiers to surround it. You might not be able to fully resolve the situation there, but I can. The people I've brought are a priest of the ecclesiarchy and his missionaries. These servants closest to the God Emperor can thoroughly cleanse Horse Village. Surely you don't wish for it to remain a festering tumor upon this world. The official frowned. In truth, they were not only aware of the threat from Horse Village, but had already suffered from it. Before it had fully descended into hell, they had dispatched armed forces to investigate. Yet all those forces were swallowed by Horse Village, never to emerge. If not for the marshal's numerous health officials who had proposed quarantine measures in the early stages of the corruption, a plague would have already spread far and wide. Reflecting on this, the official felt that perhaps a cooperation with Li Qinwu was viable, to grant him passage and let his team eliminate the corruption once and for all. But principles had to be upheld. I can allow you entry into Horse Village, but you and your people must enter under the supervision of our soldiers, and you cannot carry weapons. Li Qinwu shook his head. No. The one performing the purification is a priest along with many missionaries. You don't trust me, and I don't trust you. I must bring an armored vehicle, 2 military trucks, and a heavily armed escort. The official refused outright. Impossible. I will not allow such an uncontrollable armed force into the marshal's territory. If you wish to enter, you must disarm, and our soldiers will provide security. Li Qinwu flicked away his cigarette and crossed his arms. You must understand, the one performing the cleansing is no ordinary person. A priest who manages a block church in the Hive City. If anything happens to such a dignitary, or even a single hair on his head is harmed due to your internal factional disputes, do you know what consequences you'll face? Li Qinwu continued to express his distrust of the rebels. Though he was unaware of their internal politics, he suspected factional struggles existed. He would never agree to send the priest and missionaries into this land without any armed protection, as it could jeopardize his promising future in the Hive City. Yet no matter what Li Qinwu said, the official refused to allow him to bring armed guards. Come on, I'm not PDF. I just bought a rank to facilitate my business. Why are you afraid? I'll lead the PDF here. Besides, isn't the relationship between you rebels and the PDF already clear? You live your lives, the Hive City lives theirs. Both sides mind their own business. Who would break such a grand arrangement? Just clear the way. Let me bring my armed escort to protect the priest during the purification at Horse Village, and we'll leave immediately, never to cross paths again. How about that? The official still shook his head. Li Qinwu could only spread his hands. Fine, then let's drop the matter. I hope you can maintain your quarantine perimeter and prevent any infected creatures from escaping. Otherwise, if the entire planet becomes overrun with plague zombies, that won't be pretty. Having argued every which way, without success, and faced with the official's insistence on principle, Li Qinwu was at a loss. He dusted himself off and walked away. The official did not stop him, and their negotiations thus broke down. The negotiation failed, and Li Qinwu returned all the way to the Hive City to inform the priest of the matter. The priest frowned and asked, I heard that these rebels are only against the planetary governor, but their faith remains with the God Emperor. Why would they prevent us from entering? Eradicating the corruption benefits them as well, does it not? Li Qinwu said, it is mainly that they forbid any armed forces from entering. They demand that you priest and the missionaries carry no weapons, which would place your lives at the mercy of their goodwill. The priest furrowed his brows, then relaxed them. In that case, we must adopt an alternative purification plan. Li Qinwu was curious about what other plan he might have, but the priest merely smiled and shook his head, saying nothing. Puzzled, Li Qinwu had no choice but to leave the church for now and return to the winery located in the mid-hive. After these past few days of work, the first batch of wine had been fermented. From a ton of grapes after filtration, 700 liters of wine were produced. All of this wine was transferred into oak barrels and placed in the warehouse for aging. After 3 months, the wine would be ready for sale. At this moment, the winery was bustling with workers, all of whom were family members of soldiers from Rudison's camp. Under the shouts of Big Joel, who had regained his mid-hive identity, and his wife, they carried out their tasks in an orderly fashion. Working from morning until afternoon, the workers filled 70 barrels of wine. These wines stored in birch barrels would await 3 months of aging before being opened and bottled. After the workers had labored for over half a day, Li Qinwu paid each of them 100 credits and dismissed them. He found that temporary workers were indeed very convenient. When work was needed, he could call them and pay them for a single day and then send them off. He only needed to maintain a few key figures such as Big Joel and his wife, which kept the cost of running the factory extremely low. With the new wine beginning to age, Li Qinwu planned to contact the rebels to send a new batch of grapes for the second fermentation. However, just as he walked out of the winery and started the engine of his maintenance cart, a missionary called out to him. "Oh my lord, what luck to have encountered you." Li Qinwu asked curiously, "Is there something you need from me?" "Yes, my lord. The priest sent me to find you, requesting your presence at the church. He has something to tell you." Upon hearing that the priest needed him, Li Qinwu turned the cart around and headed for the church. Several tens of minutes later, he arrived and was led by a missionary to the back of the church, where he met the priest. "Warrior of the God Emperor, I have good news. There has been new progress in the purification of the corruption." The priest, upon seeing Li Qinwu, excitedly shared the tidings. Li Qinwu asked, "Oh, how does the priest intend to completely purify the contamination?" The priest teased him, not revealing the answer immediately, but instead took him in the church's car to an unknown destination. Li Qinwu was not an impatient man. Seeing that the other party was not forthcoming, he did not press the issue and simply sat quietly in the car. As time passed, although he did not know the specific location, his sense of direction told him that the car was heading toward the boundary of the hive city. The scenery outside the window confirmed this. The residential areas of the mid-hive grew sparser, and the number of massive pipelines and colossal load-bearing pillars like towering giants increased. Eventually, the car entered a tunnel and drove for over a kilometer before the view ahead opened up. He had indeed arrived at the outer perimeter of the hive city, though not on the surface. He was on the wall of this colossal structure 700 to 800 meters above the ground. The car stopped and an officer opened the door from outside. Upon seeing his rank insignia, Li Qinwu shuddered. It was a major. The major was also taken aback upon seeing Li Qinwu inside the car. Li Qinwu was wearing the PDF training uniform, which he found very convenient for conducting business in the mid-hive, and had come to treat as his regular attire. The uniform had a cloth rank sleeve with a corporal insignia. It was clearly unusual for a major to open the door for a corporal. The major, too, was momentarily stunned, not expecting a corporal to be in the VIP's car. Li Qinwu was about to say something to ease the awkwardness when his gaze, passing over the major, fell upon a massive cannon integrated into the hive city structure. He was instantly dumbfounded. It was a super heavy cannon, its entire barrel welded to a series of reinforced concrete structures. Li Qinwu swore that the size of this cannon rivaled that of the Gustav railway gun. At that moment, he realized where he was: the firing position of a hive city fortress cannon. Such fortress cannons had a caliber approaching 1,000 millimeters, and their barrels stretched toward the sky like electrical towers. There were hundreds of such cannons in the hive city, arranged in a circular formation along the city walls. Each of these cannons had a range of over 200 kilometers and was said to possess anti-air capabilities. Every cannon could hurl a shell weighing dozens of tons into the thermosphere, posing a significant threat to low-orbit warships and atmospheric aircraft. At this point, the priest led Li Qinwu smiling out of the car and approached the major. "Major Blaylen, brave warrior of the God Emperor, are you ready to purify the filth?" The officer named Major Blaylen saluted the priest with the Aquila sign, crossing his hands over his chest. "Priest, 3 fortress cannons are in firing readiness, awaiting your final prayer over the shells." The priest nodded in satisfaction and said, "Take me to see the shells." Major Blaylen led the way, and the group moved to the loading chamber. The loading chamber was a vast space partially shielded by a ceramite protective cover. The entire area, the size of a football field, was filled with gun mounts and various gear-turning mechanisms, dazzling Li Qinwu. What impressed him even more was that these earth-shattering cannons were loaded manually. Each shell weighed nearly 10. The shells sat there like solid iron ingots. Li Qinwu saw hundreds of men like laborers pulling on ropes. The other end of the ropes was connected to a frame that held a shell. They dragged the shell out of the ammunition depot and into the firing zone. By the time the process was complete, the hundreds of men who had pulled the ropes were utterly exhausted. Once the shells were in place, they were not hastily shoved into the cannon barrels. The shell, as large as a car, lay flat on the rack, and the priest, leading a dozen missionaries, began chanting scriptures around it. As they chanted, they swung their incense burners, and the scent of incense spread through the air. Accompanying the recitation, several missionaries used quills to inscribe scriptures on the shell, and red candles were stuck onto it and lit. This blessing ritual lasted over an hour, leaving the shell covered in holy graffiti. The priest held a red candle and a seal of purity, using the candle's flame to soften the back of the seal before pressing it onto the shell's tip. As he applied it, he shouted, "By the will of the God Emperor, I bestow upon you this sacred duty to purify the foul and corrupt and return purity to the mortal realm." With the blessing complete, the priest and missionaries stepped aside. At the major's command, hundreds of workers pulled the shell and rammed it into the cannon's breech. A metallic roar echoed as the massive breech, akin to a vault door, locked shut, placing the consecrated shell in a state of readiness. Yet the blessings were not finished. Li Qinwu and the missionaries moved to the next artillery position to bless the following shell. For this bombardment, 3 shells required blessing. Including the time to shift positions, the process consumed nearly 4 hours, leaving even Li Qinwu somewhat agitated. He grumbled incessantly about the damned efficiency, so typical of the empire, but he knew the wait was worthwhile. When the final shell, inscribed with scriptures and bearing the seal of purity, was pushed into the breach, all the blessings were complete. The major led Li Qinwu and the ecclesiastical personnel to a high tower. The tower offered an excellent vantage point, allowing them to observe the firing of the 3 cannons from a position shielded from the shockwave. Everyone found their spots. Li Qinwu felt the wind blowing from afar and lit a cigarette for himself. His current position was about a kilometer above the surface. From here, the view was breathtaking, as if the entire continent lay before his eyes. The PDF camp ahead, the combat zone, the rebel-controlled territory, farmlands, and forests, all were crisp. As Li Qinwu was captivated by the stunning vista, the major glanced at his watch and announced, "The fortress cannon's machine spirit is pleased. Firing in 10 seconds. 10-9-8. The priest then cried out, "Let the foul feel the God Emperor's wrath. Let all that is unclean be purified by the holy flame." In that instant, the 3 fortress cannons fired simultaneously. Li Qinwu felt the entire hive quake, as if an earthquake had struck. The cannons erupted with 100-meter-long muzzle flashes, and the deafening roar left Li Qinwu's ears ringing. Shaking his head, Li Qinwu hurriedly looked toward Ma village, eager to see if the shells had struck their target. But at a distance of over 150 kilometers, even from a height of 1 kilometer, he could see nothing. After waiting for a while, Li Qinwu asked the major uncertainly, "At this range, can we hit the target?" Ma village is over 150 kilometers away. Seeing that Li Qinwu had arrived with the priest, the major assumed he was connected to the clergy and answered him earnestly without any pretense. "It doesn't matter. We're firing incendiary shells filled with composite chemical agents. The shell will detonate 500 meters above the target, dispersing the agent over an area of 1 square kilometer. These agents will burn even on soil or sand. If they fall on organic matter, they'll ignite a forest." Li Qinwu drew a sharp breath. These shells were truly vicious. With a range of over 200 kilometers and a coverage area of 1 square kilometer per shell, 3 shells meant a 3 square kilometer burning zone. Even if the shells didn't hit Ma village directly, the fiery rain would likely engulf it. Li Qinwu marveled at the sheer brutality of Warhammer 40K weaponry, but a doubt arose in his mind. As far as he knew, nearly 100 such cannons encircled the hive. This meant the PDF's firepower could strike any enemy within 200 kilometers of the hive. Yet he had never heard of these cannons being used against the rebels. Why? What was going on? Recalling the inexplicable harmony between the PDF and the rebels, Li Qinwu's curiosity about the planetary governor piqued. He couldn't believe that the planetary governor, commanding 99 of the world's industry, a population of nearly 10 billion, and vast mechanized forces, could lose to the rebels. This stalemate between the rebels and the PDF was clearly a manufactured situation. Li Qinwu wondered why the planetary governor allowed this status quo to persist. He wouldn't get an answer for now, but the corruption in Ma village seemed to be dealt with, and he would soon receive his missions. After the thunderous bombardment, the priest turned and looked at Li Qinwu with a benevolent expression. "Warrior of the God Emperor, thank you for pinpointing the location of the corruption. Without you, who knows what disaster this vile taint might have wrought." Li Qinwu responded with a polite word, not taking it too seriously. His main thought was that the priest's connections were impressive, enabling him to mobilize fortress cannons for purification. Afterward, Li Qinwu returned to the district church in his car, and then back to his hideout to manage production. He assumed the matter was over and life would settle into a slow pace. He spent his time managing the hideout's output, checking on the brewery's operations, inspecting the troops' training, and overseeing the chemical plant's production. But a few days later, the radio suddenly crackled to life. Lieutenant Rudelson urgently told him to get to the barracks immediately. A general from the Legion's high command had arrived and demanded to see him. Hearing this, Li Qinwu had a premonition. He quickly put on his uniform and drove to the PDF camp. As soon as he entered the camp, Li Qinwu knew things were serious. He saw a cluster of officers in Lieutenant Rudelson's area, and among them was an old man with stars on his shoulders. The old man's guards were all clad in carapace armor and armed with lasguns, every one of them a senior non-commissioned officer, an unmistakable sign of high rank. Li Qinwu had just parked his car when Lieutenant Riddleson rushed over panicked. What the hell did you do? Why did you attract a general? He's asking for you by name. Li Qinwu's heartbeat quickened, but he put on a smile. He's probably here to commend me. He suspected the priest had pulled some strings. Seeing Li Qinwu's smug look, Riddleson slapped him on the shoulder. Damn it. Have you forgotten you're just a placeholder of fake? If the general gets curious and investigates you were... Riddleson was frantic. The corporal's identity he had arranged for Li Qinwu, though genuine, had many inconsistencies. It wouldn't hold up to scrutiny. Seeing Riddleson on the verge of tears, Li Qinwu slapped him on his firm American-style backside. Hey, calm down. Remember, the bigger the risk, the bigger the reward. Just watch me work. Damn it, don't mess around. Hurry up and find a way to deal with the general. Lu Daosun was so anxious he could hardly contain himself. He hadn't expected that by giving Li Qinwu a false identity, this guy would bring the general over. Li Qinwu strode forward, noticing that a group of officers had already spotted him, with one of them adorned with a star on his shoulder, pointing and gesturing at him. All right, enough chatter, your general is watching. Just watch me operate obediently. Li Qinwu adjusted his pants, tightened his combat belt, stood tall and straight, putting on the appearance of a model soldier as he walked confidently towards the general. Seeing this, Lieutenant Lu Daosun also knew better than to nag. He could only follow closely beside him, whispering not to blow their cover. Li Qinwu walked towards the crowd, quietly asking Lu Daosun, "Who the hell are these people? I don't recognize any of them. Hurry up and introduce me." Lu Daosun lowered his voice and said, "The one with the star on his shoulder is the highest rank. You call him General Qi Belan, and the guy next to him is our regiment commander." Damn, there are so many people around the general. Who are you talking about? The one who looks like a lapdog next to the general, that's our regiment commander. Well, now that you put it that way, I can spot him in the crowd. You can just call him Commander Leo. All right, my dear ancestor, please don't get me into trouble. Hurry up and handle the general. At this point, Li Qinwu had already arrived in front of General Qi Belan, standing at attention and saluting. Zhongcheng. Everyone was momentarily stunned by Li Qinwu's actions. General Qi Belan smiled and asked, "Oh, is this the brave soldier who ventured deep into the enemy camp and found the source of the evil corruption?" Commander Leo, like a lapdog, was panting beside him. "Yes, General, he is an excellent soldier under the command of our regiment's Lieutenant Lu Daosun, very brave in combat, and he..." The general interrupted him. "I don't want to hear you speak. I want to hear the warrior speak to me directly." General Qi Belan looked at Li Qinwu and asked with a smile, "Soldier, you successfully thwarted a corruption this time. I would like to hear how you executed your mission." Li Qinwu shouted loyalty. Once more then said, "General, this operation was primarily guided by the Divine Emperor, with Commander Leo facilitating and Lieutenant Lu Daosun planning the details, after which I executed the reconnaissance. This operation objectively reflects our Army's tactical quality, execution capability, soldiers' tactical skill level, and their fearless spirit. The internal performance reflects our Army's strict discipline, the high caliber of our officers, and the fierce combat capability of our troops, blah blah blah." Half the people there began to doze off, thinking they came to listen to the leader's summary report. Commander Leo and Lieutenant Lu Daosun looked considerably more pleased since Li Qinwu mentioned their names, and this was equivalent to sharing the credit with them. Their gazes towards Li Qinwu softened, thinking this kid really knows how to handle things. General Qi Belan, clearly an old hand at meetings, did not interrupt as Li Qinwu rambled on. He listened intently, waiting until Li Qinwu had talked for over 20 minutes, turning the PDF into an extraordinary and formidable soldier, before finally stopping. General Qi Belan quietly instructed a nearby, "Colonel, make a note of what this kid just said. I'll report back, and write it like that." Then he smiled at Li Qinwu and said, "No wonder you are a hero of our army. This operation blah blah blah." 20 minutes later, General Qi Belan finished his summary and took out a medal to hang on Li Qinwu's chest. After discussion by the Military Affairs Department, it has been decided that Private Li Qinwu has made contributions to this corruption cleanup and is awarded the Silver Oak Leaf Medal and promoted to the rank of corporal. After speaking, he began to clap, and the people present also started to applaud, with one officer even bringing Li Qinwu a set of medal corporal insignia. Li Qinwu scoffed inwardly, thinking, "Damn, just a wild chicken medal and a corporal rank, is that all?" What? Though he didn't care much, he still stood at attention and saluted. "Thank you for your careful cultivation, General. I will fight hard from now on and pledge my loyalty to you. Loyalty to the Divine Emperor. Loyalty." General Qi Belan pointed at Li Qinwu with a smile, saying, "You little rascal." At this moment, Commander Leo stepped forward and said, "General, since you've taken the trouble to come to our regiment, why not stay for a meal before you leave?" General Qi Belan waved his hand. "No, I have official duties. Do I still need to return to serve the divine?" Commander Leo tried to persuade him again. It was rare for the general to come down to their regiment, and if he didn't stay to eat, it might send a bad signal. However, General Qi Belan seemed unwilling to stay, which made Commander Leo a bit regretful. At this moment, Li Qinwu shouted, "General, the soldiers of our regiment have assembled and are waiting for your guidance." General Qi Belan had intended to present the award and leave directly, but upon Li Qinwu's shout, he thought it indeed appropriate to check on the status of the frontline troops, so he didn't leave. "Since all the soldiers of the regiment have assembled, let's review them and see how they present themselves." Commander Liu let out a sigh of relief, looking at Li Qinwu with noticeably softer eyes, once again marveling at how this guy knows how to handle things. He must pamper him when they return. Then General Qi Belan began to inspect the regiment, looking around here and there. Commander Liu had already received the news that the general was coming down and had organized the military discipline in advance. Every PDF looked perfectly in order, and the camp was spotless with not a single bottle in sight. The weapons were gleaming and polished. Even the lumber gun set up at the high point was touched with white gloves with no sign of dirt. General Qi Belan walked around the camp, pointing at the machine gun at the high point, saying this gun should be moved 5 meters to the right. Commander Liu was about to ask what that meant when Li Qinwu took out a notebook and started jotting down, saying the general orders the machine gun to be moved 5 meters to the right to form a crossfire with the left side machine gun. Heavy firepower deployment should emphasize crossfire and layered firepower and should organically integrate with the infantry's light weapons, allowing the entire position's firepower to form pointline surface and inner-outer layouts. No wonder he is the general. We still have much to learn from him. Commander Liu was somewhat stunned, thinking, damn, you can really do reading comprehension. General Qi Belan nodded in satisfaction, quietly telling the colonel beside him, this person has the potential to be a chief of staff. After the inspection, General Zeppelin departed in great satisfaction. Battalion Commander Liu chuckled as he saw off the general's convoy, then approached Li Qinwu and patted him on the shoulder. "You, my friend, are a talent indeed. I must give you a substantial promotion. How about this? You're a sergeant now. Go lead an enhanced combat squad." Lieutenant Ruderson paused, then stepped. "Uncle, I paid to have his military identity arranged. Have you forgotten? He's supposed to run his business outside. How can you give him command of troops?" Battalion Commander Liu looked at Ruderson as if he were an idiot. "What do you mean paid for? Sergeant Li Qinwu is now the pillar of our battalion, a talent decorated personally by the general. If the general visits our battalion again and asks about Sergeant Li Qinwu's progress, and we say he's remained in the same position since the award, aren't you just rubbing salt in the general's wound?" Lieutenant Ruderson let out an "oh" and thought it over. It did make sense. If someone personally awarded a medal by the general wasn't given a substantive promotion, it would leave grounds for criticism. However, Ruderson looked at Li Qinwu with a complex gaze. Previously, he only held a nominal position in the battalion, but now he was being given real authority. An enhanced squad meant 20 men. When Ruderson himself had joined the army, he had started from roughly the same point, working his way up to lieutenant battalion commander. Could this kid eventually surpass me? While Ruderson was lost in these thoughts, Li Qinwu had already stepped forward and offered a cigarette to Battalion Commander Liu. "Commander, I believe Lieutenant Ruderson has informed you of my situation. I have some small assets in the Underhive, but as you well know, that place is infested with thugs and bandits who constantly harass me. I was hoping to acquire some weapons and equipment for self-defense. Could the battalion offer some support?" Battalion Commander Liu frowned, about to speak, but Li Qinwu rushed forward, draped an arm around his neck, and pressed his lips to the commander's ear, speaking in a tone as seductive as a succubus. "Commander, do you remember that 100W I borrowed from you last time? I figured it's not good to owe money a time to pay it back." Battalion Commander Liu gasped. 100W. The kid just threw that out there. Li Qinwu winked at him with a grin. In recent days, the brewery had sold several more rounds of liquor, and combined with the spoils from raiding the cyborg's hideout, Li Qinwu's funds had reached 4.5 million. Money sitting in the vault was just paper. It was better spent on arms to convert into real power. Battalion Commander Liu coughed and adjusted his belt. Ruderson, take the sergeant to the scrap armory and see what guns can be salvaged." Then he added to Li Qinwu, "Pay up soon," and swaggered off. Afterward, Ruderson drove Li Qinwu through a maze of turns to a warehouse area deep within the battalion headquarters. Lieutenant Ruderson parked the car, took out a key, and unlocked a large iron door. With a clattering metallic screech, it revealed a mountain of scrap firearms. Li Qinwu walked over and picked up a PDF automatic rifle from the pile. Its receiver had been hit by a bullet, rendering it completely unusable, but the other parts, including the crucial barrel, were intact. Li Qinwu asked, "Is this all you can give me? Can't you get some decent guns?" Lieutenant Ruderson shot him. "Where am I supposed to get you good guns? You ask for 100W. Do you expect me to hand over the entire battalion's arsenal? If the military police come down for a major investigation, well, I'll be dead." He gestured at the piles of damaged weapons. "These scrap guns are our battalion's battle losses from the past decade. They were supposed to be melted down for reforging. But for some reason, the higher-ups stopped sending people to check on this, so these junk guns have been sitting here for 10 years. Pick through them yourself and see if you can cobble together a working gun from a few." Li Qinwu clicked his tongue. "I paid 100W for a warehouse full of junk. That's crooked, completely crooked. I've bled for this battalion. I've rendered meritorious service. And this is how the battalion treats me. He'll appeal to higher authority. He'll have General Zeppelin feed me peanuts. Lieutenant Reuter's son rolled his eyes watching Li Qinhui's act. Fine, go complain to the general. Tell him you spent money to buy a large amount of military hardware for personal use from the battalion, and the battalion sold you a warehouse of junk. When the firing squad comes, you, me, and the commander. We'll all report to the God Emperor at the Golden Throne together. Li Qinhui tossed the gun aside and draped an arm around Lieutenant Reuter's son's neck. Forget the guns. Since I paid 100W, shouldn't I at least get some ammunition? You have no idea how vicious the rats are in the underhive. Huge, and they love to bite. I need to hold the truth in my hands to sleep soundly down there. Lieutenant Reuter's son pushed Li Qinhui away. 10000 rounds of ammo. That's the max. Li Qinhui immediately started pleading poverty. 10000. Just 10000. Come on, boss. We use automatic rifles, not bolt actions. ID burn through 100 rounds in a single day myself, and then the guns become clubs. How am I supposed to fight? He had a 200-man combat force in the underhive. 100 rounds would be gone after 2 or 3 training sessions, leaving the troops with 0 sustained combat capability. Lieutenant Reuter's son's face darkened. Just how many troops are you raising in the underhive? 100 rounds aren't enough for self-defense. Li Qinhui coughed, muttered, not many, and changed the subject, pointing at the warehouse full of scrap guns. All right, no more bickering. Send a few military trucks and haul all this junk away from me. Lieutenant Reuter's son was startled and grabbed Li Qinhui's shoulder. Holy shit. Haul it all away. There are at least 700 guns here. Just how many troops are you raising in the underhive? No, we need to compare notes. Who's the battalion commander here, you or me? Don't tell me you've raised more troops than I. The warehouse was filled with junk firearms, which Li Qinhui transported to the underground nest in several trips. These guns were delivered to the chemical plant and spread out on an open area. Li Qinhui ordered Little Joel to lead 200 soldiers in disassembling all these junk guns into parts, piecing together functional components to see if they could assemble a decent firearm, while also performing a thorough maintenance. Upon seeing the vast number of guns, even though they were junk, the soldiers were immensely excited, knowing these weapons were meant for their own use, and they worked with great dedication. Little Joel had already taught the soldiers about weapon structures during training, so many knew how to disassemble and clean guns. After half a day of labor, nearly 600 firearms were completely stripped into parts, sorted and neatly arranged. The next step was to select well-conditioned parts and assemble them into a new firearm. After several more hours, the new guns were assembled. Little Joel reported to Li Qinhui, "Sir, we've assembled 83 rifles in good condition. The remaining parts are either damaged or severely worn. I believe further assembly is unnecessary." Li Qinhui pondered. Only 83 guns. His armed force numbered 200, leaving over 100 men without weapons. At that moment, the black dealer, along with his underlings, wandered curiously among the gun parts, occasionally picking through them with audible sighs of admiration. Li Qinhui asked him, "Can you fix these junk guns?" The black dealer hurried over to Li Qinhui, nodding. "I can fix them, boss. I see plenty of undamaged parts among this junk. Swap a few non-critical pieces, and they'll fire. Worst case, we saw off the damaged barrels and turn them into submachine guns." Li Qinhui then asked, "How many usable guns do you think you can make?" The black dealer didn't answer immediately, but rummaged through the junk guns thoroughly before giving Li Qinhui his response. "With some tinkering, I should be able to piece together another 50 guns." Li Qinhui instructed him to take the parts for those 50 guns and deliver them to Little Joel upon completion. As for the remaining 400-plus useless gun bodies, Li Qinhui ordered Little Joel to have them all transported to his hideout. He hadn't forgotten that after the hideout's workbench reached level 3, a gun-making module had been unlocked. All he needed was to input a discarded gun body along with some parts to produce a brand new rifle. Li Qinhui handed over 1/3 of the 100 rounds of ammunition to Little Joel for soldier training, then sequestered himself in the hideout to repair firearms. The gun-making module had 2 slots: input a discarded PDF firearm body and 5 units of metal scrap, and after 2 hours of manufacturing it would output a brand new PDF automatic rifle. Li Qinhui had over 400 junk gun bodies on hand, enough to keep him busy for a while. However, he didn't immediately start producing PDF automatic rifles. Instead, he picked out the heavy weapons among them, intending to prioritize their production. Indeed, among the junk firearms in the warehouse were some heavy weapons, including 3 severely damaged and heavily rusted logging guns. These 3 logging guns appeared to have been hit by explosives. Their thick barrels were completely bent, and one had its receiver cover blown off and lost. But that didn't matter. No matter how ruined they were, as long as the workbench recognized them as discarded gun bodies, inputting them along with steel scrap would restore them to full functionality. Next was a long-barreled PDF grenade launcher. This was different from the short-barreled grenade launchers of the 3K era. It resembled more of a handheld cannon. Its barrel length was almost comparable to a rifle, exceptionally thick and sturdy with rifling inside. Li Qinwu was a veteran in handling weapons. Seeing that the rear of the barrel was very thick with reinforced design, he knew this hand cannon could fire high chamber pressure shells. The hand cannon had a caliber of 50 millimeters. With such a long barrel and high chamber pressure shells, the trajectory would likely be very flat, allowing shells to fly straight for 500 to 600 meters without issue. But who in their right mind could fire this thing from the shoulder? The recoil would probably shatter one's shoulder blade in a single shot. It seemed that in the Warhammer realm, weapons were designed with a blind pursuit of high power, utterly disregarding the shooter's life. With such a handheld cannon, a soldier could complete their mission with one shot. Whether the soldier lived or died was not within the military department's considerations. Nevertheless, Li Qinwu believed his physique could handle this hand cannon, so he prioritized inputting it into the workbench for production. Input PDF handheld grenade launcher, waste body 1, steel scrap, tin, wait time 3 hours, output PDF handheld grenade launcher. With one gunmaking slot remaining, Li Qinwu input one of the logging guns. These were precious heavy weapons. In a place like the underground nest, they were practically unstoppable. Input logging gun, waste body 1, steel scrap, 20 wait time 6 hours, output PDF logging gun. After that came a long wait. Seeing nothing much to do lately, Li Qinwu simply stayed in the hideout, managing the output of items and ensuring every production line was operational. In the intervals, he occasionally exercised and trained his psychic energy, boosting his 3 attributes to strength 20, endurance 20, and spirit 30. His physical strength was now twice that of an ordinary person and his spirit 3 times, making him a minor superhuman. But there was still room for improvement. To enhance his training, Li Qinwu had people scour for various fitness equipment. He used these to upgrade the hideout, constructing a fitness area. Fitness area level 1 increases training efficiency by 30. This boost applied to all training, not just physical exercise. Even if he simply sat cross-legged on a yoga mat in the fitness area to cultivate his psychic energy, he would benefit from this bonus. Through consistent practice, Li Qinwu had made initial progress in psychic energy. The 10-kilogram steel pipe previously given to him by the Silent One could now be lifted for 20 minutes, closing in on the Silent One's requirement of 30 minutes. Li Qinwu felt that once his mental strength reached 40, he would be able to hold the pipe steady for 30 minutes, at which point he could ask the Silent One to teach him more profound psychic techniques. During his training, the 2 guns were gradually completed. He kept track of the time, retrieving each gun as soon as it was finished and immediately starting the next, wasting not a minute. The army was still short several guns. However, when he took the hand cannon off the gunmaking platform, he froze because upon inspecting the firearm with his system, he noticed it now bore a trait. Mastercraft PDF handheld grenade launcher armor piercing. This grenade launcher had acquired a Mastercraft prefix and an armor piercing indicator. Li Qinwu was overjoyed. He hadn't expected that the guns he crafted could come with attributes. He waited a few hours for the logging gun to finish, then eagerly checked it for attributes. Not only did it have attributes, but it also had an incredibly powerful one. The machine spirit's fury logging. This gun housed an enraged machine spirit, furious at having been shelved and forgotten. Now every part of it cried out for slaughter. As long as the shooter pulled the trigger, this gun would not cease its roar. Even if the ammunition box ran empty, even if the barrel glowed red hot, it would continue spewing bullets. Only when the machine's spirit grew weary, or when everything before the muzzle was torn apart, would it voluntarily stop, unyielding until death. Li Qinwu was also startled to find a machine soul within the lumberjack rifle, circling it several times in observation. A firearm possessing a soul often signifies both immense profit and considerable risk. Take this lumberjack rifle, for instance, which possesses a violent soul. It sounds quite appealing, capable of firing continuously even after depleting its ammunition, but its practical applications are limited. If thrown into a battlefield swarming with enemies, this rifle would undoubtedly perform at 1000 efficiency, allowing one to hold down the trigger without respite and obliterate every foe ahead. However, if the enemies were eliminated and the rifle continued to fire, it would become a perilous liability, prone to causing friendly fire. Nevertheless, the characteristics of this rifle were clearly inscribed in the system's lexicon. Once its traits were understood, one could proactively seek suitable scenarios for its use. After some deliberation, Li Qinwu concluded that this rifle could no longer be casually employed, it could only be used in specific settings. He resolved to enhance it. He summoned a few men to transport the rifle to the shop of the black merchant Nepal, then commandeered his mechanical equipment to begin modifications. The black merchant Nepal was essentially a makeshift mechanic akin to those self-taught motorcycle repairmen in small county towns, possessing a diverse array of tools. Utilizing these tools, Li Qinwu directly welded a bulky water-cooling jacket onto the barrel of the Though the machine's soul was enigmatic and could confer unimaginable enhancements to the firearm, its power could not entirely defy the laws of reality. The effect of this lumberjack rifle was to fire continuously, yet the barrel would still heat up. If the machine's soul became overzealous and kept firing incessantly, the barrel would melt from the heat. To address this, Li Qinwu directly welded a Maxim-style water-cooling jacket onto the thick barrel of the lumberjack rifle using water to cool the machine gun. He then rigged a small water pump connected to a tank, continuously supplying cold water to the cooling jacket. This ensured that even if the rifle fired from 40k to 50k rounds, the barrel would remain intact. Secondly, this weapon could no longer be used as a standard squad weapon. Its trait of continuous firing would make it a conspicuous target on the battlefield, necessitating enhanced protection. Li Qinwu fashioned several shields and a turret for the machine gun from scrap materials. The machine gun was mounted directly on wheels with a large iron plate at the front for shielding. Then came the circular metal turret akin to a tank's, providing all-around protection. He planned to place this gun on a small train to be used as an armored train. As Li Qinwu was engrossed in his modifications, Old White approached with a document in hand. "Boss, I finished the payroll you asked for. Would you like to take a look?" Li Qinwu crooked his finger, and Old White handed over the payroll. The payroll was simple. The chemical plant delivered products to Upper Nest, monthly earning 800 fertilizer coupons. The chemical plant employed 300 workers, each with a monthly wage of 200, consuming 600. Then came the soldiers, 200 of them, with double wages at 400 per month, consuming 800. Following that were expenses for various equipment maintenance and bulk purchases of grain and water, totaling 200, leaving 100. This 100 was listed by Old White as emergency funds to be used for major repairs to factory equipment, for instance. Li Qinwu was quite satisfied with the report, but believed improvements could be made. There's no need to keep 100 as emergency funds. 500 is sufficient. Take 500 and allocate half to care for children under 15, providing them with better meals. Then find someone literate and skilled to teach them. Distribute the remaining 500 among the factory's leadership. Divide the leadership into 2 or 3 tiers with higher wages, otherwise the workers will lack motivation. They need a clear path for advancement. Old White dared not overstep his bounds and asked deferentially, "Boss, how should the leadership tiers be divided?" Li Qinwu nodded approvingly at his cautious demeanor. The first tier comprises Nepal and Foreman Zhuang's son. The second tier includes skilled veteran workers from the ranks or key mid-level management positions. The third tier consists of worker team leaders and squad leaders. All right, just work within this framework on your own. Old White left with profound gratitude, while Li Qinwu felt a twinge of emotion. Toiling away at the chemical plant for a mere 200 a month, the income was unbelievably low. Yet this was also a benevolent act by Lord Li to win hearts. During the era of the electronic eye, not a single cent of wages was paid. These exiled convicts of the bottom nest were grateful just to have a shelter to survive in. They never dreamed they could earn money by working. However, even with money, it was hard to spend. The bottom nest offered few decent places for consumption, with only the safe zone providing some goods for purchase. Though the money was of limited use, Li Qinwu's actions made the workers feel treated as human beings, greatly boosting their loyalty to him. In practical terms, it was evident that the 200 soldiers trained with great diligence, their eyes shining with loyalty when looking at Li Qinwu. To maintain this loyalty, Li Qinwu often sent men to transport fruits, vegetables, meat, and eggs from the rebel side to improve the soldiers' meals. They could eat meat about once a week and fresh vegetables every 2 to 3 days. Occasionally, when Li Qinwu saw the soldiers training hard, he would have canned goods brought as rewards for outstanding troops. Soon these loyal soldiers would be put to use. One day, Li Qinwu was holed up in his hideout, tinkering with a gun in hopes of crafting a rare attribute. Then came a knock at the door. It was Xiao Dao, his expression grave. "Boss, there's an emergency. The chemical gang has made a move." Li Qinwu raised an eyebrow. "What's going on? Are they attacking?" "Not exactly an attack, but close. Boss, remember that reactor that suddenly appeared? The chemical gang sent men to occupy it. My informant tells me the reactor area is swarming with chemical gang members, many of them armed. They're building defensive fortifications. And there's a lot of noise coming from over there. Sounds like they're repairing the chemical facilities, trying to resume production." After listening to Xiao Dao's report, Li Qinwu fell silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. "Keep a close watch on the chemical gang. Once they've fixed the reactor, that's when we'll swoop in and claim the spoils. In the underhive, production capacity is everything. Whoever seizes a neutral reactor can use it to sustain a large core population." Li Qinwu's chemical plant, for instance, had 4 reactors which allowed him to support 3,000 people and 200 loyal soldiers. If he could claim that neutral reactor, he could sustain 700 or 800 more people and 50 to 60 soldiers. A massive expansion. The fertilizer gang and the chemical gang had fought a bloody war over this very neutral reactor. Both sides suffered losses and retreated to lick their wounds. The chemical gang, believing they had recovered sufficiently, charged in to occupy the reactor. Li Qinwu was in no hurry. The neutral reactor had been idle for so long that restoring it to production would require extensive repairs. Such a thankless task was beneath Li Qinwu. He planned to let the chemical gang fix the reactor, then send his troops to seize it. Xiao Dao understood Li Qinwu's plan and warned, "Boss, if gangs in the Underhive want to go to war, we need approval from the higher-ups. If we start a war over territory without permission, the higher-ups might get upset." Li Qinwu asked, Generally, before a gang goes to war, we first see what the backers in the upper hive think. If they say no, but backers usually don't interfere with our squabbles as long as we hand over our products. Who delivers it doesn't matter. However, the enforcers usually restrict our conflicts. To start a war early, we must register with them. The enforcers will summon both leaders to negotiate. If that fails, they'll designate a location for the battle. Li Qinwu nodded, roughly understanding the rules. He didn't know his own backer's opinion. He had only just killed the electronic eye, and its superior was still unknown. He would have to wait 3 months for a chance to visit his backer in the upper hive. But this new neutral reactor represented unregistered surplus capacity free for him to use as he wished. Li Qinwu planned to use the reactor solely to produce fertilizer. With a steady supply, he could control the rebel faction and secure a constant flow of grain. Thus, this neutral reactor was a must-have. The chemical gang occupying it now were merely repairing the equipment, but the rules of the Underhive had to be observed. Li Qinwu began to scheme. At the neutral reactor site, nearly 1,000 people swarmed, almost all chemical gang addicts. The chemical gang's poison mother stood among the crowd, shouting orders for the addicts to haul steel pipes and materials, preparing to restore the reactor and surrounding facilities as their stronghold. The chemical gang had an abundance of manpower. The addicts, lured by chemicals, were completely controlled, doing anything for another hit of toxic fumes. "You damned maggots, move faster." Poison Mother bellowed, driving the addicts to work at a quicker pace. She was ecstatic. Her rival, the electronic eye, had been oddly sluggish lately, showing little interest in her act. She had mobilized her army and seized the neutral reactor without any reaction from the electronic eye. She wondered what blunder it had made. Poison Mother rubbed her pale hands and muttered, "Hee, with this reactor, I can produce more chemicals and control more addicts. Soon my power will grow. Next, he'll swallow the fertilizer gang." She let out a cackle like a witch from legend, and the 1,000 addicts quickened their work. Dozens of skilled workers armed with various tools cleaned the reactor's rust-adjusted equipment and replaced parts, bustling with activity. After over a month of labor and heavy resource expenditure, the chemical gang had restored 90% of the neutral reactor. Only final adjustments remained for production to resume. Poison Mother had prepared the raw materials, eager to churn out more chemicals. But just then a squad of armed enforcers burst into her lair with bad news. She must immediately go to the Mid-Hive Justice Department for mediation. This so-called mediation was merely a meeting where both gang leaders would be brought in for tea to see if they could resolve the issue peacefully. The signal was clear: someone was declaring war on her. She immediately thought of the electronic eye, assuming it had panicked over her seizure of the reactor, and appealed to the Justice Department. She was unfazed, having prepared for total war. This time she had recruited 3 times as many fighters as before. Last time both sides were evenly matched, but now with superior numbers victory was assured. With that thought, she gracefully led a few underlings with mid-hive status to the Justice Department, ready to accept the electronic eye's challenge. But when the enforcers brought Poison Mother to the familiar mediation hall, she froze. Sitting there was not the electronic eye, but a stranger calmly smoking a cigarette. A senior enforcer entered, coughed, and had them sit opposite each other. "You both know why you're here, but we must follow procedure. Are you certain your conflict is so irreconcilable that only armed force can settle it?" Poison Mother didn't answer immediately. Pointing a long, sharp nail at Li Qinwu, she demanded, "Hold on, who the hell are you? What gives you the right to declare war on me?" Li Qinwu took a deep drag of his cigarette and blew the smoke directly into her face. Enraged by the insult, Poison Mother slammed the table and stood up. But as she did, a large caliber pistol slammed onto the table. "You dare bang my table? You asking for trouble?" Stunned by the shout, Poison Mother stammered, pointing at Li Qinwu. "He provoked me first." Another bang echoed as the enforcer slapped the table again. "Provoked you? You started it by taking his reactor. I hate you bottom feeders, stirring up trouble. Can't get a moment's peace, damn it." Poison Mother was even more bewildered. Taking his reactor? It was a neutral reactor. Li Qinwu, seeing her confusion, chuckled and pulled a document from his pocket, placing it on the table. The document bore a large emblem of a mechanical gear skull beneath, which were lines of text: "Reactor No. 531 is the property of the Mechanicus cult, buried due to sudden earthquakes and other causes. Certified by Father Anthony of the Mechanicus Association, Reactor No. 531 has suffered long-term neglect and mechanical degradation, with its production capacity under evaluation. On date, it is temporarily entrusted to the fertilizer gang for maintenance and trial production. Once its production capability is confirmed, the Mechanicus cult may reclaim the property at any time." Below was a long string of binary data and Father Anthony's seal. After presenting the certificate, Li Qinwu took another drag and blew smoke into Poison Mother's face. You damn dealer, see this? I've got official authorization. That reactor is mine. Get your meth-head addicts out of my reactor now. Or else I'll have my boot give your ass a good kiss. Poison Mother picked up the document, scanned it briefly, and then tore it to shreds. As the leader of the chemical gang, she was a master chemist herself. The rage potion, chemical pigs, and chemical dogs were all her creations, and she was literate. That was precisely why the contents of the document enraged her so deeply. To successfully occupy the neutral reactor, she had nearly exhausted half of her savings. Part of it went to purchasing equipment to repair the reactor, while the rest was used to produce more chemicals, recruit toxic bugs, and hire gunmen. With such a massive investment, the reactor was almost ready to begin production, and then you bastard go through the upper channels and claim the neutral reactor as your own. You despicable scoundrel, you bastard. Poison Mother screamed hysterically while Li Qinwu leisurely puffed on his cigarette, glanced down at the contract she had torn, and let out a cold chuckle. Tear it up, go ahead, tear it up. It's just a copy. Want me to print you another one? Poison Mother raised her hand to point at Li Qinwu and curse, but the moment her long-nailed hand lifted, a judicial police officer slapped it down. The judicial police officer pointed at her nose and cursed, "Bitch, who the hell do you think you are? Pointing fingers on my turf. If you keep pointing at people, I'll chop your fingers off." Poison Mother felt utterly wronged. Staring at the officer who seemed to side with Li Qinwu, she stammered, You, but couldn't finish. With a sharp slap, the officer banged his hand on the table. You what? You goddamn. Before the judicial police officer could finish his sentence, the force of his slap on the table caused a stack of cash to slip from his money belt and fall to the floor. Everyone in the room stared at the pile of money on the ground. It was at least 10,000 in thickness. Poison Mother fell silent, and the judicial police officer looked somewhat embarrassed. Only Li Qinwu rose leisurely, picked up the stack of cash from the floor, nonchalantly slipped it back into the officer's money belt, and then smiled at Poison Mother. Within 3 days, get you and your toxic bugs out of my reactor or face the consequences. At this point, Poison Mother stopped her bluster. She stood up, fixing Li Qinwu with a venomous glare. In that case, I'll see you in the arena. When I catch you, we'll turn you into a chemically controlled pig and toy with you until you die. Li Qinwu took a calm drag from his cigarette, and for the third time blew smoke into Poison Mother's face. This time she didn't erupt in anger, but stared at him with an even more malevolent gaze. Li Qinwu chuckled lightly. Little punk, think you're tough. Being a good fighter is useless. In this world, it's all about connections and background. You know why the Underhive is so dark? Because my network of connections blocks out the sun. I've got connections in the judicial police, the interior ministry, the Mechanicus Guild, the water purifiers guild, the military, and the ecclesiarchy. And you, a damn pusher. What can you do against me? Li Qinwu's words were not only meant for Poison Mother, but also for the senior judicial police officer nearby. Upon hearing this, the senior officer's face flickered with surprise, and his gaze toward Li Qinwu softened considerably. People, no matter where they go, live in a society of connections. Even judicial police officers sometimes need to deal with other departments. Knowing someone as resourceful as Li Qinwu could be beneficial. Li Qinwu seized every opportunity to borrow authority, flaunting his connections to expand his network. Unable to bear the humiliation, Poison Mother gritted her teeth and turned to leave. The senior judicial police officer said to Li Qinwu, "Since it's come to this, there's no other way. According to the rules, in 3 days you both assemble your forces and fight it out in the arena." The arena was that strategic storage warehouse, a place with nothing but abandoned and unopenable containers, no critical facilities. Even if heavy artillery were fired there, it wouldn't affect the Hive City at all. That's why gangs in the Underhive had to report to the judicial police in the Midhive before fighting. Otherwise, with the Underhive gangs brawling every few days, damaging the structure could cause earthquakes and collapse. So they designated specific areas for them to fight, where they could beat each other to a pulp without interference. Afterward, Li Qinwu exchanged a few pleasantries with the officer and left at a leisurely pace. The fact that this senior judicial police officer dared to accept Li Qinwu's money and speak on his behalf during the conversation was no small feat. Not every officer would take bribes, and to offer money you needed the right connections and skills. Li Qinwu had managed to establish some ties with this officer. Remember that security squad leader named Rod from the wastewater plant. Earlier, Li Qinwu had boasted to him, and Rod mentioned his brother worked as a squad leader in the judicial police. Li Qinwu remembered that, and now those connections came in handy. Having declared war, Li Qinwu made his way back to the Underhive, arrived at the chemical plant, and gathered all his combat personnel. Currently, Li Qinwu had over 220 fighters. The elite consisted mainly of a few old hands, Xiao Dao, Xiao Qiaoer, and the Kai father and son. The rest were all recruits trained for over 3 months with adequate rations, and they looked reasonably spirited. These recruits were divided into several squads, including 5 lumbergun squads of 10 men, each accounting. Then there was the Chimera APC squad consisting of 20 men. Xiao Dao could drive the Chimera APC, after some practice, he could clumsily maneuver it. As for the gunner, that duty fell to Xiao Qiaoer. During his time in the PDF, he had learned about the Chimera APC from Sergeant Nieguejin, driven by a young man's interest in armored vehicles, mostly self-taught. But that self-taught knowledge was enough for him to operate the turret on the Chimera APC. Most weapons in Warhammer 40k were designed to be simple, easy to learn and use. After all, the educational standards of the Imperium of Man in Warhammer 40k varied widely. Even those with elementary level literacy could be considered highly qualified. With such knowledge levels, if weapons were too complex, they'd be unusable. In short, Li Qinhui's private army had formed a decent combat capability equipped with light and heavy weapons, as well as armored vehicles. Now over 200 soldiers stood before Li Qinhui, each equipped with a grade 4 visor, helmet shouldering a PDF automatic rifle, and wearing canvas ammunition pouches laden with spare rounds. In front of the soldiers, 5 lumbering heavy stubbers and a Chimera transport vehicle were lined up. These were all the assets Li Qinhui had amassed since arriving in the world of Warhammer 40k. Now he intended to stake these assets to gain even more. Li Qinhui cast his gaze around and addressed the crowd. 1,000 days of training are spent for 1 hour of battle. 3 days from now, we go to war with the Chem Guild. It's time to see if your training has been diligent. All of you are standard troopers who I've assigned no officers among you. But after this battle, based on your performance, I will assign different roles, and different roles will come with different treatment. Whether you want to remain a lowly grunt or fight to rise above and become a man of stature depends entirely on your performance on the battlefield. With that, he waved his hand. Time to eat. For these 3 days, meat and drink are on me. Eat your fill. Even if you're about to die, I'll make sure you die with a full belly. 3 days passed in a flash, and the day of battle arrived. Poison Mom took this fight very seriously, both to secure the neutral reactor and to avenge the humiliation Li Qinhui had inflicted upon her in front of the enforcers. To this end, she had expanded her forces again over the 3 days, directly recruiting over 3,000 Tox troopers. She also spent heavily to hire a group of neutral gunmen as mercenaries, bringing her armed strength to 500. It was a vast and terrifying armed force, draining nearly every last resource Poison Mom possessed. Now Poison Mom led her 3,500 armed troops to the dueling grounds, immediately began deploying, and waited for Li Qinhui's arrival to fight to the death. Poison Mom was confident of absolute victory this time, not only because of her numerical superiority, but also because she had upgraded her technology. One of Poison Mom's proudest creations was the Chembor, a monstrous creature controlled by hormones and chemicals, which had always been her trump card. However, the Chembors, their brains addled by chemicals, were indiscriminate. Once released, they might attack their own side before scattering the enemy, making them highly uncontrollable. But recently, Poison Mom had achieved a technological breakthrough, finding an effective way to control the Chembors. She developed a chemical compound that, when smelled by the boars, caused them physical nausea, making them instinctively shy away. Poison Mom applied this compound to her own troops beforehand. Then upon activating the Chembors, they would only charge towards areas lacking that specific chemical scent, the enemy's position. That nobody. The humiliation I suffered will be repaid to you tenfold. Poison Mom let out a sinister chuckle, gazing at the 50 or so slumbering Chembors before her. She still didn't know Li Qinhui's name. After the Chem Guild forces had arrived, and waited a while, the sound of footsteps and engines echoed from the tunnel opposite the arena. Soon Li Qinhui's armed personnel entered the battlefield. They were a group of masked, helmeted, fully armored fighters shouldering automatic rifles. The Chem Guild members were stunned by the sight. Was this right? Did this aesthetic fit? Besides the men, a small train also arrived. The second carriage of the small train had been converted into an armored car with a small circular turret mounted on top. A thick tube protruded from the turret, shrouded in canvas, hiding its nature. The small train stopped at an open position, and the armed personnel began unloading equipment from it. Mainly 4 indistinct objects covered by canvas sheets made the Chem Guild members deeply uneasy. Li Qinhui's troops spread out to find firing positions behind cover. He stepped forward and shouted at the seething mass of Tox troopers, "Hey, you drug-peddling bitch. Are you ready for my boot to kick your ass?" Poison Mom, surrounded at the center of her troops, roared back, "Bastard, I'll castrate you. Then make you eat your own dick." Li Qinhui laughed heartily, raised both hands, and thrust up his middle finger. "I'm not targeting anyone in particular, I'm just saying everyone here is trash. You motherless, fatherless mongrels. Your only purpose in this world is to consume the precious air of the underhive. Why can't you have some consideration for the hive's air purification system and just die, reducing oxygen consumption? Living so utterly meaninglessly, don't you feel any shame? Seeing you pathetic wretches now, wouldn't your parents feel heartbroken? Oh, sorry, I forgot. You don't have parents. Your parents are dead. You've been starved of love since childhood, so you latch onto a drug-peddling hag and call her mom. Damn, that hag is ugly as sin, pale as a vampire. You bunch cluster around this endocrine disordered bitch, calling her mommy. How the hell can you even say it? I'm about to puke. Seriously, just go die, I already want you. You? Rat-a-tat-tat. Before Li Qinwu could finish his verbal tirade, the enemy couldn't take it anymore. A volley of bullets came his way, startling him, and he quickly retreated. The war erupted abruptly like this. The enemy, unable to endure the insults, chose to open fire. Initially, seeing Li Qinwu's well-equipped forces, some on the opposing side had felt hesitant. But Li Qinwu's curses riled them up, making them attack recklessly. Poison Mom gave the order, charge. Kill every last scum over there. Cut off their heads. Hearing the command, the Tox troopers of the Chem Guild pulled out poison needles, jabbed themselves, and let out strange cries as they charged towards Li Qinwu's position. Li Qinwu ran back to the small train, tore off the canvas cover from the turret, revealing a thick water cooler. He rushed into the train's operating cabin, grabbed the charging handle of the heavy stubber, and yanked it back hard. With a click, a 20mm caliber round was chambered. Then he took an oil can from the toolbox inside the turret, opened the receiver cover, and poured all the sacred oil. Next, he gripped the machine gun handles with both hands, placed his thumbs on the firing pedals, and aligned the sights on the surging mass of enemies ahead. Come on, my fury baby, let's have a good release. He pressed the firing pedal hard, and the next moment the thunderous roar of gunfire exploded from the circular turret. Although Li Qinwu's side was so well equipped that it made Poison Mother feel a bit intimidated. However, a quick glance told her that Li Qinwu's side only had about 150 men, while she had over 300. This was a more than 20-fold advantage. The odds were in her favor. Poison Mother gave the order, commanding her entire force to charge and overwhelm the enemy with sheer numbers. The poison bugs injected with stimulants were immune to pain and entered a state of extreme frenzy. Clad in makeshift armor and wielding crude knives and axes, they charged forward with wild, blood-curdling shouts. The charge of 300 men was a truly awe-inspiring sight. In the dark, gloomy strategic storage warehouse, it felt like a tidal wave sweeping everything before it. But Li Qinwu's side had prepared for this battle for 3 days. The moment the chemical gang launched their charge, 5 or 6 powerful searchlights suddenly blazed to life among Li Qinwu's 150 men. These searchlights, capable of illuminating targets over a dozen kilometers away, used for spotting aircraft in the night sky, projected beams of light as intense as lasers, blinding the charging poison bugs. They couldn't even open their eyes. It was like staring directly at the sun. The beams striking their skin felt like an intense accumulation of heat. Everyone wailed, covering their eyes, and halted mid-charge. The moment they stopped, they became sitting ducks. The first shots rang out from the little train. Its second car had been converted into a rectangular armored cabin atop, which sat a small semicircular turret. From the semicircular turret protruded a thick water-cooled barrel. The muzzle erupted with a tongue of flame several meters long, spewing deadly ammunition. The other 4 ordinary lumberjack guns were also manned by their respective machine gun crews. They pulled off the canvas covers, revealing their menacing muzzles as they opened fire. This gave them 5 heavy firepower positions, firing 20mm large-caliber rounds, bullets capable of piercing through over a dozen men in a single shot. 5 heavy weapons combined with the light arms fire from over 140 men wove a steel web of death across the battlefield. The poison bugs of the fertilizer gang were caught in the hail of fire. The heavy machine gun rounds tore into them, releasing immense kinetic energy that ripped their bodies apart. Clouds of blood mist erupted among the charging horde. Illuminated by the high-power searchlights, these mists hung in the air for a long time before finally settling. The first wave of attack utterly stunned the chemical gang. The overwhelming firepower inflicted devastating casualties. The ground ahead was littered with the shredded remains of the poison bugs. After about 10 seconds of combat, the crews of the 4 lumberjack guns began reloading their weapons. The 20mm rounds were heavy, so each ammunition box held only 75 rounds. Even so, lifting those 75 rounds was extremely strenuous. Effective reloading required the cooperation of 2 soldiers. The cessation of fire from the 4 heavy weapons gave the fertilizer gang a brief respite. Poison Mother shouted, "Charge! Charge! Get over there, don't stop! Kill them all! Those with guns, take out their searchlights! Hurry, take out their searchlights!" On the chemical gang's side, a few mercenaries wielded long rifles. Though the barrels were handcrafted, they had rifling and fired military-grade ammunition barely passable as sniper rifles. These men found good firing positions and aimed at Li Qinwu's searchlights. Their aim was quite accurate. With a few sharp cracks, half of Li Qinwu's searchlights exploded. Without the searchlight's blinding glare, the poison bugs regained their sight and resumed their charge. However, ahead of them, the turret on the little train kept firing without pause. The turret fired continuously, its relentless roar echoing through the entire strategic warehouse, as if it had an endless supply of ammunition. The battlefield seemed to become its solo performance. Li Qinwu's finger had long since released the firing button, and the 75-round belt in the ammunition box was spent, yet the heavy machine gun continued to fire. Its muzzle spat out deadly projectiles without cease, but no brass casings ejected from the ejection port. Li Qinwu controlled this unceasingly firing machine gun, aiming through the iron sights. He swept the muzzle from left to right, and a cloud of blood mist erupted from the crowd ahead. Then he swept from right to left, and a row of men fell reduced to shredded flesh. Through the recoil, Li Qinwu could feel the machine's spirit of this gun exulting. It was cheering, roaring, reveling in the slaughter. The bullets it fired seemed more powerful than those from the other lumberjack guns. The bodies it struck burst apart more violently, and the blood and flesh sprayed higher. The machine gun, under Li Qinwu's control, fired relentlessly. The area in front of him looked as if it had been painted with red pigment. The ground, the containers, and all sorts of debris were covered in red shredded flesh. By then, the other 4 lumberjack guns had finished reloading and resumed their furious roar. With the collective burst of heavy firepower, the 300 or so poison bugs were quickly decimated, all reduced to gory remains on the ground. These creatures were only clad in crude iron plate armor, which was a joke against the lumberjack guns designed to penetrate armored vehicles. The rounds passed through them with ease. The 300 poison bugs couldn't even reach the front of Li Qinwu's defensive line. They were nearly driven back by the torrent of bullets. Poison Mother was stunned by the terrifying firepower, but she quickly came to her senses and barked orders at her gun. "You lazy bastards! Shoot! Kill those armed men!" The gunmen snapped out of their shock and immediately opened fire. The gunmen took cover behind various obstacles and launched sneak attacks, while Li Qinwu's troops were busy mowing down the poison bugs. A few of them, armed with long rifles, lay prone behind cover, held their breath, and precisely fired at Li Qinwu's soldiers. Li Qinwu's soldiers were entirely focused on the poison bugs in front of them, firing relentlessly to cut them down. They didn't notice the enemy gunmen taking aim at them, and several were hit immediately. However, thanks to their excellent protective gear, the enemy's bullets couldn't penetrate their armor. A few unlucky ones were struck in unprotected areas like arms or thighs, letting out agonized screams. They were quickly dragged behind the little train by their comrades, who applied brutal pressure to stop the bleeding and then injected them with green stimulants. Before the battle, Li Qinwu had given his soldiers a simple medical training session. So simple it could hardly be called training. The rule was, if someone got shot, just stop the bleeding by any means necessary. Don't care about anything else. Even stuffing dirt into the wound to plug it was acceptable. Everything else would be handled by the green stimulant. Inside the turret, Li Qinwu was focused on firing when he suddenly heard a clanging sound on the turret's exterior. It had to be enemy marksmen shooting at him. He immediately swung the gun around, aiming at the enemy marksman lying in the distance behind the poison bugs. Bang, 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 bang. A rapid, thunderous roar of gunfire erupted. White-hot bullet tips soared over the horde of poison bugs and struck the gunmen in the rear. These gunmen were hiding behind various pieces of cover, thinking they were safe, only to become the primary targets. 20mm machine gun rounds could tear through armor. Unless these men were hiding behind shipping containers, the barrage would shred them and their cover in an instant. Li Qinwu controlled the machine gun that could fire continuously without needing reloads, feeling that this weapon was exceptionally convenient to use. He merely needed to spot the flash of a gun through the turret's observation port, swivel the barrel toward it, and hold for a few seconds. The large caliber bullets spewing from the muzzle would shred everything in that direction into fragments. The firepower was so overwhelming that he didn't even need to confirm kills. Wherever gunfire erupted, he aimed the muzzle, unleashing a torrent of bullets that left no survivors. Under the relentless suppression of this never-ceasing machine gun, the venomous insects ahead were mostly annihilated, and the gunmen were also largely eliminated. Poison Mother could no longer bear it. Such firepower was utterly beyond the depths of this nest. She shrieked, "Wake up all the chemical pigs! Wake them all up!" Several of her trusted gunmen panicked, as well swiftly retrieved remote controls and pressed the buttons upon receiving the order. The 50 chemical pigs lying dormant on the ground began to tremble violently, the rage spines on their bodies injecting rage agents into their spinal cords. With an earth-shattering roar, 50 towering, twisted monsters rose from the ground. They panted heavily, their minds corroded by chemicals, leaving only rage and hunger as their driving emotions. The pigs, driven mad with a desire to tear everything apart, first targeted the chemical gang members who had awakened, but the pigs detected an intensely repulsive odor on the chemical gang members. After a series of furious roars, retching, and even vomiting, they lumbered away on their massive legs, retreating swiftly. This nauseating stench even overpowered their rage, compelling them to flee as quickly as possible. Nearly every member of the chemical gang carried this foul smell, leaving only Li Qinwu's side untouched. Thus the 50 pigs, avoiding the chemical gang, as if they were a plague, charged straight toward Li Qinwu. These chemical pigs were like little giants with shoulders so broad and powerful that with a single flex they could pop their own heads off like a pimple. They were draped in heavy iron armor, providing considerable defense. Small caliber automatic weapons could not penetrate this armor or harm them. As the 50 pigs charged, each footstep thudded against the ground, creating a terrifying and overwhelming Some of Li Qinhui's soldiers were instantly petrified, frozen in place, and unsure of what to do. The most timid among them let out a shriek of mommy, and utterly terrified abandoned his gun and fled backward. Seeing one man flee, other soldiers grew restless. However, the generous treatment Li Qinhui had provided, the living conditions he secured for their families, and the 3 days of fine wine and meat before this mission helped steady their morale. Steeling themselves, they raised their automatic rifles and opened fire on the 50 giants advancing like an overwhelming tide. After dispatching several distant gunmen, Li Qinhui noticed the enemy had unleashed the chemical pigs. He immediately swung his gun barrel and unleashed a torrent of fire at the charging beasts. Admittedly, the chemical pigs were far tougher. A single shot from the lumberjack gun could reduce an ordinary man to minced meat, but on a chemical pig, it only created a gaping wound large enough to hold a basketball. Yet even then the chemical pig kept charging. But if one shot wasn't enough, multiple shots would do. Li Qinhui precisely maneuvered the machine gun, blanketing the pigs' chests with a storm of bullets. The machine gun rounds drilled through the chest plate, armor blasting inside, and pulverizing all the internal organs. No matter how ferocious the chemical pig, it was no Astartes. With its organs destroyed, it would die. For each chemical pig, Li Qinhui aimed at its chest for a few seconds, turning the area into a pulp. The heart, lungs, and liver were utterly obliterated, leaving the beast to collapse, foaming blood from its mouth. Calm and composed, Li Qinhui methodically targeted and eliminated the chemical pigs one by one, each falling in the midst of its charge. The other 4 lumberjack gun teams also discovered their weapons were highly effective. Firing short, precise bursts at the chemical pigs, they could slay these monstrous creatures. Under the barrage of 5 lumberjack guns, the 50 charging chemical pigs erupted in a series of sparks before crashing heavily to the ground. Shoot the legs. Blast their legs. Don't be afraid, they can't reach us. Shoot the legs. The Father Anson duo from the Kai family shouted among the light infantry, steadying morale while directing the soldiers armed only with light weapons to target the chemical pigs' legs. Though the 150 automatic rifles couldn't kill the chemical pigs, their concentrated fire on the legs brought dozens of the beasts crashing to their knees. Amid a cacophony of gunfire, the once ferociously charging chemical pigs were reduced to corpses, much like the venomous insects, but larger. The nearest chemical pig had made it within 20 meters of the front line before Li Qinhui's machine gun shattered its legs, followed by a relentless barrage. With the muzzle pressed against the pig's chest for over 30 seconds, the flying rounds tore through the plate armor, completely destroying its thoracic cavity. The broad, thick-bodied pig was literally cut in half at the waist by the lumberjack gun. Li Qinhui wasn't wasting firepower. There was simply nothing left to shoot on the battlefield. Their firepower was so overwhelming that every enemy had been slain. The battlefield was thick with the scent of blood, littered with corpses of all sizes. As for Poison Mother, she had fled with her few remaining trusted subordinates back through the pipeline they had come from. The enemies were gone, yet the lumberjack gun continued to roar. Li Qinhui could feel the gun's insatiable hunger. It still cried out for more kills, demanding a river. From the start of the battle, this continuously firing lumberjack gun had already spat out over 4,000 rounds, likely accounting for nearly half of all the living things slain on the field. The water-cooling jacket was now hissing with steam. The water pump had cycled through several refills, and the reserve tank in the carriage was filled with boiling water drawn from the system. Li Qinhui kept trying to control the gun, firing wildly into empty spaces ahead. The more he had enjoyed shooting earlier, the more irritated he became now. The gun was disobedient, refusing to stop when he wanted it to. He attempted to soothe it, but to no avail. The furious machine spirit still controlled the lumberjack gun, relentlessly spewing ammunition. Li Qinhui felt his ears beginning to ache from the deafening noise. Damn it, next time I use this gun, I need ear protection, or my eardrums will be damaged. He gave up trying to stop it. Let it fire if it wants. Li Qinhui aimed the barrel skyward and secured the grip with a chain locking its firing arc. No matter how great the recoil of the heavy machine gun, the muzzle could now only spew ammunition into the sky, posing no threat. The gun, as if possessed, fired into the heavens for over a minute. Everyone nearby felt their ears ache and instinctively moved away from the small train. Perhaps the lumberjack gun's machine spirit also found shooting at the ceiling pointless. With one final roar, it ceased firing. The entire weapon now resembled a nebulizer, white smoke billowing from every crevice. In Li Qinhui's perception, the enraged machine's spirit finally felt satiated and weary. It let out a contented sigh and temporarily fell into slumber. On the other side, Poison Mother led her 100-odd trusted gunmen, fleeing madly back the way they came. Their minds were in utter chaos. The firepower of the fertilizer gang was not something the bottom nest should possess. It was blatantly against the rules. They no longer thought of anything else but survival, yearning only to rush home as fast as possible and figure things out later. This group scurried frantically through the pitch-black tunnels, their only illumination the flashlights in their hands. But just then, from the darkness ahead, the roar of an engine suddenly echoed, followed by 2 beams of headlights blazing to life. Poison Mother and her trusted confidants were blinded by the lights, unable to see a thing, and let out a chorus of startled screams. Already panicked and on edge, the sudden headlights startled them, and they raised their guns and opened fire without hesitation. Yet after a burst of gunfire, the sound of clashing metal rang out from the opposite side. The bullets they fired seemed to have struck something metallic. As they hesitated in confusion, the object that had lit up the headlights began its own attack. Thump, 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 thump. Muzzle flashes erupted in 4 to 5 meter bursts, each firing 40mm shells. High explosive rounds rained down the tunnel in a barrage of shrapnel. Those struck were blown to pieces, those not directly hit were mowed down by flying fragments. All weapons on the Chimera armored vehicle opened fire, and the 50 infantrymen following behind it leaned out from cover, unleashing automatic fire at the fleeing members of the chemical gang. These men were deployed in advance by Li Qinwu to cut off Poison Mother's escape route. Before the battle even began, Li Qinwu had left 50 men along with the Chimera armored vehicle waiting deep in the pipes. Once Poison Mother's group entered the fray, the Chimera circled around to the path they must take to return home. As soon as the front line collapsed, Poison Mother and her crew would inevitably flee. And sure enough, they were caught red-handed. Desperate only to return home, Poison Mother's group was decimated by the autocannon fire. In the blink of an eye, few remained alive in the tunnel. Just then, Li Qinwu arrived with his pursuit force and contacted the Chimera via radio, ordering them to cease fire to avoid hitting their own men. Then, with both ends sealed off, all members of the chemical gang were captured. The 100-odd men who had been bombarded by the autocannon were in a wretched state. Hardly any had intact bodies, all were broken and shattered. After sifting through the carnage, only 4 or 5 were found still breathing, among them Poison Mother. This woman was particularly unlucky. Both legs and her left arm were blown off, leaving only her right arm. She was nearly reduced to a human stump. Li Qinwu stepped forward, laser gun in hand, and with a few beeps finished off the wounded survivors of the chemical gang. Finally, he pressed the muzzle against Poison Mother's head, ready to pull the trigger. Spare me, I beg you. Li Qinwu pulled out a cigarette, placed it between his lips, and gestured to someone nearby. Xiao Dao came over and lit it for him. Li Qinwu took a deep drag and blew the smoke into Poison Mother's face. Bitch, remember what your daddy once said. Now you're nothing but a stump, so stop dreaming of living. Come on, let me give you— No, don't kill me. I'm still useful. Li Qinwu was about to pull the trigger, but hearing her plea, he moved the gun away. Both your legs and one arm are severed, blood is gushing out. You've got about 10 seconds to convince me. Already feeling the dizziness of blood loss, Poison Mother hurriedly said, let me live, and I'll tell you who my supplier is so you can get my factory running at full speed. I have several special chemical formulas that only I know how to make. I can also create chemical pigs to fight. Li Qinwu pondered for a moment and thought, all right, with this woman's cooperation, taking over her factory will be easier. They'll keep her alive for now. He ordered a soldier to inject her with a green needle, then staunched the bleeding violently. The woman screamed in agony as there happened to be a steam pipe nearby. The pipe was scorching hot. The soldiers lifted her and pressed her wounds directly against it, cauterizing the flesh to stop the bleeding. Li Qinwu waited on the spot for a while as soldiers from the arena gradually arrived, driving their small train. Li Qinwu planned to lead the team to seize the neutral reactor first, then take over Poison Mother's base. But before that, he had to deal with a deserter. With a thud, the Kai family father and son tossed a man with his hands and feet bound together off the small train. This was the coward who had dropped his weapon and fled during the charge of the chemical pigs. Before the battle, Li Qinwu had stationed 2 rebel soldiers in the rear tunnel to guard the escape route and also to prevent desertion. The deserter, running blindly backward, was caught by the 2 rebel soldiers and arrested. Everyone present stared at him, their eyes filled with pity, anger, and mockery. Li Qinwu slung the antique sword over his shoulder, took a flask from his pocket, drank a mouthful, and then spat a spray of alcohol onto the blade. The scent of liquor instantly filled the air. The bound deserter was so terrified, he wet himself. Boss, spare me this once. Spare me. Li Qinwu twirled the sword in a flourish and ordered the men to force the deserter to kneel, stretching out his neck. Hilarious Bro thought he could live after deserting. With a swish, the head fell to the ground. The other soldiers all showed pained expressions. After all, they had trained together for a long time, and now their leader had beheaded him in an instant, so decisive. Li Qinwu flicked the ash from his cigarette and said to the crowd, kick his family out of my factory and let them fend for themselves. This is the price of disobeying orders and deserting. The onlookers were even more horrified. They hadn't expected their leader to be so ruthless, not only killing the man, but also expelling his family. However, since the guy had committed a principle violation by deserting, everyone accepted it. After that, Li Qinwu gathered the army, resupplied everyone with ammunition, and set off toward the neutral. He tied the nearly stump-like Poison Mother to the front armor of the Chimera armored vehicle, leading the way toward her territory. At first, Poison Mother's forces saw the invaders and considered resisting. But whether it was the sight of their leader reduced to a stump or the Chimera armored vehicle, they wisely chose. After the battle, Li Qinwu not only secured the neutral reactor, but also conquered the chemical gang, more than doubling his territory. Li Qinwu directly led his army to the headquarters of the chemical gang. The headquarters had 4 reaction furnaces as well, but their territory was divided into an inner and outer. The inner ring was enclosed by a simple iron fence surrounding the furnace's other facilities and the residences of key personnel. In the outer ring, a horde of drug-addled wretches roamed like the living dead, greedily inhaling the exhaust from the furnaces, which seemed to have a stimulating effect that kept them lingering there. In fact, a green gas permeated the outer ring, and these addicts were constantly inhaling it. Li Qinwu saw that this green gas was leaking from the furnace exhaust pipes. These pipes were supposed to transport the toxic gas produced by the furnaces to a safe area for discharge, but here the pipes were leaking. As Li Qinwu and his men entered the chemical gang's compound, the soldiers, armed and armored with a menacing demeanor, caused the gang members to immediately cower. A skeletal figure came forward to greet them. "This? Hee. Sir, how may I be of assistance? Hee. I'm the manager here. Hee. If there's anything you want to know, just ask me. Hee." The man laughed after every sentence, appearing utterly unhinged, clearly intoxicated. Li Qinwu slapped him hard across the face, sending him spinning 3 times on the spot. "Can't you act a bit more? Can't you be a little more cheerful? Sneering like that makes me think you're plotting some evil scheme. It's hard for you to fit into our warm family with that attitude." That slap nearly knocked the manager apart. He quickly knelt on the ground, kowtowing incessantly. Sir, it's not that I want to laugh. Whenever I inhale this industrial exhaust, I can't help but burst out laughing." Li Qinwu slapped him again. "The air quality here is so terrible. Can't you see the huge gap in the pipe? The exhaust from the furnaces is being vented directly into the Hive City. How can you be so selfish? Our warm and harmonious Hive City family requires everyone's joint effort to maintain. And you just vent this exhaust directly. You truly deserve to die." The chemical gang manager felt that this man before him was even more unhinged than himself. Why was he speaking so oddly? Moreover, he glanced at the troop transport behind him. Damn Poison Mom was tied to the front of the armored vehicle like a trophy reduced to a limbless torso. This was brutally savage. Seeing the manager lost in thought, Li Qinwu delivered another heavy slap, nearly knocking his jaw off. "What are you spacing out for? The new leader is issuing work directives here, and you're daydreaming. Listen up. The new leader's first work requirement is to immediately send someone to repair that broken exhaust pipe. Protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility. We must be little warriors who love the environment." The manager was horrified. "No, sir, you can't. The exhaust from that pipe attracts the surrounding addicts. If they can't inhale it, they'll go berserk." Li Qinwu slapped him again, making him see stars. "Don't you want to make progress? The new leader assigns you a task, and you make excuses. Are you still loyal to the old regime? Are you still standing on the side of the old era, refusing to stand with the people? Are you a counter-revolutionary?" These heavy accusations terrified the manager, who immediately arranged for workers to seal the broken exhaust. In truth, the pipe had been deliberately broken by them. The chemicals they produced were unique, and the resulting toxic gas was addictive. They had intentionally broken the pipe to leak the gas. Those who inhaled it over time became addicts, serving as their expendable labor force. The 1,000 or so addicts roaming outside had been drawn here in this manner. These people did nothing all day. No scavenging, no searching for water or food in the safe zones. They just lingered under the exhaust pipe, no different from the Walking Dead. When their bodies eventually gave out, and they died, the surrounding addicts would swarm in and devour them. Workers carrying iron plates and welding torches erected scaffolding reached the top of the exhaust pipe and quickly sealed it shut. With the pipe sealed, the toxic smoke was now channeled to the safe area for discharge. The gas that had accumulated in the outer ring gradually dissipated, and the addicts grew restless. The restlessness persisted for a while. Denied the substance they craved, they immediately went mad and began charging at the chemical gang's iron wall. But as they converged, Li Qinwu's soldiers lined up in a single row, raising their guns and aiming at them. Li Qinwu fired first with his laser rifle, shouting "Kill." In an instant, gunfire erupted, and a hail of bullets flew. The 1,000 or so addicts gathered outside the chemical gang's compound fell like wheat before a scythe. In no time, the ground was littered with corpses, not a single one left standing. The chemical gang manager's face turned pale with terror. Who the hell is this guy? Not only did he turn Poison Mom into a limbless torso, but he's also so ruthless, killing nearly 1,000 people without batting an eye. So brutal. Li Qinwu, shouldering his slightly warm rifle, beckoned to the manager. The manager hurried over, bowing and scraping. Li Qinwu asked, "How many workers do we have here? Do they usually inhale the exhaust?" "Sir, we have 1700 workers. To control them, Poison Mom also made them inhale the exhaust." Li Qinwu grunted in acknowledgement, thinking to himself that since that was the case, these people couldn't be kept and would all have to be replaced. After all, he had 300 workers over at the fertilizer gang. The chemical equipment was similar, so bringing half of them over should be enough to keep things running. What chemicals do you produce here? The manager replied, we produce stabilizers, the kind used for stabilizing gunpowder and propellant charges in bullets and shells. Li Qinwu knew about this. Stabilizers, also known as granulating agents or retardants. The propellant for bullets and shells isn't in powder form, but in granules thanks to this substance. Not only did it turn the propellant into granules, but it also made it more stable and controlled its energy release rate. The technical complexity of stabilizers was quite high, even harder to produce than the propellant itself. With it, the propellant could achieve 100 of its potential power. Li Qinwu's breathing grew heavier. This was a military-grade product. Combined with the fertilizer gang's explosives production line, he could almost mass-produce bullets. Overcome with excitement, Li Qinwu kept scratching his face with his fingers. If he could set up a bullet production line and then figure out a way to establish a firearm production line, which was much simpler than a bullet line, he could achieve freedom in arms production. Li Qinwu found an iron rod, tied Poison Mother to it, and carried her into the laboratory on his shoulder. Come on, beauty, it's time to serve your purpose. Introduce me to these novel little gadgets and what they do. Poison Mother felt herself bound to the rod like an object, a humiliation so profound it seared her soul, yet to survive she had no choice but to comply. She began to describe the laboratory's contents, a dazzling array of items that left Li Qinwu utterly. The laboratory housed everything from synthetic chemicals and drugs, purification and temperature control equipment, culture dishes, to a massive modified surgical table. These items, extraordinary in appearance alone, were used by Poison Mother to synthesize stimulants and muscle-building steroids. Li Qinwu also spotted several large culture dishes filled with a liquid within which lay several individuals whose bodies were transforming into chemical pigs, clearly undergoing modification. Somewhat dazzled, Li Qinwu asked, what were you before? Having equipment like this isn't simple. It wasn't originally from the factory, was it? Hearing this question, Poison Mother felt a pang of despondency. I was a physician in the upper nest specializing in treating nobles. A noble took a fancy to my beauty, wanting not only to be cured, but also to play Gwent with me. I refused, and they found various excuses to cast me down to the bottom nest. After arriving in the bottom nest, I still had a shred of connections. I exhausted that last bit of influence to transport all my equipment from my upper nest clinic down here. I used those connections to secure armed support, seized a factory, and from then on I occupied it, using drugs to control these people into working for me. Li Qinwu clicked his tongue in amazement. Poison Mother looked like a Warhammer brute. He couldn't fathom what the nobles above found appealing. Had they grown tired of delicacies and craved coarse fare? Afterward, he asked many practical questions such as her factory's income and who her superior was, and Poison Mother answered each one. Her factory earned 1.5 million monthly with over 8 million in savings, and her superior was Lady Red, the very same noble who sold wine. Upon hearing the name Lady Red, a glint flickered in Li Qinwu's eyes as he pondered whether he could exploit this connection to break into the upper nest wine market. But he quickly withdrew his thoughts, gazing at the half-dead Poison Mother. All right, sweetie pie, now that the routine stuff is out of the way, let's talk about something spicy. Why should I let you live? Poison Mother tensed up and shouted frantically, those nerve agent steroid drugs and the method to create chemical pigs. Only I know them. No one else does. If I die, no one will ever be able to produce these things again. Li Qinwu shook his head in disappointment. Sorry, but those things you mentioned, I don't need any of them. You must offer greater sincerity or it'll be hard for you to survive. Poison Mother immediately yelled, claiming she was researching several new types of agents that were nearly finished and so on, but no matter what she said, Li Qinwu just shook his head. As she went on, Poison Mother grew desperate, fabricating wildly, nearly claiming she could craft an Astartes with her bare hands. Li Qinwu, no longer willing to listen to her nonsense, stepped outside, and before nearly 1,000 onlookers took her hand and said tenderly, "Come, my dear, let me lift you high." Then grabbing her remaining hand, he spun her around on the spot, whirling her like a meteor hammer. Poison Mother let out a piercing scream, crying out with each rotation, feeling on the verge of vomiting. The big windmill spins with a creak. The scenery here is truly unique. The sky is fair, the earth is fair, and there are a bunch of happy little pals. Li Qinwu sang as he spun, occasionally letting out a childish bell-like laugh. As the speed increased, he released his grip, hurling Poison Mother into the air. Like a hammer throw, she soared toward the ceiling, accompanied by a slowly fading scream. Instantly, Li Qinwu steadied himself, swung the laser gun from his back, raised its muzzle, and fired at the flying projectile in the sky. A streak of scarlet laser precisely struck the projectile, causing it to explode in midair. As Poison Mother burst apart with a scream, Li Qinwu acquired a neutral reactor, 4 reactors producing stabilizers, and the stabilizer trade route. Afterward, Li Qinwu formally took over the conquered territory. He first ordered all of Poison Mother's original workers to be expelled. Not a single one would stay. They were all addicts, ticking time bombs ready to explode at any moment. He then relocated 1500 workers from his hometown, assigning them to control the neutral reactor and Poison Mother's reactors. The benefit of having increased his workforce earlier now became evident. He could easily pull half of them to get the factory running. Afterward, Li Qinwu gave orders to the foreman to restore the workforce of both factories to 300, giving him a total of 600 workers. As for his 200 soldiers, he split them in half, leaving one half at the original factory and the other at the stabilizer factory. He planned to expand his army based on these 200 men. With the increase in workers, the number of soldiers could naturally grow too, and he aimed to recruit 600 more. Poison Mother's stabilizer factory earned 1.5 million monthly, far more than the fertilizer gang's profits. With so much money, he could support a larger army. In this Warhammer-esque medieval space setting, whoever had a gun was king. Hoarding money was useless, spending it to gain real power was the only truth. Over the next few days, Li Qinwu focused on expansion, recruiting new workers, organizing a new army, and promoting officers. Through a series of operations, his strength grew considerably. At the same time, Li Qinwu began contemplating manufacturing guns and ammunition. Making guns wasn't difficult. His forces controlled several workshops used for repairing chemical plant parts, equipped with lathes and various stamping tools. With slight modifications to these tools and the right steel materials, he could replicate the PDF automatic. Ammunition was even simpler. The chemical gang's stabilizers were already finished products, and he could skim a portion from what was required to be handed over. As for the fertilizer gang, their high-energy explosives served as the basic raw material for gunpowder. Combining the two would yield propellant. For casings and bullets, plastic steel casings and ceramic bullet heads would suffice. Indeed, the PDF automatic rifle fired ceramic bullets, a material superior to steel in performance and cheaper as well. Li Qinwu sought out a few veteran workers, handed them some money and an automatic rifle, and asked them to study it in the workshop to see if they could replicate it. Afterward, he sent people to dismantle several pieces of equipment from Poison Mother's Research Institute and brought them back to his hideout to upgrade the medical station. Upgrading the medical station from LV1 to LV2 required a large culture tank, a high-precision operating table, chemical extraction equipment, and a ventilator. All 4 items were high-grade. Li Qinwu had searched the lower and middle nests in vain, only to find them at Poison Mother's place. Li Qinwu installed the equipment in his hideout, upgrading the medical station from LV1 to LV2 and unlocking more medications. Greater strength injection increases strength by 10 iteration 1 day, or requires 4 advanced medical synthesis material. Greater endurance injection increases endurance by 10 iteration 1 day, or requires 4 advanced medical synthesis material. Sacred cooling ointment, pain relief, spirit 10, strong sacred effect, forcibly removes chaos, corruption, and mental control, durability 2020. Requires 1 sacred wine, 1 sacred oil, 5 advanced medical synthesis material. Output 2 sacred cooling ointment. The greater strength injection and greater endurance injection were superior replacements for their lesser counterparts, doubling the effects. The sacred cooling ointment was particularly intriguing, a composite effect that combined several special traits, eliminating the need for separate painkillers and sacred wine. Moreover, 1 bottle of sacred wine and 1 bottle of sacred oil yielded 2 sacred cooling ointments. Each ointment could be used 20 times effectively, providing 40 uses. Previously, to apply the strong sacred state to himself, Li Qinwu had to drink sacred wine directly, which had only 10 durability and came in a bulky bottle that was inconvenient to carry. Now he could craft sacred cooling ointment, a substance similar to Vaseline, in a small tin, making it hot. Li Qinwu immediately began mass production, aiming to stockpile a large quantity of the greater injections and sacred cooling ointment. He also continued his firearm manufacturing, inspecting each gun upon completion for special attributes. Special attributes on firearms were rare, appearing roughly once every 15 to 20 guns. Among the PDF automatic rifles, Li Qinwu had repaired only 2 or 3 had special attributes, none of which were particularly overpowering. All were either precision armor piercing or one that guaranteed no jamming. These attributes wouldn't turn the tide of battle, but they were better than nothing. Li Qinwu awarded them to a few of his old subordinates and thought little more of it. While Li Qinwu was holed up in his hideout, crafting various items, his radio suddenly crackled to life with the voice of Lieutenant Rudison. "Buddy, we've got an important meeting here. Higher-ups are coming for an inspection. You'd better come." Li Qinwu didn't think much of it. It was just a meeting, right? He drove his little maintenance vehicle, weaving through the streets until he reached the PDF camp. But as soon as he entered, he sensed something was off. The entire camp was shrouded in a grim, murderous atmosphere. Soldiers were assembled everywhere, and crates of ammunition lined the ground. Heavy weapons were lined up in a row. Feller rifles and Chimera troop transports were the least of it. More impressive were the massive artillery pieces. The cannons had a caliber exceeding 150 millimeters, their long, thick barrels pointing toward the sky. While not as ferocious as fortress guns, they were undeniably devastating among field artillery. Holy shit, are they planning an offensive against the rebels? Li Qinwu muttered to himself as he hurried back to Lieutenant Rudison's sector. By then Rudison had already assembled his soldiers. All of them stood in formation, rifles in hand and armor donned, awaiting the commander's address. Rudison spotted Li Qinwu and beckoned him over. The higher-ups have gone crazy. Suddenly they've ordered a full assembly and placed us on high alert. The inspector might come for roll call. If you're not here and get singled out, it'll be trouble. So come and get your name checked, then you can do whatever you want. Li Qinwu nodded, then nudged Rudison with his elbow, pointing at the 8 cannons lined up in the sector. Holy shit, your sector has artillery too. A proud look spread across Lieutenant Rudison's face. These are my precious babies. I keep them wrapped in oiled cloth in the underground bunker. If it weren't for this high alert, I wouldn't have brought them out. It's worth noting that in Warhammer 40k, the organization of human military forces is rather peculiar. For example, an infantry regiment truly consists only of infantry, not a single vehicle or cannon. A tank regiment, on the other hand, is all tanks with no infantry. An artillery regiment is entirely artillery. This odd structure stems from a terrifying Great Rebellion in the Imperium's history. The mass defection of entire military formations inflicted unimaginable damage on the Imperium. After the rebellion, the Imperium reflected and decided to make their legions functionally singular to prevent future revolts. A regiment would be either all infantry, all tanks, or all artillery. Such a regiment had extremely narrow functionality, either offensive or defensive capability, but incapable of urban combat. This directly meant that many regiments lacked the capacity to rebel. Their functionality was simply. However, this rule clearly applied only to the main imperial military force, the Astra Militarum. Forces like the PDF, which had a quasi-puppet nature, didn't follow it. Take Lieutenant Rudison, for instance. He was just a battalion commander, yet his battalion had both armored vehicles and artillery. With his battalion alone, he had both offensive and defensive capabilities. If he wanted to rebel, it would be just a... At that moment, Li Qinwu stared at the 8 cannons somewhat entranced and nudged Rudison again with his elbow. I think these cannons are a bit broken. How about? Lieutenant Rudison gasped sharply and quickly stepped away from Li Qinwu. Holy shit. Don't you fucking start. My cannons aren't broken. Not a single one. Li Qinwu began pulling out money as he spoke. Your eyesight's off. Take a good look. They're broken. These cannons really are broken and need to be recycled. I can find a buyer. Lieutenant Rudison immediately grabbed Li Qinwu's hand, preventing him from taking out the money. This one really isn't broken. Don't be crazy. Li Qinwu said seriously, this one can really be broken. Lieutenant Rudison took a deep breath. This one really can't be broken. With a tug, Li Qinwu still failed to acquire the cannon. Such a large item, Lieutenant Rudison dared not make a mistake when inspections were conducted every month, and if this thing were sold, it would mean his doom. Then it was a matter of waiting for the inspection to arrive and for the meeting to assign them tasks. Li Qinwu and Lieutenant Rudison were smoking in a shaded area when Li Qinwu asked, "What is PDF up to lately? Why has it escalated to a state of heightened alert? Are we going to take action against the insurgents?" Lieutenant Rudison exhaled a puff of smoke and shook his head. I don't know. The higher-ups suddenly said to be on alert without informing us of the specifics. I'm still completely in the dark about it. At that moment, a military vehicle entered the camp and the messenger shouted, "Lieutenant Rudison, the commander has issued orders for you to immediately lead your troops into the Nest City. Your battalion needs to take over the areas D113 to D116 in the central nest, setting up checkpoints at each intersection to prohibit personnel from passing." The messenger handed a document to Lieutenant Rudison and then left, leaving him with a serious expression. Damn it, I thought we were going to fight the insurgents, but now I'm ordered to lead the troops into the Nest City. What's going on? Li Qinwu took a glance at the document. It bore the official seals of the military and regiment, confirming it. Li Qinwu muttered, "Small matters require a meeting, but for major issues there's no meeting. You don't even know what's happening, and they want you to lead troops into the Nest City. How something significant must have occurred." Lieutenant Rudison furrowed his brow deeply and took out a whistle to blow it. "Everyone pay attention, get on the vehicles, we are heading into the Nest City." Immediately, over 1,000 of Rudison's men sprang into action. Those with vehicles boarded the military trucks, while others marched towards the Nest City. Chimera troop carriers, military trucks, jeeps. Various vehicles formed a long line, entering the Nest City in a grand procession. Li Qinwu could have left directly, but his curiosity about what had happened compelled him to temporarily regain his position as sergeant and follow Lieutenant Rudison into the Nest City. Along the way, they saw several other regiments' PDFs also entering the Nest City. Lieutenant Rudison spotted a familiar officer from another regiment and approached him to inquire about the situation. However, the other officer looked equally bewildered, stating he had no idea what was going on and had just received orders to mobilize troops into the Nest City. With no other choice, they could only comply with the orders since they were unaware of what had happened. Lieutenant Rudison's battalion quickly entered the D113 to D116 area of the Nest City, establishing checkpoints, deploying heavy weapons, and setting up firepower points to completely seal off these regions. After chatting with Rudazan for a while, Li Qinwu returned to his reinforced squad. Having received a medal last time, the commander saw him as a promising talent and assigned him to lead a reinforced squad of 20 men. Li Qinwu had yet to meet these 20 soldiers who were officially his subordinates, and he intended to check on them. As he wandered through the streets, there wasn't a single ordinary citizen in sight. All that passed were soldiers in military uniforms. The civilians had been sent back to their homes, and anyone who dared to show themselves in the streets would be met with the butt of a PDF rifle. After wandering a few rounds, he arrived at the intersection controlled by his squad. His 20 soldiers had set up sandbags and erected steel plate barricades, completely sealing off the intersection. Upon Li Qinwu's arrival, the 20 soldiers, upon seeing his rank and the badge hanging from his chest, immediately stood at attention and saluted, recognizing that their squad leader had arrived. Li Qinwu examined his men. It was a standard PDF squad dressed in tricolor camouflage and armed with PDF automatic rifles equipped with a few grenades. Among the 20 men, there were 4 PDF light machine guns providing decent firepower, suitable for defense, but not for assault. A sergeant stepped forward, stood at attention, and said, "Sir, please give your orders." Li Qinwu waved his hand. "No need for instructions, you just relax. Organize yourselves, assign someone to watch this intersection, and don't let anyone through." The 20 PDF soldiers sighed in relief at Li Qinwu's arrangement. They had never met their superior and were unsure of his character, fearing he might be a strict person. However, the moment their leader spoke, it was clear he was just like them, a laid-back individual who preferred to take it. Li Qinwu found a comfortable spot to sit on the ground, crossed his legs, and lit a cigarette for himself. He noticed a riot control gear rack next to him, which held several rubber batons. He picked one up and swung it. The baton seemed to have been reinforced with steel, feeling very solid. Hitting someone with it would likely break bones. Seeing Li Qinwu so relaxed, the other soldiers also loosened up. A few soldiers cautiously began chatting, and when they saw Li Qinwu didn't mind, they grew bolder and started playing cards. With Li Qinwu not intervening, everyone completely relaxed, engaging in conversation, boasting, playing cards, and some even pulled out small bottles to drink. Among them, 2 sergeants seemed to take on the roles of squad leaders, gathering around Li Qinwu to ask if he wanted to play cards. Li Qinwu, feeling bored, decided to join them in playing cards, which helped him bond with his soldiers. Li Qinwu asked the 2 squad leaders their names, and they told him their nicknames. The taller one was called Egghead because his head was bald and shiny, resembling an egg. The shorter one was called Black Charcoal, who was dark-skinned and short, resembling a piece of charcoal. That's how everyone. The 3 of them played cards for money, playing dozens of rounds, and Li Qinwu didn't lose a single hand. The 2 fellows lost their entire month's pay, with stacks of cash piling up in front of Li Qinwu, leaving them with worried faces. Jokingly, with Li Qinwu's memory, it was as if he had a card-counting device. Moreover, he used psychic tendrils to cheat, extending one to sneak a look at their cards behind them. It was no wonder the 2 could win. Li Qinwu discarded the cards in his hand, strode to the sandbags, and gazed toward the crossroads ahead. His group of over 20 men had barricaded the road with sandbags and steel plates, flanked by civilian residences standing 4 or 5 stories tall, their doors and windows tightly shut. Before them lay a vast crossroads wide enough to accommodate 6 large trucks side by side. At that moment, a crowd surged from the opposite side of the crossroads, numbering in the hundreds, densely packing the intersection. Li Qinwu spat on the ground, hoisted an automatic rifle, and seized a megaphone handed by a nearby soldier, bellowing, "Listen up, you unruly lot. I don't care what claims you have, what demands you make, what grievances you air, or what you want to force the government into. I couldn't give a damn. Right now, this instant, get the hell back to your homes, crawl into your dog holes, and wait for the lockdown to end, or I'll kiss your asses with my combat boots." Just then, a woman emerged from the opposing crowd, a bizarre smile etched on her face, clutching an olive branch in one hand and a bell in the other. "Oh, brave warrior, we harbor no hostility. We only wish to share the joy of the harvest with you. Have you ever heard of the god of bounty? A great entity that enriches crops and multiplies livestock." Li Qinwu drew a sharp breath, snatched his radio, and hailed Lieutenant Rudisan's channel. "Holy shit, Rudy. We've got a big fucking problem. A cult. I'm requesting permission to open fire now." The radio crackled with chaos, suggesting Lieutenant Rudisan was also under assault from cultists. "Hold your fire. The higher-ups haven't authorized it yet." Li Qinwu roared. "This is obviously a damn cult with their god of bounty bullshit, and you still won't let us shoot." Lieutenant Rudisan shouted back in equal urgency, "I said no firing. The higher-ups haven't..." As he spoke, the hundreds before Li Qinwu began advancing toward the sandbags, seemingly intent on breaching the line. "They're closing in. If we don't shoot now, they'll break through." A pause hung over the radio before the reply came. "Do whatever you must, but no shooting, no permission, no guns. Anything else is your call." With that, Lieutenant Rudisan signed off his end, drowned in noise, signaling an even graver situation. Li Qinwu cursed under his breath, eyeing the slow-approaching figures with their eerie smiles, a chill crawling. Though they still bore human forms, he sensed something deeply wrong with their minds. What was it? It was like the plague-ridden zombies in Horse Village. He could feel that same plague zombie aura radiating from the corruption of evil gods sometimes begins not with the flesh, but with the spirit. These people, though physically unchanged, had their minds tainted. The so-called god of bounty was obviously a guise for Nurgle or one of his greater demons. These fiends always concoct devious schemes to corrupt the human world. They trick ignorant farmers, promising that faith in the god of bounty would yield bumper crops and more livestock. But in truth, the wheat grows rotten, sickening those who eat it, while the livestock births malformed creatures, even murderous monsters. Watching the cultist draw nearer, Li Qinwu clicked his tongue. Seizing the rare chance, he decided to hone his close combat skills. He pulled out a large endurance needle and a strength needle, jabbed them into himself, then smeared sacred balm on. His stats surged to strength 30, endurance 30, and energy 40. Feeling like a superhuman, he grabbed a rubber baton, vaulted over the sandbags, and strode toward the cultist dogs. "Sir, what are you doing?" Egghead yelled, trying to call him back. Li Qinwu waved dismissively, ordered them to hold the line, and let no one through, then marched straight toward the hundreds ahead. As he closed in, the uncanny nature of the crowd grew more palpable. It was that same unsettling feeling of being smiled at warmly, yet chilled to the bone. The cultists grinned as Li Qinwu approached, and he mirrored their smile. Reaching the woman at the forefront who held leaves and a bell, she opened her arms wide. "Brave warrior, allow me to introduce the bounty." Before she could finish, Li Qinwu erupted, raising his steel-reinforced baton and smashing it down on her head. A heavy thud echoed as her skull caved like a watermelon, her eyes bulging from the intracranial force. She crumpled dead on the spot, returning to the embrace of her god of bounty. Li Qinwu flicked brain matter off his baton, still grinning. "Anyone else still believe in the god of bounty? Step forward and let me see." The cultist stood frozen, shocked by his sudden brutality. Terror and fear flickered across many faces, and a glimmer of clarity returned to some eyes. The corruption of evil gods is gradual. These people were only tainted mentally. Perhaps they saw the world through a distorted lens, but a violent shock could still snap them back. Indeed, after witnessing Li Qinwu's mad killings, a few regained their senses, even wondering why they were there. Yet some remained lost. A few pointed at Li Qinwu, scolding with exasperation. "Why did you do that? She only wanted to invite you into our family, you." Before he could finish, Li Qinwu charged, smashing the baton across his face. A crack rang out as the man's jaw shattered, teeth flying. Then another blow to his forehead, another crack, and his skull caved in, sending him to the ground in a twitching dance. With another brutal kill, more cultists snapped back to reality, but the majority only grew more accusatory. Li Qinwu rolled his neck, pointing the baton at them. "You bunch of bastards, daring to believe in an evil god's lies. I'll have to rein you in hard." With that, he raised his baton and lunged toward those shouting the loudest. "Hey, the boss is already charged out. Are we just going to stand here and watch?" Hyten asked Dantu. Dantu curled his lip. "The boss didn't order us to follow him. Why are you so eager? What do you get paid extra?" Hyten thought about it and figured that was true, so he stayed put. Dantu watched Li Qinwu swing his baton ahead and added, "And I feel we probably don't need to help." Li Qinwu had completely broken through. He charged into the crowd, swinging his baton with fierce momentum. With a physique 3 times that of an ordinary person plus the steel-reinforced baton, it was a case of touch and die, graze and perish. Li Qinwu now knew these people were minions of the evil god, so he showed no mercy. Each swing of his baton aimed for their heads, each blow causing brains to splatter. In just that brief engagement, Li Qinwu had already beaten 5 to death. Having killed so many were jolted awake, snapping out of the evil god's mental filter and beginning to flee. The others, perhaps more heavily contaminated, showed no fear at Li Qinwu's killings and tried to subdue him. Li Qinwu struck a man's neck with his baton, snapping it instantly. The man dropped dead without a sound. Another tried to grab Li Qinwu's arm from behind, but Li Qinwu elbowed him in the face, driving his nose into. More and more cultists surrounded him, many brandishing wooden clubs and steel pipes, attempting to restrain and assimilate him. But Li Qinwu was ferocious, beating anyone he caught within an inch of their life. 4 or 5 poles jabbed at him, trying to knock him down. Li Qinwu didn't even grunt when struck. He grabbed one pole, yanked it hard, pulled the man close, and smashed his baton into the man's skull, sending brain matter flying. 4 or 5 people lunged at once to pin him down. Li Qinwu delivered a straight kick to the groin of the one in front, rendering him utterly incapacitated. Then a right leg whip sent the man on his right sprawling. Following that, a lightning-fast 5-strike combo with his baton, which whipped through the air like a lash, cracking skulls and killing instantly. In the blink of an eye, Li Qinwu had killed over 20 people and felt a wave of fatigue. He quickly pulled a sports drink from his belt, opened it, and gulped it down. As he drank, a cultist tackled him to the ground, and then 4 or 5 more piled on, pinning him beneath them. The 20-plus soldiers behind the sandbags could no longer stand by. Damn it, at this rate the boss would be beaten to death. Though they were just clock punchers collecting paychecks, they couldn't watch their boss get killed. 20 soldiers immediately charged out from cover, swinging their batons and savagely beating the cultists. These soldiers also fought with lethal intent, their batons aimed directly at heads, killing a man with a few strikes. They wouldn't have been so ruthless, but Li Qinwu had set the precedent. With so many killed by Li Qinwu, the ordinary hive city dwellers had long fled. These people before them were clearly off. They hadn't run, so the soldiers began killing without mercy. With 20 men fighting together, it was far more efficient than Li Qinwu fighting alone. Nearly 100 cultists wailed in agony under the rain of baton blows. Dantu and Haiten rushed to Li Qinwu's side, beat the cultists off him, and helped him up. After being helped up, Li Qinwu laughed heartily, clapping them on the shoulders. "Damn, I thought you two were going to watch me get killed. Good you dared to fight alongside me. You've got spirit. Listen up, everyone. Beat these cultist bastards to death. When this is over, I'll give each of you a 10th Sandiyuan bonus." Hearing about the 10th Sandiyuan bonus, everyone's eyes turned bloodshot. With full pay, even a demon could. Motivated by the bonus, the soldiers swung their batons with renewed vigor, and the air filled with the screams of cultists and the cracking of bones. Li Qinwu led the 20 soldiers, charging into the cultist horde and killing relentlessly. In no time, 50 or 60 bodies with shattered skulls littered the ground. The remaining cultists, perhaps jolted back to their senses or simply afraid to die, finally broke and scattered like birds and beasts. Li Qinwu hurled his baton at a fleeing cultist. The baton spun through the air, smashing into the man's back and sending him crashing to the ground. Immediately, 5 or 6 PDF soldiers surrounded him, delivering 6 strikes per second with their batons. When they stepped back, all that remained was a pile of bone and flesh. After the cultists fled, nothing was left but a heap of corpses. Li Qinwu quickly called the 20 soldiers over, lined them up, and applied sacred balm to their faces. The evil god's corruption was contagious. These soldiers had fought in close quarters with the cultists and might have been contaminated. The balm was needed to cleanse the corruption. As Li Qinwu was applying the balm, the radio crackled. "Open fire. Open fire. Higher command has authorized us to shoot. All units, if anyone tries to breach the line, shoot immediately." No sooner had the radio fallen silent than the hive city erupted with gunfire like popping beans. Every street, every rooftop had people shooting. Light weapons, heavy weapons, even the sound of autocannons. It felt like a world war. Li Qinwu cursed, "Damn it. I just finished off the cultists and now you say we can shoot. I can't believe this." As Li Qinwu fumed, Dantu quickly alerted him, "Sir, look over there." Li Qinwu thought, "What now?" Turning his head, he saw rows of Chimera troop transports driving from the other end of the street toward the hive city's center. Flanking the Chimera transports were a large number of PDF infantry. Judging by the numbers and scale, it was likely more than a regiment. Li Qinwu had no idea where they were headed and could only watch from behind cover as they moved away. But from the PDF army, a jeep drove toward Li Qinwu's position. An officer stepped out and shouted, "By order of the Military Affairs Department, your squad is now requisitioned. You will be integrated into my unit and proceed to the upper hive for combat." "Huh, going to the upper hive?" Li Qinwu stared at the officer before him in utter bewilderment. What the hell did it mean to fight in the upper hive? Had the upper hive fallen? Li Qinwu and his 20 soldiers were stunned. The upper hive was the wealthiest and most secure area of the entire hive city. How could it possibly have fallen? Seeing them shaken, the officer barked, "Military emergency. Obey orders immediately." As he spoke, several soldiers surrounded them, leveling las guns at Li Qinwu's 20 men. Indeed, las guns. Every soldier before them was armed with las guns and clad in carapace armor. Clearly not an ordinary PDF unit. Li Qinwu narrowed his eyes, thinking that the rougher the waters, the bigger the catch. Since he was headed to the upper hive anyway, he might as well see what was there. "Yes, sir." "Well, join your unit immediately." "But sir, if you don't mind me asking, which unit are you from?" The officer snorted and strode toward the military vehicle. "We're the 9th PDF Regiment. Merge with my force now and fight alongside me in the upper hive." Li Qinwu thought to himself, no wonder they were all equipped with las guns and carapace armor. They were reserve Astra Militarum. The Imperium levied taxes from every planet, and among those taxes were soldiers. Typically, the Imperium demanded only the most elite troops from a planet, as only the finest could meet the Astra Militarum's recruitment standards. A planet's PDF was organized into regiments, each with a baseline strength of around 3,000, totaling several hundred regiments. The planetary governor would cherry-pick the most elite soldiers, grouping them into the top 10 numbered PDF regiments and equipping them with the best weapons. When the Tithe fleet arrived, these PDF regiments would be reorganized into the Astra Militarum, leaving their homeworld forever. The PDF soldiers before Li Qinwu were from those top 10 regiments, elite quasi-Astra Militarum troops. The elite regiment had entered the upper hive. What exactly was happening there? Before long, Li Qinwu and his soldiers boarded the great elevator with the elite regiment. With a thunderous roar, the elevator began its ascent. The great elevator was enormous, capable of transporting over 3,000 men and 30 Chimera transports to the upper hive in a single trip. Li Qinwu huddled in a corner with his 20 soldiers eyeing a commissar ahead who wore a peaked cap, a black cloak, and carried a bolt pistol and chain sword at his waist. Commissars were the ideological soldiers of the imperial military tasked with maintaining morale, rooting out traitors within the ranks, and executing deserters. The distant commissar sensed someone watching him and looked up at Li Qinwu. Their eyes met for a moment, and the commissar paused, surprised that a soldier dared to hold his gaze. Commissars were known as the executioners of deserters. They often killed more of their own men than the enemy, earning both fear and hatred from the soldiers. The commissar's expression grew stern as he stared back at Li Qinwu. Not wanting trouble, Li Qinwu lowered his head, took out a cigarette, and lit it. He said to his 20 soldiers, "Remember, if you want to go home alive, stay close to me once we're up there." Li Qinwu knew that the bigger the commotion, the graver the crisis. Even the elite regiment had been mobilized. This was bound to be bad. The 20 soldiers were tense, sweat beading on their faces as they too sensed something was wrong. Just then the great elevator emitted a series of clanks, the gears engaged, and the massive iron doors swung open. A commissar in the army shouted, "Fix bayonets, everyone. Follow me to Spire 23. Kill every living thing you encounter, and I mean every living thing." At the commissar's command, the elite regiment's soldiers fixed their bayonets, and the engines of the Chimera transports roared to life. As the elevator doors opened fully, the deafening sounds of gunfire and explosions erupted. With a loud cry, the commissar led the elite regiment charging out of the elevator, sweeping Li Qinwu and his 20 soldiers along. Li Qinwu gazed around with curiosity at the upper hive, the most opulent part of the entire hive city. Broad streets, lush greenery, vibrantly colored residences, and an array of advanced public facilities. Li Qinwu marveled. Truly, this was the wealth sustained by 10 billion souls. The environment here rivaled that of an ordinary county-level city from Earth's 3K era. Indeed, while some bore the burden, others enjoyed splendor. But this splendor seemed to have reached a level of 1-4. As Li Qinwu ran with the army, he glanced at the streets. They were strewn with corpses, all highly mutated plague zombies. This infection level, damn, it's even worse than in Mob Village. These plague zombies all had horns, their bodies grotesquely swollen, standing over 2 meters tall, clearly mutated for some time. Then Li Qinwu looked at the army around him. These elite troops weren't wearing any protective gear as they entered the infected zone. How could they possibly survive? A chill ran down Li Qinwu's spine. With a commissar present, the elite regiment must have known the dangers of infection, yet they still entered. Why? He recalled the commissar's order to attack Spire 23 and began to piece it together. Spires were even more exclusive than the upper hive. If the upper hive was a wealthy district, the spires were the villa district. These spires pierced the atmosphere, each one an atmospheric garden, a residence for the elite. The elite regiment was attacking the spire, likely to rescue some noble, even if it meant dying from infection. Sure enough, when the elite regiment reached the edge of Spire 23, tens of thousands of plague zombies blocked their path. These plague zombies were highly mutated. Some were once upper hive citizens, now bloated monsters. Others were former soldiers, still wielding weapons. By the God Emperor, such blasphemy. Open fire. Destroy them. Flammers forward. Purify them. An elite regiment officer bellowed, and the soldiers immediately attacked. Beams of laser fire streaked through the air, a continuous chorus of pew-pew-pew. The Chimera transports mounted heavy las cannons, firing beams as thick as a fist that tore through the zombie horde, erupting in bursts of energy. Nearly 100 flammers advanced, their muzzles aimed at the plague zombie horde, spewing torrents of chemical fire that ignited blazing torches among the undead. The zombie horde, a cacophony of twisted monsters, laughed joyfully as they charged through the laser fire. Some zombies, still clutching las guns, returned fire against the elite regiment. The battle erupted in an instant, with firefights breaking out everywhere. Egghead and Blackie scrambled over to Li Qinwu, trembling. "Boss, what do we do?" They were terrified. This level of combat, these grotesque mutants were far beyond their capabilities. Li Qinwu glanced left and right. No one was watching him. Everyone was locked in battle. The commissar was gone too, likely at the front lines. "Come on, follow me. We're getting out of here." Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Li Qinwu began to retreat with his men. He didn't bolt outright, knowing that the main elevator area was swarming with PDF elite troops who would gun down any soldier turning back. Thus, after a brief orientation, Li Qinwu led his soldiers toward a nearby store. His plan was to take shelter there, waiting for the external situation to escalate before deciding his next move. His soldiers were terrified, disoriented in this unfamiliar upper nest teeming with monsters. The 20 men clung tightly to Li Qinwu as they rushed into the store for cover. "Close the door, stay away from windows, move to the deepest corner, and keep silent." Li Qinwu whispered his orders. The soldiers complied, shutting the door, drawing the curtains, and huddling in the store's innermost recess. Bullethead and Charcoal gathered around Li Qinwu with the other soldiers, asking anxiously, "Boss, what do we do next?" Li Qinwu pulled out a cigarette and lit it. "Wait. Let's see how things unfold before we act. Egghead nervously asked, Boss, can't we sneak back the same way we came? Li Qinwu exhaled smoke and shook his head. No. The main elevator is held by PDF elite troops. If they see us turning back, we'll be executed as deserters. We can't take the main elevator. We need another route. The group was at a loss. None of them were from the upper nest, so how could they know of paths leading to the mid-nest? Li Qinwu said, let's wait. Let the PDF elite fight the monsters. When both sides are battered well, we might find locals to guide us through routes that don't require the main elevator to descend to the mid-nest. The nest city was vast with intricate pipelines. The main elevator was merely a tool for moving large numbers of people and supplies. There were surely smaller elevators, ventilation shafts, or maintenance tunnels. Of course, getting back alone was simple for Li Qinwu. He could just find a spot to kill himself. But this rare chance to explore the upper nest was too precious. He wanted to roam, observe, and find a local guide to safely send these 20 unfortunate brothers back. Just then a confused soldier spoke nervously. Is this really okay? We're deserters now. If caught, we'll be shot. Our families will be punished too, exiled to the lower nest. The group turned to stare at the speaker, and Bullethead slapped his helmet. Idiot. Even if you die fighting, your family will still be sent to the lower nest. Li Qinwu flicked his cigarette ash and seized the moment. If fighting hard could earn us a way out, I'd lead you all to battle. But you probably don't know. Everyone who comes to the upper nest ends up dead. The soldiers' faces paled. Li Qinwu pointed his cigarette at them. You've seen those monsters outside. Are they natural? They'll tell you. They're plague zombies created by a demonic virus. I don't know what the upper nest lords were up to, but they've let this infection spiral out of control. I suspect everyone here is infected. Even if the PDF elite wipe out the zombies, higher-level forces will exterminate them. They were infected the moment they stepped off the elevator. It must be noted that in most territories of the Imperium of Man, the populace is subjected to an education of ignorance. Concepts like the warp demons and the ruinous powers are unknown to commoners. The Astra Militarum might know fragments, but only officers and commissars have clearer knowledge. All alien and demonic threats are generally termed heretics and xenos. PDF being local planetary defense forces tasked with maintaining stability, know even less. They are unaware of the warp's existence, let alone the four great chaos gods constantly seeking to claim their souls. Yet these soldiers possessed basic common sense. One of them, after hearing Li Qinwu, turned pale. Are we infected too? The others tensed up. Their intelligence was limited, but they weren't foolish. This world operated under such brutal rules, and those within had long adapted. They believed Li Qinwu. He had no motive to deceive them. They also believed that the PDF elite entering the upper nest without protection would be infected and later annihilated by higher echelons. Such occurrences were commonplace in the Imperium's military. Now panic set in as they feared their own infection. Li Qinwu chuckled mysteriously. Relax. As long as you don't wade into the zombie hordes you want catch the virus. He had previously applied sacred cooling oil to each of them, bestowing a potent holy state. These 20 soldiers were now like pure radiant sources. Any weak warp virus approaching would be incinerated, unable to attach. Though they didn't understand Li Qinwu's confidence, it injected a strong dose of reassurance into their anxious hearts. Everyone calmed down and waited in the store. During the wait, the soldiers grew curious about the upper nest shop. One picked up a small snack, a plastic-wrapped item resembling puffed food. He tore it open to reveal crispy rice crackers. Popping one into his mouth, he tasted a delightful roasted aroma. Delicious. As he ate, his eyes scanned the shelf and landed on the price. He froze. 200. Trembling, he stared at the tiny packet. This little bit-sized thing costs 200. Other soldiers also examined items on the shelves, their faces sinking as they saw the prices. Everything here started at double digits, with triple digits dominating. Charcoal approached the wine rack and pulled out a bottle of wine, its label depicting a woman removing her stockings. Illiterate, but recognizing numbers, the 3,000 price tag stung his eyes. I risked my life as a soldier for a month, and all I can buy here is one bottle of wine. All the soldiers were struck by the harsh reality. Their wages, typically 2,000 to 300, could only afford one or a few items in this ordinary upper nest store. Sitting in the corner, smoking, Li Qinwu saw the bewilderment and helplessness in their eyes. The upper nest, the utopia everyone yearned for, had shattered their perceptions just by displaying its prices. Li Qinwu shook his head. Honestly, the Imperium's dire state couldn't be blamed solely on external factors. Many world-ending threats were self-inflicted. The living conditions in the lower nest were over 100 times worse than the mid-nest, which was again over 100 times worse than the upper nest. Was the spire another 100 times beyond that? Such severe societal fragmentation made it easy for the Chaos God's minions to seduce those in misery into serving the warp. Li Qinwu listened to the gunfire and cannonade echoing through the streets outside, then addressed the soldiers before him. Find some unopened water and canned goods, stock up as much as you can. Once we're out, don't touch any other sources of water or food. They might be plague infected. The soldiers, snapping out of their daze at Li Qinhui's words, began selecting rations that were easy to carry. Then came a long, interminable wait. The gunfire from outside persisted, but it grew sparser and sparser, gradually drowned out by the raucous laughter of monsters. Li Qinhui muttered to himself, suspecting the plague zombies were about to overwhelm the PDF. These plague zombies were nothing like the ones in traditional zombie films. Their corrupted bodies were incredibly difficult to destroy physically. Even with laser rifles, it would take several consecutive hits to bring one down. Moreover, these plague zombies possessed intelligence and could wield human weapons and equipment. As the corruption of the plague god Nurgle accumulated, quantity would give way to quality. Powerful monsters would emerge from the plague zombies, and the local ecosystem would become plague-ridden. Just then a soldier ran up to Li Qinhui, exclaiming, "Boss, maggots are crawling out of the toilet. I've never seen maggots this big." Li Qinhui hurriedly followed the soldier to the restroom. The employee toilet was a seated one, but now maggots as thick as 2 fingers were writhing out of the bowl. Overcome with revulsion, Li Qinhui locked the restroom door and forbade any soldier from approaching it. They could relieve themselves in any corner if needed, as they wouldn't be staying long anyway. These oversized maggots were among the emblematic creatures of the plague god. The more severe the corruption in an area, the more ferocious these maggots became. At first they were just ordinary maggots, but they grew larger, becoming as thick as 2 or 3 fingers. Eventually they could easily burrow into a person's flesh, devouring them from the inside out. When the maggots pupated, they transformed into plague flies, entering an even more troublesome stage. In short, Li Qinhui was running out of time. He had to get his 20 men home quickly, or they would never make it. After waiting 4 or 5 hours, the gunfire on the streets ceased. The artificial ecosystem of the Hive City entered nightfall, and the man-made streetlights began to dim, simulating a nocturnal environment. Li Qinhui parted the curtain, watching the darkness descend outside. He said to the soldiers, "It's time to move. We must explore other areas now and see if we can find a local to guide us down to the mid-hive. All of you stay close to me. If you see anything suspicious in the dark, shoot first and ask questions later." The soldiers nodded, nervously following Li Qinhui as they crept into the dark streets outside. Li Qinhui glanced around. Each level of the Hive City was about 70 to 80 meters high, with numerous lamps at the top simulating natural light. Logically, in such an emergency, the lighting facilities should have been kept on constantly to aid the PDF's cleanup operations. This wasn't a horror movie deliberately plunging everything into darkness to create a terrifying atmosphere. The fact that the lights weren't left on could only mean one thing: the plague zombies had taken control of the lighting system. Darkness favored the plague zombies in combat, but hindered the PDF. Yet for Li Qinhui, the darkness now served as a cloak. The team advanced through the darkened streets of the upper hive, staying in the shadows, crouching low to minimize their silhouettes. What was once a beautiful upper hive street had turned into a demonic realm littered with corpses, civilians, monsters, and PDF soldiers alike. Even the mighty Chimera troop transport lay in ruins on the street like a steel tomb. Hyten murmured, "There were so many people when we came this morning. How did they lose in just one night? Are these monsters really that powerful?" That morning they had an entire elite regiment with laser rifles and a plethora of heavy weapons. When that elite regiment passed through their sector, they had also conscripted a crowd likely numbering over 4,000. In just a few hours, the night had swallowed everything except for sporadic gunfire. Had they been wiped out so cleanly? Everyone felt a chill of terror. Strange laughter echoed intermittently through the dark streets, but when they looked closely, there was nothing there. The constant startlement felt as though invisible ghosts were trailing them, ready to drag away anyone who fell behind. "Halt!" Li Qinhui, leading the group, suddenly gave the order and began checking his weapons and ammunition. Dantu asked nervously, "Boss, where are we going?" After confirming his autogun was in working order, Li Qinhui pointed ahead and said, "We're heading over there to see if there are any survivors." Before him lay a cluster of luxury apartment buildings. Those who lived in such places could be considered middle class in the upper hive. At the base of these buildings, nearly 100 plague zombies gathered, laughing incessantly and shouting up at the apartments, "Join us. Join our big family. Receive the Father's blessing, and the cold and harshness will never trouble you again. We can write poetry together, sing together," and Dantu and the other soldiers paled at the sight of the twisted, grotesque monsters. The plague zombies of Nurgle evoked an immediate, profound physical revulsion in anyone who laid eyes. Their bodies resembled giant cadavers with yellow-green rotting skin and writhing tentacle-like blisters, enough to make anyone nauseous. "Boss, we need to run." Li Qinhui ignored him, chambered around, and said, "Everyone prepare for battle. Raise your guns and take down these monsters. If the monsters are surrounding this building, it means there are still uninfected people inside. We need a local who knows the terrain to guide us out. Right now, stand back and open fire. Send these fiends back to hell." Without another word, Li Qinhui raised his gun and fired. Bang, bang, bang. The sharp crack of gunfire split the night as he pulled the trigger, rapidly delivering quick, precise shots. His firearm proficiency had reached 161, allowing him to hit any target within 100 meters with pinpoint accuracy. With each shot, a plague zombies had exploded, and it crumpled to the ground. Li Qinwu fired relentlessly, and within moments over a dozen plague zombies had fallen. The horde turned their dead faces frozen in smiles as they shambled toward Li Qinwu's group. "Oh, there are some lovely people here, don't worry, we'll kill you gently. When you open your eyes again, we'll be one big family." The plague zombie horde charged, and Li Qinwu's men with no other choice joined the firing line. With 20 autoguns blazing, a single volley mowed down nearly all the plague zombies. They succeeded so easily because Li Qinwu had applied the sacred cooling bomb to them. The sacred state warded off mental interference. Otherwise ordinary soldiers, seeing so many plague zombies, would likely have started losing their minds. Li Qinwu suspected that the elite PDF regiment hadn't been defeated in a direct fight, but from within. As the battle wore on, soldiers succumbed to the mental contamination and turned on their comrades. The longer one was exposed to the corruption of a chaos god, the more people would be affected, until an entire legion collapsed from the inside. Li Qinwu's group had no such problem. Without mental interference, these slow-moving plague zombies were no more dangerous than ordinary humans and were easily dispatched. After eliminating the plague zombies, Li Qinwu knew they had to withdraw quickly, otherwise more zombies drawn by the gunfire would surround them. He pulled out a powerful flashlight, aimed it at the luxury apartment building, and shouted, "Listen up, survivors inside. We're the PDF. The monsters downstairs have been eliminated. We need to move out immediately. You have 10 seconds to get down here. After that, we're leaving, and you'll be left to fend for yourselves." Li Qinwu's threat was effective. A window on an upper floor slid open, and a middle-aged man cautiously poked his head out to look below. He saw the plague zombies at the base of his building lying dead, and a flashlight flickering from a distant intersection, faintly illuminating over 20 figures in military uniforms. The man hesitated, torn over whether to come down. Li Qinwu, unwilling to give him time to decide, waved his hand and led his men toward the other end of the street. Seeing Li Qinwu's group turn to leave, the survivor on the upper floor let out a panicked cry, rushed down the stairs, and ran after them. Li Qinwu led the group as they turned and fled, the sound of their gunfire attracting numerous plague zombies from the darkness. The shadowy streets echoed with eerie laughter and the heavy thud of footsteps, a dense and countless horde approaching. The man from the high-end apartment building rushed down without a second thought, sprinting recklessly to catch up with Li Qinwu's group trailing at the very end of the line. Li Qinwu led the team through a series of twists and turns, discovering that his spiritual energy of 40 points allowed him to sense malevolent intent ahead. Relying on this faint perception, he successfully guided the group away from numerous dangers, arriving at an area that seemed relatively safe. It appeared to be a dining establishment, chaotic and empty inside, devoid of any people. After Li Qinwu led everyone into the shop, they concealed themselves and remained silent, rendering the monsters outside temporarily unaware of their presence. Li Qinwu instructed the others to rest and approached the man, demanding, "I don't care about your name or your identity, so don't waste my time with nonsense, and don't pull any of that upper nest high and mighty attitude with me. Now tell me, do you know any way out of the upper nest besides the main elevator?" After speaking, Li Qinwu scrutinized the man's appearance. The man was dressed in a black formal suit with a pair of sleek leather boots on his feet, his face etched with an unshaken. Li Qinwu couldn't see any symptoms of Nurgle's infection on the man yet, but he couldn't be sure. Perhaps he was already infected, and it would only manifest later. Li Qinwu wasn't concerned about this, as they had all applied the sacred cooling ointment, which should protect them from the Nurgle. If this upper nest dweller failed to prove his worth, Li Qinwu would simply expel him from the group, leaving him to fend for himself. Fortunately, the man had managed to survive in the upper nest, and was sharp enough to grasp the situation quickly. He said directly, I know of a small elevator that can take us from the upper nest to the middle nest, capable of transporting all of us at once." A wave of ecstasy swept over the soldiers present. They hadn't expected the first upper nest person they found to have a way to send them off. Li Qinwu frowned, sensing the crucial part was yet to come. As expected, the man continued, "But that small elevator is a private property belonging to my master. To activate it, we need either my master's iris scan or an electronic card authorization from him." Li Qinwu asked, "Who is your master? Is he still alive?" If this man, who seemed like a noble's butler, said his master was in one of the spires, Li Qinwu would have to abandon the idea of returning home. The spires, villas where true aristocrats resided, seemed to have become the primary targets of the plague zombies. With the few men Li Qinwu had, they couldn't possibly break in and rescue a noble of unknown fate. The noble butler quickly said, "My master is a piano virtuoso known as Lady Nightingale. She owns a theater and resides there daily, playing and singing. When these demons emerged, the lady must have been in her theater. If we go there, we can find her. With her presence, we can scan her iris to activate the small elevator and descend together to the middle nest." Li Qinwu pondered for a moment, then asked, "Your lady owns a theater and lives in it? Damn it, a place like that is bound to be crowded, and where there are people, there are monsters. My brothers and I have only 21 lives and we can't afford to charge through a sea of blood and corpses. The noble butler quickly reassured, don't worry, the monsters appeared suddenly during the day and my lattice theater only opens at night. That means aside from the staff there aren't many people in the theater. Li Qinwu thought it over as such theaters typically opened after 8 in the evening when people went out for entertainment after dinner, so it was indeed quiet during the day. Given that the plague outbreak happened during the day, the theater likely had very few people, so it was worth a look. Li Qinwu turned to his 20 soldiers. What do you say? Should we head to the theater? Once we find that young lady, we can make a quick escape. The soldiers exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Boss, you make the call. Well, follow your lead. Faced with this situation, their minds were tangled like a knot, leaving them incapable of clear thought. But their leader remained clear-headed, guiding them step by step toward a clue for survival. At times like this, it was best not to act foolishly or offer opinions. Blindly following the leader was the way to go. Li Qinwu nodded and pulled out a sacred cooling ointment from his pocket, twisting it 3 times with effort to open it. Ignoring the noble butler's struggle, he smeared some on his face, applying a powerful sacred state to him. The noble butler initially tried to dodge as Li Qinwu reached for his face. But once the ointment touched his skin, his chaotic contamination was purged, leaving his soul pure and clean, eliciting a sigh of relief. After the relief, his gaze toward Li Qinwu shifted. As a butler to a noble, he was well-traveled and had some knowledge of chaotic contamination and such matters. And this PDF officer before him had casually produced an item that could dispel the contamination on his body. Just how formidable was that? He paid utmost attention to Li Qinwu, watching as the man tucked the strange item back into his waist pouch. Li Qinwu had prepared a supply box for himself, which he wore at the back of his belt. Inside it could hold 4 strength needles, 4 endurance needles, 4 green needles, 2 blood packs, 3 small surgical kits, a bottle of holy wine in a canteen, 3 sacred cooling ointments, and 3 energy drinks. This small waist pouch was attached to Li Qinwu's back, wrapping around, slightly packed to the brim without hindering his movements. After applying the sacred state to the noble butler, Li Qinwu clapped his hands and said, lead the way to the theater. We're going to rescue your lady. Let's hope she's still alive. The previous chapter's Miss Scarlet has been changed to Miss Nightingale. The author is just an amateur and only learned from the comment section that Miss Scarlet was originally a great demon of color lust. This novel hasn't been introduced to other demons that quickly, so I'll change the name. By the way, I just want to say that I'm just an amateur who loves the story of Warhammer 40k. I've watched a lot of related content on Bilibili and then decided to write this fan fiction. My understanding of the Warhammer 40k universe is quite superficial. I know about the Emperor, a few Primarchs, and characters from games like Tau. So true Warhammer players reading my novel might feel like it lacks the essence of Warhammer, or that there are many inconsistencies in the lore. However, I have some experience in writing several novels. I personally think that since I can't become a Warhammer scholar in a short time, I'll focus my energy on crafting a good story. I'll do my best to write a captivating story for everyone. Regarding Warhammer knowledge, I'll learn through videos while writing and read the comments to enrich my understanding of this universe. If I make any significant errors related to the lore and see them in the comments, I will make corrections. However, if that error conflicts with my plot, I won't change it. Instead, I will note that this is how the original Warhammer world is, and I made a mistake in my writing. The world of Warhammer 40k is vast, and writing fan fiction in such a large universe has its pros and cons. The expansive lore means some authors won't be able to grasp all the details, resulting in numerous mistakes. But precisely because it is large with millions of worlds, it is sufficiently tolerant, allowing various chaotic settings to be forcibly explained as long as the story is well written. If I encounter any aspects of the lore that I don't understand in the future, I will search for them on Baidu and discuss with friends in the group to try to write an enjoyable story for everyone. The noble steward immediately led the way, guiding Li Qinwu and the others in a certain direction. After running for about 7 or 8 minutes, Li Qinwu suddenly grabbed the noble steward by his collar and pulled him down against the wall. Everyone squat down, don't move or make a sound. Li Qinwu commanded, and the group of soldiers behind him, startled like startled birds, obeyed immediately, some squatting down, some lying flat, trying to minimize their profile against the wall. Just as everyone hit, a burst of laughter echoed from the street about 200 meters ahead. Then hundreds of plague zombies walked from one end of the street to the other. Everyone gasped, shrinking their bodies further into the shadows. These plague zombies had severely distorted bodies with some kind of wooden horns growing from their heads, their arms and bodies grotesquely twisted, and their laughter sounding extremely eerie. Egghead whispered, "Boss, should we back off?" Li Qinwu squinted and looked ahead for a while, then shook his head and said, "No need. These monsters haven't noticed us. We'll pass once they're gone." Then he patted the trembling noble steward on the shoulder. "I have to ask what happened in the upper nest. Such terrifying pollution, how did it erupt?" Li Qinwu felt something was off. The pollution tactics of the Nako evil god usually spread among the lower nest and the common people. The lower nest and common people have lower medical standards and physical fitness, making it easier for plagues to spread. In contrast, the people of the upper nest have good physical fitness and abundant medical resources, making them less susceptible to the evil god's seduction, becoming cultists. Therefore, the almost completely fallen state of the upper nest is quite strange. Something must have happened. The noble steward replied tremulously, I don't know how it developed to this point. I only know that over a month ago the number of people in the upper nest with coughs and colds suddenly increased. People went to see doctors, and the doctors just thought it was a common flu. After taking medicine, everyone recovered. But a week ago at night, those who had previously caught colds suddenly let out heart-wrenching screams, as if someone were digging out their hearts and cutting their flesh. I heard someone say that those who suddenly screamed in pain were already dead. Their hearts had stopped beating, their bodies were cold, and their blood was coagulating, presenting a purplish-black hue. Egghead trembled and asked, Are they dead? Why would the dead still scream? The noble steward answered in a terrified voice. Yes, they are clearly dead, but why can they still move and scream? About 50 of the upper nest caught colds, and then they all died collectively in one day, causing the entire upper nest to collapse. These dead people cried out in agony throughout the day. Suddenly, they stopped crying, laughed eerily, and then turned into their current ghastly forms. Listening to his description, Li Qinhui's mind raced. He suspected that a person of high status had been seduced by the evil god, using their status to poison the entire upper nest, infecting nearly 50 of the upper nest. That's over 100 million people. Someone with that capability must have a significant status. First a common cold, then a latent phase, and then an explosion after everyone thought it was fine, turning people into plague zombies in a very short time. This plague feels like a highly controllable biological weapon erupting collectively upon receiving some command, with the signs of human manipulation being too obvious. While he was contemplating, the laughing plague zombies had already passed, and the street ahead fell back into darkness and silence. Let's go. We need to hurry and find Miss Nightingale, then leave this cursed place. The group pressed on, and after a journey of several minutes they arrived at the theater safely. It was a rather large theater that could accommodate 2,000 to 3,000 guests at once. However, the deadly part was that about 5 kilometers behind the theater was a tower peak. As its name suggests, the tower peak is indeed just that. A circular tower-like structure with a diameter of about 1 kilometer rising from the ground to the stratosphere. Inside the tower peak, there are numerous facilities such as barracks for private soldiers, swimming pools, estates, warehouses, atmospheric gardens, and residences for the nobility. A towering tower peak belongs to a noble who can control the lives and deaths of hundreds of millions. This immense wealth is his private property. Unfortunately, this tower peak is surrounded by hundreds of thousands of plague zombies, densely packed, making one's scalp tingle. There should still be living people inside the tower who are resisting with various weapons. Li Qinhui and the others hid on a distant street, witnessing automatic cannons and laser guns on the towering peak firing wildly downward. Now nearly the entire upper nest has fallen, yet there are still sounds of gunfire emanating from these almost private fortress-like tower peaks. One can only say that even among the wealthy there are still classes. In this sudden pollution from the evil god, the ordinary people of the upper nest have probably perished, but those towering peaks remain unyielding. Even if the nobles inside are surrounded by tens of thousands of plague zombies, they are likely still leisurely sipping wine. Their tower peaks have independent armies, independent security, and independent air filtration systems. Before the corruption of the evil god becomes so intense that it completely disregards physical rules, these 3 defense systems can still ensure their safety. The nobles merely need to continue enjoying life, then issue commands for the PDF soldiers in the middle nest to gradually come up and eliminate all the plague zombies, after which they can continue to enjoy music and dance. Li Qinhui withdrew his gaze from the firing tower peak and looked at the grand theater in front of him. There were also quite a few zombies around the theater, but these zombies were uninterested in the theater and were heading toward the distant tower peak. Li Qinhui felt this was an opportunity. The tower peak attracted the attention of the plague zombies, and the sounds of gunfire could cover their movements. He held his gun in hand and turned to the soldiers, saying, "Let's charge into the grand theater in one go. Egghead, you take 10 brothers to guard the door. If any plague zombies get close, shoot them dead immediately and don't let them in. Heighten, you and the other brothers follow me. We'll rush into the grand theater, quickly sweep through and find Miss Nightingale or the elevator card, and then leave." After issuing his commands, Li Qinhui charged forward first. Seeing him take the lead, the others wasted no time and raised their guns to follow closely behind. The night street erupted with the sharp clatter of military boots. Several plague zombies nearby turned their heads, grinning eerily in their direction. Li Qinhui slid to a halt, crouched, and raised his rifle. With a series of short bursts, he dispatched the plague zombies that had noticed them, each shot finding its mark in their heads. The gunfire drew a few more plague zombies, but the louder continuous barrage from the autocannons and laser cannons atop the distant spire kept the majority of them heading that way. "Run! Don't stop! Get inside or you'll cover you." Li Qinhui saw several plague zombies turning toward them. He planted himself and fired, clearing a path for the others. The others didn't hesitate. They sprinted across the street and burst into the grand theater within seconds. Li Qinwu dropped a dozen encroaching plague zombies, ejected his empty magazine, slapped in a fresh one, and then charged forward himself. The dozens of soldiers who had already entered the theater knelt and opened fire, providing cover for Li Qinwu. The crackling gunfire rang out as plague zombies crumpled one after another with bullet wounds in their heads. As long as there was no viral or spiritual contamination, ordinary people could still handle Nurgle's plague zombies with relative ease. In the early stages of chaos corruption, no exceptionally powerful plague entities had yet emerged, and reality still adhered to the laws of physics. But if it reached the later stages, the accumulated buffs from chaos corruption would render Nurgle's viral plagues utterly indifferent to physical laws. A single word with a contamination source could infect you, or even just looking at it through a radio or with your naked eyes. Bullets fired in midair would decay and rot, their power diminished by more than half when striking a plague zombie. To make a crude analogy, chaos corruption could be simply graded from 1 to 10, with each level exhibiting a different degree of potency. After charging into the grand theater, Li Qinwu barked at the noble butler, "Quick! Where the hell is your damned young lady? Lead the way." The noble butler said, "Follow me," and led Li Qinwu and the others deeper inside. The 20 soldiers split into two groups. One stayed behind to guard the entrance, while the other followed Li Qinwu into the theater's interior. The noble butler ran a short distance into the theater, then suddenly froze. He turned back to Li Qinwu with a terrified look. Li Qinwu shoved him aside, looked forward, and his own pupils contracted in shock. Before him lay the theater's central stage and the audience seating. The grand theater was a classic circular design, with a stage in front and seats for the audience surrounding it. At this moment, the areas that should have been filled with guests and performers were instead densely packed with plague zombies. The zombies in the audience seats wore formal attire and top hats. Though their bloated corpse-like bodies had burst through their suits, they still maintained a grotesque pretense of wearing. The sight on the stage was even more sanity-shattering. A dozen plague zombies clad in performers' costumes were playing music, some with trombones, others with violins. The most absurdly terrifying part was that the music these damned corpses played was genuinely beautiful. The melodies performed by the dead seemed to hold a strange power, leaving everyone present frozen in a daze. For a second, Li Qinwu listened to the music, his mind wavered, and he nearly fell under its spell. Then a chill ran down his spine. With his mental fortitude 4 times that of an ordinary person, he had almost been ensnared. What about the others? He spun around to look at them. As he feared, they were all standing still, their pupils beginning to glaze over. Damn it! Li Qinwu cursed loudly. He snatched the light machine gun from the gunner, hoisted it, and aimed at the plague zombies on the stage that were playing instruments. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. The piercing roar of gunfire erupted as a torrent of bullets swept forward. They tore into the heads of the performing plague zombies, exploding into foul, stinking brains. Bullets struck the brass trombones, producing twisted metallic screeches. They hit the violins, shattering the wooden instruments into splinters. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. A burst of gunfire erupted. The dozen plague zombies on the stage and their instruments were all shattered. The music stopped. The audience below, who had been listening, erupted in chaos. They twisted their bodies and turned their heads to glare at Li Qinwu. Li Qinwu spat a gob of saliva toward the advancing plague zombies, his eyes blazing with fury. "You bastards are listening to music. Pretty classy, huh? Don't you know playing music at night is noise pollution? How are the neighbors supposed to sleep? Have you no public decency? Turn it down. Ayard." Rat-a-tat-a-tat. As he shouted, he pressed the machine gun's trigger to the limit, unleashing a long tongue of flame. A storm of full-power bullets tore into the plague zombies' rotting bodies, ripping away chunks of flesh. Some rounds pierced the high-class sofa seats, sending puffs of goose down flying into the air. The foul music ceased. The dozen soldiers behind Li Qinwu snapped out of their trance. They blinked, then saw Li Qinwu unleashing a frenzy of machine gun fire at the monstrous horde. With a collective roar, they raised their rifles and joined the assault. The combined firepower of 2 light machine guns and 9 automatic rifles was formidable. A torrent of leads sprayed forward, turning the front of the theater into a bloody mess as plague zombie after plague zombie collapsed. By the time the automatic rifles had emptied their second magazines and the machine guns had loaded their second belts, the hundreds of plague zombies ahead lay sprawled on the ground, motionless corpses. No joke. The propellant from Warhammer 40K, combined with a caliber slightly larger than a full-power rifle round, punched gaping holes through these already bloated and rotten plague zombies with every shot. The immediate threat was neutralized. As the soldiers quickly reloaded, intense gunfire erupted from behind them near the theater's entrance. The commotion inside must have drawn more plague zombies. Egghead and the others at the door were engaging them. "Keep searching. Find that Nightingale woman. Even if she's dead, hack off her head and use her eyes to scan." Li Qinwu's command snapped everyone back to focus. The noble butler hurriedly led Li Qinwu and his men upstairs. According to the butler, the young lattice bedroom was on the upper floor behind the stage. If she was still alive, she would be there. The group followed him without encountering any plague zombies, arriving directly at their destination, a pair of red double wooden doors. "Miss, I've brought soldiers to rescue you." "Open the door, open up quickly." The butler rushed to the ornate wooden door, pounding on it frantically. Li Qinwu led the others to guard the passage. They came from their nerves stretched taut with tension. The grand theater's interior was luxurious and classical, but it was surrounded by monsters. The eerie laughter mingled with gunfire, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a survival horror game. "Miss, open the door. It's me, the butler. Let's leave together." The noble butler kept pounding on the double wooden door, but there was no response from within. Li Qinwu frowned, focusing his hearing toward the door. He could detect faint rustling sounds indicating someone, perhaps more than one, was inside. No matter how the butler knocked, those inside remained silent. Blackie grew impatient. "Damn it. Open the... My brothers are still holding the line below. The monsters are about to pounce." Blackie slammed the butt of his rifle against the lock, trying to break it open. The thuds against the wood seemed to provoke those inside. Suddenly, several fist-sized holes burst open on the door, their edges scorched. Lasers. Someone inside was firing a laser gun through the door. It happened so fast. A woman's scream echoed from within as the lasers sliced through the air with a series of beeps. Then came the acrid smell of ozone, followed by the explosive release of energy as the lasers struck their targets. One laser hit the noble butler's chest, exploding on impact. A gaping wound as wide as two palms together tore open his chest, blasting apart muscle, ribs, and organs. The residual energy seared everything else. The butler collapsed and died without even a blink. Blackie, also standing at the door, was struck in the chest by... However, he wore a chest plate. The laser hit his armor and exploded, scattering ceramic fragments everywhere. The remaining energy penetrated his chest, partially cooking his pectoral muscles and lungs. Blackie crumpled to the ground, writhing in agony. Li Qinwu and the other soldiers dove to the floor, dodging the lasers shooting through the door. Li Qinwu covered his head, listening to the terrified screams from inside. He could easily imagine a frightened woman armed with a laser gun firing wildly at the door. He looked at Blackie, who was twisting in pain at the entrance, and thought a green needle might save him. He began crawling over to administer it. But the woman inside seemed utterly panicked, firing the laser gun continuously. Deadly unknown beams pierced through the wooden door into the corridor. No one outside dared to move, only hugging the ground. What made it worse was the idiot inside screaming while a prolonged piercing shriek echoed out. It was enough to spike Li Qinwu's blood pressure to dangerous levels. "Damn it. My patience is wearing thin." He raised the light machine gun he had taken from a gunner and never returned, aiming it at the wooden door. He pulled the trigger. Gunfire erupted, riddling the door with bullets that flew into the room. Li Qinwu held down the trigger, sweeping the muzzle left and right, evenly spraying bullets into the interior. Empty shell casings clinked onto the wool carpet, leaving a dense pattern of holes in the door. After 100 rounds, the corridor was thick with gunpowder smoke, and no more lasers emerged from the room. Li Qinwu discarded the light machine gun, grabbed an automatic rifle, spat, and charged forward. He closed in on the battered double doors and slammed into them with his shoulder. With a crack, the door, already weakened by lasers and bullets, shattered easily. Li Qinwu burst into the room. Inside, he met dozens of terrified eyes. They were all normal people, men and women dressed like theater staff. Directly opposite the door lay a woman's body, a laser pistol in her hand. Her chest was torn apart by machine gun fire, and she was dead. It seemed this was the one who had screamed and fired wildly. Just as Li Qinwu broke in, a male staff member on the ground reached for the laser pistol, meeting his gaze. Li Qinwu cursed and fired. The man's head exploded, scattering debris everywhere. Everyone was on edge. If they got the gun, they'd likely cause more chaos, so he decided to shoot first. The dozen or so people in the room screamed in alarm at the casual killing. Li Qinwu felt his eardrums straining under the pressure and roared, "Shut up. All of you shut up." But they were too terrified to stop. Li Qinwu wasted no time raising his gun and firing several shots, killing every man in the room. He didn't know them, but since Miss Nightingale was female, keeping the women alive would avoid mistakes. The screaming men were simply eliminated. The bullets worked like a sedative, 1 shot per dose, and everyone stopped screaming. The side effect was that they all wet themselves. Li Qinwu lowered his gun slightly, a warm smile spreading across his face. "Ladies, which one of you is the charming Miss Nightingale? Uncle here has come to rescue her," he said, shoving the gun barrel into the mouth of the nearest woman. "But I'm not very patient, especially since you've injured one of my key men. I'm in a foul mood now. He'll give you 3 seconds to think of the right answer. 1, 2, 3. The woman felt death approaching and dared not delay. She reached out and pointed toward the curtain on the left. Li Qinwu smiled and uttered a word of thanks to the lady, then withdrew the gun from her mouth. He approached the curtain and slowly pushed it aside with the muzzle. What lay before Li Qinwu was a peculiar medical bed upon which rested an exquisitely beautiful young woman in her 20s, and 4 drip was attached to her hand, infusing an unknown green liquid into her body. Around these medical beds, numerous candles and aromatherapy incense burned alongside 7 or 8 parchment purity seals. Opposite the bed stood a small statue of the emperor. Li Qinwu noticed that the woman seemed ill, yet bore no signs of corruption. Gazing at the purity seals and the clearly extraordinary medical bed, a suspicion began to form in his mind. This so-called Miss Nightingale was likely of noble birth. She had probably been afflicted when the plague of Nurgle's corruption spread. Yet she was wealthy enough to procure an advanced medical bed to treat her physical ailments. She had also managed to obtain purity seals, aromatherapy, sacred candles, and an effigy of the emperor to dispel the chaotic corruption encroaching upon her body. Chaotic corruption progresses gradually. Before it completely ravages a person's body and soul, forceful intervention could indeed lead to a cure. At that moment, Miss Nightingale sat on her medical bed. Though she appeared frail, there was no trace of chaotic corruption upon her. Perhaps for a figure of her standing, contracting the chaotic virus was no more serious than catching a mild cold. Their eyes met, and they studied each other. The woman gave Li Qinwu a peculiar impression. Though she had the appearance of a youthful maiden in her 20s, the light in her eyes held an air of profound maturity. Miss Nightingale. After a few seconds of silence, Li Qinwu spoke first. "It's me," she replied calmly. "Your butler told me you have a private elevator that goes from the upper hive to the mid-hive." Miss Nightingale nodded, understanding their purpose. "So that's what you're after. Very well. Escort me to the elevator, let me scan my iris, and we can all leave." Li Qinwu stepped forward, scrutinizing her. "Can you run in your current condition? I heard there's an elevator card." Miss Nightingale gave him a smile that seemed to say, "Do you take me for a fool? The card isn't on me. It's for the servants. As the owner of this private elevator, I just need to scan my iris to activate it. I don't carry a card." Li Qinwu clicked his tongue, thinking how clever this woman was. He pulled out a vial of sacred balm from his pouch and smeared it on her face. Miss Nightingale instinctively tried to flinch, but once the balm touched her skin, she froze in silence. Li Qinwu observed her for a moment, and only when he was certain she showed no signs of burning did he dare keep her close. The power of the emperor and the power of the ruinous powers were like fire and water. Their intermingling would only provoke a violent reaction. Since the balm caused no reaction on this woman, it proved she was not corrupted. Li Qinwu yanked out her foredrip, lifted her up, and tossed her onto the back of a sturdy soldier, ordering him to carry her. Miss Nightingale frowned at his rough handling. "Sir, you are quite rude." Li Qinwu casually picked up a laser pistol from a corpse on the floor and tucked it into— "Sorry, miss. I'm a crude man. When this is all over, you can enjoy your romance with your Prince Charming. But for now, we're playing Survival Road, Hardcore TV." He strode over to the charred figure lying at the entrance, surrounded by the group, pulled out a green syringe, and injected him. "Get him on your back. Let's move." Several soldiers rushed over, stripped the charred man of his gear to lighten the load, and a strong soldier discarded his own weapons, ammunition, and armor to carry him. Once everyone was ready, they stormed out of the Grand Theater. At the entrance, Warhead and his men were fighting fiercely, their automatic rifles firing nonstop, 3 heavy machine gun belts already spent, the ground littered with casings. During the time Li Qinwu and his men had spent upstairs, a massive horde of plague zombies had been drawn to the area. Outside the theater, the streets were packed with the undead, threatening to surround the building. "Damn it. At this density, we can't break through." Li Qinwu cursed, glancing at the 20-odd brothers beside him, and let out a sigh. The plague zombies outside were piled layer upon layer. There was no way they could fight their way out. Li Qinwu could revive, so he wasn't afraid, but these 20 men would lose their lives here. These 20 soldiers were his men in name, but they had all braved death's door together. They had forged a bond, and letting them die in vain would leave him uneasy. The men stared at the sea of zombies ahead, despair washing over them. The density had choked the streets. They wouldn't make it out alive. Just then, Miss Nightingale, carried on the back of a strong soldier, spoke up. "You need better weapons. Go back, take the left path to the end. There's an underground armory stocked with weapons for the security personnel. Use those, and you can fight your way out. Why the hell didn't you say so earlier? 4 light machine guns stay here and keep firing. The rest of you follow me to switch weapons." Li Qinwu shouted. For soldiers armed with light machine guns crouched at the entrance, holding back the advancing horde. The others followed Li Qinwu, guided by Miss Nightingale, and raced back into the theater at full speed. "That door up ahead. Get close, or scan my iris." A large iron door appeared at the end of the corridor. The men rushed over. Miss Nightingale lowered her head and scanned her iris on the device beside the door. With a crisp click, the screen on the device turned green, and the iron door swung open with a rumble. Li Qinwu charged into the underground armory first, and was instantly dumbfounded. Inside the armory, dozens of laser rifles were neatly arranged in rows, and laser rifle batteries were stacked in orderly storage boxes. Beyond the palm-sized magazine-style batteries, Li Qinwu also spotted backpack-style batteries. These backpack batteries could power nearly 1,000 shots at the highest power setting on a laser rifle, and if set to the lowest power, nearly 10,000 shots were possible. The battery backpack weighed around 15 kilograms, and with it the laser gun could almost dominate the entire battlefield. 2 tubes were connected to the backpack, linking it to a magazine-style plug. This magazine-style plug could be inserted into the laser gun's magazine slot to power the machine gun. Li Qinwu directly discarded the automatic rifle shoulder-to-battery backpack and then picked up a laser gun, turning to look at Miss Nightingale. "Does this thing have a gene lock?" Miss Nightingale nodded. "Yes, it needs to be unlocked." She pointed at a display screen in the armory. "Take me there." The strong soldier carried her to the display screen where Miss Nightingale typed a few commands on the keyboard, causing a string of letters to appear on the screen. "Do you want to disable the gene lock protocol?" After scanning her iris, Miss Nightingale confirmed the action. All the laser guns present had a small screen that flashed red then green. "All right, now everyone can use these weapons," said Miss Nightingale. These security weapons were strictly managed for maintaining order. Everyone had to re-register their gene locks to use the guns. In contrast, the military, with the frequent deaths of soldiers, had no gene locks on their laser guns, as comrades needed to pick up and use the weapons immediately. Li Qinwu urged the soldiers to grab their guns. With such explosive firepower, they could truly fight their way out. There were 3 types of laser guns on site: laser handguns, standard laser rifles, and heavy barrel laser rifles. The heavy barrel laser rifle had a thick and long barrel weighing 1 kilogram, more than the standard laser rifle, with the barrel being an entire palm length longer and 3 times thicker. These enhancements allowed the heavy barrel laser gun to have exceptional durability, enabling continuous firing for long periods without overheating. Li Qinwu plugged the battery backpack's connector into the magazine slot, then grabbed 2 standard laser guns, attaching regular batteries and shouldering them for backup. At this point, everyone was armed with a total of 8 battery backpacks and heavy barrel laser guns, while the rest had standard laser guns, each person equipped with 2 guns, and all batteries were taken. "Go, fight your way out. When we get back, I'll treat you all to drinks," Li Qinwu shouted, leading the charge towards the entrance of the Grand Theater. For light machine guns were still firing, but they were clearly struggling as the nearest infected corpses had already closed in to within 20 meters. The defense line was about to break when Li Qinwu and his team arrived. He set the heavy barrel laser gun to maximum power single-shot mode and shouted, "Fire! Fight your way out." Everyone raised their guns, and in the next moment, a torrent of red laser beams erupted forth. The firepower of the laser guns was incomparable to that of conventional firearms. Each laser that struck an enemy's body released energy, causing small-scale explosive burns. Laser beams shot out from the entrance of the Grand Theater, and the densely packed infected corpses ahead exploded, with various bodily fluids and decayed bodies scattered everywhere. Li Qinwu adjusted his laser gun to maximum power, his fingers rapidly firing, sending out beams that were thicker than others. These high-power lasers were incredibly potent. Hitting the upper body of an infected corpse would obliterate it entirely, most of the flesh being roasted in the process. Li Qinwu continued to fire rapidly, unleashing deadly high-power lasers from the heavy barrel laser gun, causing the infected corpses that were hit to explode. Combined with the fire from other soldiers' laser weapons, the infected corpses ahead were violently pushed back by the sea of lasers. Li Qinwu fired over 200 shots in succession. Even the heavy barrel laser gun could not withstand such prolonged maximum power shooting, and the barrel began to sizzle with smoke. He felt a burning sensation in his hand gripping the stock. He quickly tossed the overheating heavy barrel laser gun behind him and grabbed a backup laser gun to continue shooting. After emptying the battery of the second laser gun, a gap had already been torn open in the street ahead by the fierce firepower, allowing them to advance. "Go! Rush forward, don't stop!" Li Qinwu shouted, leading the charge with a laser gun in hand, shooting as the others closely followed him, occasionally firing lasers to eliminate the approaching infected corpses. Everyone was running fiercely, their speed incredible. In about 3 minutes, they covered a kilometer, breaking free from the encirclement of the infected corpses and disappearing into the dark streets. "Ha ha! Ha ha ha!" One soldier suddenly let out a laugh, and the other soldiers, covered in sweat, also burst into laughter as they escaped from the jaws of death. Everyone laughed as they ran, then gasped for breath, followed by coughing. After running another 3 kilometers or so, they entered a pitch-black alley, where Li Qinwu finally called for everyone to stop. He approached Miss Nightingale, who was being carried, and asked, "Now that we've escaped, tell me where the small elevator is." Miss Nightingale pointed down the street and said, "Up ahead, turn left after passing 3 streets, and you'll see a tall wall. That is my family's warehouse. The small elevator is meant for transporting goods for my family." Li Qinwu nodded and told everyone, "Let's go, no resting now. When we get back home, we can rest however we want." Everyone was eager to leave this cursed place and quickly made their way back to the central hub. As they responded in agreement, they quickly resumed running. In the darkness, the sound of military boots on the ground echoed, occasionally accompanied by the beeping of laser guns firing. As they were nearing their destination, Li Qinwu and the others no longer concealed themselves, shooting down all the infected corpses they encountered along the way. If a group of 100 or several hundred infected corpses appeared, it would merely be a matter of everyone firing in unison. The power of the laser guns was overwhelming. In conditions of lower infection concentration, the infected corpses could not escape the mark of carbon-based life. While shooting and charging forward, they quickly reached the tall wall that Miss Nightingale had mentioned. Miss Nightingale pointed at the wall and said, "That's the one. Do you see that door? Get close and scan my iris to open it." Everyone quickened their pace, charging ahead. For some reason, many infected corpses had gathered near the tall wall, and there appeared to be 500 or 600 of them at a glance. However, everyone was undeterred, taking a stance and raising their laser guns, pulling the triggers to the max. Scarlet lasers erupted, and within seconds, all the infected corpses ahead fell to the ground, turning into lifeless bodies. With the obstacles cleared, everyone rushed to the large iron door at the high wall. Miss Nightingale was carried by the strong soldier to the iris scanning area, and after scanning her iris, the screen on the door flashed green, and the heavy iron door creaked open. Before the door even fully opened, the strong soldier rushed in with Miss Nightingale on his back. Then other soldiers hurried in one after another. Li Qinwu lagged behind, firing a few shots at the approaching infected corpses in the distance before leaping into the large iron door. Phew! Li Qinwu let out a sigh of relief, relaxing his entire body. He turned to look at the soldiers and was about to make a teasing remark. But in the next moment, he froze, seeing that the first soldier to rush and carrying Miss Nightingale had raised both hands. In front of him stood a figure wearing a large hat and a black cloak, holding a chainsaw sword in his right hand, looking at the crowd with eyes as sharp as a hawk. In his left hand, he held a massive explosive handgun, the thick muzzle of the pistol pressed against the strong. Li Qinwu was taken aback, then his expression turned serious. Why on earth was the political commissar blocking the evacuation point? Upon closer inspection, he realized this was the noble's family warehouse, filled with many shipping containers. In the deeper sections, over 100 wounded soldiers lay on the ground. All these wounded soldiers were dead, and it appeared they had been executed. By whom? Need it even be said? It was none other than the political commissar before them. This PDF regiment before him was being trained according to the Star Army model. Once they qualified, they would await the arrival of the tax fleet. The Empire might assign political commissars to the PDF regiment in advance. When the tax fleet arrived, the PDF would reorganize into the Star Army, and the commissar would board the fleet with the soldiers and officers heading straight for the battlefield. Political commissars were among the few military branches in the Empire to receive advanced education. They understood the warp and the chaos gods. This warehouse of Miss Nightingale's might have been used by the elite PDF regiment as a shelter for the wounded, where frontline injured soldiers were transported and stored. But storing the wounded wasn't about treating them, it was about hiding them away to be executed. The commissar knew full well that these soldiers, having fought Nurgle without any protective gear, were already infected with the virus. So he was here alone, fulfilling his duty as commissar by executing the soldiers. He just hadn't expected that right after finishing his work, a group of deserters would burst in. The commissar fixed his bloodshot eyes on the crowd, opened his mouth, and let out a voice like sandpaper scraping. "Why are you here? You traitors who have betrayed the Empire." He thrust the gun in his hand forward sharply, the muzzle of the bolt pistol pushing the burly soldier back a step. Li Qinwu narrowed his eyes and said, "We received orders from our commander to head to the Grand Theater, rescue Miss Nightingale, and bring her here." The commissar's hawk-like eyes locked onto Li Qinwu. "Orders? The orders we received were to proceed to Spire 23, nothing else." "You're lying," Li Qinwu thought to himself, "so there's no room for negotiation after all." Throughout the entire history of humanity, commissars, these ideological soldiers, had almost never betrayed the Imperium of Man. They were a group of unwavering warriors, but if you stood against them, it could only end in a fight to the death. Li Qinwu glanced at the soldiers beside him. They were both shocked and terrified. Clearly they knew what a commissar represented, and at this moment they were utterly panicked. "Everyone be careful. This guy might be a monster in disguise," Li Qinwu shouted. Hearing his words, the crowd was momentarily stunned, wondering what he was talking about. The commissar was also taken aback for a moment, then a vicious glint flashed in his eyes. "Traitors! You damn deserters! You will face the justice you deserve." The other soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, then caught on. In one swift motion, they raised over 20 rifles, all aimed at the commissar. If not for the hostage in the commissar's hands, they would have shot him dead already. Damn it, commissar, or not blocking their path home meant he had to die. Seeing everyone raise their guns, the commissar was both shocked and enraged. He gripped his bolt pistol tightly and activated his chains word with the other hand. The buzzing roar of the chains word echoed, adding an extra layer of oppression to the air. Li Qinwu shouted, "Speak. Who are you really? How dare you wear the clothes of our beloved commissar? You damned minion of the chaos gods." Hearing Li Qinwu's insults, the commissar's face flushed red with fury. "You damned traitor, how dare you slander a soldier of the God Emperor? The one thing I regret most now is not bringing more loyal soldiers with me, so I could kill every last one of you." Li Qinwu believed the man truly meant it, including the fact that he was now confronting them, likely plotting how to kill more deserters. Oh, is that so? Maybe it's because you're such a lousy person that no loyal soldier wants to follow you. After all, a commissar vanishes when facing the enemy on the battlefield only to reappear and throw his weight around among his own men once the enemy is gone. You haven't killed many Xenos or heretics, but you've certainly slain plenty of brave soldiers. These words were deeply insulting. Commissars typically came from the Schola Progenium of the Imperium of Man, which accepted only the orphans of fallen imperial soldiers. These children were gathered and subjected to decades of education, including physical augmentation and modification. This commissar before them might seem ordinary, but his body had likely undergone various impressive augmentations. He could probably punch a man's head clean off. With a mind full of unwavering loyalty to the Empire and such formidable physical prowess, commissars were actually on the front lines of battle, leading by example to inspire the troops. Li Qinhui's words were a blatant slander to the commissar, an unbearable insult. Traitors! Deserters! I will kill you all, I will kill you all. Li Qinhui chuckled. You can't kill us. You can only kill the hostage in your hands, and then we'll gun you down. We'll throw your corpse out to those plague monsters outside, and let you turn into one of them. The commissar hadn't killed the hostage yet, precisely because Li Qinhui's group was too numerous. He only had one bolt pistol and one chained word. If he killed the hostage, he'd be shot dead immediately, so they were at a standoff. The burly soldier was now scared out of his wits. The bolt pistol pressed against his head could blow his brains out like a shattered watermelon with a single shot. Through the trembling gun muzzle, he could feel that the boss words were making the commissar angrier and angrier. He was terrified that his head would burst open any second. Finally, the commissar was completely enraged by Li Qinhui. He suddenly moved the gun muzzle away from the burly soldier's head and aimed it at Li Qinhui. Even if I can only kill one, I'll choose the leader. But Li Qinhui had been waiting for this moment. The instant the commissar shifted his bolt pistol to aim at him, Li Qinhui raised his gun and pulled the trigger. His movement was so swift that without even aiming, he precisely fired a laser beam through the gap between the burly soldier and Miss Nightingale, striking the commissar in the face. With a bang, the commissar's head exploded and his body crashed to the ground. The burly soldier let out a yelp and fell, sending Miss Nightingale tumbling onto her backside. He had just felt the scorching laser graze his ear before hitting the commissar's face, splattering brains all over him. The commissar's corpse twitched on the ground. Li Qinhui slung his lost gun over his back, turned to the soldiers, and flashed a peace sign. Yeah, not a single one of my men died. That's a 3-star mission, baby. Oh, I'm not dead, I'm not dead. The robust soldier sat on the ground staring at the headless corpse of the political commissar before him, letting out an exultant shout. Sir, you're not dead, but I'm about to die. Miss Nightingale fell hard on her bottom, sitting on the ground and grimacing in pain. Sorry. The robust soldier quickly lifted the noble lady, this time carrying her in a princess hold. As Miss Nightingale was held by the soldier, her gaze fell on Li Qinhui, a flicker of interest appearing in her eyes. Li Qinhui took out a cigarette, lit it, took a puff, and seeing Miss Nightingale looking at him, he said with a grin, "Beautiful Miss Nightingale, you wouldn't be experiencing the suspension bridge effect during our escape, drawn to my decisiveness and courage, falling deeply in love with me, and unable to extricate yourself, would you?" Miss Nightingale was taken aback for a moment, then let out a light chuckle. "That's not impossible, sir." Li Qinhui leaned closer, rubbing his hands together in front of her. "Miss Nightingale, I'm quite hard to win over. May I ask how much wealth your family possesses? Or do you have a spaceship? If you wish to marry me, it's best if the bride brings along a starship, 100 space atmospheric dual-use fighters, 1,000 Chimera troop carriers, and 10,000 elite soldiers. Of course, if you can't provide these common household items, a rogue trader warrant, an STC template, or the resources of half a hive city would also make me consider you." Miss Nightingale's mouth twitched. "Indeed, sir, you are quite hard to pursue." Li Qinhui patted his backside, no longer bantering with the woman. He picked up the chainsword and bolt pistol from the commissar's corpse along with 3 spare magazines and stuffed them into his pocket. Then he said to the other soldiers, "This damned monster disguised itself as our beloved commissar. We must avenge him. One by one, fire a shot at the corpse to avenge our beloved commissar." The soldiers exchanged glances, then caught on. The boss was making them offer their pledges of loyalty. The death of a commissar was not like the death of an ordinary PDF soldier. With the commissar dead, higher-ups would send investigators. Given the current state of the upper hive, not much could be uncovered, but the key was that no one present would betray the group. So it was necessary for everyone to step up and fire a shot, offering a pledge of loyalty. The soldiers didn't hesitate. They raised their lost guns and fired at the commissar's corpse. After more than 20 shots, the commissar's corpse was completely charred, serving as a form of cremation and evidence destruction. Li Qinhui pulled a lost pistol from his belt and handed it to Miss Nightingale with a smile. Miss Nightingale took the last pistol, looked at the charred remains on the ground, and frowned. "Is this really necessary? It's already in pieces." Li Qinhui's eyes were full of encouragement and expectation. "Miss Nightingale, though our stations differ, we've built a deep friendship along the way. We are the best of companions. Never underestimate the bond between us. Miss Nightingale's mouth twitched again as she felt this man was somewhat unhinged. With no other choice, she raised the Lost pistol and fired a shot at the already thoroughly charred commissar corpse. Li Qinwu gave her an approving look, then raised his heavy lasgun, set it to maximum power, and fired over 20 shots at the remains on the ground. After confirming that nothing was left, not even scraps of cloth or flesh, he holstered his weapon with satisfaction. Then let's go? Let's leave this damned place. Miss Nightingale pointed to a distant passage in the warehouse and directed the group there. At the end of the passage, she tapped on a door, scanned her iris, and the door opened to reveal an elevator. Though called a small elevator, it was quite large, capable of holding at least 6 Chimera troop carriers. The group entered the small elevator, the doors closed, and Miss Nightingale operated the controls, sending the elevator descending. Only then did a sense of safety envelop the group. They collapsed to the floor, letting out relaxed, hearty laughter. After that trip to the upper hive, I've got a hell of a story to tell the brothers. Bullethead shouted, brimming with excitement. These men who would never have set foot in the upper hive in their lifetimes had not only been there, but fought monsters and eaten the exorbitantly expensive food. Soon everyone was chattering away, each more excited than the last. Li Qinwu took out his canteen, opened it, and the aroma of holy wine filled the air, drawing everyone's gaze. Come on, damn it. A toast to the brothers. All the soldiers unscrewed their canteens and used the caps as cups. Li Qinwu poured a bit of holy wine for each of them, then poured some into his own bottle cap and handed it to Miss Nightingale asked in confusion, am I included in this? Li Qinwu laughed. What are you saying? We're all brothers now. From now on, the 22 of us are family. Come on, drink this wine, and you'll see. Li Qinwu raised his canteen and downed the remaining holy wine in one gulp. The others followed suit. After drinking the holy wine, Miss Nightingale narrowed her eyes, gazing at Li Qinwu with a meaningful look and a faint smile on her face. She thought to herself that this common soldier was no simpleton. She had spent a fortune to obtain items capable of dispelling chaos corruption from a rather renowned bishop. Yet this common soldier casually produced something 100 times more effective than those items. Moreover, he distributed it among more than 20 people without a second thought, as if it meant nothing to him. Did that mean he had more of such things? With this thought, Miss Nightingale truly became interested in Li Qinwu, a very intense interest. This interest, coupled with the fact that he had saved her, drove her to do something. Sir, as a token of gratitude for saving me, take this. She removed a ring from her finger and handed it. Li Qinwu took the golden ring adorned with intricate patterns and asked, are we moving this fast? Already at this stage? Miss Nightingale chuckled. This ring contains a small data terminal. With it, you'll have an upper hive identity and can use the small elevator at any time to access some of my family's properties. Li Qinwu let out a whistle as he fingered the ring, his eyes sparkling with delight. With this ring, he effectively unlocked an evacuation point, gaining access to the small elevator and a path to the upper nest map. Moreover, this Miss Nightingale before him seemed far from ordinary, likely the mistress of some spire, or perhaps the daughter of its master. The family business of such individuals was vast. The areas this ring could open were probably numerous, serving as a sort of keycard in disguise. Li Qinwu examined the ring closely while opening his system to check its description. Special item: Miss Nightingale's ring. Forged from adamantium, nearly indestructible, the ring housed a micro-data terminal and could interface with any Campella family terminal. The ring was crafted by the machine cult, blessed through prolonged prayer, then handed to an ecclesiarchal bishop for further benediction by the god emperor. Finally, it was enshrined for years by the Campella family before being gifted to Miss Nightingale by her father as a commingafage present. Due to its many consecrations, the ring had begun to manifest a soul essence in the warp. Fuse it with your own soul essence, and upon your death the ring will resurrect with you at your hideout. Li Qinwu hadn't expected it to be a bound item, equivalent to a flare stick in Escape from Tarkov. With a flare stick, one could safely enter the lighthouse and take on quests from the old NPC. Miss Nightingale's ring served a similar purpose, only more potent. Li Qinwu pocketed the ring and turned to Miss Nightingale. Miss Nightingale, after we reach the middle nest, do you have a place to go? To be honest, we grunts were forcibly conscripted by elite PDF troops to the upper nest. Before we came, a riot broke out in the middle nest too. Though the chaos there wasn't as rampant with monsters as in the upper nest, it's still unsafe. So do you have somewhere to stay? Miss Nightingale shook her head. My family has many properties in the middle nest, but almost no armed forces. If a riot erupts there, I truly have nowhere to go. In that case, please stay with us. We grunts can protect you through this turmoil, or at least until your family sends armed. Miss Nightingale smiled. Then I'm in your care, gentlemen. Once this is over, I'll have my father give each of you 1,000,000 as a token of gratitude. At those words, the air froze. The 20-odd men stared at Miss Nightingale in stunned silence. On the floor, a charred figure, shot in the chest, blackened and barely alive, jerked upright in his death throes. How much? Li Qinwu sighed. Calm down, all of you. The lady said 1,000,000. Just 1 million a pittance. He grinned at Miss Nightingale. Deal 1 million each. I know this pocket change to a noble, but to these grunts it's a life-changing fortune. We're sworn brothers from the elevator. No cheating each other. Miss Nightingale chuckled. Of course no. After that the discussion grew more animated, a cheerful atmosphere spreading through the small elevator. Li Qinwu began inspecting his 2 special items, a bolt pistol and a chain word. Bolt weapons were a signature ballistic armament of the Imperium. Bolts were advanced ammunition, each with a rocket motor at the base that ignited upon firing, propelling the round at extreme velocity. The warhead boasted immense armor-piercing and explosive power. This bolt pistol, the smallest caliber in its class, fired rounds that the system listed as level 6 penetrators with superb armor-piercing capability. Consider that even the highest power laser gun achieved only level 5 penetration, yet this pistol bolt, barely larger than a thumb, pierced at level 6. Li Qinwu had confiscated 4 magazines, each holding 5 bolts. The pistol bolts were large, each 15 millimeters across, making the magazines thick and bulky. Thus the bolt pistol's grip and magazine were separate, the magazine inserted into the front of the pistol much like a Mauser pistol's design. The other weapon, the chainsword, was a standard melee armament of the Imperium. This weapon was a chainsaw shaped like a longsword with a button on the hilt that set the chain spinning rapidly. The chain's teeth were typically forged from special alloys, easily slicing through flesh and bone at high speed. Some special variants with adamantium teeth could even cut through tank armor. Li Qinwu's chainsword was a standard model likely made from ordinary materials, but it was still the most powerful melee weapon he had found so far. Weighing 5 kilograms, it was far too heavy for an ordinary person to wield effectively. In combat, any blade over 1 to 2 kilograms made swift handling impossible. This further proved that commissars were augmented individuals. How else could they wield such heavy melee weapons with agility? After studying the weapons, Li Qinwu took off his coat and wrapped them up. These couldn't be seen. Bolt pistols and chainswords were special weapons, and carrying them without proper authorization would invite scrutiny. After securing the weapons, Li Qinwu approached the small elevator's control panel to figure out its operation. The panel divided accessible floors into 3 zones: upper nest, middle nest, and lower nest, each subdivided into hundreds of levels. This small elevator didn't reach every level, but nearly half were marked as freely accessible. Li Qinwu noticed that the elevator's lowest level could even reach the lower nest, making it convenient for him to complete missions and return home. With a loud rumble, the small elevator reached its destination, and the steel door slowly opened. Li Qinwu and the others held their guns at the ready, stepping out of the elevator while surveying their surroundings. They had arrived at Zhongqiao, and the position where the elevator opened seemed to be a factory in Zhongqiao. The factory was completely deserted, littered with garbage, an entire factory empty and silent. Why does this place look so familiar? Li Qinwu muttered as he led his team out of the factory. As soon as he opened the main door and saw the familiar street and ceiling, he suddenly realized that this was the Zhongqiao industrial area, and his winery was just next door. What a coincidence! He hadn't expected that the elevator would come down so close to his winery. It was just too. At that moment, a soldier approached Li Qinwu and asked, "Boss, what should we do now? Should we go back to find the captain?" Li Qinwu shook his head. "It's too far to get to our defense zone from here. We would have to cross over 50 kilometers. Let's find a nearby place to stay and wait for developments. Follow me first." The soldiers complied and followed Li Qinwu, winding their way to his winery. Li Qinwu knocked on the door, and a voice from inside called out, "Who is it?" The voice was tense, indicating that the person inside Deqiaoer had also sensed that something was off. "It's me." Upon hearing Li Qinwu's voice, Deqiaoer opened a small window on the door. Seeing Li Qinwu, his face lit up, and he hurriedly opened the large iron door. Li Qinwu and the others rushed into the winery, and the iron door closed behind them. "Benefactor, how did you get here? I heard there are rioters outside. The entire place is in chaos." Deqiaoer asked excitedly. Li Qinwu replied, "Don't ask so much right now. Let's have a meal first. My brothers and I have been through hell and back, and we haven't had a hot meal yet." Deqiaoer looked at the 20 soldiers beside Li Qinwu, each looking weary and armed with laser guns, feeling significantly reassured. He replied and ran to find his wife to prepare a meal. After Li Qinwu restored Zhongqiao's identity, Deqiaoer and his wife were assigned to manage the winery. They had not enjoyed a few good days before running into this riot. At this moment, Dan too cautiously leaned closer to Li Qinwu and asked, "Boss, is this place yours? Is the wine you sell made here?" Li Qinwu invited everyone to sit and rest, explaining, "I bought this factory to produce wine, aiming to see if there's a chance to sell it to the upper levels. But looking at the current situation in the upper levels, it seems not many people will be drinking wine anymore. As for the wine you usually drink, it comes from my other wineries." At this point, Miss Nightingale had already been set down by the strong soldier and was curiously gazing at the wine, especially when she saw the poster on the wall featuring Sister Teresa shyly picking grapes, a packaging sample designed by Li Qinwu's neighbor's packaging factory. Miss Nightingale looked at Li Qinwu with a strange expression. So you are also planning to do this kind of thing? Li Qinwu asked. Miss Nightingale, since you are from the upper levels, do you think this approach will work? Miss Nightingale leaned closer to the poster, carefully examining Sister Teresa's features. This girl is very beautiful and youthful. If you do this gimmick of a pure wine maiden, there should be quite a few nobles in the upper levels willing to pay for it. Even supplying it to the elite as a staple wine for certain nobles with special tastes would be fine. However, Miss Nightingale pointed at Sister Teresa's nun attire and asked in confusion, "Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? If I'm not mistaken, this lady is a nun of the state church and her status seems quite significant. If the state church finds out you are commercializing a nun, I think you will be burned at the stake." Li Qinwu seemed not to hear her warning and asked seriously, "So you're saying that this approach really has potential to—" Miss Nightingale took a deep breath, feeling that this person truly valued money over life. If you can get a pure nun from the state church to pick grapes for you, then you deserve to earn that money. But trust me, as soon as someone from the state church sees it, the stakes will be erected from the horizon to the atmosphere. Li Qinwu was unconcerned and said directly, "What if this nun and I have a good relationship and she agrees?" Miss Nightingale shook her head. "Even if she agrees, it doesn't matter. A nun represents the dignity of the state church, and it is impossible for her to do such a thing. If she did, it would damage the image of the state church. Not only would they burn you, but they would also take her to account." Li Qinwu rubbed his hands together and asked, "What if all the priests of the state church agreed? Then I would come up with a story. It is said that there are too many poor people in the neighborhoods around the church who are starving and cannot afford to eat. The beautiful and kind nun has donated her entire fortune, but still cannot ensure everyone is fed. The beautiful nun is very sad, wondering why everyone cannot have enough food. Why must the emperor's subjects endure hunger?" At this time, the evil merchant, which is me, comes before her and tells her that as long as she picks grapes, the wine produced can be sold for a lot of money to the upper levels, and the profits will be donated to the state church to buy food so everyone can be fed. Thus our kind and beautiful nun runs over to pick grapes, and the church's master, upon hearing that the nun came to pick grapes to feed the emperor's subjects, is deeply moved and approves of this matter. From then on, the upper levels will have wine made from the pure maidens of the state church. I will earn a fortune, the church will receive donations from a wealthy individual, and the homeless will receive relief from the state church. Tisk. Miss Nightingale, what do you think of the story I just told? A pure light flitted through Miss Nightingale's eyes, and she quickly snapped back to reality, giving Li Qinwu a thumbs up. How about this? If you can really pull this off and gain the support of the state church, I will help you sell this wine to... Afterwards, Big Joel and his wife brought the dishes to the table, giving everyone a hearty meal. Li Qinwu removed all his weapons and equipment, tossing them aside in the brewery. He addressed the group. "You all stay put here for now. Don't go out until the situation outside stabilizes." He then turned to Miss Nightingale. "Miss Nightingale, please bear with it here for a while. With these 20 soldiers around, your safety should be assured." Miss Nightingale nodded and replied, "Sir, it would be ideal if you could help me find a communication device. I could contact my family and have them send someone to pick me up." As soon as Miss Nightingale finished speaking, a system prompt echoed in Li Qinwu's mind. Ding! Miss Nightingale needs a communication device to contact her family. Providing her with one might earn you her friendship. Li Qinwu asked curiously, "Miss Nightingale, didn't you have a communication device to contact your family when you were in the upper hive?" Miss Nightingale sighed and said, "I did contact my family using a communication device while in the upper hive. However, the spires of my family are also a primary target besieged by plague zombies. Hundreds of thousands of plague zombies densely surrounded the spires, rendering the family's armed forces unable. But now that I've made it to the relatively safer middle hive, the family can dispatch a ship from the spires land outside the hive city and send soldiers into the middle hive to retrieve me." Li Qinwu grunted in acknowledgement. The situation in the upper hive was sheer chaos, with plague zombies everywhere, nearly 100 million people transformed into the walking dead. The family guards were barely managing to defend the spires, with no spare capacity to send troops out searching for. But now that Miss Nightingale had found her way to the safer middle hive, the armed guards at the spires could devise a plan to retrieve her. Li Qinwu nodded and said, "Please wait a moment, miss. They'll go get a communication device right away." This Miss Nightingale was arguably the most valuable contact Li Qinwu had unlocked. Prioritizing her task was essential. After giving a few instructions to the soldiers, telling them to stay put in the brewery until the time was right to return, Li Qinwu left the brewery alone. Getting a communication device was simple. He would return to his hideout and fetch the bird spectrum radio station that Lieutenant Riddleson had given him. Exiting the brewery, Li Qinwu initially planned to find a place to kill himself and respawn at the hideout. But then he remembered the elevator was nearby and decided to check it out. The lowest level of that elevator led to the bottom hive. Suicide would require another 7 hours to respawn, far slower than taking the elevator. He dashed back to the small elevator, scanned the ring on his finger, and the door slid open. He studied the control panel, selected the lowest floor, and with a grinding of gears the small elevator began its descent toward the bottom hive. During the wait, Lee Kinwis' eyes swept over the elevator's control panel. This small elevator granted him access to nearly every level of the hive city. His excitement flared. Damn it, the upper hive was in anarchy now. Shops, noble residences, and the weapons and equipment of dead PDF soldiers were all ripe for the taking. He felt this Nurgle contamination wasn't too severe after all. No warp entities of Nurgle or greater Moreover, this Nurgle infection seemed to be a mistake, targeting the less populous upper hive instead of the bottom or middle hives. The upper hive had a sparse population. Most of the core populace and governing bodies were confined to independent spaces like the spires. Those spires with their independent life support systems were still resisting. Not a single noble within had perished, and the planet's governance remained intact. The nobles in the spires only needed to keep summoning reinforcements to kill the zombies. Eventually, they would annihilate them all. A single PDF regiment, before being completely overwhelmed and infected by plague zombies, could kill 10 or even 100 times their number. Once the surface zombies were largely eliminated, they would deploy special forces with NBC protection for final purification, and everything would return to normal. Until then, Li Qinwu had plenty of time to run rampant in the upper hive. It was a veritable treasure trove of high-value supplies, akin to the labs in Tarkov, the television station in Dark Zone, or the prison in Delta Force. I must go all out and scavenge like a rat for bullets. Lee Kinwis' legs trembled with excitement. In such high-value areas, a single lucky find stuffed into your safe container could mean a 1,000,000 credit extraction. For instance, in Miss Nightingale's Grand Theater Armory, there were still several laser rifles left behind. More importantly, that cogitator array she used to unlock the laser rifles. Wasn't that exactly the upgrade component for the intelligence station? He had to go up there and haul all that loot back. Damn it, this elevator is too slow. Faster. Li Qinwu couldn't wait a single second longer to feast in the upper hive. But the distance from the middle hive to the bottom hive was about 10 kilometers. Even descending at speed, the elevator couldn't fly down. He could only endure the wait. After an unknown amount of time, the descending elevator gradually slowed. Li Qinwu knew they had arrived. Sure enough, with a clang, the elevator reached the bottom hive, and the iron doors creaked open. Li Qinwu stepped forward, but was blocked by a row of hundreds of burly men outside the elevator. They were dressed in typical bottom hive gangster attire, wearing scrap armor and wielding scrap guns and melee weapons. Yet now these normally fierce and brutal gang enforcers stood like welcoming attendants, hands clasped before their stomachs, ingratiating smiles plastered on their faces. Li Qinwu froze at the elevator entrance. A man who seemed to be the gang leader stepped forward, bowing and scraping. Sir, have you come down personally to give us orders? Do you need us to increase the factory's output? Li Qinwu opened his mouth, unsure how to respond. What was happening here? Where had he ended up? Seeing no reply from the man in the elevator, the gang leader looked up and noticed Li Qinwu's attire seemed off. Usually people who came down this elevator were dressed in suits and ties like noble stewards. He had never seen anyone in a combat uniform. Moreover, this man, covered in dust and reeking of blood and gunpowder, didn't resemble a noble steward. Sir, who are you? The gang leader asked suspiciously. The 100-odd thugs around him snapped out of their welcoming stance, their hands slowly moving toward their weapons. Li Qinwu surveyed the scene outside the elevator. It was a standard bottom hive factory with groups of 4 reactors standing out in the distance. He took the initiative to ask, "Are you the gang serving the Camperella family?" Miss Nightingale was a member of the Camperella family. Since this elevator belonged to them, the gang at the bottom was likely also their asset. The gang leader nodded. Li Qinwu chuckled and stepped forward, patting him on the shoulder. Then there's no problem. We're all from the same unit, brother. Tell me, what product does your factory manufacture? The gang leader instinctively stepped back a few paces, ready to turn hostile, yet he held back his emotions, uncertain of the stranger's background. Sir, may I ask who you are? Why did you come down from that small elevator? Li Qinwu simply flipped him off. The gang leader bristled, thinking it was a provocation, and was about to erupt. But the man had sharp eyes. He spotted a ring on Li Qinwu's middle finger. The peculiar runes engraved on that ring were only worn by high-ranking members of the Campella family. The gang leader gasped, assuming Li Qinwu was a prominent figure from the Campella family, and instantly reverted to his welcoming demeanor. "Ah, so you're a leader inspecting our subordinate unit. Please do come in." Li Qinwu grunted in satisfaction, clasped his hands behind his back, puffed out his belly, and spoke with an air of aged authority. "And this little? You can call me Little Hank." Li Qinwu acknowledged with a hum, addressing the nearly 40-year-old man. "Little Hank, what does your factory produce?" "Sir, our factory mainly produces blended fuel and mechanical lubricants." Li Qinwu nodded, adopting a posture of grand authority. "Fuel is paramount. It's the lifeblood of mechanized operations and the core of industrialization. We must firmly grasp the stability of fuel production, strictly adhere to the rope of safety, and tightly hold onto the knack of scientific production. Pay attention to 4 checkpoints, 3 strict controls, 2 cores, and 1 standardization. Little Hank, you still have a long way to go. Half the gang members nearly dozed off while the 40-year-old Little Hank gazed at Li Qinwu with hopeful eyes. He had initially doubted Li Qinwu's identity, but after that spiel there was no mistaking it. He was definitely a big shot. Even if not, he was at least a secretary to one. Yes, sir, you're absolutely right. Well, remember your teachings. Li Qinwu patted his shoulder, then pointed at a factory building emitting mechanical noise. What's that factory for? Gang leader Hank turned to look at the building Li Qinwu indicated and replied, that's the small train repair shop. Our factory has a full set of small train maintenance equipment. Many gangs in the Underhive still rely on small train tracks for transport. Many trains are badly worn and break down, so they pay us to fix them. Li Qinwu gave an O, realizing it was just a repair shop. Can this shop only repair small trains? Initially, yes, but after decades of expansion, we've added a lot of new equipment. Now we can repair almost any vehicle. Not only that, with the right parts, we can even hand-build vehicles. The man exuded pride, seemingly quite skilled, but Li Qinwu's next words turned his pride into terror. You're that skilled? Can you fix a Chimera armored personnel carrier? Hank's jaw dropped to the floor. He feared he was in trouble, that this big shot was hinting at something. Flustered, he said, Sir, you must be joking. I only take clean vehicles at YD, never accept stolen military vehicles. His eyes darted away as he spoke, leaving Li Qinwu stunned. Had this bastard actually taken in armed vehicles for repairs? Li Qinwu cleared his throat and said seriously, I'm serious. Can you fix a Chimera APC? His mind was full of those stranded Chimera APCs in the upper hive, some abandoned by soldiers after running out of fuel, others immobilized with tracks caked in gore. Some chimeras bore blast marks, likely attacked by PDF troops, driven mad by psychic contamination using anti-armor weapons. The hulls of these vehicles were mostly intact. If repaired, they could be battle-ready again. Li Qinwu had always wanted to raise a private army to bolster his forces. Wasn't this a perfect opportunity? Armored strength, no less. But this gang leader Hank, whatever shady deeds had done before, shook his head frantically when Li Qinwu mentioned repairing Chimera APCs. Sir, I can't do it. We don't have the know-how. Never seen a Chimera APC before. Li Qinwu knew he was lying. Chuckling, he said with hands behind his back, Oh well, if you can't take this job, you'll have to find someone else. Little Hank, a windfall of fortune was about to fall on your head, but you can't catch it. Oh, what a pity, a real pity. The 40-year-old Little Hank's eyes widened at these words. Huh, fortune. May I ask what kind of fortune? Seeing the man take the bait, Li Qinwu said cheerfully, It's not that big a fortune, really. The military was in a battle and damaged a few Chimera APCs. They need someone to fix them. They were going to hire those tech priests, but you know how they are. High quotes, long turnaround times. They'd take 10 years just to screw in a bolt on a Chimera. So they're looking for other units to give it a try? Just need them roadworthy. Hank asked cautiously, Sir, may I ask how many vehicles need repair and the price per vehicle? Li Qinwu estimated the number of stranded chimeras had seen in the upper hive, about 10, and held up 10 fingers. Seems like a dozen or so. The military says they'll pay 500 per vehicle. It's been a headache. I can't find anyone to take the job. Thump, thump, thump. Li Qinwu could almost hear Hank's heartbeat. The man stood there torn, as if facing a monumental life decision. What did earning 500 per vehicle mean? Li Qinwu himself only made 800 a month from the 4 reactors of the fertilizer squad delivering to nobles monthly. 500 per vehicle, 10 vehicles. That was nearly half a year's income. How could Hank not be excited? He stood there locked in an internal struggle, weighing risk against reward. Finally, with a constipated expression, he said, Sir, actually, I have a friend. Li Qinwu did not expect that by utilizing Miss Nightingale's ring, he could also get to know a gang that dominated maintenance and oil production. This expansion of connections was truly beyond his imagination. All right, have your people drive the small train and take me to a place. Li Qinwu planned to ride their small train to the distillery to retrieve the radio station, and then take the small elevator to report the task to Miss Nightingale. Hank asked in confusion, Sir, what do you need to do deep in the nest? He remembered that these upper nest lords generally only come down to convey tasks and leave immediately without taking risks to enter the depths of the nest. Li Qinwu smiled and said, Oh, little Hank, do I need to report my actions to you? Do I need your approval? Hank quickly replied that he dared not, hastily preparing a small train, finding a driver, and setting off with Li Qinwu. Li Qinwu was quite fortunate. The tracks from Hank's gang to the distillery were intact, and the small train smoothly arrived at the distillery. Li Qinwu instructed the small train to wait for him, and knocked on the door to enter the distillery. He first entered the distillery, took out 10 bottles of holy wine, and found Little Knife to hand over all the wine. Little Knife, listen carefully. From now on, issue a ban on all our facilities, prohibiting anyone from entering or leaving. Also send a few workers to seal all passages of our faction with plastic steel powder, including the ventilation ducts. Then all of us internally must eat and drink in one place, and the water must be boiled, adding this wine, with only a small cap each time. I am entrusting these matters to you. You must accomplish them 100%. There is a major incident outside, but don't slack off for me. Little Knife's expression turned serious as he took the wine and assured him, Boss, rest assured I have memorized everything you instructed, and I will personally supervise each task. Li Qinwu was very satisfied, patted his shoulder to encourage him to get to work, and then returned to his hiding place to retrieve the Bird Spectrum radio station, a few bottles of holy wine and holy oil incense, and a syringe backpack. After equipping himself, he exited the distillery, boarded the small train waiting outside, and returned to Hank's gang. Li Qinwu did not engage in much small talk, took his things, and entered the small elevator, scanning the device with the ring on his middle finger. The small elevator opened, and he entered, disappearing from the sight of the gang members. Hank watched the tightly closed elevator, listening to the driver describing their arrival position, his expression fluctuating between dark and light. One of Hank's confidants said, Boss, this guy's style doesn't seem like that of an upper nest noble, and he seems to have connections with other gangs. Hank frowned and pondered for a moment before waving his hand and saying, Forget it. It doesn't matter. This person possesses a ring from the Campella family, which proves his identity is not simple. We won't concern ourselves with the specifics, as long as our interests are not harmed. What harm is there in cooperating with him? A subordinate asked again, Should we send someone to investigate the gang the driver arrived from? Hank nodded. All right, send someone to inquire, but do it discreetly. On the other side, Li Qinwu returned to the Central Nest Distillery, presenting the Bird Spectrum radio station to Miss Nightingale. Miss Nightingale completed the call and smiled, saying, My family will send armed personnel to pick me up, with aircraft taking off from the tower and landing on the surface before entering the central nest. It will take about an hour, and during this hour I hope everyone will take care of me. The promised financial support will also be delivered by my family's guards. The crowd erupted in cheers, almost kneeling to lick Miss Nightingale's feet. Upon hearing it would only take an hour, Li Qinwu also wanted to see what Miss Nightingale's family guards looked like, so he waited on the spot. As it turned out, in less than an hour, around 40 minutes later, a roar of engines echoed outside the distillery, followed by the sound of footsteps. There was a knocking sound at the large iron gate, and Li Qinwu opened the door. What greeted his eyes was a chimera transport vehicle along with various armored vehicles. What was most striking was the nearly 100 family guards, all wearing powered armor. Li Qinwu had never seen such powered armor. It was likely a type of mundane combat armor customized by a noble family from the mechanical god sect. This powered armor had an exoskeleton and utilized a force feedback system to enhance the soldier's strength. The outer layer had a ring of armor that effectively blocked light weapon fire, while the inner layer was a sealed protective suit with a basic individual defense system. The back of the powered armor had a large backpack, likely a battery with a wire connected to a heavy laser gun identical to the laser gun that Li Qinwu had taken from the armory. The elite nature of these individuals exceeded Li Qinwu's imagination. The mundane powered armor equipped with a 3 defense system was estimated to be worth as much as, if not more than, the nearby chimera transport vehicle. The leader, a figure over 2 meters tall in powered armor, spoke with a deep male voice through his helmet's loudspeaker. We are the personal guards of the Campella family, sent by the patriarch to escort the young lady home. May I ask where Miss Nightingale is? I am here. Miss Nightingale weakly stepped forward, and several soldiers came forward to support her. A priest in protective clothing approached with a sanctified incense, chanting prayers while fanning the burning incense towards Miss Nightingale. Once this somewhat futile exorcism was completed, the leader in powered armor held an instrument and scanned Miss Nightingale. After the instrument beeped, he said, Miss, aside from feeling a bit weak, there is nothing serious. Please come with us. Your father is very worried about you. Miss Nightingale asked, What about the things I asked you to bring? The leader in powered armor waved his hand, and 2 armored personnel dragged in a suitcase, opening it to reveal it filled with cash. Li Qinwu's group of mercenaries was instantly dumbfounded, drooling and babbling. 1 million in the central nest, that would be considered a class leap enough to ensure the wealth of at least 2 generations and comfortable living for 4 generations. Miss Nightingale fulfilled her promise, looking at Li Qinwu with a sweet smile. Sir, I am very interested in your business acumen. After everything is settled, please come to Tower 11 to find me, and we can discuss the specifics of our cooperation. After saying that, she was escorted by the powered armor personnel onto the chimera transport vehicle, which roared off. Li Qinwu watched them leave without wasting a second, rushing out of the distillery towards the small elevator, scanning his ring, before heading directly to the upper nest, beginning a long-awaited search and retrieval. With a series of grating squeaks, the small elevator's gears emitted a friction sound, and with a rumble, it arrived at the upper nest. The large iron door of the elevator slowly creaked open. Top secret upper nest open. Li Qinwu rushed out of the elevator and arrived at the upper nest warehouse of Miss Nightingale's residence. He approached the large iron door of the warehouse, but heard a burst of laughter from outside. It was the plague zombies, many of them blocking the entrance. Li Qinwu glanced around. Beside the large iron door there was a staircase leading to the high wall. He quickly ascended the high wall and looked down only to see 400 to 500 plague zombies densely surrounding the large iron door outside the wall. This horde of plague zombies had been attracted by something unknown lingering there without leaving. They were laughing, singing, and reciting poetry. A few bloated plague zombies twisted their severely swollen bellies as they danced while the surrounding zombies uttered words of admiration. Several plague zombies held mirrors of unknown origin, constantly gazing at their own faces as if admiring their peerless beauty. One of the plague zombies looked up and spotted Li Qinwu on the high wall, immediately pointing at him and shouting, "Oh, a new friend. Come down, join us, become our family." The other plague zombies turned in unison and surged to the base of the high wall, reaching out their hands toward Li Qinwu. "Sir, come down and be with us, sing with us, dance with us, share our joy." The plague zombies emitted a droning hum. Due to their overwhelming numbers, Li Qinwu's eyes ached from the sight, and he knew this was a precursor to spiritual contamination. If he lingered any longer, the plague zombies he saw would transform into a group of amiable people. He silently drew his wine flask from his waist, took a large gulp of holy wine, and with a puff, spat it toward the plague zombies below. The holy wine transformed into a vast mist, descending upon the horde of plague zombies below. When the holy wine touched the bodies of the plague zombies, the imperial power within the holy wine reacted with the dense chaotic contamination on them, erupting into massive flames of psychic fire. Dozens of plague zombies below, touched by the holy wine, turned into living torches. Even more terrifying, the holy wine briefly dispelled their spiritual contamination, restoring their normal human consciousness. The plague zombies saw themselves as rotting monsters and looked at those around them, all living corpses letting out heart-wrenching screams. How did I become like this? God Emperor above. God Emperor above. Kill me. Someone kill me. They screamed in despair, wailed, and hopelessness ran wildly, and some, unable to bear it, slammed their heads against the wall, crushing them like watermelons in suicide. Li Qinwu took a few more gulps of holy wine, adjusted his position, and spat repeatedly downward. Below, nearly 100 torches blazed with psychic fire. Even the plague zombies not touched by the flames had their spiritual contamination dispelled by the dissipating imperial psychic energy, plunging them into madness. The plague zombies below screamed and ran amok. Half were incinerated by the psychic flames, half died by smashing their heads against the wall, while the rest went completely insane, vanishing into the streets without a trace. In an instant, nothing remained before the high wall except a few charred corpses. Li Qinwu clicked his tongue in amazement, staring at the holy wine in his hand. He hadn't expected it to be so potent. With just a few spits of wine, he had driven away 400 to 500 plague zombies. How could it be so efficient? After a moment's thought, Li Qinwu decided not to open the door immediately. Instead, he took the small elevator back to the lower nest, intending to retrieve a special weapon. Wasn't Hank's factory producing oil? Earlier, Li Qinwu had seen Hank's gang enforcers carrying canisters on their backs and wielding flamethrowers. This device could use high-pressure gas to propel the fuel from the canister. If he filled it with holy wine and holy oil, its power would far surpass spitting by mouth. With a rumble, the small elevator arrived at the lower nest. The doors opened to reveal the same group of oil gang greeters. However, their expressions turned strange when they saw Li Qinwu emerging from the elevator. Hank looked at him with suspicion, wondering why this guy had come back down. Li Qinwu didn't waste words, pointing at a flamethrower carried by a gang member, and said, "Sell me this. He'll pay you later." Hank opened his mouth to say something, but then recalled the scouts he had sent to investigate the other gang's background and wisely shut up. No joke. The fertilizer gang and the chemical gang were long-established powers in the lower nest, yet they had been taken out by a group of brewers who were suspected of having heavy weaponry. Such forces were not to be trifled with. If they wanted something, the best course was to comply. "Sir, you jest. A handmade flamethrower canister is nothing. It's yours." Hank ordered a soldier to take off the flamethrower canister and hand it to Li Qinwu. Li Qinwu asked, "How do I use this?" Hank explained, "Before use, ignite the nozzle with a lighter. There are 2 canisters at the back. One is the gas cylinder. Pay attention to the gas pressure. As long as it's within the safe range, it can be used. The larger canister is the fuel tank containing our blended oil mixture. Through the red handle on the tank you can open. The spray gun has a valve to adjust the range and nozzle size. The maximum range is 30 meters, where the continuous flame stream is a narrow line. If adjusted to 10 meters, it sprays a large cluster of circular sparks. Depending on usage intensity, the fuel can sustain 10 to 20 sprays." Li Qinwu was highly satisfied. Taking the flamethrower, he said, "Give me 10 more barrels of spare fuel." Hank waved his hand, and several subordinates brought 10 barrels of fuel into the small elevator. Afterward, Li Qinwu made another trip to his hideout to collect a large amount of holy oil and holy wine. Having prepared his new weapon, Li Qinwu boarded the small elevator and swiped his ring to return to the upper nest. Before the elevator even arrived, he couldn't wait to open a fuel barrel, pour the holy oil into the fuel, and stir it evenly. When the elevator arrived, Li Qinwu had the gas cylinder and fuel tank strapped to his back, carrying a spare fuel barrel in each hand. He opened the door on the high wall and strode out into the street beyond. Li Qinwu strode forward, carrying a flamethrower tank on his shoulder and holding spare fuel cans in his hand. He planned to head to the Grand Theater first, about 8 kilometers away, to retrieve the remaining laser guns and a contemplator array from the underground armory there. Having injected himself with a great strength and great endurance serum, he moved swiftly and effortlessly through the streets despite the 10-kilogram tank on his back and the 2 5-kilogram spare fuel cans in his hands. When he was halfway there, he suddenly spotted a Chimera armored personnel carrier by the roadside. Li Qinwu thought for a moment and decided to check its condition since he had come across it. He set the 2 spare fuel cans on the ground and approached the Chimera to begin his inspection. The Chimera's crew compartment was open and its external armor showed no signs of damage. It appeared to have been abandoned by soldiers after running out of fuel. He climbed into the driver's seat and glanced at the dashboard. Indeed, the fuel gauge was on empty. Li Qinwu thought to himself that this armored vehicle was in excellent condition, merely lacking fuel. And he happened to be carrying several bottles of holy wine and holy oil. What a stroke of luck. He went to the fuel tank area, used his psychic power to pry open the armor plate, and poured 2 bottles of holy wine and 1 bottle of holy oil into the tank. Then he entered the driver's seat, closed all the hatches, and pressed the electric ignition button. Nothing happened. Li Qinwu figured that the battery must be drained, so the electric ignition was useless. But that didn't stump him. Last time he had asked Sergeant Nieguijin to drive a Chimera into battle. After the victory, he kept the sergeant for a few days to teach his soldiers how to operate the vehicle, and he himself had learned along with them. The Chimera was designed to be driven even by the illiterate. It was very simple to operate and maintain. In cases like a dead battery, one could remove a magazine from a laser gun connected to the circuit and provide power to the vehicle's battery to start the engine. If there was no electricity at all, it didn't matter. One could usually find a maintenance toolbox in the vehicle, which contained a mechanical starter, a rotary crank similar to those used for starting tractors. Li Qinwu rummaged through the cabin and indeed found a metal crank. He took the crank to the front of the Chimera. Since the Chimera needed the rear space for transporting troops, its engine was located at the front. Li Qinwu felt around the front armor of the vehicle, found a spot that could be pried open, and with a gentle tug, a small piece of armor came off, revealing a socket for inserting the crank. He inserted the crank and began turning it with all his might. Manually starting the engine was extremely laborious, especially for a large vehicle like the Chimera. Usually it required 2 strong individuals to grip the handle and rotate it rapidly, driving the engine's internal cylinders. If the speed was too slow, the cylinders wouldn't get enough fuel to create a combustion reaction and the engine wouldn't start. Fortunately, Li Qinwu was very strong. After injecting the great strength serum, his strength exceeded. He cranked furiously for about 20 seconds until the engine roared to life, black smoke belching from the exhaust pipe. The Chimera began to hum softly, awakening from its slumber. Li Qinwu climbed into the driver's seat, closed the hatch, and patted the steering wheel. Good girl, will take you out of this filthy place and bring you to the real battlefield. Now let's go. He stepped on the accelerator, and the Chimera roared forward, its tracks screeching against the plastic steel road as it began to move slowly. With this mode of transport, Li Qinwu's progress was much faster, and he reached the Grand Theater in just a few minutes. He turned off the Chimera's engine and observed the theater through the periscope. The scene outside made him frown deeply. A horde of plague zombies surrounded the theater, numbering in the hundreds. Worse still, music was playing inside the theater, reminding Li Qinwu of the zombie musicians he had encountered before. Just then, the plague zombies at the theater entrance spotted the Chimera and began to stagger toward it, their twisted bodies closing in. Li Qinwu cursed under his breath, picked up his flamethrower tank, opened the driver's hatch, and poked his upper body out. The plague zombies chuckled as they surrounded him, muttering nonsense about joining them and feeling joy. Without a word, Li Qinwu aimed the flamethrower and pulled the trigger. A thin stream of fire about as thick as 2 fingers shot out. The fiery stream splattered burning sticky liquid everywhere after traveling more than 30 meters. This liquid was mixed with holy oil, and when it touched the plague zombies, they let out agonized screams. The burning holy oil released intense imperial psychic energy. The rotting flesh of the affected plague zombies sloughed off in large chunks, like melting ice cream, exposing their skeletons. Even the plague zombies not directly burned upon coming into contact with the imperial psychic energy briefly regained human consciousness and emitted heart-wrenching screams. Li Qinwu aimed the flamethrower and evenly sprayed the burning liquid across the hundreds of plague zombies ahead. After about 3 bursts, the hundreds of zombies were either dead, driven mad, or committing suicide, scattering in no time. Li Qinwu strapped the flamethrower tank onto his back, jumped off the Chimera, and began walking forward slowly. The plague zombies inside the theater seemed to hear the screams of their kin outside. The music stopped, and then a flood of plague zombies poured out of the theater entrance, curiously looking around. They saw their brethren running wildly in all directions, and many of them burned to pieces on the ground. The air was thick with a psychic energy fluctuation that instinctively terrified them, leaving them huddled anxiously at the theater entrance. Li Qinwu lit a cigarette to dispel the stench of corpses, held up his flamethrower, and slowly approached the theater entrance. "Hey, why did you stop? Keep playing and dancing. I saw you all laughing so much. Why aren't you laughing now? Don't feel like it. I'm a kind-hearted person. I like to fill the world with laughter, ha ha ha." Li Qinwu neared the zombie horde at the theater entrance and pressed the flamethrower's trigger hard. Streams of burning fire shot out, landing among the zombies. The plague zombies immediately let out the most intense screams. The flames, imbued with imperial psychic energy, caused their flesh to slough off in large chunks upon contact. The imperial psychic energy, volatilized by the burning, was inhaled by the plague zombies, temporarily dispelling their mental filters. They saw the grotesque forms they had become, causing severe mental torment. Amid Li Qinwu's loud laughter, streams of fire shot out, soon engulfing the theater entrance in a blazing inferno. A pure zone of imperial psychic energy was created. The plague zombies trapped within this imperial psychic energy zone screamed in agony, running, chasing, and taking their own lives. Li Qinwu expelled all the fuel from the tank, creating a sea of fire before the grand theater's entrance. The plague zombies, terrified by the emperor's psychic power, screamed and fled in a frenzy. Li Qinwu returned to the Chimera transport, refilled the flamethrower tank with fresh fuel, and aimed the nozzle upwards, spewing fiery serpents into the theater's interior. This was an open-air theater for the Hive City's ceiling here was not ceramite-plated, but a vast expanse of bulletproof glass panels. At night, patrons could behold an immaculate starry sky, a breathtaking sight, and a key selling point, hence the roofless design. Standing at the theater's edge, Li Qinwu could hurl tongues of flame inside. The plague zombies within met disaster, shrieking in terror before stampeding outward. These twisted creations of the chaos gods filtered through a psychic lens, and by their very nature were perpetually cheerful. This was the first time they had shown such panic and fear. Li Qinwu emptied the second fuel tank, driving out every plague zombie that had been listening to music, and deeming it time to act, he bypassed the main entrance, smashed a window, climbed into the theater, and dashed straight for the underground armory. The armory door stood wide open, untouched since their last escape, just as Li Qinwu and his Li Qinwu charged in and began looting. There were over 20 lost pistols inside. During their previous raid, they had only taken heavy weapons, ignoring these. He opened his pack, swept all the lost pistols into it, and grabbed over 60 power cells for them. Then he moved on to lost guns. Last time, each of them had taken 2, nearly emptying the armory. Now only 5 remained. Afterward, Li Qinwu hefted the cogitator array from the corner screen and bolted outside. By then, most plague zombies had fled the theater. The fire on the stage and among the audience was spreading, threatening to consume the entire building. Miss Nightingale is so wealthy, as she probably won't mind me burning down her theater, right? Li Qinwu shrugged at the blazing theater, climbed back out the window, returned to the Chimera, deposited his loot, and ran back to the armory. On the surface, all valuables had been taken, but Li Qinwu noticed 2 large iron cabinets in the corner secured with mechanical locks. No problem. He pressed his hand to the keyhole and used psychic tendrils to pick the lock. A dozen seconds later, a click sounded. He swung the door open to reveal 10 shotguns. These shotguns were rugged with a 30mm caliber. Li Qinwu picked one up and examined it. Heavy, but he was puzzled. Why lock away these slug throwers? Lost guns had been left unsecured. Why secure these inferior weapons? Perplexed, he moved to the second locked cabinet. Again, he inserted psychic tendrils and unlocked it. Inside, he found a vast stockpile of 30mm shotgun shells, an ammunition cabinet. Some rounds were standard buckshot, others liquid tear gas, and still others, bolts. Li Qinwu picked up a bolt and examined it closely. It was thick and long, with an armor-piercing explosive warhead at the front and a rocket motor at the rear. In the system, this was a Tier 7 round. Li Qinwu whistled. Now he understood why the shotguns were locked away. They were launchers for these overpowered munitions. Bolts were among the most lethal ammunition in the Imperium's arsenal, renowned for their range, velocity, penetration, and destructive power. The core weapon of the Imperium's elite Astartes was the bolt gun. Mortals also had various bolt weapons. The bolt pistol was one, and these shotguns capable of firing bolts. Though these shotguns lacked rifling, bolts weren't accelerated by gunpowder. The shotgun only needed to provide initial velocity to push the bolt out of the muzzle. Then the bolt's rocket motor would ignite, granting it immense armor-piercing capability. This cabinet held over 200 bolts and more than 600 other rounds. Over 200 Tier 7 rounds, a one-shot kill on anything. Li Qinwu felt rich and began hauling them away. He first took the 10 shotguns and moved them to the Chimera. Then he shut the ammo cabinet, lifted it whole, and stuffed it into the transport's rear troop compartment. The armory was now stripped clean. The entire theater was ablaze. Li Qinwu drove the chimera humming a little tune cheerfully heading toward the small elevator. But he didn't retrace his steps. Instead, he took a different street. This was the route he and his brothers had taken when they fought their way out of the theater last time. He recalled glancing and seeing an abandoned chimera by the roadside, its exterior relatively intact. He planned to check if he could tow it away. After a short drive, Li Qinwu spotted the chimera through the periscope lying quietly by the roadside. He pulled up beside it, killed the engine, and got out to inspect the vehicle. This chimera had been hit by explosives multiple times. The sides and front bore blast marks with large blackened dents in the armor. Li Qinwu surmised that hundreds of PDF soldiers had been with this chimera firing at the plague zombies. But the soldiers couldn't withstand the psychic corruption, went mad, and used satchel charges to self-destruct alongside the chimera. Li Qinwu circled the vehicle, his gaze stopping on the roof. This chimera had no turret. Its only weapon was the heavy stubber at the front. Replacing the turret were two thick, long antennas on the hull. The chimera Li Qinwu had previously captured had a twin-linked lascannon turret. Its firepower, armor penetration, versatility, and rate of fire were superior to the 40mm autocannon variant. A command vehicle, however, had few weapons, but housed extensive communications gear, powerful batteries, and such a command vehicle's auspex could scan over 10 kilometers, serving as a ground-based early warning system. It could also provide communications support, establishing a link with headquarters hundreds of kilometers away. Li Qinwu used his psychic tendrils to unlock the tailgate of the Chimera troop transport, revealing a pile of electronic equipment inside. An ordinary Chimera troop transport would either have troop compartments or gunner stations inside. This command vehicle, however, had its entire space occupied by electronic equipment featuring 4 operator consoles with monitors. But the officers operating within were all dead, blood oozing from their 7 orifices slumped over the consoles, killed by the concussive force of an explosion. Li Qinwu dragged several officers out and tossed them off the vehicle. Fortunately, he had arrived early. The bodies hadn't yet begun to stink or decompose into plague zombies, likely because the vehicle's NBC protection had sealed off the interior from the outside. He rummaged through the vehicle, finding 2 laser carbines for laser pistols and several high-explosive grenades. These were all standard reserve equipment for the Astra Militarum of excellent quality. Afterward, he fumbled his way to the driver's cab, hoping to see if he could start the vehicle. He first checked the battery, which still held a charge. Communication vehicles of this type had massive batteries taking up nearly half the hull space. But when Li Qinwu pressed the ignition button, the engine wouldn't turn over. He checked the fuel gauge, it still showed half a tank. He then found a hand crank and climbed down, attempting to start the Chimera manually. Yet after cranking it several times, the engine still refused to ignite. Confirmed the vehicle's engine must be damaged, perhaps ruined by a demolition charge. No matter. Li Qinwu returned to the twin-linked laser chimera, pulled a large iron hook from under its chassis, and fastened it to the command vehicle's tow hitch. He then started the engine, gently pressed the accelerator, and the twin-linked laser chimera began to slowly pull the command vehicle forward. Towing another vehicle, Li Qinwu dared not drive too fast for fear of snapping the iron chain connecting them. He could only creep along at a snail's pace. Fortunately, no one else was around to obstruct him. He easily transported the damaged command vehicle near the small elevator. He swiped his ring, the small elevator opened. He drove both chimeras inside, the elevator descended, and the extraction was complete. Folks, this haul is massive. 1 meditator engine, 2 chimeras, 24 laser pistols, 6 laser rifles, 10 shotguns, and 200 bolter rounds. Oh, I can't handle it. I'm getting high on carbon. Li Qinwu finished tallying everything, grinning from ear. With these supplies, he could form several mechanized infantry companies and instantly rise to become the overlord of the Underhive. Humming a victorious tune, he began the purification process. These items, after all, were retrieved from a contaminated zone and had inevitably absorbed some warp taint. They needed cleansing. Li Qinwu lit several candles and incense sticks around the pile of weapons and the chimeras. The candles and incense were taken from a shrine to the god Emperor. When lit, they emitted the Emperor's psychic power, capable of dispelling a portion of the warp's corruption. Next, he produced a bottle of holy wine and splashed it directly onto the chimeras. Afterward, he ignited it with a lighter. A fierce psychic flame erupted, tinged with traces of gold. As the fire blazed, Li Qinwu felt as though the entire small elevator had transformed into the golden throne, suffused with the Emperor's richest and most fragrant sacred psychic energy. No demonic corruption could hide within such concentrated imperial psychic power. It was utterly annihilated. Over 10 minutes later, the small elevator reached the Underhive. The doors opened, and as always, the welcoming committee from the fuel gang was there. Hank stepped forward, his eyes widening at the 2 chimeras inside the elevator. Was this boss actually serious about bringing him chimeras to repair? Li Qinwu approached, slung an arm around Hank's shoulders, and pointed at the 2 chimeras. This one needs maintenance, this one needs a major overhaul. You understand? Hank nodded frantically. Understood. Understood. Li Qinwu patted his shoulder with great satisfaction. Good. You fix these up nicely and the credits will come rolling in. Hank shuddered and quickly said, "Not me, boss. My friend. I have a friend who can fix vehicles." Li Qinwu waved dismissively. I know. Who doesn't have a friend? Now go get the vehicles fixed." Hank muttered that he really did have a friend, then ordered his men to use a tow truck to haul the two chimeras out of the small elevator. Li Qinwu noted the tow truck had plenty of power, easily towing the chimeras. Thinking of the many abandoned chimeras still up in the upper hive, Li Qinwu quickly called out to Hank, "Hey, let me borrow this tow truck for a couple of days. He'll return it." Hank's face contorted with reluctance at the request. This guy was trouble. He didn't dare offend him, but the tow truck was valuable gang property. How could he just lend it out? Seeing Hank's pathetic hesitation, Li Qinwu grabbed a laser rifle from the weapon pile, flicked off the safety, and fired over a dozen shots into the air. Over a dozen crimson laser bolts struck the plastisteel ceiling, producing bursts of energy explosions. The bystanders were startled. Hank thought Li Qinwu was about to go berserk and started to flee, but Li Qinwu tossed the laser rifle into his hands. "This gun is for you. Take it home to play with the kids. Now hurry up and lend me one of your tow trucks." Hank's mouth twitched as he clutched the laser rifle. With that kind of offer, what else could he say? Minutes later, everything from the elevator was unloaded, and Li Qinwu drove the tow truck back into the small elevator to return to the upper hive. The underground armory at the Grand Theater had already been picked clean. This time, Li Qinwu's target shifted to the military vehicles abandoned on the roads. He sped through the upper hive streets in the tow truck, occasionally encountering zombie hordes which he dispatched with his flamethrower. Whenever he came across a disabled armored vehicle, he would first inspect its condition before deciding whether to. Some vehicles were damaged so severely that even Li Qinwu, no professional mechanic, could see they were worthless. Other vehicles were tainted by chaos. One look was enough to drive one insane. For instance, when Li Qinwu used his psychic power to open the rear compartment of one chimera, he nearly vomited. Inside the compartment, for some unknown reason, were over a dozen plague zombies, their bodies fused with the vehicle's interior. Rotten flesh and steel had melded together into a grotesque, unknown life form. Furthermore, the floor of the compartment was covered in a mass of nurglings. As soon as Li Qinwu opened the door, they swarmed toward him like eager pups trying to devour him. Terrified, Li Qinwu raised his flamethrower and sprayed an entire fuel canister into the compartment, turning the heavily corrupted chimera into a blazing torch. Crack, crack, crack. The infected chimera transport vehicle blazed like a torch, its tires exploding from the intense heat. Li Qinwu set down the flamethrower tank, his expression dark. The fusion of steel and flesh signified that the boundary between reality and the warp was beginning to blur, and the warp's corruption was advancing to the next stage. This was not a good omen. A sense of unease crept over him. Yet this disquiet was soon dispelled by the joy of scavenging. He drove the tow truck, searching tirelessly throughout the upper hive. He towed Chimera Transport's military trucks laden with supplies and heavy weaponry. Like a diligent little bee, he hauled all kinds of military vehicles and weapons back to the warehouse at Miss Nightingale's residence. The small elevator at Miss Nightingale's could transport 6 vehicles at a time, and Li Qinwu always filled it to capacity before sending it down. After toiling for an unknown duration, Li Qinwu had acquired 11 Chimera transports. 10 were laser cannon variants, and 1 was a command vehicle. Next came 15 military trucks filled with miscellaneous supplies, canned food, medicine, repair tools, and crates of spare grenades. There were also 2 small jeeps, 5 lumbering guns, and a quantity of ammunition. 28 discarded laser rifles lay scattered about. Besides these military items, Li Qinwu also found a trove of valuable civilian goods. On one occasion, as he towed a military truck toward the small elevator, he suddenly noticed a peculiar shop on the street. It was a brightly colored store with a sign depicting a handheld gaming console. The moment Li Qinwu saw this electronics store, he drove the tow truck straight through its glass wall. With a crash, the glass shattered, and he leaped out to begin his looting spree. Electronic goods were valuable in any world, let alone in the Imperium of Man, where technology was both advanced and regressed. In a world where survival was a struggle and entertainment scarce, the prices in the electronic shop were absurdly high. Nothing was under 100. Most items ranged from 500 to a million toys only the wealthy could afford. There were over 40 handheld consoles resembling PSPs, each priced at 200. A shelf held personal terminals with 17-inch flat screens, each costing 400. A jumble of other electronics accessories and circuit boards filled the store. Li Qinwu made 2 trips ferrying everything from the electronics shop down to the lower hive. If he could sell them, they'd be worth at least 20 million. More importantly, he had gathered all the components needed to upgrade the intelligence station. To upgrade the intelligence station, he required 1 meditative engine, 1 display screen, 1 input console, 5 data slates, 10 data cables, and 2 data ports. All items were now in hand. Li Qinwu planned to return and build the intelligence station to see what its intelligence support function entailed. Now in Miss Nightingale's warehouse, Li Qinwu pondered whether to venture out and continue scavenging for supply. He had already searched all the familiar places and hauled away the abandoned military equipment from the streets. To find more military supplies, he would likely need to check near the great elevator. As this thought crossed his mind, a sudden storm of gunfire erupted from the streets outside, thousands of guns and hundreds of cannons roaring. Li Qinwu immediately recognized the sound and knew PDF Legion had arrived, likely to slaughter the zombies. He quickly shut the warehouse door at Miss Nightingale's and entered the small elevator, descending with a load of supplies. With the PDF present, Li Qinwu couldn't risk going outside. Being spotted by them would likely mean being shot on sight. Perfect. Let this PDF Legion reduce the zombie population and refresh the map's loot. He could return in a couple of days to scavenge for military supplies. The small elevator creaked and groaned as it descended, soon arriving at the fuel gang, where the welcoming attendants were as always. Li Qinwu said to them, "Same as usual, pull the vehicles out for maintenance." Hank stepped forward, asking cautiously, "Sir, there are 11 armored vehicles and 17 military trucks. My friend asked if you could pay the deposit first." Li Qinwu slapped Hank on the shoulder. "Hey, look at you acting like I'd cheat you out of your money. Come on, accompany me to the brewing workshop and he'll give you the money. Also help me take these odds and ends back." Hank acknowledged with a grunt and arranged for 2 small trains to load up Li Qinwu's electronics and light weapons, then headed toward the brewing workshop. Half an hour later, the small train arrived at the brewing workshop. Xiao Dao led a group of soldiers out to begin unloading the supplies. Hank observed Xiao Dao's fully armored men, each carrying an automatic rifle, and his expression softened considerably. He stood there benevolent as a great Buddha. Li Qinwu entered the hideout, retrieved a backpack full of money, and tossed it to Hank. 11 chimeras at 500 each, 17 other military vehicles at 100 each, total 5.67 million. He'll take a loss and round it down to 5 million. Forget the deposit, hey, race all of it. Hank let out a string of grateful sounds, peered into the backpack, and broke into a grin so wide his eyes nearly disappeared. Li Qinwu said, "Go back and fix my vehicles quickly. Send them over one by one as they're repaired, and make sure to fill the tanks." "No problem, sir. He'll get to work immediately." Hank drove off in the small train, chuckling. Li Qinwu instructed Xiao Dao to send the weapons to the military for maintenance and organize the rest of the supplies. Then he retreated into the hideout. He sorted out the upgrade components for the hideout and began installation. Setting up a computer in the Warhammer 40K universe was a novel experience. Half an hour later, Li Qinwu clapped his hands together. In a corner of the hideout, a bizarre piece of electronic equipment now stood. Its screen and keyboard resembled those of an old CRT computer, while the main chassis was a black canister. Inside the canister were several cloned human brains forming the processing unit, along with life support systems and a tangle of externally plugged components resembling memory sticks. Intelligence Station LV-1 provides electronic decryption support and intelligence support. Li Qinwu retrieved an encrypted laser rifle previously confiscated from Lieutenant Winchester's soldiers, pulled a data cable from the intelligence station, and connected it to the port on the rifle's grip. As the data port connected, the words "unlocking" appeared on the station's screen, followed by a progress bar. In under 30 seconds, the bar filled and the screen displayed "unlock successful." Li Qinwu fiddled with the laser rifle. It was now usable by anyone. Satisfied, he unlocked all the laser rifles and began studying the intelligence support function. Li Qinwu dragged over 2 ammunition boxes to use as computer chairs, then tapped on the keyboard to study the intelligence support function. After half an hour of tinkering, he more or less figured it out. The intelligence support function required inputting intelligence you had already obtained. This intelligence included certain classified storage units, classified disks, and military USB drives. Intelligence support could decrypt these items, revealing the information within. Then, by inputting known intelligence keywords in real time, the Thinker engine would analyze and output intelligence. For instance, Li Qinwu was particularly interested in the contamination of the Nurgle. The previous Chimera troop transport, a fusion of flesh and steel, was a classic example of chaos contamination, transitioning from the first stage to the second. In the second stage of chaos contamination, plague zombies would become stronger and some fused monsters might appear. For example, several plague zombies could merge into a single giant abomination. Some plague zombies would have their hands fused with their weapons, allowing those weapons to fire plague-infused ammunition. The real-world ecosystem would become plague, giving rise to plague-adapted organisms. For example, plague spores could appear on steel and plasteel walls capable of spraying plague. There would also be fist-sized plague flies that could attack people. Swarms of hundreds or thousands of these flies could inflict fatal diseases on anyone they bit. This planet was Li Qinwu's homeworld, and he naturally didn't want it to turn into a plague planet. So he began inputting keywords related to the plague. Li Qinwu typed on the keyboard, entering into the intelligence station. Upper hive heavily infected, large numbers of plague zombies present, fusion of steel and flesh. Middle and lower hives mildly infected, only riots occurring, no signs of corruption manifestation. After the keywords were entered, the intelligence station began to process. More than 10 minutes later, the progress bar finished, and a line of text appeared on the screen. A top-down infection from the plague god is quite rare. The hive has 2 sets of water purification systems, one serving the upper hive and one serving the middle and lower hives. The high level of plague contamination in the upper hive suggests a corruptor performed a profane ritual within its water supply. The mild infection in the lower and middle hives, only at a stage of light mental contamination, is likely due to being caught in the backlash of the spreading corruption. Li Qinwu rubbed his chin, pondering. Someone tampered with the water purification system. This was highly plausible. The upper hive was polluted to such a damned state with plague zombies dancing in the streets, while the middle and lower hives only had riots. The separate water systems had probably saved the middle and lower hives. Li Qinwu didn't want the plague to develop any further. The warp contamination was already evolving from stage 1 to stage 2. If it reached stage 3, this planet would be beyond saving. At stage 3, the plague could ignore some physical barriers, and plague demons might even emerge from Nurgle's garden. That would spell the end for this planet. Although Li Qinwu was usually a bit unhinged, he knew right from wrong when it came to major issues. The Chaos Gods were enemies of all humanity. With nothing else to do, he decided to go and kick a Chaos God in the teeth. However, he needed support from relevant personnel. Li Qinwu prepared a set of injectable medicines, opened the door, and drove a small maintenance vehicle to the fuel gang, taking the small elevator back to the middle hive. The small elevator arrived in the middle hive. Li Qinwu drove the maintenance vehicle towards the ecclesiarchy, intending to find the priest devout. This priest was quite something. He could sense the emperor's psychic power and the corruption of the chaos gods. He had even abandoned his secular name, adopting the monastic name devout. Li Qinwu wanted to ask him if there was a way to solve the contamination in the upper hive. The maintenance vehicle sped through the streets of the middle hive. He saw people on the street corners looting and setting fires, engaging in a spot of free shopping. Li Qinwu felt a strong urge to join in. Damn it, he wanted to loot too. But remembering he had important business, he could only put on a long face and drive towards the ecclesiarchy cathedral. Soon he arrived at the cathedral. Outside, there was a pile of corpses, layer upon layer, numbering in the thousands. It seemed the cathedral had been a primary target for the mentally corrupted during the riots. However, the ecclesiarchy priests chanting hymns while wielding greatswords, mauls, and iron-bound holy texts had caused the corrupted to spontaneously combust on the spot. Li Qinwu parked the vehicle. The square before the statue of the god emperor was littered with the corpses of countless malcontents. The church fathers, with blood-stained weapons in one hand and holy texts in the other, chanted sutras over the bodies, taking care of both the killing and the burying. A few priests spotted Li Qinwu, and thinking he was another malcontent, charged at him wielding great swords the size of doors. Hey, I'm one of you. I believe in the god emperor. Li Qinwu quickly raised the holy symbol necklace hanging around his neck. The priests eyed the necklace suspiciously, confirmed it was a holy symbol, and disappointedly lowered their great swords. The imperial ecclesiarchy had its own independent armed forces, such as the Sisters of Battle, the Fraterus militia, the penitent hosts, and the fanatical devotees. Fighting for the god emperor was considered a part of piety, so it was perfectly normal to see an ecclesiarchy priest preaching benevolently one moment, then upon the appearance of a heretic suddenly switch to a battle face, burst out of their robes to reveal a set of rippling muscles and charge off with a great sword. Li Qinwu got out of the car and said, "I need to see the priest. I have intelligence on the corruption to report." A few minutes later, Li Qinwu was inside the cathedral, standing before the priest devout. The priest was currently in his battle gear, wearing a surplice over plate armor. The armor was covered in scripture with over a dozen purity seals plastered all over it. He also held a brass staff, the top of which was an open metal holy book, flanked by 2 smoking incense burners and over a dozen lit red candles. With this getup, he clearly looked like a hero unit. The priest said worriedly, "Warrior of the god emperor, I've heard you bring bad news of corruption." Li Qinwu nodded. The upper hive has become a demon's playground. Steel and flesh are fusing. Anyone of weak will who looks upon the flesh monstrosities will immediately be corrupted. The priest's eyes quickly became bloodshot. He slammed his staff hard against the ground, cracking the marble floor. "I will surely slay and expel it. The god emperor's domain shall not tolerate any corruption." Li Qinwu looked in surprise at the cracked floor, swallowed, and asked, "Priest, what do you plan to do?" The priest stood up. "Organize the faithful of the god emperor and launch a holy crusade." Li Qinwu shuddered. If the PDF couldn't solve the corruption in the upper hive, how could a group of devout civilians and combat priests be effective? These people might be somewhat useful against warp mental contamination due to their faith, but their organization and equipment were poor. Going to the upper hive would only get them surrounded and killed by plague zombies. Li Qinwu urged the priest to calm down. "Priest, I have a better plan. I suspect the chaos corruption originated in the water supply. If we can purify the water source, we can cut off the contamination. Once the water source is purified, the current contamination won't progress to the next stage. With the PDF's firepower, they can easily eliminate the monsters. The priest thought for a moment and nodded. This plan is feasible. The cathedral has purification artifacts. If you can get me to the source of the contamination, the God Emperor's power will surely banish all fiends. As the priest finished speaking, a system prompt sounded in Li Qinhui's ear. Ding. The priest devout wishes for you to take him to purify the source of the contamination. Completing this task will earn you his friendship and an unknown reward. Warrior of the God Emperor, I must prepare the sacred relics. Now do you know where the water purification plant is? Inquired the priest. Li Qinhui replied. Your Reverence, I do not know the location of the water purification plant, but I have connections within the Water Purification Guild. I can go and inquire. The priest nodded. Very well, Warrior of the God Emperor. I shall prepare the sacred relics while you seek the plant's location. Then we shall reconvene here. Li Qinhui assented, left the church, mounted a maintenance cart, and drove towards the small elevator. The elevator descended to the bottom nest, whereupon he drove towards the Water Purification Guild in the safe zone. In the safe zone, all the shanty shops were tightly shuttered. The streets were devoid of the living, occupied only by the dead. The rebellion had indeed reached the lower nest, albeit on a small scale. When it came to mental fortitude, the denizens of the lower nest were far tougher than those of the middle nest. What broke the middle nest was merely a trivial matter for the lower nest. The people of the lower nest lived daily on the brink of death, one misstep away from being devoured by their neighbors. Under such high pressure, mild spiritual contamination was but a child's play in the deep nest. Li Qinhui drove all the way to the Water Purification Guild shop in the deep nest. The shop was closed, its walls scarred by Molotov cocktail attacks. The ground was littered with the corpses of rioters blasted apart by shotguns. Parking the cart, Li Qinhui approached and knocked on the door. Reno, your old pal the scavenger needs to talk. A small window in the iron door slid open and Rena's eyes appeared. Seeing Li Qinhui outside, his face registered surprise. With a thunderous clang, the heavy iron door swung open and Li Qinhui was pulled inside before it slammed shut again. Inside, Reno and a dozen of his men were clad in armor, gripping shotguns, fully armed and vigilant. Reno demanded, "How dare you wander outside with all this rioting? Do you have a death wish? Do you even know what's happening out there? How did so many madmen appear?" Li Qinhui replied with a resigned sigh, "Alas, no rest for the wicked. Am busy trying to save the world." He then recounted the events outside and his purpose for seeking the water purification plant's location. Upon hearing that this man was genuinely attempting to save the world, Reno immediately pressed his shotgun against Li Qinhui's chest. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That scavenger bastard never lifts a finger without personal gain. Saving the world. He wouldn't lift a finger unless someone promised him the next planetary governorship. Speak. Who are you? You've possessed the scavenger's body, you fiend. Li Qinhui knocked the shotgun aside, trembling with a mix of anger and cold. Is that how you always see me? I'm a model citizen of the hive. If everyone gave a little love, the hive would become a paradise. Can't I just have a change of heart and be a good Samaritan? Rena's expression was one of utter disbelief. Li Qinhui shrugged. All right, the truth is. The truth was Li Qinhui wanted to curry favor with the priest. Last time when they investigated the corruption in Horse Village, the priest's connections were so vast, he had a general come to promote Li Qinhui and award him a medal. If he took the lead in purging this corruption, now what rewards might the priest bestow upon him? He dared not imagine. Listening to Li Qinhui's explanation, Reno wore an "I knew it" expression, but then he noticed something amiss. Wait a moment, that priest you mentioned, what was his name again? Li Qinhui said, the Pious One. Why? Reno began to tremble. The Pious One. It's that Lord. You actually know that Lord. Li Qinhui was taken aback by Rena's intense reaction. What's so special about the Pious One? Isn't he just the overseer of a district church? He knew the priest had some pull, but Rena's trembling was excessive. One might think had been struck by lightning. Seeing Li Qinhui's obliviousness, Reno exclaimed, "What do you know? Lord Pious One is the high priest of our entire planet." Lord Pious One believed that remaining aloof amidst official documents and trivialities could not truly spread the God Emperor's light to the people. He voluntarily relinquished his position as high priest to preach in a district church, to be among the God Emperor's faithful. Although he no longer holds the position of planetary high priest, everyone on our world respects this pious lord. And you actually know him? Li Qinhui blinked, genuinely stunned. A high priest was the highest religious authority on a planet, a figure who could sit at the same table as the planetary governor. He never imagined that the amiable Pious One had such an exalted background. No wonder the old priest could command the fortress cannons to bombard Horse Village. No wonder he could summon Major General Zeppelin to bestow a medal upon him. The man was truly a high priest. As Li Qinhui marveled at this, Reno hesitated for a second, then turned and shouted to the 10 shop guards, "Grab all the weapons and gear. We're going with Lord Pious One to purge the corruption." Li Qinwu was dumbfounded. Hey, what are you doing? Just tell me where the plant is. Reno clapped a hand on Li Qinwu's shoulder, a sunny smile spreading across his face. If everyone gives a little love, the hive will become a paradise. I've seen the light. I want to be a good Samaritan. I want to save the world. Li Qinwu was speechless, pointing at Reno. You sly dog, you're just an opportunist. Reno put on an air of righteousness. Opportunist. This is called being inspired by the glory of Lord Pius I. Li Qinwu thought that he didn't know the situation at the water purification plant. Extra hands might be useful, so he agreed to bring Reno along. Renos men carrying a large supply of lethal shotgun shells climbed into 3 maintenance carts and roared off towards the small elevator. Arriving in the middle, Li Qinwu returned to the brewery, called 15 soldiers, and ordered them to grab their lost guns for the mission, leaving 5 to guard the brewery. Thus, Li Qinwu assembled an armed force of 27 men who surged into the district church and entered the grand prayer hall. The priest was ready. He had prepared 40 battle priests, each clad in plate armor inscribed with holy scriptures, wearing beaked masks, praying to the god emperor in the hall. The beaked masks were styled after medieval plague doctor masks. They functioned as both gas masks and religious artifacts. The battle priest's plate armor and beaked masks were a form of protective gear, albeit heavily laden with religious symbolism. Seeing Li Qinwu arrive with so many armed men, the priest was deeply moved. So many brave warriors of the god emperor. I feel your courage and sharpness. With you here, any tentacle of the dark gods shall be severed. He waved his hand, and the missionaries brought forth robes and beaked masks, handing them to the soldiers Li Qinwu had brought. Li Qinwu signaled his men to don the gear. This sealed religious protective suit was essential for dealing with a plague-related dark god. The robe consisted of an inner rubber chemical suit overlaid with a white coarse cloth robe adorned with a holy emblem. The soldiers donned the robes and put on their birdbeak masks. The birdbeak masks were equipped with biochemical filter cotton and spices to invigorate the spirit. Once all were fully attired, the priest approached the warriors bearing the pure emblem and a censer. He placed the pure emblem on their shoulders and weapons, then prayed aloud, warriors of the god emperor, the god emperor is with you. The god emperor shall shield your souls. May you fight valiantly, drive out the malevolent, and purify the heretics. The world of the god emperor shall not be defiled. With their morale and resistance at their peak, the crowd roared in unison, the world of the god emperor shall not be defiled, and surged out of the church, charging toward the water purification plant. This time Li Qinwu brought a heavy-barreled laser gun, a battery pack, a shotgun, over 30 explosive rounds, several bottles of holy wine, and various elixirs. The other personnel consisted of 15 PDF soldiers with laser guns, 11 security guards with shotguns, 10 ecclesiarchy greatsword preachers, 10 Warhammer preachers, and 10 longstaff preachers. Then there were 2 preachers carrying a small emperor's shrine and 8 sword and shield guards. The group boarded vehicles. The church had its own transport. Li Qinwu's soldiers and the preachers climbed into 3 transport trucks, while Renos people in their repair buggy led the way. To Li Qinwu's surprise, the priest had brought Sister Teresa along. Inside one transport truck, the priest, wearing a tall mitre and holding a holy staff, sat on a chair. Sister Teresa sat beside the priest, holding a small emperor's shrine in her arms. Li Qinwu looked at Teresa, refraining from useless words like "you should stay," and instead cautioned, "If there's a fight later, stay back." Sister Teresa nodded, sitting quietly with a tense expression. The priest asked Li Qinwu, warrior of the god emperor, "Where shall we go first?" Li Qinwu replied, "First, to the mid-hive water purification plant. The contamination there is lighter, so it should be easier to purify. Let's handle the easy tasks first, then tackle the hard ones." The priest nodded. "He'll follow your arrangements." The convoy sped off in a certain direction, with rioters looting and burning everywhere along the road. It was hard to say if all these people were spiritually corrupted. Some might simply be driven by hardship, seizing the chance for a free-for-all. Seeing the chaotic scene, the priest sighed. Times are hard. The god emperor's subjects live a difficult life. Li Qinwu hadn't expected such words from him, gaining a new perspective on the priest. Just then Reno, leading from the repair buggy ahead, shouted, "We've arrived." The convoy slowly came to a halt, revealing a high wall before them. This was the mid-hive water purification plant of the Water Guild. Everyone disembarked. Reno approached the priest and said respectfully, "Your Reverence, this is the mid-hive water purification plant. The water supply for 10 billion people depends on this place." The priest nodded. "Then open the gate. Let us enter and purify the filth." Reno acknowledged and hurried to the large iron gate in the high wall, operating a panel. The massive iron gate, wide enough for 10 large transports to pass side by side, slowly opened. The group deployed in a combat formation, watching the gate warily. As the gate fully opened, it revealed the plant's colossal equipment, and amidst the machinery, a large number of unknown individuals. These unknown people were clearly ordinary mid-hive citizens. The Water Guild employees wore blue uniforms, but these people were dressed in a motley array of clothes. The question remained, why were so many idlers gathered in the Water Guild's critical purification facility? Reno, a minor supervisor of the Water Guild, frowned at the sight of so many strangers in his domain. Hey, what are you doing? This is a private facility of the Water Guild. Outsiders are not allowed to loiter here. The people inside the gate turned to look at Lee Kinwa's group, wearing gentle smiles. Oh my. Visitors, said a woman holding a bell and a branch, stepping forward with a cheerful grin. Dear guests, have you heard of the one true God, the God of plenty? At these words, the priest's expression shifted, and the battle preachers instantly assumed combat stances. Li Qinwu pointed at the woman and shouted, "Oh, you're finished. You've offended the abbot. Prepare to die." The priest stepped forward, his holy staff striking the ground with each step, leaving deep impressions. He approached the woman, staring into her eyes with a terrifyingly expressionless face, and asked, "Madam, who did you just call the one true God?" The corrupted woman smiled. "Why, the God of plenty, of course." The priest asked with hollow eyes, "Then what is the God?" "The God Emperor." A flicker of confusion crossed the woman's eyes, then she replied with feigned innocence, "Why, a false." Before she could finish, there was a dull thud, and her body was flattened into a spread-out meat patty, as if crushed by a heavy weight. Li Kinwa's pupils contracted. In that instant, he saw the priest raise the all-metal holy staff and slam it down on the woman, flattening her into a meat patty. The speed was so incredible that Li Qinwu couldn't even see the priest lift the staff. It was like a frame skip in a video. By the God Emperor. Such blasphemy. The priest let out a terrifying roar, and the 40 ecclesiarchy preachers, as if receiving a signal, brandished their weapons and charged. In the next moment, blood and brains flew everywhere. Great swords cleaved bodies, hammers and staves shattered skulls. The 40 or so battle preachers, as if gripped by a frenzy, surged forward and hacked, turning the scene into a bloody carnage in an instant. Egghead came to Li Kinwa's side and asked, "Boss, what do we do? Should we join in?" Li Qinwu replied, "No need. Just watch." There really was no need. The spiritually corrupted were already being routed. Though the corrupted were numerous, they were no match for the ecclesiarchy preachers, who delivered 3 sword strikes and 4 hammer blows per second, sending them screaming to their deaths. Li Qinwu also noticed that the priest leading the charge was radiating a faint aura of the Emperor's psychic energy. It was very faint, but it was undeniably present. It was like a steady, stabilizing aura. Those who believed in the God Emperor grew stronger under it, while the corruption of the dark gods was gradually dispelled. The priest was not a psyker, yet he could still emit the Emperor's psychic energy. This might be tied to the power of belief. The Warhammer 40K universe is a realm of belief. Simply put, if you believe something will happen, it very well might. Day after day, year after year, the priest had affirmed that the God Emperor was with him. This powerful mental force manifested in this world of belief. The priest was a minor emitter of the Emperor's psychic energy, constantly providing an aura to his allies and dispelling warp corruption. Through a combination of slaughter and aura purification, the corrupted individuals in the water purification plant regained their senses in large numbers. These awakened people, seeing the ground littered with corpses and the ecclesiarchy preachers shouting about purity and blasphemy while swinging their greatswords, were terrified. Crying out, "Mom," and soiling themselves, they fled in panic. In the blink of an eye, the spiritually corrupted were cut down by the priests. Li Qinwu hurried to the high priest and shouted, "Sir, call the priest back at once. The main task is paramount." The high priest, holding the staff of the sacred codex, was momentarily stunned as brains and blood dripped from it. "Ah, yes, the main task. Colleagues, restrain yourselves." The frenzied priests immediately calmed down, wiped their blood-stained weapons, and returned to the high priest's side. The spiritual pollutants had fled. The group advanced once more. Before long, they arrived before a colossal cylindrical structure forged from a blend of plastic, steel, and metal, vast as the dwelling of a titan. "Here we are. This is the core purification well." Reynolds stepped forward, manipulated a panel on the well's wall, and an iron door wide enough for 2 to walk abreast swung open. Entering the purification well, the group beheld a man-made ocean. The immense well, an unimaginably colossal thing with water stretching beyond sight, drew sighs of awe from all present. Reynolds spoke with a trembling voice. "The purification well purifies 400 billion liters of water daily. It is the kidney of the hive city, the lifeline of 10 billion people." The high priest said, "This is the great creation of humanity under the God Emperor's guidance. Yet, I sense the corruption of evil here." He turned to the priests. "Begin the purification. The God Emperor's creation shall not be defiled by evil." The priests chorused their assent and set to work. They encircled Sister Teresa, or rather the Emperor's shrine she held. The high priest slammed his staff of the sacred codex hard on the ground and began chanting. The other priests joined in the chanting, inscribing scripture on the walls, affixing purity seals, setting up candles on the floor, and lighting incense. Li Qinwu stood aside, watching this ritualistic dance with amusement. He noticed many religious elements, Taoism, Buddhism, and more, a veritable patchwork. In the world of Warhammer 40K, humanity had undergone a great fusion, blending cultures and religions, thus manifesting diverse religious elements here. Li Qinwu was curious. Could this ritualistic dance truly dispel corruption? From his perception aside from the high priest's own holy aura, the emperor's shrine seemed largely inert. Yet when the ritual had persisted for 3 hours with the shrine surrounded by over 1,000 candles and the walls covered by hundreds of thousands of scripture characters, Li Qinwu sensed it. A faint trace of the emperor's psychic energy in the air. This psychic energy was extremely thin, almost negligible, yet it existed. Remarkably, the coverage of this emperor's psychic energy conjured through the ritual was immensely vast. Seeing that the high priest and his group would continue the ritual, Li Qinwu tried moving away. Even 5 kilometers out, the emperor's psychic energy persisted, and it seemed it would hold even 10 kilometers further. At this, Li Qinwu's gaze toward the ritual performers shifted. This purification ceremony, truly, the purification well had been tainted by evil, but the evil's power was weak. Now the psychic energy radiating from the emperor's shrine was precisely enough to drive it away. The ritual continued for another 3 hours. Sister Teresa set down the emperor's shrine, now surrounded by a mountain of candles with the walls densely covered in scripture and purity seals. Half of the priests knelt before the shrine in continued prayer, while the other half rose and exited the purification well. The high priest wiped the sweat from his brow and said, "The purification ritual is complete. The God Emperor's shrine will remain here guarded by priests in prayer. Now let us go to the upper hive water purification plant and end this once and for all." Li Qinwu glanced back at the emperor's shrine, now surrounded by a mountain of candles. It had become a psychic energy diffuser, steadily releasing the emperor's pure psychic energy into the air. By now this place had become the God Emperor's domain. Any spiritually corrupted being approaching would be automatically decontaminated. The chaos corruption in the water was also neutralized and eliminated by the emperor's psychic energy. That was sufficient. The corruption was resolved. Unless a more powerful chaos corruption emerged, the chaos in the mid-hive would end here. Li Qinwu asked the high priest, "Sir, do you need rest?" The high priest shook his head. "No need. Let us go resolve the corruption in the upper hive." Li Qinwu nodded. "Then let's press on." Reynolds said, "The upper hive's water purification plant is truly in the upper hive. The large elevator is out of service. We can't get up there." Li Qinwu chuckled. "No problem. We have a VIP passage." The group boarded their vehicles, sped along the road, and soon reached the small elevator. They loaded their supplies and ascended. Reynolds stared at Li Qinwu in astonishment. "You have access to a noble's private elevator." Li Qinwu toyed with the ring on his finger. "It's from Miss Nightingale's family. I saved her life and she authorized the small elevator for me." Hearing this, the high priest smiled. "Ah, that girl Nightingale. She sings beautifully and plays the piano masterfully. Once she invited me to the Grand Theater, sang hymns for me, and then begged me for some candles and incense." Li Qinwu inhaled sharply. "So those items capable of dispelling chaos corruption were from you?" The high priest said wistfully. "I truly long to hear that girl sing hymns at the Grand Theater once more. When all this ends, I shall visit the Grand Theater." A strange expression crossed Li Qinwu's face. "Well, I'm afraid you won't be able to visit the Grand Theater, sir." The high priest asked in confusion. "Why?" Because the Grand Theater was burned down by the plague zombies of evil." "Ahem, anyway, the elevator's here. Let's go." With a mechanical clatter, the small elevator doors opened, and the group drove out in a line. Though called small, this was a freight elevator capable of moving 6 vehicles the size of Chimera troop carriers at once. The group's vehicles and equipment were transported to the upper hive in one go. As before, Reynolds and his team led the way in their maintenance buggies, with Li Qinwu's truck following behind. They sped along the road littered with the corpses of plague zombies and PDF soldiers. It seemed the PDF had engaged in multiple battles over the past few days, eliminating many plague zombies. Unfortunately, after killing hundreds of times their number in plague zombies, these PDF soldiers had succumbed to the dual assault of plague and spiritual corruption, perishing tragically. Gazing through the vehicle window at the desolation of the upper hive, the high priest ground his teeth in rage. Evil. It must be cleansed. It must be annihilated. Li Qinwu patted Sister Teresa's shoulder to draw her attention. "Hold the shrine close, stay in the innermost part of the group, don't wander off, and don't leave my sight. Understand?" Sister Teresa nodded, her anxious heart slightly steadied by the sight of fully armed Li Qinwu. The PDF's assault was highly effective. A single PDF regiment of over 3,000 men could slay hundreds of times their number before being annihilated. Li Qinwu's convoy was soon blocked by a sea of corpses. Fallen PDF soldiers destroyed armored vehicles and the shattered bodies of plague zombies that had been mowed down in waves. The plague zombies' corpses lay on the ground, beginning to semi-dissolve and fuse with the surrounding steel and earth. Spores and yellow-green ferns sprouted from the bodies, tainting the environment with plague. Renault's repair drone returned to the truck and called out to the priest inside, "Sir, the road ahead is blocked. We'll have to proceed on foot from here. Fortunately, the destination is only about 20 kilometers away." "Very well, we shall disembark and walk." At the priest's command, everyone got out. Li Qinwu said to Renault, "My men have strong firepower and will take point. Your security team can cover the rear. Is that agreeable?" "Agreed." Li Qinwu then addressed the priest. "Sir, close quarters combat with plague zombies risks infection. It's best to eliminate them from a distance. Leave the fighting to us." The priest nodded and said to the assembled clergy, "Colleagues, let the warriors of the God Emperor handle the battle. We shall offer them our blessings. Join me in chanting the battle litany." Over 20 clergymen put away their weapons, held candles and incense, and began to chant in unison. Sister Teresa carried the Emperor's shrine at the center of the procession. As they chanted, a faint aura of the Emperor's psychic energy dispersed. Though not as extensive as a full ritual, it covered over 100 meters, enveloping everyone. This was convenient for Li Qinwu. He no longer needed an excuse to bestow a holy state upon the group. The priest's aura combined with their protective suits was enough to ward off mental contamination. The group advanced on foot steadily, the priest's litany a continuous chorus. Li Qinwu glanced to the roadside where a cluster of plague spores from a dead zombie visibly withered away. The Emperor's psychic energy dealt a devastating blow to the fragile ecosystem born of chaos corruption. After advancing about 10 kilometers, they had largely exited the zone where PDF forces and plague zombies had clashed. Where the PDF hadn't reached, corpses were fewer, but zombies were more numerous. Plague zombies roaming the streets spotted Li Qinwu and his group, grinning as they shuffled closer, spewing blasphemous words from their mouths. "Open fire! Kill them!" Li Qinwu shouted, and the group raised their weapons and fired. The hiss of laser fire rang out as streaks of crimson light pierced the air, blowing the heads off the plague zombies ahead. The plague zombies were bloated and slow. The PDF soldiers present were all regulars with adequate marksmanship. 16 of them, using laser rifles with negligible recoil, took down the zombies with almost every shot. The heads of plague zombies on the street ahead exploded with a series of wet cracks, scattering seared tissue cooked by the laser energy. The group advanced steadily, firing as they moved. The overwhelming firepower of their laser guns would handle everything. Just then, Li Qinwu sensed a group of creatures approaching from the front, beings of pure malice. The next moment, around the street corner ahead, a black swarm of plague flies and mosquitoes erupted into the air. These plague insects were the size of a child's fist, their wings buzzing with a deafening drone. A swarm of over 100,000 of them descended like a black storm. Panic spread through the group at the sight of the black storm. Li Qinwu prepared to use the holy wine to save the day. When ignited, the wine would release a high concentration of the Emperor's psychic energy, causing these weak plague creatures to burst into flames. But before he could open the flask, a roar erupted from the priest behind him. "Abominations! Begone from the God Emperor's world! How dare you manifest in this realm? Return to the filthy lands of the dark gods!" The chanting of the 20-odd priests grew louder, filling the surrounding streets with a roaring litany. Li Qinwu felt the concentration of the Emperor's psychic energy in the air surge several-fold, its range expanding as well. The plague flies and mosquitoes that entered the psychic field fell to the ground in droves, as if their power had been cut off. Black smoke rose from the plague insects as the chaos energy within them reacted with the Emperor's psychic force, destroying their bodies from the inside. The swarm of plague flies and mosquitoes rained down like a torrent, covering the street ahead in a dense dark carpet. In an instant, they were all dead, and the buzzing ceased abruptly. The group erupted in cheers at the sight. Their morale soared. The priest's display of power made them realize he was no ordinary man, and their confidence in the mission's success was now absolute. "Move out." At Li Qinwu's command, the group strode forward, their boots squelching as they crushed the plague insects' corpses underfoot. Perhaps it was luck from the priest's burst of power, but the group encountered no further interference on the road ahead and marched straight to the water purification plant. "We're here. That's the water purification plant ahead." Renault pointed to a spire-like structure. The plant in the upper nest was a massive spire. It was a gigantic ring-shaped tower, but now it was encircled by layers of plague zombies numbering over 100,000. The group huddled in the street, staring at the dense ring of plague zombies surrounding the spire, their scalps tingling. Li Qinwu shook his head in dismay. "We can't handle this density. We need a PDF regiment for this." The priest frowned. "Is this the end of the... I can sense a great evil within. If we don't purify it, the corruption will never cease." Li Qinwu asked, "Father, can you call in a PDF regiment to fight?" The priest nodded, then shook his head. "I can, but the process is cumbersome. The ecclesiarchy and the PDF are separate systems. Mobilizing PDF resources is fraught with restrictions. To deploy a PDF regiment would likely take over a month." The ecclesiarchy and the PDF were distinct entities. As a revered priest, he could influence PDF decisions, but only to a limited extent. Last time it took him nearly half a month to pull strings and have the fortress cannon bombard Ma village. To mobilize a PDF regiment here would take who knows how many months. In a few months, the chaos corruption would have progressed to the next stage, endangering the entire planet. Just then Renault spoke up. I know of a maintenance tunnel that bypasses the main entrance and leads underground into the spire of the water purification plant. Li Qinwu glanced at the spire which towered into the clouds like a creation of the Titan gods. Who knows how many enemies lurk inside that damned thing? And you mentioned a great evil within, Father. I suspect there are special enemies in there. If we attack recklessly, that special enemy could command the plague horde outside to swarm into the spire. That would be disastrous. Renault had already considered this and proposed, the maintenance tunnels are extensive. We can use them to reach the core control room of the spire. From the central console there we can seal all the doors inside the spire, isolating the enemies. Then we can open the doors one by one and eliminate them piecemeal. Since there is a small path, let's proceed along it. Li Qinwu instructed Reno to lead the way while the group circled around the front of the horde of plague zombies, making their way into a narrow alley. There was something resembling a manhole cover which Reno opened. Come on, this is the maintenance passage, it's dry. The group jumped down one by one into the passage, which indeed was dry and quite spacious, allowing room for maintenance carts to pass. However, it was dark inside, so everyone turned on their flashlights. Reno led the way and the group advanced through the dark passage. During their progress, Egghead cautiously approached Li Qinwu and asked, "Boss, is there any danger in that spire?" Li Qinwu glanced at him, realizing he was wavering. Noticing the other soldiers, he saw uncertainty etched on their faces as well. This was understandable, though earlier outside in the open people instinctively felt that they could run away if danger arose. Now entering a confined space, they felt the loss of that option, realizing there was no way back, which led to— Li Qinwu chuckled lightly. "What? Are you afraid?" Egghead, being honest, nodded without arguing. "Yes, boss. We have no idea what awaits us in that spire. It makes me uneasy." Li Qinwu responded with a low voice. "Uneasy, you say? Let me give you something to ease your mind. The priest we are protecting is the bishop of our planet. Do you know what a bishop is? They rank alongside planetary governors." Egghead gasped at the revelation. The bishop. They were actually protecting a bishop. Li Qinwu patted Egghead on the shoulder. "This mission is to assist the people above. If we succeed, just imagine the fortune awaiting you." Egghead's expression shifted as he recalled Miss Nightingale. With just one word from her, their entire team would receive 1,000,000. For those from the heavenly family, a single word could translate to generations of wealth. Now encountering such a rare opportunity, if they did not give it their all, they would be betraying their bloodline. With a fierce look, Egghead went down to whisper in his soldiers' ears. Once all the soldiers understood Li Qinwu's words, their hesitation and fear vanished, replaced by determination fueled by the prospect of great rewards. They all had families and wanted to secure a future for them. This was a perilous journey, but they would go. The group traversed the maintenance passage, twisting and turning until they reached the interior of the spire and arrived at the top of the control room. With a loud bang, someone kicked open the vent grill at the top of the control room. Reno poked his head out, looked around, and then jumped down. "Come down, there are no enemies." One by one, the others jumped down from the vent. The control room was the brain of the water purification plant at the spire, containing dozens of control consoles that could manage the entire massive facility. There were no enemies in the control room, and the heavy iron door was tightly shut, but there were dead bodies. Li Qinwu and Reno approached a corpse whose head had exploded and clutched a laser pistol, appearing to have committed suicide. Reno sighed. "It's Count Dinar, the head of our planet's water purification guild." Li Qinwu remarked, "It seems he committed suicide out of guilt. He likely knew that the corruption started from the water purification plant and panicked, choosing to end his life." Reno nodded. "That must be it. Our guild's leader is dead. That's a blow to us." Li Qinwu leaned closer to Reno and nodded towards the priest. "No worries. The water purification guild still has you a pillar of strength." "Oh, Lord Reno smirked mischievously. "Oh dear, you're no less than I, lordly Lord Reno, lordly Lord Reno Li. Warrior of the Divine Emperor, what shall we do next?" The priest interrupted the two chuckling individuals. Reno cleared his throat and said, "Revered priest, we are currently in the control room. From here we can monitor all areas within the spire and control the doors of each section." As he spoke, he approached a large control console filled with numerous screens displaying surveillance from various passages within the spire. The surveillance showed that many areas inside the spire had already been overrun by plague zombies, which were in a worse state than the corruption outside. Reno manipulated the console, and the screen displayed that all heavy iron doors suddenly closed. "All right, I have now shut all the large doors, segmenting the spire into thousands of compartments of varying sizes." Li Qinwu said, "This way the enemies will be separated, and we only need to clear a path to the water well." "Exactly. From here to the water well we will need to pass through about 50 passages. I can open the doors from the control console one room at a time and eliminate the enemies inside. Opening only one door at a time means we only have to deal with the enemies in one passage." Upon hearing this, everyone relaxed considerably. Each room contained at most 100 enemies. They could eliminate them before moving on to the next room without fear of being overwhelmed by a tide of zombies. It was just like playing a dungeon crawler. Li Qinwu approached the priest and said, "Revered priest, please remain seated in the control room. I will lead the soldiers to clear a safe path." The priest frowned. "Sir, we are also warriors of the Divine Emperor. We are not mere lambs that need protection." Li Qinwu shook his head, his gaze resolute. "Revered priest, each has their own expertise. Only you can recite the Holy Scripture to dispel evil, while my soldiers and I are trained for combat with superior firepower. Soldiers fight while priests pray. If the priests fall in battle, we warriors would have no way to spread the glory of the Divine Emperor to the world. Additionally, revered priest, please ensure the safety of Sister Teresa." The priest glanced back at Teresa, hesitating momentarily before nodding. Li Qinwu patted Sister Teresa on the shoulder and approached Reno. "So the upcoming clearing task will be entrusted to my soldiers. You and your security team will protect the revered priest here and control the door switches." Reno nodded. "However, each room is equipped with a broadcasting system. Listen carefully, I will inform you of how many enemies are behind each door." Li Qinwu expressed his thanks and moved in front of the 15 soldiers. "Brothers, no need for extra words for the Emperor. For the Nest City. For ourselves." The soldiers raised their laser guns, shouting for the Emperor. For the Nest City. For ourselves. Their cries were heart-wrenching, primarily for their own sake. The priest sighed. They are all warriors. The best warriors of the Divine Emperor. He watched as the soldiers charged towards the heavy iron door, contemplating that if they survived, they would deserve great rewards. The heavy iron door of the control room swung open, revealing a descending elevator. The group stepped inside, and the elevator began its descent. A broadcast from the elevator speaker crackled with Rena's voice. "Attention, soldiers. The infection is severe, but this is truly horrifying. The elevator will reach the lower compartment in 20 seconds. The first chamber holds over 100 plague zombies. Kill them all." Li Qinwu adjusted his beak mask, raised his laser rifle, and aimed at the elevator doors. The rest followed suit, all 16 laser rifles trained forward, ready for battle. With a sharp click, the elevator stopped and the door slid open. In the next instant, over 100 twisted plague zombies turned their heads, fixing their gaze on the group inside. Li Qinwu fired without hesitation, blowing a plague zombie's head apart. The others joined in, crimson lasers erupting in a continuous barrage. Before the plague zombies could even react, they were engulfed in the deadly light. Li Qinwu's finger danced on the trigger, rapid-fire beeps of laser shots filling the air. Each precise blast obliterated a plague zombie's skull. In less than 20 seconds, the room was cleared of plague zombies. A speaker in the corner crackled with Rena's voice. "Well done, soldiers. Now head through the northern gate. We need to fight through 50 rooms to the north to reach the purification well." Li Qinwu looked at the camera and asked, "How many enemies in the next room?" "Over 150. Li Qinwu turned to his soldiers. "Any problems? If not, let's move to the next level." The soldiers nodded in unison. Li Qinwu led them to the sealed iron door. The iron door was narrow, allowing only 2 people to pass through side by side. Li Qinwu gave the order. "Half crouch, half stand, and shoot." The soldiers understood. Half knelt, half stood, raising their laser rifles. Li Qinwu gave an OK sign to the camera in the corner. In the control room, Reno pressed the open button. With a mechanical click, the iron door swung open, revealing a horde of plague zombies. Lasers flew, gunfire erupted, and another room was swept clean. Afterward, the group effortlessly cleared 8 more rooms. Their protective suits shielded them from the plague, and the pure mark granted spiritual protection. Over 100 plague zombies were a mere trifle. As they finished clearing the 9th room, Egghead approached Li Qinwu and said, "Boss, I've drained 3 laser batteries. The brothers are almost out of juice too." Each of them had 5 to 6 batteries, and half were already spent. Just as Li Qinwu was about to speak, the speaker in the corner crackled to life. "Don't worry. The next room is the power distribution room. It's clear of enemies and has plenty of charging ports. You can recharge and rest there." With a click, the door opened, revealing a spotless power distribution room. The group filed in, and the door closed. Everyone immediately removed their batteries to charge. The distribution room had numerous sockets, and the laser rifle batteries were highly versatile, supporting various charging methods. Charging would take a while, so the soldiers found corners to sit and rest. Li Qinwu took out a scented candle, lit it, and directly removed his beak mask. Hei Ting grew anxious. "Boss, can we take off our masks here?" "Yes. The power of the Divine Emperor protects us. No evil can enter. All of you take off your masks and rest." He took out his canteen, drank a mouthful of holy wine, and then tossed it to the others. 1 sip each. Li Qinwu seized this opportunity to bestow a sacred state upon them. The soldiers, seeing the wine, relaxed and began to chat and joke. Soldier 1 said, "When this war is over, I'll go home and live a good life with my old mother." Li Qinwu, who was about to light a cigarette, froze. Then Soldier 2 chimed in, "Really? I've got good news too. My fiancée agreed to marry me. After this mission, I'm going back to get married." With a soft thud, Li Qinwu's cigarette fell to the floor. Soldier 3 said, "My service term ends this month. They'll be discharged soon, leaving this damn battlefield." Soldier 4, "I've always wanted to be a teacher. I studied in secret and passed the teaching qualification exam. He'll get my certificate when I go back. Soldier 5, my son's birthday is tomorrow. I've missed everyone before, but I won't miss this one. After the mission, I'm going to give my son a huge gift. Li Qinwu trembled all over. It's over, it's all over. So many death flags. Folks, do you think he'll make it? Just then, Egghead approached with a grin. Under Li Qinwu's horrified gaze, he pulled out a pocket watch and opened it, revealing a photo. Boss, this is my daughter. She's 2 years old. Cute, isn't she? Li Qinwu couldn't care less about his daughter's cuteness. He was already considering abandoning the mission. Heitan also came over, opening his mouth to speak. Li Qinwu thought, is there another one? He grabbed Heitan by the collar and roared with a twisted face, quick, make an impossible wish to counterbalance this. Otherwise, with all these death flags, we're all done for here. Heitan had no idea what Li Qinwu was going on about, so he just yelled on instinct, then I wish. For world, beep, beep, beep. The laser rifle batteries on the sockets signaled a full charge. Everyone stood up, removed their batteries, and organized their gear. They put on their beak masks, and a heavy, murderous aura spread among them. The speaker in the corner crackled with Rena's voice. Attention, soldiers. The next room has only about 20 plague zombies, but there's a special enemy. It's a monster stitched together from several plague zombies. It's huge and looks very formidable. The soldiers gradually formed a battle formation. Li Qinwu shouted, same as before, half crouch, half stand. Set your laser rifles to maximum power. We'll take that giant freak down in one volley. The soldiers adjusted their laser rifles. Li Qinwu asked Heitan, do you really wish for world peace? Heitan sighed, a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Yes, boss. Then we wouldn't have to fight. The iron door creaked open. Li Qinwu roared, kill. Haha, family. Family means being together. Let us merge into one. In a certain room, a giant monster 3 meters tall formed from over a dozen plague zombies was laughing. The giant had multiple heads, hands, and feet. It picked up an ordinary plague zombie and pressed it against its body. The zombie cooperated, laughing as it merged with the giant. After fusing with another plague zombie, the giant grew larger and more twisted. Every head on the giant laughed, shouting about family unity and togetherness. Just then the iron door opened, and Li Qinwu and his soldiers made their grand entrance. As they took a closer look, the grotesque form of the giant made them all retch with disgust. Kill! Li Qinwu shouted, and the soldiers raised their laser rifles, unleashing a barrage. The lasers were set to maximum power, emitting thick, long beams of concentrated energy. A volley of 16 thick laser beams struck the giant, triggering a series of energy explosions. Rotten flesh flew in all directions, leaving gaping wounds the size of wash basins on the giant's body. Some limbs and heads absorbing the laser's energy were blasted clean off their cross-sections, charred black. Foul, rotting pus oozed from the wounds. After the first volley, the giant was riddled with craters, yet it still stood. It turned, and several heads on its limbs fixed their gaze on Li Qinwu and his men, laughing in unison. Ha! Come join us, merge with us. Become family. Holy shit, motherfucking Cyclone Platinum 1. Fire. Fire. Kill that ugly bastard, even its mother regrets giving birth to. Li Qinwu roared, and the men fired rapidly. Lasers of maximum power struck the giant, causing clusters of energy explosions. The damage from laser rifles could stack. Theoretically, with enough laser rifles firing simultaneously at a single target, the accumulated energy could kill even a great demon. Here, with 16 laser rifles unleashing their fury, the three-meter giant couldn't withstand the onslaught. After a few volleys, it was blown into charred chunks of flesh. Afterward, the men lowered the laser rifles' power and finished off the remaining plague zombies with a few shots. The sustained fire left the rifles smoking and hissing, requiring a cooldown period. During the wait, Reynolds' voice came through the speaker. Good work, soldiers. You've completed 1/5 of your cleansing mission, but the battles ahead will grow tougher. I see more giant monsters in the following rooms. These creatures are merging with each other, becoming more powerful individuals. You'll need strategy for the fights ahead. Li Qinwu approached the camera and asked, how many enemies in the next room? Over 20 ordinary zombies and 2 giants. 2 giants. Li Qinwu looked at the laser rifles in their hands. 16 rifles at maximum power could kill at most 1 giant before overheating. To take down 2 at once, their current arsenal was insufficient. Forcing the rifles would melt the barrels and possibly cause the batteries to explode. It was time for special weaponry. Li Qinwu swung his shoulder, bringing the 30mm shotgun into his hands. The gun held 5 rounds in the chamber and tube, now loaded with expensive explosive shells. Gripping the explosive shotgun, Li Qinwu addressed the men. On my command, you'll fire a volley at 1 giant and take it down. Leave the other to me, understood? The men nodded in understanding. Li Qinwu arranged them in a combat formation, then gave an OK sign to the camera. The iron door opened, revealing the bizarre scene in the opposite room. The room appeared to be a cafeteria with 2 giants sitting in the center, surrounded by a crowd of plague zombies. One giant asked gently, children, would you like to hear the story of the little duck or the story of the little chick? The plague zombies answered, mama, mama. We want to hear the story of the loving father. The soldiers felt a chill of horror at the sight. The two giants seemed to be playing the role of parents with the smaller plague zombies as their children. It was both absurd and terrifying. Li Qinwu called out, "Children, how about I tell you a new story?" The plague zombies turned in unison, asking curiously, "What new story?" Li Qinwu said with a grin, "The story is called Kind Uncle PDF killed Mommy with a laser rifle volley and blew up Daddy with an explosive shell. Fire! Open fire!" The soldiers pulled the triggers, unleashing a volley of thick lasers at the giant, playing the mother, triggering a series of energy explosions. Li Qinwu aimed the shotgun at the giant, playing the father, and fired an explosive shell. Bang! A thunderous blast erupted and a long, thick plume of fire shot from the shotgun's muzzle. The shell penetrated the giant's bloated, corpulent body, burrowing deep into the rotten flesh before detonating internally. The belly of the father giant exploded, sending entrails and rotting flesh flying everywhere. A single shell incapacitated the giant, causing its body to collapse to the ground, shattering into several pieces of gore. Li Qinwu pumped the shotgun slide to chamber another round and fired a finishing shot into the giant on the ground, completely obliterating it. Meanwhile, the soldiers fired several more volleys, their laser rifles hissing and smoking until the mother giant was reduced to charred fragments. With the two primary threats neutralized instantly, only the small fry remained. The men finished them off with a few laser shots. Li Qinwu ordered the men to rest and let the rifles cool down while he reloaded the shotgun with explosive shells. Although 2 shells had taken down an enemy effectively, he only had 30 shells left. With over 40 more rooms to clear, he couldn't afford to waste ammunition. He approached the camera and asked, "Our armaments are insufficient. Is there a place nearby to resupply?" Reynolds' voice came through the speaker. "Yes, there's, brother. 10 rooms ahead, you'll find the security armory. It's well stocked with supplies." Li Qinwu led his squad in a fierce assault, expending 10 explosive rounds before they reached the 20th chamber. From the loudspeaker embedded in the ceiling, Reynolds' voice echoed, "Well done, warriors. You've completed 2/5 of the mission. Take note of the chamber marked 888 on your left. That's the armory. You can resupply there." As his words faded, a clang resounded, and the iron door of room 88 swung open. The squad filed in. As Reynolds had indicated, it was indeed an armory stocked with a vast array of weaponry. However, the arms were predominantly kinetic firearms, shotguns, PDF submachine guns, pistols, and the like. Disappointment washed over the squad. Such meager arms were hardly superior to the laser guns they already wielded. Li Qinwu stepped before a camera, his face twisted in disdain. "Is this it? Just these pea shooters? Patience, warriors. The guns may be lackluster, but there are special munitions." As he spoke, the door of a large crate in the armory clicked open, revealing hundreds of sizable grenades. At the sight of so many grenades, the squad broke into whistles of approval. Li Qinwu hefted one, gauging its weight. At least a kilogram, a standard Warhammer creation brute force incarnate, with a lethality radius that was surely monstrous. "Grab them. Take as many as you can carry. There are charging ports over there. Top off your laser gun batteries." The squad moved swiftly, stuffing grenades into their gear. Some also grabbed PDF submachine guns and magazines as backup weapons in case their laser guns overheated. After a flurry of preparation, each man carried 5 or 6 grenades, yet dozens remained in the crate. Li Qinwu, ever frugal, loathed leaving such resources behind. He scanned the room. In a corner, he spotted a small cart, the kind with wheels found in supermarkets, likely used by armory staff to haul heavy loads. "Load all the grenades onto the cart. We'll push it along," Li Qinwu ordered, and the squad complied. Dozens of grenades along with spare magazines and shotguns were piled onto the cart. Once they were fully equipped, they returned to the previous chamber. Reynolds' voice rang out in warning, "Attention, warriors. The next room is a large dormitory for water purification plant workers. I count over 1,000 plague walkers on the cameras." Li Qinwu asked, "If we don't finish them off, you'll seal the iron door, understand?" "Affirmative. I can open and close the doors as needed. Rest assured, with me watching, you won't be overrun." Li Qinwu nodded and addressed his soldiers, "Prepare grenades. Let's blast these freaks to hell." He gripped 2 grenades, pulled the rings, and pinched the safety levers. Hyten also clutched 2 grenades. They stood at the doorway, poised to throw. With a clang, the door swung open. Without a second glance, they hurled the grenades inside. A thunderous boom erupted like an artillery shell exploding. A scorching blast wave surged from the entrance. As the storm subsided, Li Qinwu peered in. For grenades had pulverized hundreds of plague walkers. Those farther away were also knocked down by the explosive force. But the room was vast, and the plague walkers were numerous. Li Qinwu grabbed more grenades and hurled them toward the distant horde. With his strength, the 1-kilogram grenades flew across the massive dormitory. Boom, boom. The grenades landed amidst the plague walkers, detonating like satchel charges. They tore the creatures apart, sending fragments of flesh splattering against the ceiling. Li Qinwu hurled over a dozen grenades, thinning the once dense horde into a scattered mess. "Okay, finish the rest with laser guns." The squad advanced, unleashing continuous laser fire. The remaining sparser plague walkers were gunned down, and the room was cleared. Well done, warriors. That was the hardest part. The rooms ahead will be a breeze, Reynolds declared excitedly. The next few chambers hold only a few plague walkers, or even none at all. You can rest briefly in the clean rooms. Li Qinwu asked how far until a clean room. 5 more rooms ahead you'll find one free of plague walkers. Li Qinwu patted his rear and said to his soldiers, let's move. Well regrouped properly in a room without the stench of rot. The squad rose weapons at the ready and swept through room after room. As Reynolds had promised, the plague walker numbers dwindled and they dispatched them with ease using laser guns. When they finally reached a room devoid of the undead, the squad breathed a collective sigh of relief. They found spots to sit and began to rest. Li Qinwu lit incense and candles, then removed his beak mask. Wearing the protective suits for so long was not only constricting but stifling. Finding a clean room, it was necessary to strip down and recuperate. Seeing Li Qinwu light the incense, the others shed their detachable gear. Haiten in particular tossed his equipment aside and lay flat on the floor to rest. The room they occupied appeared to be a mid-level manager's office furnished with desks, paper printers, and a water dispenser. When the plague walker outbreak occurred, the managers might have received word and fled, leaving the room untouched. Yet there was an exception. As Haiten lay resting, his gaze drifted left. He suddenly spotted a figure hiding under a desk, staring back at him with terrified eyes. Holy shit, there's someone. Haiten yelped in fright, springing to his feet. He snatched his laser gun and shouted, fucking hell, are you man or ghost? Say something. If you don't talk, I'll open fire. The other soldiers, alarmed by his reaction, quickly aimed their weapons at the desk. Tension gripped the squad. Uncertain whether the figure beneath the desk was human or a plague walker, they shouted for it to come out immediately. Li Qinwu grabbed a PDF automatic rifle from the cart, pulled the bolt to chamber around, and fired a few shots over the desk. Bang, bang, bang. The person hiding under the desk shrieked in terror and hastily cried out, don't shoot. Don't shoot. I'm human, not a monster. I'm coming out, please don't fire. Under the muzzles of their guns, a middle-aged man slowly crawled out from beneath the desk. Judging by his attire, he was a clerical staff member of the Water Purification Guild. Seeing no signs of infection on him and a healthy flush to his skin, the squad relaxed. Li Qinwu uncapped the sacred wine gourd at his waist, poured a small capful, and splashed it over the man. The man yelped, staring at Li Qinwu with anxious confusion, unsure of the intent. Li Qinwu waited. The man showed no signs of smoke or discomfort, indicating he was not tainted by chaos. Li Qinwu asked, who are you? And why are you here? The man surveyed the armed group, his gaze finally settling on Li Qinwu. I'm the technical supervisor for the diving power suits. I'm responsible for maintaining the diving power suits for this. Li Qinwu raised an eyebrow and asked, what is a diving-powered suit? The middle-aged man replied, it's a work suit used for repairing clean water wells. The clean water well is 2 kilometers deep. If the equipment at the bottom is damaged, one must wear this powered suit with pressure resistance and strength enhancement systems to perform repairs. This suit employs a force feedback system, allowing even those without neural interfaces to wear and control it. It can amplify an ordinary person's strength by 5 times, making it easy to carry heavy objects or heavy repair equipment underwater. Li Qinwu's heart burned with excitement. A force feedback powered armor. It sounded incredibly advanced. He hadn't expected to encounter a special equipment NPC in this room. Li Qinwu patted his shoulder and said, quick, take us to obtain these suits. Once we have the equipment, we'll place you in a safe room and bring you along when we complete the mission. The man breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, but then his expression turned grave. No, I can't leave alone. My girlfriend is still here. You must help me find her, and only then will I take you to get the suits. Li Qinwu immediately leaned back in a tactical posture. Damn it, he had to complete a side quest just to get special equipment. It was too troublesome, far too damn troublesome. Ignoring the man, he went to the camera and asked, Reno, do you know where the powered suits the man mentioned are stored? Wait a moment, let me search with the cameras, Reno replied honestly as he manipulated the screens at the control console, searching for the location of the suits. Reno was merely a mid-level manager in the Clean Water Guild, unfamiliar with many areas. However, through the control console, he searched room by room and eventually located the compartment housing the suits. Found it. From your room, go left 3 rooms, then south 4 rooms, and you'll reach the compartment where the powered... There are few enemies along the way with no large ones. You should be able to handle them easily. Li Qinwu directly called for everyone to go get the special equipment. As for the NPC side quest, damn it, he was using a map cheat now. Who cared about that? Seeing Li Qinwu and the others about to leave, the man panicked. He ran to the iron door and blocked them. Wait, you can't go, none of you can go. Go save my girlfriend, my love is in. Li Qinwu clicked his tongue in annoyance and made an okay gesture to the... Reno directly manipulated the control console to open the door. The man still stood before Li Qinwu and the others, shouting that they wouldn't leave without saving his girlfriend. Little did he know the door behind him had already opened. In the room beyond, several plague zombies turned to look in their direction, then shuffled forward with grinning faces. Li Qinwu and the others watched as a plague zombie wrapped its arms around the man's neck from behind and planted a sloppy kiss on his face. "Oh dear sir, I adore you so much I just couldn't resist kissing you," the plague zombie said with a grin. The man kissed by the plague zombie's sweet, soft, and sticky lips had his face covered in corpse fluid and pus, with even a few wriggling maggots mixed in the saliva. "Eh!" The man let out a terrified scream. He clearly understood the consequences of such close contact with a plague zombie and exposure to its bodily fluids. Li Qinwu shouted, "Oh you damn pervert making out with a plague zombie. You're truly a traitor hiding among humans. Open fire." Beep, beep, beep. The man and the plague zombies were blown apart together. The group stepped over the man's unseen corpse and, following Renas' directions, fought their way to the compartment with the powered suits. Within minutes they had cleared a path and arrived at the room housing the suits. Over 40 powered suits hung on the walls. They consisted of 3 main parts: a power skeleton, a battery backpack, and a rubber pressure-resistant diving suit. The power skeleton was a metal frame contoured to the human body, equipped with numerous sensors and servo mechanisms. Wearing it amplified the user's strength by 5 times. The power skeleton was powered by a small battery backpack, allowing for 2 hours of operation. Then there was the rubber pressure-resistant waterproof suit, which was large and bulky. It was worn over the exoskeleton to encase the user, enabling them to dive and work at depths of 2 kilometers underwater. However, due to its extreme bulkiness and fin-like designs on the feet and hands, Li Qinwu and the others decided not to wear it, as it would prevent them from carrying weapons and equipment in combat. Everyone began helping each other put on the power skeletons. In the highly illiterate world of Warhammer 40k, most manufactured weapons and equipment were designed to be foolproof. For instance, this power skeleton was intuitive to operate. One simply aligned it with their limbs, snapped it into place where it could lock, and secured it where needed. Then, connecting the battery backpack, there wasn't even an on-off switch. The power skeleton activated on its own. It was that simple. Everyone donned their power skeletons. Dantu slammed his fist heavily into a metal wall, producing a loud thud and leaving a dent in the metal. "Holy shit, I feel strong enough to kill an ox." The soldiers, never having seen such advanced gear, began excitedly examining it. Li Qinwu looked at his arm encased in the mechanical limb, clenching his fist to feel the power output from the machine. But this was designed for engineering work, not combat. Li Qinwu could sense that the force feedback system in this power skeleton was quite primitive. Simply put, the force feedback system worked like this: when you made a lifting motion, the sensors in the armor detected your intention and controlled the servo mechanisms to assist in the lift. When you threw a powerful punch, the sensors detected your exertion and commanded the servo mechanisms to output maximum power, delivering a blow that could punch through a wall. But the problem was that it wasn't connected to the nerves. The computing unit in the armor was slow to respond, causing a delay in actions. It was akin to playing a shooting game with a ping of 80 to 90. Of course, ordinary people wouldn't notice this slight delay, so they wouldn't feel any sluggishness while wearing it. But if a superhuman like an Astartes wore such a low-grade suit, they'd probably prefer to fight without armor. After all, the neural reflexes of those augmented Astartes were too fast, amplifying the delay immensely. Once everyone had put on the power skeletons, they were brimming with confidence. Li Qinwu waved his hand, and the group advanced toward another room. He had a feeling they were nearing the final boss. Before a great battle, there is always a supply cache, a universal truth across countless worlds. He wondered what the final boss would look like. With the aid of powered exoskeletons, Li Qinwu and his men cut down anything in their path, like gods and Buddhas. After more than 2 grueling hours of combat, they had cleared 14 rooms and arrived before the final one. Renas' voice once again emanated from the corner speaker, but this time it carried a grave tone. "Well done, warriors. Only 1 room remains. Conquer it, and you will open the path to the water intake well. But I have bad news. The camera in the last room is damaged for unknown reasons. I have no idea what the situation is inside or how many enemies there are." Li Qinwu muttered to himself, cursing the fog of war. "So even the final boss needs a shroud, huh? Do you at least know the terrain of that last room? How large is it?" Rooms near the water intake well are typically equipment depots. They are immense, spacious enough for large vehicles to move around, filled with heavy machinery for controlling the well. In short, the last room is enormous and cluttered with debris. Li Qinwu stroked his chin deep in thought. He could sense a great malevolent presence beyond that door, likely the source of this corruption. To be honest, he was unnerved. With his current strength, even a minor demon from the warp would be beyond his ability. Forget handling them. Just getting near a true demon, its aura of corruption alone would be enough to drain them. He wasn't afraid of dying himself, but these brothers who followed him through thick and thin only had 1 life each. Li Qinwu pondered for a moment, then turned to his men with a solemn expression. "Everyone, this is the last room. We've fought together as brothers, and I won't let you risk your lives blindly. They'll be straight with you. There might be monsters in this room beyond anything we've faced, far more powerful than all the ones we've killed so far. We all have families. I won't force anyone. Each of you must take responsibility for your own life. Decide whether to follow me in to banish that evil or turn back to the control room. With that, Li Qinwu began to organize his weapons and gear a heavy laser rifle, a PDF submachine gun, and 10 grenades. Suddenly, he spotted an all-steel fire axe hanging on the wall. He walked over, took it down, and tucked it into. As Li Qinwu busied himself, the 15 soldiers he had brought along fell into contemplation. Was it truly worth sacrificing their lives for the sake of a so-called future? The boss had made it clear. A great evil awaited beyond that door, capable of ending them in an instant. If they died, there would be nothing left. As the men hesitated, Egghead suddenly stepped forward. He walked under the camera and asked, "Reverend, are you there?" The camera was silent for a moment before the Reverend's gentle voice came through. "Warrior of the God Emperor, I am here." Egghead pulled a pocket watch from his chest, opened it, and held his daughter's photo up to the camera. "Reverend, look, this is my daughter. She's 2 years old." The camera was silent for a moment, then the Reverend's voice came through the speaker. "Yes, your daughter is lovely. She will surely thrive in the God Emperor's garden." Egghead showed a fatherly smile, then his face grew serious. "Reverend, if I fall in the coming battle, may I implore you to take my daughter in as a nun. I am not coercing you, but begging you." Egghead knelt. "I offer my body and soul to the God Emperor, but my daughter, I only wish for her to grow up happy. I beseech you, Reverend." At that, the other soldiers made their choices. Gritting their teeth, they knelt beneath the camera, and like delivering last words, begged the Reverend to care for their families. All 15 chose to fight. Not because they were unmatched in loyalty and courage, but because they would use their deaths to change the living conditions of their families. The PDF troops were mostly respectable citizens from the Hive City, with families working in the mid-level hives. Without incident, they would toil in factories for a lifetime, and if lucky, die around age 50 for a decent end. If unlucky, they would fall ill or get injured in their prime, lose their ability to work, and before their children grew old enough to labor, their families would collapse, unable to pay taxes, and sinking into the underhive. Their families teetered on the brink of collapse at every moment, a high-pressure existence that like a blood curse haunted generation after generation. But now the Reverend, or rather the former planetary bishop, was watching them from the other side of the camera. If they died valiantly in battle with his influence, he could surely break this blood curse. After everyone had left their final words under the camera, Li Qinwu stepped forward and said, "Reverend, please give us a final prayer." The Reverend's assurance and prayer came through the speaker. "Warriors of the God Emperor, I the devout swear this, if you return to the Golden Throne, I will surely care for your wives, children, and parents." Now hear the battle litany. As the sacred prayer echoed from the speaker, the men rose in unison and began to check their gear with a rustling sound. Once they were ready, the door to the last room leading to the water intake opened, and the men filed in with their weapons raised. The final room was indeed immense. It could no longer be called a room. It was like several colossal football fields. Across this vast space stood a massive cylindrical structure. That was the water intake well. In the space before the well, some engineering vehicles and a great many unknown maintenance machines were parked, giving the whole scene a chaotic appearance. Moreover, for some unknown reason, the main lights were all off, with only a few safety lights and bubble lamps glowing, casting the entire area in deep gloom. The moment Li Qinwu and his men stepped into the room, they felt a bone-piercing chill. Even in the protective suits issued by the church, their hands and feet began to tremble uncontrollably. All the purity seals affixed to their weapons and bodies spontaneously burst into flames and turned to ash the instant they entered the room. A wave of ominous presence surged like a tide into the hearts of everyone present. Li Qinwu switched on the underbarrel flashlight of his laser rifle and said to the men, "Everyone, since we have no worries left behind, let's throw caution to the wind and fight for a bright future, for ourselves and for our families. Forward! Kill everything that looks human or not." The preparation room was vast and pitch black, but thankfully everyone's weapons were equipped with underbarrel flashlights, and their powered exoskeletons had shoulder lamps, so illumination was not an issue. The group advanced slowly, their unease growing with every step. Li Qinwu gripped his heavy laser rifle, the muzzle pointed at the ground. Under the beam of his gunlight, a thin layer of frost was visible on the pure steel floor. This was a classic manifestation of warp energy leakage. Combined with the purification sigil spontaneously combusting, it indicated that the malevolent entity ahead was no ordinary foe. They hadn't walked much further just before arriving beneath the purified water well's pillar structure when a strange sound echoed from ahead. "Liar! Liar! This isn't eternal life. It's a curse. No, this is eternal life. All things decay, rotting yet undying. This is the blessing of the Great Father. No, I didn't want this kind of eternal life. I didn't want this. You liars, you demons. He. It's because you cannot yet comprehend the Father's greatness nor understand what true eternal life is. Once you do, you will thank the Father. Li Qinwu and his men listened to the murmurs from the darkness ahead, sounding like two people arguing. They suppressed their breathing and advanced quickly. As they rounded a large maintenance vehicle, they all raised their weapons, aiming at a crouched humanoid figure. Under the illumination of a dozen gunlights, every detail of that figure's body was exposed to their eyes. It was a humanoid monster, just over 2 meters tall. Its body was as decayed as a plague zombie, yet it wore a set of aristocratic robes. The robes were covered in moss and crawling with maggots as if they had become symbiotic with the monster. Vaguely elements of the revival sect could be discerned. Though it sounded like an ordinary plague zombie, this creature had a pair of antlers growing from its head. In its left hand it held a bell of indeterminate material, in its right a strange sword that seemed to be made of wood, its shape somewhat reminiscent of a Malay kris. But the most peculiar feature was that it had 2 heads. One head was that of an ordinary human, but it had been pushed down to the chest area by some force, weeping and shouting loudly. And the head that had displaced the human one was a monster's head with a thicker neck and antlers. This antlered monster wore a gentle smile, the classic demeanor of the chaos god Nurgle. Li Qinwu observed the 2 heads arguing, seemingly not in harmony. From their dialogue, he could roughly piece the antlered demon was likely a minor demon under Nurgle who had tempted this human, perhaps by promising him. The human had then performed some dark ritual, summoning the demon into the mortal realm and allowing it to possess his body, which in turn triggered this plague. Now the 2 entities shared a single body, bickering constantly. But they quickly became aware of the flashlight beam. "Oh my! New guests, huh? PDF. Quick! Kill me! Let me be free, I beg you, kill me!" The 2 heads displayed starkly different attitudes upon seeing Li Qinwu's group. "Damn it! Kill him!" Li Qinwu, seeing the monster rise from the ground, ceased his observation and ordered the soldiers to open fire. Everyone present pulled their triggers. Thick crimson laser beams shot forth, streaking straight toward the monster. Li Qinwu rapidly pumped the slide of his shotgun, firing off explosive rounds, hoping to blast this seemingly formidable creature apart. But alas, the final boss could not be so easily slain by concentrated fire. Both the lasers and the explosive rounds were nullified before they could even approach the monster. The lasers dissipated in midair, producing thick white smoke, as if they had come into contact with some biomass and been consumed by the energy reaction. As for the explosive rounds, they were meant to fly from the muzzle with immense kinetic energy, shattering everything. But before they reached the monster, they rapidly rusted and decayed. Even the rocket motors failed to ignite, and they fell to the ground as lumps of rusted metal. After a prolonged barrage, all the lasers were dissolved into white mist by the unknown power, leaving the area shrouded in a blinding haze. Li Qinwu was horrified. What the hell was this? How were their attacks being so inexplicably neutralized? He quickly pulled a grenade from his belt, pulled the pin, and hurled it at the monster. Because the grenade flew slower, Li Qinwu could see it more clearly. Within 10 meters of the monster, the grenade rapidly rusted, rotted, and decomposed. The iron casing crumbled into several pieces, the explosive filler scattered like powder, and the fuse failed instantly. By the time it landed beside the monster, the grenade had turned into a pile of metallic dust. The soldiers' attacks gradually ceased as they stared at the creature in bewilderment. Their reliance was on their laser rifles, but after so many volleys, the monster stood there unchanged, pushing their terror to its peak. "Boss, what do we do?" Egghead asked in panic. Li Qinwu was about to say something when the monster made, "The guests are a bit noisy. They need some quiet." The antlered monster spoke, then raised the wooden sword high and struck the bell in its other hand. A resonant ding echoed and a massive wave of psychic energy radiated outward. At the sound, Li Qinwu and his men felt as if their heads were splitting with pain. The chime seemed to carry the cries of all newborn life. The first cries of human infants, calves, lambs, and all manner of creatures, the very sound of new life, washed over everyone present like a tidal wave. Li Qinwu felt dizzy and disoriented, as if struck hard in the head by a baseball bat, barely able to stay on his feet. His 15 soldiers, however, were already on the ground, clutching their ears and screaming in agony. With just one strike of the bell, the monster had pushed Li Qinwu's squad to the brink of annihilation. The antlered monster looked at the fallen PDF soldiers, then at Li Qinwu, who, though swaying, remained standing. A flicker of surprise passed through its jaundiced yellow eyes. "This guest is strong. Join us, become a child of the Father." Li Qinwu shook his head to clear the vertigo, then raised his middle finger in a defiant gesture. The antlered monster chuckled, raising its wooden sword. "Sir, it seems you too cannot comprehend the Father's glorious radiance. But that is of no matter. I shall grant you death, and you will be reborn. Then you will understand everything." With that, the antlered monster began to advance step by step toward Li Qinwu. With each step, the steel floor beneath it rapidly rusted and expanded, as if it carried an aura of decay that corrupted everything within its reach. The guest need not fear. Death signifies rebirth. After rebirth, you will understand everything. Join our family and become a child of the benevolent Father. The horned monster walked forward with a grin, wielding a wooden longsword, its tip pointed directly at Li Qinwu. However, it stopped after just a few steps. The facial muscles of the head on its chest tensed as it roared, "Liar, you deceitful fraud. Death is death, it is not eternal life. You are a fraud." The monster suddenly froze in place, its movements stiff as if the two heads were fighting for control of the body. This internal strife between the two heads gave Li Qinwu ample time to think. His mind raced, drawing upon the knowledge of Warhammer 40K from his past life. The evil god Negu, also known as the Benevolent Father, is one of the 4 evil gods of the subspace. This evil god's emblem consists of 3 circles forming a triangle. The 3 circles represent the powers governed by the evil god Negu: rebirth, corruption, and death. This represents a life cycle, with the 3 circles symbolizing the repeated cycles of life. These 3 powers sometimes manifest in the minions of the evil god Negu. For instance, the horned monster before him exhibited attacks that perfectly aligned with the 3 powers of the evil god Negu. The bell it held when struck would emit the cries heard during the rebirth of all things, representing the new life. Its aura of corruption could cause steel to rust, swell, and decay, and even absorb the energy of lasers, symbolizing corruption. As for the wooden sword in its hand, it aimed to stab Li Qinwu with it, representing death. After being stabbed, Li Qinwu would likely revive in the form of a plague zombie, signifying rebirth. The 3 forms revolve in a cycle, forming a reincarnation. Li Qinwu lifted his head and gazed at the purification tower, noticing a particularly large circular rune on its column. This circular rune appeared abruptly on the steel-reinforced purification tower column, resembling a herpes sore with tendrils stretching out like bloody fleshy roots. Recalling the Trinity symbol of Negu and its 3 powers, Li Qinwu raised his shotgun and fired 2 explosive rounds at the circular sore. The 2 explosive rounds struck the sore, accurately obliterating it. The monster, which was struggling for control of its body, let out a heart-wrenching scream. The horned monster screamed the loudest, its 2 antlers melting away as they fell from its head, quickly rotting into a pool of pus. Simultaneously, its aura of corruption vanished, and Li Qinwu saw that the steel floor no longer rusted or swelled. This further clarified Li Qinwu's suspicion that the 3 circles representing the trinity of the evil god Negu were inscribed at the 3 cardinal points of the purification tower as formation eyes. Now that he had destroyed one formation eye, the monster lost one of its abilities. From the ability that the monster lost, it was evident that the destroyed formation eye represented corruption. With the monster's aura of corruption gone, he should be able to attack it now. Li Qinwu raised his laser gun, cranked the power to the maximum, and continuously pulled the trigger, unleashing a barrage of crimson beams. The laser energy detonated on the monster, scattering chunks of flesh everywhere, and the monster was split into 2. It worked! Li Qinwu shouted excitedly. Indeed, without the aura of corruption, his attacks could hit the monster. However, before he could celebrate for long, the monster's flesh visibly began to regenerate. The shredded flesh on the ground writhed, even jumping back to its original body, restoring it to its previous form. Cold sweat dripped down Li Qinwu's back. He knew this was the power of rebirth at play. As long as this power existed, the monster could resurrect infinitely. At this moment, Dan Head and Black Charcoal also recovered from the mental shock, gradually rising from the ground, their bodies still slightly unsteady. Li Qinwu quickly shouted to them, "Dan Head, take half the brothers to the left. Black Charcoal, take half the brothers to the right. Keep an eye out for any strange rune-like flesh tumors on the purification tower. If you see any, smash them." These guys had just snapped back to reality from the mental shock of the bells, toll still slightly dazed, and didn't hear what Li Qinwu said. Li Qinwu, through the bird-beaked mask, slapped each of them twice to wake them up and repeated the command. Dan had said, "Boss, what about you? I will hold this monster off. You all quickly go find those 2 circular rune formation eyes. Those are the formation eyes. Only by destroying them can we kill this monster. If you don't want me to die, move quickly." The purification tower was a massive circular column. Compared to the middle and lower purification towers, the upper purification tower was smaller, roughly a circular column with a diameter of 3 kilometers. Li Qinwu estimated that the 3 rings representing the evil god Negu were divided into 3 parts evenly inscribed on the purification tower to pollute the upper purification tower. Simultaneously, these 3 formation eyes were also providing power to the monster before him. Without destroying the formation eyes, it was impossible to kill the monster. As Li Qinwu outlined the plan, the 2 heads of the monster continued to vie for control of the body. "Stop your The head without antlers spoke sternly. Having lost one formation eye, it felt its power diminish by a third, raising the possibility of failure. But the head on its chest saw this as a good opportunity for liberation, continuing to struggle for control of the body. "You deceitful fraud. You promised me that if I brought you to this world, you would grant me eternal life. Yet you turned me into a monster. A monster. Let us die together, let us die together, ha 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 ha." At that moment, the main head of the monster saw the PDF split into 2 groups, one left and one right, racing around the purification tower, panicking. It immediately threw its head back and roared at the sky, "Children of the Benevolent Father, Come here and stop these vile intruders. As the shout faded, a horde of plague zombies crawled out of the massive maintenance room, seemingly emerging from some hidden. Dan Head and Black Charcoal led their troops to find the formation, eyes shooting and killing zombies, while advancing, quickly disappearing into the darkness. Li Qinwu remained in place, raising his laser gun and blasting the monster's body into pieces. Immediately afterward, the flesh on the ground writhed and fused the monster's shattered body, regenerating once again. But before it could fully recover, Li Qinwu pulled the pin on another grenade, tossing it onto the remains to obliterate it once more. Boom! Another grenade flew from Li Qinwu's hand, blasting the monster into minced flesh. As the enemy was fusing, Li Qinwu tried to grab his canteen to douse it with holy wine. But a dense horde of plague zombies swarmed around him, threatening to encircle him. Left with no choice, Li Qinwu raised his laser gun and began picking off the plague zombies, closing in on him with precise headshots. His shots were swift and accurate, as if guided by an aimbot. The heads of the surrounding plague zombies exploded under the laser fire, their bodies collapsing to the ground. The monster took the chance to fuse together, but before it could fully recover, another grenade from Li Qinwu blasted it back into scattered gore. By then, Li Qinwu had cleared a safe space around him. He slung the laser gun onto his back and quickly unfastened the canteen from his waist. He pushed up his beak mask, revealing his mouth, took a large gulp of holy wine, and charged forward. He spat the wine fiercely onto the shattered chunks of flesh on the ground. With a puff, a mouthful of holy wine sprayed onto the writhing gore. The Emperor's psychic energy clashed violently with the corrupting power of chaos, igniting a psychic flame. Scorched by the flame, the minced flesh's writhing speed surged. All the fragments shot together, rapidly fusing into a humanoid form. Then both heads let out heart-wrenching screams. Aya! The power of the accursed one. The Emperor's psychic energy was anathema to demons, burning their very essence. Even if they revived, this agony would haunt them for eternity. This vicious strike enraged the monster thoroughly. The surrounding warp energy surged, and thick ice formed on the ground. Li Qinwu was startled for a moment, seeing that the creature could still move after being drenched in holy wine. He quickly hurled another grenade, aiming to blow it apart. But this time the monster was serious. With incredible speed, it swung its wooden sword and sliced the incoming grenade in two. The grenade failed. The monster lunged at Li Qinwu, bringing its sword down toward his face. Li Qinwu stumbled back in panic, firing his laser gun wildly. Several laser blasts struck the monster's belly, sending guts flying, but they healed rapidly. The monster swung its sword, cleaving the heavy laser gun in half, then chased Li Qinwu with another strike. Li Qinwu quickly discarded the broken laser gun, grabbed the canteen, filled with holy wine, and splashed it forward. A few drops landed on the monster, triggering a piercing scream as psychic flames seared its body. Wounds inflicted by the Emperor's psychic power on demons never healed, and the burned areas ached perpetually. The burns on this monster persisted forever, even after grenades shattered and restored its form. You bastard. The monster cursed. No matter how well-mannered a Nurgle demon might be, it couldn't maintain its humble demeanor while covered in burns. Its face twisted in rage as it raised its sword and bell, smashing the sword hard against the bell. Ding! A splitting headache struck Li Qinwu. The cries of countless newborn lives exploded in his mind, leaving him incapable of any other action. The monster seized the moment, charging to Li Qinwu and raising its wooden sword high, aiming to cleave his skull. Death signifies rebirth. Li Qinwu thought it was over. His head throbbed, as if splitting and standing took all his strength. He couldn't possibly dodge. He was ready to retreat to his hideout and regroup, but just then the human head on the monster's chest let out a roar. Death is death. There's no damn rebirth. When you're dead, there's nothing left, Aya. The wooden sword stopped above Li Qinwu's head, not striking down to shatter it. The two heads on the monster were once again vying for control of the body. The monster's head pushed the wooden sword downward, trying to kill Li Qinwu. You little brat. Ill-mannered fool, don't cause trouble at a time like this. The human head on its chest twisted in agony, frantically wrestling for control. Let me die. Let me be free. Let me die. Let me be free. As they struggled, Li Qinwu regained clarity. He quickly thrust the canteen head been holding forward, splashing another stream of holy wine onto the monster. The monster screamed in agony as psychic flames scorched numerous wounds across its body. It frantically rolled on the ground, putting some distance between itself and Li Qinwu. Li Qinwu drew his backup weapon, a PDF submachine gun, and fired at the encroaching plague zombies. In the few seconds Head fought the monster, those damn zombies had swarmed again. He needed to clear them out quickly. After emptying a magazine, he threw several grenades, obliterating all the surrounding plague zombies and clearing a patch of ground. His gaze returned to the monster. By now the monster had extinguished the psychic flames, but its rotting body was horribly charred. It glared at Li Qinwu with bloodshot eyes, grinding its teeth with a grating sound. Its burns were so severe that its very soul trembled from the pain. And this excruciating agony would last for eternity. At the thought of eternal torment, the monster abandoned all reason, wanting only to tear Li Qinwu apart. It raised its bell and wooden sword again, smashing them together fiercely. Ding! Li Qinwu was stunned, dizzy, and paralyzed. The cries of newborn lives filled his mind, making his head feel like it would explode. As he writhed in agony, another bell tolled. Ding! Blood seeped from every orifice beneath his beak mask. The monster intended to kill him from a distance by ringing the bell. Li Qinwu stared intently at the monster, wondering if the head on its chest could save him again. But the burn seemed to give the demon the upper hand. The human head hung limp, its consciousness thoroughly suppressed. The monster flashed a sinister grin at Li Qinwu and raised its wooden sword once more, smashing it down on the bell. Li Qinwu could sense that even his extraordinary mental fortitude couldn't withstand a third strike. This bell toll would likely be his death knell. Yet surprise always accompanied danger. When the wooden sword struck the bell, instead of a crisp ring, there was a crack. The entire bell shattered, falling to the ground and dissolving into a pool of pus. Egghead led several soldiers charging forward while firing their guns. A swarm of plague zombies rose from the staging area, blocking their advance. The soldiers were extremely tense, cold sweat streaming down their faces beneath the bird beak masks, yet they persisted in firing, clearing a path to rush ahead. Suddenly a soldier pointed at the wall of the water purification tower and shouted, "Look! Is that the array the boss mentioned?" Following his finger, the others saw a blister-like circle on the tower's wall surrounded by black-painted runes that exuded an unsettling aura. Egghead cursed, "Who cares if it is? Blast it to hell." They raised their laser guns and fired at the blister on the. With the beeping sound of laser fire, the blister burst into shreds of flesh. A violent surge of psychic energy erupted, causing the surrounding plague zombies to collapse in a wave. On Li Qinwu's side, the monster slammed the wooden sword against the bell in its hand. The cries of millions of newborn lives were about to shatter Li Qinwu's skull. Yet when the wooden sword struck the yellow bell, the cries of millions of births did not ring out. Instead, the bell shattered abruptly, turning into a pool of pus on the ground. The monster was shocked, its aura shrinking drastically. Exhausted from the sudden loss of power, it fell to its knees. No, the father's power is fading away. Li Qinwu pounded his head 3 times to regain clarity, then sneered at the monster. "It seems birth and decay have left you. Now you have only death." Having exhausted his weapons, Li Qinwu drew the all-steel, double-handed axe from his belt. He poured the last of the holy wine from his flask onto the blade and flicked a lighter. With a whoosh, the Emperor's golden psychic flame ignited on the axe. Li Qinwu raised the flaming axe with both hands and strode toward the monster, murmuring, "Glorious melee combat is an essential part of Warhammer 40k. With that, he lunged forward, raising the axe high and bringing it down hard on the monster. Having lost another array, the monster was struck by psychic backlash, dizzy and kneeling on the ground. Li Qinwu's psychic flame-wreathed axe cleaved down with a squelch, striking the monster's shoulder, shattering its collarbone and shoulder blade, and carving a massive gash. The monster screamed in agony as the psychic flame seared into its body, causing excruciating pain. The pain cleared its mind from the psychic backlash. It pushed its fat feet against the ground, wrenching the axe free from its shoulder and scrambling backward. "Running now? Weren't you so cocky just now? Die!" Li Qinwu pressed the advantage, stepping forward to swing the axe again. But the fleeing monster turned with a sudden backswing of its wooden sword. Li Qinwu reacted swiftly, halting and twisting sideways to barely dodge the sword's tip. Cold sweat dripped from Li Qinwu's forehead. Damn, that wooden sword tip almost touched him. In that instant, every cell in his body screamed a warning, as if being grazed by the sword would bring some. Just then, the withered human head on the monster's chest spoke. Don't let the wooden sword touch you. Even a small wound will kill you instantly. Defeat him. Kill me. Let me be free." Li Qinwu narrowed his eyes, adjusting his grip on the axe. A death in contact property. Indeed, it was the wooden sword of death's authority. But entities of the Nurgle cult were never known for speed. Having lost 2 array eyes with multiple burns from the Emperor's psychic energy and a deep axe wound, the monster seemed near its end. As long as he maintained fast movement and attack frequency, he could take it down unscathed. Li Qinwu narrowed his eyes again, lunged forward, raised the axe high, and aimed a heavy blow at the monster's head. Li Qinwu's physical fitness was 3 times that of an ordinary person, and his mental strength was 4 times greater. In a serious burst, his speed rivaled that of a small Astartes. The axe came down like lightning. The monster was startled for a moment and quickly raised its wooden sword to block. But when the wooden sword met the axe blade, the axe felt light. The monster realized this was not a heavy strike. The next second, Li Qinwu swiftly retracted the axe and swung it at the monster's belly. Caught off guard by the feint followed by a real strike, the axe carved a huge gash into the monster's stomach. The monster's bloated intestines, organs, and pus spilled out in a torrent, forming a green mess on the ground. This wound severely crippled the demon, causing its massive body to lose balance and topple to the ground. Li Qinwu dashed forward, raised the axe, and brought it down hard. The monster raised its wooden sword to block Li Qinhui's first strike. Li Qinhui then rapidly lifted the axe and struck again a second, third, and fourth time. Perhaps pushed to its limits, the monster blocked every attack. But as Li Qinhui raised the axe for the fifth time, and the monster lifted its wooden sword to parry, a sudden psychic fluctuation erupted. The plague zombies closing in from afar collapsed in waves. The wooden sword in the monster's hand shattered into splinters, which then turned into pus and blood. With no sword to block, Li Qinhui's axe slammed into the monster's chest, cleaving through its ribs. He then rapidly raised and lowered the axe, striking 3 more times to split open the entire chest cavity. The monster screamed in agony while the human head on its chest shouted, "Ha! Chop! Chop me to death! Kill me, ha!" Li Qinhui saw the monster's chest fully opened, its liver and lungs exposed, yet both heads were still shouting vigorously. He cursed, "Idiot! How do you kill a zombie without going for the head?" He raised the axe again, this time aiming at the monster's head. "No!" The monster shrieked, lifting its fat hand to block. But the human head exerted its will, wrestling for control of the body and forcing the hand down. With nothing to stop it, Li Qinhui's axe crashed into the monster's head. With a crunch, the massive skull shattered, scattering yellow-green brain matter everywhere. Then with a loud boom, a violent psychic shockwave erupted from the monster. Li Qinhui was flung back over 10 meters like had been hit by a truck, crashing hard into the ground. The impact nearly knocked the wind out of him, leaving him sprawled on the ground, unable to get up. Though battered by the psychic blast, he let out a laugh. Because he sensed it. That psychic shockwave was the final scream of a demon's soul dying. This nameless demon, nearly immortal, had been permanently slain by Li Qinhui's axe, imbued with the Emperor's psychic flame. This demon would never resurrect in the warp. It was utterly and eternally dead. The thought of having completely destroyed a demon filled Li Qinhui with a sense of achievement, and he laughed heartily. Just then the sound of footsteps and laser fire approached. Li Qinhui glanced sideways and saw Egghead and Charcoal running back. They were approaching him, firing at the plague zombies closing in. Li Qinhui felt a wave of relief. It seemed he had achieved another casualty-free victory. No sooner had he thought this than he noticed the ice on the ground thickening. The monster was dead, so why was the warp seepage reaction still ongoing? Shit, that head on the chest. Realizing the danger, Li Qinhui scrambled to his feet. Though the psychic impact from the fall had broken several bones, the pain-suppressing effect allowed him to rise. Sure enough, the grotesque figure, its body, bloated chest, and belly split open, shoulder crushed, one head mangled, floated upward like a zombie in zero gravity. The human head on the monster's chest felt the demon within depart, regaining control of the body. No longer calling for death, it stared at Li Qinhui with a sinister gaze. "I think I can control my body now. Maybe I don't have to die. What do you think?" Li Qinhui cursed inwardly. Watching this creature floating off the ground, he realized that without the demon, this head was a psychic. Or rather, this guy was a chaos sorcerer all along. With the demon inhabiting his body, he couldn't control his... But now that the demon was gone, he regained control, manifesting psychic abilities like gravity manipulation. Li Qinhui felt utterly screwed. Head used a tactic to kill a demon boss, only to face a second phase, a psychic duel. The problem was he had no weapons left, just an empty PDF submachine gun. Oh wait, he still had that PDF submachine gun. He quickly grabbed the PDF submachine gun, pulled a magazine from his belt, and loaded it. The chaos sorcerer floated in the air, still questioning Li Qinhui. "Hey, I can control my body now. Don't you think I don't have to die? I kind of like living like this." Li Qinhui muttered while reloading. "Buddy, I wouldn't recommend living. You'd be better off dead. Not to mention your face. Kids would wet the bed, men would lose their appetite, women would hit menopause, old folks would ascend on the spot, and dogs would shake their heads. And after all the heinous things you've done, killing so many people, you still want to live." Li Qinhui slammed the bolt home, aimed the gun at the chaos sorcerer, and roared, "For the Emperor. Die, you chaos scum." He pulled the trigger fiercely, but before the PDF submachine gun could fire, it was yanked away by a gravitational. The gun landed steadily in the chaos sorcerer's hand. Trembling as if with a nervous disorder, the sorcerer shouted, "Everything I did was to study the limits of the human body to achieve immortality. For that goal, everything is worth it. You ignorant fool, you don't understand my ideal, so die." He aimed the gravity-snatch submachine gun at Li Qinhui and pulled the trigger. Li Qinhui cursed. There was nowhere to hide nearby. Was this the end? "Boss, watch out." The moment the chaos sorcerer's gun flashed, Egghead, who had arrived with his troops, cried out in alarm and lunged to shove Li Qinhui to the ground. Rat-a-tat-tat. The PDF submachine gun spat fire bullets, striking Egghead's body. At such close range, less than 20 meters, even with armor, submachine gun rounds could easily kill. Egghead screamed, tackling Li Qinhui to the ground. He was hit by over a dozen bullets, clearly beyond saving. The other soldiers were horrified, raising their laser guns to shoot the chaos sorcerer. The chaos sorcerer discarded the PDF submachine gun, pressed his hands together, and formed a triangle with his thumbs and index fingers. In the next instant, the gravity in the surrounding space surged. Everyone present was crushed by the gravity, falling to their knees. The PDF soldiers were terrified, unable to comprehend the situation, feeling as if a 1,000-pound boulder weighed on them, making even a finger move difficult. The Chaos Sorcerer intended to crush everyone with gravity control. His body was now a wreck on the verge. With so many people and guns around, gravity control was his only spell to dominate the field. Casting it left him no energy to move or wield weapons, or the spell would break. If anyone managed to raise a gun and shoot him, he'd be dead. His ruined body lacked the demon's insane so the situation was deadlocked. The Chaos Sorcerer could only maintain the gravity spell, trying to crush everyone while remaining immobile. As time passed, everyone was pinned to the ground, eyes bloodshot, struggling desperately. If this continued, they would be crushed to death. Blasphemy! Such blasphemy! Amid their helpless wait for death, an old, furious roar echoed from the sound of a brass scripture staff striking the ground followed. A priest clad in plate armor and a white robe, wearing a birdbeak mask and adorned with multiple purity seals, strode in. Behind him came a group of battle priests, Sister Teresa carrying the Emperor's shrine, and the security guards of the Water Purification Guild. Spotting the Chaos Sorcerer, the guards armed with shotguns hesitated briefly before opening fire. The shotgun blasts hit the sorcerer's rotting body, penetrating but causing little damage. The monstrous form, once inhabited by a Nurgle demon, had a sturdy constitution with high damage resistance. The shots sank into his rotten flesh without much effect. The 10 guards emptied their magazines without bringing down the Chaos Sorcerer. The battle priests couldn't hold back. They charged with cold weapons, intent on hacking the Chaos Sorcerer to pieces. But as they entered the gravity control zone, they too were pinned to the ground. Li Qinwu, with the unconscious egghead on top of him, watched the battle priests get flattened and cursed them for being idiots. Can't you just find a powerful gun and shoot the bastard from a distance? Now we're all grilled meat stuck here. Blasphemy! Expulsion! Blasphemy! Expulsion! The priest roared in fury and strode into the gravity zone. Li Qinwu thought, damn, the old man's lost his mind too. Don't come in and feed the enemy. Pinned by egghead and the gravity, he couldn't even move his lips, forced to watch the priest enter the gravity. As the priest stepped in, he grunted and dropped to one knee. Li Qinwu sighed. It was over. The big shot was done for. The distant shotgun guards were just scratching the surface. Time to restart. But no sooner had he thought that than the priest, kneeling under the pressure, let out a heart-wrenching roar and the priest rose, standing rigidly under the influence of the gravity spell. Flames of fury blazed in his eyes beneath the bird-beaked mask as he fixed his gaze on the Chaos Sorcerer over 30 meters away. Profane filth shall be cast out. The Emperor's domain shall remain eternally pure. Step by step the priest advanced. His aged frame seemed to harbor boundless strength as he pressed forward against the crushing weight. Everyone present was stunned, especially Li Qinwu, pinned to the ground by the gravity. His physical constitution was 3 times that of an ordinary man, yet even he could not rise. But this seemingly frail priest marched steadily through the gravity field, drawing closer to the Chaos Sorcerer. Profane filth! In the name of the Emperor, I shall deliver you to eternal death, shattering your defiled flesh and soul. He stood before the Chaos Sorcerer, raising high the scepter of the brass codex. The Chaos Sorcerer was paralyzed with terror, unable to comprehend how anyone could move within the gravity spell. To make matters worse, he could not shift his position without disrupting the spell. If he did, the enemies pinned to the ground would rise and open fire, hastening his demise. He watched in panic as the priest raised the scepter of the brass codex high. Wait! Die, profane filth! With a thunderous crash, the scepter slammed down, striking the Chaos Sorcerer's head with brutal force. The blow was devastating. The sorcerer's skull was driven deep into his chest, and the residual force burst his torso apart, producing a wet, splintering sound like a baseball shattering a ripe watermelon. With a sickening squelch, the Chaos Sorcerer's already ravaged body crumpled to the ground, twitched twice, and lay still. The oppressive gravity vanished abruptly. Everyone exhaled in relief, slowly rising to their feet, gazing at the priest with awe and reverence. Li Qinwu took a deep breath, hastily pushed the egghead off him, and fumbled in his pouch for a green injector, intending to treat him. That fool had thrown himself in front of Li Qinwu to block the bullets, taking over a dozen shots. What had he been thinking? Truth be told, Li Qinwu was deeply moved. Someone had shielded him with their own body. Though he hadn't needed it, this debt of gratitude would last a lifetime. Now panic seized him. Damn it, Egghead couldn't die? He frantically pulled out the green injector, uncapped it, and prepared to stab it into Egghead. But Egghead simply rose from the ground unharmed, as if nothing had happened. Li Qinwu froze. What? You're getting up. Didn't you get shot? Egghead looked bewildered, patting his body, feeling no pain from bullet wounds. He reached into his armor, groping carefully, and found something. A dawning realization crossed his face. He pulled out a locket with his daughter's photo and showed it to Li Qinwu. A bullet was lodged in it. So the locket saved my life. I promised my daughter I'd come back. Looks like I won't break my word. Egghead said softly. Li Qinwu cursed under his breath. Such a cliché plot had actually happened to him. A damn relic stopping bullets. Then he caught himself and lunged to check Egghead's body. No way. That chaos sorcerer shot you over a dozen times, and you only blocked one bullet. Check yourself properly. Maybe you're hit elsewhere. Egghead waved a hand. Don't worry, boss. I'm not hurt. I can feel it. Li Qinwu asked incredulously, but I clearly saw you get hit a dozen times. Egghead rummaged again and pulled out a flask with a bullet embedded in it. This is from an old comrade. I promised him we'd drink together when I got back. He dug deeper and produced a medal with a bullet stuck in it. This is for outstanding performance in boot camp. I promised my instructor ID live to retire. He then retrieved a necklace with a bullet caught in it. This is from my wife. I promised her ID come home and take care of the family. Next came a fountain pen with a bullet lodged in it. This is from my mentor. I promised him ID be a good man. Finally, he pulled out an amulet with a bullet stuck in it. This is from my mother. I promised to visit her often. Egghead reached for more, but Li Qinwu, overwhelmed by the cascade of keepsakes, grabbed his hand. All right, I get it. You've got a ton of life-saving trinkets. Stop showing off. Go home now, as so many people are waiting for you. Li Qinwu was speechless. This bastard had so many bullet-stopping items that he weathered over a dozen shots and still didn't die. Unbelievable. Simply incredible. The battle was over, a flawless victory. The priest and battle priests began setting up the emperor's shrine and performing purification rites. The priest seemed intent on mentoring Sister Teresa, leading her in reciting sacred verses before the shrine. Their mixed voices resonated in the dim space as the battle priests lit candles and incense. The taint of chaos gradually dissipated, replaced by the emperor's psychic energy filling the area. The prayer lasted over 3 hours. The shrine was surrounded by thousands of candles. The battle priests gathered and burned the decaying corpses, and the filth on the water purification tower was thoroughly cleansed. The chaos contamination was swept away and the emperor's psychic power prevailed. Light illuminated the dark armory. The drooping cameras slowly lifted and Rena's voice came through. Warriors, it seems you've succeeded. The unknown interference in the armory is gone. I'm trying to restore power, and it's working. Li Qinwu approached the camera and smiled. Yeah, we did it. This is all coming to an end. Reno said, I've observed through the spire's external cameras that the plague zombies are weakening. Some of the friendlier ones are dying outright. The PDF near the main elevator has noticed the change and is sending a large force to clean up. Their operation is going smoothly. They've already reclaimed 1/10 of the upper hive. Soon the entire upper hive will be liberated. Li Qinwu was shocked. Damn it, the upper hive was about to be liberated. He had planned to go out and scavenge like crazy. If they reclaimed it all, where would he loot? Panic surged through him. Should he run out now for one last score? But unfortunately, with the anchor point gone, the plague zombies grew weak and the power of chaos was receding from this world. Some plague zombies lacking chaos energy actually regained human consciousness. Horrified by their own monstrous forms, they began screaming and committing suicide. The psychic contamination aura vanished. Without the contamination aura, the PDF could strike hard. Armored vehicles supported by light infantry could clear a street occupied by thousands of plague zombies in minutes. The corruption of the upper nest's water well has been removed, the chaotic power in the water has vanished, and it has turned into ordinary water. The plague ghouls have transformed into regular zombies, losing their ability to contaminate, and even their capacity to infect with the plague. The PDF team has entered in large numbers, beginning to clean up one street and one room at a time. The special decontamination troops clad in chemical protective suits have also entered, carrying disinfectant spray cans and flamethrowers for incinerating corpses, systematically cleaning the streets. In a cathedral located at the tip of a tower in the upper nest, which serves as the headquarters of the national religion on the planet, they have dispatched clergy members armed with purification tools to carry out mysterious pollution cleanup operations. As for Li Qinwu and his 15 soldiers, as well as Reno and his 10 security guards, they have been temporarily detained by the clergy members who arrived afterward. Because Li Qinwu and his group had contact with the chaotic wizard, the national religion feared they might have been contaminated and brought them into the dungeon at the top of the cathedral for temporary detention. However, they are heroes who save the planet, and the room where they are detained is quite luxurious, complete with a variety of drinks, food, and furniture. Rather than being imprisoned, it feels more like a vacation in a dungeon villa. This enormous dungeon is akin to a spacious villa. With over 20 people inside, they feel no sense of crowding, and it even has large facilities like a basketball court, library, gym, and swimming pool. A few low-ranking soldiers have never seen such a spectacle and are enjoying it like crazed old men raiding the fridge for food and drinks to celebrate. As for Li Qinwu, he entered the gym and was dazzled by the plethora of professional fitness equipment. He spotted several weightlifting devices and even upgraded items from their hideout. He rushed over and began to lift intensely, squatting, bench pressing, and deadlifting, his entire being turning red and bulging with muscle. Other soldiers approached with drinks and food, pointing at Li Qinwu. Boss, what are you doing? Come over and enjoy the fine food and drinks with us. After completing a 400-kilogram clean and jerk, he slammed the barbell onto the ground, producing a thunder. He ripped off his sweat-soaked combat uniform, revealing his well-defined muscles, and roared, showcasing his biceps, lats, chest, and triceps in a display of strength. The crowd watched in silence as Li Qinwu exhibited his muscular display. A young soldier with stars in his eyes asked, "Boss, how can I get my muscles to be so big?" Li Qinwu, demonstrating his massive biceps, replied mysteriously, "It's simple self-discipline." Another soldier asked, "Boss, what is self-discipline?" Li Qinwu tilted his head back, looking up at a 45-degree angle. "Many people have asked me what self-discipline is, and I always tell them it's." Time passed quietly, and after 5 days those imprisoned in the villa dungeon began to feel overwhelmed. Although they enjoy abundant food and entertainment here, one cannot withstand being confined for too long. They also began to doubt why these heroes who saved the world were not rewarded but instead imprisoned. An uneasy feeling gradually grew in their hearts, but Li Qinwu remained focused on lifting weights. To be fair, professional gym equipment is impressive. It boosted his strength, endurance, and vitality to 23, 23, and 31 respectively. This was while he was holding back, fearing someone might be watching. If he were to unleash his full power, his progress would likely be even more terrifying. After completing a 400-kilogram bench press, Li Qinwu took a short break on the bench. He opened the system to check his attributes. After battling the chaotic wizard, his virus resistance reached 102, subspace resistance 150, and psychic resistance 123. These resistances were earned through sheer punishment, especially after that monster rang the bell, which nearly cracked Li Qinwu's head open. Fortunately, what seems like a blessing in disguise, the monster's bell did not kill Li Qinwu, but rather enhanced his various resistances. If he encounters a similar situation in the future, lower-level psychic methods might be ineffective against him. While he sat there studying his data, Reno approached using a large dumbbell as a seat and whispered to Li Qinwu, "I feel something is off. We've been locked up for 5 days now. Are we not getting rewarded, but rather facing execution?" Li Qinwu furrowed his brow. Indeed, that was a possibility. The human empire does not value human life, viewing people as expendable resources. Though Li Qinwu and his group save the world, their contact with the chaotic wizard puts them in jeopardy regarding how the planetary high-ups would reward them. On one hand, the Empire does not care about human life. Being heroes means nothing as loyalty to the Empire. On the other hand, chaotic contamination is highly infectious, and the Empire adopts a ruthless stance towards those exposed to it. Even if one has not been contaminated, the mere possibility ensures that they would rather kill 1,000 than risk it. Li Qinwu thought to himself, surely not. While the Empire has its flaws, they did accompany the High Priest in battles, emerging alive. Even if the planetary high-ups wanted to eliminate these world-saving individuals, would the High Priest agree? After all, he was the former planetary bishop. This esteemed bishop occasionally radiates a glimmer of humanity. He would likely not allow these meritorious individuals to perish. Don't worry, there's no use in worrying. Just wait calmly. The High Priest will come to rescue us. We are the ones who accompanied him through the gates of hell and saved the world. He will not abandon us. Reno remained anxious. I hope so. My heart feels very unsettled. This is my first time engaging in such a grand gamble, hoping to secure wealth, so I don't want to end up losing everything. While the two were conversing, suddenly the large iron door of the dungeon villa swung open, and a dozen clergy members entered. The leading priest looked at the people in the dungeon and proclaimed loudly, "Warriors of the Divine Emperor, the planet thanks you for everything you have done. Under your courageous battle, the planet has been saved. However, you have been exposed to a powerful source of chaotic contamination, and you may have become infected. Here I ask all warriors to be brave once more for the sake of eliminating all hidden dangers. Please take your own lives." With that, the priests behind him stepped forward and threw a number of daggers onto the ground. During the 5 days, Li Qinwu and his companions were imprisoned in the dungeon beneath the national church's spire. Momentous events had unfolded in the outside world. A dozen PDF regiments fought day and night in the upper nest with relentless efficiency, sweeping the plague zombies clean and reclaiming the district. Yet what followed was a brutal atrocity. These dozen regiments, over 350 soldiers, were ordered by their officers to assemble in the central square of the upper nest. A general stood atop a high platform at the edge of the square and shouted to the soldiers below, "Brave warriors, I am proud of you. It is through your valiant efforts that we have liberated the upper nest from the clutches of demons." The PDF soldiers, arrayed in dense phalanxes across the square, thought they were about to be rewarded, and smiles lit up their faces. But the regimental and battalion commanders within the ranks gradually sensed something amiss. Why were hundreds of heavy laser guns and Lost rifles set up along the square's perimeter, their muzzles aimed directly at them? Some shrewd officers who grasped the situation were struck dumb, with terror, collapsing to the ground. Others tore off their caps, crumpled them, and hurled them down, raising a middle finger at the statue of the Emperor in the center of the square. "Fuck the Emperor. Fuck the Empire. You're all bastards born of whores," Rot in hell. The officers roared, and as the soldiers gradually realized the danger, chaos erupted. The general on the platform ignored the turmoil and continued, "The Empire thanks you for your service. However, due to your close contact with the source of contamination, you are likely infected with the virus and tainted by chaos. Therefore, we are compelled to purge you." With that, the general raised his hand high. "Soldiers, rest assured, your families will be well cared for. Go peacefully, and may your souls return to the Golden Throne." The general's hand slashed downward, and the hundreds of heavy weapons positioned at the square's edge unleashed a devastating barrage. A single round from these large-caliber guns could shatter a dozen bodies, while high-energy lasers incinerated men to ash. The terrifying volley erupted. The 350 soldiers, still standing in tight formation and utterly unprepared, were cut down in droves by the horrific firepower. Screams, gunfire, the roar of cannons, and cries of terror exploded across the central square, weaving a ghastly symphony of death. Minutes later, the gunfire ceased, leaving the square pockmarked and littered with corpses. Heavy vehicles rolled in, using their shovels to scoop the bodies into piles. Excavators then dug them up and dumped them into truck beds. Over 100 cargo trucks loaded to capacity drove en masse into the great elevator and were sent down to the middle nest in a single trip. The trucks then proceeded to the Mechanicus temple on the edge of the middle nest. Under the guidance of the tech priests, the corpses were cast into furnaces, burned until not even bone ash remained. In the central square of the upper nest, water trucks crisscrossed, spraying disinfectant. Powerful jets washed the blood and gore from the ground into the sewers. Workers carried plascrete powder and marble veneers, swiftly repairing the craters left by artillery shells. One worker picked scraps of flesh off the emperor's statue and wiped away the bloodstains with a cloth. The emperor's statue was restored to its pristine state, and the central square gleamed as before. Soon the upper nest would regain its former prosperity, and this plague would be forgotten. The planet's ecclesiarchy headquarters was located in a massive spire in the upper nest, a structure that was a Gothic cathedral from its innermost chambers to its outer walls. In one room within the spire, a deacon sat opposite a man dressed in the robes of a cardinal. The man was the planet's cardinal, yet before the deacon, who held a lower rank, he was utterly deferential, like a student afraid of angering his teacher. The deacon's breathing was heavy, and within his calm eyes simmered an unimaginable fury. "You know about the massacre in the central square, don't you? So many fine warriors of the God Emperor, not fallen in battle against Xenos or heretics, but slain by our own hands." With a bang, the deacon slammed his fist onto the table before him, startling the cardinal. The cardinal hastily explained, "Master, I already spoke with the PDF generals, urging them to temporarily isolate the soldiers for observation, to check for signs of infection before making a decision. But the PDF generals found it too troublesome, citing the risk of latent chaos corruption. They deemed it simpler to kill all the soldiers who participated in the upper nest purge and then recruit anew." Simpler, for the sake of simplicity. The deacon trembled, his aged eyes blazing with extreme fury and disbelief. Over 35000 people, 35000 lives. These accursed rats, for the sake of convenience, have sacrificed so many soldiers for nothing. The planet's cardinal was too terrified to speak. The deacon rose, walked to the golden statue of the God Emperor, and fell to his knees with a thud. "In this cruel world, necessary evils are acceptable for the survival of humanity. But it seems we have grown accustomed to and have abused this so-called necessary evil, using it as a routine solution to problems. God Emperor, above, how much of our suffering is self-inflicted?" The planet's cardinal knelt beside the deacon and whispered, "Master, you are not a saint. You cannot save everyone. We in the PDF are separate systems. I cannot command the generals to obey me." Alas, the deacon was silent for a long while, gazing at the statue of the God Emperor. "I am not a saint, but I am a human with feelings and a conscience. I feel sorrow and pain when I see my kin die. I wish to prevent such things from happening, even if it holds no significance for the Empire on a macro scale." He sighed and looked at the planet's cardinal. "The warriors who fought alongside me are true heroes. I heard someone wants to burn them alive." The planet's cardinal nodded. "Some colleagues believe that since they came into close contact with the Chaos Sorcerer, they must be corrupted. To be safe, they must be killed." The deacon stared coldly at the cardinal. "You acquiesced, didn't you?" The planet's cardinal dared not speak. "Have I taught you so poorly, or has the position of planetary cardinal turned you into a mere calculating machine? Have you ceased to care about human subjective experience, beginning to measure human lives with cold data?" The planet's cardinal kept wiping the cold sweat from his brow and quickly said, "Master, those heroes are being held in the dungeon. I will send someone immediately to bring them out." The deacon let out a heavy sigh. "They are heroes, and heroes deserve to be treated as heroes. As for this so-called chaos corruption, I fought alongside them. Their piety is stronger than anyone's. Do you think I wouldn't know if they were tainted? Immediately, in your capacity as the planet's cardinal, confer upon them the title of battle saints." The planet's cardinal acknowledged the order and was about to leave to release the men when a missionary rushed into the room in panic, shouting, "Disaster! Renato the deacon has led men into the dungeon to kill the heroes." Inside the villa's dungeon, Li Qinwu and his men all rose to their feet, staring at the state church personnel with looks of confusion, fear, and hostility. Li Qinwu stepped on the dagger thrown at his feet and asked, "What is the meaning of this?" The leader, clad in a priest's robe, wore an expression of righteous indignation. "Warriors of the God Emperor, though you have fought valiantly and vanquished the chaos sorcerer, your close contact with him may have tainted your souls. Therefore, I implore you, for the sake of the billions in this hive city, take your own lives." At these words, a few of the weaker soldiers behind Li Qinwu collapsed to the ground. To them, this was a death sentence. If a state church priest had come to demand their suicide, how could they possibly survive? Reno was stunned for a moment, then a wave of bitterness washed over him. So this was how it would end after all. He had thought hitching his wagon to the devout one would bring him fortune, but instead it had cost him his life. What utter bullshit. Li Qinwu, however, thought differently. Something was definitely off. Li Qinwu knew the imperial government's nature all too well. They cared nothing for human life. If they deemed someone potentially corrupted by chaos, they would simply kill them outright. Why would a mid-to high-ranking official bother to come throw a dagger at their feet and ask them to commit suicide? Li Qinwu's eyes were filled with suspicion as he stared at the unfamiliar priest. "And who might you be? By what authority do you demand our deaths? Is this the planetary bishop's command, or are you acting on your own?" That's right, Li Qinwu suspected this bastard was acting on a whim. A priest's status was not low in the 3K era. They would have been equivalent to a provincial governor. A man of such rank could kill a few soldiers suspected of chaos corruption with a single word. Why would he personally come to a dungeon to persuade them to kill themselves? This bastard probably hadn't gotten permission at all and was just stirring up trouble on his own. The others also caught on staring at the strange priest with suspicion. "Yeah, who the hell are you? You come in here, flap your gums, and tell us to kill ourselves. Are you out of your damn mind?" The strange priest had thought it would be easy to trick a few grunts into suicide, but he hadn't expected resistance. His expression turned ugly as he said sternly, "I am Priest Renato, responsible for the Upper Hive's missionary work. Your close contact with the Chaos Sorcerer means you cannot be allowed to live. Please consider the greater good and take your own lives." This confirmed Li Qinwu's suspicion. The true authority who could decide their fate had not yet spoken. This man was acting on his own, trying to assert his presence. Li Qinwu stared at Priest Renato for a long, while making the other man uncomfortable. Renato asked angrily, "What are you looking at?" Li Qinwu said with a smile, "I'm looking at a demon disguised as a state church priest." Before Renato could comprehend his words, Li Qinwu suddenly lunged, landing a heavy punch on his face. With a thud, Renato was knocked to the ground. Li Qinwu mounted him, pinning his hands so he couldn't move, and rained punch after punch onto his face. "You fiend! How dare you disguise yourself as a pure state church official? Tell me, what is your purpose? What are you insinuating? What do you want to express? What do you seek to overthrow? What is your motive? Who is behind you?" Thud, thud, thud. Li Qinwu's left fist dealt heavy damage, and his right fist dealt even heavier damage. In a few blows, he had rendered Renato unconscious, his nose and teeth shattered. The others were shocked by Li Qinwu's sudden violence. The few missionaries Renato had brought rushed forward to pull Li Qinwu away. But as they took a few steps, Reno let out a shout and launched a knight's flying kick, striking the lead missionary in the chest and sending him flying. The other soldiers and the Clean Water Guild security guards snapped into action, charging forward and grappling with the missionaries. They were all soldiers, and their punches were heavy. Fists the size of sandbags slammed into the missionaries' stomachs, nearly beating the shit out of them. The soldiers had a personal grudge. They were heroes, and this idiot had come to tell them to kill themselves. So they fought with extra ferocity, and soon the missionaries were on the verge of being beaten to death. These missionaries were nothing like the battle-hardened priests who accompanied the devout one. They were frail, clearly clerical workers. After a fierce beating from the soldiers, half of them lay on the ground, with broken limbs, barely breathing. Just then another group burst into the dungeon, the planetary bishop and the priest devout one. Seeing the chaotic brawl, the planetary bishop shouted, "Stop! All of you cease this at once." Li Qinwu saw the devout one had arrived and stood up. The others gradually stopped, leaving a field of moaning missionaries on the ground. The planetary bishop, around 50 years old, wore an imposing robe and a tall white mitre. Adorned with holy relics, he exuded an air of natural authority. He looked at the groaning state church personnel on the floor, his anger rising. "This is outrageous. What in the Emperor's name happened here? Why were you fighting?" Renato, his head swollen from Li Qinwu's beating, cried out for help. "Your Eminence, these damned soldiers tried to kill me. You must seek justice for me." Li Qinwu's expression shifted and he shouted, "Who the hell put a football under my foot?" He swung his right leg, kicking the prone Renato hard in the stomach. With a thud, Renato's body was sent flying, crashing against the wall and rolling several times before spitting out a mouthful of blood. From the look of it, if he didn't receive medical attention soon, he would be returning to the Golden Throne. After the incident, Li Qinwu and his men were released from the dungeon villa. Attended by missionaries, they donned the ceremonial robes prepared by the state church and proceeded to the very heart of the Spire Cathedral to receive their commendations. The interior of the Spire Cathedral was resplendent with the emperor's statue and his 9 pre-march sons arrayed side by side hung upon the central wall of the cathedral. Other positions were adorned with portraits of the empire's renowned living saints. Li Qinwu and his soldiers, along with Renaud and his security detail, were led by missionaries to the center of the hall to await their investiture. This was truly a grand occasion, not only because the ceremony was presided over by the archdeacon, but also due to the presence of many distinguished figures. The steward representing the planetary governor, General Zeppelin of the military, and several high-ranking nobles were all in attendance. Their presence stemmed from both curiosity to see the heroes who had saved the world and a pretext to gather and deliberate on the distribution of interests in the upper hive. Li Qinwu and his companions did not possess the prestige to draw such a crowd for their investiture alone. What truly brought these magnates together was the question of how to re-establish order in the upper hive, where over 100 million had perished. How were the vacated industries' residences, and even the titles of the deceased to be allocated? This was all business. Thus, in the eyes of these grandees, the investiture of Li Qinwu and his men was merely an appetizer before the main feast. The investiture ceremony commenced, swiftly divided into 3 main parts: rewards from the ecclesiarchy, the military, and the government represented by the planetary governor. First came the ecclesiarchy's reward. The planetary bishop stood upon the high dais reciting sacred verses for nearly 10 minutes, affirming Li Qinwu and his men's achievements in expelling the malevolent entities and saving the planet before proceeding to the substantive rewards. In the name of the God Emperor, we bestow upon the warrior Li Qinwu the title of Holy Warrior and grant him 2 saints carried forth 2 items wrapped in silk. One was a longsword, a standard cruciform design, but with a switch on the hilt. Li Qinwu recognized it at once. It was a power sword. The power sword is a hallmark of the Imperium's melee weaponry. Activating the switch on the hilt envelopes the blade in a blue field of potent molecular disruption. This potent disruption field can disassemble matter at the molecular level. Theoretically, the power sword can cleave through anything. With the disruption field active, hurling the blade at a steel plate would cause it to sink entirely into the metal. It was an exceedingly precious weapon. Li Qinwu was astonished to receive such a reward. He glanced at the spectator stands where priest devout sat gazing at him with a gentle look. Li Qinwu understood, this must be a reward from devout. The mission to purge the chaos corruption assigned by priest devout had been completed. His favorability had increased to level 2, and the prize was precisely this power sword. The planetary bishop placed the sword in Li Qinwu's hands and said with a smile, "A keen blade for a brave warrior. May you use this sword to slay more fiends and restore purity to the God Emperor's realm." Li Qinwu took the sword and shouted, "For the God Emperor. Every fiend that appears before me shall lose its head to this blade." The planetary bishop nodded in satisfaction, finding Li Qinwu quite eloquent. He then picked up the second item. "In the name of the God Emperor, I bestow upon Li Qinwu the honorary title of Holy Warrior. May you remain steadfast henceforth, uncorrupted by fiends, wielding the Emperor's sword to guard his subjects and slay his enemies." In his hand was a small object resembling a stamp, which was actually a sophisticated tattoo device. It could imprint a small tattoo on a person's face using a special pigment that would never be metabolized by the skin. The resulting emblem was a sword with a skull at its center, representing the purity of the ecclesiarchy. This was the mark of the so-called Holy Warrior. Upon becoming a Holy Warrior, all ecclesiarchy churches would open their doors to Li Qinwu and provide substantial assistance. In emergencies such as this chaos contamination incident, a Holy Warrior could potentially command battle priests to act. It was both an honorable mark and a highly practical one. Even if Li Qinwu later traveled to other planets, the ecclesiarchy thereupon, seeing his Holy Warrior tattoo, would hold him in high esteem. However, Li Qinwu felt some aversion to tattoos. Smooth, unblemished skin was pleasing enough, a dark tattoo would be a terrible blemish. Moreover, judging by the planetary bishop's demeanor, he intended to stamp the seal right on Li Qinwu's forehead. Li Qinwu shuddered, quickly turning his head aside, pointing to the area below his ear on his neck. "Tattoo it here, so that my ear may always hearken to the Emperor's teachings." The planetary bishop pressed the stamp onto Li Qinwu's neck. When he removed it, a small black sword had appeared on the skin below Li Qinwu's ear. Afterwards, the planetary bishop conferred symbolic rewards upon the others, granting them some benefits. The ecclesiarchy's portion of the ceremony concluded, and it was the military's turn. The military's reward was simpler. Li Qinwu's rank was raised 3 grades from sergeant to lieutenant, while all other personnel were promoted by 1 grade. General Zeppelin bestowed the new insignia upon Li Qinwu. Gazing at the lieutenant's bars on his shoulder, Li Qinwu couldn't suppress a grin. Damn, now he was truly on equal footing with Lieutenant Reducin. Finally came the reward from the planetary governor, delivered by the governor's steward. The man directly granted Li Qinwu a barony, the lowest rank of nobility, yet one with real power. With the title, Li Qinwu became a noble with authority, able to establish his own noble family. This came with an estate in the upper hive, the right to maintain 200 private soldiers, partial tax exemptions, the privilege of being addressed as lord, exemption from kneeling before other nobles, the right to intermarry with other noble houses, and the authority to participate in the governance of the hive city. He even gained the right to vote, to cast a ballot for the planetary governor. With the commendation concluded apart from Li Qinwu, the other soldiers also received substantial rewards. Individuals like Dantu were each granted the opportunity to reside in the upper hive and could bring their families along, thus altering the destinies of their entire households. In this world, the monthly income of a bottom hive dweller was roughly 20, a farmer outside the hive city about 200, a middle hive resident around 2,000, and an upper hive inhabitant nearly 20,000. Even if Dantu's family took on service jobs in the upper hive, they could earn money and return to live in the middle hive. Earning in the upper hive and spending in the middle hive was the lifestyle of many at the bottom of the upper hive, serving others above and returning to the middle hive to be served as lords. Furthermore, Renaud was granted the title of Baron. Since he was originally from the upper hive and the upper echelons of the Water Purification Guild had been nearly wiped out, someone needed to fill the void. Renaud, as the surviving management, was just the right fit, instantly becoming the second-in-command of the Water Purification Guild. The top figure was a great noble. Once the initial commendations were complete, everyone withdrew. The next order of business was for the nobles to negotiate the distribution of major benefits. Li Qinwu and his men were led away by attendants to rest in a room. The group rested in a large chamber, trembling with excitement. A single stroke of speculation had secured 3 generations of wealth. From this day forth, they were no longer base soldiers, but exalted lords of the upper hive. Li Qinwu and Renaud sat opposite each other. Li Qinwu, affecting a pompous tone, said, "Oh dear Mr. Renaud, what splendid weather we have today. The sun is like a tender maiden casting warm and comforting rays." Renaud replied in the same theatrical manner, "Oh indeed, Mr. Li. The current weather perfectly mirrors my mood, bright, warm, and full of promise. Such a moment calls for a drink." He clapped his hands and said to the attendant in the corner, "Bring up the red wine. It must be a 20-year vintage, aged in oak casks. Use a goblet and let it breathe for 30 minutes. Only then can its rich aroma be preserved." The attendant brought a bottle and opened it. "Very well, Baron." Upon hearing himself addressed as Baron, Renaud shuddered with pleasure before sinking languidly into the sofa. Li Qinwu, with an air of nonchalance, said, "Attendant, cut me a cigar. The cut must be clean, and it must be an aged cigar." The attendant produced a cigar, cut it for Li Qinwu, and then took out a lighter. Li Qinwu immediately stopped him. "Don't you know what you're doing? I never use a lighter for my cigars. The fumes of fuel oil ruin the flavor. Use a match to preserve the taste. Do you understand?" The attendant said, "My apologies, my lord. I'll fetch matches immediately." Hearing himself called my lord, Li Qinwu also shuddered with pleasure and sank comfortably into the sofa. The attendant lit his cigar with a match. Li Qinwu drew the smoke directly into his lungs and then burst into a fit of coughing. Cough, cough, cough. What the hell is this? It's so harsh. He stubbed the cigar into the ashtray, pulled out a cigarette and a lighter, took a deep drag, and blew out a smoke ring. "This is much better. Authentic." The attendant was speechless. As he smoked, Li Qinwu asked Renaud, "Now that we're titled nobles, do you know what rules there are?" Renaud took a sip of red wine. "It's quite complex. Many rules, but also many benefits. Don't worry though. The government will send a noble advisor. You can ask him anything." Li Qinwu took a drag from his cigarette and mused, "We're nobles now. What are your plans for the future?" Renaud swirled his glass, an irrepressible smile on his lips. "To climb higher. See if I can marry a noble widow and inherit her estate." "What about you?" Li Qinwu felt a hint of disdain for Renaud's ambition, a man who seemed intent on living off a woman. "To do business, make money, and then see if I can get a spaceship to go wandering through the cosmos." Renaud let out a snort of laughter. "You want to get a spaceship and roam the universe? Huh, you really have your head in the clouds. Do you have any idea how precious a spaceship is? Even the smallest conventional vessel without a warp drive would cost more than you could earn in a lifetime." Li Qinwu leaned back on the sofa, smoking in steady puffs. His gaze through the haze of smoke was resolute. "We fought tooth and nail for our current fortune. Before we succeeded, did you believe we could reach this point? But we did it. A spaceship. I want to take that gamble too." Though Renaud didn't understand Li Qinwu's obsession with space, he chose to support him. "Since you're so interested in spaceships, I'll introduce you to someone in a few days. He hangs out at the Red Lady Bar. He's the captain of a small cargo freighter." Li Qinwu sat up straight, his expression serious. "Tell me more." "Well, there's an industrial planet neighboring ours currently under attack by greenskin orcs. Our agri-world has an agreement with that industrial world. They supply us with industrial goods, and we supply them with agricultural products. The cargo freighter captain I know is from that industrial world. His ship arrived 3 years ago with a mission to take back a full load of high-grade agricultural products. You know our planet's situation. The Hive City is surrounded by rebels, so we couldn't provide the captain his cargo. He's been stuck here waiting for 3 years. Li Qinwu sighed. He's had some bad luck running right into our rebellion. If he goes back empty, he'll be punished. Renault nodded. Right? If he fails his mission, it seems he'll be paraded through the streets and shot. Li Qinwu asked Renault to arrange an introduction to this captain. Just then the door to the lounge was pushed open. A man in a black suit with white gloves and impeccably combed white hair entered. The older man bowed to Li Qinwu and Renault, a precise 90-degree bow, and then addressed Li Qinwu, "My lord, I am the noble advisor dispatched by the planetary governor. I am at your service." Renault chuckled. "There, your advisor has arrived. Go talk with him. He'll wait here for mine." Li Qinwu asked the noble advisor, "Advisor, where shall we begin?" The advisor replied, "My lord, how about starting with an inspection of your villa? I have prepared a vehicle for you." And Li Qinwu was pleased with the arrangement. He said to his 15 soldiers, "Let's go, brothers. Let's go see." A bus brought Li Qinwu and his men to a certain villa. The villa, covering 2,500 square meters, consisted of 3 luxurious small buildings, a central garden, a rear garden, a swimming pool, and was enclosed by a tall marble wall. Sculptures adorned the wall, appearing exquisite and tall enough to isolate the inside from the outside. As the soldiers disembarked, Haiten exclaimed excitedly, "So luxurious. So high class. Boss has truly ascended to the elite now." Li Qinwu waved his hand. "Stay low-key, maintain your bearing." The advisor stepped forward, used a key to open the oak door, and pushed it open, revealing the front garden to everyone, once again evoking a chorus of awe. The advisor smiled and said, "My lord, here you have 3 4-story small buildings, a wine cellar, an underground cellar, 88 rooms, a banquet hall, 3 reception rooms, 6 garages, a kitchen, and a swimming pool. This should essentially meet most of your needs for banquets and social gatherings." As everyone entered the villa, it felt like stepping into a garden, followed by another wave of exclamations. Li Qinwu said to the group, "We're all brothers, feel free to roam around and make yourselves at home." Then he and the advisor entered a small room to discuss matters. Li Qinwu asked, "This is my first time being a noble. Tell me about my rights and obligations." The noble steward said, "My lord, first I must speak of the right to recruit soldiers. You may legally possess 200 soldiers. These soldiers can be lawfully equipped with weapons and travel throughout the Hive City to and from all places except private residences. These soldiers are both your safeguard and your prestige. Equipping them with dignified weaponry will grant you an advantage in social interactions with other nobles. You should carefully select your loyal personal guards." Li Qinwu nodded, signaling him to continue. "Next is taxation. You have the noble privilege of tax exemption, but it has a limit. If your monthly income exceeds 100 million, the surplus will be taxed. Therefore, you should plan your industries wisely and use legal means to avoid taxes, thereby increasing your income." Li Qinwu thought to himself that he was still far from earning 100 million a month and told him to proceed. "Fiefdom. You also have the right to receive a fief." This made Li Qinwu's eyes light up. "I can get a fief. Where?" The advisor said regretfully, "I'm sorry, my lord. With rebels causing chaos outside the Hive City, now you cannot obtain your own fief. Otherwise, the output from the fief would be a significant source of income." Li Qinwu thought to himself that a fief referred to land outside the Hive City, which was indeed impossible now. Still curious about the process, he asked, "In normal times, how much fief could I receive?" "My lord, you could receive approximately 10 to 30 farms, each with 1 mu of arable land or several manors or a small town. All the population and resources on it are your private property, and you may dispose of them as you wish." Li Qinwu felt a bit regretful. With the outside world in revolution, he couldn't become an exploitative ruling class. Li Qinwu asked him to move on. The advisor continued, "My lord, a long-standing family needs a family name, a family crest, and of course a noble mistress of pure bloodline. You need to carefully consider your partner. A pure maiden suitable for childbirth is the optimal choice, but a wealthy widow who has lost her spouse is also an excellent option. If your partner's family members serve as officials or generals at court, that would be a rare opportunity. In short, your partner should be prioritized based on 3 factors: status, wealth, and fertility. Oh, and socializing. Noble socializing is also important. You need to frequently engage with other lords, which greatly benefits your career and business. Of course, socializing isn't always friendly. You may encounter conflicts with other lords. If the conflict cannot be properly resolved, it may lead to a life-or-death duel. Although a champion can fight the duel on your behalf, a noble who personally participates is seen as valiant. Therefore, it's best for you to maintain sword training. If you have confidence in your valor, you can also participate in the annual tournament. Lords will personally wield swords on the field, and the victor will gain prestige and benefits." The noble advisor spoke to Li Qinwu at great length from day until night. Li Qinwu listened attentively and basically understood the survival guide for a noble. Finally, the advisor said, My lord, it's getting late. Let's stop here for today. If you need my services, you can summon me at any time. If you would be willing to hire me as your steward and bestow upon me 2 throne coins representing your honor, it would be my great privilege. Li Qingwu nodded, stood up to see him off. He'll think it over and contact you in a few days. The advisor bowed at a 90-degree angle, left his contact information, and departed. As soon as the advisor left, Dantu and the others entered the room. Li Qingwu asked, "Have you eaten?" They nodded, and Dantu said, "The kitchen is fully stocked. The brothers cooked a meal and saved a portion for you, boss." Li Qingwu was hungry and wanted to eat, but Dantu said worriedly, "Boss, can you contact the battalion? I wonder if everyone is still there." They knew about the execution of the PDF regiment in the central square. Such a major event was on everyone's lips. Dantu and the others feared that if their own regiment had been summoned to the upper hive to clear plague zombies, they might have been executed by their own people as well. They were all brothers in the same unit, and Lieutenant Rudsun had always treated them well. There were bonds of affection. Li Qingwu also grew anxious. Damn it, could Lieutenant Rudsun's regiment be so unlucky as to be called to the upper hive to clear zombies? He'll try to contact them with the radio. Li Qingwu got up and headed to the room where the radio was installed. The Baron's villa was well-equipped, including a high-power communication device. Li Qingwu sat before the radio while the other soldiers gathered around him, waiting for him to contact the battalion, their expressions filled with worry. Surrounded by so many anxious gazes, Li Qingwu also felt a sense of uncertainty. Rudsun couldn't be in trouble, could he? His fingers input the encrypted channel number 350234 KMYY on the radio keypad. Before pressing the dial button, he recalled memories of the past. The first time he met Rudsun was in a trench. That bastard shot him, but luckily he was tough and survived, and later he sent Rudsun back. Gradually they started cooperating, and Li Qingwu found Rudsun to be a very humane person who treated his soldiers well. Later they conspired together against Lieutenant Winchester, forging a secret between them. Lieutenant Rudsun's every smile and frown were still vivid before his eyes. Recalling these past moments, a song seemed to play in Li Qingwu's ears. This year, I am 17 years old. I go to school in the countryside. The students wear sneakers, reading the same magazines. I am 17. This year, school grows more tedious by the day. The teachers are too young and naive, always finding fault with me. Only philosophy class and after school are my time. After school, handsome boys and pretty girls date each other. Other girls go straight home. In groups, they talk about soap operas. I go home alone. Listening to the music playing automatically in his mind, Li Qingwu slowly pressed the dial button. The call button was pressed, and after a long wait, Lieutenant Rudison's voice crackled through the radio. "This is Lieutenant Rudison. State your business." Li Qingwu, hearing Lieutenant Rudison's voice, breathed a sigh of relief, as did the soldiers present. Egghead shouted, "Battalion Commander, it's us." Upon recognizing the voice, Lieutenant Rudison exclaimed in surprise, "Egghead, where the hell? I thought you were dead." Li Qingwu handed the radio to Egghead, who excitedly recounted their story to Lieutenant Rudison. From their conscription into the nest to attacking the Chaos Sorcerer alongside the priest, and finally saving the world and receiving rewards from the higher-ups. "Huh, you mean you're all Nest citizens now?" Egghead nodded vigorously. "Yes, Battalion Commander. We're all Nest people now, and our ranks have been raised by 1 level. But Officer Li is incredible. He got promoted 3 levels. He also got the title of Baron, a huge villa, and a sword that crackles with blue light." A long silence emanated from the other end of the radio, as if stunned, before a voice finally emerged. "Put Officer Li on the line." Egghead handed the radio to Li Qingwu, who chuckled. "Hey there, little Rudy, pay your respects to your Lord Baron." Another deafening silence fell across the radio, so thick Li Qingwu could almost picture Rudison's stunned expression. Seeing his prolonged silence, Li Qingwu spoke first. "Oh, Lieutenant Rudison, my friend, it seems we've drifted apart. We had good times in the past, but now we're incompatible. We should go our separate ways. That's life, you know. We must face reality. Perhaps we'll meet again someday. Remember me, Mr. Rudison." At this, Lieutenant Rudison couldn't hold back any longer. "If you keep talking like that, I'll kiss your ass with my boot." A few minutes later, Lieutenant Rudison asked seriously, "So you really are a lord now, and got promoted to lieutenant?" Li Qingwu nodded. "Yeah, lucky break. MVP settlement for saving the world." The sound of teeth grinding came from the other end of the radio. "Damn it, I feel sick now." Li Qingwu understood. He feared his brother's hardship, but feared his brother driving a Range Rover even more. He got down to business. "So I'm a lieutenant now, and a noble. Will my military position be elevated?" Lieutenant Rudison countered. "When you received your rewards, didn't the higher-ups tell you your assignment?" Li Qingwu said no. The high-ranking officials were busy dividing up the spoils at the time, and after rewarding them, they went off for a private meeting. In that case, the higher-ups probably haven't decided on your placement yet. But ultimately, there are only 2 options. Li Qingwu asked what they were. One is a staff or advisory role in the military. No real power, easy work, essentially a nominal position. The other is commanding troops, giving you a battalion like mine. You'd have military authority, making it easier to take on missions and earn merits. Li Qinwu said, I definitely want the second option. You know me, I've always walked on thin ice. Alright, spare me the thin ice crap. How many rivers of ice have you charged across, you bastard? Wanting a real battalion command isn't impossible. You're a real noble now. Getting a battalion is as easy as saying the word. The nest encourages nobles to serve in the military. Our regiment doesn't have any openings right now, all positions are filled. If you want a real battalion command, you'll probably be assigned to another regiment. Li Qinwu clicked his tongue. Well, I'd rather stay in our regiment. I don't know anyone in the other ones. He had a good relationship with Lieutenant Rudison and the colonel in their regiment. Most importantly, they were all on the same gravy train. Li Qinwu had bribed both of them. If Li Qinwu ever did something like skimming some weapons and ammunition or using public troops for private battles, they would turn a blind eye as long as it wasn't too egregious. He couldn't be sure if such conveniences would exist in another unit. Li Qinwu said, ask the colonel if there's a way for me to stay in our regiment. Everyone in our regiment is talented, and their talk is so smooth. I just love it here. Lieutenant Rudison replied. All right, the colonel happens to be nearby. They'll call him over. After a while, Colonel Leo's voice came through the radio. AUV. Lord Li, unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. In just a few days, Lord Li has become a baron. Greetings, your lordship. Colonel Leo, a seasoned sycophant, immediately adopted a servile tone. Though he was a colonel, he held no title and belonged to a different class than the titled Li Qinwu. From now on, he would have to curry favor with this baron to get by. Li Qinwu stated his request. Colonel Leo said, that's simple. Your lordship probably knows a few unfortunate PDF regiments were. Well, anyway, many regiments are vacant and will be refilled soon. If your lordship wants to be a battalion commander in our regiment, I can recommend my first battalion commander to be the deputy colonel of a newly formed regiment, freeing up the battalion commander position. Li Qinwu asked, can it be done like that? Is it troublesome for you? No trouble at all. It's just that if the opportunity arises, your lordship could perhaps introduce me to other lords. Li Qinwu agreed, then looked at Egghead and the others. Fellas, do you want to retire now and live the good life in the nest or become officers in my battalion? If you choose retirement, they'll talk to the colonel and get it done right away. They'll be starting a business in the nest later, and you can come work for me. If you choose to stay in the army, it'll lead you to seek more fortune, but it comes with mortal danger. The soldiers exchanged glances. Egghead said, Boss, could our families work in your factory while we continue to serve under you? Li Qinwu said that would work, then spoke into the radio to Colonel Leo. Colonel, please have the promoted battalion commander take all his officers with him to their new posts, freeing up the positions for my brothers. The colonel agreed and granted them all a month's leave to handle family affairs. In a month, the battalion commander position would be vacant. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Colonel Leo left. Li Qinwu asked Lieutenant Rudison on the radio, anything else to say? Lieutenant Rudison slammed the channel shut with a click. Damn, he was envious. Damn, he was miserable. Damn, he didn't want to talk. After everyone had a good night's sleep at the villa, they planned to return to Zhongchao the next day. Li Qinwu took everyone to the Zhongchao winery, where he still had 5 soldiers stationed. The soldiers who fought alongside Li Qinwu at Zhongchao saw these 5 unfortunate fellows and began to flaunt. Everyone here has received their identity at Zhongchao. Who hasn't? One soldier pointed at the guarding soldiers. It's you guys losers. The 5 guarding soldiers were infuriated, feeling as though they had missed out on a fortune, and they all wanted to bang their heads against the wall in despair. Li Qinwu said, no worries, I have the authority of 200 private soldiers. You can bring your families to live in Zhongchao. We are all brothers, I won't forget you when we feast. With that, Li Qinwu instructed everyone to disperse and reunite with their families. Now that the turmoil was over, Zhongchao had returned to peace. The army had withdrawn from the nests, and ordinary people began to take to the streets, although traces of 0 yuan purchases were still visible. Li Qinwu got into a maintenance vehicle and headed towards the national church. He needed to ask the priest if he could retrieve his weapons and equipment. Don't forget, he and his soldiers had 16 laser guns and 16 sets of powered exoskeletons. Especially the powered exoskeleton, which had great maneuverability, pleased him immensely. If he could figure out a way to get a high-endurance battery and weld on some armor, it would be like having a flavor of Astartes. Last time he was imprisoned, his weapons and powered exoskeleton were confiscated by the National Church, and he needed to get them back. The maintenance vehicle stopped at the entrance of the National Church, and he walked straight towards the main gate. Due to the riot, more people than ever were coming to the National Church to pray, with queues of people waiting to pay at the end. Of course, Li Qinwu didn't have to queue. At the counter with the duty missionary, he revealed the tattoo on his neck and immediately received VIP service. In the guest room deep within the church, Li Qinwu met with priest Xianxing, who was teaching Sister Teresa, who was earnestly studying. As the saying goes, a renowned teacher produces exceptional students. At this moment, Sister Teresa was already displaying a certain literary aura. She had also participated in the entire exorcism process, marking a significant growth. The priest looked at Li Qinwu gently and asked, Warrior of the Divine Emperor, how may I serve you? Li Qinwu did not directly state his business, but inquired about the recent corruption incident. Reverend the chaotic wizard you previously defeated, I noticed elements of the rejuvenation sect in his clothing. Was he a doctor of the rejuvenation sect? The priest nodded seriously. Yes, that chaotic wizard was the leader of the rejuvenation sect on our planet, the master of longevity. He has performed longevity surgeries for many prominent figures, and this year, he himself is over 350 years old. Even with the longevity surgery, his lifespan is nearing its end, which I believe is why he fell into chaos. The longevity surgery of the human empire is quite remarkable, with the rejuvenation sect being the most respected in mortal longevity surgery. An average rejuvenation doctor can extend life by 50 to 60 years, while the more exceptional ones can add 200 to 300 years. It is said that there are legendary rejuvenation doctors who can allow a person to survive for an entire millennium. However, for most accomplished rejuvenation doctors, extending life by 300 years is the technical limit. This rejuvenation doctor fell into chaos not only to extend his own life, but also to break through his technical peak, opting to make a deal with the devil. Unfortunately, the devil is indeed a devil. What the devil promises will come to fruition in unexpected, utterly unacceptable ways. Li Qingwu thought this was a rather common cause of downfall. Then he brought up the main topic. Reverend, last time my soldiers and I were quarantined, our equipment was confiscated by the National Church staff. Can I retrieve them? The priest smiled and said, of course you can. Your equipment is here with me, and I have already purified it. You can take it at any time. Li Qingwu thought this was fantastic. This high-grade equipment was incredibly valuable and could not be discarded. As he was about to retrieve the equipment, he subconsciously asked, Reverend, is there anything I can help with? The priest looked at Li Qingwu with great appreciation. Warrior of the Divine Emperor, I do have a difficult problem here. The synthetic starch factory was heavily attacked by heretics during this riot and can no longer synthesize artificial starch. The Mechanical Repair Committee's divine assistant stated that it would take at least half a year to repair the factory equipment. Without stable food for half a year, I can't imagine how many lives will be lost under the Divine Emperor's reign. Warrior of the Divine Emperor, if you have a way to obtain food and save the subjects of the Divine Emperor, I will express my gratitude to you on behalf of the hungry people. Although the priest's words seemed light and casual when he assigns tasks, he rarely mentions rewards up front, but the post-event compensation is often unexpected. After all, he is one of the rulers of this planet, possessing immense power, something Li Qingwu deeply understood. Li Qingwu thought of his connection with the rebels and hesitated. Your Excellency, to be honest, I do have contact with the rebels outside. The rebels have vast lands, and I can obtain some food. But the policy in the nests. The priest said firmly, you need not worry about that. Be brave and act. As long as you can prevent the people from dying of hunger, everything is worth it. Rest assured, I will take the blame if anything happens. The rebels are opposing the planetary governor, not the emperor. The rebels are still subjects of the emperor and have the right to enjoy the emperor's glory. Li Qingwu felt as though the priest was radiating golden light. In this chaotic universe reminiscent of Warhammer 40k, it was rare to find such a righteous person. Your Excellency, your will. After discussing business, Li Qingwu turned to Sister Teresa. Teresa, how has your study been during this time? Sister Teresa appeared somewhat bashful. I am still ignorant. The priest smiled and said, Sister Teresa is a diligent student. She can already recite most of the scriptures, and I occasionally see the Emperor's radiance shining upon her. In a few months, I plan to let her lead the prayers and officially spread the Emperor's glory. Li Qingwu thought, isn't that just shining with radiance? It must be from eating the holy wafers. These wafers have the effect of enhancing mental strength, and consuming them is indeed helpful for studying. When he returns, he should bring more wafers for Sister Teresa to eat daily, allowing her to absorb the Emperor's spiritual energy. Ahem, Teresa, remember to go home and visit during the next holiday. Your brother will come as well. After wrapping up, Li Qingwu took his leave. Li Qingwu hauled a cartload of goods to his hideout and began contemplating how to modify the powered exoskeleton. This device could amplify human strength fivefold, its frame exceptionally rigid to withstand water pressure. Yet it was designed for labor, not combat. It lacked external armor and required a new battery. The endurance of engineering batteries was poor, and often workers had to be tethered to power cables for prolonged tasks. Li Qingwu needed battle armor for field operations. Where would he find a power cord in the wilderness? This wasn't a prototype unit. After a moment's thought, he drove a small repair vehicle carrying a set of powered exoskeletons to the wastewater plant to find Tech Priest Anthony. After some searching, Li Qingwu found Tech Priest Anthony in the equipment operations room of the wastewater plant. He got straight to the point, pointing at the powered exoskeleton on the floor. Tech Priest Anthony, take a look at this. Can you modify it into a combat model? Tech Priest Anthony's mechanical eye flickered with red light as his metallic fingers tapped incessantly. Deep water high-pressure engineering powered exoskeleton should be equipped with pressure-resistant gel suit used in deep water, no tactical value. Li Qingwu pulled a bottle of lubricant from his bag. Is that so? Then I guess this bottle of high-purity lubricant substance 101 will have to go in the trash. Tech Priest Anthony stared at the bottle of lubricant, his electronic eye almost shooting lasers, his iron hands clacking together like a piano. On second thought, if it's just for low-intensity conflict, adding ceramic steel armor plates to the work exoskeleton might allow it to withstand most small arms fire and some heavy weapons. Li Qinwu tossed the lubricant canister up and caught it over and over. Go on, I'm listening. Tech Priest Anthony's electronic eye locked onto the rising and falling canister. Lined with high-density ballistic fiber, a fully sealed filtration helmet providing protection against explosive blasts, while also offering basic NBC defense. A high-energy Promethium battery pack mounted on the back could extend standby time to half a month, giving it field combat capability. Li Qinwu was very satisfied with his answer and tossed him the lubricant that had been sanctified on the shrine of the Emperor. Take it for your joints. I've got 16 powered exoskeletons. You modify one suit of power armor for me, and I'll give you a can of machine spirit joy oil. Tech Priest Anthony frowned. The exchange of benefits doesn't hold. High-energy Promethium battery packs are expensive, the value you offer is insufficient. Li Qinwu raised a finger and wagged it. No. The machine spirit joy oil I'm giving you is ultra-pure. A rare treasure, 99% pure. Much better than the watered-down stuff I gave you before. Tech Priest Anthony's expression toward Li Qinwu gradually changed, and a string of binary curses burst from his electronic voice emitter. You were fobbing me off with watered-down goods before. Li Qinwu just chuckled. We weren't familiar back then, so of course I had to hold back. I was afraid you'd turn malicious, imprison me, torture my body, interrogate my soul for the formula of Substance 101. Naturally, I had to give you the watered-down stuff. Tech Priest Anthony slammed his gear axe hard against the floor and raged. I can still imprison you now, torture your body, interrogate your soul, and demand the formula for Substance 101. As he spoke, he stepped toward Li Qinwu, apparently intending to seize him on the spot. Li Qinwu's body was about to be tortured, his soul about to be interrogated, but he showed no fear. He craned his neck, showing Tech Priest Anthony the Saint Warrior tattoo on it. Do you know what this is? Go on, make a move. Then ITLLB war between the Ecclesiarchy and the Mechanicus. A civil war in the Imperium, my favorite episode from childhood. Tech Priest Anthony's electronic eye flickered red as it scanned the Saint Warrior mark on Li Qinwu's neck. The Saint Warrior mark was highly sophisticated. To the naked eye, it looked like an ordinary black tattoo, but under a microscope, it was composed of millions of microscopic holy scriptures forming the pattern. The arrangement of the text segments also served as an anti-counterfeiting feature. When scanned with electronic equipment, it would reveal Li Qinwu's information, where he received the title of saint, his achievements, who conferred the title, along with at least 10 megabytes of holy scripture text. Tech Priest Anthony scanned the small sword tattoo with his electronic eye, and an extra TXT novel of holy scripture was added to his external brain storage unit. The Mechanicus worshipped the Omnisia, the machine god. Although some said the Omnisia was an aspect of the Emperor, many in the Mechanicus still believed they were not one and the same. In short, the Mechanicus and the Ecclesiarchy worshipped two different gods. Having an extra TXT ebook from a heretic in his mind disgusted Tech Priest Anthony. He immediately dragged it to the recycle bin, deleted it, then emptied the recycle bin. Having done all this in his mind, Tech Priest Anthony looked at Li Qinwu with some wariness in his eyes. A saint warrior was an important figure in the Ecclesiarchy. Killing one would be tantamount to declaring war on the Ecclesiarchy. The Mechanicus' presence on this agri-world was very weak, with only a small temple that mostly produced goods and performed maintenance. But the Ecclesiarchy, the entire hive city, was filled with its followers. The two were not on the same scale. Tech Priest Anthony dared not lay a hand on Li Qinwu. His filthy, evil, and cruel iron claws retracted reluctantly. So you only dared to reveal the high-purity Substance 101 because you had backing? Li Qinwu grinned. Of course, oil boy. From now on, remember to address me as Lord. A noble from the upper hive is still a noble, understand? Alright, enough bullshit. 500 milliliters bottle of high-purity Substance 101 lubricant in exchange for you modifying one suit of power armor. Don't worry, you won't lose out. This high-purity stuff is amazing. Nothing like the watered-down crap. If you don't agree, you'll go find another oil boy. Your monopoly will be gone. Tech Priest Anthony had no choice. Since he couldn't imprison Li Qinwu to torture his body and interrogate his soul, cooperation was the only option. The two signed an agreement. Li Qinwu would provide 16 sets of powered exoskeletons and 16 bottles of high-purity Substance 101 lubricant, while Tech Priest Anthony would provide 16 modified, fully protected suits of power armor. Li Qinwu drove back to his old place, returned with the 16 bottles of lubricant and exoskeletons. Deal's a deal. Delivery next month. Remember, the power armor's shoulder plates need to be big. Make it look like a stylish Astartes. 886. Li Qinwu sped off with a rev of the engine. Tech Priest Anthony had his assistants carry the exoskeletons and lubricant into his equipment operations bay, then kicked everyone out and sealed the door tight. Just how amazing is this high-purity Substance 101? Today I shall experiment to find the truth. Tech priest Anthony stripped off his clothes, revealing a body that was 60 mechanized. He opened a bottle of high-purity substance 101 and applied it directly to his mechanical limbs. Then strange sounds emanated from Tech priest Anthony's sealed operations room. 11111110000000. Li Qinwu emerged from the sewage treatment plant, and his walkie-talkie beeped at his waist. Upon answering, he discovered it was a call from the Zhongqiao distillery. He had arranged communication tools across all his enterprises, allowing management personnel to contact him at any time when issues arose. Li Qinwu picked up the walkie-talkie and heard the voice of Dakier. My lord, the glass factory next door has delivered the wine bottles. The grape wine you brewed has been aged for 3 months. Shall we bottle it now? Li Qinwu's eyes lit up. The first batch of wine was finally ready. Please wait a moment. Oh, I will take a look. He hurried back to the distillery and happened to see workers unloading goods at the entrance, which were the wine bottles he had ordered from the neighboring glass factory. Each bottle costs 2 yuan, which includes an oak cork and an information label on the bottle. The label mainly contained details about the wine, such as the production date. The front featured a copy of Mother Teresa stepping on grapes, her white socks and skirt splattered with grape juice. Dakier and his wife looked at the wine bottles in silence, unsure of what to say. When Li Qinwu arrived, Dakier's wife seemed to want to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Dakier asked, My lord, the wine bottles are in place. Shall we start bottling now? No hurry, let's open a box of wine and bottle some for me to take away, the rest can wait. Dakier complied and opened an oak barrel filling 2,500 milliliter bottles with grape wine. Li Qinwu took the 20 bottles of wine back to his hideout and placed them on the imperial shrine to sanctify them. After the sanctification of 2 bottles was complete, Li Qinwu returned to the distillery. He handed 2 bottles of holy wine and a dropper to Dakier. Start bottling the wine, and remember, for each bottle use this dropper to mix in a drop of the wine I gave you. Dakier complied and began bottling, with the workers processing 70 barrels of grape wine into 140 bottles of 500 milliliters. These bottles of wine were placed in large cardboard boxes that Li Qinwu had wholesale purchased, stacked in a corner resembling a treasure mountain. Each bottle of wine contained a drop of holy wine. Although the amount was minimal, the refreshing sensation that could cleanse one's chaos and pollution would undoubtedly capture a large market. But the question arose how to sell it. This wine was intended to be sold to the upper class, profiting from the nobles, but now more than half of the upper class had perished, leaving behind only the true nobles in the spire. How could he sell the wine to the nobles in the spire when he seemingly had no connections? The priest had connections, but Li Qinwu felt it was inappropriate, though he couldn't pinpoint why. Li Qinwu just felt that involving the priest might work, but it might not go well, and the priest may be averse to the idea. In short, it felt unsuitable to approach the priest. What about Reno? That wouldn't work either. Reno, like him, had just been promoted to nobility, and his superior, the Pure Water Guild, had lost nearly all its members, leaving his connections empty and ineffective. It seems I can only seek her out. Li Qinwu glanced at the ring on his hand. Half an hour later, the small elevator opened, and Li Qinwu arrived at the upper class, the warehouse of Miss Nightingale. During the plague, Miss Nightingale's warehouse was lifeless, devoid of any presence. But today the warehouse was bustling with workers moving goods. As Li Qinwu exited the small elevator, a foreman immediately approached him. The foreman's gaze toward Li Qinwu was somewhat suspicious because he was dressed in a PDF combat uniform with a tactical belt at his waist, making him appear more like a soldier than a member of the upper class. Yet the foreman maintained respect, bowing and asking, Sir, how may I assist you? Li Qinwu took out a cigarette and lit it. I am Baron Li Qinwu, and I would like to pay a visit to Miss Nightingale. He waved the ring in his hand. This is the ring your lady gave me. Please inform her on my behalf. With the title of Baron and the ring of Miss Nightingale, Li Qinwu quickly received the opportunity to visit her. Miss Nightingale, the eldest daughter of the Campella family, owned a massive spire with a garden at the top reaching into the atmosphere, truly a person of the heavens. An antique car drove up to the warehouse, and a servant dressed in a tuxedo stepped out to open the door, bowing to Li Qinwu and saying, My lord, the lady is already waiting for you. Li Qinwu got into the car, which started and headed towards the Campella family spire. After a while, the antique car entered a massive archway, and as his vision cleared, Li Qinwu found himself entering a noble spire. The spire represented status. It was not just a residence, but also a fortress, an independent kingdom, and a self-sustaining ecosystem. Li Qinwu looked out the window, noticing military camps near the outer layer of the spire, where he saw a large number of private armies. Nobles having spires were likely of the duke level, commanding nearly 10,000 private soldiers. Most of the soldiers Li Qinwu saw wore powered armor. With such military strength, if the nobles' private soldiers had intervened during the initial chaos, they could have quelled the situation before the onset of the plague. At this moment, Li Qinwu suddenly realized something and turned to the servant in the passenger seat, asking, May I inquire how many soldiers Miss Nightingale's family has? I see many elites in powered armor. Having elite soldiers was a boastful asset for a noble, and the servant did not conceal it. My lord, the head of our family Campella 13, keeps 500 soldiers, of which 600 are equipped with powered armor. Li Qinwu gasped, so many soldiers and 600 with powered armor. This doesn't add up. With such formidable military strength, why didn't Miss Nightingale attempt a rescue when she was trapped in the Grand Theater? With 600 powered armors wielding heavy laser guns and armored vehicles, they could have rushed out, rescued her, and escaped successfully before the mental pollution set in. Why didn't they come to her aid? He sensed something subtle about this situation. Soon the antique car entered another elevator ascending. When the elevator stopped and the doors opened, the antique car drove out, and Li Qinwu arrived at Miss Nightingale's residence, also known as the Atmospheric Garden. The spire was enormous, resembling a cylindrical tower with a diameter of over 10 kilometers. At the very top of this massive spire were more than 10 smaller towers. Some served as airports for aircraft takeoffs and landings, while others were residences for nobles. The Atmospheric Garden was a vast circular glass dome covering a patch of grassy garden. It featured gravel paths, well-manicured lawns, and a plethora of blooming flowers. At the center of the garden stood a 3-story small building reminiscent of a quaint Victorian countryside manor, understated and cozy. The antique car came to a stop, and the servant opened the door. My lord, you have arrived at the lattice chamber. You will need to walk the rest of the way yourself. After saying this, the antique car returned to the elevator, leaving Li Qinwu on the gravel path. Li Qinwu strolled along the pebble path, occasionally plucking a flower from the passing bushes and sucking the nectar from its stem. As he approached the house at the center of the Atmospheric Garden, he gradually began to hear the sound of a piano playing. Miss Nightingale played the piano quite well, yet his attention was not on the music, but on 3 aristocrats in formal attire standing below the house. These 3 nobles looked young lads in their early 20s. Li Qinwu initially thought they were Miss Nightingale's family and intended to approach and greet them. However, upon drawing closer, he realized these 3 fellows were actually suitors of Miss Nightingale. For some reason, Miss Nightingale hadn't let them inside, and they were gathered there discussing their experiences. Alas, is Miss Nightingale going to reject my courtship again? What exactly is wrong with me? Wah, I've already sworn it. I'll marry none but Miss Nightingale in this life. Miss Nightingale's piano artistry has improved again, but my heart has become even more shattered. The 3 muttered among themselves, then sensing someone approaching, they turned in unison, their faces instantly filled with hostility as they stared at Li Qinwu. Who goes there? A rival in love. I won't let you take Miss Nightingale away. Give up that. Li Qinwu scratched his cheek, pondered for a moment, then suddenly wore a devilishly arrogant and domineering expression. Oh, is that so? In that case, we are destined rivals then. The 3 instantly looked grave. Cool. Such a powerful aura. Even if you say that, I won't back down. Destined rivals. Things. Li Qinwu let out a sinister chuckle. My destined rivals, it seems you've been shut out by the pure, beautiful, and kind Miss Nightingale again. So do you have any secret tactics to win her over? If not, step aside. The princess imprisoned in the castle by the dragon needs a true hero to rescue her. The 3 nobles snorted coldly, and the yellow-haired one stepped forward to say, of course I do. I've worked hard for 99 days. I researched vast amounts of literature and infused it with my love to compose a courtship poem for Miss Nightingale. With that, he cleared his throat and addressed the 3rd floor of the house, where the windows and doors were tightly shut, but the piano music still emanated, a poetry recitation titled Nightingale's Song by Byra. Nos from afar the nightingale is fair, up close a beauty rare. Truly the nightingale is fair, the nightingale is truly fair. The recitation ended and silence fell, an awkward atmosphere gradually spreading. How was it? My poem. The yellow-haired aristocrat Byra grew uncertain. After all, he had spent 99 days researching this poem, and then a flash of inspiration struck him, as if a supreme celestial being had stuffed it into his mind. Why was everyone silent? In this awkward atmosphere, Byra's toes practically dug out a 3-bedroom apartment. Li Qinwu felt a bit of pity and said, oh, quite interesting. I can discern the author's love for Miss Nightingale from this poem. The poem uses near and far to depict Miss Nightingale's beauty, but it's actually a portrayal of the author's yearning for her, a sense of distance and closeness, expressing the author's enduring longing for Miss Nightingale. Aristocrat Byra's eyes instantly welled up, looking at Li Qinwu, as if he were his soulmate from 10 lifetimes. He understands me, he truly understands me. Li Qinwu cleared his throat and looked at the red-haired aristocrat. And what about you? What tactics have you? The red-haired noble let out a contemptuous laugh, stepped forward and shouted, Miss Nightingale, marry me. After we wed, I'll be your dog. With that, the fellow dropped to all fours, until Li Qinwu's horrified gaze began barking like a dog. Woof, 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 Miss Nightingale, let me be your dog, let me be your dog. After marriage, my wealth and my title are yours. Even if you want me to get neutered, I'll do it. Even if you want me to eat your crab meat, I'll do it. Woof, 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 woof. Li Qinwu stammered. Brother, calm down, it's not necessary, not necessary. Then Li Qinwu turned to the last one, a green-haired noble who looked like a thug, and asked, "And what about you, contestant number 3? What act have you prepared to impress the lady and make her light up for you?" The green-haired noble stroked his rooster-like hair and flashed Li Qinwu a sinister grin. Hee. I plan to use force, climb the wall to the 3rd floor, burst in through the window, and take Miss Nightingale by force. Love her, then dare to risk getting caught and shot afterward. Miss Nightingale, here I come. And with that, the bastard charged like a madman toward the house to climb the wall. But as soon as he grabbed the wall, before he could climb, the yellow-haired and red-haired ones rushed over and tackled him. "How dare you treat Miss Nightingale like that? I must stop you," shouted the yellow-haired one. "Yeah, Miss Nightingale won't like a pervert like you," yelled the red-haired one. The three immediately tumbled into a brawl, and with the soft piano music from upstairs, the scene was utterly bizarre. They fought for quite a while until, exhausted, they separated, all bruised and swollen. Sitting on the grass, panting heavily, they looked at Li Qinwu and asked, "We've shown our moves. What about you?" Li Qinwu crossed his arms and put on an inscrutable expression. "My destined rivals, though you've displayed passionate love for Miss Nightingale, it's a pity. We were never on the same level from the start." Li Qinwu slowly extended his right hand and gave them the middle finger. When the three saw the ring on his middle finger, it struck their minds like a bolt of lightning. Masaka. Impossible. Impossible. What a joke. Li Qinwu walked step by step toward the tightly shut door, extended his middle finger, and swiped the ring over the scanner on the door. With a click of the lock, the three were utterly defeated. Li Qinwu twisted the handle, walked step by step into Miss Nightingale's room, leaving them only a broad back and a declaration like a victor's. "You who have exhausted every effort can only reach my starting point. This perhaps is the injustice of the world." Click. The door slammed shut, as if separating the four into two worlds. Tears streamed down the faces of the yellow, red, and green trio. "So, I was doomed from the start. No matter how hard I try. Hell, losers eat dust. This world is so cold and cruel. If you love, love deeply. If not, walk away. Forget love, forget me not. Let's go. This place isn't for us." The three heartbroken men stood side by side and slowly walked away down the pebble path, looking like an old roadside traffic light. Li Qinwu pushed the door open and strode directly to the 3rd floor. The Nightingale girl on the 3rd floor, aware of Li Qinwu's arrival, ceased her piano playing. The moment they met, the Nightingale girl spoke first. "I saw you burn down my grand theater." Li Qinwu was taken aback, then instinctively retorted, "I did not. Don't make false accusations. You need evidence to speak. Be careful, or I'll sue you for defamation." The Nightingale girl waved her hand, and a projector on the wall turned on, playing footage from a security camera, Li Qinwu using a flamethrower to reduce the grand theater to ashes, then making off with the laser guns from the underground armory. Caught red-handed, Li Qinwu's eyelids twitched violently. The Nightingale girl said calmly, "My grand theater cost an investment of 15 billion to build. This sum? Oh, come on, we're bros. Why talk about money? Talking about money hurts feelings." Before she could finish, Li Qinwu stepped forward and slapped her on the shoulder. "Nightingale, think about the fiery camaraderie we share, the hardships and dangers we've faced together. And look at my pure, innocent, childlike eyes. Can you really bring yourself to talk money with me?" Li Qinwu gave the Nightingale girl a look of pure, innocent, childlike eyes. The corner of her mouth twitched. "Fine. So why have you come to see me?" "To reminisce about our camaraderie." Li Qinwu said, "Oh no, not that. I'm here to discuss business." The Nightingale girl. "Didn't you just say talking about money hurts feelings?" Li Qinwu took a bottle of wine from his waist pouch and handed it to the Nightingale girl. Even close brothers settle accounts openly. Look, I told you about that wine before. I've brewed it, aged it for 3 months. It should be ready to sell in the upper nest, right?" The Nightingale girl took the wine and said, "Oh, so that's why you're here. What, can't find a way into the upper nest?" Li Qinwu nodded. "Although I'm a baron now, I have no background. I can't get into the noble circles. I don't even know who to sell the wine to." The Nightingale girl examined the bottle closely. The bottle's not bad. Probably a high-quality one costing $1 each." Then she felt the sticker on the bottle, especially the blushing nun Teresa stomping grapes. "The sticker's decent too. But are you sure you want to use the gimmick of a nun stomping grapes? You might actually get burned at the stake by the state religion." Li Qinwu patted his chest. "Don't worry about that. I'm sworn brothers with the devout one through thick and thin. Hell, cover for me." The Nightingale girl recalled the ruthless acts Li Qinwu had committed as seen in intelligence reports, and how he had fought alongside the former planetary bishop to clear the water purification plant and eliminate the Chaos Wizard. She found it feasible. She picked up a corkscrew, opened the bottle, and poured some wine into a glass, intending to taste it. Just as she was about to drink, she suddenly asked, "This stuff wasn't really stomped out by that little girl on the sticker, was it?" Li Qinwu shook his head. "How could that be? With so much wine, she couldn't stomp it all, even if she worked from dawn till dusk. It's a gimmick, all a gimmick." The Nightingale girl said, "Oh," and took a sip of the red liquid. She smacked her lips and commented, The wine itself is quite average mainly because the aging time is too short. The sweetness is moderate, the acidity and astringency are strong, and the grape aroma is intense. I'd give it a 5 out of 10. Li Qinwu was a bit disappointed. Only a 5. But Li Qinhui's eyes lit up again. There was a but. The Nightingale girl took a few more sips and said, "But the first sip of this wine is astonishingly good. There's a flavor I can't quite describe. Tisk, but that flavor disappears with subsequent sips. Your wine is only good for the first sip." It wasn't just that the first sip was amazing. The first sip cleared away the chaos contamination, giving it a soul-boosting effect. After that, it was just ordinary wine. One would have to wait a day or two for the chaos contamination to return before drinking it again to experience that astonishing sensation. Li Qinwu explained, "My wine is a head sip wine. The first sip is good, but once your mouth is full of the wine, it's not as nice. You have to wait until the next day after the wine taste in your mouth has metabolized, then drink it again to regain that amazing feeling." The Nightingale girl swirled the glass, recalling the taste of the first sip, and felt this business had potential. "All right, I'll go with you to your winery for a look, and then we'll see about the next step." Li Qinwu had no objection. He led the Nightingale girl through a series of transfers to the Mid-Nest winery. The Nightingale girl looked at the bottles Li Qinwu had stored in cardboard boxes and shook her head. "This won't do. The packaging is too crude, but looks cheap. Nobles won't drink wine like this. It's not presentable. Drinking this kind of wine would get you laughed at." Li Qinwu asked humbly, "Lady, what do you suggest?" "Pack each bottle individually in a birchwood box. The birch box should be printed with your product information logo and the head sip wine label. By the way, are you really sure you won't get burned for commercializing a gimmick involving the state religion?" Li Qinwu nodded, confirming he was sure and that he was quite resistant to being burned. "In that case, directly engrave holy prayers on the birch packaging. Use parchment and sealing wax to create a pure sigil design and seal it on the packaging." Li Qinwu applauded, declaring that the Nightingale was nothing short of a commercial genius. He asked the question he cared about most, "So how much can one bottle of this wine sell for?" The Nightingale girl thought for a moment and then dropped a number that made Li Qinhui's jaw drop. "Start at 100,000 as a base price. We'll see if we need to raise it." 100,000. Li Qinwu couldn't believe it. One bottle of wine selling for 100,000. The Nightingale girl looked at him as if he were a country bumpkin. "The thing with nobles is nothing but showing off. I know your wine isn't worth much, the cost isn't even 50. Selling it for 100 would still be a profit. But if you actually price it at 100 a bottle, you'll never sell a single one. No noble would drink such low-class stuff." Li Qinwu roughly understood the meaning, and he was deeply shocked. He had 1400 bottles on hand. If he kept 400 for aging and sold the rest, that would be 100 million. Damn, his 1-month tax exemption limit seemed to be exactly 100 million. Was he about to become a high-paying taxpayer just like that? The Nightingale girl's next words confirmed this. "All right, give me this batch of wine at the price of 100 each. He'll take it and sell it in the upper nest. He'll transfer the money to you in a bit. How about that?" Li Qinwu trembled with excitement. You don't actually want to marry me, do you?" Li Qinwu hesitated awkwardly while Miss Nightingale spoke with a smile. "So are you willing to be my wife?" Li Qinhui's expression suddenly turned serious. "Enough joking. 100 million. Even for a great noble, that's no small sum. What do you want me to do? And I'm curious, your family keeps so many elite private soldiers. When you were trapped in the Grand Theater, why didn't anyone come to rescue you?" Li Qinwu had to clarify this question. Otherwise collaborating with Miss Nightingale might drag him into the internal strife of the nobility. A small fry like him could easily be crushed by the aftershocks of the imperial family's conflicts. Miss Nightingale's expression also grew serious, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. "The succession struggle. It's always been this way. My father, Campera 13, is over 300 years old and has been bedridden for more than a decade. The rejuvenation doctor said that if he doesn't undergo large-scale mechanical modification, his life is at its end. But my father detests turning himself into a robot, so he's preparing to embrace death. My father's wife, my stepmother, is a young noble woman. While my father was bedridden, she successfully conceived and gave birth to my dear younger brother, who is now 10 years old." Li Qinwu raised a thumb. "Your dad's truly impressive. A 300-year-old raisin can still squeeze out juice." Miss Nightingale continued. "Ever since my stepmother gave birth to my brother, I've rarely seen my father. She uses every excuse to prevent me from meeting him. This has gone on for 10 full years. If not for the life monitoring device in my hand still showing my father is a live ID suspect head already. As for my brother, he's only 10, but already acts like the head of the family, declaring he'll marry me off. Because once I'm married off, I lose the right to inherit the Campera family seat. The old retainers have also sided with my stepmother and brother. I've been isolated by the family for 10 years now." After speaking, her expression fell. After hearing this, Li Qinwu patted Miss Nightingale on the shoulder. "A sick father, a wicked mother, a malicious little brother, a shattered home. Lonely, she stands unable to see her father, the vanishing inheritance destined for marriage. No money to spend, no one to love, left to be slain in the depths. In the icy rain, frozen stiff disco beats thumping in the night. Miss Nightingale glared at Li Qinwu, her small chest heaving with irritation. Li Qinwu stepped back and mimed zipping his lips. Miss Nightingale sighed. In short, this is the situation. I'm a lamb waiting for slaughter, my life hanging on my stepmother's whim. If she's ruthless, she'll clear the path for her son and certainly kill me. If she cares about appearances, I'll fare slightly better. Likely married off to some minor noble on the fringes of the upper nest to live out my days. Of course, none of this will be settled until my father dies. Li Qinwu offered. In your situation, if you want to protect yourself, could you marry yourself off? For instance, those 3 suitors of yours, the traffic lights. Marry one of them, lose the inheritance rights, and you'll survive. Miss Nightingale smiled and shook her head. I don't want to marry a minor noble, become a childbearing tool, and fade into mediocrity. Li Qinwu narrowed his eyes. You want to fight? Miss Nightingale's gaze sharpened. Yes, I want. Li Qinwu was silent for a long moment, then spoke. You want to win me over to have me as your ally after your Miss Nightingale nodded. Li Qinwu fell into thought again. Speculation once more. He had engaged in speculation many times, but this time he was betting on the imperial family. The Campera family, one of the core families of the upper nest. Speculating on a succession struggle in such a family. One misstep could lead to utter ruin. If he died in this political gamble, the hard-won identity of Baron Li Qinwu would be useless and his forces would likely be wiped out. Then he'd be like in a search and destroy game. Delete the save and start over. Li Qinwu scratched his head incessantly, dandruff flaking off, his agitation evident. Miss Nightingale didn't rush him, simply watching. Finally, Li Qinwu clapped his hands. I'm in. Damn it, speculation. This is my favorite episode from childhood. Miss Nightingale smiled. Excellent. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. You're not one for peace. You're a thorough speculator. Li Qinwu clasped his fists. My liege, you have a keen eye? But may I ask how many soldiers, civil officials, and military commanders you have? And how much wealth and grain? Miss Nightingale replied. No soldiers, 1 general, and 1 billion in wealth. Li Qinwu sighed. Forget it. You're just a commander with no troops. How can you fight? Just marry yourself off. Miss Nightingale found a chair, sat down gracefully, and smiled at Li Qinwu. I have 3 strategies to achieve great things. Li Qinwu sat opposite her, unimpressed. First, my father's death is not imminent, so that venomous woman won't dare move against me openly. Everything is still undecided. I can use this time to develop my power and strengthen myself. As the eldest daughter and the first heir, I'll bribe retainers with promises of benefits to win them over. Second, my brother is young and naive. What if I were to kill him? Third, my father at 300 years old has been bedridden for so long. How could such an old raisin still produce essence for a child? That brother of mine must be the bastard son of that venomous woman and her lover. If I spread this rumor, the venomous woman and her bastard will lose power and I'll gain the upper hand. Then the situation will be settled. Li Qinwu listened to her 3 strategies, smacking his lips. They seemed mediocre, basic political maneuvering. But the fact that she could formulate 3 mediocre plans showed she wasn't weak. Perhaps she could succeed. After a moment's thought, Li Qinwu cautioned, master the one with strong troops prevails. You have no soldiers, no amount of schemes will help. Unexpectedly, Miss Nightingale pointed at Li Qinwu. The soldiers are right before my eyes, Battalion Commander Li. I know you're not just a battalion commander. You're also a gang leader in the lower nest with many private soldiers. I saw you hauling over a dozen armored vehicles into the upper nest. If I hadn't deleted the footage, the PDF and marshals would have formed a joint task force to raid your place. Li Qinwu rubbed his head. Damn, so she had that card up her sleeve. From now on, when he went out, he'd have to wear a mask and change identities. Otherwise, if caught, it'd be awkward for everyone. Other units wouldn't know whether to deal with him or let him off. All right then. You'd better pray your father dies slowly. If he dies in a few days, forget about fighting for the inheritance. After my last expansion, I only have 400 private soldiers. I need time to develop. Miss Nightingale said, 400 isn't enough. You need at least 800 private soldiers, all in powered armor, to help me seize the family throne. As Miss Nightingale finished speaking, a system prompt echoed in Li Qinwu's mind. Ding, new mission detected. Miss Nightingale seeks the Campera family throne and requires your assistance. Phase 1 mission: recruit 800 soldiers and equip them with powered armor. Li Qinwu glanced at the mission details. There was no time limit, but he knew that the deadline was the life of Miss Nightingale's father. A 300-year-old man who had been bedridden for a decade might pass away at any moment. If he died, it would trigger Miss Nightingale's Xuanwu Gate coup. Li Qinwu asked, may I ask where I can acquire power armor? And what about weapons and equipment? Where should I procure them? Miss Nightingale replied, go to the Machine Temple, the stronghold of the machine cult on our planet. It's the only factory here where you can buy weapons and power armor. You are now a baron with the authority to recruit 200 soldiers. You can only legally purchase 200 sets of weapons there. After that, unless you provide the machine temple with weapon wreckage or other strong evidence of damage, the machine cult will not sell you any more weapons. Of course, my great general, I know this little problem won't trouble you. Li Qinwu dared not imagine how expensive the weapons produced by the machine cult were. And the troops, 800 private soldiers equipped with power armor. Where could he recruit them? There were countless problems, all challenges. Li Qinwu decided to take things one step at a time. After all, Nightingale's father wouldn't die so easily. In the following days, Li Qinwu designed new packaging using birchwood carved with sacred words to hold the wine sealed with a mark resembling the pure seal. The first batch of 1,000 bottles of wine was taken by Miss Nightingale's men. She tossed Li Qinwu a gold card worth 100 million, telling him to use the money to strengthen himself. With the first wave of wine sales, Li Qinwu earned 100 million, which thrilled him. He now had to procure more grapes to brew more wine. From now on, he would brew once a month and sell once a month. He had to keep moving. He needed to make a trip to the rebel-controlled area and also solve the food problem. The devout priest had mentioned that the nest was facing a food shortage. He had to go see if he could establish a stable bulk grain trade route among the rebels. Li Qinwu traveled back to the bottom nest and had Xiao Dao load fertilizer onto 3 military trucks. He had acquired several military trucks in the upper nest last time, and the bottom nest passages were large enough for them. The 3 trucks drove all the way to the surface, heading toward the rebel-controlled area. When Li Qinwu's convoy arrived at the rebel camp, they received a warm welcome. The rebel leader Parson personally opened the door for Li Qinwu. "My lord, it's been a long time since you visited. Has something happened?" Li Qinwu smiled and said, "Too many things. Let's go inside and talk." Parson led the way, and Li Qinwu said to the few rebel soldiers he had brought, "Go spend time with your families. You haven't been home in a while. I'm giving you 3 days off." The rebel soldiers cheered, grabbing various daily necessities, canned food and meat from the trucks to take home. Other rebels watched these soldiers carrying large bags and felt envious. Many thought that going to the Hive City with Li Qinwu seemed like a good way out. That was exactly the goal Li Qinwu wanted to achieve. The rebel soldiers were all good men from decent families, quality recruits. He wanted to recruit more rebels to dilute the ruthless elements from the bottom nest. Li Qinwu and Parson entered a room to talk. He recounted in detail what had happened in the Hive City, leaving Parson deeply shocked. So many people died in the upper nest. The plague of the evil god is truly terrifying. After his exclamation, Li Qinwu got down to business. This chaos god contamination incident damaged the artificial starch factory in the Hive City, and the city is about to face a food shortage. On the orders of the planetary bishop to save the subjects of the god emperor from hunger, I have come to discuss a grain exchange with you. Parson hesitated. "My lord, of course you can have grain, but our stronghold barely has a population of over 1,000, so we don't have much grain to export." Li Qinwu said, "I know that, so I want you to make a connection and contact your marshal. I'd like to speak." The marshal was a local ruler among the rebels, typically controlling a large surface city. The surrounding rebel strongholds generally followed his orders, making him a regional warlord. Through the marshal, Li Qinwu could obtain a large amount of grain. During the last Ma village contamination incident, Li Qinwu had contacted the marshal's men, but the other side had been very tough, and no deal was reached. Fortunately, the devout priest had enough influence to have the fortress cannons blow up Ma village. This time, Li Qinwu came to negotiate with the marshal, intending to try a different approach. Parson said, "My lord, I will send someone to the city to contact the marshal. This will take time." Li Qinwu said he was not in a hurry and could wait. Parson sent a rider to the city to contact the marshal, then took Li Qinwu to the vineyard. By now, a large vineyard had grown around Parson's stronghold, all dedicated to serving Li Qinwu's business. Parson introduced, "My lord, we have cultivated 10 acres of vineyard. With sufficient fertilizer, the yield per acre is 2,500 to 3,000 kilograms. This type of grape takes about 3 months from fruiting to ripening. By controlling the spraying time of the pollination hormone and dividing the 10 acres into 3 plots, we can harvest grapes once a month." The pollination hormone, as its name suggests, was a hormone used to artificially pollinate fruits. Humanity had colonized so many planets, and some lacked insects for pollination, requiring artificial methods. 10 acres of vineyard divided into 3 parts with controlled pollination hormone spraying allowed for 1 harvest per month, yielding about 10 tons each time. Li Qinwu was very satisfied. Looking at the vineyard, he saw a fortune in the making. With a steady supply of grapes, his brewery could keep running. Flowing water had life force. As the two strolled through the vineyard, a rebel soldier ran over and said, "My lord, the marshal's official has arrived." Inside Parson's wooden cabin, Li Qinwu met the marshal's official, the same one as before. The official's expression soured the moment he saw Li Qinwu enter. "Sir, regarding the PDF's artillery shelling of our territory, do you have anything to say?" At that time, to purify Ma village, the Hive City's fortress cannons had fired 3 incendiary shells. Those 3 incendiary bombs were no ordinary munitions. The chemical agents within could ignite even the soil itself, scorching 3 massive glass craters into the rebel-controlled area, and the ensuing inferno consumed vast tracts of cash crops. Ma village was struck by a single chemical incendiary shell, instantly reduced to a gigantic pool of glass. The plague was purified, but the subsequent blaze destroyed a large portion of the rebels' cornfields, causing immense economic losses. Yet the economic damage paled in comparison to the crushing blow to their prestige. Those 3 glass craters sat like 3 hideous scars upon the marshal's domain, 3 resounding slaps in the face. This incident sparked panic within the rebel ranks, for the marshal's city lay within the range of the fortress cannons. If the Hive City's fortress batteries were to unleash a salvo upon the city, the casualties would be unimaginable. Li Qinwu naturally understood the official's fury. He chuckled and pulled up a stool to sit down. Look at you, what's the rush? Back then I offered to lead a team to purify Ma village, but you refused. Since you refused, you have to bear the consequences. With a bang, the official slammed his palm on the table. Bastard, you rats from the Hive City. Do you have any idea how much grain the fire consumed? Do you know how much land the chemical toxins have poisoned? Li Qinwu replied with a grin, getting worked up already. This is nothing. Let me tell you some good news. He explained that the Hive City was on the verge of famine and that he wanted to establish a grain cooperation. So that's the deal. He'll trade you fertilizer for grain. What do you say? Upon hearing that Li Qinwu needed something from him, the official's face twisted into a sneer. How the Hive City is about to starve. Wonderful. Excellent. It'd be best if every last Hive City scum died off. Grain. You want to get grain from me? Dream on. You damned Hive City rats starve to death. Li Qinwu kept his smile, though a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. You know, I can't figure out if a Hive City guy slept with your mom or killed your dad. Why such a grudge? But I knew long ago you wouldn't agree, so I'm not here to negotiate. I'm here to threaten you. Or rather to threaten the marshal behind you. The official laughed in disbelief. Fine, fine. Let's hear how you plan to threaten me. If you can't come up with something solid, you're not leaving. Li Qinwu tipped his stool back and slammed his feet onto the table, his grimy saws aimed at the official without a shred of respect. You have numbers, and you've taken the planet's surface. Impressive. But you can't take the Hive City. For some reason, the planetary governor isn't particularly interested in you and hasn't bothered much with suppressing the rebellion. That's made you cocky enough to extend your reach into the range of the Hive City's fortress cannons. Li Qinwu locked eyes with the official. Do you realize that the Hive City is ringed by fortress cannons designed to strike low-orbit targets with a range of over 200 kilometers? The official's anger and mockery gradually faded. What exactly are you getting at? Li Qinwu pulled out a cigarette, lit it, took a drag, and said calmly, what I'm saying is that out in the periphery far from the Hive City, the PDF might not be a match for you. But within the fortress cannon's range, within 200 kilometers of the Hive City, if the PDF generals so choose, every last one of you is cannon fodder. The official's expression grew grave. Is that so? But from what I know, your fortress cannons are short on ammunition. Otherwise, would never have pushed this close to the Hive City. Li Qinwu shook his head with a smile. Short on ammo. Where'd you hear that rumor? Our planet has never faced an orbital invasion. The cannons haven't fired at high frequency. How could they be low on ammunition? I reckon the planetary high command saw that you've gained the upper hand. They can't retake the surface and you can't breach the Hive City. They predicted this stalemate. So they simply stopped shelling you to conserve shells for potential threats from space. They're also preserving your population to avoid excessive civil war losses that would make it impossible to pay taxes when the Empire's collection fleet arrives. The official fell silent. In truth, the rebel ranks included many intellectuals, and some early backers were former PDF officers and minor Hive City nobles. The rebel leadership understood the Hive City and had also analyzed why it didn't bombard them. Their conclusions matched Li Qinwu's. The planetary high command was trying to control civil war losses to ensure they could pay the Empire's taxes. Li Qinwu's words struck a nerve. The official asked gravely, so what's your threat? Li Qinwu stubbed out, cooperate with me. Deliver a steady supply of grain to the starving Hive City. Otherwise, within 200 kilometers of the Hive City, the cannons will roar and all your cities will be destroyed. You wouldn't dare? The official roared, shaken. Li Qinwu let out a cold laugh. Why wouldn't I? The ceasefire between the Hive City and you rests on a few factors. 1. You lack siege capability and can't breach the Hive City. 2. You have a large population and the Hive City can't break out. Or even if it does, it can't reclaim territory. The planetary high command is looking to the future. If both sides go all out and tear the board apart, when the Empire's tax fleet arrives, there will be nothing to pay. Then everyone will get a taste of true hell. Planets that can't pay their taxes face the Empire's brutal wrath. Adult men and women have their limbs and organs stripped away, forcibly transformed into servitors. Children are thrown into beast pits to slaughter each other, with one chosen from hundreds to be remade into an Astartes. The Empire's use of human resources differs little from the demons of the warp. Half of the Empire's current misery can be blamed on its own self-destruction. Li Qinwu continued, if the Hive City starves, do you think this peace can last? Sure, the PDF can't beat you in field battles. You outnumber them, know the terrain, and have popular support. But do you think you can hold your ground within the fortress cannon's range? Besides, the PDF infantry have families. If their families are starving, they'll come to your lands to loot grain. Do you know how fierce those soldiers can become to feed their own? Think it over. The room fell into a brief silence as the official pondered. After waiting in vain for a response, Li Qinwu spoke again, raising the stakes. Within a month, the Hive City's grain reserves will run dry. Then the upper echelons will have to address the food crisis. Even if they disregard the lower classes, the PDF soldiers will fight for survival. You know how undisciplined the PDF can be. I reckon once they learn their families are starving, they might organize themselves and raid your positions for food. Imagine it, a pack of military bandits forming small squads to infiltrate your territory, killing, burning, and looting. How many would die? The official shuddered at the thought. The rebels had risen largely because the PDF was rotten to the core, unwilling to fight, much like the Ming army in its final days. That was how the rebels had driven the planetary governor back into the Hive City. But if the PDF fought for their families, their ferocity would be unimaginable. The official stood and walked out. I must relay your words to the marshal. Wait here. As the official left, Li Qinwu smiled. Capturing the marshal's attention meant this plan was likely to succeed. If the marshal proved unreasonable and refused to cooperate, then let the PDF's grain sweeping operations. After the official departed, Li Qinwu had Parsons unload the fertilizer, a gift for the rebels. Parsons distributed it among the farmers for their fields. Li Qinwu stayed at Parsons' camp for a day. The next morning, the official returned and announced, the marshal requests your presence. Mount up and accompany me into the city. Li Qinwu agreed readily. He mounted his horse and rode with the official toward rebel territory. An hour later, a small city came into view. It was a low-rise town, mostly 1- or 2-story stone and brick buildings, but sprawling in size. Li Qinwu asked the official, what's this city called? And what's its population? The official glanced at him, but said nothing. Li Qinwu chuckled. Playing coy, he recalled the maps had seen in the military. This town was likely called Baishui City. Before the war, it had been a paper-making city. Its entire industry and surrounding forests were dedicated to paper. As for population, it served as a rebel marshal's capital, with many relocated from elsewhere. Li Qinwu estimated around 2,000 inhabitants. Yet riding through, he noticed the primitive living conditions. People carried water with shoulder poles, likely no electricity or running water. After the rebellion, the Hive City had cut off all external energy supplies, forcing the rebels back to a pre-industrial lifestyle. Li Qinwu was led to a walled paper mill, its fences topped with barbed wire. Elite rebel soldiers patrolled. These elites wielded automatic rifles and logging guns. Occasionally, Li Qinwu spotted a laser rifle. Escorted by several soldiers, he entered the factory, climbed to the top floor, and met the so-called marshal in a Spartan reception room. The man was in his 40s, dressed in a fine noble's attire with a laser pistol at his belt. Li Qinwu quickly deduced he was a renegade minor noble. At the rebellion's onset, a motley crew of oppressed peasants, disillusioned PDF soldiers, and marginal nobles had united to form a planet-wide insurgency. As Li Qinwu studied the marshal studied him in return. Who are you? What standing do you have? I need to know if your words carry weight. Li Qinwu declared proudly. I am a de facto battalion commander in the PDF, a crime lord of the Underhive, a Midhive producer, an Upperhive baron, and a blessed warrior of the devout planetary prelate. Lord Li Qinwu. Is that weighty enough? The marshal blinked. A noble, huh? Interesting. Have a seat. Li Qinwu sat, 2 guards standing behind him with rifles trained on his every move. The marshal sat as well. I am Baron Dyla, head of House Dyla. That was my former title. Now I am Marshal. You bring news from the Hive City. I want to hear it from you directly. Li Qinwu repeated the situation in the hive and proposed his grain for fertilizer exchange. The marshal pondered for a moment. I understand the hive's plight, but my territory holds only about 500,000 or 600,000 people, and our grain production is very limited. With my meager resources, I can't possibly feed the hive's billions. Li Qinwu waved dismissively. I never asked you to feed everyone. I only need to sustain the devout prelate's diocese. A small fry like me can manage just one diocese. The devout prelate's diocese was vast. He was a mid-ranking official of the state church, controlling a grand cathedral and its surrounding district. Beneath him, countless missionaries oversaw neighborhood chapels. A single hive prelate could influence millions. To earn the prelate's favor, Li Qinwu aimed to procure as much grain as possible and return to distribute it as disaster relief. But he doubted the prelate could manage such a multitude if famine truly struck. He could only save who he could. Li Qinwu addressed the marshal. Mobilize your grain for me, and well, strike a deal. I'll trade you fertilizer. Moreover, I'll use my connections to designate your territory a safe zone, shielding you from the coming food riots. The marshal mulled this over for a long while. My soldiers will destroy any jackals who try to steal the fruits. Li Qinwu countered, PDF soldiers desperate to feed their families will turn into the most vicious jackals of all. Silence fell again, but Li Qinwu could see the marshal was about to yield. Having once been a minor noble, the marshal knew all too well how savage the PDF could become when cornered. If PDF families faced starvation, the infantry would form their own plunder squads and infiltrate his territory. How many would die then? The marshal reasoned that cooperating with this man might indeed secure safety. Let's discuss the details of our partnership. Subsequently, Li Qinwu engaged in negotiations with the marshal. The marshal stated that he could provide Li Qinwu with 4,000 tons of grain before the next harvest. Most of it would be wheat, potatoes, and corn. However, these resources were not a gift. Li Qinwu would have to offer something of value in return. Li Qinwu declared, "First, I can guarantee your security. Through my connections, no PDF bandits will rob you, and no shells will fall upon your city. Second, my chemical plant in the Underhive produces 100 tons of fertilizer monthly. I will ship it all to you." The marshal shook his head. 40,000 tons of grain for 100 tons of fertilizer. I'm at a severe loss. No, you are not. Li Qinwu rapped his knuckles on the table. Your rebels have no chemical plants. You cannot produce fertilizer. Fertilized land yields bountiful harvests. Moreover, this isn't a business transaction driven by profit. What you need is for me to stabilize the Hive City's High Council and provide a secure environment. The marshal frowned, locking eyes with Li Qinwu. You speak the truth, but you are merely a baron. I doubt the Hive City's elite are a pack of foolish, avaricious rats. How could a minor baron like you make your voice heard among them? Li Qinwu, brimming with confidence, pointed to the small sword tattoo on his neck. This is a reward I earned fighting alongside His Holiness the Devout One. You were once a noble yourself. You know his standing on our planet. The marshal was well aware of the Devout One, the former planetary archpriest, who had voluntarily stepped down to spread the gospel among the God Emperor's subjects. He was the current planetary archpriest's mentor and was rumored to be on the path to sainthood. Such a guarantee was more than sufficient. In that case, the deal is struck. In the following days, Li Qinwu became a major grain merchant. He first shipped the 10 tons of grapes from Parsenbach to distill into wine, then ordered his Underhive factories to fully convert to fertilizer production. With the leaders of the fertilizer gang and chemical gang dead and gone, and Li Qinwu now a baron, his factories could produce whatever they pleased without kowtowing to anyone. He commanded that over 60 tons of fertilizer from his stockpile be delivered to the marshal. Upon receiving it, the marshal began delivering grain. Fortunately, Li Qinwu had scavenged over a dozen military trucks during his last foray to the Upper Hive. These military trucks shuttled between the rebels and the Underhive, transporting vast quantities of grain into the Hive City to prepare for the impending famine. As days passed, the passages of the Underhive distillery workshop became piled high with mountains of grain. All of Li Qinwu's workers and soldiers labored tirelessly, hauling the grain with fervent energy. Feeling satisfied, Li Qinwu handed the grain transport duties over to Knife and went himself to the Ecclesiarchy Chapel to meet the priest. Your Excellency, I have made contact with the rebels. I now have 4,000 tons of grain stockpiled in the Underhive. In 3 months, when the rebels harvest their next crop, they can deliver another 4,000 tons to me. The priest gazed at Li Qinwu with a very gentle look. Warrior of the God Emperor, on behalf of the people of this diocese, I thank you. The specter of hunger has already begun to stir. I can smell the fear in the air. But 4,000 tons is still far too little. My diocese has 2 million souls. 2 million people consumed grain like a mountain or a sea. 40,000 tons would only last them a single month. Li Qinwu said helplessly, Your Excellency, this is the limit of my ability. I can do no more. The priest patted Li Qinwu on the shoulder. Warrior of the God Emperor, you have a heart of gold. What you have done is already good and sufficient. He picked up a parchment and handed it to Li Qinwu. This is a property of the Ecclesiarchy, the holy food processing plant. From this day forth it is yours. Li Qinwu took the parchment, his face full of astonishment. His eyes carefully scanned the terms on the parchment, and his heartbeat quickened. This parchment was no ordinary thing. It was the deed to a colossal food processing plant, along with the monopoly on food supply for the diocese's 2 million people. In other words, with this, Li Qinwu now owned a massive food factory and a market of 2 million mouths to feed. The Imperium of Man was a society of extreme centralization and terror, where many matters concerning human welfare were monopolized as business. In this diocese, the Ecclesiarchy held the monopoly on feeding its 2 million people. The Ecclesiarchy needed funds to operate, and they raised money through all sorts of peculiar means. On this planet, by some mechanism, the Ecclesiarchy had seized control of the grain supply. Still, credit where it was due, the local Ecclesiarchy had a conscience. Li Qinwu had never heard of anyone starving to death in the Midhive. Had a more brutal faction held the grain monopoly, the common folks' lives would have been a living hell. Li Qinwu understood that this was the priest's reward to him, a giant food factory and the grain monopoly for a diocese of 2 million. The priest said, "Warrior of the God Emperor, I entrust the 2 million people of this diocese to your care during the coming famine." Li Qinwu tucked the parchment into his chest. "Rest assured, Your Excellency. I will do my utmost to ensure not a single one of the God Emperor's subjects in our diocese starves. After all, I am a holy warrior, and fighting hunger is still a battle." The priest asked, "Your grain is insufficient. What will you do?" Li Qinwu pondered for a moment. "Our diocese has 2 million people. My grain will only last a month. They must hold out for 3 months until the rebels harvest their new crop. So the key is how to stretch 1 month's grain to last 3. Here is my plan, Your Excellency. Let me first visit the food plant to see if there is a solution." The priest rose to his feet. "Very well, I will go with you." The two of them took a vehicle and after a winding journey arrived at the food plant. The food plant was a standard Warhammer construct, a colossal edifice of plasteel with dense, intricate mechanical production lines that were dizzying to behold. Li Qinwu and the priest entered the plant where the factory manager came out to greet them, bowing and scraping as he introduced the equipment. This factory was designed to feed the diocese's 2 million inhabitants. It boasted hundreds of production lines capable of processing and producing nearly every type of food, canned goods, hardtack, and, most abundantly, the holy porridge distributed by the ecclesiarchy to the needy. All were produced here. According to the factory manager, their facility could manufacture almost anything except synthetic starch. They could even process mildly toxic substances into edible products. Hearing this, a sudden idea struck Li Qinwu. He asked the manager, "Can you take corn, potatoes, and wheat, skins, cores, husks, and all, and grind them into powder to make puffed food? Then soak it in water to expand, increasing the feeling of fullness?" The manager thought it over and nodded. "It's possible. Potato skins have a mild toxicity, but our equipment can filter it out. Corn cobs are edible and wheat husks can be ground into flour and consumed. All these can be ground into powder, baked dry to make hollow noodles. Soaked in hot water, they expand significantly, providing a much stronger sense of satiety. But after digestion, hunger will return. Without sufficient caloric intake, everything else is an illusion." Li Qinwu posed a rather grim question. "If we throw corn stalks, potato vines, or even a handful of weeds into a machine to grind into powder for human consumption, would it work?" The food factory supervisor was taken aback, then pondered the feasibility. "It's possible, but these materials are low in nutrition and calories, which would affect the taste of the final product. However, they could provide plenty of fiber." Li Qinwu nodded, recalling that during the Battle of Stalingrad, the Russians besieged mixed sawdust into flour to make bread. The human empire had more advanced technology and superior food processing techniques, which could indeed be processed into digestible food. Li Qinwu needed to feed 2 million people for 3 months with only 1 month's worth of grain, which called for drastic measures. He said to the priest, "Your Grace, I believe I have a way to increase the food supply. I need to leave the hive city." The priest replied gently, "Go, warrior of the God Emperor. Under these circumstances, no one could do better than you." Li Qinwu bid farewell to the priest, returned to the underhive, took a vehicle to the rebel city, and met the marshal. "Marshal, regarding our cooperation, I'd like to add a clause." The marshal said, "Speak, Baron." "Marshal, could you also give me the corn stalks, potato vines, and wheat straw along with the grain?" "What do you need?" The farmers under the marshal's command used these materials for compost fuel or animal feed. Li Qinwu, "They're all fiber with some vitamins. We can grind them up for people to eat." The marshal hissed, taken aback. Feeding people with that? He keenly realized that the food situation in the hive city was truly dire. They had stooped to eating what livestock consumed. A shiver of fear ran through him. If famine erupted in the hive city, millions of PDF troops would pour out to loot. He shuddered and said, "All right, I'll have my men dig up the stalks and vines for you during the harvest." Li Qinwu nodded and continued, "Your people still have food, I presume. Could I send my men to purchase grain? If not grain, could they gather wild grass, young tree branches, bark, anything edible?" The marshal gasped again. Were they about to eat grass? "It's possible, but I can't ask my people to work for nothing." Li Qinwu asked, "What do you need?" The marshal pulled a coin from his pocket and jingled it before Li Qinwu. "I want this, the most common thing in the hive city." The hive city's currency system consisted of paper money and coins, both being fertilizer coupons. Coins were mainly used for small denominations, mostly 1 jiao and 5 jiao. Li Qinwu asked in confusion, "What do you need that for?" The marshal looked helpless. "Our planet has little industry. Although my rebel forces have occupied the surface, we can barely manufacture any industrial goods. There's economic exchange among our rebel forces, but most of the time we rely on barter, which is very inconvenient." Li Qinwu asked, "Don't you have fertilizer coupons? Why not use them for trade?" The marshal shook his head. "The credit of fertilizer coupons is tied to the planetary governor of the hive city. But we are rebels. Fertilizer coupons have no credit here. They're just worthless paper. We've tried printing our own paper money, but our printing technology is poor and the notes are crude. Moreover, the marshals don't owe allegiance to each other, so our self-printed currency isn't much more credible than fertilizer coupons." He jingled the coin in his hand before Li Qinwu. But this coin is different. It's made of pure iron. Our blacksmiths can melt it down to make farm tools and other iron products. It's exquisitely minted with no counterfeits and has practical use. That's why coins have become our primary currency. A 1 jiao fertilizer coupon coin is actually worth about 10 fertilizer coupons here. Li Qinwu was astonished. He never imagined that ordinary coins were so valuable among the rebels. A 1 jiao coin worth 10 fertilizer coupons. This was big business. So by merely providing coins I can command your people to work for me. The marshal nodded. Exactly. As long as you can supply enough coins you can trade freely in my market. If you have enough coins you can also exchange them with me for fertilizer coupons. I currently have 1 billion fertilizer coupons. If you can provide 10 million coins these 1 billion coupons are yours. Ding. New quest discovered. The rebels lack currency. Rebel Marshal Dila proposes exchanging 1 billion fertilizer coupon bills for 10 million coins. Completing this quest will earn you Dila's friendship. Li Qinwu hadn't expected such a lucrative deal and was overjoyed. Excellent. He'll gather the coins. Have your 1 billion bills ready. Just then Xiao Dao and his convoy arrived at Baishui City to pick up grain. Li Qinwu bid farewell to the marshal and returned with them. Li Qinwu had about 50 vehicles at his disposal. Half he had scrounged from the upper hive, half borrowed from the priest's ecclesiarchy vehicles, and a few he had bought from the fuel gang. These vehicles were sturdy, each with a capacity of over 30 tons. One trip could move 1500 tons. Running day and night swapping drivers, but not vehicles they could make roughly 2 trips a day. That meant a daily capacity of 300 tons. Transporting 400 tons of grain would take over 10 days. Li Qinwu also took the opportunity to train private drivers, having veterans teach newcomers the routes. The Chimera troop transport was simple to operate. Anyone who could drive a large military truck could handle a Xiao Dao's convoy drove straight to the warehouse district of Baishui City, where the rebel government was purchasing grain from farmers on a large scale. The convoy loaded the grain directly there. Per Li Qinwu's request, the newly collected grain wasn't pure wheat, corn, or potatoes, but included roots and stalks. After loading, Li Qinwu drove through the PDF camp directly to the mid-hive food factory. He was now a baron with the priest's endorsement. Even if he openly colluded with the rebels, no one dared to challenge him. Moreover, the grain shortage had already begun to stir panic in the hive city. At such a time, Li Qinwu's convoy hauling loads of grain into the hive city served to calm the populace. Who would dare to make trouble for Li Qinwu? 50 trucks rolled into the food factory. Li Qinwu demanded that the factory manager immediately produce macaroni, as he was eager to see the samples. The manager led Li Qinwu to the central control room, where numerous large screens allowed monitoring of the factory's hundreds of production lines. The manager picked up a microphone and gave orders. All laborers report to unloading area 1. Move all goods to the puffed food production line 86 to produce water-soaked macaroni. At his command, the workers sprang into action. Thousands of laborers, either carrying grain by hand or using forklifts, unloaded the food from the military trucks. The food processing here was appallingly crude. Watching through the screens, Li Qinwu frowned. Items like corn stalks and wheat were sent directly into the mixers without any washing. The potatoes were slightly better, but they were dug up with the vines still attached. Covered in too much dirt, they were rinsed once, but just once, far from clean. Then they were tossed into the mixers and ground up, dirt and all, into a paste. Li Qinwu clicked his tongue and asked the manager, "Is your food processing always this crude? Is there any guarantee of food safety?" The manager shrugged indifferently. "Sir, this food is meant for the lowly people. With a famine looming, keeping them fed and alive is enough. Why give them good food? But don't worry, sir, even if our processing is rough, the food is safe. These ingredients are completely broken down at the molecular level in the crusher, turning into a pure paste that's easy for the body to absorb. The crusher's sterilization and detoxification system eliminates anything toxic. The final product might not taste good, but it keeps people alive and won't kill them." Li Qinwu muttered to himself, "This is basically treating people like livestock, making feed." He recalled when he first started out eating starch paste from disposable plastic buckets. Was this how that stuff was made? A wave of nausea hit him. Wait, was the starch paste that sold so well in the hive city made this way too? The manager replied, "Sir, you're referring to No. 3 nutritional paste. That's a higher grade food product produced under very clean conditions. Our food grades are premium, for the upper hive lords, and some high-end food sold to other planets. Military grade, canned goods and compressed biscuits, high-calorie food for the army. Civilian grade, for the hive city masses, the industrial food we eat daily. Emergency food, what we're making now using all sorts of raw materials to create easily digestible soft food for mass production. And then there's comfort paste made from mud and anything else available. A last resort hunger soother that fills the stomach before one returns to the golden throne." Li Qinwu listened, memorizing the food grades, then began asking about the factory. "How many workers do we have? What's the account balance? How does this food reach the common people? The manager answered each question. Sir, we have 4,000 workers. The factory uses semi-automated production. Workers only need to move food onto the conveyor belts. The machines handle the rest. When you took over, there was just over 5,000 in the account. Due to the food shortage, we haven't operated for a long time, and we can barely pay the workers. As for distribution channels, sir, our diocese has over 200 neighborhood churches. People pay a few coins to eat holy porridge there. The priest in his mercy provides a cheap place for people to eat, filling their stomachs for just a few coins. Besides the churches, there are over 300 shops in our diocese that can only buy from our factory. That's another key channel. These words elevated the value of the parchment even higher. The priest had not only handed over a giant food processing plant to Li Qinwu, but also the commercial monopoly over 200 churches and 300 shops in the diocese. If managed well, this would be a vast market. With 200 people eating twice a day, if Li Qinwu controlled the profit to 1 coin per meal, that's 4 million a day, or 1.2 billion a month. If he were ruthless enough, he could squeeze every last drop from the 200 people in the diocese. Such life and death power being monopolized by an individual, the human empire, is truly terrifying. Li Qinwu couldn't help but sigh. Just then the first batch of food was ready. The paste from the mixer was a dark yellow, then extruded into small macaroni pellets, dried and bagged. Soon a worker brought a sample to the control room and handed it to Li Qinwu. Li Qinwu took the bag and examined it carefully. It was a synthetic plastic bag slightly larger than an instant noodle packet, plain white with no printing. He tore it open to reveal fluffy macaroni inside. Bring some water. The manager poured water into the bag, and the macaroni immediately softened. Steeling himself, Li Qinwu pinched a bit of macaroni and tasted it. His brow furrowed instantly. It was awful, a strange mix of potato, corn, and wheat starch flavors. Plus the taste of dirt, corn stalks, wheat husks, potato vines, and wild grass, all juiced, powdered, detoxified, and dried. Damn, Li Qinwu thought. If he had to eat this 3 times a day, he'd go mad. But it was soft, expanding several times in cold water, quickly turning into a paste. This meant one bag could provide a false sense of fullness early on, and the paste was easy to absorb without waste. In short, it could keep people alive. Li Qinwu asked the manager, "What do you think is a fair price for this?" The manager replied, "Sir, you can't charge the churches. As you know, this factory's purpose is to fund the churches, and providing free food to them is your duty. But don't worry. Only 200 churches in our diocese, their burden on you won't be great. The 3,000 shops will bring you unexpected wealth. I suggest a 3-3-3 pricing: 1 part cost, 1 part merchant profit, and 1 part your profit. Given the impending famine, selling a bag of macaroni for 3 to 30 coins is reasonable, depending on your will. If he sold it for 30 coins a bag, Li Qinwu figured the priest's goodwill would plummet. Let's sell it for 3 coins a bag. 1 coin for cost, 1 for the merchant, 1 for profit. That's reasonable. But tell the merchants no hoarding, no selling to other dioceses. We have limited power, we'll manage our own diocese and leave others alone. Each shop gets macaroni based on its population. If any shop sells it for more than 3 coins or resells it to another diocese, they'll face my wrath. And for payments, prioritize coins." 10 days passed, and Li Qinwu's convoy traveled back and forth to Chengdu every day, delivering raw materials to the food factory, marking the official outbreak of famine in Chengdu. Previously, there was still a considerable stock in the grain warehouse of Chengdu that could sustain them. However, after such a long time, even the largest warehouse could not withstand the consumption, and with the artificial starch factory still under repair, food began to run short, and some families started to go hungry. Panic spread throughout Chengdu, with riots breaking out in some neighborhoods and law enforcement taking to the streets to maintain order. However, these disturbances temporarily did not affect the parish of the devout, where the tasteless hollow noodles sold for $3 a pack became the lifeline for many. These noodles were indeed terrible in taste, but they were a life-saving food. A family of 3 consumed 6 packs a day, costing $18 to solve their food problem. If they were lucky enough to queue at the church in the neighborhood, they could even get a meal for free. In any case, because of Li Qinwu, the parish of the devout found itself in a difficult, yet survivable situation. Li Qinwu, on the other hand, made a fortune. He required his subordinates to settle accounts with coins, quickly gathering 10 million coins. He delivered the coins to the marshal, exchanging them for 1 billion in fertilizer vouchers, instantly boosting his assets to 11 billion. This was 11 small goals. Previously, he had been struggling in the lower nest within the million range. Now he had become a baron in the upper nest, and money began to flow in by the hundreds of millions. Indeed, having an identity made it easier to earn money. With wealth at his disposal, Li Qinwu no longer acted like a timid mouse, intending to spend it on good equipment. He recalled a friend from his days in the Dark Zone who had a character worth over 500 million coins, far too many to spend. Li Qinwu played with this friend, starting with a 6-armored 5-egg setup, gaining an advantage in their matches. However, his friend suffered from the Dark Zone's incurable disease of coin worship, stubbornly refusing to spend money on equipment. Every time Li Qinwu donned his Lu Tao's Great White Goose Battle God headgear, took a full H4 with a 100-round magazine and 5 eggs, he began a ferocious assault. Looking back, his friend was using an MP5 with a level 4 worn-out attachment. The Dark Zone matched you with teammates based on the value of your gear, meaning if you had 6 sets, your opponents would likely have 6 sets as well. With a chaotic battle of 6 sets on one side, and his friend with only a small 4 set, they melted away upon meeting, leaving Li Qinwu feeling exhausted, as if he were playing solo. Eventually, after much persuasion, he got his friend to equip decent gear. After a long delay, his friend came out wearing a heavily worn 6 set, with over 30 durability, paired with an ace, but only filled half of the 5 rounds. Li Qinwu was utterly baffled, feeling that some people really played games as if they were working to earn money, unwilling to spend even a bit more, meticulously sticking to their combat readiness. After all, coins are not real money. Saving what for? Li Qinwu was not one to skimp. He now had money, so he would spend it. He spent lavishly. With 200 private soldier rights, he could buy 200 sets of equipment in the mechanical shrine, going straight for the highest tier gear. Li Qinwu took the time to contact Priest Anthony, asking this old acquaintance to take him to the mechanical shrine to see the equipment. After enjoying high-purity, sanctified lubricant, Priest Anthony could never go back. His gaze towards Li Qinwu became noticeably gentler, and he immediately agreed to act as his shopping guide, leading him to the mechanical shrine. The mechanical shrine is located in the deepest area of the central lower nest in Chengdu, an area designated as a mechanical forbidden zone where outsiders are not allowed to enter. Any rats approaching without cause would be considered disturbances to the mechanical deity Al-Messiah and would be shot down by armed mechanical servants, so no rats gather around the mechanical shrine. The essence of the mechanical shrine is a massive factory capable of processing various steel equipment. It is also the heart of Chengdu, generating electricity through the heat from its central furnace to power the city. Unfortunately, the industrial power of this giant mechanical shrine is not strong, as this planet has always been an agricultural one. The purpose of the mechanical shrine is to manufacture basic industrial products and maintain the operation of Chengdu. Most industrial products, such as the Chimera transport vehicle, cannot be produced by the mechanical shrine and must be imported from the neighboring industrial planet. However, regardless of how well the mechanical shrine develops, it remains the domain of the mechanical deity, capable of producing a great variety of machines. Priest Anthony led Li Qinwu through the towering factory, surrounded by workers and mechanical servants. The steel formed heavens and earth, the roaring hammers and priests endlessly praying and praising Al-Messiah, formed a magical scene. Li Qinwu gazed at all this as if watching a sunset. He recalled a Warhammer joke he had heard saying that the things made by the Mechanicum were simply about tightening screws and bowing down. Now he saw it was indeed true. Through the iron floor panel, Li Qinwu saw a production line below with hundreds of personnel surrounding it, tightening screws on various components. They truly tightened a screw, shouted Al-Messiah, bless us, and then knelt down to bow. Li Qinwu clicked his tongue and complained to Priest Anthony, no wonder it takes you a millennium to build a spaceship. This production efficiency is absurd. Priest Anthony glanced at Li Qinwu and replied, the birth of a machine is akin to the birth of a child. It requires blessings and guidance. Just like a child needs education, they only learn who they are and whom they should pledge loyalty to when they grow up. The same goes for machine spirits. We must provide sufficient blessings and guidance before a machine spirit is born. Otherwise, if it goes berserk, the destruction it could cause is unimaginable. The armory is at the Baron's place. I hope you have brought enough value to deserve the weapons here. They arrived at a large iron door shaped like a gear skull. Priest Anthony inserted a mechanical arm into the lock on the door, twisted it, and the heavy door creaked open. As they walked through the big iron door, the scene inside made Li Qinwu whistle. It was an enormous weapon showcase, ranging from handguns to Chimera transport vehicles, everything one could imagine. Li Qinwu immediately locked onto the power armor area and strode over. There were more than 10 sets of power armor on display, all designed for mortals, most of which were engineering suits with only 3 sets of military armor. Priest Anthony pointed to the thickest set of armor and introduced heavy-duty feedback power armor equipped with a tri-defense system, strong ceramic steel armor plates that can withstand shots from large-caliber logging rifles, and a surface with a laser-resistant coating that can deflect medium-power laser shots. The internal servos output power equivalent to 10 adult men, capable of carrying 400 kilograms for extended periods, and with a single punch can knock down an orc. Equipped with a large palladium battery, it has a month of battery life and is easy to recharge, also able to power laser guns. This set costs 50 million. He pointed to the second set, which was more streamlined in appearance. Standard feedback power armor with thinner armor, but lighter and more agile. The operation is very simple. Soldiers hardly need training to control it, with an output equivalent to 5 adults, suitable for most combat environments. This version is also favored by nobles, priced at 25 million. He pointed to the last set, which was the lightest. Stealth feedback power armor with further reduced armor to gain high mobility and endurance, featuring a powerful personal bird spectrometer system and communication system. This armor has a detection-resistant coating. Wearing this set to most detection devices you would appear to be non-existent, priced at 200 million. I checked. This is damn expensive. Why don't you just rob me? Li Qingwu shouted. His personal fortune had just crossed 100 million, and he wanted to show off, but now he couldn't even buy a few suits of armor here. Father Anthony let out a rapid burst of binary language. You pathetic fool, thinking you're so wealthy, yet you can't even afford a few sets of power armor. You're nothing but a broke pauper pretending to be a big shot here. If you can't buy it, then get lost, and don't waste my precious time. I'm worth every second, you know. You think you're some tycoon, but you're nothing. You complain about the price. I think it's too cheap. Li Qingwu looked at Father Anthony with suspicion. What did you just say? Father Anthony kept his eyes downcast, feigning innocence. Nothing, just binary noise. So are you buying or not? Li Qingwu circled the power armor again and again. It was expensive and it pained him, but he was genuinely fascinated. Armor. What man wouldn't love it, especially in such chaotic times? He thought of his grain factory, which earned him over 100 million each month. He wasn't short on money. He was a big spender. Buy? Of course he'll buy. But you have to let me wear it first and test its performance. Father Anthony agreed and helped Li Qingwu put on the armor. First came the heavy armor. Putting it on and taking it off was a tedious process, starting with the power frame. Father Anthony called over 4 or 5 servitors, laborers modified from living humans, their arms and legs replaced with machinery, their skin pale as zombies, their minds devoid of human consciousness. These servitors surrounded Li Qingwu and, under Father Anthony's direction, attached the power frame to his body. After the frame, they added ceramic steel plates piece by piece, and finally the power backpack. The entire process took over half an hour, incredibly cumbersome. After much effort, they fastened the helmet, and the servitors stepped back, transforming Li Qingwu into a heavy armored warrior. Clad in the heavy force feedback power armor, every step Li Qingwu took produced a dull thud on. He clenched his steel-wrapped hand, and the servo mechanisms began to output power. He estimated that a full-strength punch could blow a person apart. He started running and jumping, finding it reasonably agile. The armor system showed an all-around defense of 7, capable of withstanding a 40mm autocannon high-explosive round and reliably stopping a direct hit from a 20mm lumberjack rifle. But whenever Li Qingwu concentrated and tried to perform quick, complex movements, he could feel a delay in the armor. This lag was enough for crushing weaker foes, but fell short in high-end battles. Take the Space Marines, for instance. Their reaction times were on the millisecond level. Their power armor had neural interfaces, making the armor an extension of their body, allowing for lag-free movements. If Li Qingwu wore this delayed armor and engaged a Space Marine in close-quarters combat, by the time he raised his sword, the Marine would have already struck him 3 times. Li Qingwu stopped testing and remarked, "There's a delay. This armor can't keep up with my movements." Father Anthony looked somewhat surprised. "You can actually feel the delay in the force feedback system." Li Qingwu nodded and asked to take it off. "Yes, I can feel it. If I wear this armor for long-range combat, it's fine for shooting, but it's useless for melee." Father Anthony's red mechanical eyes scanned Li Qingwu up and down. "I want to cut open your brain and study your nerves. Ordinary people can't perceive the delay in the force feedback system. Just how sharp are you?" Li Qingwu asked, "Is there a way to eliminate this delay?" "By creating neural interfaces. We'll install over a dozen neural interfaces on your spine, chest, arms, thighs, and calves. Power armor equipped with these interfaces can achieve 0 delay. So, Baron, would you like to have the neural interfaces installed? I can perform the surgery for free." Li Qingwu shot him a glance. "You still can't let go of the idea of imprisoning me, torturing my body, and interrogating my soul. You're too wicked. Enough nonsense, let's move on to the next suit." Next, Li Qingwu tried on the standard power armor. With lighter plating, it responded faster, and the system rated its all-around defense at 6. The overall performance of the standard force feedback power armor was decent. Li Qingwu felt this was the type that should be mass-issued to the military, no major weaknesses. The heavy force feedback power armor was only suitable for 1 or 2 soldiers. It was too heavy and had its Finally, there was the stealth-type force feedback power armor. This armor was quite interesting. Its defense was mediocre, rated only 5 in the system, with joints having just 4. But its delay was very low. Li Qingwu could hardly feel it. The force feedback system was impressive. Wearing it also granted a 100 speed boost, making him sprint like the wind. Its power backpack incorporated a small Auspex. Despite being called small, this Auspex was more advanced than the vehicle-mounted one on a Chimera transport. Smaller in size, lower energy consumption, yet with greater detection range. The 360-degree detection range was 600 meters, and the point detection range was 3 kilometers. This Auspex also had a long-range communication radio capable of contacting ships in low orbit from the surface. The armor's surface had anti-detection coating, making it invisible to enemy Auspex scans. Father Anthony handed Li Qinwu two laser guns, one 5 meters long with a massive scope, and the other a laser carbine. Father Anthony introduced them. These two guns are the standard weapons for the stealth-type armor. A death-sentence sniper rifle capable of precision kills from 10 kilometers away, and a laser carbine for self-defense. Both guns also have anti-detection coating. The armor comes with the guns. This was a special suit not for frontline combat, specializing in stealth and sniping. Li Qinwu said, "Alright, I'll take 1 stealth type, 2 heavy types, and 20 standard types." Having selected the armor, the next step was to equip the weapons. Father Anthony led Li Qinwu to the weapon display area, pointing at various firearms and introducing them. These are all the weapons you can purchase. A laser carbine costs 3,000, a laser rifle 4,000, and a heavy laser gun 8,000. Given that you've purchased so many power armors, I suggest you skip the other options and go straight for the heavy laser. The energy conduit of the heavy laser gun can be connected to the power armor's backpack, directly supplying it with energy, providing unparalleled firepower. However, the soldier must be mindful of the battery level. If they fire without restraint, they risk draining the power armor's backpack, rendering it immobile. Alternatively, you could equip the soldiers with an additional battery pack suspended externally from the power armor. This separates the armor's energy source from the laser guns, making energy management easier. Li Qinwu asked, "How much for 1 heavy laser gun and 1 battery pack?" "I recommend you just buy the heavy laser gun set. It includes 1 heavy laser gun, 2 replacement barrels, 1 large battery pack, 4 small portable battery magazines, and 1 maintenance kit. The entire set is exactly 5,000. Li Qinwu winced, expressing that it was expensive. "The gun itself is only 8,000. Why is the set so costly?" Father Anthony said with disdain, "The laser gun isn't expensive, but the battery pack is, and there are many replacement parts. As long as the laser gun isn't directly hit by enemy fire and shattered, the soldiers can use the maintenance kit to service it themselves after retreating, restoring its combat effectiveness." Li Qinwu said, "Alright then, let's start with 20 sets, 1 for each standard power armor." Now that the weapons for the stealth and standard power armors were sorted, the equipment for the 2 heavy power armors was still undecided. After all, they were heavy armors, they needed something substantial. Equipping them with ordinary light weapons would be... Li Qinwu carefully scanned the weapons and equipment before him, then pointed at something with a very thick barrel and asked, "What is this weapon?" Father Anthony introduced it, an automatic grenade launcher, and its feeding backpack. This system can fire 40mm grenades at a rate of 600 rounds per minute. Its direct fire range is about 600 meters, and its indirect fire range is 5 kilometers. It can load various types of ammunition, including high-explosive anti-personnel steel ball and armor-piercing rounds. The gun body connects to the feeding backpack via a flexible ammunition belt. One backpack can hold 350 grenades. Each system costs 5,000, and with a purchase, you get 6,000 grenades of various types for free. Li Qinwu felt this grenade launcher was perfect for the heavy power armor. A 350-round grenade backpack would be too heavy for an ordinary person, but it would fit perfectly on the back of a heavy power armor. On the battlefield, the standard power armors would provide direct laser firepower, while the heavy power armors would provide long-range, indirect fire support with grenades. "Damn, he'll take it. Just swipe the card." Li Qinwu reluctantly pulled out his Baron Gold card and handed it to Father Anthony. Father Anthony took the gold card, his red electronic eye scanning it with a flash of light, then handed it back. "Thank you for your patronage. 1 stealth power armor, 2 heavy power armors, and 20 standard power armors. 20 heavy laser gun sets, and 2 automatic grenade launcher sets. Total value is 820 million. May the Omnicia watch over these weapons, allowing them to fulfill their purpose on the battlefield." This transaction slashed Li Qinwu's 1 billion down to just 300 million. He just wanted to grab his gear and leave this place of financial ruin, but Father Anthony clung to him like a persistent shadow. "My Lord Baron, guns and ammunition alone won't let your weapons perform at their peak. You need a logistical support system. Here I recommend you purchase a battlefield energy replenishment package. It includes 1 large battery truck filled with promethium cells, which can rapidly recharge your laser guns and power armors. The vehicle is protected by 30mm armor, has excellent off-road capabilities, and a top speed of 90 kilometers per hour, allowing it to keep pace with a large army in the field. Also included are 2 smaller, more agile battery jeeps. These nimble little vehicles can deliver power wherever you need it. Finally, there are 10 trench-type charging stations. They have built-in generators that can run on fuel alcohol. If you find yourself in a tough trench battle and the soldiers' laser gun batteries are depleted, you can set up these charging stations inside the trenches for quick recharging. The entire energy replenishment package is only 100 million with a 10-year warranty. Trembling, Li Qinwu pulled out the gold card he had just tucked away and handed it to Father Anthony. Father Anthony's electronic eye flashed red, and Li Qinwu felt as if he had lost something. That damnable face of Father Anthony was filled with a smug grin. A wise choice, my lord. Value only becomes true value when it is spent and converted into tangible goods. Numbers lying dormant in a gold card mean nothing. Li Qinwu snatched the gold card back and stuffed it into his pocket, snarling, "Right now? Get the equipment out. I'm taking it with me." Father Anthony said with a smile, "Don't be in such a hurry, my lord Baron. I have another package to introduce to you." Li Qinwu covered his ears and shook his head violently. "I'm not listening, not listening. You damn tech priest are a bottomless pit trying to squeeze every last drop." Money flowed like water. Li Qinwu couldn't take it anymore. He needed to keep the remaining 200 million for emergencies. Father Anthony deduced that he had squeezed Li Qinwu dry and finally stopped pestering him. He had his men load up the items Li Qinwu requested and drove them all the way to his base in the Kim Gang. When the power armors and new weapons were unloaded from the trucks, the crowd was astounded, especially the 400 or so private soldiers Li Qinwu had recruited. When they realized these weapons were for them, they became incredibly excited. And Li Qinwu's next words turned that excitement into sheer frenzy. He gathered his armed personnel from the underhive and announced loudly, "These weapons and equipment will only be given to the most outstanding and formidable warriors. When you earn my recognition, don these power armors and wield these mighty weapons, you will become my personal guard. I will take your families to live in the upper hive, leaving this dark, stinking gutter of the underhive behind forever. From now on, I will hold an assessment every month, and the 10 best among you will be selected as my personal guard. Once you become my personal guard, you will don power armor and wield the finest weapons to fight for me. You and your families will be granted the status of upper nest dwellers, leaving the lower nest to live in the upper nest. Your pay will also increase. I will give you 2,000 each month as salary, and I will arrange jobs for you." As Li Qinwu's words fell, the crowd below erupted into a huge commotion, all gazing at him with fervor. Li Qinwu said to Xiao Dao, "Now that I have money, I'm not afraid of feeding more people. Having only 400 brothers with guns is far too few. Go recruit immediately. Enlist 3,000 men. Then implement elimination of the bottom and promotion of the top every month. The 10 worst performers will be kicked out of the army, and the 10 best will become my personal guards." Li Qinwu, now a man of status, was unafraid to spend money. He directly launched a great leap, swelling the military strength of the lower nest to 3,000. He intended to treat these 3,000 men like venomous insects in a jar, subjecting them to monthly assessments and fostering competition, selecting the fiercest among them as his personal guards. After the crowd's excitement subsided, Li Qinwu pressed his hands down to silence them and continued, "Now let me explain my assessment requirements. They are divided into coordinated assessment and individual assessment. The assessment results are categorized into 3 levels: excellent, average, and poor. Excellent scores add 2 points, average adds 1, and poor deducts 1. The comprehensive assessment examines your formation drills, obedience to officers' commands, and squad-level coordinated combat capabilities. The individual assessment covers marksmanship, physical fitness, technical tactics, hand-to-hand combat skills, and personal literacy." Upon hearing that literacy would be tested, every person present wore a strange expression. Most of them were ruthless rats who had fought each other in the lower nest, each one ferocious to the extreme. If you picked out 10 of them, 11 would be illiterate. Making them take a literacy test was as absurd as sending Li Kuei to take the imperial examination. Li Qinwu had no choice. He was too lazy to implement compulsory education in this world full of monsters and demons, but improving the soldiers' cultural literacy was a necessity. The power armor he brought back each had a personal communication system. How could a bunch of illiterates use that? Moreover, the helmet visors of the power armor integrated electronic maps. How could a bunch of illiterates read maps? Each set of this power armor was worth tens of millions. How could the combat effectiveness of the power armor be unleashed if the soldiers inside were inadequate? Thus, Li Qinwu added a literacy class to the assessments for his subordinates. He would have the intellectuals in the factories teach. Old Bai was selected by Li Qinwu to take on this task. Old Bai had previously worked as an accountant under Electronic Eye. Before he fell to the lower nest, he had studied at a school in the middle nest. By 3-Kara standards, Old Bai was roughly at a junior college level. Li Qinwu didn't expect Old Bai to produce many high-achieving students. If he could just teach a group of high school graduates, Li Qinwu would be more than satisfied. To motivate Old Bai's teaching enthusiasm, Li Qinwu told him that if he could teach about 100 people with roughly a high school diploma, he would be allowed to go to the upper nest to enjoy life. With a few words, Li Qinwu established the incentive system. He only needed to come once a month to collect the harvest, taking away 10 elites, and gradually, he could organize a formidable cleansing force. After finishing his business, Li Qinwu intended to inspect the production of the 3 factories, but the walkie-talkie at his waist buzzed, and Lieutenant Rudison's voice came through. "The commander of our regiment's 1st Battalion has been transferred. Our regimental commander has completed the paperwork for you to take over as battalion commander. Do you want to come see your battalion?" Li Qinwu let out a woe, thinking how fast it was. He returned to his hideout, put on his uniform strapped on the power sword that symbolized his rank, slicked his hair back like an adult, and drove a small repair vehicle to the regimental headquarters. Lieutenant Rudison and Colonel Leo were already waiting for him at the battalion headquarters. Lieutenant Rudison saw how flashy Li Qinwu was, pursed his lips, and felt a bit envious. Colonel Leo, on the other hand, greeted him with a beaming smile. I was wondering why the moon and stars were so bright tonight. It's because Baron has arrived. Li Qinwu waved his hand. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. Don't be so loud, making me look like a nouveau riche who goes around telling everyone he's a baron. Colonel Leo said, Baron, your battalion has assembled and is awaiting your inspection. Come see your warriors. Li Qinwu nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. The group moved to the training ground where a battalion of soldiers stood in formation with various light and heavy weapons and armored vehicles lined up. Colonel Leo introduced, our 109th Regiment is a motorized infantry regiment equipped with many armored vehicles. It includes 5 companies, each with 120 men and 1 Chimera troop transport, 2 motorized companies, each with 100 men, 3 military trucks, and 1 jeep, 2 artillery companies, each with 180 men, 4 160mm howitzers, and 4 artillery transport vehicles, 1 logistics transport company with 60 men and 12 military trucks. The entire battalion totals 1280 men. The PDF data looked very impressive on paper with armored vehicles, transport trucks, and heavy artillery. But the men were rotten, the upper command was rotten too, and the soldiers had no morale. They were just there to earn their pay. Li Qinwu walked to the front of the formation and pointed at the lost guns laid out on the ground. I think this gun looks a bit broken. Lieutenant Rudison opened his mouth, but said nothing. Colonel Leo paused, then said, yes, this gun has been in service for about 10 years. It's about time to scrap a few. Li Qinwu was very satisfied, and then pointed at the Chimera troop transport. I think this vehicle's condition isn't too good either. Lieutenant Rudison couldn't hold it in anymore. Hey, that's going too far. Colonel Leo hesitated for a moment. This vehicle, it does seem like one is about to be scrapped. Lieutenant Rudison turned his head, looking at the colonel in disbelief. The colonel ignored him, gazing at Li Qinwu with a fawning expression like a lapdog. Li Qinwu then walked over to the artillery, the 160mm howitzers, barrel pointing straight at the sky. This cannon. Before he could finish, Rudison jumped out. Hey, this one really can't be broken. Don't court death. Li Qinwu scratched his head and looked at Colonel Leo. This cannon can't be broken. Colonel Leo's face was full of struggle. Then with a hardened expression he made up his mind and said, Baron, it's not that it can't be broken, but it needs to be broken slowly, gradually, rhythmically, systematically. Colonel Largo pulled Li Qinwu aside to a secluded spot and whispered to him, it's no big deal if some firearms go missing, the higher-ups won't bother. But losing heavy equipment like artillery and armored vehicles will be glaringly obvious. If they send someone to inspect and notice the heavy weapons are gone, it'll be a real headache. Unless there's a war and we can report them as combat losses, you absolutely must not take those heavy items away. Li Qinwu said, all right, though in truth he didn't dare to make off with the army's armored vehicles and Seeing that Li Qinwu understood, Colonel Largo whispered, don't be disheartened, Baron. You must know about the food shortage in the Hive City. Soon we'll be going to war with the rebels. Then there will be plenty of room to maneuver. After all, in a big battle, armored vehicles and cannons do get destroyed. Hearing this, Li Qinwu pressed, what's going on? Any inside scoop? Colonel Largo nodded. I was called to a military meeting recently. They ordered us to tighten discipline. Whenever the military gives such orders, it likely means a large-scale operation is coming. I suspect it's because of the recent riot in the Hive City. The starch factory was destroyed, and the Hive is starving. The planetary high command has to act. You might not know, Baron, but the food rations in our army have become terrible lately. The soldiers are starting to complain. Remember, our Hive City has over 500 regiments. If the planetary upper echelons can't feed these 500 regiments, the soldiers' rebellion could very well topple the entire planetary government. Li Qinwu thought for a moment and said, so the tacit ceasefire between the PDF and the rebels is about to end. Colonel Largo nodded gravely. Right now we have no food, but the rebels do. If we don't want to starve, we have to go take theirs. But it depends on the situation. I reckon the planetary high command will send people to negotiate with the rebel leadership. If a deal is struck and the rebels supply us with food, we can maintain the current peace. If they refuse, there's no choice but to fight. Li Qinwu figured they'd end up fighting anyway. The rebels' long-cherished wish was to overthrow the planetary. With the famine raging in the Hive City, this was the perfect opportunity for the rebels. They might even launch an offensive. Why would they ever supply food to the Hive? Li Qinwu didn't really care whether they fought or not, but he certainly didn't want the PDF shells to land on Marshal Dyrel's head. Marshal Dyrel was Li Qinwu's cash cow. He steadily supplied Li Qinwu with grain, allowing him to make money in the Hive City. Marshal Dyrel was still scrounging for paper bills everywhere, exchanging them with Li Qinwu for coins. Soon had accumulated hundreds of millions in paper currency. With such deep mutual interests, Li Qinwu wouldn't let Marshal Dyrel suffer in the coming conflict. Over the next few days, Li Qinwu stayed with the military, inspecting his battalion. He first arranged for Egghead and Charcoal to join the battalion, filling the officer positions and taking full control. It was easy. The previous battalion commander had moved on to a higher post in a newly formed regiment, taking the officers with him, so Egghead and Charcoal simply took over. Li Qinwu spent a few days in his battalion chatting with the soldiers and found them all pretty worthless. Same drinking, same card games, same clocking in for pay, a rabble. To be honest, Li Qinwu found it hard to bear. Had laughed at Ruder Sun's shoddy troops before, but when these soldiers were his own, it wasn't funny anymore. Li Qinwu shook his head, repeatedly gave an order to maintain the weapons properly, and then left it at that. There wasn't much he could do. He made his way back to the upper hive, needing to figure out how to protect Marshal Dyrel's territory from PDF attacks in the coming war. At his baronial villa, Li Qinwu summoned his noble advisor to hear his opinion first. The advisor, with a head of neat white hair and dressed in a crisp suit, came before Li Qinwu and bowed 90 degrees. Your esteemed lordship, your advisor awaits your command. Li Qinwu asked, what is your name? My lord baron, it is an honor to have you know my name. I am Killian Stanton Cavendish, the illegitimate son of the 13th patriarch of the Cavendish family. Li Qinwu raised an eyebrow. Oh, you're a noble. Advisor Killian shook his head. My lord, I am no esteemed noble. I am merely a bastard without strong inheritance rights and despised by the family matriarch. Fortunately, I received a good education and am well versed in the history of our world's nobility, so I sought the position of noble advisor. Li Qinwu nodded and asked, Mr. Killian, would you like to become my steward? Advisor Killian bowed to Li Qinwu again. Yes, my lord. To manage a noble's household would be my honor. Li Qinwu shook his head. No, it's not about honor. You must have other motives. Killian didn't hide it and admitted frankly, yes, my lord. I have learned about you. You are a young noble who rose from a mid-hive dweller to a baron through combat and opportunism. You have boundless energy and limitless potential. Becoming your steward and serving you, if you rise to great heights in the future, I might be granted nobility by you. Li Qinwu looked at this white-haired old man, understanding clear in his eyes. So you want to earn your own way to nobility, prove your worth to your family, and wash away the shame of being a... Advisor Killian said nothing, but the look in his eyes spoke volumes. Li Qinwu chuckled. He liked people with drive and decided to give him a chance. Mr. Killian, seeking opportunity also requires ability. Let me ask you, now that the Hive City is starving, the Planetary High Command is about to go to war with the rebels. 500 PDF regiments will turn into hungry bandits ravaging the rebels' lands. But I want to protect a rebel marshal's territory. Do you have any ideas? Advisor Killian's mind raced. He knew this was his entry exam. After a moment, he offered a solution. My lord, have you chosen the location for your baronial ridge fiefdom?